Family, does anyone understand? I was just having hot pot after school when suddenly a masked man showed up and said the Hokage ordered me to go to the Death Forest, threatening that if I told anyone, I would be treated as a traitor. I knew this was a death warrant. I've been through 9 years without any special abilities, and just when I thought I was doomed, the system activated, and I chose the forest fruit. Is there hope now? I swear, I was almost done for today. Just a hair's breadth away. After school, I was enjoying hot pot and singing when suddenly, out of nowhere, a guy with an animal mask appeared in front of me, scaring me half to death. He spoke in a stiff, icy tone. Senju Lingfeng, the Hokage has commanded you to report to the Death Forest tomorrow night. If you dare to tell a third person, you will be treated as a traitor. As soon as he finished, he vanished in a flash, and I dropped my chopsticks in shock. The Hokage's orders? I was so excited in the yard, jumping around like a fool, ready to sacrifice myself for the village. But once I slammed the door shut, my smile disappeared instantly, replaced by a dark expression. It's my turn now, I thought clearly. This isn't good news, this is a death warrant. Was it Sarutobi Hiruzen or Shimura Danzo? No matter whose order it was, this trip to the Death Forest was definitely a one-way ticket. Let me tell you, I'm not from this world. In my past life, I was just a hardcore anime fan, arguing on forums every day. One day, while binge-watching, I passed out and died without even formatting my hard drive. When I opened my eyes again, I became a minor branch of the Senju clan in Konoha, Senju Lingfeng, with both parents dead and mediocre talent. I was thrilled. Family, who understands? This is a standard protagonist template. I had all the traits of a transmigrator, just waiting for my special ability to arrive, and then I would punch Uchiha and kick Otsutsuki and unify the ninja world. What happened? I waited for 3 years, then 3 more years, and 3 more. Almost 10 years. Not even a hint of a special ability. I finally understood. I was completely empty-handed, a naked transmigrator. Now it was the 32nd year of Konoha, and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was firmly in power. But our Senju clan was like the eunuchs of the late Qing dynasty, looking glorious but with roots almost severed. Internally, Sarutobi and Danzo were constantly misleading the clan members into conducting experiments on wood release, with people disappearing one after another, no signs of life or death. Externally, the Second Shinobi World War was about to break out, and our Senju clan would be the first wave of cannon fodder. For 9 years, I played dumb, pretending to be an innocent and hot-blooded but not too bright ninja, just to avoid attracting the attention of those high-ranking officials. I never expected that after hiding for 9 years, I still couldn't escape. What to do? What should I do? I was pacing frantically in my room, my shadow at the window shaking like I had Parkinson's. What I didn't know was that the Umbu from earlier hadn't gone far and was watching me outside, seeing me so excited. He secretly nodded, thinking, good, getting this excited at the mention of mission is a good seedling. Good seedling my ass. I'm like a helpless weed about to be harvested. The next day at school, I felt like a frostbitten eggplant, resigned to my fate. During class, the teacher was lecturing about the will of fire, but I couldn't absorb a single word. Suddenly, the teacher called my name. Shinju, can you tell us what the will of fire is? A brown-haired little boy stood up, passionately declaring, the will of fire is to burn oneself to illuminate the village. I looked at him with pity in my eyes. This kid, Senju Shinju, was the direct grandson of the first Hokage, the younger brother of the fifth Hokage, and the direct disciple of Orochimaru, with a background as deep as the Mariana Trench. And yet, he was the first well-known character to be blown up by an explosive tag in the Second War. What a tragic fate. We were from the same clan and in the same class, and we got along well. Just thinking about how I would be a test subject tonight, while he would be blown up into the brightest star in the sky in a few years, made a surge of anger rise in my heart. What good is brainwashing every day? Teaching a few life-saving jutsu is way better. Just when I was at my wit's end, a cold electronic voice suddenly echoed in my mind. The Hokage pirate crossing system has been activated. Binding host. I was jolted. Holy crap. My special ability. After waiting for 9 years, you finally showed up. I immediately made a grand vow. Once I become powerful, I must confront Sarutobi and stomp on Danzo. Binding successful. A simple panel popped up in front of me, as minimalistic as a company PowerPoint template. White background with black text. I quickly checked my attributes. Wow. Physical body 17, mental strength only 4, chakra 15. The system even noted, does the host think that a transmigrator's mental strength has bonuses? Dream on, damn. This system has quite a sharp tongue. But now is not the time to nitpick. System, are you there? I'm here. Host, nice to meet you for the first time. Quite polite. Quick, introduce the functions. I'm about to kick the bucket tonight. This system allows the host to travel between the worlds of Naruto and One Piece. Great. I was ready to take off. Take me away now. To the Grand Line. Let's see how the Umbu chase me. Sorry, system level insufficient. Crossing function not unlocked. I looked at the glaring beginner next to the system name, and my blood pressure shot up. What good is a beginner? How do I level up? Upgrading requires the host to enhance their strength and change the plot. Beginner functions allow you to randomly draw one ability from the One Piece world. Random? I was dumbfounded. How is this any different from gambling with my life? What if I end up with a block of iron? Are you trying to make me suffer on the operating table? Host, don't be nervous. The system detects no life-threatening danger within the next 9 years. 9 years? My heart sank. System, what's today's date? Konoha calendar, year 23, October 7th, clear autumn. I can no longer hold back and roar in my mind. It's Konoha year 32. You damn system. You've been late for a full 9 years. I'm about to be taken to be dissected tonight. The system fell silent, and after a while, it weakly said, Host, would you like to order some takeout? Stop changing the subject. You have to resolve this. Otherwise, you'll just lie down and wait to die. With such a huge bug, I don't believe no one will manage you. The system finally panicked. Host, calm down, let's discuss this. Discuss what? You've dragged this into a deadlock. Hurry up and give me maximum permissions and compensation. Reluctantly, the system said then, let's modify the conditions. The host can specify one ability from the One Piece world. This is more like it. I breathed a sigh of relief. What should I choose? Whitebeard's Quake fruit. Just destroy Konoha? The system poured cold water on my enthusiasm. With the host's current strength, using the Quake fruit would only be equivalent to a brank ninjutsu. Great, a nurturing system. I pondered for a long time, and natural-type fruit must be the first Koisi liminalization is invincible for survival. But the problem is fruits like lightning, flash, and magma are too conspicuous. Once exposed, Danzo and Orochimaru could study me down to the cellular level. Being dissected would be the least of my worries. I don't want to spend the second half of my life in a petri dish. Wait, researching Hashirama's cells? Would release? My eyes lit up. Right? They're going through all this trouble for human experiments. Isn't it just to obtain would release? If I could directly use would release, wouldn't I become a precious treasure? No matter how ruthless Danzo is, he wouldn't dare to kill the only would release seedling in the village. System. If I choose the nature system, can I directly obtain elemental abilities? Elementalization is a passive ability of the nature system and can be acquired directly. Got it. I slap my thigh. I choose the nature system sense and fruit. This thing is almost identical to wood release. As a member of the Senju clan, awakening wood release is just perfect for me, right? If you can't figure it out, it just shows how weak you are. Ding, nature system Sunsen fruit has been received. Just as I thought it's stable, the dog system spoke again. Due to a time error in the system, a reset adjustment is required, and it will soon enter hibernation. What the hell? Don't go. 3, 2, 1, hibernation. The system made a clean getaway. I twitched at the corner of my eye. What is this? Just throwing a fruit and running off? Do you think you're a Nailin Yinran breaking off an engagement? I looked down and found that the apple one had brought in my lunchbox had developed strange spiral patterns on its surface, transforming into a devil fruit. Good thing I brought fruit today. As soon as the class bell rang, I stuffed the fruit into my mouth. Let me tell you about that taste. It was like the raw essence of 9-turn intestines paired with pig kidney sashimi, almost sending me off on the spot. I held back my nausea and finished the whole fruit, only to end up feeling queasy and staggering while walking. On the way home, I closed my eyes to feel around, and it seemed like all the grass and trees had become my eyes and ears, instantly revealing the hidden Umbu member in the nearby tree. Still monitoring me, huh? Just right. I extended my hand, and a tender bud sprouted from my palm, quickly growing into a small sapling. The guy in the tree was wide-eyed. Living would release. He couldn't care less about monitoring anymore and dashed off to report. Sensing he was gone, I focused my mind, and the sapling instantly bloomed, bore fruit, and then withered away, completing its life cycle in just a few breaths. TSK. That's how unreasonable the devil fruit is. But I can't afford to be reckless. How did Danzo die? It was because he relied too much on his Anaji and got taken out by Jinjutsu. I need to treat elementalization as my trump card. I still have to rely on ninja techniques in daily life. I must tell the third about this. Although he's also an old silver coin, it's still better than that true villain Danzo. I rushed directly to S.H. Rope's house, which is Tsunade's house, and knocked on the door. S.H. Ropes opened the door, looking like he had dark circles under his eyes. And as soon as he saw me, he urged me to leave. Hurry up, my sister is drunk. Just as he finished speaking, a wine bottle whizzed past his scalp and smashed against the door. Is that you, Lingfeng? Get in here. Tsunade's drunken voice came from inside. I steeled myself and went in, only to see Tsunade chugging from a bottle, with empty bottles scattered all over the floor. SHD whispered to me. Sis lost everything again in gambling. Damn, this is not the right time. I gritted my teeth and said, Tsunade, I have something important to discuss. It's already dark. What could be so important? I took a deep breath and directly threw out the big bomb. I've awakened would release. With a clatter, Tsunade almost dropped the wine glass in her hand. Beside her, Shikamaru exclaimed, What? And a sapling broke through my palm. Tsunade squinted her eyes, and the alcohol in her system was instantly half awakened. It really is would release. No, I have to tell the old man right away. Before she left, she sternly warned me, no matter who calls you before I return, you must not go out, not even if it's an order from the Hokage. I felt incredibly happy in my heart, clinging to Tsunade's thigh, feeling secure. I quickly said, Big sister, I want to learn medical ninjutsu. I want to protect everyone. Tsunade laughed heartily and said I was dreaming, but she agreed to consider it. Then she dashed off like the wind towards the Hokage building. Before long, I found myself being pulled into the Hokage's office. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was so kind and friendly, asking me all sorts of questions. If it weren't for my 2 lifetimes of experience, I would have been completely fooled by him right then and there. I showcased my would-release skills, and the old man couldn't stop smiling. It is said that after I left, he argued with Danzo in the office for half the night, and Danzo nearly smashed the table in anger. When I returned to Tsunade's house, SH-10 couldn't wait any longer and insisted on having a match with me. Tsunade was fanning the flames nearby, saying yes. A man should have a good fight. Lingfeng, if you win, I'll teach you medical ninjutsu. Well, I absolutely had to win this. We started fighting right there in the yard. Let me tell you, Shunshu is indeed a member of the princely faction. His physical skills and ninjutsu completely overwhelmed me. A water-based shockwave almost swept me away. But I didn't tee back down. My ability from the forest fruit is all about being unreasonable. When he shot water bullets at me, I shot wooden spikes back at him. It's reasonable for me to shoot a few pieces of wood when he can shoot bones, right? The style of the fight gradually became bizarre. He used earth and water techniques to cover me in mud, and I crazily attacked his groin with tree roots. Family, who understands? If you can't win, hit him where he is most vulnerable. In the end, I tied him up tightly with vines, and his pants were almost torn off, with a sharp spike hovering right in front of his troublemaker. Meanwhile, I was pinned down in the swamp by a giant rock he threw, bubbling away. Although Tsunade eventually rescued me, and I lost, she still agreed to teach me medical ninjutsu, probably seeing my potential for dirty tricks. The next day at school, I ran into Shunshu, who had 2 dark circles under his eyes. He glared at me, looking unconvinced. You're already this strong right after awakening. No way. I can't lose to you. From now on, after school, you'll train with me for 2 hours. I couldn't help but exclaim, wow, are even geniuses this competitive? And guess what happened next? That wave of competition swept right into our class. My buddy Inuzuka D suddenly said, SHJ, be careful. That crazy guy from 5th grade just took down Hinata last week, so he might be next. I tell you, the whole place went silent at that moment. That crazy girl, named Uchiha Chingyan, is practically a legend at school. This junior is famous for 3 reasons. First, she is good-looking, with a pure modeling face. Even someone like me, who has seen a lot, has to admit that her looks would still be top tier in 2025. Second, her personality is strange. The Uchiha family is traditionally cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. But she is the opposite, polite on the surface, but deep down. She loves to fight and doesn't care about anyone. It's said that she almost caused a war between the Hyuga and Uchiha clans last time after beating up Hinata Zhong, and she was locked up for a week. But when she came out, she still did whatever she wanted. The third point, and the most crucial, is that she is incredibly strong. She started challenging graduates like us in the 5th grade as if it were a job. 1 challenge a week, and she has never lost. Just last week, she took down Hinata Zhong, who had always been second in our class. So at this rate, it's SH Ju's turn today. SH Ju wasn't too worried, as dealing with Hinata Zhong was just a matter of minutes for him. We were joking and laughing as we walked to the school gate, but when we looked up, there she was sitting on the swing waiting for us, and the whole place fell silent instantly. As soon as I saw this girl, she truly lived up to her reputation. With a heart-shaped face and big eyes, she seemed gentle and quiet. But who would have thought that she was the one who made a bunch of tough guys in our grade cry out for help? When she saw Shunshu, she stood up and politely bowed. Senior Shunshu, I am Uchiha Chingyan, and I hope to have a duel with you. The people around her, who had been beaten by her, were nearly grinding their teeth in frustration. Damn, she was so polite when beating us, but her strikes were really brutal. The crowd immediately erupted, shouting, "Shunshu, take her down. Show her the power of our 6th grade." At that moment, I was enjoying the spectacle and shouted the loudest in the crowd, "Shunshu, don't be afraid, go for her eyes." Shinshu's face turned green on the spot. Going one-on-one with a younger female student? Winning wouldn't be glorious, and losing would be social death. How could he still face anyone? As a result, this guy suddenly had a bright idea, yanked me forward, and pushed me to the front. "Qingyan, you want to challenge me? You're still a bit early. This is my dear friend, Senju Lingfeng. Defeat him first." "Me? Everyone." "Qingyan." I slowly turned my head and stared blankly at the rope tree. The exchange of glances between us, let me tell you, was filled with information, comparable to fiber optic downloading. I asked him with my eyes, "You, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, have betrayed us." He replied with his eyes, "Dude, who told you that thick eyebrows and big eyes mean loyalty? I can't reveal my wood release, and without it, I'll be beaten to death. Anyway, I'm not fighting with little girls. You figure out yourself. I'll be damned. All right, you're ruthless." I looked at Shinshu's face, which was grinning widely, and sighed heavily. Then I cleared my throat and announced loudly to everyone, "Yesterday, I developed a new ninjutsu. As for its power, Shunshu knows best. This technique once helped the strongest Hokage defeat an enemy like a god." As soon as everyone heard my tone, they all curiously turned to look at Shunshu. Shunshu recalled how his grandfather used wood release to beat Uchiha Madara, and he nodded seriously in agreement. "That's right. This technique is indeed powerful, but Lingfeng, Tsunade-sen." I directly interrupted him, pointing at Uchiha Qingyan, and shouted passionately, "Shunshu, look at her eyes filled with the desire to become stronger. Can you bear to refuse a junior's request? I am willing to perform this technique for her, even if the cost is unbearable." Shunshu was immediately swayed by my words, filled with enthusiasm, and patted his chest. "All right, Lingfeng, go ahead and use it. Any responsibility, this young master will take it on." Around us, there were cheers, and the flames of battle ignited in Qingyan's eyes. I nodded heavily, clapped my hands, and formed a seal. Ninja technique, seduction. With a bang, I was gone, leaving only a stunningly beautiful woman surrounded by mist, posing seductively. Who understands, family? It was an instant nuclear explosion on the scene. In this day and age, Konoha village had never seen such a spectacle. Around us, there were gasps and exclamations. Teachers, parents, and even Umbu peeking from the trees were spraying nosebleeds like fire hydrants, rolling their eyes and fainting. All the students were dumbfounded, looking at the beauty, then at Shunshu, their eyes filled with disdain, as if saying they never expected him to be this kind of person. Shinshu's face was redder than a Sharingan, and he grabbed a kunai and charged at me, shouting, "Senju Windstorm, even the sage of 6 paths can't save you." I mean it. I quickly transformed back, sprinting away while shouting, "You made me use it. How dare you say that? If I don't beat you to a pulp today, I won't share the same surname as you." We chased and fled like this, disappearing from everyone's sight, leaving only Uchiha Qingyan alone, looking disheveled in the wind, his face alternating between pale and flushed. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye, and I graduated. Just as I stepped out of the school gate, I was captured by Tsunade and sent to the medical unit as free labor. When the Second Shinobi World War broke out, I, who originally planned to survive in the rear for the rest of my life, inexplicably found myself on the battlefield, becoming a small team leader in the medical camp. On the battlefield, I unexpectedly ran into several of my old classmates from my year, including Uchiha Qingyan. Today, I was throwing a farewell party for a few injured comrades, and I immediately pulled out my unique skill, insertion technique, meat skewers. "Qingyan, fire it up," I shouted. Qingyan's little face turned red, and she formed hand seals, fire style, fireball technique. Boom! A massive fireball flew over, leaving us all covered in ash and soot. Goodness, was she barbecuing or trying to burn people? I was complaining while sharing the meat skewers with everyone. Let me tell you, the most outrageous thing is Qingyan. A month ago, I went out on a mission and happened to save her from being attacked. Guess what happened? This ice princess was melted by me, and now she's as obedient as a little kitten, completely compliant. Shengshu, who was watching from the side, was really impressed, probably thinking that our Thousand Hands clan is going to ride on the Uchiha's heads again. But he was soon distracted by the barbecue, saying that they eat soldier food every day on the front lines and his mouth has gone bland. Speaking of which, he is quite lucky. In the original story, he was killed by explosive tag, but thanks to my influence, he has become more cautious. Although he still fell into a trap, he was only seriously injured and didn't die. Later that night, after sending Shengshu and the others off, I just lay down when suddenly there was an explosion outside. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! I sat up with a start, and in the distance, flames soared into the sky. Wow, the Rain Ninja village actually managed to sneak up on us from behind. A Jonin passed by and shouted at me, "Medical ninja, cover the wounded and retreat." I nodded, turned around, and walked away. After just a couple of steps, I noticed Uchiha Qingyan lying on the ground, her back charred and unconscious from the explosion. TSK, she owes me another life. I muttered to myself, picked her up, and sprinted towards the direction of the base camp. However, as I ran, my expression changed. I sensed that there were actually hundreds of people ahead, all part of the Rain Ninja's main force. This was no accidental intrusion. They clearly intended to swallow our entire medical camp whole. I quickly changed direction, but it felt like they had turned on radar, as they immediately dispatched a 5-person team, 3 CH Nin and 2 Jinin, to tightly pursue us. At this point, Qing Yin also woke up feeling the bumps. Her little face flushed. "It's you. Thank you for saving me. Don't move. There are pursuers behind us." Upon hearing this, she gritted her teeth. "Put me down. I can hold them off for a while. Otherwise, we won't be able to escape. In your current state, staying behind is just sending yourself to death." Qing Yin's eyes dimmed, and she suddenly said something that shocked me greatly. "Then help me destroy the Sharingan. Leave me behind and escape by yourself." At that moment, I was gasping for breath, and in a moment of impulse, I blurted out my true feelings. Destroy the Sharingan? I can't bear to do that. Guess what happened next? She misheard me. She thought I couldn't bear to part with her. Suddenly, tears streamed down her face. Her little face turned red, and she stammered. "W, are you saying?" I quickly explained, I believe in the will of fire and will never abandon my companions. But she didn't listen at all. Instead, it seemed like she had made some kind of determination. When she turned to look at me, I was instantly stunned. In her eyes, there were clearly red Sharingan with 2 Tomo. I was stunned at that moment. My family. Can this love-struck brain really explode on the spot? Seeing that I couldn't shake it off, I took a deep breath and gently set her down. "Don't worry. I'll take care of everything." I used earth release to hide her in the ground, disguise the traces, and then hid myself in the grass. After a while, 5 Rain Ninjas jumped down and surrounded me. I raised my hands high, trembling all over as I stood up, my acting skills at their peak. I surrender. I'm a medical ninja. Don't kill me." The leader of the Rain Ninja sneered. "What about the other person?" I immediately pointed behind me with a face full of anger. "That Uchiha bastard. Left me behind and ran away. I even saved him." The moment those Rain Ninjas heard Uchiha, their eyes turned green. This was a walking ATM. The greedy leader of the Rain Ninjas quickly sent 2 lower ninjas to chase in the direction I pointed. Once those 2 fools left, I smiled mysteriously. "No need to trouble yourselves. None of you will get away." Parasitic vines. Countless vines instantly sprouted from the remaining 3 Rain Ninjas, tying them up like Zongzi. I shook off the ropes, and with 2 quick thrusts, I sent off 2 wooden spikes. The leader, still wanting to struggle, detonated the explosive tags on me. With a loud boom, I was blown into several pieces. But he didn't see a tender sprout emerge from the ground, instantly growing into a large tree, transforming back into my form. In his horrified gaze, a wooden spike pierced through him, creating a skylight. After taking care of him, I released Qing Yan from the ground. She stared at the 3 corpses, dumbfounded. It had only been a few minutes. I didn't give her time to think and threw her over my shoulder. "This place isn't safe. We need to go." Once we reached a safe spot, I stopped and began to get down to business. After working hard for a while, I couldn't let it go to waste. Saying this, I began to rummage through the corpses without restraint. Qing Yin looked on in shock, especially when I started to pull off their underwear. She finally couldn't hold back. "Enough." Who would hide things in? Before she finished her sentence, I pulled out a few explosive tags from inside. "Huh? What did you just say?" Qing Yin was instantly petrified, stammering. "In nothing, you continue." Once I had stripped the 3 Rain Ninjas clean, even rolling up their bodies to sell later, I wiped my sweat in satisfaction when suddenly a hoarse yet magnetic voice came from behind. How interesting. We were both startled, and my hair stood on end. Who could possibly evade my perception? A tall, thin figure stepped out from behind the tree, his face pale with golden snake-like eyes. "Damn, it's Orochimaru, the commander-in-chief of the Konoha frontline forces." I tell you, my legs went weak at that moment. This is Orochimaru, alive, and next to him stood a freshly awakened Uchiha girl. Wasn't that just walking straight into the gun barrel? My survival instinct instantly kicked in, and I smiled brighter than a blooming chrysanthemum. Orochimaru. Commander? Qing Yin also recognized him and respectfully called out, Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru ignored her and continued to look at me with great interest, saying, what an interesting little brat. My eyelid twitched uncontrollably, and please don't find me amusing. I can't handle it. He chuckled a couple of times. Lingfeng looks quite nervous. I was sweating on my forehead. Lord Orochimaru, you're joking. Orochimaru didn't tease me anymore and directly asked, did you come from the medical camp? I quickly explained everything about Yu Ren's night raid on the medical camp to Qing Yin. After listening, Orochimaru simply said 2 words, thank you for your hard work, and then turned to leave, looking incredibly cool. But after taking a couple of steps, he stopped, turned back, and gave me a deep look, saying that as his master, he needed to thank me for the matter regarding Senju. Let me tell you, at that moment, Orochimaru hadn't turned dark yet. He was full of passion and genuinely cared about Senju. I hurriedly replied that he was being too polite and that we were all friends. He nodded, and in a flash, he disappeared into the shadows. I was stunned at that moment. My heart skipped a beat. I thought, isn't Rope Tree still alive? Does that mean Orochimaru won't be conducting those messy human experiments? Does that also mean the Konoha collapse plan is off the table? This plot, does it count as me changing it? My broken system has no reaction at all, really forcing me to feel my way across the river. Qing Yin saw me in a daze and quickly called me back to the camp. On the way, she curiously said that although Orochimaru is the 3rd Hokage's apprentice, I belong to the Senju clan and am still Tsunade's apprentice, so why was I being so polite to him? I sighed and told her, you must never underestimate Orochimaru. He has no bloodline or background, and he has purely relied on himself to become the ceiling of civilian ninjas. Such people are the most terrifying. As a result, that girl Qing Yin, with a proud look, said she admitted Orochimaru was strong, but she would surpass him sooner or later. Goodness, at that moment, I just thought to myself, what the hell? Are you Uchiha really born believing you're the best in the world? I used to think that Itachi's abilities were influenced by his family environment, but it turns out it's hereditary. I seriously warned her to stay away from Orochimaru and never get involved with him. She replied with an but seeing her expression, I knew she was happy thinking I was concerned about her, and didn't he really listen? Who understands the family communication costs? It was a silent journey, and we successfully returned to the base. We found a newly established medical camp, and discovered the atmosphere was extremely strange. After asking around, we fell silent. It turned out that last night's night raid was set up by Konoha itself. The location of the medical camp was deliberately leaked. I suddenly understood. No wonder Rope Tree and the others were moved away before their injuries healed properly. It turns out they left us, who have no background and no value, as bait. This plan was indeed successful. The Rain Ninjas were tricked into losing over 1,000 people, and Konoha won a great victory. But I felt as uncomfortable as if I had eaten a fly, especially after hearing that 2 classmates I had been drinking with last night were gone just like that. I was puzzled as to why no one notified me to withdraw. Logically speaking, as a member of the Senju clan and having awakened would release, how could I be made cannon fodder? Unless someone deliberately wanted me dead. 2 words suddenly popped into my mind. The root. Danzo, that old fox, really is everywhere. I am currently feeling quite upset when suddenly a loud and arrogant voice came from beside me. Uchiha, Qing Yin, why didn't you return to the clan after coming back? I turned my head and saw 3 guys with Uchiha fan emblems strutting over like crabs. One of them, named Uchiha Changju, looked at Qing Yin with such an expression that it was as if he was about to write licking dog on his face. Qing Yin's face instantly turned cold as she said she had completed her mission and could go wherever she wanted without needing their concern. Another sycophant immediately exploded, saying she had forgotten her position. Changju stopped him and started a play act, saying he had heard that the medical camp was attacked and was worried, urging Qing Yin to hurry back with him to their clan because he didn't feel safe leaving her with us weaklings. I couldn't help but laugh at that. Are the Uchihas really this brave? Directly launching a verbal attack. The faces of the people around us turned dark at that moment. I couldn't help but say coldly, worried about Qing Yin? But I haven't seen you step out of this camp even once. This sentence instantly silenced the 3 guys, as if they had been slapped in the face, all glaring at me with anger. One of the lackeys pointed at my nose and said, who are you? How dare you interfere in Uchiha's matters? I pointed to the tents around us and said, this is the Konoha camp, not your Uchiha family backyard. I'm the captain of the medical team, and Qing Yin is my patient. When she gets better, it's up to me to decide, whether you're from the Senju or the Uchiha. Once you're here, you have to follow the rules. As soon as the people around heard this, they instantly felt pleased, and some even cheered for me. Uchiha Senju was enraged and suddenly drew a short blade, pressing it against my chest while shouting if I dared to insult the Uchiha. Qingyin was also anxious and was about to draw her sword when I held her back. I glanced down at the blade against my chest. It hadn't turned black, so it shouldn't be a big deal. I couldn't help but laugh as I looked at him. Uchiha Changji, right? So what you're saying is that the camp rules are an insult to your Uchiha clan. Fine, you got guts. Come on, let's see if you dare to push it further. After saying that, I puffed out my chest and walked forward. This caught him off guard. He was just acting on impulse and didn't really dare to kill someone in public. Forced into a corner, his face turned red as he took steps back. Just then, an old yet authoritative voice rang out. Enough. Put away your sword. We turned our heads to see an old man from the Uchiha clan with a hedgehog-like head standing there. We didn't know when he had arrived. His Sharingan with 3 tomo was spinning rapidly. As soon as those 3 fools saw him, they immediately shrank back and shouted Sixth Elder in unison. The Sixth Elder's face was as cold as ice as he asked them, "Is the weapon given by the clan meant to be aimed at your companions?" That kid Changju still wanted to play the victim, saying that I not only stopped them, but also disrespected the Uchiha. The Sixth Elder completely ignored him and turned to me. I, understanding the situation, slightly bowed and called out, "Sixth Elder, just look at the old fox's art of conversation." He first said that Changju was impulsive and that he would be punished later, framing the incident as a personal fight. Then he stated that the Uchiha would never dare to violate the village's rules. Finally, he mentioned that accepting injured clan members is customary. With this series of remarks, he left no room for loopholes, maintaining both face and substance. If I were in a higher position, I might argue further, but as a mere squad leader, with the elder giving me this much face, I couldn't press the issue any longer. I could only turn to Qingyin and ask, "Qingyin, how's your injury? Feeling? Has it aggravated any old wounds?" I was hinting to her. As long as she said she felt uncomfortable, I could justifiably keep her here. But this girl understood. With the elder personally coming, she couldn't lose face and could only say she was feeling much better. "All right," I nodded. "Since that's the case, you can go back. However, I will conduct regular follow-ups. This is the medical camp system. I hope Elder Lu will understand." The implication was that she could be taken away, but I needed to keep an eye on her. If she suffered any grievances, I could still bring her back. Elder Lu gave me a deep look, nodded, and said something nice before taking her away. I was left confused. What did nice mean? After Qingyin left, life became peaceful again. But just 2 days later, while I was resting at night, a familiar voice came from outside the tent. "Lingfeng, are you there?" As soon as I heard that voice, I sprang out, overjoyed. "Sakurane, aren't you at the front lines of Sunagakure?" She looked travel-worn, clearly having come a long way, and waved her hand, saying she had swapped posts with Kakashi. The first thing she did when she arrived was to tell me, "I know about SHU, Lingfeng, thank you." I grinned and said it was nothing. We were brothers after all. Sakurane finally relaxed, saying she felt relieved seeing us all well, and then hurried off to find Orochimaru, saying we would talk later. Looking at her back, I felt like she was holding a lot of anger inside. Sure enough, in the command tent, the 3 Sannin rarely gathered, but the atmosphere felt like a fight was about to break out. Sakura grabbed Orochimaru by the collar, shouting at him why he hadn't notified me to evacuate. If anything happened to me, she wouldn't spare him. Orochimaru was remarkably calm, saying medical ninjas had to stay as I had the highest survival rate with wood release. Sakura got even angrier, questioning why I was included in this dangerous mission again. Jiraiya quickly stepped in to mediate, saying the list was determined by the higher-ups. Sakura pushed Orochimaru away, stating she disagreed, saying I was the only wood release user and couldn't take risks. Orochimaru licked his lips with a wicked smile, saying, "Don't underestimate this kid. He's quite interesting." I later found out he was playing word games. Danzo's orders could also be considered as higher-ups instructions, right? In the end, Sakura was so angry that she stormed out, shouting from a distance that they could do whatever they wanted. She was tired. A few days later, I received a new mission to deliver a batch of scrolls to a canyon. Upon arrival, the mission was completed, but I was told I had to stay for a new task. I immediately sensed something was off. This place was extremely secluded, and more people were arriving. I pretended to wander around, taking a look around, and to my surprise, I recognized all the faces. Pineapple Head, Yellow Hair, Chubby, and the Inuzuka clan were all there. Over there, someone was grooming a big dog. The Inuzuka family was definitely around. In the far corner, there were 8 black long-haired individuals. Their cataract-like eyes staring at everyone as if they owed them money. They were from the Hyuga clan, and those who understood would understand. I was feeling quite uneasy, wondering what was going on. How did so many family ninjas end up together? The village usually doesn't like to use them. They're expensive and hard to manage. With this setup, it definitely seems like something big is about to happen. I was regretting taking on this task when another group of people arrived at the canyon entrance, and the fan on their backs belonged to the Uchiha clan. As I focused, I saw that Qing Yin was also at the back of the group. She noticed me too and gave me a nod, probably feeling pleased. In the end, over 300 elite individuals gathered in the valley. This group could easily take down a small country if sent out. Just then, on the high platform, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya appeared. Orochimaru got straight to the point, saying that the previous task was just a cover. Now, they were going to issue the real mission. The three of them would take us deep into the land of rain to cut off the enemy's supply lines, deciding the fate of the world in one battle. Everyone present was in an uproar. The risk of this mission was too high. If we won, we gained prestige. But if we lost, the entire village would go hungry. Jiraiya quickly stepped in to paint a bright picture, saying that regardless of success or failure, it would count as 3 A-rank missions. If successful, it would be considered an S-rank mission, and those who contributed significantly would count it as 3 S-rank missions. At that time, my eyes turned into the shape of a sign. What risks are there? Is it not reassuring to have this money? Following the 3 legendary ninjas in the future, what S there to be afraid of? I just don't believe there S anyone in the ninja world who can take on the 3 of them alone. Wait, how did the title of the 3 legendary ninjas come about? As I pondered carefully, I suddenly felt numb all over. Damn, Sancho Fish Hans. My head buzzed. In the original plot, wasn't it this battle where, apart from Orochimaru and his 2 companions, everyone else was wiped out? Qing Yin never appeared in the main storyline, so she probably died here too. I looked at Qing Yin's figure not far away, and my expression instantly became complicated. Jiraiya started reading the team list, and I perked up my ears to listen. Soon, I heard my name: Senju Lingfeng, Uchiha Qing Yin, and 3 others. Wow, I really ended up on the same team as Qing Yin. After introducing ourselves to each other, the team leader was a commoner jonin named Chia Shin, a capable and reliable guy. The other 2 teammates were CHG from the Nara clan and a CH Nin from the Shimizu clan. Once the team was prepared, Orochimaru gave the order, and we set off immediately. I walked alongside Qing Yin, but I couldn't feel happy at all. It wasn't that I was afraid of Hanzo. My Sensen fruit could handle his ninjutsu, and I was confident in covering my teammates' retreat if it came to a fight. What I was really afraid of was Qing Yin's ancestor, Uchiha Madara. By the timeline, Nagato should be about to awaken the Rinnegan. Could Madara not be lurking nearby? With his level of Jinjutsu, just one glance from him would make me kneel. This feeling of being controlled was unbearable. I had to find a way to boost my Jinjutsu resistance. I turned to Qing Yin, my eyes spinning, and I had an idea. Isn't she a perfect training partner? Once she activates her 3 Tomo, my smile gradually became twisted, making Qing Yin feel uncomfortable, and she asked me why I was looking at her like that. I chuckled and said, Qing Yin, I have something to tell you. Let's find a quiet place to chat. She was taken aback. And then her little face flushed red like a mosquito, responding with a soft demo. After marching all day, we set up camp at night. I took out my grilling skills and quickly bonded with my new teammates. When the night grew deep and quiet, I couldn't sleep, so I sat by the campfire studying the information on Rain Ninja from the scroll. Captain Shin Exin also came over and started chatting with me. He said that this information was obtained at the cost of the lives of his 227 sacrifice teammates. I asked him about Hanzo the Salamander, and he smiled, saying that the scariest thing about Hanzo was not his water or fire jutsu, but his poison. He mentioned that he had encountered Hanzo once, and out of 4 jonin, he was the only one who survived, with his lungs rotting from the poison. If it weren't for Lady Tsunade, he would have been dead long ago. The key was that they didn't even know how they were poisoned. I understand clearly that it's the poison gas of Hans that we're breathing. This information is incredibly valuable. While chatting, it was our team's turn to stand guard at night. The captain assigned me, Shimura, and Nara to patrol separately in 3 groups, and then paired me with Qing Yin. We both felt that the captain was a good person. While patrolling until midnight, we found a patch of grass to sit down and look at the stars. The night sky in the shinobi world is truly clear, with the Milky Way shining brilliantly. As Qing Yin gazed at the starry sky, she suddenly spoke up. She said she had loved looking at the stars since she was a child because her mother had told her that she and her father would become stars in the sky watching over her. But there were too many stars, and she couldn't find them. She was also afraid that her parents wouldn't be able to find her. That's why she desperately wanted to become the strongest Uchiha, not for fame, but to make herself a bit more dazzling so that her parents in the sky could see her. She asked me if she was being silly. I felt a pang in my heart when I realized she was also an orphan. Looking at her serious expression, I felt a sharp pain and blurted out, "I don't know, but if you ever want to see the stars again, I'll accompany you." Qing Yan's face instantly turned bright red, and her eyes seemed to mist over as she nodded heavily. I didn't even know where I got the courage from at that moment. I directly reached out and wrapped my arm around her waist. She stiffened, and I quickly added, "It's cold watching the stars at night. Don't go alone next time." Only then did she slowly relax and lean on my shoulder. I inhaled the fresh scent on her and felt a surge of emotions. I used to think of her as just a little kid, binding myself with the standards of my past life. Now I realize that this is a ninja world where death is common. There aren't so many rules. Some things need to be let go. Otherwise, when the legal age comes, let me tell you, it would either be an old cow eating tender grass or like Kakashi, living a pure and lonely life. Goodness. I thought about the three little brats in Team 7 when he was still single, and even when those kids started to grow up, he was still there alone. So who understands, in a ninja world, dating is all about being quick. Grab it if you can, or it's gone. I'm holding Qing Yan right now, feeling incredibly happy. Suddenly, a thought flashes through my mind. Look at Madara. He schemed his whole life, fought with Hashirama, struggled against Tobirama, opened the Susanoo to capture the Nine Tails, and after decades, finally gathered the powers of the Senju and Uchiha clans. And then there's me? I can just get married and have kids right here, right now? Madara. Isn't your vision a bit narrow? I was just enjoying myself when I hugged Qing Yan and started asking about her family. Hey, Qing Yan, I haven't asked you yet. What do your parents do? Is there anyone else at home? She moved a bit in my arms, wondering why I suddenly asked this. Isn't this just curiosity? Given our relationship, if it's inconvenient to talk about, that's fine. It's not inconvenient, she said softly. My dad was also a ninja, and he passed away on a mission when I was very young. My mom's health was never good, and she followed him not long after. I have an older brother named Uchiha Shinshuan, and he took care of me before. 3 years ago, he got married, and it became inconvenient for me to live with him, so I graduated early and moved out. I was taken aback. Wow, I said, why are you working so hard? So that's the reason? I thought you graduated early just to chase after me and beat me up. Qing Yan gave me a glance and asked again, I'm curious. With your talent, why did it take you so long to open your eyes? Moreover, the attitude of the clan towards you is quite strange. Her expression darkened suddenly. These two matters are actually related to my dad. Oh, then may I ask who your respected father is? Uchiha Kagami. I heard this name, and at first, I didn't react. Uchiha Kagami? Huh? What the hell? Uchiha Kagami. My eyes are about to pop out. The second Hokage's bodyguard, Uchiha Kagami. How can this not be shocking? This difficulty is simply like asking Hitler to choose a Jew as his personal bodyguard. Ridiculous. Qing Yan was also quite surprised, saying that the village and the clan rarely mention her father's name, and I'm the first among my peers to know about it. I felt a jolt in my heart and started to piece things together. If that's the case, isn't Qing Yan the aunt of Shui? Then I must be Shui's uncle? Good grief, Danzo, you better watch out. Qing Yan sighed and continued, my dad was the strongest in the clan back then, but he fell out with the clan over two matters. Or those two matters. The first was serving as a bodyguard for the second Hokage. The radicals in the clan called him a traitor every day. I understand that. A prominent clan like Uchiha is very proud and believes that their top combat power should serve the family. Serving the Hokage? No way. And what about the second matter? The second matter was his marriage. As soon as I heard it, I felt more energized. The family had originally arranged a marriage for him, to marry the daughter of the second elder. However, my dad refused and insisted on marrying my mom from the Amma clan. Wow. Uchiha Kagami is not only the pillar of the family, but also has to be a stud. Refusing an arranged marriage is quite rebellious in a big family. And he's from the Akimichi clan? That illusion-using clan? Qing Yan was even more surprised. You know about this too? I let out a long sigh. I understand everything now. No wonder that Gaiji Shui's Baishinshin is so abnormal. It turns out it's the hybrid advantage. The illusion techniques of the Anma clan can directly affect the five senses and cause real damage, which is exactly similar to Baishinshin. After my dad passed away, our family has been ostracized. My mom was already weak and couldn't handle the blow. Before she died, she made a deal with the clan. What kind of deal? She used the secret techniques of the Anma clan to place a seal on my siblings and me. This seal will suppress our spiritual powers, making it very difficult for us to open our eyes. However, once we or our descendants break the seal, we will awaken an incredibly strong talent for illusion techniques. I understood it all at once. Damn it, This is a way to give the two kids a chance to grow up safely. As long as they have this lottery of talent, the Clan 1T push them to their limits. Unfortunately, the seal is too strong, and the siblings have always been blind to it. The clan's attitude towards them has become a mix of hatred and expectation, particularly twisted. Qing Nian leaned on my shoulder, her tone filled with a stubborn determination. I just don't believe in evil. Why can't I be strong without the Sharingan? So I practice desperately. If my eyes aren't good enough, I'll work on my reflexes, and if my chakra isn't enough, I'll train my taijutsu. I believe that without the Sharingan, I can still be the strongest Uchiha. I suddenly realized, no wonder this girl is so combative. It turns out she has been holding in so much. In a place like Uchiha, where they recognize talent over people if she were in another family, her talent and perseverance would have been treasured long ago. She suddenly smiled gently, rubbed her head against my shoulder, and said, I'm glad I met you. By a twist of fate, you helped me open my eyes. Maybe my mom up in heaven thinks you are worth entrusting. As soon as I heard it, my tail almost perked up. That's right. I told you a normal Uchiha would have opened their eyes at the sight of my seduction technique. With that mental stimulation, Qing Yin's face instantly turned red, and she punched me in the chest. You still dare to say that? I haven't dared to go to school for several days. From now on, you're not allowed to use such inappropriate ninjutsu, I said with a serious face. That technique has defeated gods before. If you say it again, I really won't pay attention to you. Seeing her expression that looked like she wanted to eat someone, I decisively gave in. Fine, I'll seal the seduction technique for now. We were in a sweet and romantic moment, with the air filled with the sour smell of love, when suddenly, whoosh, a few throwing knives shot towards us. Me? Xiaoyan. I tell you, my perception ability only works well when I'm focused. Just after successfully confessing, I listened to gossip for so long. Feeling all mushy, how could I have the mind to activate my radar? Just that one moment of negligence, and bam, someone touched my face. Qing Yin reacted even faster than I did, instantly stepping in front of me, her short sword clanging as it knocked all the shuriken away. She stared intently into the distance, those crimson Sharingan eyes glowing like ghostly flames in the night. A hoarse voice came from nearby. Sharingan. No wonder. A guy dressed in a gray vest and wearing a gas mask stepped out. With that outfit, he must be a Jonin from the rain-hidden village. I felt a heavy sinking in my heart. The upper ninja was targeting both of us lower ninjas. Wasn't that just like an eagle catching a chick? Qing Yin was also extremely nervous. The few attacks just now had made her arms numb. She quietly reached into her ninja tool pouch, intending to launch a signal flare. That rain ninja seemed to have X-ray vision, instantly launching an attack with several shurikens aimed at tricky angles. As Qing Yin jumped, she shot the signal flare into the sky. But the rain ninja was even faster. Water release, water curtain. A huge curtain of water suddenly appeared above us with a whoosh, and a signal flare crashed into it, extinguishing immediately. Quick reaction. Qing Yin was startled and quickly formed hand seals, spitting out a fireball. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Her fireball was small, but incredibly fast. This was something she had practiced from learning how to grill skewers, focusing on speed, accuracy, and efficiency while conserving chakra. As she was launching her attack, I certainly couldn't just stand by. I raised my hand and threw a few kunai tied with explosive tags, directly blowing up the water curtain above. Then, in coordination with Qing Yin, I launched another dozen kunai. The rain ninja snorted, looking disdainful, and formed hand seals as fast as a twitch. Water style. Water wall jutsu. A wall of water rose up, blocking all our attacks. Then he changed his seal, water style, water surge wave. The water wall instantly transformed into a massive wave, rushing towards us, carving a trench in the ground. Let me tell you, the amount of chakra an elite ninja has is truly impressive. It's like unleashing a flood with hundreds of high-pressure water guns aimed right at your face. Who can withstand that? Without a second thought, I stood in front of Qing Yin, slammed my hands down to the ground, and shouted, Earth style, Earth flow wall. A 3-foot-thick earthen wall erupted from the ground, protecting us completely. The rain ninja looked at us, his mouth almost stretching to his ears, with a face full of disdain. Yes, Earth defeats water, but it also depends on the rank. The Earth style of a lower ninja is like paper in front of the water style of an elite ninja, right? The water was crashing against the earthen wall with a huge noise. That rain ninja was probably already thinking about how to wrap things up. But when the water finally stopped, his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Our earthen wall, although cracked like a spider web, stood firm and did not collapse. Then it shattered with a crash, revealing the two of us completely unharmed. The expression on the Rain Ninja's face was like he had seen a ghost. How is that possible? I secretly felt happy. My Earth Escape is not just pure Earth Escape. I secretly used the ability of the forest fruit to add countless wooden roots as reinforcement bars inside the earthen wall. How can the defense be the same? That Rain Ninja clearly became timid, probably thinking that he had encountered a tough opponent. If he continued to fight, it would attract others, which would be troublesome. So he turned around and wanted to run away. Can I let him go? Just kidding. Interrupting my date. Coming in with lethal moves, and now you want to leave? No way. What's up with the Jonin? Can't they be touched? I clasped my hands together and shouted. Wood release. Binding of the immortal vine technique. Wood release. The Rain Ninja shuddered at the sound of those two words, almost collapsing to the ground. Several vines, as thick as his wrists, erupted from beneath him and began to wrap around his legs. Qingyan was also startled. She hadn't seen me use this technique last time when I hid her away. Her Sharingan was fixed on me, and she must have been puzzled as to why there was no chakra visible, as these vines appeared just like ordinary plants. In that moment of distraction, the Rain Ninja was securely bound. He spat out a water blade, trying to cut the vines. But these things seemed endless. For every one he cut, two more appeared, multiplying with every strike. He panicked, also relieved that these vines only bound people and had no offensive power. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a vine gleaming with a metallic sheen pierced through his left arm with a thud. He screamed in agony and was about to form hand seals when he suddenly felt something was off. His arm was pierced, but it didn't hurt at all. He looked down and nearly had his soul scared out of him. That vine was actually sucking his flesh and blood. In just a short while, his arm had shriveled to more than half its size, resembling a withered branch. He let out a terrified howl, desperately trying to pull the vine out, but it was completely useless. In mere seconds, he was drained to the point of being a human husk, collapsing weakly to the ground. If I hadn't wanted to leave a survivor, he would have already been a mummy by now. I walked over, stepped on him, and with a swift motion, several vines dragged out 3 corpses from the ground. All of them were Rain Ninja's lower ranks. My wood release is different from the First Hokage's, I said slowly. I don't absorb chakra, I directly absorb life force. If you don't want to be like them, be honest. The Rain Ninja looked at the corpses of his 3 subordinates, and the light in his eyes completely vanished. It turns out he had long set up an ambush for his subordinates, wanting to probe the way. But we were so ruthless that while fighting him, we also took out his 3 little brothers. I looked at his expression of hopelessness and smiled. It's that time of harvest again, isn't it? I first searched those few lower ninjas, and wow, they were so broke. 3 of them had only 5 shurikens, really stingy. Then I looked at the J-Nin, and as I searched, I couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder they are J-Nin, they really have money. Just as I was about to go for his underwear, Qingyan finally couldn't hold back. Lingfeng, don't go too far. I was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. All right, I'll listen to you. There's no helping it. She's my girlfriend now, so I have to pamper her. I counted the spoils, dozens of shurikens, a large stack of throwing knives, and several bottles of military rations. The best part was a pile of silver notes, at least 3 to 400,000 taels. I grabbed more than half of it and stuffed it into Qingyan's hands. Here, let us split it in half. She was so startled that she repeatedly waved her hands. This is too much. And, aren't we supposed to hand it in? I widened my eyes. Hand over? Who would hand over? Only a fool would. Last time, that group killed over 1,000 Rain Ninjas. And the stuff they handed over couldn't even fill a basket. You wouldn't really have given everything, would you? Seeing her weakly nod, I was speechless. This girl is too honest. I quickly switched to persuasion mode, spouting nonsense about how no one gets rich without unexpected windfalls and how a poor couple suffers in everything. After a lot of rambling, I finally convinced her. This amount of money would be enough for her to not have to look at her family's face for 2 years. Once that was settled, I flipped the half-dead Rain Ninja over. You come, use your Sharingan to interrogate and see what intel we can get. Just as Qingyan stepped forward, the Rain Ninja suddenly revealed a strange smile, and a hissing sound came from his body. I felt a jolt in my heart. Not good. I dashed forward and grabbed Qingyan's arm, throwing her out. While she was still in midair, she saw a huge wooden wall rise from the ground, separating me from the Rain Ninja. The next second, there was a deafening explosion. A massive fireball shot into the sky, and the entire ground trembled 3 times. Qingyan was swept away by the shock wave, even behind the wooden wall, and fell heavily to the ground. When she regained her senses and struggled to crawl behind the wooden wall, she only saw a large pit 2 zhang wide, which was empty except for bloodstains and debris. She was completely stunned, wanted to call my name, but her throat felt like it was blocked. Suddenly, she felt her head was about to explode, and she pressed her hands tightly against her head. The Sharingan in her eyes appeared uncontrollably, and among the two Tomo, a black dust slowly emerged, turning into 3 Tomo. As the headache subsided, she collapsed weakly to the ground and suddenly noticed the bulging ninja tool pouch beside her, the one I had just given her. She crawled over, picked it up, held it tightly in her arms, and cried out loud. Just when she found someone to watch the stars with, how could they be gone? At that moment, a sprout emerged from the ground in front of her, then quickly grew into a tree. The trunk slowly twisted, and finally, it transformed into my appearance. You! Qing Yin's eyes widened in shock, unable to say a word. I patted my chest, still feeling scared. Phew. That was close. I almost really died. Lingfeng. Qing Yin crashed into my arms like a little swallow, sobbing uncontrollably. I held her, my heart also filled with lingering fear. Fortunately, the Sun fruit, just like in the original story, has elemental transformation as a passive skill. Even if I got blown to pieces, I could still recover without consuming mana or losing health. This flowing body is my greatest confidence in this ninja world. I held Qing Yin, comforting her while my hands were not idle, and I kept murmuring, it's okay, see, I told you to search more carefully. Qing Yin cried even harder, sobbing, it's all my fault from now on. I'll listen to you. I will definitely search well. After crying for a while, she suddenly remembered to ask, by the way, how did you avoid the explosion? I originally wanted to explain everything to her, but when I saw her 3 Tomo, I was stirred and changed my mind. This would release substitution much faster than ordinary substitution jutsu. Unfortunately, it's a bloodline limit, so I can't teach it to you. I took the ninja tool pouch from her arms and wiped her tears. Be good, don't cry. I'm fine. And you've even activated 3 Sharingan. We should be happy. Besides, that guy is dead, so we can collect these things more securely. She buried her little head in my arms and stubbornly refused to come out. Just as I was enjoying the moment, a voice came over. Hey, you little brat. Are you all right? Just now, huh? You guys. I was startled. Tsunade had arrived. Why are you here so quickly? Qing Yin jumped out of my arms like she had been electrocuted, her face as red as a monkey's bottom. Soon after, our teammates from the squad also arrived. I immediately put on a serious expression and gave Tsunade a look. Boss, Captain, we were ambushed by the ranged shinobi, and Qing Yin and I have obtained important intelligence. Qing Yin was confused. What important intelligence? I didn't know anything about it. Tsunade understood immediately and took us back to the tent. Orochimaru and Jiraiya were also there. I cleared my throat and began my impassioned performance. In my mouth, Qing Yin became the main force, deliberately triggering the explosive talisman and using illusions to extract information. Qing Yin, listening beside me, was almost about to jump out of her skin, but her face still maintained a cold demeanor. Her acting was superb. Our biggest gain was obtaining important information about Hanzo, the salamander. As soon as this was said, Qing Yin nearly knelt down on the spot. Ancestor, forging information is a death sentence. The expressions of the 3 ninjas also instantly grew serious. Jiraiya was the first to question. Hanzo, you guys weren't deceived, were you? I said calmly, sorry, Lord Jiraiya. I'm only responsible for reporting, not for distinguishing between truth and falsehood. Hanzo has a poison pouch of black mountain pepper fish inside him, located in his right abdomen. If it is cut, it will numb even him. His summoning beast releases poison with a 5-minute interval. I talked endlessly, revealing all the information I knew about Hans. Qing Yin stood beside me, looking dumbfounded, probably doubting whether he had lost his memory due to an explosion. After I finished speaking, the 3 ninjas were stunned, staring at Qing Yin with the expression of, do you have anything to add? Qing Yin shook her head wildly, jokingly saying, where am I supposed to add anything? Orochimaru extended his long tongue and licked his face, Subarashi. Lingfeng and Miss Qing Yin are really capable. At that moment, a ninja from the Nara clan stepped forward. You two have worked hard. According to the rules, we need to conduct separate investigations. Qing Yin turned pale. Wouldn't that expose everything? Before I could say anything, Tsunade exploded first. No need to trouble yourselves. Lingfeng is my disciple. I will vouch for him. If there's a problem, come to me. The Nara ninja wanted to insist on the rules, but Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Do you want to discuss rules with me? Orochimaru quickly smoothed things over, and the matter was settled just like that. I couldn't help but feel amazed at Tsunade's position. After leaving the tent, we both breathed a sigh of relief, and I looked at Qing Yin. Have you awakened the 3 Tomo? She revealed her beautiful eyes and proudly blinked. Yes, impressive. Right, I was just about to compliment you when an annoying voice next to me interrupted. Qing Yin, is what he said true? Your Sharingan has evolved. As soon as I turned around, my brows knitted together. Why are those Uchiha Changju's 3 resentful spirits here again? They're like lingering ghosts. Let me tell you, these people really treat Orochimaru's orders like they're just passing whispers. Especially that Uchiha Changju. His eyes are bulging like copper bells. And he's so angry that you'd think I owe him 8 million. This guy has always had his sights set on our Qingyan, but what happened? Qingyan doesn't even look at him. Recently, he's been having a rough time, getting pushed back by me and dealt with by the elders, and finally, he's come to terms with reality, realizing he has no chance. Well, he can't be a simp anymore, so he just turns dark right there. He comes out trying to pressure us with his family, saying that now that Qingyan has activated 3 Tomo, she has to obediently go back, or else there will be coercive measures. I was furious at that moment. We used to be teammates, so I didn't say much back then, but now that she's my girlfriend, you still dare to act tough here? Do you really think I'm easy to bully? I stepped forward, fully unleashing my killing intent, and confronted him directly. You dare to move and see what happens. But this guy was also stubborn. With old grudges and new animosities combined, he puffed out his chest and shouted, "This is about the 3-hook Gucci. She can't do anything about it. You, a medical ninja, just hide behind." Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly flew up into the air. I looked closely and wow, it was Tsunade. She was holding him by the neck with one hand, lifting him into the air like a little chick. The scene was incredibly satisfying. What group are you talking about? Speak clearly. Tsunade's voice was so cold that I shivered just listening to it. Family, who understands? In wartime, in front of the commander of the medical unit, insulting a medical ninja? It's like performing a hanging act in front of the king of hell, right? Do you want to live longer? Or do you want your whole clan to enjoy pure physical therapy in the future? That Uchiha Changju's face turned purple, flailing his arms and legs, but it was useless. When pushed to the edge, he even dared to use the Sharingan to cast an illusion on Tsunade. At that moment, I had only one thought in my mind. What a warrior. Tsunade didn't even flinch, taking the attack head on, and instead, that guy ended up spitting out a mouthful of blood, directly suffering from the backlash of his own illusion. Tsunade casually threw him towards his 2 stunned lackeys, like tossing out trash. "Stay here," I said. "If you're not convinced, let your elder come find me. I don't have time to waste talking to you little brats. Get lost." The 3 of them scrambled away, rolling as they ran. I quickly gave my big sister a thumbs up. "Big sister, you're amazing." Tsunade snorted, looking disdainful. "You little brat, just because you opened your eyes, you think you're invincible." Then she turned to educate Qing Yin. "You too, don't get too proud. The bloodline limit is strong, but those who think they're unbeatable have grass 3 meters high on their graves." Qing Yin obediently nodded. However, I felt a bit worried. Wouldn't this make it even harder for Qing Yin and the clan? But Tsunade didn't care at all. She's our Konoha ninja. She hasn't defected or colluded with the enemy. What can the Uchiha do to her? Dare to attack their own? Moreover, she added, if the Uchiha can stay, they stay. If they can't, they come to our Senju. It's only a matter of time. Finally, she waved her hand at Qing Yin. "Don't worry. If you have nowhere to go, come stay at my house. I want to see if those old Uchiha dare to come to my place to take someone." Wow, such dominance. Qing Yin's face turned as red as a tomato, and she softly said, "Thank you, Sister Tsunade." Seeing such a well-behaved and sensible girl, and thinking about me and S.H. Suk, those troublesome kids, Tsunade probably liked her more and more, and on the spot decided to take her as a sister-in-law. In the next 10 days or so, indeed, no one came to cause trouble again. That brat Uchiha Masaki went back and got scolded by his elders. After all, who would you want to offend? Offending Tsunade? Do you want the clan to have no one to treat the injured in the future? Our large troop is quite adept at maneuvering. Relying on the intelligence from the Inuzuka, the Oil Woman, and a few other clans, we managed to perfectly avoid the Rain Ninja's defenses, sneaking quietly into the heart of the land of rain like a game of hide and seek. Once we arrived, Orochimaru began assigning tasks. In simple terms, he divided the group into 2 teams. The 20 strongest squads would follow the 3 Sannin to confront the boss and engage in direct assaults. The rest would split into numerous mobile teams to wreak havoc, carry out assassinations, and sabotage supply lines within the land of rain, focusing on creating chaos. Unfortunately, our squad is one of those mobile teams, which means we are essentially cannon fodder, bait. Orochimaru's scheme is truly cunning. He aims to force Hanzo, the so-called demigod of the rain village, to personally deal with us small fries. As soon as Hanzo shows up, their 20 elite squads will rush in and gang up on us. It's a well-thought-out plan, but the only variable is Hanzo's strength. Before the team disbanded, Tsunade specifically sought me out and quietly said she could find a way to keep me and Qing Yin close. Although she couldn't say it outright, I knew she was worried about me, afraid I would become cannon fodder. But she didn't know I have the perspective of a god. Following the assault team to fight Hanzo would be a life-or-death situation. That guy is full of poison, practically a moving biological weapon. In the original story, the three Sannin nearly met their end there. I quickly refused. Forget it, boss. We'll be careful on the outskirts. It's fine. You know me, I never take risks. Just kidding, it's guerrilla warfare. When the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy camps, we disturb them. This is ingrained in my DNA. I'm quite familiar with it. Seeing my insistence, Tsunade sighed, but did not insist further. She just kept reminding me to avoid revealing my wood release unless absolutely necessary. And if there was real danger, to quickly surrender and claim to be a medical ninja to ensure my safety. Hearing that warmed my heart. Afterward, dozens of mobile teams scattered like beans, and an entire land of rain immediately erupted into chaos. A few days later, our small team was ambushed by a rundown road. Our captain, Chiba Shin, sent out a sparrow that returned with intelligence. In 15 minutes, a supply team disguised as a merchant convoy would pass through here. The target was supplies. We needed to act quickly and decisively, without lingering in battle. As soon as the words left my mouth, the convoy arrived. Without hesitation, several kunai tied with explosive tags flew out. With a few loud bangs, the carts were blown to pieces. Chiba Shin and Aeonian charged ahead, one continuing to throw bombs while the other unleashed fire release. The remaining guards barely reacted, howling as they rushed forward, only to find their shadows tightening beneath them. Immobilized by our team, S. Narajun using the shadow binding technique. I charged in with my teammate, Akira Shigemura, and quickly took them all down. Withdraw, the captain commanded, and we immediately disappeared into the woods. You think this is the end? Hee, let me tell you, this is just the beginning. Just as we left, a big tree next to us suddenly cracked open and another me crawled out. That's right, it was my wooden clone. He first used water release to extinguish the fire, then pulled out a scroll and began frantically packing. Food, weapons, medicine. Focusing on reverse logistics, he didn't miss anything that could be taken. This immense wealth finally belonged to me. Once my clone had packed enough, sensing enemies approaching, he immediately burrowed underground and slipped away. Before long, a team of rain ninja patrols arrived, and upon seeing the chaos, their faces turned green. Their Jainin was quite skilled, quickly deducing that there were 5 of us and ordered the sensory ninja to track our whereabouts. Chase, I will tear them to pieces, the Jainin shouted. Before he could finish speaking, dozens of my wooden clones jumped out all around. The Jainin disdainfully huffed, thinking it was just a trick. The next second, white smoke simultaneously erupted from all of my clones, making hissing sounds. It was explosive tags. Quick, get away, the Rain Jainin shouted in terror. Too late. My fearless wooden clones charged into the crowd. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted, and the Rain Ninja screamed in horror, especially the one good at tracking, who was thoroughly taken care of, ascending on the spot without leaving a complete corpse. The sky over the Rain village was like a leaky roof, with rain pouring endlessly. We were roasting in a hidden cave, feeling sticky and uncomfortable. My teammate, Akira Shigemura, couldn't help but complain about the terrible weather, while Narajun was still looking weak, shouting that he wanted to lie down. I can only give them a motivational boost with a positive attitude. Everyone, hang in there. The more we do, the less pressure there is on the front lines. The will of fire is shining on us. There's no other way. There's someone with the surname Shimizu in the team. So I have to show a bit of a righteous stance, right? What if it's related to that old cunning guy, Danzo? I definitely don't want to leave any handle for them to grasp. When it was my turn to keep watch at night, I volunteered and dragged Qing Yin along. Just kidding, the patrol is a facade. Spending time alone with Qing Yin is the real deal. Once we got far from the camp, I clapped my hands and directly used wood release to create a treehouse. We both crawled in and lit a fire, finally feeling warm. Qing Yin, I leaned over. I feel like you're quite wary of that Shimizu Akihiko. Qing Yin shook her head and asked me why. I sighed and decided to come clean with her. I told her everything about the organization and Shimura Danzo's disgusting way of doing things. After listening, Qing Yin was completely stunned. She never imagined that beneath the glamorous surface of Konoha, there was such a dirty darkness hidden. Is all of this really true? Her voice trembled a little. I nodded and dropped another bombshell. Moreover, Danzo and your father, Uchiha Kagami, were both guards of the second Hokage back in the day. He was the last person to see your father. Although there's no evidence, I have reason to suspect that your father's death is closely related to him. With a loud bang, the murderous intent on Qing Yin instantly erupted, and her eyes turned blood red. I quickly grabbed her hand. Calm down. This is just my inference. Stay as far away from Tuanzhou and Jin as possible until you have enough strength. Only after you awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan do we have a chance to seek justice. Manjikyu Sharingan? Yes, the true power of the Uchiha is above the 3 Tomo. I rubbed her head, and as for how to awaken it, I had a plan in mind, but I couldn't tell her now, saying it would ruin the chance. Qing Yin took a few deep breaths and finally calmed down, nodding seriously. Okay, I'll do as you say. Seeing her trust in me warmed my heart. Just then, a rustling sound came from outside, and I laughed. The delivery has arrived. Another version of me walked in, dropped 2 large scrolls, and then merged into the wall of the treehouse. This was my clone that I had sent out to collect the goods. Unfortunately, many supplies were burned. We only had weapons, no scrolls or silver notes. I checked the spoils and felt a bit disappointed. Qing Yin rolled her eyes at me. All right, stop complaining. Everyone has been fighting for their lives these past few days. And in the end, all the benefits went into your pocket. I organized everything and filled up 5 extra large scrolls, then said to Qing Yin, all right, please call the cat shopkeeper over. Qing Yin nodded, bit her finger to form a seal, and with a bang, a huge orange cat wearing a small hat and holding an abacus appeared. This is the summoning beast of the Uchiha clan, and also the largest arms dealer in the ninja world, the cat shopkeeper, a capable aide of Granny Cat. It's little Qing Yin and little Lingfeng, meow. What good stuff you have this time, meow? Qing Yin lined up the 5 scrolls. The cat shopkeeper squinted and came forward to touch them. Too lazy to even open them and look inside, he directly started counting. With a flurry of sound from the abacus, he gave a total price, a total of 188, 800 Rio, let's call it 200,000 Rio, meow. I immediately gave a thumbs up. The cat shopkeeper is generous. The transaction was completed, and as the cat shopkeeper was about to leave, I quickly grabbed him and, taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, secretly slipped him a small scroll. Meow, what are you doing? I can't accept this, it's against the rules, meow. Cat shopkeeper, this is just a little token for my brother. You have to accept it. No, meow, the rules are very strict, meow. The rules don't cover brotherly feelings. Do you look down on me, your brother? You're making it really hard for me, meow. After a few rounds of back and forth, the cat shopkeeper reluctantly accepted it. Before leaving, he was quite reluctant. Little brother, if you need anything next time, definitely come to your brother. I promise to arrange everything clearly for you, meow. Take care, big brother. When you return to the village, I'll treat you to the best catnip and find the prettiest female cat. Once the cat shopkeeper left, Qing Yin looked at me with a resentful expression. Is this really my spirit beast? I smiled slyly and spun a tale about how Big Mama built a kingdom by having children, which made her blush furiously. As we chatted, the topic of Tsunade lending me scrolls came up again. Sister Tsunade is really nice to you. Without saying a word, she lent you 10 scrolls. I looked at her with a strange expression. Qing Yin, when have you ever seen the big sister get taken advantage of, except at the gambling table? I borrow 10 empty scrolls, and I'll return 10 filled ones. Qing Yin was instantly petrified. The next morning, we returned to the camp. Before leaving, I stuck one arm into the ground, directly severing it to seek survival, letting it grow into a big tree on its own. In less than half a day, this tree would turn into countless new wooden clones. Although my improved wooden clones had combat power close to 0, they excelled in durability, had a long sensing distance, and could even be used as human bombs. These days, I relied on this trick, leading a small team to cause destruction while having the clones follow behind to pick up the spoils and hold the rear, making a fortune and multiplying my wealth several times over. While I was quietly making a fortune, the leader of the Rain Ninja village, the salamander Hanzo, was almost driven mad by our group of flies. He was truly in a miserable state. Originally, he was having back-and-forth battles with Konoha, but now he had blossomed from the inside, and his rear supply lines were being cut off daily, leading to almost total paralysis of production. To make matters worse, seeing the fighting here, the rock and sand ninjas took advantage of the chaos and started attacking the land of rain from the other side. With 3 factions blocking the door, who wouldn't he feel pressured? With no capable subordinates, Hanzo pondered for a long time before making a difficult decision. To seek peace with Konoha. Of course, he couldn't just go meekly. His plan was to personally take action, capturing all the Konoha ninjas causing trouble in his territory, demonstrating his might and showcasing his strength, and then sending someone to negotiate with Konoha. Only then could he strive for the greatest benefit at the negotiation table. Hanzo did not hide his movements and charged out in a grand manner with his subordinates. The news quickly reached Orochimaru. In a secret base underground of the Land of Rain, Orochimaru licked his lips. I've really been waiting for a long time. Jiraiya nodded. The first phase of the goal is accomplished. We successfully kept Hanzo in the Land of Rain. Next, we need to find an opportunity to eliminate him. How about Lingfeng's intelligence? Orochimaru asked. Jiraiya showed an admiring expression. The information I gathered completely matches what Lingfeng said. The credibility of the intelligence he provided is very high. Orochimaru nodded. That's good. He turned to Tsunade. How is the progress on the antidote development? Tsunade sat to the side, looking fatigued. I tell you, Tsunade is exhausted, and Orochimaru isn't doing any better. He came over and said that Hanzo's old trick with the salamander's genetic modification is something he doesn't even understand, and the antidote can't be precisely customized at all. He can only whip up a broad-spectrum one, hand-rolled a dozen or so, and said it should be enough. When I heard that, I thought, good grief. Isn't this just a placebo that relies on brute force for miracles? Anyway, the situation on the front lines has nothing to do with me for now. My situation is worse. Let me tell you, I'm hiding in a rundown place called my village with Qing Yin and 2 expendable chunin, foraging for wild fruits. Who understands the struggle, my family? A while back, I got a bit carried away after robbing the Rain Ninja supply convoy so smoothly, and to make room for scrolls. I sold all the military rations, and now look, the retribution has come. My body is fine, but Qing Yin can't take it. There's no choice. I can only secretly develop my fruit ability to make fruits grow on trees, and then trick them into thinking I found a wild fruit forest. Otherwise, we would have starved to death. But eating this stuff every day makes me nauseous at the sight of fruits. Those 2 expendable guys finally couldn't take it anymore and insisted on going into the village to find some proper food. I thought fine, let them go. What happened next? While Qing Yin and I were roasting a fire inside, suddenly we heard a loud commotion and screams not far away. Qing Yin and I exchanged glances, thinking this is bad, so we grabbed our weapons and rushed out. I'm the kind of person who's impatient and always takes the lead. I was just about to kick the door open, but the door slammed back and hit me right in the face. I tell you, I flew several meters away like a bowling ball. Qing Yin behind the wall was fine, but she quickly pulled out a kunai in fright. I got up, spat out some dirt, and cautiously went in with Qing Yin to take a look. Good grief, the room was full of dead bodies. Those 2 guys who went out to find food were bleeding from their 7 orifices, directly killed by the shock. There was also a civilian couple next to them, both dead. Only a little boy was lying on the ground. Qing Yin checked and said, "Hey, he's still breathing, just unconscious." When she picked him up, I focused and looked closely. What a distinctive red hair. My CPU nearly burned out. Isn't this Nagato? Good grief. Isn't this the iconic scene of the Rinnegan awakening? I was suddenly jolted. My hands itching to go over and pry open his eyelids to see what the legendary Rinnegan really looked like. But I didn't dare. This was Madara's eye. Who knows how many cameras and surveillance devices were installed. That black and white duo was definitely lurking nearby, playing the fool. Just thinking about that 2-faced figure who was always causing trouble made me tense up. I decided right then and there that I wouldn't go to the bathroom for the next few days. I would hold it in. Qing Yin, on the other hand, was overflowing with maternal love, hugging Nagato and feeling sorry for him. I tried to comfort her verbally, but my mind was already on high alert, senses fully activated, probing through the grass and trees everywhere, only to find nothing at all. I knew it. That thing can hide chakra like a master. But I have a physical cheat. I slammed my palm on the ground, and countless roots thinner than a hair spread out in an instant, mimicking Gaara's technique. You can hide your chakra, but can you really vanish into thin air? As long as you dare to move and touch my roots, I can sense you. Sure enough, after a while, I felt it. Right beneath this room, there was a strange humanoid thing scurrying underground. Zetsu, you really are here. I breathed a sigh of relief. It was good to find you. I was just worried you would be like a ghost, and I would have to draft my words carefully. I started to calculate in my mind that this white Zetsu is a treasure trove, simply a walking version of the Hashirama Cells Plus. In the future, when Konoha wants to open the kaleidoscope, it will definitely come in handy, even if it's not useful right now. Capturing it and trading it for some flying thunder god technique, or Edo Tensei with the third Hokage, or Danzo wouldn't be unreasonable, right? I controlled the roots to slowly surround it, and that guy was still foolishly swimming underground, completely unaware that he had become a fish in a barrel. Just as I was about to make my move, I suddenly stopped. Wait a minute, what if Black Zetsu is down there? That thing is slippery and as gooey as mud. Without Inyan release, I wouldn't be able to catch it. Forget it. Startling the snake is not worth it. There are plenty of white Zetsu, so I one team missed this one. I turned my attention back to Nagato. Qing Yin had a worried look on her face and asked me what to do. This child was too pitiful. What could I do? The Absolute was still down there watching. I could only sigh and tell her that we were barely surviving ourselves. Taking him with us would be even more dangerous. Jiraiya could only be a babysitter after the war was over, but right now, we were the #1 wanted criminals of the enemy country. Besides, according to the plot, he would meet Yahiko and Conan, so we shouldn't meddle. Qing Yin understood this reasoning and could only nod helplessly. We buried his parents. Qing Yin left him some food. I healed his injuries, and I secretly collected blood sample from his parents. This was good stuff. As for the 2 Kanai guys' corpses, I took them too. After all, they were comrades, and they needed to go home with us. As soon as we left, Nagato woke up, tears streaming down his face. In the following days, Qing Yin and I became Special Forces travel buddies in the Land of Rain, relying on my sensory abilities and my shadow clones that would self-destruct at the slightest disagreement. We wandered for 2 months without incident. When we had some downtime, I pondered whether Qing Yin's 3-tomo Sharingan could disguise itself as a 2-tomo. To play the pig, to eat the tiger. In the end, she tried for a long time, but couldn't do it. I couldn't help but criticize the Uchiha for their lack of tactics, always going for brute force without any strategy. I also discovered a really amazing bug. My wooden clones can go out and have fun, and the experience points can actually come back. Although it's a bit slow, the sheer number of them makes up for it. I immediately created a bunch of clones, each with a handful of explosive tags, and sent them out to do some performance art. I told Qing Yin, do you know what it means to have 600 billion explosive tags? Xiaonan's move is true art. It's like Patrick's star. If I could use would release to create a printing press, and then use Impure World Reincarnation to bring back a few fire release ninjas, I could directly drop the price of explosive tags to a cabbage price. Wouldn't that be incredible? A few days later, the Land of Rain actually saw the sun. I was so excited that I almost broke into a Bollywood song and danced on the spot. We wandered to a small town, and surprisingly, it had some popularity. Just as I was lamenting the devastation of war on civilians, I heard a commotion. 3 kids were running wildly with food, and a shop owner was chasing after them. I focused my eyes and lo, and behold, it was Nagato again. There was also an orange-haired kid and a blue-haired girl. It was Yahiko and Xiaonan. What a twist of fate. I quickly went up to stop the shop owner and paid him. I knew that by following these 3 little ones, we would be close to seeing the 3 ninjas. Sure enough, not long after, we discovered a secret signal from Konoha in the town, pointing 7 miles west. I thought to myself, at this point, it's probably a trap. But what if there are people? I couldn't ignore it. I told Qing Yin to hide and sneaked over by myself. When I arrived, it was an abandoned shop. I knocked on the door according to the signal, but no one responded. I pushed the door open, and as soon as I sensed the area, I discovered a clever illusion. After dispelling it, a hidden door appeared in the corner of the wall. I crawled in, and there were 3 people in the basement, 2 standing and 1 lying down, all Konoha ninjas. When they saw me, they were all shocked. Lingfeng? Lingfeng-kun. I was also stunned. Wasn't that my captain, Chiba Shin and Narajun? Then I looked at the one lying on the bed, wrapped up like a mummy, with a pair of 3-tomo Sharingan glaring out. I thought, where's our 5th team member? Shimura Akira? Has he met his comeuppance? Then the captain introduced me, saying this was a companion they picked up on the way, named Uchiha Jin, who was seriously injured, and urged me to take a look. As soon as Uchiha Jin heard I was a medical ninja, his eyes lit up. I was just about to get to work when Qing Yin also came in. Upon seeing Qing Yin, Uchiha Jin was so excited he almost jumped out of bed. Qing Yin, is that really you? Qing Yin was also pleasantly surprised. Brother Jin, you're here too? Wow. The warmth between these two was completely different from the icy demeanor Qing Yin showed to other clan members. Qing Yin quickly ran over, hooked her arm around mine, and introduced me like a couple. Brother Jin, this is Lingfeng, he. Then she leaned in and whispered in my ear, he's my dad's disciple. A stubborn one, always opposing us. If you can win him over, the pressure from the clan will be halved. But don't go too far. I understood. He's my brother-in-law, right? Don't worry, I've got this. However, this brother-in-law looked at me, and Qing Yin being affectionate, his face dark as a pot bottom, and he opened his mouth. So, you're that medical ninja? You don't look that impressive. Not even as good as Chanju. I exploded at that moment. What the heck? Are you saying I'm not as good as that idiot? Does the Uchiha clan have a grudge against us medical ninjas? I suppressed my anger and forced a professional smile. Brother Jin, your injuries need treatment. He was still tough, waving his hand dismissively and saying, who do you look down on? It's just a minor injury, come on. All right then, let me tell you the next second. The basement was filled with screams like a pig being slaughtered. By the time I finished treating him, he lay there like a dead fish, barely able to catch his breath. Chiba Shin even came over, pretending to ask about his injuries. As soon as I said he was fine, I felt a chill on my neck, and a kunai was pressed against it. At the same time, Qingyan and Uchiha Gen were also immobilized by the shadow binding technique. I understood right away. That old guy Chiba Shin is definitely not a comrade. He has been eyeing me. His smile was so sinister. Rin Fengquin, I have to thank you. I thought I could only get one pair of Sharingan, but I didn't expect you to revive him and bring me another pair. Good grief. I was left speechless by his words. But I managed to keep my composure and said, Captain, isn't that a bit unrealistic? Your primary target is me, right? He paused for a moment, then laughed. That's right. You are the highest priority. That old guy Chiba Shin turned out to be from the root. He wasn't just a normal transfer. He had been watching me ever since he saw me using techniques similar to Wood Release on Grey Cloud Ridge. The previous squad was scattered, and he couldn't find me. But now that I had walked in his trap, he finally couldn't hold back anymore. Uchiha Haru was over there cursing, and Chiba Shin raised his hand, unleashing a bolt of lightning that pierced his shoulder, telling him to behave. Just then, Chiba Shin's expression suddenly became dazed, but he quickly shouted, his chakra exploding, and returned to normal. Good grief. Qing Yin over there let out a muffled groan, sweat beading on his forehead, clearly having suffered a small loss from the failed illusion against Bo. That old guy Chiba Shin was still there acting tough. The illusion of a Sharingan is indeed powerful, but unfortunately, you're still too inexperienced. I tell you, my anger flared up in an instant, and before I could make a move, that silent guy Nara June suddenly struck. That bastard ominously said, don't make trouble for me, and his shadow instantly transformed into ropes, tightly binding Qing Yin and Yuan Ge. The most infuriating part was that one of the shadow ropes happened to tighten around Qing Yin's neck, getting tighter and tighter. Qing Yin let out a painful groan at that moment. Family, who understands? My eyes turned red, and my rationality instantly vanished. I pointed at that Nara guy and shouted, do you want to die? That kid was startled by my glare, but still sent several shadow ropes to try to bind me. I couldn't help but laugh, trying to play bind with me? In the next moment, I couldn't even be bothered to form seals. Countless parasitic vines erupted from Chiba Shin and Nara June, instantly tying them up into two human-shaped rice dumplings. At the same time, numerous sharp wooden spikes emerged from my body, clearly signaling to Chiba Shin that if he dared to move against me, we would hurt each other today and see who turns into a hedgehog first. This old guy really cherishes his life. He flinched and stepped back. Nara June was interrupted by my attack, and the shadow binding technique was instantly. Let me tell you, Qing Yin's reaction was incredibly fast. The moment he escaped, he countered with a kunai, and with a swift motion, he slit Nara June's throat. It was so clean and decisive. My future teammate, my ally, was exceptionally ruthless. Nara, Chiba Shin's eyes nearly popped out, and electric currents crackled around him, violently shattering the vines. I was amazed. So this is how lightning release can be used? It's like the Chidori of the second Hokage, integrating offense and defense. However, there was no time to study this now. I immediately shouted to Qing Yin, you take Brother Yuan and leave first. I'll hold him off. As soon as I finished speaking, I slammed my hands on the ground, and a thick wooden wall rose up, directly separating them from the battlefield. Qing Yin didn't waste any time. He said a quick be careful and supported Brother Yuan to retreat. Chiba Shin didn't even glance at them. Clearly, in his eyes, I was the one worth a billion. Our battle went straight from underground to the surface, and with a loud boom, it blew the entire shop away. As soon as I landed, Chiba Shin started forming hand seals in midair and unleashed a great fire extinguishing technique. A wall of fire came crashing down on us. At that moment, my heart dropped, and I thought, what the hell, starting off with a big move. But upon closer inspection, it was just a few meters wide. Nothing compared to that earth-shattering seller showcase from Banya. This was more like a buyer showcase from a budget site, with no reference value at all. However, he was still a Jonin, and his chakra reserves were greater than mine, so going head-to-head wouldn't be worth it. But who am I? I pulled out a kunai, tied with an explosive tag, and threw it at him. Art is an explosion, specifically tailored to deal with your flashy tricks. With a loud bang, the firewall was instantly torn apart. Seizing the opportunity, I created a water wall to easily block the residual shockwave. But before the water wall even dissipated, that old guy used a body flicker technique to appear behind me, and with a swift thrust of his ninja blade, he pierced my right shoulder. He even had the audacity to boast good combat awareness, but unfortunately, you're too weak. I was frozen in place, and a light hissing sound came from my body. Chiba's pupils constricted, and he shouted, "Not good," before turning and running. It was too late. The next second, the explosive talismans on my body detonated with a bang. That old guy really reacted quickly. He didn't seem to be hurt at all. As he looked at the wooden debris scattered around, he finally realized, a wooden clone. I emerged from the ground with 7 or 8 clones and smiled at him. My wooden clones are nothing like the first generations. They're not as strong, but they excel in stealth. After saying that, all the clones rushed forward, some throwing concealed weapons, while others charged in a suicidal manner. Chiba Shin snorted coldly, and with a wave of his hand, a cloud of gray ash enveloped the entire area in an instant, followed by a tremendous explosion. My clones equipped with explosive tags were detonated on the spot, turning into a pile of debris. This guy is truly fierce. He quickly located my real body and cleaved the large tree I was hiding behind in half with a single strike. I jumped away in embarrassment, feeling miserable. As expected from a Jonin, this was simply a dimensional suppression against a Chunin. I couldn't fight back or escape. I realized that without using my devil fruit abilities, this matter couldn't be resolved today. But this was too close to the town, so I quickly thought of a plan and turned to run. Chiba Shin was momentarily stunned, but immediately chased after me. We were in a game of cat and mouse, running for 2 or 3 dozen miles until I dove into a remote little forest. Feeling that there was no one around, I finally stopped. He soon caught up, sneering as he said, trying to use the terrain to buy some time. I raised both hands, and the surrounding branches and vines seemed to go crazy as they twisted towards him. He looked a bit surprised. No mark ninjutsu? But his movements were not slow. With a fire-style technique, he burned all my attacks. In the next second, he flashed behind me and stabbed through my right lung with a knife, while muttering, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. You're an important test subject, and your death will bring a better future for Konoha." I trembled all over, and then with a bang, I turned into a pile of wood. Several wooden tentacles immediately wrapped around him. That's right, this is still a wooden clone. I jumped out from behind the tree and threw several shurikens. As a result, he turned into a puff of white smoke with a bang. "Shadow clone." I shouted in my heart, "Oh no, I've been tricked." Just as I was about to run, I felt a chill on my back, and a knife pierced through me from behind. Chiba Shin's cold voice echoed in my ear. "Do you really think I can't tell the difference between your real body and your clone? It's over." As soon as he finished speaking, several sharp spikes suddenly grew from my back, and I countered by skewering him as well. He was completely stunned. Strangely, the wound didn't hurt at all, but instead, I felt something inside my body being frantically drained away. Just as he cut through the vines, he staggered, feeling weak all over and almost fell. Looking at the spot where he was pierced, his body had shriveled up. As for me, I slowly turned around, and the hole in my chest was visibly healing at a rapid pace. Chiba Shin was both shocked and angry. "No seal healing? You actually inherited the First Hokage's no seal healing." I just smiled faintly and said, "Captain Chiba, you are a seasoned Jonin. Without me as bait, how could I possibly lure out such a big fish like you?" To be honest, this old guy is really strong, with high attack and high agility. But his defense is too low, as fragile as paper. It's still my natural fruit that's impressive, in this world without hockey. I'm like a cheat with infinite revival coins. He gasped and said hatefully, "Your body is truly a monster." I shrugged and said otherwise. "Why do you think Danzo is so concerned about me? This power should be in the hands of the roots." All right, stop with that dark justice nonsense." I interrupted him directly. To put it bluntly, they're just a bunch of cowards. When strong enemies come, they don't dare to step up and only follow behind to pick up the scraps. "Shut up." Chiba was getting angry and tore off his shirt. Goodness, there was a blood-red cursed seal on his chest. "Danzo is the true Hokage." I was dumbfounded at that moment, like no way. "You also play baby bus and rap and dance. Isn't this just the same as the 4-symbol seal that Danzo used for mutual destruction?" Although the technique is different, the effect is probably similar. Without saying a word, I turned and ran. "You can't escape," Chiba shouted, activating the forbidden technique. The whole world fell silent for a second, and a huge red light shield instantly expanded around him, covering a radius of 1 kilometer and enclosing me tightly within it. The next second, the light shield was filled with surging red clouds, the temperature as high as lava. When the light shield and red clouds dissipated, all the trees in the area had turned to charcoal, and the ground was burned to a dark red, with many places even crystallized into glass. After a while, a green sprout emerged from the scorched earth, quickly growing into a large tree. I walked out from the trunk, my face pale and still shaken. Thankfully, I was clever enough to dig my roots hundreds of meters deep underground beforehand, or I might have really met my end here today. I was still too reckless. Nin accumulating chakra for over a decade to self-destruct. This power is really not much weaker than that of a Kage. I returned to the ruins of the previous shop and used Earth Release to dig into the ground, where Qing Yin and Yuan Ge were hiding. It turns out I had left a wooden clone behind, and I played a trick on them in the shadows. When Yuan Ge heard that I had soloed Chiba Nobu, he was completely stunned, probably wondering if all the lower ninjas from Konoha were this abnormal. We dealt with the traces and quickly slipped away. Just as I left, a fierce person arrived on the battlefield. An old man with one eye, long gray-white hair, and wearing a black robe just stood there quietly. A group of ranged shinobi discovered him and started asking who he was. The old man glanced at them, and it was as if they were possessed. They began to kill each other, with the last person trembling as he plunged a kunai into his own throat. At that moment, a black and white-faced carnivorous plant emerged from the ground and respectfully said to the old man, "Lord Madara, there are no clues on the ground, but we found that the root system of this tree is extremely developed and there are no traces of chakra." The old man, who was Uchiha Madara, squinted his eyes. "I remember, Konoha has produced a wood-release ninja again. That's right, he seems to be on this battlefield as well. Keep an eye on him." Hashirama's wood-release is not something mere sand can touch. Meanwhile, there were a few kids like Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, who had heard about the commotion we caused and were all idolizing it, thinking about gaining some divine power. Nagato even overheard the ranged shinobi's plan, saying that Hanzo the Salamander would have a decisive battle at the CHN Lake in a few days. For the past few days, the three of us had been hiding everywhere, relying on my wood clone to evade several searches. After fighting with Chiba Shin, my strength had steadily reached the Jonin level. When I was free, I sparred with Qing Yin, but without using my devil fruit powers, I simply couldn't beat her. Her Sharingan Jinjutsu was too tricky, and if I accidentally met her gaze, it would be game over. Today, I finished the last treatment for Brother Yuan, and he was fully healed. After spending time together these past few days, his attitude toward me took a 180-degree turn, as Uchiha respects the strong. Now, when he looks at me, it's probably like looking at a brother-in-law. However, he's been a bit annoyed with me lately because I keep asking him strange questions. For instance, I asked Brother Yuan, what do you think would happen if the Uchiha and Hyuga clans intermarried? Would their child have one Sharingan and one Byakugan? Or would the Byakugan have 3 Tomo? Brother Yuan was overwhelmed by my questions and made an excuse to leave. Just as he left, Qing Yin leaned over and quietly asked me, what would the child of Senju and an Uchiha be like? I blurted out, Otsutsuki. She blushed and said, "Stop it. I'm trying to be serious." But what I said was serious Otsutsuki. We were flirting when I suddenly narrowed my eyes. The root network I had laid on the ground just sensed that 4 things had infiltrated our territory. I exchanged a glance with Qing Yin, and she immediately understood. A few minutes later, I smiled and said, "Got it." As soon as I exerted force with my arm, I pulled out 4 white monsters tied up with vines from ground. Qing Yin was startled. "What the hell are these things?" I chuckled and said, "This is a good thing. Your future depends on them." After saying that, I stuffed the 4 white absolutes into the scroll. This is the dowry I prepared for my future wife. Essential materials for upgrading the kaleidoscope to the eternal eye. Ever since Yuan's injury healed, the 3 of us formed a robbery team in the Land of Rain, specifically targeting the supply lines of the Rain Shinobi. Yuan took the front. I used wooden clones and explosive tags to cause destruction, and Qing Yin provided support from the side, making it extremely efficient. After a few days, Yuan had made quite a bit of profit, and he finally realized that I was the only wood-release ninja from Konoha. He must be secretly complaining about how poor their Uchiha intelligence work is. One day, I got wind of a new target. There's a weapons workshop near Chilyuohu that has a shipment going out today. Let us go rob it. However, the next day when the 3 of us arrived, we were stunned. The workshop was surrounded by layers of ninja, with a patrol team led by Nin. How are we supposed to rob this? Just as we were about to retreat, my expression changed. Not good. We've been discovered. A team is coming over. With 2 Nin and 4 Nin. We need to retreat quickly. The 3 of us took off running, never expecting that our unintentional reconnaissance would disrupt Hanzo the Salamander's plans, directly leading to the premature outbreak of the battle that would make the 3 ninjas famous. However, we couldn't worry about that right now. The Rain ninjas behind us were like rabid dogs, clinging on and refusing to let go, and we couldn't shake them off. Their team definitely had sensory ninjas. Ryo said, "We can't run anymore. We need to find a way to take them out. I made a decisive decision and created a shadow clone. You all go ahead. I'll stay behind to hold them off. Qing Yin and Yuan Go wanted to say something, but I firmly cut them off. Once they had gone far, the 6 rain ninjas caught up. The leading male jonin took one look at just me and mocked me as cannon fodder. I laughed at that moment. They shot me with shurikens and kunai, turning me into a hedgehog. Seeing me standing still, they thought I was dead and turned to continue chasing. Did I let you go? My voice echoed softly. In the next second, all the vines and tree roots beneath their feet suddenly came alive. They completely stunned the 2 upper ninjas. Let me tell you, they were quite skilled and managed to dodge instantly. But the remaining group of middle ninjas weren't so lucky. They were immediately entangled by the vines and, in just a few seconds, were drained into mummies. The scene was simply unbelievable. At that moment, I stared at them with a look as if I were looking at corpses, then lightly stomped my foot. Guess what happened? The entire wasteland, as far as my eyes could see, was suddenly covered with a layer of lush green grass, filled with wildflowers. They had never seen such a scene before. They were completely stunned, their mouths agape enough to fit a fist. I sneered, now it's my turn. Taking care of them was just a matter of minutes. The female upper ninja was completely broken, mainly because she watched me, half of my head gone, yet I could still calmly pierce through her teammate. The psychological shock was worse than death. To be honest, my expression wasn't good either. I searched them and found scroll. When I opened it, I exclaimed, good grief. That old guy Mantis Fishhans was hiding in a nearby, rundown workshop. What's worse? They had already figured out where Tsunade and the others were, and were planning an ambush at the Chi Luo Lake. I was holding the scroll, my face turning green. This is not good. With our commotion, we must have alerted the enemy. The boss lady is also in that group. I have to get over there. I don't care about others, but Tsunade is my sister. How can I just watch her get into trouble? I thought about Qing Yin's side. Hansa's main target is the main force of Konoha, so Qing Yin and the others should be temporarily safe. All right, it's settled. I directly split off a clone to inform Qing Yin, while my main body rushed towards the marked location on the scroll. I couldn't help but complain in my heart. The technology tree of the Hokage is so skewed. They have advanced gene technology, yet there isn't even a phone. The communication efficiency is worse than smoke signals. Once my broken system restarts, I definitely need to get a box of communication bugs. I hadn't run far when I heard a loud rumble ahead, sounding like fireworks during the new year. I immediately knew it was a massive amount of explosive tags. The battlefield is right there. When I arrived, who understood what was happening? The scene was devastating. The battle was almost over. In the lake floated a huge, ugly, yet adorable giant salamander, and Hanzo was standing on its head, looking down at the opponents. On the other side were Orochimaru and Jiraiya at the front, panting like a broken bellows, while Tsunade was at the back, desperately healing an injured comrade with her green light. The shore was littered with bodies from both Konoha and Amigakure. Seeing the scene, I thought to myself, something is off. I remember in the original story, Hanzo was incredibly arrogant and fought the 3 Sannin without a scratch. But now, he had taken off his mask, was holding his scythe in his hand, looking like he had just returned from the Middle East, tattered and torn, with blood dripping from his right arm. Looking over at Konoha's side, the 3 Sannin were indeed in a bad state, but they clearly still had the strength to fight. I know what's going on. The intel I provided worked. They were prepared and have worn down Hanzo significantly. So I quietly made my way to the edge of the battlefield, ready to play the role of a sneaky observer. I heard that old man Hanzo panting heavily and say, as expected of a disciple of Sarutobi, you actually managed to push me to this point, commendable. However, your most troublesome healer has already been held back, so you have no chance now. Next up is the real battle. I was stunned at the time, thinking, is this old man trying to add drama to himself? I focused my gaze on Tsunade, and to my surprise, wasn't that injured person S.H. Sook? How did he end up here? Half of his body was blown to bits, covered in blood and flesh. Just as I was processing this, the salamander under Hanzo's feet opened its mouth and spewed out a thick cloud of toxic mist. The 2 ninja from Konoha combined their wind techniques to disperse it. Seizing the opportunity, Hanzo shouted, I'll take care of one first, and charged straight at Tsunade. Hey, this old guy knows about teamwork. He aimed for the healer first. He slammed his hand on the ground and shouted, explosive flame formation. Suddenly, thousands of explosive tags erupted from the ground like waves, rushing towards Tsunade. If that exploded, even with her 100 healings technique, Tsunade would be reduced to molecular cuisine. Tsunade's eyes widened in shock, but she didn't T-dodge. She was still trying to save SH Sook. In a critical moment, I teleported in front of her, slammed my hands on the ground, and shouted, "Wood release! Birth of the world of trees." Countless towering trees shot up from the ground, absorbing all the explosions. After a thunderous roar, the trees and the tags were obliterated together. But I didn't stop. Countless vines, like giant pythons, lunged at Hanzo. Hanzo's eyes nearly popped out as he shouted, "Wood release!" Although he knew the first Hokage couldn't be revived, the psychological trauma of wood release was too great, causing him to jump back in fear. His large pet wasn't so lucky, getting tightly bound by my vines, with countless roots piercing in to drain its life force, letting out a scream as it wilted. Realizing the danger, Hanzo quickly released the summoning technique, saving its life. Taking advantage of the moment, I flashed behind Orochimaru and Jiraiya, and with my hands glowing green, I healed them both. Medical ninjas aren't just limited to Lady Tsunade. Hanzo glared at us, his killing intent almost materializing. Guess what happened next? The old man stared for a long time, then sighed. It seems that in this war, Konoha has won. He then started praising us, saying he recognized us, and today, in the name of Hanzo, he conferred upon us the title of Konoha's legendary Three Ninjas. After saying that, he used a body flicker technique and disappeared. Once he left, many Konoha ninjas sat down on the ground, followed by thunderous cheers. We won. We won. Konoha's legendary Three Ninjas. Konoha's legendary Three Ninjas. I felt quite happy too. Although this title was still given by Hanzo, its significance was completely different now. In the original story, it was a victor's charity. Now, it was an acknowledgement from an opponent, and its value skyrocketed, you know? Jiraiya came over and patted my shoulder. Thanks, not just for earlier, but also for the intel before. Orochimaru said nothing, walking over to Tsunade, looking worriedly at SH Sook. Tsunade's eyes were red, and she shouted, "Shut up," while desperately continuing to heal. I hurried over to help, and as soon as my hand touched the body of the rope tree, my heart sank. It's over. With this kind of injury, the internal organs are basically shattered. Not even a god can save him, I tell you. Just as I was about to say something, Tsunade interrupted me with gritted teeth. "Shut up. Medical ninjas cannot stop treatment until the patient is confirmed dead." Tears were streaming down her face like beads from a broken string. Suddenly, a bright idea flashed in my mind. Got it. I immediately shouted, "There's still one way. Lord Orochimaru and Lord Jiraiya stay. Everyone else retreat." Everyone was stunned, and Tsunade directly took charge for me. "Did you hear that? Got it here now." The other ninjas immediately scattered. I clasped my hands together, and several wooden walls rose up, enclosing us tightly. The usually cold Orochimaru was anxious this time. "Lingfeng, what do you have in mind? We will cooperate fully," but he didn't finish his sentence. But I understood the implication in his eyes. If you dare to do anything to my apprentice's body, you're done for. That's right. Orochimaru is just that hypocritical. I directly took out a scroll. This is something I stumbled upon. It might save the rope tree's life. After saying that, I slammed it on the ground. And after a puff of white smoke, a white figure bound with ropes appeared in front of everyone. "What the hell is this?" Tsunade was startled. I quickly explained. "This is a special life form I have captured that can perfectly integrate with the human body. Lady Tsunade, the internal organs of the rope tree are gone. The only hope is to use this thing to replace them." Orochimaru said coldly, "Theoretically feasible. But the premise is that this thing is truly as miraculous as you say." "Lord Orochimaru, I haven't done experiments. I have no data, but the rope tree can't wait any longer." I stared into his eyes. "He is not only your disciple, but also my brother." Orochimaru looked at me for a while. His gaze softened, and he turned to Tsunade. "Tsunade, I agree. What about you?" Tsunade was still hesitating. My words reminded her of what I said a few years ago when I first wanted to learn medical ninjutsu. I don't want to show off my power. I just want to protect my friends. That youthful voice seemed to still linger in her ears. She took a deep breath and nodded heavily. Okay. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. But agreeing was just the first step. How to carry it out, I had no idea. Luckily, with Orochimaru and Tsunade, the top surgeons in the ninja world, I didn't have to worry at all. Next, I was responsible for using the palm healing technique to keep the rope tree alive, while they directly disassembled that poor guy, White Zetsu, piece by piece, and stitched him back on a rope tree. A whole day and night passed, and I was almost out of chakra, while Orochimaru and Tsunade looked as pale as paper. Fortunately, the rope tree's body was finally restored. Tsunade forced herself to place her hand on the rope tree's forehead to feel it, and after a long while, she opened her eyes, tears streaming down her face. Her voice choked. Thank you, Lingfeng, thank you. Finally able to rest, I used wood release to create a small wooden house and bed, so everyone could have a good rest. Orochimaru leaned back in his chair and sighed. The war is over. We can finally go home. Tsunade also sighed, but looking at the rope tree, she became worried again. Although his life is saved, we still don't know what this white substance is. We need to go back and check it properly. I frowned and said, Sister, with the situation with Shangtian, we won't be able to go back in a short time. In the end, everyone decided to stay here for a few days and wait until Shangtian's injury stabilized. But guess what happened? Just when we thought we could have a few quiet days, a ninja came to report. 3 lords, we have captured some spies. Orochimaru's face darkened. Just after the ceasefire, they sent spies? What does that mean? Are they trying to cause trouble for my precious apprentice? It turned out that the ones brought in were actually 3 kids. I took a closer look and realized, wow, isn't that Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato? Oh right, they were nearby watching the battle, and now, with Konoha ninjas wandering around, it's no wonder they got caught. Yahiko, being the smartest, immediately kneeled down and said, Ninja Master, we are orphans, please teach us ninjutsu. Orochimaru casually replied, just kill them. Everyone was shocked, but I wasn't surprised, just as expected of you. Orochimaru, so clear-headed. His reasoning left Tsunade and Jiraiya speechless. In the end, Jiraiya sighed and said, I'll take them. He said he wanted to take care of these kids, to heal the wounds of war, and, at the same time, start his journey to find the child of prophecy. Just then, Konan suddenly pointed at me and said, You're the big brother who helped us stop the boss that day. I smiled and said, Oh, you remember me? I encouraged them a bit and hinted that if they followed Lord Jiraiya's training well, they might become gods of this country in the future. I could feel Nagato's body trembling slightly. After Jiraiya took them out for a meal, Orochimaru watched their backs, feeling that an old friend was raising a tiger for trouble. But he comforted himself that even if something happened, it would be years later, and he could just deal with it then. Orochimaru suppressed his unease, and his greedy gaze quickly fixated on the white zetsu I had previously taken out. Let me tell you, that look was like someone who hadn't eaten for 3 days seeing a buffet. He asked me where I got this thing, and I calmly made up a story about finding it in the forest, even saying I could sense the wood release vitality within it. He believed me without a doubt. After all, I was a wood release ninja, so whatever I said was true. Tsunade also came over and said that this thing resembled her grandfather's Hashirama cells too much, but it was much stronger than those cultivated in the lab. She wondered who could produce such a thing. Completely unaware that her ancestors' graves had been dug up by the third Hokage, Orochimaru chuckled and said, Don't think too much, Lingfeng. This is an incredible find. Do you have any more? Konoha will surely offer you a satisfactory price. TSK, as expected of Orochimaru, never spouting nonsense about the will of fire to freeload. I directly took out a sealed scroll containing a living white zetsu and threw it on the table. Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction and then asked me what reward I wanted as the great contributor to this war. I thought for a moment and said, I want the opportunity to learn the Book of Seals. Both of them had no objections. Given my achievements, this request was not excessive. Orochimaru also reminded me that the Book of Seals was of great importance and suggested that I think carefully about which technique I wanted to learn and report it in advance. I have no idea what's inside. Just say my first choice is Flying Thunder God. As for the others, the more the better. Orochimaru chuckled. Greedy little guy. No problem. I will report truthfully. I secretly laughed to myself. I also want the Edo Tensei, but I want your improved version. That night, I built a row of small wooden houses by the lake using wood style, so everyone could finally get a good night's sleep. In the dead of night, I suddenly felt someone else in the room. I turned over and sat up. Lord Orochimaru, you've come. Lingfeng, you called me over in the middle of the night. Is there something you need? I want to talk to you about that experimental subject. You should be interested, right? I got straight to the point. Orochimaru did not hide it. That's right, that thing is very helpful for my experiments. I smiled and said, Lord Orochimaru, you are the top researcher in Konoha, but there are too many restrictions when conducting experiments, right? Upon hearing this, he felt that I was truly his kindred spirit and couldn't help but sigh. Lingfeng, you understand research, but unfortunately, those old stubborn ones. He suddenly realized something and let out a strange chuckle. Lingfeng, you're not as honest as Tsunade says. As for the pursuit of truth, I have a great admiration for it. I pushed another scroll towards him. Want to make a private deal with you. Here is a complete experimental subject. I guarantee that in the future, any new ones will be prioritized for you. Orochimaru licked his lips and said, Sounds good. What do you want? I shook the scroll in my hand. I want the transplantation technology for this kind of creature. Not the kind currently used on the rope tree, but a complete, safe, mature technology that can be applied to anyone. The white absolute has too strong an erosive property, and the rope tree's success is solely because he is the first generation's direct descendant with a high bloodline compatibility. What I want is a universal technology. For Qing Yin, I must obtain the most reliable solution. Orochimaru agreed without a second thought. This deal was a huge profit for him. As soon as he left, Qing Yin came out from the adjacent room, looking worried. Is this okay? If the village finds out, don't worry, I brought her over. With Orochimaru's abilities, unless Danzo sells him out, it will never be discovered. She fell silent for a moment and then quietly asked, Lingfeng, are you doing all this for me? Women's intuition is indeed terrifyingly accurate. I patted her head. Don't think too much. Once you activate the Manjiki Sharingan, I'll need you to protect me. I kissed her forehead, and just as I was about to tease her, she shyly pushed me away. On the other side, Tsunade had kept watch over the rope tree all night. In a daze, she was suddenly startled awake by a hoarse sound of water. She opened her eyes to find the rope tree awake. She was so excited that she stumbled over her words, hurriedly giving him water. After drinking, the rope tree fell asleep again. Tsunade unwrapped the bandages and was shocked to find that many of the originally stitched wounds had already begun to fuse. Under the stimulation of the palm healing technique, the white tissue was visibly growing together with the rope tree's body. 3 days later, we gathered again by the rope tree's bed. Most of the bandages on him had been removed, and most remarkably, his white absolute arm, which had been blown off and reattached, had automatically shrunk to match the size of his other arm perfectly, except for the color. Orochimaru's eyes were almost sparkling green. He was likely calculating how to slice it up for research. At that moment, the rope tree on the bed slowly opened his eyes and greeted us in a hoarse voice. After chatting for a while, Orochimaru suddenly asked a crucial question. Rope tree, Hansa's attack wasn't aimed at you. Why didn't you dodge at that time? The rope tree looked ashamed and said, I'm sorry, teacher. I was just unlucky. My right side suddenly hurt, and my movement slowed down. Unlucky? My heart sank. This script felt too familiar. I immediately pressed on. Rope tree, when you were injured by the explosive tag before, did you feel anything like this? The rope tree was taken aback, thought carefully, and suddenly looked up. That's right. I felt it last time too. Just not as obvious as this time. I thought it was just a cramp and didn't pay attention. Tsunade turned pale upon hearing this, rushing over to tear off the rope tree's bandages. Orochimaru stopped her. It's useless. His right half has been replaced with a new one. If there were any marks, we would have found them long ago. Jiraiya stroked his chin and analyzed that this seemed like a curse seal that would activate under specific conditions. Orochimaru shook his head, ruling out the possibility of Jinjutsu. The three of them were puzzled. At this moment, I spoke up with a clueless expression. In Konoha, besides the Umbu, is there any other organization that does small tricks? As soon as this was said, the faces of the three ninjas instantly turned darker than a pot bottom, especially Tsunade, who was about to bite her teeth to pieces, but still stiffly said, We need to go back and investigate this. As soon as I saw their expressions, I understood. The existence of the root is a secret. They don't want to involve me. Suddenly, Orochimaru let out a chilling laugh. Ha, what a great tactic. Using an explosive tag as a trigger condition, then utilizing the explosion to eliminate all traces to the greatest extent. Tsunade slapped his shoulder to stop him from continuing, then said to us, Let's talk outside. Moku, you need to rest well first. After that, she was the first to leave the room. Moku still looked confused, as if he grasped something but was very disoriented. Sensei, my sister. Moku, listen to your sister, rest well, and don't worry about anything else. I told you. When Orochimaru and Jiraiya heard Tsunade's meaning, they immediately understood and went out the door. As soon as we reached the outer room, Tsunade's anger turned towards me. You little brat, get the hell out of here. You're not allowed to say a word about what you saw and heard today, not even to your precious Qing. Good grief, who understands this? Why did this fall on my head? I quickly nodded and bowed, then ran off without a trace. But I knew very well in my heart that I had no evidence, but I could guess with my toes who was behind this. Danzo, the infamous scapegoat of our ninja world. Whether he did it or not, I'd throw the blame on him first. It's almost certain, with his nature. Even if he didn't do it himself, he definitely had something to do with it. Anyway, I've been in a life and death struggle with the organization for a long time. So why be polite? Sarutobi, Danzo, you old geezers, good luck to you. Let me tell you, the old guys in the Konoha upper echelons have long wanted to kick Tsunade out. Why? Because she's too much of a threat. In terms of background, She's the granddaughter of the first Hokage and a princess officially recognized by the daimyo. Her roots are as solid as they come. In terms of strength, she's a shadow-level powerhouse, and her title as one of the legendary 3 ninjas isn't just for show. In terms of connections, she's the #1 healer in the ninja world, who wouldn't have to give her some face if they wanted to survive. The most critical point is, this girl is smart and has a fiery temper, making her completely uncontrollable by them. So what's her weakness, you ask? Family. Who knows this best? Huh. Let me tell you, it's that guy who always has a pipe in his mouth and a kind expression, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. In my previous life, I watched Naruto 800 times and always felt that the power structure in Konoha was off. Just look at the aftermath of the 3rd Great Ninja War. The older generation of Konoha's F4 huddled together in the village, fiercely fighting among themselves while presenting a united front to the outside. What about the middle generation? The 3 Sannin and White Fan? They were at their peak, yet either died, fled, or betrayed the village, completely useless. And a younger generation? Minato and his group were too inexperienced, acting like grandchildren in front of the F4. Do you think this is a coincidence? Who would believe that? Minato became Hokage at such a young age. To put it bluntly, he was just a puppet. Let's set that aside for now. We stayed in that broken place in the land of rain for another half-month, and Orochimaru stubbornly refused to leave. Everyone thought he was gathering intelligence, but in reality, he was just waiting for Suk to recover. In the end, Hans the Salamander couldn't take it anymore and wrote a letter complaining, implying that he was about to head west to fight. And what did it mean for all of you elite ninjas to linger at my eastern gate? Hurry up and get lost. Orochimaru saw that it really couldn't be delayed any longer, so he packed up and went home, even taking several of Hans's carts, which made Hans extremely angry. On the way back to the village, Qing Yin and I shamelessly squeezed into Tsunade and Suk's cart. Inside, I had nothing to do, so I teased Suk, asking if he felt any different physically. He was almost annoyed by my questions and could only helplessly try again. As a result, as soon as he formed the signs, he suddenly shouted, "Hey, wait a minute!" Tsunade and I immediately leaned in closer, and we saw several sharp wooden spikes suddenly shoot out from the right side of his body. I almost got impaled like a porcupine. Qing Yin quickly pulled me to the side. Tsunade's eyes were as wide as saucers. This is... would release. I couldn't help but feel delighted. Of course, with Obito relying on the white Zetsu cells, he can use would release. With the original Senju bloodline and the white Zetsu upgrade, there's no reason it shouldn't work. Tsunade immediately got off the carriage and dragged Orochimaru over. The two of them whispered for a while, and Orochimaru, looking shocked, squeezed into the carriage, which ended up pushing me and Qing Yin out. Damn, what a betrayal. There was nothing we could do but walk in the rain, faintly hearing the heated argument inside the carriage. Qing Yin asked me what they were arguing about, and I said, they're probably discussing whether or not to inform the village. In the end, they decided to report it, as this matter couldn't be hidden. The journey was so boring. That kid Shungtai had completely lost it, practicing would release in the carriage every day. One moment, he'd grow a small sapling on his hand. In the next moment, he almost punctured the roof of the carriage. He insisted on pestering me to share my experience. What can I say? That's a devil fruit. We're not even in the same league. I can't stand his tantrums anymore. This kid has learned to be bad, like a slippery fish. In desperation, I started rambling and recited all the wood release techniques I knew, like wood style, advent of the tree world wood style, dodecahedron wall, and thorn murder technique. While I got into it, I even threw in blue silver bind and blue silver prison. Anyway, I just listed the names. How to use them is up to him to figure out. Tsunade was beside me, stunned. Huh? These aren't in my grandfather's scrolls? Could it be that the village is hiding something? Wow, this blame is going to fall on 3 generations. Perfect. Finally, we returned to the Konoha frontline camp. What a scene. Drums were beating, firecrackers were going off, and a bunch of ninjas were shouting Konoha's legendary 3 like a star-chasing event. Tsunade patted me on the shoulder and said my reward was guaranteed. Just as she finished speaking, Orochimaru called her, saying they had arrived. I saw Tsunade from a distance, bringing a tightly bound rope tree into a large tent. As soon as they entered the tent, good grief, 5 masked men, claiming to be from the Umbu, rushed and wanted to take the rope tree. Let me tell you, it was like showing off a big knife in front of Guan Yu. On Orochimaru's side, a bunch of snakes emerged from his sleeves and instantly tied up 2 people like Zongzi. Tsunade was even fiercer. She grabbed one as a weapon and knocked another out with a bang. When shadow-level ninjas fight against regular shinobi, ISNT that like child-esque play. The guy in charge even tried to sneak attack the rope tree, but the rope tree clapped his hands, and some wooden vines shot up from the ground to wrap him up. Tsunade walked over, kicked him away, and left a harsh warning. Go back and tell that old thing behind you. If you dare to touch the rope tree again, no matter who did it, I'll come for him. If he dares to run, I'll take down his whole family. Got it? Now get lost. A few days later, the army returned triumphantly to Konoha village. At the village entrance, the welcoming party, including the Konoha F4, was all there. I quickly locked eyes on the old guy with a bandaged face, who still had a working hand, Danzo. He was the top contributor to Konoha being breached twice. His gaze was like a knife, staring at me. I just smiled at him and politely bowed. Was he angry? But I was already cursing in my heart. Old muggle. Still thinking about would release? Really, it's like an old man hanging himself, asking for a longer life, huh? Just then, my brother-in-law, Uchiha Izumi, called me over, introducing me to the young people in their clan, including Uchiha Fugaku, who looked mature for his age. I thought to myself, oh, isn't this the man who brought the whole clan to an end? Then he introduced Uchiha Makoto, and I thought she would be gentle and virtuous. But this girl came over with her arms crossed and said, "So you're Chinyen's boyfriend? You look good, but you seem a bit weak." This scared Fugaku next to her, making him look like a quail. Who would have thought that Itachi and Sasuke's mom was so fierce when she was young? The next day, I was called to the Hokage's office to receive my reward. The third Hokage was there, and so was Tsunade. I sweet-talked them, showering the third Hokage with compliments, saying how his leadership was exemplary and how the will of fire inspired us, making the old man beam with joy. The reward came through. I was directly promoted to Chunin and could choose 3 ninjutsu from the Book of Seals. I immediately requested the Shadow Clone Technique and Flying Thunder God, leaving the third one for later. The third Hokage was also straightforward, directly copying it into a scroll for me, along with training insights. I turned around and took out a scroll, sincerely saying, "Third Hokage, this is the loot I acquired in the Land of Rain, presented to the village. It's filled with explosive tags and ninja tools." Tsunade next to me squinted her eyes, looking as if to say, "That's mine." The third Hokage was also surprised, probably never having seen someone so straightforward. In his excitement, he asked me what I wanted. I immediately said I wanted a piece of land by the Death Forest and a shop on the main street. The old man waved his hand, not only approving it, but also giving me an extra shop to make it a big deal. When I walked out with the property deed, Tsunade blocked me and unceremoniously extorted a huge sum from me to settle the matter. When I got home, I couldn't wait any longer and immediately opened the scroll. Shadow Clone Technique. With my chakra level, I could master it in just a few minutes, and I also understood why it was a forbidden technique. Not having enough chakra could really lead to death on the spot. Then came Flying Thunder God. This was the main event. Let me tell you, once you master this technique, you'll be invincible in battles later on. But when I looked at the scroll, my scalp went numb. This ninjutsu had 3 difficulties: perception, chakra, and most importantly, spatial talent. If you weren't careful, you could end up being split in half during the teleportation. At that moment, I thought, is the third Hokage trying to use me as a pawn? Whatever I practiced, I designed a technique for myself, the character's justice, in traditional Chinese cool, right? Then I had a shadow clone take the kunai with the technique and run to the Death Forest. Once it stood still, I took a deep breath and formed the hand seals, Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, my upper body disappeared. Only my 2 legs were left standing there. And after a few seconds, they turned into a pile of wood. When my vision cleared, I was already in the forest. Wow, I succeeded on the first try. I thought to myself that I was truly a genius. I proudly tried to take a few steps, only to fall flat on my face. I looked down. Where's the part below my waist? I was so furious at that moment that I quickly grew back my lower body and tried again. In a flash, I returned home, only to find that my arms hadn't come back with me. I was stunned at that moment. What the hell? Where's my arm? I can't believe this. I tell you, for the next 7 days, I was like possessed, flashing back and forth between home and the Death Forest. Eating and drinking? Not a thing. When I was hungry, I just gnawed on military rations, and when I was tired, I lay down right there. My mind could only hold on to Flying Thunder God. As a result, I forgot about Qing Yen. On the 7th day, Qing Yen came knocking on my door, her face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Just think about it. She's an Uchiha, came all the way to our Senju base, and even asked around, where does Senju Lingfeng live? Who knows, by the time she found me, half the Senju clan was gossiping that I was in a relationship, and my girlfriend had come to the door. Unbelievable. When she pushed the door open, she was stunned. There was no one inside, just firewood. While she was puzzled, I swooped in, landing gracefully. Perfect. This time, I quickly checked. Everything was in place. Not a single part was missing. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. It worked. From today on, I am the fastest man in the ninja world. Who would dare to speak loudly to me? Just as I finished speaking, a ghostly voice came. Son, you, Lingfeng. I turned around and saw Qing Yin's half-smiling expression, and let me tell you, it felt like the sky was falling. The next second, there was a heart-wrenching scream in the room. By the time I regained consciousness, I was already kneeling on the ground serving her tea and water. When she saw my cowardly appearance, she burst out laughing, and that smile nearly took my soul away. Let's just say this matter was picked up high and then gently put down. In the end, I had to use a few shadow clones to clean up the house and drag her out shopping. I only sent her off after my legs cramped up, and she had an extra kunai with my engraved technique in her hand. I collapsed on the bed and thought, next time, I must let the shadow clones handle this. Whoever goes knows best. The next month went by incredibly smoothly. Besides practicing techniques, I was eating, drinking, and having fun with Qing Yin. My buddy was now rich. Spending money made a jingling sound, emphasizing the enjoyment of the sound. What's the point of money if you don't spend it? I'm not a miser. The only downside was Sheng Tai. That guy had completely vanished. He used to drag me off for experiments every few days, but now no one bothered me. I instantly understood, wow, Sheng Tai had become the new little white mouse too. Zero. All right, my good brother, it's all about if you can do it, then you go. But just a few days into this good life, urgent reports came from the front lines, and the third Hokage's face turned green as he called an emergency high-level meeting. The pineapple-headed minister from the Nara clan, Luha, stood up and started analyzing the situation. In short, we thought we had won, but it turned out I was overthinking it. The Rain Village had been taken down by a joint attack from the Sand and Rock villages. Sister Tsunade was puzzled. What about Hanzo the Salamander? Is that old man that weak? Luha had a constipated expression and said that this matter was related to the three ninjas. It turned out Hanzo had been injured by the three ninjas and hadn't fully recovered, and then he was ambushed by the third Kazekage and Grandma Chiyo. The most outrageous part? Sister Tsunade had previously researched an antidote specifically to fight Hanzo, but that information was obtained by Sand spies. And Grandma Chiyo used it to directly crack Hanzo's poison. I was dumbfounded listening to this. Wow, our output became the enemy's strongest assist. Now the situation exploded. The Rock Village was stationed at the border of the Land of Grass to restrain us. The Sand Village was advancing rapidly, ready to swallow the Land of Rain. The third Hokage saw this was not good and started deploying strategies. Tsunade, you go to the Land of Rain to heal Hanzo. Let him deal with the Sand ninjas himself. Orochimaru, you also head to the border of the Land of Rain to help Kakashi hold the line. Danzo, you go to the border of the Land of Grass to keep an eye on the Rock Village. As for those two old advisors, go to the Land of Lightning to handle diplomacy, stall them, and just bluff. I won't take responsibility later. Damn, a hearts person playing politics is really something different. Danzo then asked, what about the Mist Village? The third Hokage exchanged glances with Danzo and sent the Uchiha clan to the southeastern border. Once this meeting was over, the war machine was set in motion. I thought with all the contributions I had made, I could take a break now, right? The next day, the recruitment list came out, and Qing Yin's and my names were glaringly on it. I exploded. Was I being treated like a sheep to be sheared? I hurried to find Sister Tsunade to plead my case. In the end, she shot me down with a single sentence. You are now a hero, a meritorious person. The whole village is watching you. Do you want to slack off? No way. Damn, did I just dig my own grave? All right, I'll go. But I can't go for nothing. I'll ask her for benefits, learn some spiritual techniques, and sign a contract with a slug. By the way, I casually asked how Roketree was doing. The big sister said that kid has awakened would release and is currently in seclusion for training. When he comes out, Granny Vortex Water will personally keep an eye on him. When I heard that, I thought it was fine, with the first Hokage, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki personally watching over him. Who would dare to touch him? That would be like pulling teeth from the Nine-Tails. After settling things here, I went to find Qing Yin. When I arrived at the Uchiha clan's place, wow, the atmosphere felt like an independent kingdom, and the looks I got were like they were guarding against thieves. Just as I was hesitating whether to use Flying Thunder God to go in directly, I saw a young Fugaku in Mikoto. I was internally complaining, what a punishment, getting together at such a young age. But Mikoto was lively. She quickly ran off to call Qing Yin for me. I discussed with Qing Yin that the atmosphere in the village is currently tense, and there's really nothing to explore. Suddenly, I remembered I had promised to treat Cat Manager. So I grabbed Qing Yin and used Flying Thunder God to arrive at Duan-Si Street. I have to tell you, I opened a restaurant called Jiaohe Restaurant, and the name emphasizes a hardcore vibe. Qing Yin was dumbfounded when he saw the two beautiful waitresses I conjured using seduction techniques, almost reaching for his sword. I quickly explained that this was a collaboration I had with my brother Yuan and Shantong, focusing on a high-end route. Then I summoned Cat Manager, and first treated him to top-notch service from the Heavenly Cat Realm, arranging everything clearly for him. Once his sage time was over, we started drinking and boasting. After a few rounds, I asked him about the current situation in the ninja world. Cat Manager, having had a bit too much to drink, let me in on the details. He said whether a war would break out depends on the sales of explosive tags. These things are one-time use, and whoever buys more is likely to cause trouble. Right now, Sunagakure is dead set on fighting, while Kumogakure is just engaging in minor skirmishes. The strangest situation, however, is with Kirigakure. As soon as I heard this, Qing Yin also got nervous. After all, the Uchiha were about to go defend against them. The cat shopkeeper said that the quantity purchased by Mist Hidden was very subtle. It wasn't too much, but it wasn't too little either. However, they specifically bought a lot of tools to break the barriers and seals. He speculated that Mist Hidden's target was not Konoha at all, but the land of whirlpools. I suddenly understood everything. Wow, so that's how it is. The Uzumaki clan is a distant relative of the Senju, and their sealing techniques are the best in the world. The Hidden Mist Village must be planning to take advantage of the conflict on the west side of Konoha to launch a sneak attack on the land of whirlpools and steal their sealing techniques. As for Konoha, I guess the distress signals were intercepted, which led to the misunderstanding of not coming to the rescue later. Looking at the map, the land of whirlpools is right in between Konoha and the Hidden Mist Village. So the first place to receive the distress signal would definitely be the southeastern defense line, which is the area guarded by the Uchiha clan. I asked Qing Yin at that time, "Who is the commander at your place? Is he a particularly intense person?" Qing Yin was taken aback, and let me tell you, her expression was something else. She said, "The highest commander is the second elder, Uchiha Dien, who is also the grandfather of Uchiha Changju, the one I took down earlier." Wow, I was shocked. This old man is a pure, high-purity radical old lunatic. Their family has been devoted to the Uchiha clan, and counting from his grandfather's generation, 3 generations have died, leaving him as the only survivor. How can his personality not be obsessive? Everything added up perfectly. Suddenly, it clicked in my mind. It must be this old man who intercepted the Vortex clan's distress signal midway. This led to Konoha being completely unaware, and by the time the news reached them, it was already too late. The land of waves was gone, and this huge blame was suddenly placed on Konoha's head. Family, who understands? No wonder later Konoha's F4 treated the Uchiha like thieves. Turns out you guys have your own dirty laundry too. The third Hokage was the same. He originally sent the Uchiha to the front lines of the Mist Village, intending for them to rot there with no battles to fight and no achievements to gain. What happened? They turned around and slapped you in the face instead. This move was like shooting yourself in the foot, simply abstract. When I mentioned this to Qing Yin, her little face turned pale instantly. After all, she is a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, and her heart is still with the village. Upon hearing that this matter concerns the extermination of her clan and the village's reputation, she became very anxious and asked me what to do. My first thought was, isn't that simple? Just replace him. Directly swap that old madman for a conservative or a centrist, and it will be done. But Qing Yin shook his head and said it wouldn't work at all. The centrist leader is the patriarch. Once he leaves, the resentful ones at home will cause an uproar. The conservative leader is the elder, and while he has enough prestige, he's blind and can't go to the front lines. As for the others, no one can suppress the second elder. Sending people from a village for joint defense? That would be even worse. Uchiha Obutsu and the Uchiha clan could perform an instant explosion right there. Wait, I suddenly grasped the key point. The elder is blind? A bold idea flashed through my mind. Could he have used Izanagi or Izanami? With his rank and status, he must know about the Mangeki Sharingan. I thought, over the decades from Madara to Itachi, surely there couldn't have been no one who could use the Mangeki? This elder definitely has a story. Since we can't replace him, we'll have to take a hard approach. I told Qing Yin, let's keep a close watch on him. Once there's any movement from the mist, no matter what orders he gives, we'll act directly to rescue people. One rescue at a time. At worst, we'll take the people from the land of Whirlpool back to Konoha. He's just a frontline commander. Can he really control everything? Upon hearing this, Qing Yin also felt that there was no other option. Wasting not a minute, he turned to find the elder. Let me tell you, that big elder usually looks like a cheerful, chubby old man resembling an Anshi coach, but in his younger days, he was nicknamed the Flame Demon and was quite a tough character. Although he can't see, his ears are very sharp, and as soon as Qing Yin entered, He knew who it was. After Qing Yin reported everything in detail, the smile on the old man's face didn't change. But Qing Yin felt that the air around them was almost frozen. After listening, the old man told Qing Yin to go back first and keep it quiet. Once she left, his expression became quite forlorn, muttering about how for hundreds of years they had been fighting and struggling, and that it would be clearer if it were a few kids. But then he quickly shifted his tone, saying, however, this is also an opportunity. Goodness, an old fox is still an old fox. He instantly figured it out. Killing the Uzumaki clan meant breaking ties with the village. But saving the Uzumaki clan would be a significant step toward the village. He immediately called people, shouting out the names of dozens of Uchiha elite jounin, and even summoned the clan leader. His pale eyes widened, and I swear, the killing intent was almost spilling out of the screen as he mumbled, Water Shadow by Lien, Ghost Lantern Huanyu. I have always remembered the grudge of those eyes. A week later, the Konoha forces gathered at the village entrance. The third Hokage, with a pipe in his mouth, was there looking all compassionate and reluctant to part. I stood in the crowd, thinking to myself, enough already. If we don't leave soon, we'll miss dinner. The situation was like this. The Sand and Stone ninjas had teamed up, and the third Hokage couldn't save face, directly dispatching 3,000 people to the border of the Rain Country for support. He said they weren't targeting anyone, but the underlying message was, you can fight all you want, just don't splash blood on me. Of course, if my kid accidentally kicks you a couple of times, please be understanding. As for me, I was honorably selected due to my outstanding performance last time. However, before the main force had gone far, Commander Orochimaru received intelligence midway. His expression changed, and he directly pulled 500 unfortunate souls. Oh no, I mean elites, to rush ahead under the cover of night. And I was one of the unluckiest. After 3 days and nights of forced marching, when we finally reached the border base camp, I felt like my legs didn't belong to me anymore. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, I quickly found a big tree, touched it, and said, hee, would release, activate. I crazily absorbed its life force, regaining my energy in an instant. Unfortunately, the few trees around me were turned into cyber bonsai, looking a bit wilted. I was enjoying myself when a voice suddenly came from behind. Lingfeng, long time no see. It scared me. I turned around to see someone in a turtleneck black outfit and sunglasses, the standard look of the Oil Girl clan. After thinking for a while, I finally remembered that this was my classmate with no presence, Yun Lishan. We were reminiscing when we heard that the command post had already been bombed. The Sand Shinobi, lacking martial ethics, launched a surprise attack on our 2 reconnaissance teams, and only 3 out of 8 returned. Let me tell you, our overall commander here, Konoha's White Fang, Hitaki Sakumo, was furious on the spot, grabbing a short knife and wanted to rush out to bleed the enemy. Goodness. Orochimaru had just arrived and didn't he even know where the restroom was. How could we let this great god go out? I could only desperately persuade him. Sakumo, calm down. Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Let's first send a few elite teams to scout the enemy's position, and once we have the intelligence, you could take action. 1 cut per person, wound tea, that'd be great. Only then did Sakumo calm down. Then Orochimaru started calling names to form a rear reconnaissance team. When my name was called, Sakumo frowned, thinking that I, a newly promoted Chunin, was too inexperienced. But then Orochimaru praised me to the skies, saying I was skilled in wood release, proficient in interrogation, medical ninjutsu, and sensory techniques, practically a jack of all trades on the battlefield. If I had heard that outside, I would have been shocked. How did Orochimaru know I was hiding so well? Just as I was thinking about this, a messenger bird arrived, and Li Shan and I each took one. No one could escape. When we arrived at the command post, and the scroll was handed down, I was completely stunned. The mission was to infiltrate the land of rain and ascertain the Sand Shinobi's defenses. Why do I have to go out for guerrilla warfare every day? I quickly flipped through the profiles of my teammates. The captain, Inuzuka Hirashi, a jonin, was accompanied by a big dog named Kazamaru, clearly the type who gets overly enthusiastic. One of the team members, Yamanaka Rishin, my classmate, had a plethora of skills. And there was another, Yamanaka Shinichi. When I heard Yamanaka, I thought he would be a pale scholar who specializes in mind control, but when I looked up, I was shocked. This guy had spiky hair, stood 2 meters tall, and was all muscle, with arms thicker than my legs. Seriously, is this guy not the 3rd Reikage from the neighboring village of Kumovikure visiting us? When did the Yamanaka clan start worshipping muscles? After we set off, my captain Inuzuka Hirashi really acted like he was on a sugar high, howling and charging us deep into the battle zone. I was internally critiquing, dude, how have you survived this long with such bravery? After searching for half the day without finding a single clue, we even triggered a trap that nearly cut off Kazumara's leg, forcing me to play the role of a vet. Just when everyone was feeling a bit deflated, the captain suddenly shouted, "Watch out!" from the nearby tree. 7 or 8 bright, white fireballs flew out, heading straight for us. I quickly countered with a water release, water barrier, but to my surprise, the fireballs hit the water wall with a sizzling sound and didn't extinguish at all. My mind raced, and I shouted, "Get back, that is a Kekiai Jinkai. Blaze release, don't touch it." We had just dodged when 3 sand ninjas jumped down from the tree opposite us. One was a middle-aged jonin carrying a 3-star fan similar to the one used by Shoju, accompanied by a male and a female chunin. Without saying a word, the fan-wielding male launched an attack at us with a gust of wind. Damn, that fierce wind was mixed with wind blades, toppling trees in large clusters as if they were worthless. I quickly threw out a dozen explosive tag kunai and form hand seals, earth style, multiple earth wall. Thick earthen walls rose up one after another, barely managing to hold them off. Our captain, Inazuka Hiraki, is also a tough guy. He merged with his dog and transformed into a gigantic 2-headed wolf, charging forward with a roar. That move is called Wolf Fang. The 2-headed wolf turned into a massive whirlwind, fiercely rushing towards the sand ninja boy named Tushur. That kid was so scared, he quickly threw a shuriken, which seemed to have eyes of its own, curving around to hit the 2-headed wolf. Although it didn't do much damage, it was quite eerie. Just as the 2-headed wolf was about to succeed, a little girl named Yi Qian waved her hand, and 7 or 8 fireballs merged into one huge fireball, smashing towards the 2-headed wolf. No matter how high its physical defense was, the wolf couldn't dare to take this magical damage head-on and had to stop its attack and dodge. This was troublesome. Its size made a living target in front of the scorching jutsu, and the captain had no choice but to revert back to his normal form. Seeing how tricky we were, the J-Nin on the opposite side stopped pretending and shouted, "Tushur, don't hold back. Take down whoever you can." Yes. The kid named Tushur jumped high, pulling out 2 massive wind shuriken from his back, whistling through the air, aiming straight at me. Let me tell you, when that thing flew over, I thought it was just 2 helicopter blades. I made a cool dodge and thought, is that it? But then, out of nowhere, I felt a jolt, looked down, and saw a sword tip sticking out of my chest. Seriously, does anyone understand? This shuriken actually had GPS and could automatically turn around for a backstab. I was completely stunned. What kind of bizarre operation is this? Of course, a little injury like that was just a tickle for me, but I couldn't let it show, so I quickly thought of a plan, and just like that, I went for a tactical play dead, found a comfortable position, and pretended to be dead. My teammates exploded right on the spot, shouted my name, and wanted to rush over, but they were stopped by that guy using wind. Our teammate, Yamashiro Shin, gritted his teeth and shouted, "It's magnet release." This guy has a bloodline limit. Oh, so it's magnet release, no wonder. It means that when I got hit by that broken shuriken just now, it was like I had a big magnet attached to me. Anything made of iron he threw automatically navigated towards me. Our captain, Inazuka Hiraishi, sensed that something was wrong and immediately ordered, "Retreat. Leave the mountain, release the bugs." The guys from the Oil Girl S family flicked their sleeves, and a swarm of bugs poured out like a tidal wave. We took this opportunity to make our escape. The one leading the other side, called Wolf Bamboo, saw us running away and sent the magnetic ninja, Tushur, back to report while he chased after us with another girl. Once they had gone far enough, Tushur was about to make his escape when suddenly a shuriken whizzed past his face, leaving a cut. Startled, he turned around and yelled, "Who?" But when he took a closer look, he was dumbfounded. There I was, this unfortunate guy who had just died, with his big windmill still sticking out of me, slowly walking towards him. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Hey, it's just the 2 of us left, now it's peaceful. That guy was also a pride of heaven, really tough talking. Idiot. No matter what tricks you play, in my eyes, you were just a live target. After saying that, he took out 2 scrolls, jumped into the sky, and with 2 loud bangs, a rain of swords and spears came crashing down like a downpour. I was shocked at the time. In such a poor place as Sand-Hidden Village, they could actually afford to use this kind of saturation attack. But I didn't dodge at all. I just stood there and let him hit me, instantly turning into a hedgehog. That kid landed and sneered, playing tricks. But the next second, he couldn't laugh anymore. The ninja tools on my body clattered to the ground, and the wounds were visibly healing. The expression on his face at that moment was like he'd seen a ghost. Is this guy a monster? Run. That thought was probably all that was on his mind, and without saying a word, he turned and ran. But after just a couple of steps, as he passed by the kunai I had thrown earlier, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back, stumbled, and fell flat on his face. I didn't know when I had already teleported behind him, sending him to meet the Sage of Six Paths. I looked at the corpse on the ground and sighed. Little red-haired kid, I didn't want to cheat, but you insisted on staying behind to give me free kills. At that moment, a loud rumble came from a distance. I knew it was the commotion caused by my teammates, enough for them to safely retreat. Not long after, the two sand ninjas chasing my teammates, Lang Zhu and Yi Qian, returned, looking disheveled. They were in quite a mess, especially the girl named Yi Qian, whose face was half black, her clothes tattered, with her left sleeve completely gone and her fair arms covered in burns, resembling a roast duck freshly pulled from the oven. She was so angry she was grinding her teeth. Are those Leaf Village people crazy? They actually stick explosive tags on themselves to self-destruct. Lang Zhu also looked frustrated. Those were just shadow clones. The main body wasn't hurt at all. Yi Qian was even more shocked. Whose shadow clones are used like that? The pain from self-destructing shadow clones feedbacks to the main body. Who can handle that? The two of them grumbled as they returned to the original spot. Only be dumbfounded. My corpse and she were both gone, leaving just a pool of blood and several craters on the ground. Lang Zhu's heart sank. Oh no, it's a trap. That kid didn't die. He hurried over to check, only to find that she hadn't left a single signal. Now it was completely hopeless. No living person and no corpse. As the leading Jonin, he had lost the precious bloodline ninja from the village. He would definitely be skinned alive by the third Kazekage when he returned. He secretly glanced at Yi Qian beside him, feeling a bit relieved. At least it wasn't her. At that moment, Yi Qian noticed something. Teacher Lang Zhu, look on the ground. Where are all the ninja tools? Lang Zhu looked and became even angrier. What the hell, they cleaned everything out, even licked the plates clean. A full cycle of killing and looting, leaving nothing behind. This time, I've really lost big. Actually, I had to thank myself for leaving a hand in advance. I had already created dozens of shadow clones using wood release, lying in ambush around. As soon as I saw Lang Zhu and the others chasing, my clone army rushed up, each covered in explosive tags. The scene was simply the trendiest strategy of 2025, self-destructing truck flow. Lang Zhu and Yi Qian had never seen such a situation before and were instantly stunned by the explosions. Yi Qian was caught by one of the clones, holding onto her arm tightly. If it weren't for Lang Zhu's quick reaction, she would probably have been a pretty big mess. Even so, the two of them were still in quite a predicament. When they left, no one noticed that a nearly invisible flying thunder god mark had been quietly left on Yi Qian's shoulder as a little souvenir for me. On the other side, my three teammates were hiding in a cave. Shinichi in the mountains sensed the surroundings and said it was safe. Our captain, Inuzuka Hiraishi, slammed his fist on the ground, full of self-reproach. It's all my fault. I put Lingfeng in danger. Then, Wainushi Lishan slowly said, Lingfeng might not be dead. The two of them were stunned. Lishan explained that the bugs he left behind reported that after we left, there was another fight at the same place. Inuzuka Hiraishi's mind also started turning. Only two people were chasing us. That magnet-release ninja stayed behind. If Lingfeng isn't dead, he could take them one-on-one by surprise and have a chance to counterattack. As he spoke, he was about to bring people back to find me. But Lishan stopped him again. No need, my bugs have already checked. Lingfeng isn't there. Since even Wainushi's tracking bugs couldn't find me, going back will be pointless. In the end, the captain sighed and decided to return to the base to report the situation, vowing to take full responsibility for me. Meanwhile, I was standing on a mountaintop, enjoying the evening breeze. Without my teammates, I could finally let loose. I closed my eyes and countless vines surged from my body, instantly connecting with the entire forest. Within a radius of several dozen miles, all the trees became my eyes and ears. The entire battlefield, all the ninja positions, were clear in my mind as if I had activated a godlike perspective. At 3 o'clock, there were 2 people. At 11 o'clock, there were 5 people. I grew a huge flower on my back, its petals spinning like a helicopter, and it flew me directly to the nearest target. You wouldn't believe it. This trick may seem rustic, but it's effective. I quickly found myself above a ninja squad. They didn't even dare to light a fire and ended up getting caught by me. Without saying a word, I rained down countless wooden spikes from the sky, turning those 3 Chunin into hedgehogs on the spot. The remaining Jonin finally reacted, and I threw 2 waves of kunai using the flying thunder god technique. One wave with explosive tags to scare him, and the other was my main body, teleporting behind him and taking him out with a single blow. After looting the spoils, I waved my hand, and the wooden spikes grew into small trees, perfectly clearing the scene. That night, like a ghost, I swept through the enemies in this forest, taking down 20 to 30 of them. Once I was done, I sat down to work on my new invention. The air raid experience from last night was so exhilarating that it reminded me of that artist named Deidara. Back in his day, he flew strategic bombers. It was truly a dimensional strike. I had the flying ability, but I was short on ammunition. Explosive tags were too expensive and not durable. Suddenly, I had a brilliant idea and remembered Usopp's impact dial from One Piece. Right? I can manipulate plants. So why not cultivate explosive seeds myself? Without hesitation, I got to work. After countless attempts, I really created it. Explosive skeleton grass. This thing is like a grenade. Throw it, and it explodes upon landing, with more power than explosive tags. The only downside is its short shelf life, but that's not a problem for me. I'm basically a mobile armory. I held a seed and slammed it into the ground. With a bang, my entire arm was blown apart. But a big pit formed in the ground. Watching my arm grow back, I felt extremely satisfied. With this power, I could consider myself half an explosive release ninja. Then I thought my helicopter flight mode is still too slow. If I could control the power of the explosions to use the recoil for flight, wouldn't that turn me into a jet fighter? For the next 3 days, I used shadow clones to self-destruct during the day for harassment, and at night, I flew my helicopter for airdrop bombings, making the sand ninja restless. One day, while I was counting my loot in a cave, I suddenly smelled blood. Following the scent, I found a concealed tree hole where voices were coming from, seemingly interrogating a captive. Just as I was about to see who it was, a sudden gust of malicious wind struck from behind. Have you seen enough? It's over. I quickly crouched down to dodge and turned around to see a transparent shadow materialize in the spot where I had just stood. It was a tall ninja. Good grief. Is that the camouflage technique of the Hidden Stone Village? He missed his strike and vanished again. But trying to sneak around in front of me, a humanoid plant radar? Isn't that a bit overthinking it? He reappeared behind me, ready to launch a surprise attack. Just as he raised his knife, my wooden spike had already pierced through his heart first. I ripped the ninja tool pouch off him, but then another voice came from behind. You're too confident. With a whoosh, a short knife plunged into my back. Another spiky-haired ninja revealed himself. Not bad to take down Oda, but it's over for you now. He tried to pull out the knife, only to find it stuck. The next second, countless vines burst from my body, binding him tightly. I turned around, and my wound healed instantly. Capturing one is enough. You talk too much, so you can stay. He was shocked to see I was unhurt, but his expression quickly turned fierce. Don't underestimate me. With a surge of chakra, he exploded, shattering all my vines. I was directly blown away by the shockwave. He immediately followed up with a punch, and I blocked with my knife, but his palm struck the blade, and with a loud bang, my knife shattered into pieces. I was stunned at that moment. Is this explosion release? When did Sunagakure get another bloodline ninja? I was puzzled. This plot didn't make sense. Isn't Sunagakure supposed to be a bloodline desert? How come explosive release suddenly appeared? These explosion enthusiasts were just the right counter to my floral techniques. That hedgehog-headed guy saw me dazed and threw a punch at me. I quickly defended, secretly hiding a newly developed skeleton explosion grass seed in my palm. Boom! With a loud bang, we were both blown away. I lost half an arm, but it grew back instantly. The guy on the other side was in bad shape. His whole arm a bloody mess, staring at me in shock. Why can a leaf ninja also use explosive release? Great. He mistook my imitation for the real deal. I couldn't help but laugh. So it's Ligui meeting Likue, huh? Today, let me show you what it means for a knockoff to beat the original. A few small seeds suddenly sprouted from my back, and a thrust from the explosion propelled me forward like a cannonball. The guy was startled and could only dodge awkwardly. Then he got smart and activated his camouflage to play hide-and-seek with me, relying on his invisibility and explosive release. He kept launching sneak attacks on me while I passively defended in place. But he didn't know I was just using him as a training partner. With each explosion clash, I was learning and mimicking his control of explosions, becoming more adept at using explosive release. He thought my chakra was running low and became even more aggressive. When I felt I had practiced enough, I deliberately left an opening, and he fell for it, landing a punch on my shoulder that created a big hole. Just as he revealed a smug smile, he discovered the wound was filled with wood shavings and didn't bleed at all. He realized too late that it was a trap and tried to run, but I grabbed his arm and bound him with vines. He attempted to trigger an explosion again, but I threw a smoke bomb, and while his vision was obscured, I used the flying thunder god mark I had already placed on his arm to teleport behind him and knocked him out with a chop. All right, time to wrap it up. I searched through this explosive escape ninja, and wow, it's really loaded. In addition to various elixirs, there are also 2 large scrolls. one for wind release and one for earth release, both containing a large collection of ninjutsu from E rank to B rank. If I sell these, I wouldn't get less than 1,000,000 Ryo. However, now the problem arises: how to deal with this living bloodline limit. Killing it is definitely not an option. That would be too wasteful. But this guy is a moving bomb, and I can't even restrain it. Suddenly, an idea struck me. I'll just find someone who isn't afraid of explosions to keep watch. I immediately formed hand seals and summoned Lord Snail. I explained the situation to it, asking for its help to guard this captive, and also requested a small snail to rescue my companion who was captured in the cave. I brought the little slug into the cave and discovered that my teammate, Shun Yi, was tied up, covered in blood. He looked dazed, his eyes vacant and drooling. The little slug looked at him and said, "He's under an illusion, and his chakra is all messed up. I'll wake him up." "No," I quickly shouted to stop him. "Don't do anything reckless. He's trapped in an illusion right now. And if you shout like that to wake him up, his brain will definitely burn out. Trust me. Put that big slug on him." I tell you, when that thing landed, good heavens, it emitted a greenish glow all over, kind of like my palm technique. But it felt much more vibrant, clearly high-tech. While I was at it, I glanced at the others lying on the ground, all lifeless. Then I looked at the forehead. I directly saw an old man on the subway looking at his phone, and it was all sand shinobi symbols. What is going on? After a while, my buddy Yamamoto finally woke up, and I hurried to give him some energy. When he opened his eyes and saw me, he thought he was playing VR in an illusion and wouldn't believe it. After I explained for a long time, he finally came to his senses, first ecstatic, "Lingfeng, you little brat, didn't he die?" Then the next second, his face turned pale. He grabbed me, looking like he had seen a ghost. "Run. Hurry back and tell the commander. There's a big problem with the sand shinobi invasion. Don't worry about me. If those guys who capture me come back, we're all done for." I just realized that after they ran away that day, they felt guilty and were thinking of coming back to collect my body, but ended up running into 3 perverted upper ninjas. Especially that hedgehog-headed one, who was so skilled with his explosive techniques that my 2 teammates' ninjutsu shattered upon contact. Even the 2-headed wolf they created together was blown back to its home in one move and died on the spot. Shun-Yi himself was also severely injured and became a captive. I hurried to comfort him. "It's all right, brother. The enemies have been taken care of, and the big slug is standing guard outside." The way I said it made it seem like that big slug was taking on 3 opponents at once. The big sister slug was also very cooperative. She just blinked her little eyes, neither admitting nor denying it, maintaining an air of mystery. As soon as Shun-Yi saw the big treasure glowing green on his chest, he instantly understood. I asked him, "You just said it's suspicious. What does that mean?" He pointed at the bodies of the sand ninjas nearby, his voice trembling. "These sand ninjas were all killed by that hedgehog-headed guy." I was completely stunned. Just while we were talking, that guy who had passed out actually woke up. He opened his eyes with a confused expression, like, "Who am I? Where am I?" But soon, he reacted and tried to get up and run. However, as soon as he moved, he felt several wet, slippery, and sticky things crawling on him. His body hair stood on end, and when he looked down, he saw several little slugs tightly binding his hands and feet, with a big one lurking behind him. He was so scared that his soul almost left his body, and instinctively wanted to use chakra to blow those little things away. But the big slug leisurely spat out some acidic liquid onto a nearby stone, and with a sizzling sound, it corroded several large holes in it. "I advise you not to move," it said slowly. "These little guys have this stuff inside them, and when injured, it will spill out. I guarantee you won't be left with even a shred of bone." The guy broke out in a cold sweat and instantly became obedient. Just then, I walked out of the hole, saw he was awake, and smiled. "Thank you, Mr. Live Slug." I knew he wouldn't stay calm. I walked over, grabbed him by the collar, and dragged him back into the cave like a dead dog, throwing him in front of Shun-Yi. At this point, Shun-Yi had recovered quite a bit. He stood up, his tall frame of over 2 meters covered in blood, his face dark as he walked over step by step, looking just like a demon crawling out of hell. I told you, that explosive escape ninja was just acting tough, but now he's trembling like a leaf, desperately trying to shrink back, looking just like a little wife captured by bandits and taken up the mountain. Just a few minutes ago, he was the hunter, and in the blink of an eye, he's become the prey. This role reversal is unbelievable. I speak directly. "Shanzhong Shinyu, this guy is handed over to you." As soon as he heard the surname Shanzhong, the explosive escape ninja's pupils trembled, and he almost blurted out a classic saying. "The Shanzhong clan. Why didn't you say so earlier? Who doesn't know that your Shanzhong family specializes in psychological attacks? We're here struggling with illusions. It's like taking off pants to fart. Besides, isn't the Shanzhong clan known for their suave and elegant guys? How did someone like you come out of it?" I would even believe you if you said you were the illegitimate child of the third Hokage. Shinju didn't care about his rich inner monologue, as a big hand directly covered his forehead, while the other hand formed seals to start reading his memories. The guy went stiff all over, rolled his eyes back, drooled, and fainted right away. I was amazed. Is this the secret technique of the Mountain Clan? It's so convenient. Unfortunately, with my 1,000 hands, I don't have that talent. The urgent task is to quickly make up for my shortcomings, as long as I resolve the weaknesses against mental and soul attacks. Even the third Danzo will have to step back for me. Just as I was envisioning the future, Shinichi over there also finished. He returned with a sweaty forehead, plopped down on the ground, clearly exhausted. This is an important captive. You didn't kill him, did you? I kicked that guy, and seeing him twitch a couple of times, I felt relieved. Did you find anything? Shinichi rubbed his temples, nodded, and threw out a shocking revelation. This guy is not a sand ninja, but a member of the rock hidden explosive unit, named Moriyama Hayato. I was taken aback and thought to myself, no wonder, where would Sunagakure get explosive release from? Why would the IWA ninjas come here? To sow discord between us and the sand ninjas? But then I thought, that's not right. Do we even need to be provoked? Our relationship was already pretty bad. He shook his head with a bitter smile. It's not that simple. Although the specific details are unclear, one thing is certain. Sunagakure and IWA ninjas have joined forces. I was shocked on the spot. Sand ninjas and rock ninjas? They are sworn enemies for generations. The sand ninjas must be out of their minds, teaming up with their arch-rivals to stab Konoha, their ally, in the back. I really can't understand this line of thought. Then why didn't you continue searching for souls? Oh no, I mean searching memories. He gave me a glance. You're overestimating me. In my current state, if I keep searching, his brain will turn into a mess, and then it won't matter who comes. Well, I guess we can only take him back. But the problem is it's far from the camp, and we can't move quickly with a dead weight. I asked Lord Living Slug if he could take him to the wet bone forest first, but he was very principled and said no entry without a contract. I thought to myself, Orochimaru's giant snakes are always shouting about wanting to eat the contractors, and you have too many rules here. There's no way around it. So I had to send Lord Living Slug away first. He asked me what to do, and I smiled, grabbed him with one hand, and lifted the explosive ninja with the other. He was still confused. What are you doing? Before he could finish his sentence, everything around us changed in a flash. With another flash, it changed again. After a few more flashes, the three of us found ourselves in a messy supply tent. I let go of the two of them and let out a long sigh. All right, we're home. Shook his head and looked around. His expression was quite remarkable. Lingfeng. You actually know space-time ninjutsu? I nodded with a smile. I learned the Flying Thunder God through official channels, nothing to hide. His eyes widened in envy. Of course, this is one of the most advanced ninjutsu in the ninja world. Once learned, it means having an immortal body, and in the future, you definitely become a Hokage-level powerhouse. He cautiously peeked out of the tent and saw that it was indeed full of Konoha ninjas, and that made him completely believe it. Impressive. Let's go to the command center. I pointed to the unconscious Hayato Semiyama on the ground and said, don't forget to take this trophy. Shin let out a sneer, picked him up, and headed towards the command center. When we arrived at the command center, Kakashi Hitaki, the renowned Konoha White Fang, was looking at a family letter with a gentle expression. As soon as he heard we brought back important intelligence and a prisoner, his eyes lit up, and putting the letter away, he dragged Orochimaru, who was looking at a scroll nearby, over. Shin explained the whole situation. But the two big shots didn't change their expressions until they heard about the alliance between the Rock and Sand Shinobi. Their faces suddenly turned serious. Just then, the pretending to be dead Hayato, Semiyama, suddenly sprang up. He realized this was the Konoha Command Center, and the two in front of him were the highest commanders. He thought to himself that even if he had to die, he would make a heroic sacrifice for the village. He threw a punch at Kakashi's head, infused with explosive chakra. My heart jumped to my throat as I saw Lord Kakashi instinctively reaching out to block it. But just as the fist was about to hit, Lord Kakashi's figure vanished in an instant. The next second, that rock ninja's ankle tightened, and he was spun around like a sack of potatoes, crashing hard to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Lord Kakashi clapped his hands, looking disdainful. You think I can't see there's something wrong with your punch? Trying to trick me? You're still 100 years too early. That rock ninja was also stubborn. He got up and roared, charging again. As a result, Lord Kakashi easily dodged, casually catching the ninja blade that was sent flying and skillfully inserting it into the guy's mouth, with the tip pressing against the root of his tongue, without injuring him at all. The rock ninja's eyes instantly cleared, frozen in place, not daring to move. Lord Kakashi suddenly exuded a chilling, killing intent, causing the temperature in the entire command center to drop several degrees. I usually don't treat prisoners violently, but if you make another move, I'll have to treat you as an enemy. That pure killing intent frightened the rock ninja, making him tremble all over, cold sweat pouring down. Seeing that he had completely lost the will to resist, Lord Kakashi chuckled, and the killing intent vanished without a trace. That's more like it, he said with a smirk. If I can't deal with Inoki, can I not deal with you? With Kakashi subduing that guy, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, Ninja came in to seal the prisoner's chakra and took him away for intense interrogation. Shin and I watched the whole process, dumbfounded. Especially me. My eyes were practically red with greed. This power, this speed, this combat technique, it was simply a dimensionality reduction attack. A top-tier bloodline, Nin looked like a 3-year-old child in front of Lord Kakashi. When the farce ended, Orochimaru finally spoke. Rin, how do you feel? I can only smile wryly. I am truly amazed. Lord Shomo's strength is beyond imagination. Lord Shomo, with his hands on his hips, laughed heartily. After all, I've been eating for a few more years than you. This guy's personality is completely different from what I imagined. He is not aloof at all, but rather like a big brother who loves to joke around. He patted me on the shoulder and said earnestly, Rin Fengquin, you have great talent and strong ninjutsu. But don't forget, ninjutsu is just a weapon. The most important thing is the person using the weapon. You must not neglect your foundational training. I was startled for a moment, indeed. Recently, I have been too reliant on my fruit abilities and flying thunder god, and my physical fitness improvement has slowed down. His words were like a wake-up call for me. Just like later with Sasuke and Naruto, one relied on external aids and techniques to level up, while the other focused on solid foundations. In the end, it's clear who has the higher potential. I immediately bowed deeply to him and said, Lord Shomao, thank you for your guidance. Just then, Orochimaru mentioned our fallen teammate, Inuzuka Hearthstone. My expression darkened, and I quickly asked another teammate how Rishin was doing. Shuni sighed and said, Rishin encountered an IWA ninja with us and was injured while escaping. One IWA ninja chased after him, so the situation looks grim. My face instantly turned dark, and I asked them the location of the attack before turning to leave. I need to find Li Shan. No, it's too risky. Shin E quickly stopped me, saying that it's already been several days, and the rock ninja will definitely send someone to investigate. I interrupted him directly. You've said it yourself. It's been several days. I can wait, but the mountain can't. As I was about to activate the flying thunder god, Lord Shikumo suddenly spoke up. Are you good at tracking? I was taken aback and shook my head. He directly summoned a small white dog. Its name is Bai Yen. Take it with you. I took the puppy, thanked it, and it instantly disappeared. I returned to the cave with the white flame and soon found the pine forest that Shani mentioned. The traces of the battle were extremely severe. I felt incredibly distressed and murmured to the air, vowing to find Li Shan and take revenge for the captain. I'll let the little white dog out, Bai Yen. I'm counting on you. That little dog is quite reliable, nodding its head. The Oil Girl clan mixes with bugs every day. Their scent is easy to recognize. Leave it to me. After saying that, it started sniffing vigorously on the ground and soon led me out in a rush. We tracked along the way and discovered numerous signs of battles and traps, as well as the bodies of corrupted insects away from the mountain. Finally, we arrived at the edge of a cliff. Bai Yen sniffed at the cliff's edge. The scent ends here. He must have fallen down. I took a peek and saw that the cliff was at least 100 meters deep. Without saying a word, I pulled out a kunai and threw it down. As soon as the kunai hit the ground, I used a teleportation technique with Bai Yen in my arms and arrived at the bottom of the cliff. What a convenient ability, Bai Yen exclaimed in my embrace. We started searching at the bottom of the cliff. Suddenly, Bai Yen shouted, Lingfeng, over here. I hurried over and found several dead parasitic insects in an inconspicuous corner. Bai Yen sniffed and excitedly said, they've been dead for no more than 3 hours. That means they were still alive after falling from the mountain. A glimmer of hope finally ignited in my heart. Meanwhile, just a few dozen miles away, young Lishin was leaning against a big tree, panting heavily and covered in wounds. Gritting his teeth, he tore the clothes stuck to his wounds, causing his whole body to shudder in pain, and then released the parasitic bugs to devour the rotten flesh. Suddenly, the sound of insects around him changed subtly. This was the alarm he had set. Lishin sprang up instantly, gripping his kunai tightly. After a while, the insect sounds returned to normal, and the enemy seemed to have left. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, several stone spikes suddenly shot up from the ground. Lishin narrowly jumped aside as a figure slowly emerged. It was the rock ninja Jonin who had been chasing him for 2 days. He never expected the Yun clan could use insects in such a way. Lishan's heart sank. He realized he had been tricked. The opponent used a shadow clone as bait, while the real body launched a sneak attack. This guy was terrifying. He knew that dragging it out would only lead to death. So he steeled himself and released all the parasitic bugs, transforming them into a massive cloud of insects. Unleashing his secret technique, Insect Jade, the rock ninja remained calm, forming hand seals, and a layer of robust stone armor enveloped him. The parasitic bugs instantly swarmed over him, gnawing wildly. As expected of the Yun clan, a voice came from within the stone armor. But unfortunately, insects can be quite fragile at times. Just as the words left his mouth, a thick yellow smoke suddenly erupted from the black insect ball, releasing a pungent odor. The parasitic bugs, as if seeing a ghost, immediately became agitated and scattered in all directions. Yun Lishan was taken aback. The guy had thrown a specially made smoke bomb at some point, and the yellow smoke was actually an insect repellent specifically designed to counter the bugs. This was bad news. Lishan's heart sank completely. This was worse than poison gas. At least the parasitic bugs could detoxify. Now, his most powerful weapon had been rendered useless. The rock ninja stepped out of the smoke, wiping a new scar on his face. This is the mark you left. This humiliation must be washed away with your blood. Then, it turned into a brutal cat-and-mouse game. The rock ninja continuously left wounds on him, but avoided hitting vital spots. Soon, Lishan exhausted his strength and fell to his knees. Goodbye. The rock ninja appeared behind him, raising his blade. At that moment, a whoosh of air cut through the silence. The rock ninja was startled and quickly jumped aside as several kunai whizzed past him. The next second, I, holding a white flame, appeared in front of Yun Lishan. Lishan's consciousness was hazy, and upon seeing me, he murmured, "Lingfeng, you're not dead." After saying that, his body softened and he collapsed. I immediately created a shadow clone to embrace him and jumped to the back to begin healing. Bai Yin covered his nose and said, "Lingfeng, I can't stand this smell anymore. I'm leaving first. Be careful." After saying that, he turned into white smoke and disappeared. When Li Shan woke up again, the battle had already ended. He looked at the withered and faintly breathing rock ninja beside him and asked me in shock, "Lingfeng, you can capture a Jonin by yourself?" I vaguely dealt with it, saying that my ninjutsu was more restrained than his. The two of us fell silent for a while. I apologized to him for the captain's death, but he comforted me instead, saying it wasn't my fault. He curiously asked how I found him. I told him I originally had no clue, but then Bai Yin suddenly smelled a particularly pungent odor, followed the scent, and found you. As I realized it, I understood that the smell was the specially made smoke bomb of the rock ninja. I didn't expect that this smoke, which dispersed the parasitic bugs, actually attracted me as a savior. It seems that guy has a way of seeking death. However, a huge question also arose in his mind. Why would the other party carry such specially made smoke bombs specifically targeting the Oil Woman clan? I was puzzled at the time, thinking this thing is really targeted. Besides our Oil Girl clan, at most it would just annoy Inuzuka's dog, who would randomly run around the battlefield with this thing. The cost isn't low. Thinking of this, Li Shan's expression suddenly changed, and he grabbed me eagerly, saying, "Lingfeng, this person has crucial information, extremely important for me and our Oil Girl clan. Can you help me?" Pry it open? I was in a dilemma at that moment. I told you I'm a medical ninja. I'm good at saving people, but interrogation? How would I know how to do that? I said, "Buddy, can't we talk about this back at the camp? We're out here in the wilderness." But that guy from the mountain shook his head firmly. I understood it all at once. Family members, who understands this? This is the little unspoken secrets among the big family. It involves family secrets. And everyone wants to keep the first-hand information to themselves. Whether to share it with the village depends on the benefits. This is the eternal game between the village and the family. Li Shan said, "It's best to ask now." Right away. I was thinking about where to find a professional talent for you. Wait, I have someone. I slapped my thigh. Yamanaka Shinichi. He can directly search his memories. 4K high definition, clearer than what you can imagine. Iri Mashida was taken aback, probably not expecting that Shinichi's secret technique had become so impressive. Although I didn't want to involve other families, the Yamanaka clan is the ancestor of the torture realm. And since our two families have always had a good relationship, he immediately nodded. "Then I'll leave it to you. Just wait." Before I finished speaking, I used the flying thunder god technique and vanished in an instant, leaving behind only a kunai. Iri Mashida's eyes were almost popping out, his mouth wide open. "Space-time ninjutsu?" Before he could finish shouting, I reappeared in a flash, holding a bewildered Yamanaka Shinichi. When Shinichi saw Irimashita, he was so excited that he ran over and gave him a bear hug. Irimashita, you're okay. That's great. After all, they had a bond that was life and death, and that friendship was genuine. I briefly explained the situation, and Shun-E was straightforward, directly placing his hand on the captive's head and starting to read the information. This time, he was clearly more skilled than last time. In no time, he found the key information, muttering, "The Upstream Flow Clan." So that's how it is. The Upstream Flow Clan. When Lishan and I heard this name, our DNA reacted. Goodness, isn't this the family from Awakens that plays with bees? They've been old enemies with the Oil Woman clan for hundreds of years. Lishan was anxious. This guy is definitely not from the Upstream Flow family. What relationship does he have with them? Shun-E dumped all the intelligence he had gathered. Let me tell you, this is simply a big play. It turns out the Upstream Flow clan recently cultivated a super impressive new breed of poisonous bees, and they were planning to launch a surprise attack on our Konoha camp to boost their military achievements and elevate their family status. But the commander of Awakens isn't stupid. He was already aware, thinking to himself that this group of conspicuous idiots would unleash the poisonous bees, and everyone would know that Awakens had come to the land of rain. What intelligence is there to hide? That such a kid would definitely skin him alive. So, he specifically sent someone to keep an eye on the Upstream Flow clan, and even issued special smoke bombs to his subordinates, just to prevent these lunatics from causing trouble. If they made any unusual moves, they would immediately use the smoke bombs to eliminate the swarm and capture the people. So that's how it is. After Lishan listened, he fell silent. After a while, he suddenly said, "Lingfeng, Shun-E, can you keep this information confidential for me?" I was like, this kid, usually looking honest and straightforward, suddenly changed his demeanor. This information is too important for our Oil Girl clan. I want to report it directly to the clan leader. Wow, I instantly understood. He wants to intercept it. You guys from the Water Flow clan want to step on us from Konoha to boost your achievements. Do we from the Oil Girl clan not need it? This immense fortune must belong to our Oil Girl family today. I exchanged a glance with Shun-E. All right, we're brothers, so if he wants to take the credit, let him. After all, we've got each other's backs. But Shun-E still seemed a bit worried. Lishan, are you sure about this? Don't end up empty-handed and capsize the boat. Lishan was incredibly confident. If it weren't for this intel, I would have at most a 40 chance. But now, I'm going back to cultivate specialized parasites to counter their venomous bees immediately. I have an 80 chance of making sure they don't come back. All right, since my brother has said this, what else can we say? Let's just do it. Half a day later, Lishan's injury had mostly healed, and he was eager to return and report. Without saying a word, I activated the Flying Thunder God technique, grabbing Lishan with one hand and Shun-E with the other, while my shadow clone carried that unfortunate captive. Whoosh! We arrived back at the Konoha camp, appearing directly in Shun-Yi's tent. I have to tell you, my Flying Thunder God technique has gotten smoother and smoother. It used to be a struggle to take one person with me, but now I can easily take 3 plus a little accessory. I feel like if I run into the Eternal Girl now, I could at least hold out for 10 minutes without getting turned into a porcupine. However, the moment we landed, we froze up. Yamashita Shinichi almost kneeled down with a thud. Wow. Inside the tent, there was a row of handsome guys, with a white-haired but incredibly handsome old man in the center, who was resting with his eyes closed. Below him sat 4 or 5 golden-haired handsome guys, all from the Yamashita clan. As soon as they saw us appear out of nowhere, without saying a word, they immediately unleashed their power. Several Yamashita clan members stared wide-eyed. Mind-turn technique. Yamashita Shinichi was almost in tears, shouting, "No." I was also startled at that moment, but my reaction was incredibly fast. The tension in my mind snapped tight, and I immediately performed the shadow clone technique. In an instant, a dozen clones appeared, 3 of which rushed straight towards the opposing ninjutsu and got hit right away, their expressions frozen in shock. The other side was also confused. They probably had never seen such a move before. Before they could react, the remaining clones surged forward, overwhelming the few affected clones and pinning them to the ground. Let me tell you, this move is simply amazing. I specifically developed it to deal with mental attacks, and it mainly relies on a distraction. One shadow clone swaps with the opponent's ultimate move, and this trade is a huge profit. The white-haired, old handsome guy in the center was originally as steady as a rock, but when he saw my operation, he sat up straight from the mat. His expression was as ridiculous as if he saw someone using a calculator to calculate 1 plus 1. He must be thinking, if this gets out, how can their clan in the mountains survive? Swapping one shadow clone for one mountain clan member, ISNT, that losing everything. Enough, stop it. The old handsome guy shouted, and the scene instantly fell silent. The mountain clan members quickly dispelled their ninjutsu, each one returning to their bodies with pale faces. Damn, it was too scary. Being pinned down was one thing, but there were still a few shadow clones squatting there making the tiger seal. What did they want to do? Mountain clan member Shun, he suddenly knelt down. Chief. I was taken aback, thinking it was over. After all the commotion, the person in front of me turned out to be the leader of the mountain clan, Shan Zhongqing-do, an old monster from the same generation as the third Hokage. This was a huge problem. This old man doesn't play fair. While we were still in shock, he used a body flicker technique and appeared in front of the captive, placing his hand on the guy's head. With a flash of white light, the guy rolled his eyes and passed out again. I shouted in my heart at the same time as Lishan, damn, we didn't avoid this captive when we were discussing earlier. Sure enough, after a few breaths, Qing-do in the mountains finished reading the line, squinting his eyes as he glanced at the three of us, his gaze sharp like a knife. The Shui Lu clan, the new Shinobi Bee, ambushing Konoha, and you three little brats secretly making this deal. You have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. I was completely dumbfounded. My face was hidden behind sunglasses, but I probably looked like I had eaten something terrible. Shun, he was practically burying his head in the ground. The little ghost is just a little ghost. Yamano Haruto sneered. Do you know that the entire sensory barrier of the Konoha camp is maintained by our Yamano clan? If I don't nod, do you think a mere upstream flow can get close to the camp? The three of us were stunned. Is there such a thing? Lishan quickly took a step forward and respectfully bowed. Lord Qing-do, this was all my idea. It has nothing to do with them. This is a rare opportunity for our oil maiden clan. Please grant us this. Qing-do in the mountain smiled with his lips, but not with his eyes. Easier said than done. Defending the camp is the responsibility of our mountain clan. If we let the enemy in, we bear the responsibility, but the benefits go to your oil maiden clan. Where in the world is there such a good deal? Lishan was tongue-tied and couldn't respond. My mind was racing, and as soon as I heard those words, I realized what was happening. He was haggling. I quickly leaned in and said, Lord Qing-do, everything is negotiable. Tell me, what do you want in order to give Lishan a chance? Shan Zhongqing-do looked at me with interest and said, Flying Thunder God Technique. You're Tsunade's disciple, Senju Lingfeng? That's right, I am. He praised me, saying that heroes emerge from the young. I quickly played it down. Then I had a thought and decided to add a little pressure. Chief Qing-do, Yamanaka Lishan has seen the entire process of me using Shadow Clone to block the heart turn. Shan Zhongqing-do's face turned dark immediately. Are you threatening me? I wouldn't dare. I quickly waved my hands. I didn't mean that at all. But think about it. If you don't give any chance at all, even if Lishan promises to keep it a secret, can you really believe that? It's not worth it to create a rift between the Yamanaka and Oil Girl families over this. The old man pondered for a long time and finally nodded. All right, I can cooperate with you in this act. However, I can't help for free. Besides keeping it a secret, I have other demands. I thought to myself, go ahead. The Oil Woman clan definitely won't be stingy. Over there in the Oil Woman clan, have their clan leader come to talk to me tomorrow. The old man waved his hand, sending Lishan away, then looked at me intently. Now, I have something to discuss with you, Qin Lingfeng. He whispered a few words to a handsome uncle nearby, then pointed at that uncle and said to me, This is the reinforcement from the mountains. The father of Shuni. I quickly greeted him, puzzled in my heart about how such a handsome uncle could have a rough guy like Shan Yi as his son. Also, what does he want me to stay for? Lingfeng, since you've gotten involved, you have to agree to one condition of mine. Senior, please say it. Shanzhong Qing-do spoke astonishingly. My condition is that you marry his daughter, Shanzhong Xing. I and Yamamoto Shinichi exclaimed in unison at that time. What? My jaw nearly dropped to the ground. What an international joke. I quickly waved my hand. Wait. Senior, think twice. This absolutely cannot happen. If my wife Qing Yin finds out, she'll skin me alive. Shanzhong Qing-do's face turned cold. What's wrong? Is our Shanzhong family's daughter not worthy of you? I secretly cursed in my heart. Who would have a time traveler marry into a mountain tribe? But all I could say was, oh no, it's me who is unworthy. Besides, I already have someone I care about. All right, the old man nodded. Since that's the case, I won't be the bad guy. Let's change the terms. I was taken aback. Wow, you're waiting here for me? I heard that you can read the Book of Seals again. I was taken aback. I really underestimated you. Old man, your appetite is too big. You want a forbidden technique just by opening your mouth. I might as well just marry into your family. I chuckled lightly. You don't want me to give up the opportunity, do you? Not all. Yama shook his head and wouldn't agree either. But the answer is very close. Lingfeng, Have you heard of the spirit transformation technique? I know a little. It's that S-rank ninjutsu that Kato Dan used to kill himself. This technique was originally from our Yama clan. The old man started to tell stories. It turns out this technique was passed down in their family, but was later snatched by the Senju clan and put into a sealing book. They only managed to come up with a youthful version of the body flicker technique. Now the opportunity has come. He wants me to learn the spirit transformation technique and then teach it to them. I frowned and said, Senior, I don't have any attribute chakra. I can't learn it. The cost is too high. Not quite, Yamamoto Sito explained. The spirit transformation technique is divided into two parts, soul attack and spirit defense. Cat study focuses on the soul attack, which has very high requirements. The other part, spirit defense, is for defending against mental and soul attacks. And theoretically anyone can learn it, though the training is quite slow. As for its power, the old man paused. Our ancestors once used it to resist the Jinjutsu of the Mangeki Sharingan. My eyes lit up instantly. Wow, can it withstand a kaleidoscope? Isn't this tailored just for me? But the cultivation is slow, so it's not very valuable to me. This is my reward. Shan Zhongqing smiled like an old fox, saying, Old man will help you solve this problem, so you can learn Ling Yu in a short time. Can I refuse this? I nodded vigorously on the spot. Don't worry. Once this matter is settled, I'll go find the third Hokage to exchange. Great. The deal is done. And the old man is very pleased. But then he pulled me aside and asked for my opinion on Shani. I hesitated for a moment, but still spoke the truth. I feel he doesn't quite resemble a member of the Shanzhong tribe. Just look at your family. It's either a handsome elder or a beautiful uncle. Yet somehow they're Shun-E, a man with such a unique style. The old man smiled helplessly and said that half of the people in the Shanzhong tribe lack the talent for escape and cannot learn the family secret arts, which is purely a waste. Shun-E is one of them. This kid is unwilling to be a support and would rather learn swordsmanship. So what? I asked. I plan to find an excuse to expel him from the family, so he won't be bound by clan rules. Shanzhong Qingdo looked at me and said, I hope you can take him in. Saying this, he handed me a scroll, and of course, it won't be for nothing. I opened it and gasped, quickly tucking it into my arms. Don't worry. From now on, Shun-E and I will be like brothers with different fathers and mothers. After I left, Yama Zhongxing stepped forward. Father, if the oil woman clan can't hold them off. Zhengyan, Yama Zhongxing smiled mysteriously. Success can also become cheap. Only through appropriate failures can our value be reflected. Besides, with the addition of an insect to the pig deer butterfly. What's wrong with that? While we were scheming against each other, on the other side, the people from the upper water flow weren't idle either. In a hidden cave, the leader of the upper water flow clan, Shang Shuiliu Qinya, was standing with his hands behind his back, staring at a huge blood-red beehive as if admiring a priceless treasure. Inside, something was faintly wriggling, making one's scalp tingle. His brother walked in to report, Brother, everyone is ready, but we've been watched by the people from Rock Hidden. Shang Shuiliu Qinya sneered. If you can hide, then hide. If you can't, then take them down. The Rock Hidden village doesn't need cowards. You should know how big the appetite of the new ninja bees is. If we don't attack the leaf camp, where we find so much chakra and flesh to feed them. He looked at the blood-colored beehive, his eyes filled not with light, but with a blazing ambition. Soon, in no more than 3 days, the blood bees will hatch. As long as there are enough of them, my upper water flow clan might just be able to take control of the Rock Hidden village. On the other side in the leaf camp, after I reached an agreement with Yamashiro Haruto, I came out of the tent. Li Shan was indeed waiting for me outside. We had to go through the formal process, so I took him back to the medical camp. Soon, Hitaki Sakumo received the news and happily ran over, tossing the documents in his hand to Orochimaru, and came to pat me on the shoulder. Well done. You didn't embarrass Konoha. The medical ninja checked and said that Li Shan was recovering well and could return to his clan to rest. Hitaki Sakumo immediately winked at me. One task, one leader. Lingfeng, you take him back. That old man from the Yamanaka family is protective of his own, and since you saved his precious child, he should definitely reward you generously. Don't be polite then. Take full advantage. I said, how could that be? It's all what I should do, but in my heart, I had already given him a big thumbs up. Once we left, let me tell you, the old man with white hair is quite clever. He immediately summoned 2 members of the Umbu, spread the word about saving Li Shan, and guide the narrative. He knows very well that saving Li Shan, an ordinary chunin with a decent background but not part of the top-tier elite, is more inspiring than saving some second-generation or jonin. It will boost the morale of the majority of common ninjas, making them feel that Konoha won't give up on anyone. This is called a precise injection of confidence. You understand? I used my shadow clone to carry Risshin and walked towards the Oil Woman clan's camp. Their camp was located at the far edge, and I was curious. If this were the Uchiha clan, they would have exploded in anger by now. Risshin sighed and said, "You'll know when you get there." As we got closer, I was taken aback. My scalp felt numb. The area around the Oil Woman clan's camp seemed to be shrouded in a layer of black mist, and upon closer inspection, it was filled with swarms of tiny, flying insects. They were buzzing everywhere, both in the air and on the ground, as if we had entered a spider's lair. No wonder there wasn't a single female ninja in sight. Once we entered their camp, everyone was dressed in trench coats and sunglasses, like we had walked into the set of The Matrix. When the clan members saw Risshin return, they all gathered around. Risshin exchanged a few words with them, and then asked someone to open the temporary meeting room, saying he had important matters to report to the clan leader. As soon as I heard that, the other Oil Women clan members were also taken aback. A temporary forbidden chamber. This place is almost on the same level as the Uchiha's Nana Shrine for the Oil Women clan. I tell you, that place is simply the ancestral hall of the Oil Woman clan, and the atmosphere is solemn and grave. When I was carried in, as soon as I entered that pure black tent, I was hit with a wave of claustrophobia. The fabric of the tent, as I got closer, revealed that it was densely covered with countless bad bugs, wriggling around, and occasionally reflecting light in that colorful black. The ground beneath my feet wasn't the earth, but a swarm of shiny beetles, each step making a crunching sound, as if I might crush one with a single misstep. Who understands this, huh? The foundation of the ninja aristocracy is no joke, it's hardcore. Inside the tent, there are already 3 people waiting, with a skinny old man in sunglasses, sitting in the middle. His aura screamed Big Boss. He was the leader of the Oil Woman clan, Oil Woman Yahoo. Lishan struggled to get up to pay his respects, but the old man waved his hand to push him back down. All right, you're hurt this badly. What else with all this formal stuff? Let us get to the point. Lishan is a straightforward person, so he immediately spilled our harrowing experience. He talked about how their small team was ambushed and chased, and how I heroically saved the day. Oh no, heroically rescued the situation. And finally, how we accidentally uncovered the big conspiracy of the Waterflow clan. The old man listened intently, and when he heard Lishan wanted to use this incident to benefit the family, his eyes softened, as if looking at his own grandson. But when he heard that we were intercepted by a clan in the mountains, and that the old scoundrel Shan Zhongqing specifically demanded a personal visit, the old man exploded. Damn, that old fool Shan Zhongqing has no shame, bullying our kids while I'm not home, and want me to pay him a visit? Why doesn't he just fly up to the sky? Isn't he afraid I'll stuff his mouth full of bugs? Lishan and I looked at each other in confusion. What is going on? This reaction is not right. The old man probably saw our bewildered expressions and suppressed his anger to give us a lesson. The best way to deal with bug users is still with bug users. Even if the Mountain Clan reports the positions of those from the upper water flow, it will still be us, the Oil Women clan. We'll have to take action in the end, right? When Shan Zhongqing said he wanted to let the enemy in a fight, that was just empty talk. Like taking off your pants to fart. Lishan was stunned at the time. Are you saying that this matter doesn't need their help at all? Not exactly. The old man snorted. Those upper water flow brats have indeed researched quite a few methods to counter our parasitic bugs over the years, especially that ninja bee, which can interfere with our bug signals. It's really annoying. Having the mountain clans help would definitely save us a lot of trouble. So this time, we are definitely in for it. I think I understand now. For the Oil Woman clan, this is not really about whether they lose or gain. It's purely about how much they can earn. And let me tell you, these old foxes playing politics have dirty minds. On the surface, Shan Zhongqing is extorting, but in reality, hey, he's secretly deepening ties with the Oil Woman clan behind the village leadership's back. This signal is way more important than that little bit of money. The old man is probably overjoyed inside, yet he has to put on a shocked expression, like he's owed an Oscar. After that, the old man finally turned his attention to me. You must be Lingfeng, right? That's me, the younger generation. I won't pry into your dealings with the Shanzhong family, but for this matter, I represent the Oil Woman clan to thank you. Wow, those words carry a lot of weight. I quickly waved my hand, saying it was all just a coincidence. But inside, I was overjoyed. I thought the Shanzhong family would profit immensely while I would gain a little, but unexpectedly, I also gained the friendship of the Oil Woman clan. This is a total win. Let me tell you, in this ninja world, fighting and killing are secondary. The main thing is personal relationships and social connections. Having many friends and keeping enemies in check is the way to go. Once I left with Lishan, the several upper ninjas from the Oil Woman clan in the tent began analyzing. saying things like they must gather intelligence on the new type of ninja bees and that cooperation with the Shanzhong family is necessary, and the cost is acceptable, and so on. After listening, Oil Woman Yi, who shrank back in her chair for a long time without speaking, then suddenly blurted out, "How is that kid Ji Hei doing in his training?" The two upper ninjas were taken aback, and after realizing it, they quickly replied, "It's going very smoothly. He can already skillfully control the nano-poison insects." The old man nodded in satisfaction. "Give him the insect summoning secret technique. Let him drop everything and master it as quickly as possible." I just got back to my tent, lay down on the bed, and was ready to enjoy the relaxation after surviving the ordeal. But guess what? Suddenly, a cold, hoarse voice came from the corner of the tent. "Lingfeng Jun, enjoying yourself." Huh. I sprang up from my bed, my heart almost leaping out of my throat. When I turned around, good grief. A snake as thick as my waist was coiled there, and then it opened its huge mouth and spat out a Orochimaru. Does anyone understand what I mean? That scene almost made me regurgitate last week's meal. My face turned pale, and I leaned against the wall and said to him, "Lord Orochimaru, can we please use the door next time? I'm begging you. Can we take a path through the living world?" Uncle Snake, unfazed, went straight to the point. "Lingfeng-kun, I have already used up the white tissues you gave me." As soon as I heard this, I became very interested. "Oh, how's the progress?" "The gains are huge. Just one step away from success. It's a pity that the material loss is too great. So, I would like to ask you to provide some more." I frowned. "Isn't this just a reminder to deliver the goods?" "Lord Orochimaru, I only have one left in my hands, and it has other uses. You know how precious this thing is. It's not something you can just have." Orochimaru chuckled, walking towards me as he said, "Of course I know how hard it is to come by. So, I would like you to tell me, where did you obtain this experimental subject? That way, you won't have to trouble yourself in the future." My smile disappeared at that moment. Goodness, are they trying to cut off my financial resources by going straight to the upstream manufacturers? "Lord Orochimaru, this is not what we agreed upon back then." He stuck out his long tongue and licked his lips, and in an instant his figure vanished. The next second, I felt a sharp pain in my back. The tip of the Kusanagi sword was already pressed against my kidney. Agreement? The premise of an agreement is strength. I don't want to find myself in a situation where you die, and my experiments can't proceed due to a lack of materials. I slowly turn around. The tip of the sword pressed against my chest. "Lord Orochimaru, considering you are a classmate of Teacher Roketree and Lady Tsunade, if you leave now, I could pretend nothing happened." He narrowed his eyes. "For the sake of these relationships, I'm here to discuss with you. With your little strength, you can't guard this treasure." I couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Lord Orochimaru, do you really understand my strength?" After saying that, I took a step forward. With a soft thud, the tip of the sword instantly pierced my skin. Uncle Snake didn't even flinch. Killing a person was no different to him than stepping on an ant. I took another step forward. The sword pierced directly in, yet he still showed no expression. I took a step forward again. The Kusanagi sword pierced right through me, but I stared at him as if nothing had happened. Uncle Snake's eternally expressionless poker face finally revealed a look of shock and curiosity. I stared into his golden snake-like eyes and asked him word by word, "Lord Orochimaru, how do you assess my strength now? Or let me rephrase that. Do you think you can kill me?" Uncle Snake suddenly burst into wild laughter, clearly excited. "Indeed, Lingfeng-kun, you are also a special existence. Such a marvelous body." Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly swung his sword, directly severing half of my body along with my right arm. How much can I recover from this? I still stood there as if nothing had happened. In just a breath's time, the wounds on my body instantly healed, and a brand new arm grew back where it had been severed. Orochimaru's gaze was fixed on me, as if he were looking at a rare treasure. "Amazing, so amazing. You actually managed to hide from the entire village. Since you have this kind of strength, let's proceed according to our previous agreement. However, additional experimental materials will still be required. I won't pretend anymore." I walked to the edge of the table. A seam opened on my arm, and a scroll fell out, which I tossed to him. "The transaction can continue, but given your earlier behavior, this material cannot be taken for free." Oh, a glint of danger flashed in his eyes. "What do you want?" I smiled slightly. "Orochimaru-sama, you've been doing research for so many years. You must have the living being scroll, right?" Uncle Snake's pupils trembled at that moment. "For the last experimental subject, I want to exchange it for a living being scroll." "Living being scroll? Do you know what you're talking about?" "I tell you, that thing is a rare black technology developed by the second Hokage, the only scroll that can seal living beings for a long time, and it has long been lost. It's more expensive than Asuma's head on the black market. but the key is that it's valuable yet unavailable. You can't buy it even if you have the money. Snake Uncle was shocked, not because it was expensive, but because this thing is 99 used for human experimentation. If he took it out, wouldn't that be like self-destructing? But his desire for white Zetsu ultimately overcame his rationality. He picked up my scroll, left a silver scroll behind, and vanished in a puff of blue smoke. I quickly put away the spirit scroll and let out a long sigh of relief. Goodness, playing mind games with a crazy scientist like Uncle Snake is really stressful. But fortunately, now he can't do much to me except for using illusions. A few days later, the main force of Konoha finally arrived. As soon as thousands of fresh troops came, Tsukumo Hatake was beaming with pride, standing tall. 100 guards in the Western Valley? That's not enough. Increase it by 3 times. There's a conflict in the Northern Forest? Give them 100 men. They better not come back until they've beaten the opponent to a pulp. The attitude was quite impressive. The entire camp was in an uproar, and to avoid Uncle Snake, I simply moved to the medical camp. Guess what? I ran into an old acquaintance, a medical ninja from my batch, Ki Daisei. A chubby guy came running over, sweating profusely, to complain to me. Don't mention it. They've never summoned so many medical ninjas before. This time, they actually called up 300, and I just couldn't escape. 300? I was surprised. That's way too high a ratio. No wonder the medical camp, which used to be busy all the time, now exuded a sense of leisure. Just as we were chatting, a voice suddenly echoed in my head. Rin, can you hear me? I was taken aback, thinking I was under some illusion. Who would be so arrogant in broad daylight? It's me, Shenny E from the Yamashita family. This is the secret technique passed down in our family. Goodness. The Yamashita family's secret technique is like opening a chat group in the brain. Not only can it voice chat, but it can also send real-time locations. It's simply outrageous. Following the location he gave me, I met him in a small grove outside the camp. But as soon as he opened his mouth, I was left speechless. Lingfeng, I've been disowned by the family. That old fox, Yamashita Chingdo, really kicked him out, claiming it was because he coveted the family's secret techniques and interrogated prisoners of war without permission, saying if he had nowhere to go, he should come find me. This reason is just too careless. I suddenly thought of a question. Doesn't his ability to communicate remotely expose him to that old dog Danzo? Isn't that just throwing dumplings at a dog? When I asked, I found out that in their eyes, they still consider themselves a righteous organization. On the way, I asked him, what exactly is your ability? Shenny sighed and laid it all out. Let me tell you, this guy's simply a bug. In terms of mental perception, he is a pure genius, with a sensing range that easily covers several kilometers, like he is using a full map hack. But what is the result? The mind control ninjutsu that his family specializes in, such as the mind-turning technique. He has practiced for over 10 years and hasn't even scratched the surface. Does anyone in the family understand? It's like giving you the world's top phased array radar, but you can't even launch a missile. You can only crash into things with a battleship. No wonder he goes to the front lines every day with a knife. It turns out his skill bar is empty. Do you think the Yamashita clan leader is really foolish? Let me tell you, these political players are all dirty. Kicking Shinny E out was just to have him follow me. What do you call that? Angel round investment. He told his son that the third Hokage is getting old, and that the Inoshikicho trio can't act as his dogs anymore. Shinny E is the first step for the Yamashita family to break out of this circle. He believes that this kid has the shadow of the first Hokage and can achieve great things. After listening to Shun Yi's retelling, I couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Seeing him so pitiful, I casually handed him a C-rank ninjutsu scroll, the lightning snake technique, and said, your chakra attribute matches, so you can practice with this for fun. Guess what happened next? This guy, who was considered half useless by his family, took the scroll and started mumbling to himself, gesturing with his hands, and within less than an hour. Then, he put down the scroll and began to hand sign. His movements were awkward at first, but they got faster and more precise with each attempt. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened, and he shouted, lightning release, lightning snake. A yellow electric snake shot out from his hand with a crackle and exploded, completely destroying my poor bed. Shinny grinned and scratched his head, looking relaxed. Not bad. It's not that hard. I looked at him, then at my bed that had turned into splintered wood, and swallowed hard. How? Did you do it? 1 hour, 1 success. What kind of extraordinary talent is this? Let me tell you, this guy Shinyu in the mountains is simply a show-off. Good heavens. I'm still studying D-level water release techniques over here. My head is about to explode with all the chakra amounts and meridian operations. The variables are as numerous as advanced calculus problems. And what is Shinyu doing? He goes straight into meditation. He directly simulates the flow of chakra in his head and then whips out a lightning snake thicker than the last one. At that moment, I just wanted to say, "Buddy, are you practicing immortality here?" I just tossed the scroll aside and said I'm done with it. What a bunch of fancy nonsense. I'll just remember it with my body. Let's not mention that. It's frustrating. So we went to find Oil Girl Lishan to hang out. But when we got to their camp, good heavens, there were hardly any people left. It was so desolate. I casually grabbed someone to ask and found out that the entire Oil Girl clan had gone into a wartime state to deal with the Upper Waterflow clan. Those at the CH9 level and above were either out on patrol looking for clues or back home breeding new bugs to counter the poisonous bees. That guy Lishan, his battle bugs were nearly wiped out last time, and now he's in seclusion hatching eggs. Well, they're gearing up for a comeback. So I didn't want to disturb them and decided to leave. But 2 days later, Lishan came looking for me, carrying a mission order from the command center. When the three of us met, we had to start with some sarcastic banter. I told him he's gotten somewhere. Now he's a commanding officer. He rolled his eyes at me and got straight to the point. To put it simply, the clan leader tricked the command center into issuing a patrol mission under the guise of strengthening defenses, and our little team had to go too. On the surface, it was a patrol, but in reality, it was to search for the lair of the Upper Waterflow clan. I thought to myself, our team leader has fallen, and it's just the three of us? Lishan said the command center had sent a new Jainin to lead the team. As soon as he finished speaking, the tent flap was lifted, and in walked a tall, imposing guy in a black cloak, wearing his signature sunglasses, with a purple mark on the right side of his face. Lishan quickly introduced him, saying this was his teacher, Oil Girl Lama, the strongest elite Jainin of their clan. I was stunned at that moment. Oil Girl Ryoma? Who understands this? Family. Isn't this the top boss who stood shoulder to shoulder with Orochimaru during the Third Great Ninja War, acting as Danzo's bodyguard? When I saw his current state, he hadn't even entered the root yet. That eerie vibe hadn't taken over him. At that moment, I had only one thought. Intercept. I had to intercept. I wanted to snatch away Danzo's right-hand man in advance. Just thinking about it filled me with positive energy. The next morning, our new Ryoma squad set off. Let me tell you, this configuration was simply top-notch. For people, for moving radars. Me, with would release, flying thunder god, and medical skills, an all-around tool. 2 oil girls, versatile as ever. And then there was Yamashiro Shinichi, who is a heavyweight, practically a humanoid early warning system. This kind of team can only be described as luxurious. We were cutting through the enemies like chopping vegetables, and Captain Lama was fierce. Even a high-level ninja couldn't last 3 moves against him. At that moment, I thought, this is definitely a half-step shadow level. Meanwhile, Shun had turned the support role into a damage dealer. His perception ability was simply invincible. The enemies were hiding well, but suddenly we were right in their faces, unleashing our ultimate moves, and we took them out instantly. Just when we were leveling up rapidly on the other side, in the old nest of the Waterflow clan, the atmosphere was also reaching a climax. A blood-red hive was writhing and was about to hatch. Guess what? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. Nearby, not only was there a rock ninja monitoring, but there was also a transparent person hiding in the shadows. The sand ninja Wolf Bamboo. He was using a bloodline limit called invisibility, and no one noticed him. After he finished eavesdropping, he slipped away, but his conversation with his disciple Yi Qian was overheard by a rock ninja lying in ambush. Then, here comes the key point. I suddenly felt the flying thunder god mark I left behind moving at high speed. Folks, I had only marked a few people, and it was definitely that scorching release little sister, Yi Qian. When Shun Yi and Li Shan heard that name, their blood pressure shot up. They still remembered the grudge from last time. Captain Lama wanted to stick to the plan, but I directly told him, Captain, there's definitely something fishy with these sand ninja and rock ninja. Following them will surely lead to big news. Lama thought about it and agreed, waving his hand. You lead the way. Just as we were rushing over, the Konoha command center was already in chaos. To put it simply, we had been played. The so-called sand ninja from a land of rain were all disguised rock ninja. And the real sand ninja main force had already sneaked into our backyard in the land of rivers. Orochimaru was panicking, saying it was too late. Guess who stepped up? Kakashi Hitaki, White Fang. He immediately drew his sword and said that the commander's responsibility is to place the right people in the right positions. And now, that position needs me. I tell you, it was so cool. Then he took a few people and headed straight for the land of rivers, ready to greet the sand ninja high-ups. When we arrived at the scene, everyone was stunned. Goodness, the sand ninja were fighting each other? Wolf Bamboo and Yi Qian were surrounded and about to be overwhelmed. I took a closer look, The opponents were using ninja bees. They were from the Water Flow clan. Captain Longma told us not to move and to watch the fight unfold. But looking at the situation, it was clear that the other side wanted to capture them alive. Not to kill. How could this be allowed? I directly told Shinny, come on, let us share a buff for that scorching release little sister. I tell you, the effect was simply amazing. Shun shared his panoramic god view with Yi Qian, and she instantly transformed from an ordinary ADC into a mobile turret with map hacks. She could hit wherever she pointed, making all sorts of predictive movements and dodging skills as easily as drinking water. The enemy rock ninjas were dumbfounded, wondering how this girl suddenly awakened. Of course, hacks consumed chakra too. As her chakra ran low, she was buried by a rock ninja's earth technique. Could I just watch that? Absolutely not. With a wood release, I crushed the rock right on her. As soon as Yi Qian came out, a few fireballs took down several enemies. Seeing they couldn't win, the rock ninja leader decisively called for a retreat. Not a chance. We surrounded them with our bugs. That rock ninja leader even tried to persuade Lang Zhu and Yi Qian to charge out together. Lang Zhu pretended to agree, then used a wind release to slice their legs, while Yi Qian's fireball hovered over their heads. This operation deserves full marks. Lang Zhu was also quite ruthless, telling his apprentice to prepare to take those rock ninjas as hostages to negotiate with us, ensuring they brought back news of the alliance between the rock and sand ninjas. Then the four of us walked out. When the two enemies saw us, their faces turned green. It was a classic case of enemies meeting with heightened hostility. Then came a most awkward moment. Our captain, Oil Girl Ryoma, just stared at them blankly without saying a word, and the pressure was absolutely intense. I was wildly complaining in my mind with Shun. What is the captain doing? Say something. I don't know. Maybe he's holding back a big move? Look at Lishan. He's as stiff as a block of wood. As a result, the two sand ninjas on the other side were even more ridiculous in their assumptions. The old master Lang Zhu said to his apprentice with a serious face, "Did you see that? This evil Konoha ninja, he noticed we ran out of chakra. He's deliberately stalling for time." I was almost laughing out loud next to them. Family, who understands the pressure from social anxiety masters. It's terrifying. And guess what happened? Just as I was feeling emotional, those two on the other side couldn't hold it anymore. The guy called Lang Zhu probably got hurt badly. He could tell at a glance that our captain was deliberately stalling to wear them out. Wow. His little face turned pale, and the girl next to him, named Yi Qian, was almost crying, repeatedly asking the teacher what to do. I have to say, this guy is tough. Seeing that things were going downhill, he flipped the table right away. He took a few steps forward and shouted, "From Konoha, I am Rock Ninja Iwakazaki, Archiku. These four guys are not one of us. They are spies from the Rock Ninja. We will hand them over to you, and you let us go. Otherwise, we will tear up the ticket first and then fight you." Wow, I was stunned at the time. Is there really such a good deal? Our side hadn't even opened their mouths, and the other side directly revealed their bottom price, even giving us a huge discount. Our captain, YN Rima, was probably also confused, originally planning a bargain, but now it's all settled in one go. Of course, who would believe a verbal agreement? That girl named Yi Qian was quite clever. She took a step forward, conjured a small fireball, and threw it into the sky, which extinguished itself after flying about 500 meters. The meaning was clear. Her attack range was just that far. And as long as we let them go 500 meters, the fireball and the captive would naturally disappear, and everyone would scatter. To be honest, this condition was hard to refuse. We couldn't catch up to them with 4 captives, and our main task was indeed these rock ninja. The captain exchanged glances with us, and it was unanimously approved. But they didn't know that I had already left a flying thunder god mark on that girl. Wanna run? No way. GPS global positioning. No matter where you run, I'll catch you. Watching them scurry into the woods, we waited for a while, and sure enough, the fireball on the captive's head extinguished. All right, at least they didn't T-play tricks. Next came the real business. Our teammate from the Yamashiro clan, Shun-E, started working. He drew a quite complicated circle on the ground, then stuck a talisman on each of the 4 rock ninjas' foreheads, and then sat cross-legged. Wow, 1 against 4? He directly started to read. My teammate beside me, Li Shan, was stunned and quietly asked me, "Can he do it?" Last time he was exhausted after reading for 1, and this time he asked doing 4. I said with my mouth that I was at ease, that he knew his limits, but inside I was anxious. This thing is all about using your brain. 1 misstep and you could end up looking like an idiot. Sure enough, after a short while, Shun-E started to tremble. Beads of sweat covering his forehead, and then, poof, a gush of nosebleed sprayed out, staining half of his shirt red. I stood up at that moment, ready to forcefully interrupt with my medical ninjutsu. As a result, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, which were full of bloodshot veins, like a rabbit, and hoarsely shouted, "Got it!" I hurried up to treat him, with green light pouring on his head. He gasped for breath and grabbed my hand tightly. It's too late. They've already set off to ambush our base. What? We were all shocked. Shun-E immediately opened a mental link and shared the information with us. I'm telling you, that intelligence gave me chills. These crazy people from the Kamishiro clan are working on biological weapons. They've sacrificed thousands of queen bees to cultivate something called blood bees. These bugs not only have immunity to most ninja techniques, but what's even more twisted is that they can lay eggs inside a ninja's body. The larvae grow by feeding on your chakra and flesh, and then they burst out. If these are released on the battlefield, it would be like having an infinite supply of self-exploding infantry. By the end of a battle, the enemy could have an entire legion. What's worse is that the Kamishiro clan members have a seal on them. If Shani does a soul search, the commotion would be too great, and their clan leader will definitely know. According to their agreement, if anyone gets captured, the main force will immediately set out to catch us off guard. The team leader, Longma, made a quick decision. Return to the camp immediately. I blocked him and said, "Captain, don't rush. We have so many experts in our camp. With White Fang and Uncle Snake around, we don't need just the two of you. How about this? I'll use Flying Thunder God to send Shun-E back to report, and you and Li Shan can go straight to their lair. We'll catch them off guard and raid their home." Think about it. When their main force comes out to steal, their home will definitely be empty. When they fail in their attack and try to escape, they'll run right into the trap laid by Captain Longma. Isn't that great? As soon as Captain Longma heard this, his eyes lit up, thinking the plan was feasible. I immediately created a shadow clone to leave with them, which could teleport away at a critical moment, and then I supported Shun-E and disappeared in a flash. But what I didn't know was that half an hour earlier, an unexpected guest had already arrived at our camp. Our clan leader, New York Yeko, was sitting cross-legged, interrogating a guy dressed in Umbu clothing. This guy was sent by Danzo from the route, named Rei. What kind of person is Yeko? He didn't even look at him, just kicked him straight into the wall, hanging there, and said, "Go back and tell Danzo not to put on airs in front of me." Who do you think you are? That root kid was tough too. After being kicked away, he got up like nothing happened and continued his report. It turned out that Danzo had also obtained information about our clan's blood bee cultivation and was using this to negotiate with us, hoping for our support for the newly established route. After hearing this, the old man didn't say anything and just sent him off to rest. At that moment, I returned with Shinichi. I threw him into the medical camp and used Flying Thunder God to appear in the clan leader's tent. Once inside, I mentioned the impending blood bee ambush, and Yeko exchanged glances with a few elders nearby. They all understood. The two pieces of information matched perfectly. The old man immediately got fired up, banging on the table and ordering, "Did you all hear that? Get ready to work. Welcome our guests from afar. This is an opportunity created for us by the kid Lingfeng. Whoever messes up will face the clan rules." Yes. The tent erupted with shouts. The old man patted my shoulder, and the meaning was clear. "Kid, you're one of us now. The upcoming battle is our clan's business. Just rest well and wait for the celebration wine." I can't rest yet. The captain and the others are still outside. I mentioned it to the old man, and he didn't keep me any longer. I understood with just a glance. Whoosh, I used the Flying Thunder God technique and teleported away. Just as I left, I heard the old man instruct his subordinates, "Go, put a few drunken starworms in Lei Yi's tent. Tonight, he doesn't need to be awake." Family, this operation is simply unbelievable. Meanwhile, the group from the water flow is sneaking towards our camp. They are quite pleased, thinking they have shaken off the pursuing sand ninjas and will become famous after tonight's battle. They don't know that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. We have already dug a pit waiting for them to jump in. They even dug a tunnel, hoping to pass through our perception barrier without being detected. On the other side, my shadow clone that stayed behind has found the hideout of the water flow team with Captain Longma. That place is incredibly well hidden. The entrance sealed with thick beeswax, surrounded by traps and illusions. My shadow clone couldn't even get in by using earth release to tunnel. The entire cave is as tough as an iron turtle. In the end, it was still Captain Longma who was impressive. He released a few special small black bugs, the size of fingernails, which, like stag beetles, used their big jaws to gnaw a hole in the beeswax wall, which is harder than steel. My shadow clone went in to scout the path, and after confirming it was safe, brought the two of them inside. Task completed, the shadow clone disappeared with a bang, and the memories were instantly synchronized with my main body. I had just arrived at the place where I parted ways with the sand ninjas, immediately summoned a dozen wooden clones for vigilance, and then used the flying thunder god technique to teleport directly into the cave. Inside the cave, Captain Llama had already released a swarm of parasitic bugs, turning the entire cave upside down. Soon, they found the secret room for cultivating blood bees. A blood-red cocoon was stuck to the wall with over 90 holes in it, and there were dozens of dead blood bees and a few corpses on the ground. It seems the first batch of blood bees has already hatched and set off. After inspecting, the captain asked Li Shan if there were any other findings. Li Shan replied that there were only some ordinary ninja bee scrolls in the cave and no core data. As soon as I arrived, I said, "Wait a minute, there's something underneath here." Before I used my shadow clone, I explored with Earth style, and this cave extends over 100 meters down. However, at our current location, it's only about 50 to 60 meters deep at most. Captain Llama immediately understood. "Are you saying there's another layer below?" I pressed my hands on the ground, and the roots of wood release instantly spread out, forming a three-dimensional structure of the cave in my mind. I opened my eyes and pointed at the huge, red, empty beehive. The entrance is right behind it. Captain Llama immediately commanded the bug to go up and gnaw at it. Sure enough, behind the beehive was a door made of beeswax, covered with talismans. I went up to tear it off, but as soon as my hand touched it, the talisman flashed red, and my entire hand was instantly burned. Li Shan was startled, and Captain Llama panicked. "Don't touch it. That's a flame trap barrier." I threw the severed arm away without changing my expression. It was actually just a piece of wood, and then a new arm grew back. Now, it was Captain Llama's turn to perform. He was an expert in infiltration, and after fiddling with the barrier for a long time, he finally managed to break it. We entered the door, and below was another huge cave. At the deepest part of the cave, there was a black cocoon over a meter high, covered with talismans and bound tightly with countless chakra chains. Li Shan swallowed hard. What is this thing?" The chakra emitted by that thing was violent and ominous, sending chills down my spine. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed from inside the black cocoon like a heartbeat, getting faster and faster. At that moment, I had only one thought in my mind. What the hell? What is this? The drum of liberation? With a crack, the giant cocoon split open. The thing inside suddenly struggled, and the chakra chains snapped in response. "Be careful. It's coming out," Captain Llama shouted. The black cocoon completely split open, and a giant bee, entirely black and gleaming with a metallic sheen, drilled out. That thing looked like a small tank, with jaws like steel knives and a pair of fleshy wings behind it. I was speechless at the time. This thing looked tough. Couldn't we just run away? Why did we have to confront it head-on? But my teammates didn't move, and I felt embarrassed to be the first to flee. Captain Llama and Lishan wasted no time and directly unleashed a swarm of insects, hitting it with a skill called Insect Jade. And guess what happened? In the blink of an eye, that black queen bee was incredibly fast, bursting out of the swarm and knocking me several meters away, slamming me hard against the wall. So fast, so strong. Captain Llama and Lishan were also shocked and quickly retreated. The black queen bee bit Captain Llama's insect clone in half in one go, and then its body was covered with parasitic bugs. But its shell was too hard. The bugs couldn't bite through. The black queen bee shook its wings in annoyance, emitting a sharp sound wave, causing the bugs to fall to the ground like rain. It shook off the bugs and charged towards Lishan. At the critical moment, Captain Llama rushed over and kicked it away, throwing a smoke bomb for cover. Lishan took the opportunity to throw a few explosive talismans, and with a series of loud bangs, the cave shook, but the black queen bee was completely unfazed. Captain Llama got anxious, tore off his shirt, revealing 7 or 8 holes in his body, and unleashed his ultimate technique, Insect Technique. 100 Insect Nest. Several special spiders crawled out and spun webs to trap the black queen bee. Although it quickly broke free, it got covered in slime. The black queen bee was thoroughly enraged and charged recklessly at Captain Llama. At that moment, a beetle emerged from Captain Llama's palm, colliding head-on with it. Although the beetle shattered, it managed to stagger the bee. Just then, several thick vines suddenly burst out from the ground, and it was my doing, tightly wrapping around it. Lishan was dumbfounded beside me, both surprised and delighted. But then this guy shouted out, "What the hell, Lingfeng? You're not dead." I almost lost my balance at that moment, but thankfully I used a wooden substitute, or I would have been done for. I clapped my hands on the ground, and countless vines sprang up like octopus tentacles, crazily entangling that big black bee. But this thing was not backing down at all. It opened its mouth and started biting, its wings like 2 large scythes, chopping away chaotically. My vines were like paper in front of it, shattering into pieces. I was stunned at the time. This thing is way too powerful, right? Its defense is incredibly high. I tried poking its shell with vines, but it was useless. No wonder the green bull appeared so late in One Piece. Without haki, this forest fruit is really tough against meat shields. Just as I was lost in thought, it charged at me and knocked me flying. At that moment, the oil user Ryoma sprang into action, and a bunch of red little bugs crawled out from him, pouncing on that giant black bee. As soon as they touched the air, they burst into flames. The temperature of that fire was outrageous, and the bee king screamed in agony. When the fire went out, wow, several pieces of its shell had melted, and its wings were in tatters. It was our chance. The three of us had a special tacit understanding. We pulled out our kunai with explosive tags and unleashed a series of explosions on it, flipping it over and turning its wounds into bloody craters. I was overjoyed. All right, it's done for. But what did the others know? The next second, this thing wobbled and stood up again. The wounds were healing at a visible speed, and even more outrageous, new shell segments grew over the damaged areas, making it look even harder. Its wings also became sturdier, and a row of bone spikes sprouted along the edges. Li Shan's eyes were almost popping out. No way. This can regenerate and strengthen. Ryoma was also stunned. What kind of unbelievable creature did this waterflow clan produce? And this was still in a cave. If it flew outside with three of them, the oil user clan would probably have to throw in the towel immediately. I quickly shouted, "Be careful. Use your clones to hold it back." As I spoke, I created a dozen wooden clones, and they hurriedly made a few insect clones as well. We spent more than half an hour like this, while that large black bee seemed to be playing, tearing apart my wooden clones, and its size was getting bigger, clearly strengthened by our attacks. Longma and Lishan were both panting from exhaustion, with dead insects all over the ground, and our chakra was running low. I was doing fine, as I took every opportunity to drive tree roots into the ground to absorb nutrients, so I still had plenty of energy. "Captain Lishan, we can't keep going like this." I shouted to them. "You two retreat first. I'll find a way to get out." Without thinking, young Lama rejected me. "No way. It's too dangerous for you to be alone. You and Lishan should leave. I'll hold it back." I waved my hand. "Can't hold it back. I'm ready to blow this cave up and bury it alive. Don't worry, I have the Flying Thunder God, I won't die. But, no buts. If we keep hesitating, we'll all die. Let's go." Oil Girl Ryoma closed her eyes in pain, but ultimately made up her mind. "Lingfeng, be careful. Let's leave the mountain." The two of them used insect clones as bait, and under the cover of the explosion, they finally rushed out. Once they were gone, I could let loose. In an instant, the entire cave, inside and out, was covered with my flowers and plants, and the entrance was completely blocked by branches full of sharp thorns. I stared at the big black bee, feeling quite relieved that I encountered you in the cave. If it had been outside, I really might not have been able to handle it. The guy saw I was the only one left and charged at me aggressively. I reached out my hand and immediately ensnared it with a vine spider's nest, wrapping it in layers of vines like a web. It was fierce and broke through the first layer, but my vines secrete a sticky fluid, sticking to it all over, making it impossible to shake off. Soon after, the cave was filled with various flowers releasing paralyzing pollen. This whole setup didn't deal much damage, but it was extremely humiliating. The big black bee was in agony, knowing I was behind it, and charged straight at me. I used various giant wooden vines to block it, but this creature was as fast as lightning, dodging all my defenses. With a puff, it bit me in half. Of course, it was my wooden clone. In that instant, I successfully placed the Flying Thunder God mark on it. It was still buzzing around proudly when suddenly I appeared right above its head, pulled out my skeleton explosion grass seed, aimed at the unenhanced shell on the back of its neck, and slammed it down with a bang. Sure enough, it blew a big hole in it. It screamed in pain, trying to shake me off, but it was too late. With the Flying Thunder God mark, did it think it could escape? I activated my infinite teleportation mode, appearing over and over again at the same wound, followed by a series of explosions. In no time, the shell on its neck was blown to pieces, green liquid oozing everywhere. But this thing had an outrageous recovery ability. Despite being heavily injured, its speed didn't decrease at all, and it tried desperately to escape to buy time to recover. Once it recovered, it could grow a stronger shell. "You can't escape." I teleported behind it again. This time, it got smart. The poison stinger on its tail suddenly elongated and pierced through my body. But I didn't care at all. More vines sprouted from my body, binding it tightly like iron chains, and my right hand transformed into a sharp wooden spike, plunging fiercely into its wound. It let out a piercing scream, struggling and biting wildly. But how could it possibly be faster than my natural regeneration speed? The vines wrapped around it tighter and tighter until it was completely bound like a big rice dumpling, unable to move. All its attacks, whether giant fangs, tail stings, or wing slashes, felt like mere scraping to me. I endured its attacks and began to absorb its flesh and blood essence with all my might. Aren't you made of meat? I love meat. In the past, I could drain enemies in an instant. But the vitality of this big black bee was ridiculously strong. Even as I absorbed it fiercely, it continued to struggle desperately. However, its vitality was not infinite. After holding out for a long time, it finally collapsed with a thud, becoming an empty shell. I let out a deep breath, stood up, and suddenly my expression changed as I looked at my hands, hardly able to believe it. Something was off. In the past, absorbing life force could only replenish what was consumed. So why was my chakra noticeably increased this time? Open the system panel. Wow. When I looked at the values, my physical body, spirit, and chakra had all surged dramatically, and there was even an additional bonus for sage techniques. This was far ahead. I then looked at that empty shell and instantly understood. This thing could autonomously absorb natural energy. I absorb it, which means I indirectly absorb natural energy. Whatever I eat supplements what I need. This is very beaver-like. So, does this mean I'm naturally suited for cultivating the immortal mode? I quickly tucked away the precious shell of the bee queen and casually put the detonating talisman from the cave entrance in my pocket. Then, using my connection with nature, I located Lama and Lishan. However, before finding them, I had to do something first. Spirit summoning technique. A large slug emerged. Oh, great slug, long time no see. I have something I need your help with. Meanwhile, Lama and Lishan were rushing towards the camp. Lishan was still worried about me. Teacher, we're just leaving like this. What about Lingfeng? Lama was also anxious, but he said, if we stay, we'll just be a burden. Trust him. He is flying thunder god. Just then, they heard a commotion behind them, and their hearts sank. When they turned around, they saw me catching up, with a small slug perched on my shoulder. Lingfeng, are you okay? What about that monster? I pointed to the little slug on my shoulder and began to speak seriously and absurdly. Thanks to Lord Live Slug's intervention, its acidic liquid countered that monstrous bee. Lama and Lishan suddenly realized, showing expressions of having survived a disaster, and respectfully thanked Lord Live Slug. As it turned out, this live slug was a straightforward creature. It was good at saving people, but had never deceived anyone. Its expression was quite unnatural, as it casually replied a couple of times, and then vanished in a puff of white smoke. Once it left, I asked the two of them, Captain, are you alright? We're fine, just a bit drained of chakra and bugs. That's good. I'll use Flying Thunder God to take you back. When the three of us returned to the camp, we found it in even more disarray. A complete mess. Lama casually grabbed a tribesman to ask for the situation. The tribesman, upon seeing Lama, quickly reported, Lord Lama. The Upper Waterflow clan launched a surprise attack today. They used a type of red poisonous bee, particularly powerful, that can even parasitize us and hatch. Upon hearing this, Lama exclaimed, isn't that the blood bee? He hastily asked, what about the enemy? The enemy was defeated. The clan leader was killed. Defeated? Lishan was shocked. How did that happen? Thanks to oil girl Shurha, the tribesman said. The parasitic bugs were too strong. So Shurha used his own body as bait to lure those poisonous bees to lay eggs, and then wipe them all out with his nano-poison bugs. Just as Oil Girl Lama let out a sigh of relief, the tribesman added sadly, but Shurha was also severely injured. The Upper Waterflow clan leader planted a resistant egg inside him before dying. We tried everything, but it's no use. Oil Girl Lama exploded on the spot. Nanny, we rushed into a tent and saw the best young man of the Oil Woman clan, Oil Woman Jihei, lying there in a deep coma. There was a fist-sized swelling on his chest, and we could see something moving inside, even through the skin. The room was filled with worried high-ranking members of the Oil Woman clan. The clan doctor shook his head and said that the insect egg was connected to Jihei's meridians, continuously devouring his chakra. Removing it forcefully would cost him his life. He could last at most 3 more days. Just then, a voice rang out. Night Tiger clan leader. It seems you are in trouble. I turned around and saw that it was someone from Root, named Lei. This guy had previously been ignored by Yunbyahu due to poor information, and it seemed like he was here to pick up the scraps. He smugly said that Tsunade couldn't come, and the only ones who could save Jihai now were from Root. The condition was that the Yun clan had to send 5 people to join Root, including Jihai. Yunbyahu was left with no choice and was about to agree. At that critical moment, I stepped in boldly. Let me give it a try. As soon as Yunbyahu saw me, her eyes lit up, and without saying a word, she agreed. Lei immediately objected, blocking my way with a swift movement and rudely interrupted. Wait, who the hell are you? I was just about to finalize the deal. Why are you barging in to steal it? He shouted at Yunbyahu. Have you thought this through? We from Root have the most advanced technology. What right does this kid, who's just a chunin, have to save anyone? When I heard this, I couldn't help but laugh. Isn't this just the classic scene of the Dragon King slapping the quack? I smirked wickedly and directly pulled a knife from a nearby clansman, slamming it against Lei Yi's chest. All right, you think you're capable? Go ahead and treat me. If you succeed, I'll accept my fate. If you fail, I'll chop off your dog's paw today. Lei Yi, holding the knife, was instantly petrified, completely dumbfounded, probably thinking that this script was wrong. He stammered no. I said the root can be treated, not me. I slapped him across the face and, taking advantage of his moment of shock, snatched the knife back and held it to his throat. What do you mean it's not yours or mine? Are you capable or not? If you are, then step up. If not, why are you complaining? Is Danzo-sama a god? Can he predict trouble before it happens? He doesn't even know the extent of the injuries, and you dare to guarantee that root can definitely cure him? What if it doesn't work? You'll have delayed the condition and affected the relationship between the Oil Girl clan and root. You'll be a sinner of root. Danzo-sama cares for Konoha, has noble character, and sacrifices himself for others. How can he have a hindrance like you under his command? With your behavior, if I were to kill you now, Danzo-sama would probably applaud. My output this time completely left Lei Yi speechless. He must be questioning his life, wondering who the real person is. I slapped him aside and strode to the bedside. After understanding the condition, I had an idea in my mind. I instructed everyone to prepare a few buckets of wine, as well as a large amount of qi and blood replenishing medicine and military rations. When Lei Yi realized what was happening and wanted to stop me, I silenced him with a few words. I exposed all the schemes he had in mind. Things like leaving a corpse for research on nanopoison insects if the treatment failed, and stealing children from the Oil Woman clan for materials. Lei Yi turned pale with fear and couldn't say a word, completely exposed. The face of the Oil Woman's night tiger darkened immediately, and he threw this guy out. Once everything was ready, I had most people retreat, and then I began my operation. Several thick vines extended from my back and plunged into the medicinal wine barrels, while dozens of thin vines emerged from my chest and pierced into various parts of the black body. Once everything was in place, extended a few wooden spikes, thinner than needles, and accurately pierced into that insect egg. My plan is simple, a dual approach. On one hand, I use the ability of the sun fruit to absorb the life force of the insect egg, paralyzing it, while on the other hand, I continuously deliver the energy from the medicinal liquor to Jihei through those fine vines. It's a battle of endurance. This process requires intense concentration. I control the wooden thorns, absorbing at a speed just slightly faster than the insect egg to avoid startling it. Time passes, and the insect egg becomes increasingly shriveled, while the tumor on Jihei's chest gradually shrinks. After a full hour, having gone through several barrels of medicinal liquor, I finally completely drained that stubborn insect egg. I pulled out the wooden splinter, sat down on the stool, and was so exhausted that I gasped. Phew. The insect eggs are dead now. It's up to you, clan doctor. The clan doctor hurried over to check, extremely excited. Great, great. As expected of Lady Tsunade's disciple, the insect eggs are indeed dead. Now we can proceed with the surgery. Oil Woman Yura also let out a long sigh of relief, walked over, and patted my shoulder. Lingfeng, this time the Oil Woman clan owes you a big favor. I quickly waved my hand. You were too polite. Actually, I didn't expend much physical energy, but I am mentally exhausted from maintaining such high concentration, which has left me feeling dizzy and lightheaded now. I felt dizzy and didn't want to be polite with that old man anymore, so I just greeted the oil girl Yi-Hu and slipped away. But let me tell you, as soon as I left, that old man's mind started racing. He was watching his grandson treat injuries, but his mind was filled with the wood release technique I had just used. He had seen the first Hokage in action when he was young, and that scene was like a natural disaster. He would never forget it. Previously, he thought my wood release was just at the level of a CH Nin, fairly standard. But after seeing it up close today, he was completely shocked by my micromanipulation. Everything from absorption, feedback, piercing, to binding, whatever tricks the first Hokage could play, I could basically replicate. He said my control had surpassed most Nin. Then the old man started to get emo, lamenting that his family was full of tough guys, with none who played tricks, just pure tools for the village. He even thought about me becoming their family's son-in-law. I was speechless. He didn't consider that his daughter was wrapped up like a rice dumpling and had a handful of bugs. Who could stand that? In the end, this old fox slapped his thigh and made a decision. He called over his top lackey, Oil Girl Alma, and sent him to the Uchiha's defense zone to find my girlfriend Qing Yin, saying it was to help a friend of mine. You see this move? It cost him nothing and directly sent me a favor, making me owe him Much better than just painting a big pie. The next day, Orochimaru called a meeting. By then, Konoha had realized they had been played. They had clearly arranged to meet with Sunagakure, but instead, it was a Wagakure that showed up. Who could tolerate that? The White Fang. Kakashi Hitaki had already taken his sword to the land of rivers to cut into their rear. Orochimaru took over as the commander. The meeting began by reviewing the previous day's encounter. We lost 117 people, while the enemy lost 67. Sounds like a bloodbath, right? But who understands? We lost mostly Nin and Genin, while the enemy lost the last of a Wagakure's insect user forces, which could be said to have been directly wiped out. This time, the Wagakure was in serious trouble, almost down to their last pair of pants. Orochimaru first praised the Oil Girl clan, then moved to the classic segment, accountability and budget requests. He asked why the enemy could get to their doorstep. The leader of the Yamashiro clan, Yamashiro Haruto, stood up and said, "This is my fault." Then he quickly changed the subject, "But we don't have enough manpower, Lord Orochimaru. We need more sensory ninjas. We need more funds. We need more people." The old man, Oil Girl Yehu, was also very good at playing along, quickly chiming in, and the two of them made Orochimaru feel overwhelmed. Orochimaru was very clear in his heart. "I know you're acting, I know you're acting. But there is nothing I can do. I still have to give you the money." He could only cough and forcefully steer the conversation back on track. He directly dropped a bombshell of intel. Tsunade has healed Hanzo from Amage Cure. Now Hanzo has regained his strength at the level of a Kage and is ready to join us to take on a Wagakure. Previously, Hanzo was severely injured, and Amage Cure was leaderless, so he could only defend passively. Now, it's different. Amage Cure can hold off the enemy, and it's our turn to counterattack. The plan was simple. White Fang would go to the land of rivers to assassinate the high-ranking officials of Sunagakure and hold them back. Our main force would enter the land of rain and flank Amagakure from both sides, giving a Wagakure a good beating. Speaking of this counterattack plan, let me tell you, the fun is just beginning. The third Hokage had fainted from overwork a few days ago, right? That was all an act. He secretly snuck to the border of the land of grass to meet with Danzo. These two old foxes, one in the light and one in the dark, were the real masterminds of Konoha. Danzo's intel showed that although a Wagakure had sent most of their troops out to rob, they had placed their strongest forces on the defense line in the land of grass, specifically to guard against us. How strong were they? Two powerhouses, Jinchuriki, plus their ace explosive team. Danzo, that old schemer, immediately said to Sarutobi Hizashi, "Hizashi, this is our best chance to reclaim the Jinchuriki. Bring the would-release ninja over." The would-release ninja he was talking about was Senju. Sarutobi Hizashi hesitated a bit, saying Senju had just awakened and lacked experience. Danzo immediately added, "Then bring Senju Lingfeng too. Isn't he good at the Flying Thunder God technique? If there's real danger, he can take Senju to escape." When Sarutobi Hizashi heard this, he also thought it made sense. After all, there was now a legitimate heir, Senju, and my status as a Wildwood release user was rapidly declining. I wouldn't be too upset if I died. So, it was decided happily. I can tell you that Danzo's little schemes are clattering in his heart. He has long disliked me. And this move is just to make me a cannon fodder, ideally capturing me alive to use as new experimental material. I'm practically a walking 500,000. A few days later, Orochimaru sent me the order. "Rin, you are going to the land of grass, alone." As soon as I heard it, I laughed. That old scoundrel Danzo, his intentions are clear to everyone. Isn't this obviously a banquet at Hongmen? But I'm not afraid. I have some accounts to settle with him. Orochimaru was quite generous, throwing me the scroll we traded before I left. The transplant plan for the first Hokage cells, although it only had a success rate of 30%, is better than nothing. On the other side, in Konoha village, the elderly Uzumaki Mido is also advising the soon-to-be battlefield participant, Shinjutsu. Shinjutsu is quite impressive now. He has learned both wood dragon and wood human techniques, and even asked Mido if she could teach me these techniques. Mido replied that my talent wasn't good enough to learn them, but she knows very well that my wood release is fundamentally different from the first Hokage's. She just hasn't said it out loud. As for me, I had marked the Flying Thunder God technique on the road to the land of grass, and Danzo only gave me 5 days. Wasn't this just a deliberate attempt to mess with me? But who am I? There are always more solutions than difficulties. I directly created a sunflower propeller behind me and used my explosive grass as a jetpack, carefully controlling the power and direction, and boom, I was up in the sky. Flying is fast. In less than 2 days, I reached the border of the land of grass. As soon as I arrived, I ran into two IWA shinobi riding giant white birds in the sky. When I saw that young one with a beak like palm, my DNA stirred. Wasn't he this Dadar's predecessor? A member of the explosive unit. That kid, named Yashin, was excitedly shouting and immediately shot a white clay arrow at me. I countered with a few explosive grass seeds, intercepting him midair. I quickly understood. His technique was quite primitive. He couldn't even do pinpoint explosions. To outmaneuver them, I scattered flying lantern flowers all over the sky, each marked with my flying thunder god seal. When they attacked me, I would teleport, focusing on being elusive. But there were two of them, and that Scarface Captain Kagero was no pushover. He pointed a finger at me, and with a whoosh, an invisible attack shot straight through my arm. If I hadn't reacted quickly, that arm would have been useless. Now it had turned into a 2-on-1 situation. The young one's tracking bombs were exploding right behind me, while the old guy acted as a sniper from a distance, specifically targeting my lantern flowers. They coordinated quite well. In the end, that young one got desperate and released a swarm of white little bees that exploded all my lantern flowers. Then 2 white flying snakes came rushing toward my face. I hurriedly wrapped myself in vines like a zongzi. With a loud bang, all the vines were blown apart. My sunflower on my back broke, and I fell down like a rock. I tell you, when I started to fall, my mind went blank, and one thought hit me. I'm done for, I'm going to be a pancake. But who am I, right? My reaction was lightning fast. I clapped my hands together and used the shadow clone technique. Instantly, several brothers appeared, forming a human net below to catch me securely. Then, with a powerful push, it was like being a human cannonball. Whoosh, I was thrown back up into the sky. That guy was still laughing, saying something like I had nowhere to stand and was just a lamb to be slaughtered. I got furious at that moment, thinking, oh really, you think you're so great? I wanted to see whether your explosion was faster or my plants were more numerous. Suddenly, a bunch of lantern flowers burst out from me, all Pro Max upgraded versions. Bigger and lighter, filling the sky when the wind blew. That guy was also stubborn, shouting that he would blow up as many as I had, and released a swarm of little white bees. His captain was yelling from behind, "Idiot, stop!" But unfortunately, it was too late. Family, who understands? The shouts of a useless teammate are always half a beat too slow. Then, with a loud bang, all the lantern flowers exploded, but this time it wasn't fire. It was a cloud of light yellow smoke that instantly surrounded that guy. He was stunned and shouted, "What the heck is this?" The next second, he started swaying. His eyelids felt as heavy as lead. Hey, it's toxic. That guy was tough, realizing he had been hit. He bit his tongue and forced all the last clay bombs into birds that he threw at me, trying to push me back. Then his eyes rolled back, and he fell straight down from the sky. Hundreds of meters high, he would definitely be smashed to bits. But I'm a kind person. I can't stand seeing this. I whipped a vine over and wrapped it around his waist, hanging him in midair. Hey, just started and already caught one. Not bad, not bad. His captain on the ground turned green with worry, wanting to take action but fearing to hit his teammate. That's called being cautious. Right in front of him, I carried his teammate and flew off, swaying. How infuriating is that? I originally thought I could just head back to the camp and report, but no. I had to first go to a place called Tinny Bridge to meet someone. Who was I meeting? Danzo's people. Let me tell you, that old Danzo is a master of internal conflict. He knows how to deal with his own people like a pro. Can I trust him? I circled in the sky several times, sent a wooden clone down to scout the way, and only went down after confirming there were no ambushes. Guess what happened next? As soon as my perception opened up, I discovered that there were 7 or 8 ninjas hiding in the woods several miles away, all wearing Konoha headbands, busy setting traps. Were they waiting for me? Were they inviting me to a feast? All right, if you want to ambush me, I'll let you wait as long as you want. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed, and the agreed time arrived. Those 2 ninjas had been waiting for a long time, but after waiting left and right, all they heard was the sound of the wind and birds chirping, not even a ghost in sight. Half an hour passed, and they were looking a bit grim. An hour passed, and their faces were as dark as a pot bottom. I figured they had cursed me 1,000 times in their hearts. Finally, I sauntered over, and in a particularly artsy manner, I said, sorry, I got lost on the road of life. The 2 of them immediately broke down, shouting in anger. Activate the seal. Maximum power. Trap him. As soon as the words left their mouths, a massive light barrier enclosed an area of several hundred meters. The ninjas in the woods all jumped out, grinning wickedly, saying my flying thunder god technique wouldn't work anymore, and that I should surrender obediently. 2 Jonin and 6 Chunin. Attacking me, a mere Chunin. They had the advantage. I laughed at that moment, nodded, and said, well, it really can't be used anymore. Then I looked at them and slowly asked, by the way, have you heard the saying? Art is an explosion. I had already buried a huge, explosive skeleton grass, and it detonated instantly. When I opened my eyes again, I was already at the command center of the Konoha camp. It was said that a giant purple mushroom cloud rose in the distance, startling the entire camp. And then they found me looking completely bewildered at the center of the explosion. Danzo's old face turned pale. It was said that my explosion scared away the bowel movement he had been brewing for several days. But he had no evidence that I did it. With thousands of eyes watching, he could only swallow this dumb loss and insisted it was an explosion of some spatial magic array. Unable to deal with me openly, Danzo sent me on a life-threatening secret mission to steal a tailed beast from a Wagakure. When I heard this, I was thrilled. Is Konoha finally getting its act together? After being raided every day, it was about time we went to raid someone else's home. The target was the Four Tails Jinchuriki, a young man named Otsutsuki. I accepted the mission. Then, Danzo assigned me 3 bodyguards, codenamed Crane, Crow, and Sparrow. They were supposed to be assistants, but they looked like Grim Reapers. Danzo's calculations were practically slapping me in the face. With no other choice, I set off with these 3 reluctant companions, crossing the land of grass, and finally arrived at the border of the land of earth. That place was all dirt, the environment was extremely harsh, and it was very unfriendly to my release. I asked the one named Crow to lead the way, but these people were all mysterious and didn't tell me any specific plans. I stayed alert and secretly made a wood clone, sending it to scout the outpost called Chikagane Mountain. As a result, the sensing barrier over there had been upgraded. Like it had a 360-degree panoramic skylight. As soon as my clone flew over, it was shot down from the sky. Before it died, the clone self-destructed as a parting gift. By nightfall, I took the guy named Crow and used Flying Thunder God to teleport directly to the coordinates I left during the day, sneaking into the outpost. This guy was professional. He slipped in like a ghost to scout, and I waited for him at the agreed location. However, this guy got carried away. After scouting, on his way back, he actually saw Kaguru, the explosive release master who shot down my clone earlier. He got a little too excited and thought it would be a great achievement to take him down alone. What happened next? One move. Just one move. He was directly injured severely, with his limbs all twisted. When I saw the time was up and he hadn't returned, I knew something was wrong. Luckily, I had previously left a Flying Thunder God mark on him, so I instantly teleported over. When I appeared, I happened to grab the big hand of a burly man, and we locked eyes. The air became tense and awkward. The burly man reacted, picking up a giant axe to chop at me. The injured Crow, to save me, desperately spat out a black water arrow, forcing the burly man to block with his axe. In that moment, I seized the opportunity, pressing a seed of explosive skeleton grass onto his axe. With a bang, he was sent flying. At the same time, my vines whipped towards Kaguru, but were all detonated by him. I realized that this wouldn't work. There were too many enemies. I had a flash of inspiration, and one vine directly wrapped around Kaguru's ankle. Then I grabbed my injured teammate and activated Flying Thunder God. Let us go. By the time he reacted, we had already been teleported to a strange cave together. Let me tell you, that scene was chaotic. I originally thought, fine, I've pulled out the toughest bone, Kaguru, so the other 2 birdmen, Crane and Sparrow, could at least take our injured teammate for treatment, right? But guess what? Goodness. Those 2 didn't even glance at the half-dead Crow. Instead, they were staring at Kaguru with shining eyes. Family, who understands? These people, all they have in their heads besides KPIs is nothing else. Teammates? What is that? Can it be exchanged for merit points? That guy named Crow fell from midair with a thud, rolled his eyes, and passed out. I was furious. Fine, if you don't treat us like humans. Then I went T-hole back. I directly used a body flicker to grab the nearly dead Crow and found a rock to start treatment right there. You guys are so capable. Go ahead and play your little duet with that big guy. Those 2 really were headstrong and directly engaged with Kaguru. One created fog. The other tried to sneak attack, making it seem like a professional team. What happened next? Kaguru used Earth Release to flip the table, and with a quick shot, he opened a hole in the one named Sparrow. This thing not only penetrated but also exploded. It was simply absurd. Just when Sparrow looked like he was about to go down, the one named Crane tried to sneak attack from underground, but Kaguru simply pointed at him, and blood splattered everywhere. I thought it was finally over, but then the most explosive thing happened. The guy named Crane actually didn't die. He twisted like a soft-bodied animal, and after a few cracks of his bones, he stood up again, claiming to have used some secret technique. Then, seeing that he couldn't win, he actually pulled out a scroll, going from mutual destruction It was like a self-destructing truck. He shouted something about irreversible wood release, saying that they would destroy everything together. And then with a bang, he melted himself, releasing a large cloud of strong, acidic poison, trying to take us all down with him. I was completely stunned at that moment. Damn, what kind of abstract operation is this? Moreover, his barrier trapped me inside too. Even my flying thunder god was blocked. These guys are professionals at backstabbing their teammates. Fortunately, I was clever. I used Earth Style to push that toxic mist along with the ground into a pit, and then I wove a wooden vine into a lid to cover it tightly. Just this delay allowed Kaguru to regain his composure, and with a couple of bangs, he shattered the barrier. Now it was just me and him left on the scene. That kid Kaguru was staring at me fiercely, with a look in his eyes that seemed like he wanted to swallow me whole, muttering something about how he felt frustrated after our last fight in the air and that he wanted to regain his honor on the ground this time. I chuckled and said, "Same here. I'm very interested in your ninjutsu. I hope it's not a bloodline limit, or it won't be worth much." His face turned green at that moment. At first, he could still trade blows with me. I threw my flying thunder god kunai, and he destroyed it, while I sent out vines, and he used Earth Style to flip the ground. But what he didn't know was that I wasn't taking it seriously at all. Once he started gasping for breath, I slowly raised my hand, my arm turned metallic with a shiny surface, and a cannon mouth opened in my palm. I call this move the Gatling version of the pea shooter. Pow pow pow. Explosive skeleton grass seeds are smeared on his face like they're free. His sniper shots are pretty accurate, but I'm dealing area damage. Do you understand what fire coverage means? He was dodging like a mess, getting blown back by shockwaves several times, almost spitting blood. I'm different. I can elementalize and stand there while he can't even hit me. Isn't that frustrating? In the end, I didn't want to play anymore and just went big. I told him, "You think the first Hokage is strong, not because it would release, right? But have you ever considered the possibility that my wood release is also very powerful?" And then the forest of death descended. Guys, you should have seen that scene. Countless towering trees rose from the ground, and the entire land was swallowed by my forest. That kid didn't even have the thought of resistance. He was directly packed away by the trees. When I woke up Crow, he looked at the primitive forest outside, and he was stunned, probably thinking he had traveled to another world. We packed up the people, carried away the injured, and then we found a cave to hide in. Then I started to interrogate that guy named Crow. Let me tell you, that old man Danzo has cursed his subordinates with something called the Cursed Tongue Seal, which kills them on the spot if they leak any information. But I'm so clever. I first told him all the secrets I knew, giving him the illusion that we were on the same side and it wouldn't count as leaking information. Then I burned some herbs that could confuse people, and sure enough, he spilled everything like bamboo shoots pouring out of a tube. It turns out he was also a poor guy from the Mist Village named Misty Dry, whose brother had a bloodline disease and was being controlled by Danzo. This mission was sent by Danzo to deal with me. That's when I realized why Danzo was so desperate to get Shirsue's eyes. It's because Shirsue's Kodo Amatsukami can break his curse and expose all his dirty deeds. That old man, his heart is darker than coal. I was thinking that this Crow still has a chance. I could turn him to my side and have him act as an undercover agent in the future. I directly laid my cards on the table and told him that I could heal his brother and find a way to lift his curse. But the condition was that he had to stick with me from now on. He was still hesitating, saying how he was supposed to explain this to Danzo. I shot back, saying, "That's your problem. If you don't have any skills, why should I take you in?" The next day, the reinforcements from Konoha arrived. When I went out to take a look, to my surprise, the leader was actually Senju. I hadn't seen this kid for a few months, and he had grown taller than me, looking like he was on steroids. He came up and gave me a bear hug, then immediately asked, "Brother Phone, how's our business on Short Street?" I was truly, this kid only thinks about making money, just like I taught him. He was accompanied by 4 Nin, 2 from a Senju and 2 from a Uzumaki, all looking quite reliable. I recounted the events of the past 2 days, and Senju immediately exploded, shouting that he wanted to kill that Crow as well. However, the old-timers from the Senju clan around him were not pleased to hear this. They kept advising Senju, "Young master, you need to have the demeanor of a great clan. Lord Danzo is also doing this for the village. Don't let hatred blind your eyes." I wanted to roll my eyes at that moment. Who understands? Family? It's already 2025, and there are still people like this who think everything can be washed clean. How did the Thousand Hand clan come up with such a few old-fashioned folks? And they look at me with that kind of gaze, as if I corrupted our pure young master. It's ridiculous. The previous young master of the rope tree was so passionate and sunny, but now, after hanging out with me for a long time, he's become so petty and vengeful. always wanting to get back at others. He doesn't like those old-fashioned folks. But he can't lose his temper, so he can only agree wildly, saying yes, yes, you're right, and forcefully silencing them. I was dumbfounded at the time. Goodness, have these Senju clan members lost their minds? That old geezer Danzo is trying to take my kidney, and I'm supposed to empathize with him? Is this some kind of emotional performance for Konoha? Back in the Warring States period, the Senju clan would go all out against little kids. And now, just a few years later, they've devolved into this? No wonder they were nearly exterminated later by those Konoha F4 guys. Fortunately, I noticed that SH Maki Kid also had that same look of indifference, clearly aware of what was going on. Trusting these old fogies would get you into trouble. I also glanced at the two Uzumaki brothers beside me, Uzumaki Tunsen and Uzumaki Waisei. They had their eyes closed the whole time, looking like they had nothing to say. Well, at least the Uzumaki brothers still had their principles. I quickly approached them and asked, Lord Tunsen, Lord Waisei, do you know about that tongue curse sealing technique? Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Tunsen opened his eyes and told me that this technique originated from their Uzumaki clan's word spirit sealing arts, originally meant for their own use. But that guy Tobarama modified it to specifically target others. Hearing this gave me hope, so I quickly asked him how to break it. But he shook his head and said that this technique was too obscure and he hadn't learned it, suggesting I better ask the old lady Mito. All right, even though I didn't get a direct answer, at least I had a direction. We chatted about the mission again. This time, that guy Crow was also present, making it impossible to avoid him. I spoke first. Crow and I just want to smash a place, and the rock ninjas are definitely on guard now. Should we wait until the heat dies down before going? But then SH Maki dropped a bombshell on me. No, they're an order from above. This is to coordinate with the subsequent counterattack, and we must complete it within 2 days. I was furious at that moment. 2 days? Are you kidding me? I turned around and glared at Crow. My eyes seemed to say, look at the mess you've made. That kid Crow was also dumbfounded, probably regretting it to the core. Slumped against the wall like a puppet with its strings cut. I rolled my eyes and directly shifted the blame to the already deceased Crane. Cursing loudly, it's all that bastard Crane's fault, being arrogant and seeking glory, causing such a huge disaster. Crow suddenly looked up, his eyes shining. This kid Rope understood immediately and joined me in cursing. Exactly, that bastard Crane, he got off easy even in death. I stood up and said, you just arrived? Take a break first. I'll go check out Qiging Mountain. However, Shangshu insisted on pulling me along, saying that it would be better for the seniors to go together, and there might be new discoveries. I thought about it and agreed. Of course, before I left, I secretly left a few wooden clones behind, both to protect ya and to keep an eye on him. If this kid dares to cause trouble again, I'll directly send him to rest in peace. We arrived at the outskirts of Qiging Mountain's outpost. I originally planned to use the Flying Thunder God to take everyone indirectly, but we were stopped by Tanshan from the Whirlpool clan. He said that the rock ninja are not fools. They must have changed the positions of their traps and barriers. The safest place now might actually be the most dangerous trap. Sure enough, we hadn't gone far when Tanshan raised his hand to signal us to stop, saying there was a sensing barrier ahead. In his and Ingqing's line of sight, a huge barrier was pressed down on the ground. I was puzzled. Why was this barrier so much smaller than before? The previous one covered an area of dozens of miles. Brother Ingqing shook his head. You can't say it like that. Although the previous barrier was large, it was hollow. It was safe to go in. This one may be smaller, but it is solid inside, automatically scanning 360 degrees with no blind spots. Good thing we didn't use the Flying Thunder God. Otherwise, with so many of us suddenly appearing, we would have become live targets. I asked what we should do now, and Brother Ingsheng just smiled. Watch me. Let me tell you, this guy from the Uzumaki clan can really show off. He took his time to form seals with both hands, like he was doing finger exercises, and then he patted each of us on the shoulder. I immediately felt the flow of chakra within me slowed down. I asked him what that was, and he said it was called the chain sealing technique, which can reduce our chakra fluctuations to a minimum. I thought it was impressive and asked him how many sealing techniques the Uzumaki clan actually knows. Guess what he said? He said, no comment. After all, I'm not good at sealing. I've only mastered less than 20 techniques. I just wanted to punch him at that moment. Not good at it. You could practically start a sealing technique training class. Okay. This Versailles literature really made him understand it. The other members of the Senju clan also twitched their lips, not wanting to deal with him, and turned to dive into the barrier. Crossing through the barrier, the defenses inside were indeed at a whole new level. But this was no problem for us, because the Vortex Mountain would have Kagura's hard eye. This is the strongest sensory ninjutsu in the Naruto world, without a doubt. The chakra reactions within a radius of several dozen kilometers appeared in his mind like a divine map, allowing us to easily evade all patrols. We sneaked near the whistle camp and found an empty house to hide in. Tunshin suddenly said, "Huh, the perception barrier has weakened. Let me strengthen my Kagura heart eye and take another look." As he said this, he closed his eyes. The next second, with a loud pop, he was like he was struck by lightning, shaking violently, and let out a terrible scream before collapsing. We were startled and quickly supported him. I hurriedly used my palm technique to give him a boost. After a while, he gasped and said that he had just discovered a blocked area with strange chakra inside. He had increased his mental power to probe deeper, but he was by two enormous chakras inside, nearly exposing himself. I asked in a deep voice, "The huge chakra you mentioned, could it be?" Tianshan nodded and said with a pale face, "That's right, it's definitely the Jinchuriki from Awakens, and both Jinchuriki are here." Wow, we were all shocked. Didn't they say there was only one Four Tails? How did the Five Tails show up too? This is a huge problem. Not only are there two Jinchuriki, but Tianshan also said there's several ninjas with abnormally violent chakra lurking around. Definitely the demolition squad from IWA. I felt like I had poked the hornet's nest of the demolition team. They seem to be everywhere. This lineup is completely beyond our capability. I suggested we withdraw and think it over. But Shunshu sighed and said we didn't have time. Has the village higher-ups gone crazy? Do they really think Shunshu is Hashirama? I asked him what the bottom line for the mission was, and he said the minimum requirement is to eliminate one Jinchuriki. I was speechless. This difficulty has skyrocketed several times over. I asked them what their original plan was, and they said that they initially relied on the wood release of the rope tree, along with a few of their support, to deal with the newly appointed Jinchuriki. The Four Tails Old Purple, and that it wouldn't be a big deal. I looked at the rope tree in surprise, thinking, wow, kid, it's only been a short time, and you already have the confidence to face a Kaga-level opponent? He flirtatiously ran his fingers through his hair and asked me with his eyes if I thought he was impressive. I directly ignored him. I asked those two from the Uzumaki clan if they would use the adamantine sealing chains, and they both looked offended, saying that it was a technique exclusive to the women of the Uzumaki clan. Forget I said anything. There was no choice but to push forward. We discussed it, and the only solution was to separate them. I would use Flying Thunder God to take one away while they focused on the other. They were worried about my safety, and I said, "Don't worry, if I can't fight, I can still run, right? But you guys must end this quickly." At that moment, the brother from Tanshan took out a large urn, half the height of a person, claiming it was a makeshift Uzumaki sealing urn. A one-time use that could seal a tailed beast inside and take it away. I gasped. A disposable artifact made by hand? Is your Uzumaki clan like Doraemon, having everything you need? After discussing, we immediately acted. I took them to a desert, which had previously been turned into a grassland by me and Kaguru. I exchanged glances with SHU, and we clasped our hands together. Would release. Birth of the forest. Instantly, countless giant trees sprang up from the ground, forming a primitive jungle beneath our feet. But at that moment, the brother from Tanshan was dumbfounded. He used his Kagura minds. I had sensed that SHU's would release had chakra flowing through the trees, like they were powered up. As for my wood release, it was nothing special, just ordinary trees with no chakra fluctuations at all. The way he looked at me changed immediately, with that unmistakable look of "there's something off about you." But with the battle at hand, he didn't ask further. I directly suggested changing targets. I would deal with the Four Tails while they took on the Five Tails. Why? Because the Four Tails, Old Purple, uses lava release, which completely counters SHU's half-baked wood release. My wood release is of the natural type, maintaining a cycle of life. Even if it gets burned, it can regrow, so I'm not afraid of him. SHU and the others agreed, and with a Flying Thunder God, I returned to the Red Hill Mountain outpost. I found the core of their sensory barrier, and discovered there were quite a few people. I smirked sinisterly and rubbed my palm to create a specially made, baby fist-sized skull explosion grass seed. Art is an explosion. A few seconds later, there was a huge bang, and a purple mushroom cloud rose in the center of the outpost. The hurricane-like shockwave instantly tore the surrounding buildings and ninjas into pieces. The entire sensory team, along with the patrol team, was directly sent flying. The surviving rock ninjas rushed out, looking dumbfounded. A guy named Mungung quickly organized a defense while I stood high up, developing a new technique, transforming my arm into a gun barrel, using the grass seeds as gunpowder to shoot hardened wooden spikes, playing sniper. Unfortunately, the hit rate was dismal. It was only suitable for surprise attacks. Just as I was about to fly up and kite them, I suddenly felt a chill on my back. A tall figure appeared behind me and punched through my chest. It was the Five-Tails Jinchuriki, Tizon. He coldly stared at me. Konoha ninja, it's over. I let out a strange smile, countless vines bursting forth from my body, swiftly wrapping around him. No, this is just the beginning, and the plan is going very smoothly. As soon as I finished speaking, I activated Flying Thunder God, disappearing from the spot with him. In the next moment, we appeared in the encirclement of Rope Tree and the others. I rolled to the side, escaping the range of attack, and shouted, "It's up to you now." Then I vanished again. As Tong Shan steadied himself, Vortex Shadow used 8 shadow clones to set up the 8 trigrams purple flame formation, trapping him inside. Tong Shan endured a wave of combined ninjutsu without a scratch, directly activating the tailed beast cloak. Meanwhile, when I took Tong Shan away, I left a fist-sized seed at the original spot. The rock ninja leader, Mangang, reacted quickly, shouting for everyone to disperse, using Earth style to bury the seed deep underground. Even so, the violent explosion still sent the ground flying like waves. Just when they were still in shock, I appeared again. Wood release, cutting technique. Countless wooden spikes shot out, instantly impaling several rock ninjas who were caught off guard. Lava release, lava wall. A wall of lava blocked my path, incinerating all my wooden spikes into charcoal. When I turned around, I saw the younger version of Old Purple. Without a second thought, I unleashed Wood release, Wood Dragon technique. However, my Wood Dragon disintegrated into ashes the moment it collided with his lava, unable to hold for even a second. My makeshift Wood release was indeed thoroughly countered. Just as I was distracted, a rock ninja charged at me and stuck an explosive tag on my back. I couldn't be bothered to pay him any mind, and with a flick of my vines, I drained him dry. The explosive tag detonated, blasting apart half of my body. But in the next second, I restored myself as if nothing had happened, leaving the surrounding rock ninjas dumbfounded. Seeing his companion killed, Old Purple's eyes turned red, and he condensed a magma blade on his arm, charging at me. We exchanged blows, and after a few rounds, my ninja blade was turned bright red by his magma, ultimately getting severed with a clang. He let out a roar, delivering a powerful slash that cut off a portion of my body. He thought it was over, but the next second his eyes nearly popped out. Missing half of my body, I jumped to the side as if nothing had happened. What? What kind of monster are you? I glanced at the wound, which was covered with a layer of lava, the high temperature preventing my regeneration. No wonder they say the lava fruit has the strongest attack power. This continuous damage is really annoying, but it's not a big deal. My body wriggled for a moment, and I directly threw away the piece of flesh that had lava on it, and then it instantly grew back. Lao Zi was completely stunned. After so many years of being a monster, it was probably the first time he had seen something stranger than himself. He let out a roar and directly activated his tailed beast cloak, charging at me with red eyes. Let me tell you, this guy has completely lost it. He directly hit me with a big move called Lava Release, Scorching River Rock Technique. Goodness, those huge lava boulders came flying at me like they were free, trailing long flames as they came crashing down. They scorched the ground right next to me. It was like a moving volcano. I dodged while pondering. The temperature of this lava release is truly outrageous. Although it's not as flashy as the Scorching Release, the heat is no small matter. When a magma splashed onto my arm, it sizzled and directly corroded several holes into it. This stuff also has continuous damage, and combined with the Jinchuriki's massive chakra, it's practically a walking map editor. Fortunately, I didn't lead him toward the rope tree. Otherwise, if he ignited the wood release, that would just give him home field advantage. Seeing me struggling to dodge, Old Purple sped up a few notches and charged at me with a howl. I clapped my hands together and used Earth Release, Yellow Mud Swamp, letting him experience what it means to be stuck in a quagmire. But he wasn't stupid. After getting stuck, he immediately opened fire from a distance, spewing lava bombs like a machine gun. My Water Release, Iron Cannon shot went up, but it evaporated in a second like a water gun. There was no choice but to spend some money. I took out a few kunai with explosive tags and threw them, finally managing to blow him up in midair. This stuff is really useful, but it burns money. I felt a pang in my heart. At this moment, a few dirty fish from the Rock Ninja village wanted to join the fun. One of them clapped his hands and tried to use Earth Release, Earth Coffin, to confine me. Another one was even more ruthless, directly wrapping the coffin outside with explosive tags attached to wires, ready for a surprise when I went in. Did they think I was stupid? With Flying Thunder God, I flashed directly behind them and drained their chakra, turning them into 2 dry corpses. Damn it! Old Purple saw his teammates gone again, his eyes turned red, and dark red chakra burst out all over him, directly entering the second stage. His speed was insane. In a flash, he was right in front of me, swinging down a claw. My eyelid twitched. With the power of that claw, if it hit me, I'd be split in two on the spot. I quickly used Flying Thunder God to flash to the side. The surviving teammates saw this scene and were scared out of their wits, shouting that Lord Purple was going berserk and to retreat. They ran faster than rabbits. Interestingly, the guy named Mungung actually gritted his teeth and stayed behind. Who understands this kind of brotherhood that knowingly heads into danger? It's both touching and amusing. Although Old Purple was more ferocious after entering the second stage, his mind was clearly not working well. He was flailing around like a beast, making him easier to deal with. I seized an opportunity and used the same trick again with another yellow mud swamp. He indeed dove right in and sank to the bottom, bubbling. I just breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, is that all? Suddenly, the ground shook violently beneath me, and two giant chakra claws resembling pythons emerged from the ground, almost grabbing me. I shot out a few wooden spikes, but they were all deflected with a clatter and couldn't break through the defense at all. As expected, seeing that it couldn't catch me, this creature opened its big mouth and started to form a tailed beast bomb. As soon as I saw it, my eyes lit up. The new technique I learned finally had a place to be used. I formed hand seals, and a huge space-time incantation appeared in front of me, preparing to execute the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique to redirect his big move. As a result, good grief, my formation was as fragile as paper. When the tailed beast bomb hit, it shattered on the spot. In the next second, half of my body was vaporized by the high temperature, and my face was gone. I messed up. It seems I'm really not cut out for space-time ninjutsu, just focusing on participation. While I was feeling frustrated and recover my body, I could only use the most clumsy method to drag it out with him. Damn it. If it weren't for the dog system being 9 years late, I would have chosen the glitter fruit back then, and I would have sent him to the feast by now. To deal with this kind of monster, I still have to rely on art. Old Purple charged up again and threw a punch at me. This time, I didn't dodge. I crossed my arms to take it head on, then delivered a hard kick to his chin, conveniently generating a skull explosion seed under my foot. Boom! He was blown away, and my own leg was also blown off halfway, but it didn't matter. I recovered in an instant. Then I split off several wooden clones, charging in like self-destructing trucks. Fearless of death, Old Purple pierced through two with a claw, but my wooden clone, like a piece of chewing gum, hugged his arm and detonated, breaking both of his arms on the spot. Following that was a series of explosions, making him scream in agony. When his consciousness was hazy, the four tails inside him was still trying to take over his body. But this old brother was quite resilient and stubbornly refused. In reality, although he was severely blown up, he was still struggling to survive. I directly used a shadow clone to hold him down, jumped 100 meters away, rooted my feet, grew wooden stakes from my back for stabilization, and merged my arms into a giant cannon barrel. I first stuffed a skull explosion seed as the primer, then loaded a steel hard scale fruit as the cannonball. I transformed into a humanoid cannon, aimed, fire, boom. The scaled fruit, trailing white smoke, hit Old Purple squarely in the chest, blasting him over 100 meters away and into the ground. I was also shaken by the recoil, shattering half of my body. As I recovered and walked over, I thought to myself this should be a win, right? But then, his good buddy Mang gang suddenly burrowed up from the ground, grabbed my ankle, and dragged me underground, leaving only my head exposed. Then came a combo attack, liquid bombs, and explosive giant axes, directly splitting me in half. And he locked me up with a shackled shape of an evil spirit, starting to devour my chakra. Did he think it was over? Naive. He turned to help his brother, and the next second, a wooden spike pierced through his chest. I slowly reformed my body behind him and smiled. Sorry, but my ability doesn't require chakra at all. Honestly, this guy is quite loyal. Even in this situation, he stayed behind, which is admirable even for an enemy. Of course, admiration aside, I still had to pack up the body, as it was high-quality material. Old Purple watched helplessly as I skillfully packed up his best buddy, and he completely broke down, letting out a desperate roar to the sky. The next second, a tide of chakra surged from within him, coalescing into a giant red monkey. Four tails in its true form, completely tailed beastified. I brushed off the dust on my body and looked at the giant ape in front of me, resembling a small mountain. I thought to myself, well, it seems I can't hold back any longer. Thus, an epic monster battle unfolded at the Chigang Mountain campsite. On one side was the four-tailed red giant ape, and on the other was my green wood ape made from the entire forest. Every collision between the two giant beasts felt like a landslide. The four-tailed beast, tough and resilient, could smash away half of my ape's head with a single punch, but I wasn't playing fair. I had infinite regeneration and flipped it over, then used vine-like tendrils covered in explosive skeleton seeds to give it a full body massage. Boom, boom, boom. The four-tailed beast howled in agony. Indeed, a giant is a man's romance. It got desperate and started spewing fire, using magma to reshape the terrain in an attempt to burn my forest to the ground. But I summoned special trees that could spray water to extinguish the flames, effectively turning its volcano into a fire station. It then began wildly throwing tailed beast balls at me, and I used layers of giant wood to block them, deflecting all of its attacks off course. Just when I thought victory was in my grasp, this guy suddenly went berserk. It turned out that Old Purple's consciousness had completely collapsed, and the four-tailed beast had completely broken free from its seal. It laughed maniacally, calling itself Sun Wukong, and unleashed a barrage of tailed beast balls right in my face. After being blown apart, I reassembled, only to see it don in a layer of scorching lava armor, transforming into a never-before-seen lava giant ape. Now, my explosive grass and anesthetic pollen were completely useless. This is truly terrifying. Little brat, die. It sneered. Not so fast, I chuckled. Today, I'll show you my secret technique, that rival seduction. I used the flying thunder god to teleport behind it, and, with all my lifelong training, I roared out the name of my technique. Forbidden technique. Fireproof skeleton explosion propulsion trident spiral 1,000 years kill. PFF. That scream. I estimate the entire land of fire could hear it. After I blew its rear end apart, the four-tailed Sun Wukong couldn't even stand. Both its spirit and body suffered devastating blows. From there, it became easier. I entangled it with an endless forest and showered it with countless explosive grasses. Once its magma armor shattered and it sustained injuries, I immediately pierced it with sharp vines and began to absorb its life essence. Let me tell you, that feeling is just like eating a great elixir. My chakra is skyrocketing. The monkey finally got scared. It realized I could truly kill it, making it unable to resurrect. It immediately backed down, started begging for mercy, and said it was willing to become my power, allowing me to seal it within my body. I thought to myself, this deal is a steal. A perfect human pillar. Not only can I get a free lava release, but I can also be immune to almost all illusions. Isn't that just taking off directly? So I agreed and affectionately called it Sun Wukong, saying that we would be partners from now on. Seeing that I was so easy to talk to, it also breathed a sigh of relief and promised to keep its word. We reached an agreement that when I die, it will be set free. It then happily said, that's great. I really look forward to that day. You really know how to speak. I just recruited a new little brother, and the battle with the Four Tails is over. Although they successfully sealed the Four Tails, they were exhausted and lost 2 teammates. They were panting when I made my grand entrance riding the enormous Sun Wukong. Goodness, it scared Shengtong and the others so much that their faces turned pale, thinking I was dead, and they were about to fight my newly recruited little brother. Shengtong, calm down. I quickly called out to him and jumped down from Sun Wukong's head. Soon after, we met in a concealed location. Shengtong still looked incredulous. You actually tamed the Four Tails all by yourself? Upon hearing the word tame, Sun Wukong's eyes widened. I quickly patted its head to ease the tension. It's not about taming. If they can't beat me, they just have to recognize me as their leader. I told them that all tailed beasts have names. My little brother is called Sun Wukong, and the Four Tails is named Mu Wang, and we will be partners from now on. Shengtong was stunned and wanted to get closer to Sun Wukong, but he blurted out, nice to meet you, son. You look a bit thin. Sun Wukong's face immediately darkened. After some idle chatter, I got to the point and asked the 2 elders of the Uzumaki clan, can you seal the sun inside me? Shengtong and the other 2 were dumbfounded. Shengtong couldn't help but say, are you trying to become a Jinchuriki? Are you serious? Growing up under my grandmother's care, I know full well what being a Jinchuriki entails. Let me tell you, my grandmother is Uzumaki Mido. Sound impressive, right? The former queen of Konoha. But what happened? She lived like a prisoner. Even going up to the rooftop had someone watching her, afraid she would cause any trouble. She was lively in her youth, but in her old age, she was turned into a homebody. To put it bluntly, it was like living in a high-end prison. So when I told those 2 Uzumaki elders that I wanted to be a Jinchuriki, they understood. I laid it all out. Brothers, I've made up my mind, but I don't know sealing techniques, so I'll need your help. A guy named Tunshin was quite righteous and offered to take my place. I told him I appreciated the offer, but this was something I had to do myself, and please keep it a secret. Shengtong exploded at that moment, pointing at the fierce Four Tails monkey and shouted at me, are you crazy? The village is full of sensory ninjas. If you leak even a bit of chakra, you'll be discovered. If you go berserk and there's no sealing team around, both you and the village will be done for. I chuckled and patted the shoulder of the four-tailed beast, saying, "Don't worry, our old son knows how to behave and won't cause any trouble, right?" The big monkey shivered in fear and nodded vigorously, "Absolutely. Our tailed beasts always keep their word." Well, since he said so, what else could Shomu and the others do? They could only get started. I tell you, that sealing speed was unbelievably fast. It was done in a flash. When I touched my belly, there was a dark round mark on it. Shangshu leaned over to take a look, and his expression was one of disdain. He almost gagged. "No way. That shabby sealing technique from Yunin village? Why didn't you use my grandma's 4-symbol seal or 8-trigram seal? Hey, this kid really has high standards." Techniques that are treasures in other villages are just trash in his eyes. I pat my belly and laugh. "Buddy, this seal isn't to keep him locked up. It's to let him move in. This relaxation makes old son feel comfortable. I know very well that my current strength easily surpasses that monkey, and there's no need to lock it up with iron chains. We're still young, and we have plenty of time to build a relationship with it. Even if we can't become like Naruto and Kurama, we can at least be partners, right?" The next moment, everything went black in front of me, and I entered my own spiritual world. Wow, what a bare space. A pure white space, with nothing in it. Just me and that gorilla staring at each other. I complained about it. Is this really where you're going to live in the future? It's so monotonous. It feels like the poverty chic decor that's going to be trendy in 2025. Seaway grinned and said, "Bro, it's good to be empty. It means your mind hasn't been traumatized too much. This environment is way better than my old little dark room." I nodded and pointed behind it. "Is that chain a seal?" A thick chain hung down from the sky, tied around its waist. It seemed quite optimistic. "Yeah. Although it's uncomfortable, at least I can still move. In the past, my treatment was like that of an insect specimen, nailed down all over. And I couldn't even scratch when I was itchy. Who understands what my family went through? Just thinking about the treatment of the Nine Tails. Locked in a little black room for decades, watching that happy family of 3 show off their love every day, and being PUA'd with "you're too dangerous. You're the embodiment of hatred." If it were me, forget about reconciling with your son. I'd even disturb your ancestors' graves. I raised my hand, and a small sapling sprouted from my palm. I said to the Four Tails, "This place is too desolate. Let me transform it for you." As soon as I finished speaking, I pressed both hands down to the ground, and countless trees, flowers, and plants sprang up wildly, instantly turning this pure white space into a primeval forest. The Four Tails' eyes widened in disbelief as it walked up to a giant tree, trembling like someone with Parkinson's, gently touching the trunk, almost in tears. This feeling, this scent, I haven't touched a tree in decades. It turned its head and solemnly said to me, "Thank you." I waved my hand and said, "Just wait a little longer. Once I've completely mastered the sealing technique, I'll break this chain for you." The Four Tails excitedly yelled, "Great. I'm waiting." Just as we were bonding, a big incident happened outside. That broken jar containing the 5 tails, the vortex spirit jar, suddenly started shaking with a clattering sound, and several cracks appeared on its surface. With blood-red chakra bubbling out like boiling water, Ju shouted for everyone to get back, clapped his hands, and several dragon-headed wooden stakes emerged from the ground, wrapping around the broken jar like snakes and starting to absorb the chakra vigorously. The 2 old brothers from the Vortex clan were sweating profusely, reinforcing and setting up barriers. I was anxious. "Come on, Rope Tree, suck harder." Rope Tree's face turned red. "I can't. This thing is about to explode. If I push too hard, it'll blow up." Just as the words left his mouth, the chakra on that jar suddenly started to emit steam. I thought to myself, this is bad, shouted that it's about to explode, and to run. I had already planned that once the 5 tails came out, I'd use Flying Thunder God to send it straight to Danzo, let him deal with it. But at that moment, the rampaging chakra suddenly calmed down, then condensed into a white horse's head, staring intently at me. "Me? No way. Your expression seems off." The 9 tails spoke up. "Human, I sense sun inside your body." "Wow, you can even sense that?" I nodded. "That's right. Old Sun is my partner now." Who knew the next thing the 9 tails said would completely bewilder me? "In that case, I also wish to become your strength." Not only Shinjuro and the others were stunned, but I was too. What's going on? Why is the 9 tails being more proactive than me? I chuckled awkwardly and pulled Shinjuro over. Thanks for the kindness. Do you think he's capable?" Senju Hashirama's grandson. His talent is top-notch." The 9 tails completely ignored Shinjuro and just stared at me. "This is my biggest concession. Otherwise, I would rather die together." "Concession? Who did you negotiate with?" I suddenly thought, could it be the eight tails? I immediately sank into the spiritual space. Old son, what's going on? The eight tails was laughing. Oh, ha ha ha. I had a chat with that guy Moo, and I persuaded him to come in and keep me company. When did this happen? How come I didn't know? We tailed beasts have our own group chat, a mental exchange, and the Jinchuriki can't hear it. I understand. It's that white space where the tailed beasts have meetings, right? I'm a bit worried. No, it's the two-tailed beast Jinchuriki? I've never heard of it before. I hope there won't be any problems. The four-tailed beast waved its hand. Don't worry. No one has done it before because they were afraid their bodies couldn't handle it. Now we both are doing it voluntarily. So that's not an issue. Besides, who doesn't like freedom? But since we're going to be captured anyway, we might as well live in a five-star house. All right. Logic is perfect. I went back outside and agreed immediately. Ju was so anxious that it jumped up and down. Are you crazy? Two-tailed beasts. People could die. I confidently smiled and said, it's fine. I have it under control. Then, I took on the swirling shadow again and sealed two-tailed beasts in just one day. This achievement is enough for him to brag about for a lifetime. In the mental space, as soon as the five tails entered, it was overjoyed and very satisfied with the new environment. It looked at the four tails and suddenly exclaimed, hey son, why have you gotten so thin? The four tails' face immediately darkened. As soon as I looked, I saw that the seal had indeed changed. Originally, it was a thick chain, but now it was split into two thin ones, each binding one of them, and their range of movement had increased quite a bit. So this little guy with four tails brought in the one with five tails, clearly with the intention of sharing a mortgage. I can't be biased either. With my hands together, one side of the ground turned into a forest, while the other became a vast grassland. The five-tailed creature howled and rushed over to roll around. Grass, grass, oh my grass. On the way back, the rope tree didn't stop asking me if my stomach was full, if I could unleash a burst of energy to show them, and even if I would let the two from Qing Yin watch during workouts. My head was about to explode, and the four-tailed and five-tailed creatures were constantly shouting in my mind to go out and deal with him. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in my mind. After a few days of not seeing each other, the host has become much stronger. My judgment was indeed correct. I was completely frozen. What the hell? Dog system, you're awake? Host, watch your manners. When did you wake up? You've already become a dual-tailed beast Jinchuriki. If I don't wake up now, it would be unreasonable. Actually, I could have woken up when you saved Rope Tree and learned Flying Thunder God. It's just, it took a bit longer. You're not late again, are you? The system's voice suddenly sounded a bit flustered. You. How can you slander someone's innocence out of nowhere? I knew it. The only idiot who can make the same mistake twice is it. I'm too lazy to get angry, so I weakly said, less nonsense, open the panel. TSK, TSK, TSK. Getting anxious. Well, when the panel came out, the physical body and chakra had a whole string of question marks behind them, leaving me dumbfounded. Does this broken system have a limit on digits? It seems that when the values exceed 10,000, they can't be displayed directly. Thinking about it, with the chakra of two-tailed beasts, tens of thousands is just basic stuff. What's even more ridiculous is that there's a second identity and a trading goods section added. System, care to explain? Dear customer, I'm here, I furrow my brows. Why is this system still acting so strange after the upgrade? The host has a new body in the pirate world, with mental abilities like yours and the identity of a pirate. You can also bring items from the Naruto world to sell in the pirate world, and vice versa. So, will my ability, user body, be afraid of Sea Prism Stone over there? Will getting injured affect me here? Don't worry, it's an independent entity. Abilities are shared, and negative states do not transfer. Oh, and there's another benefit. Your new body hasn't eaten any fruit, so as long as you eat one more, theoretically, you'll be a double fruit user. Huh, that sounds good. Just like Blackbeard. Do you want to check out the pirate world? Time will freeze here. So what are we waiting for? Let's go. In an instant, I felt the world spinning. When I groggily opened my eyes, I was kicked to the ground by someone, and a stack of papers hit my face. I was furious on the spot. Who the hell? Before I could finish my sentence, I was stunned. The person opposite me, with a hedgehog hairstyle, small glasses, and a pink feather coat. Isn't this a younger version of Doflamingo? I was still in a daze when he grabbed my neck and lifted me up, with strength like he was picking up a chick. I thought to myself, what the hell? And was about to teach him a lesson when he spoke ominously. Hee Zul Lingfeng. I heard that all the slaves I wanted have been taken care of by you. You accepted a deposit, and if you can't deliver the person, I'll just have to send you to the celestial dragons as a slave. I was completely bewildered. What the heck? In the next second, a memory flooded into my mind, and I fell silent. It turned out that my new identity was that of a human trafficker. I feel completely numb. I've seen people dressed as pirates, navy, and revolutionaries, but I might be the first one on the entire internet dressed as a human trafficker. My new identity is the captain of a weak pirate crew in Beihai. Because I'm cowardly and don't dare to confront other pirates head-on, I've turned to human trafficking and have desperately clung to Doflamingo's thigh. At this point in time, Doflamingo has just stolen the gold from the sky and is threatening the world government to make him a warlord of the sea, to please the celestial dragons. He ordered me to gather 300 rare slaves as a gift. However, before I could deliver them, the Revolutionary Army intercepted us. In my heart, I was filled with disdain. It was clearly done by the Revolutionary Army, yet you don't dare to take it back and only know how to bully me. This soft persimmon. No wonder you've just gotten by for half your life with everything you had wasted. Doflamingo's grip tightened more and more. Those slaves are worth more than your worthless life. As he spoke, a cold light flickered at his fingertips. I had a feel, and it's fine. All abilities can be used. Should I turn him into a mummy, or just blow his head off with magma? However, after a moment's thought, I came up with a better idea. You want to be one of the 7 warlords? Want to return to the Holy Land? All right, I'll give you a hand. I quickly put on a terrified expression, and Master Doflamingo, let go. The slave is safe. I transferred them in advance. Oh, Doflamingo loosened his grip a bit. You know the consequences of lying to me, right? I know. I'll bring them over right away. He threw me to the ground and coldly said, You have 10 minutes. I ran away in a panic, coldly laughing to myself. Son the thief. I'll definitely send you something big that will take you to the sky. I ran to a secluded cellar on the island, which used to be a place for holding slaves, and now it was empty. I closed my eyes and recalled the information about those slaves then. Shadow, clone, technique. Transformation technique. When I came out again, I was followed by 300 dejected slaves. Just in time, all of those human traffickers have been taken care of by Doflamingo, perfect with no witnesses left. Doflamingo saw that I actually brought people back, and his expression changed from cloudy to clear. Fufufu, it seems I misunderstood you. You are much smarter than I thought. One of his subordinates, an old man wearing a rabbit ear hat, came out and tested a few slaves with sea stone chains. After finding no abnormalities, he nodded at Doflamingo. Hey, this dog is quite cunning. Unfortunately, I was using ninjutsu, and this body hadn't eaten any devil fruit, so I wasn't afraid of sea stone at all. Doflamingo was very satisfied and had someone bring over 2 boxes. This is the remaining 200 million berries. The extra 50 million is your reward. I pretended to be full of gratitude as I took it. Watching them take my shadow clone onto the ship and sail away, my smile instantly vanished. Joker? In the eyes of the strong, you're nothing more than a clown. Once Doflamingo was far away, I also prepared to slip away. I initially thought about walking on water, but considering the bizarre sea and climate of the One Piece world, I decided against it. I found that dilapidated slave ship and activated my ability. Would release, ship repair. After a lot of effort, I finally managed to fix it somewhat, but I was exhausted. I couldn't operate such a large ship alone, so I scattered a few seeds, waiting for the wooden clones to grow and serve as crew members, while I lay on the deck to sunbathe and fell asleep. Just as I dozed off, boom, boom. Several loud explosions echoed as cannonballs rained down, blowing my hard-earned ship to pieces. Then, a few blobs of magma splattered all over my face. If it weren't for my lava release, I would have been disfigured on the spot. WTF? I was furious. Who was so dishonorable to launch a sneak attack? A warship approached rapidly, and I sneered. Perfect, you destroyed my ship, so I'll take yours as compensation. As a natural system user, how could I encounter someone I couldn't defeat? But then I focused and saw that the tall man on the ship looked just like Sugawara, no Michizane. I fell into deep thought. Isn't that a Kainu? He really could kill me. I gasped in shock. There was nowhere to run on this tiny island. If I had known, I would have left a flying thunder god mark on Doflamingo. The warship quickly docked, and Sakazuki came down with a group of Marines. With his observation haki sweeping across, I felt like a candle in the dark, completely unable to hide. Who's there? Come out. I raised my hands high and went out, my face filled with a flattering smile. Finally, I get to see you, Marshal Sikarsky. You are my idol. What the hell? Sikarsky suddenly appeared in front of me and covered my mouth. I'm just a lieutenant general. Why are you barking like a dog? He turned around and saw that his subordinates, especially a few brigadier generals, were looking at him with eyes that said, so that's how it is. It seemed that Sikarsky was also a bit flustered inside. I realized, I've mixed things up. He's not a marshal yet. I quickly broke free from his hand and said with righteous indignation, we must eradicate evil. This is my justice. Mr. Sikarsky, please accept me. Huh. Sikarsky was also taken aback. According to his usual style, no matter who you are, he he would just take you out with a single attack. But with me doing this, if he moved again, it would seem like he was killing to silence me out of shame, which would leave him at a loss. Yet he still maintained a stern face. You, the human trafficker, Zul Lingfeng. The Navy will not accept scum like you. I frowned. Can we not bring this up anymore? I immediately dragged out a wooden clone from behind the boulder. It looked terrible, completely charred, with only the face somewhat intact. You misunderstood. I'm not Zul Lingfeng. This is who I am. I am his twin brother, Qinshu Lingfeng. My brother is a disgrace to the family. I've been hunting him for many years, and finally caught him yesterday, but unexpectedly fell victim to your magma. Sakasuke. He went to check the other bodies. They had indeed been dead for a while. Then he looked at my charred wooden clone. Although he felt something was off, the magma was indeed his handiwork. He nodded. It seems that what you said is true. I quickly took the opportunity. Mr. Sakasuke, I have an unreasonable request. You say. For those willing to kill pirates, Sakasuke showed considerable patience. Lingfeng quickly took off his jacket, turned around, revealing a large symbol on his back. I want to join the Navy to carry the symbol and gallop across the sea, making the Navy stronger. In the world of pirates, no one knew about the Flying Thunder God technique, and now, not only Sakasuke, but even the Navy behind him were moved. Such a promising soldier. Who wouldn't want to recruit him? Senju Lingfeng. Yes. From today onwards, you are a Navy private. I look forward to the day you make the Navy stronger. Thank you, Admiral Sakasuke. Damn, why are you still talking? Chapter 116. Devil training. A few days later, on the Red Dog S warship, Lingfeng sat on the ship's railing, munching on wild fruits while whispering with the system. System, what permissions does the intermediate level have? Mainly, it allows the host to have a capability-sharing disguise in the pirate world, letting them stack abilities like fruits, haki, ninjutsu, etc. Additionally, it allows for earning money through interdimensional trading. Making money. That sounds good, but if one of my bodies dies, will it affect the other? No, abilities, memories, and experiences will be shared, but various buffs and debuffs are independent. That's good. By the way, what functions will the system have when upgraded to advanced level? Lingfeng had already lost hope for the advanced system. It took the super shadow strength along with major modifications to the original plot to reach intermediate level. Who knows when he could reach advanced? After upgrading to advanced, based on the host contributions, you can take different numbers of people for crossing over. Oh, does the other party need to agree? Well, the host can treat them as objects. Their opinions don't matter. Lingfeng's eyes lit up. This is feasible. I could insert a mark in the comm belt, and later when encountering tough opponents in the Naruto world, just use the Flying Thunder God to throw them into the comm belt. Just as Lingfeng was lost in thought, he felt someone staring at him from behind. When he turned around, he found 7 or 8 young Navy soldiers staring intently at him, their eyes filled with aggression and greed. Lingfeng secretly tensed up. Suddenly, he realized something was off. These guys were eyeing the fruit in his hand, looking like they were drooling. Wild fruits. I haven't eaten fruit for 10 days. I didn't expect there to be fruit on Tea Table Island. Damn it, I should have searched more thoroughly. Lingfeng was astonished. He didn't expect that the wild fruit that was despised in the Naruto world had become a hot commodity here. The fruits produced by this ability, aren't they just as plentiful as one desires? I have to say, the quality of the Navy is high. Although they were drooling, no one dared to snatch it. Even those young officers were just swallowing their saliva, their faces still calm. This scene was reminiscent of his first barbecue in the medical camp. Lingfeng finished the fruit quickly and tossed the remains into the sea. The young Navy soldiers watched the fruit drop into the water, all with expressions of regret. There was still quite a bit of fruit flesh left. Lingfeng patted his backside and walked into the dormitory under the resentful gazes of the crowd. After a while, he came out carrying a bundle, and when he opened it, it was filled with wild fruits. Don't just look, let's eat together. These fruits, grown from the fruit ability, are better the longer they grow. This bag of fruits only took a minute, so they were of varying sizes and colors. You could tell the taste wouldn't be great. But the Navy soldiers' eyes lit up as they rushed over, stuffing their mouths while tears streamed down their faces. So sour, but it's so refreshing. Delicious. What kind of fruit is this? Don't eat too fast. Don't eat too fast. Let go of me. The Navy soldiers in the distance heard the commotion and rushed over with red eyes upon discovering the fruit. You kick me in the groin. I'll poke your nose. The deck quickly descended into chaos. There was no shortage of preserved meat and alcohol at sea, but they were lacking in vegetables and fruits. Especially since Red Dog had been at sea for months, they had drifted from the Grand Line to the North Sea, and they had been eating dried vegetables for months, let alone fruits. Watching the Navy soldiers fighting, Lingfeng's eyelid twitched slightly. It seemed he had stirred up trouble. Would he get punished? The wild fruits were quickly consumed, and the deck finally quieted down. After this commotion, Lingfeng became familiar with a few soldiers. How long have you all been in Navy? What do you usually train in? Tell me about it. A tall Navy soldier looked proud. We were part of a branch Navy, and due to our excellent performance, we were selected for the headquarters. We've been here for half a year, mainly doing basic training. Lingfeng, basic training? Yes, it's physical training. A young female Navy soldier chimed in. Every day, 3,000 push-ups, 3,000 pull-ups, 500 rope climbs back and forth, 500 laps of long-distance running, and combat training until we pass out. If we wake up and still have strength, we can choose to practice swordsmanship, marksmanship. Lingfeng's eyelid twitched slightly. The intensity was too outrageous. No wonder compared to pirates. Ninjas are all so fragile. Just look at this training volume and physical quality. They are completely on different levels. Just this new recruit training is even more intense than Guy and Lee's training. Lingfeng looked at the female soldier's slender arms and legs and awkwardly said, I didn't expect your physical quality to be quite good. You must be a strong Navy soldier. The female soldier smiled slightly. I'm in a civilian position. Lingfeng. At this point, a Navy soldier suddenly collapsed onto the deck. That's why I love going out to sea. Although the conditions are a bit worse, I don't have to do physical training. Oh, you don't have to do physical training when going out to sea? Of course, we haven't had it for so long. Just as he was halfway through speaking, he suddenly felt something was off. The voice. The few of them stiffly turned their heads, terrified. Red Dog was standing behind them with a gloomy expression. Esakaski. The new recruits were on the verge of tears. Red Dog snorted coldly and shouted, Cease sailing. All soldiers to the deck for assembly. Military orders were as solid as a mountain. Soon, all the Navy soldiers lined up neatly on the deck. Red Dog. Listen to my orders, lower the sails, drop the anchor chain, all new recruits into the water, drag the ship forward. What? The new recruits were instantly dumbfounded. Red Dog's face darkened. Can't you understand my words? Get in. Under the commander's oppressive aura. The new recruits cried and jumped into the sea, desperately swimming while pulling the thick anchor chain forward. I have to say, the Navy's physical quality is really good. They actually dragged the massive warship forward slowly. Red Dog and several officers stood at the edge of the deck watching them, their faces cold, but their eyes concealed a hint of amusement. Chapter 117. Navy Headquarters Colonel Lingfeng stood on the ship, looking at his exhausted comrades, silently mourning for them. Suddenly, he felt a shadow behind him. Red Dog had appeared behind him without him noticing. At 1.8 meters tall, Lingfeng was not considered short in the Naruto world, but facing the 3-meter-tall Red Dog, he felt like a child. Oh, Private Lingfeng, why aren't you getting into the water? Although I have a good impression of this new recruit, especially his relentless sense of justice that resonates with me, as a qualified naval officer, I cannot allow a recruit to slack off. What's the difference between a slacking recruit and a deserter on the battlefield? Lingfeng quickly stood at attention, reporting to Vice Admiral Sakazuki. He then glanced at the others struggling in the water. I can't go into the water. Akainu's heart stirred. Oh, are you a devil fruit user? Yes. Lingfeng lied without hesitation. What is your ability? This question left Lingfeng silent. A Logia-type Mosin fruit. If possible, he really didn't want to expose his true fruit ability. What other abilities could he feign as a devil fruit? For tails. 5 tails, Flying Thunder God. After pondering for a few seconds, Lingfeng came up with a plan. I am a Zoan-type sheep fruit, mythical beast form. The system quietly remarked. Host, you could say the Moo King is a horse, a deer, or a reindeer. Why say it's a sheep? It doesn't resemble one at all. Lingfeng, shut up, it's settled like this. After arriving in the pirate world, the tailed beasts within him fell into slumber. But he could still call upon their power. When the other officers heard this, they were all jolted. A rare, mythical beast type. ISNT, the only mythical beast type in the Navy, the warlord Sengoku, was a Baphomet. I heard that in some religions, Baphomet is a goat-headed demon. Huh, so scary. Akainu was also curious. A mythical beast type rarer than Logia. Oh, then show us your ability. Here, Lingfeng frowned. As the naval ship, although not small, would be damaged if he transformed into a 5 tails. It's a bit small here, so I'll transform into my human-animal hybrid form. He then entered his tailed beast transformation state 2. In state 2, Lingfeng's body turned dark red, growing taller than Akainu. With 5 tails waving behind him and several dark red horns on his head, resembling the legendary goat-headed demon. Few people have truly seen mythical beasts. He had the highest right to explain. Akainu was also very interested and shouted to the back. Daubman, a tall, fierce-looking Navy officer with many scars on his face stepped forward. "This is my Vice Admiral, Daubman. Let him spar with you for a few rounds. If you can withstand 3 minutes, I can promote you to the rank of Lieutenant Colonel." The surrounding people showed excited expressions. Every year, there are self-important recruits challenging officers. Try to rise to the top, but over 99% end up getting beaten badly. This is also the most popular activity among recruits during their tedious training. "Mr. Daubman, please give me your guidance." Lingfeng recognized him as the Vice Admiral with red hair from the Marineford War, definitely a strong powerhouse, and based on the timeline, he had just been promoted to Vice Admiral. A Vice Admiral in the Navy headquarters looks impressive in anime, but that S compared to the 4 emperors, admirals, vice admirals, and 7 warlords. In reality, any one of them is a formidable presence. Not to mention, just being skilled in using both forms of Haki and the Navy's 6 powers is terrifying enough. Lingfeng jumped to the side of the deck, secretly contemplating tactics. He couldn't use the Forest Power and Four Tails ability, and he would use ninjutsu as little as possible, preferably going for a direct melee. With his physical fitness, plus the enhancement of the Tailed Beast Cloak, dealing with a Vice Admiral should definitely not be a problem. Daubman walked to the other side of the deck and cracked his knuckles. "Then let's have a good match." The 2 figures vanished, and the next second, they collided heavily. 10 minutes later, Lingfeng lay on the deck, gasping for breath. Daubman sat coldly to the side, with several gruesome wounds on his chest and a dozen shurikens stuck in him. Although he looked much worse than Lingfeng, he appeared to be handling it easily. Daubman lit a cigar and took a puff. "Sakazuki, this recruit is quite interesting." In the first few minutes, Lingfeng easily suppressed Daubman thanks to the Tailed Beast Cloak. After all, Beckman's physical fitness was strong, but there was still a gap compared to Lingfeng in this state. However, once Daubman unleashed his Haki, the battle instantly reversed. No matter how fast Lingfeng was, he couldn't touch him. Even if he hit, he couldn't break through his defenses. On the contrary, Daubman's punches hurt him even through the Tailed Beast Cloak. In desperation, Lingfeng set a trap with wire and shurikens and successfully hit Daubman. He initially thought Daubman would fall, but to his surprise, he seemed unharmed and retaliated with a 6-king gun to Lingfeng's stomach, nearly making him vomit his last meal. This hit was indeed heavy, and Lingfeng fell to the ground. "That hurts." Daubman pulled out the shurikens one by one. "That trap was interesting, and your battle awareness is good. You're a promising recruit." Lingfeng couldn't help but click his tongue. The monsters in the pirate world truly had incredible physical fitness. Being hit head-on in State 2 and taking a dozen shuriken hits in the Naruto world, even a Kaguya would be finished. Yet Daubman didn't even call for the ship's doctor, and no one around did either, as if such injuries weren't worth the doctor making a trip. "These are just small tricks. They won't work on you." Lingfeng grinned and stood up, noticing that Daubman's chest wound was still bleeding. "Let me treat you." Beckman thought Lingfeng was a doctor and didn't refuse his kindness, continuing to talk to him. "This is no small trick. If the basic Navy could master these techniques, it would greatly enhance their strength, thus compressing the pirates' living space." Lingfeng performed the healing technique, with a faint green light emerging from his hand, covering Daubman's wound. Daubman felt a tingling sensation at the wound, and to his astonishment, it healed at a visibly rapid rate. Not only him, but Lingfeng was also dumbfounded. "What is going on? I just wanted to do a quick fix to stop the bleeding, so it doesn't look gross. How did it heal directly? What kind of perverse healing ability is this?" Akainu's expression also changed, quickly stepping forward. "Lingfeng, does your fruit ability have a healing effect?" "This isn't a fruit ability. It's my ninjutsu." "Ninjutsu?" "The ninjutsu of Wano country. They actually possess such power?" Upon hearing them mix his ninjutsu with the tricks of Wano country, Lingfeng instantly became unhappy. Those guys from Wano country are even worthy of being called ninjas? They're just a bunch of clownish performers. Watch closely. Lingfeng jumped to the bow of the ship. Water release. Great waterfall technique. A waterfall-like water dragon shot up in the sky, crashing violently into the sea, creating a tsunami-like upheaval. What the heck? What's going on? The Navy in the water immediately cried out in despair, with many being swept away. The officers on the ship quickly jumped in to rescue them. After a while, all the Navy reformed in lines on the deck. Most of them looked pale and were drenched. At the forefront stood Akainu and Lingfeng. Akainu glared at everyone, considering Lingfeng's powerful abilities and his performance in battle far exceeding expectations. "I hereby appoint him as a colonel of the Navy headquarters. Do you have any objections?" The Navy responded, "No objections." Akainu turned to Lingfeng and personally draped a cloak over him. "From today on, you're a colonel of the Navy headquarters. Until the formal appointment is finalized, you will serve temporarily on my ship. Lingfeng saluted, yes. Colonel. Although not an admiral, it's still quite good. After all, the current Akainu is only a rear admiral, and appointing a colonel is already his highest authority. Chapter 118, Learning Outcomes. Once he finished his tasks, Akainu brought Lingfeng back to his office. Inside the office, there was a dashing female Navy officer who stood up and saluted upon seeing Akainu enter. Mr. Sakazuki. Akainu nodded and introduced Lingfeng. This is Rear Admiral Ralph, responsible for recording and transmitting minutes. Lingfeng glanced at the desk, where there was a white phone bug to prevent eavesdropping. It seems Akainu takes his ninjutsu very seriously. However, this is understandable. For those with great power, spending time to learn ninjutsu is merely an embellishment. But for ordinary sailors, mastering a few ninjutsu is akin to becoming a small ability user. Akainu sat at the main seat and gestured for Lingfeng to sit on the sofa beside him. I see that your ninjutsu is somewhat similar to fishman karate, but it can be activated without contact with seawater. The scale of the water dragon technique earlier was enormous. An average ability user couldn't block it. If this was used first in a naval battle, wouldn't the opposing ability users be directly incapacitated? Lingfeng chuckled. Ninjutsu is profound and far beyond what the water dragon technique and palm sage technique can encompass. To elaborate, it would take 3 days and nights to finish. How about I show you? With that, Lingfeng formed hand seals with both hands, and a puff of white smoke enveloped him, transforming him into Akainu's appearance. This is the most basic transformation technique. Although it has no offensive power, it is very practical for the Navy to execute special missions. Akainu and Ralph exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with shock. They had heard of a type of imitation fruit that could change one's appearance. If one could learn this ninjutsu, it would be akin to obtaining a fruit for free. Ralph said, Colonel Lingfeng, I admit ninjutsu is very valuable, but are there any special requirements for learning it? While ninjutsu is good, if it can't be popularized, its effectiveness remains limited. However, Lingfeng's answer eased their minds. Of course, ninjutsu is not something everyone can practice, but it is definitely not a privilege exclusive to a few. In fact, Lingfeng also hoped the Navy could become stronger. Although the Navy is constrained by the decaying world government, most of the Navy still lives up to the name of justice. The higher-ups sometimes need to do dirty work for the celestial dragons and the world government, but the grassroots Navy is the main force in maintaining stability at sea. In contrast, pirates who constantly speak of freedom and dreams are merely venting their desires. Being able to rob without killing is already considered a breath of fresh air. Perhaps some people turn to piracy due to oppression and persecution, but that is not a reason to wield a blade against the weaker. Thus, Lingfeng unhesitatingly stood on the side of the Navy. Of course, Lingfeng had his own considerations. Special ninjutsu like Flying Thunder God and Shadow Clone absolutely cannot be revealed. Teaching only elemental ninjutsu and the palm sage technique, which directly enhance combat power, is enough. Lingfeng trusts the Navy, but he absolutely does not trust the world government. Rear Admiral Sakazuki, ninjutsu is, after all, a new power. I suggest we start teaching it on this ship and report to headquarters once we see results. Sakazuki found this idea very reasonable and agreed to Lingfeng's proposal. In the following days, Lingfeng was extremely busy. All physical training was halted, and the Navy recruits began to learn chakra refinement from Lingfeng, with even many officers and cadets joining in. Although they were already strong, they also wanted to try mastering a new power. Note, in the world of Naruto, chakra comes from the divine tree. Let's change the setting here to be like haki, hidden within the body, which the people of the pirate world have never discovered or explored. The one most invested in this was Akainu. He knew that if ninjutsu truly had such magical effects, it would greatly enhance the Navy's strength, thus affecting the balance of power at sea. Even if it didn't meet expectations, it would only delay the training of a ship full of recruits, which was not a substantial loss. 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. One day, Akainu was carefully pruning a potted plant in his room, one of his few hobbies. Bang! A Navy officer burst in, excitedly shouting, Rear Admiral Sakazuki, please come to deck and take a look. Akainu, focused on trimming the fine branches, was startled by this sudden commotion, causing his hand to tremble and mistakenly snip off a branch, leaving a gap in the potted plant as if it had been bitten by a dog. Akainu's face darkened as he slowly stood up. Colonel SNA, you better have something important. Colonel SNA couldn't help but break into a sweat. Swallowing hard, Rear Admiral Sakazuki, the chakra training has reached a stage, and Colonel Lingfeng asked me to invite you to take a look. What? Akane no longer cared about the potted plant and hurried to the deck. At this time, most of the Navy was on the deck, surrounding several bruised and panting sailors. Everyone was whispering, their eyes filled with surprise, curiosity, and excitement. Rear Admiral Sakazuki. Mr. Sakazuki. Seeing Akainu arrive, everyone quickly cleared a path. Akainu didn't bother greeting everyone and quickly asked, Instructor Dolly, what are the results? A Navy version of a muscular Barbie stepped forward. She was specifically responsible for teaching recruits, physical training, and combat. Rear Admiral Sakazuki. Colonel Lingfeng has already proven himself. When Colonel Lingfeng taught chakra, he discovered that 2 sailors were quite talented. Within a week, they could sense chakra, and after another week, they could initially circulate chakra. Today, the 2 tried their training results, which shocked everyone. Although they could only simply use chakra to enhance their speed and strength, it directly elevated their combat power. Originally, the 2 were only mid-level recruits, but now they were challenging the strongest recruits, and they were evenly matched. Akainu couldn't help but be moved upon hearing this. It had only been half a month. Given more time, multiplying their combat power several times was not impossible. For the sea pirates of the New World, such a change might not be significant, but in the first half of the Grand Line and the 4 Seas, this change would be enough to suppress pirates in various branches severely. Amidst the crowd, Lingfeng was both healing with the Palm Sage technique and teaching them. Using chakra to enhance strength and speed was just the most superficial application. Only when you can flexibly use ninjutsu and physical techniques can you consider graduating. Akainu smiled slightly. The Navy has hit the jackpot this time. Chapter 119. Practical Application of Ninjutsu. At this point, Akainu had a newfound respect for Lingfeng. Not to mention the ninjutsu comparable to devil fruit abilities. Even with the current results, Lingfeng had made a significant contribution. He patted Lingfeng's shoulder heavily. Colonel Lingfeng, you have proven your ability and value. I will report to headquarters as soon as possible. Lingfeng stood with his feet together and performed a somewhat inaccurate military salute. I will continue to work hard. Rear Admiral Sakazuki. The surrounding Navy recruits erupted in cheers. During these days, Lingfeng had gotten along very well with them. Not only was he talented, but he also spoke nicely, and everyone adored him. More importantly, there was plenty of food. However, these sailors would soon regret it. Previously, Akainu, unaware of the details of chakra training, had everyone give up physical training to focus solely on chakra cultivation. Now that they had a clear understanding, the previously dropped physical training courses naturally had to be picked up again, and chakra training could not be delayed. Thus, the Navy recruits were completely caught in a predicament. During the day, they swam and pulled boats, and at night, they practiced chakra. Although their strength improved rapidly, they were all tortured to the point of wanting to die. One day, Lingfeng was in class when a sharp whistle suddenly sounded from outside. All the Navy members sprang up like springs and rushed out of the classroom, leaving Lingfeng alone in a daze. After a few seconds, he reacted. What the hell? Was that just an enemy attack alarm? No one told me. When Lingfeng reached the deck, he found that everyone, from Akainu to the recruits, was already neatly lined up on the deck to face the enemy. There was an empty spot next to Colonel SNA, which seemed to be reserved for him. So Lingfeng hurriedly stood in it, feeling embarrassed. Akainu heard the commotion and knew who it was, but he didn't scold him. After all, Lingfeng hadn't undergone systematic training, so it wasn't surprising that he was a bit slow to react. At this moment, a Navy member ran forward. Report. Ahead is the fierce elephant pirate crew. The captain is the war criminal Dory Samuel, the Zoan-type elephant fruit user, with a bounty of 100,200,000 berries. Akainu grunted but didn't say anything else. In this era before bounty inflation, a pirate with a bounty over 100 million was already considered a formidable force. However, the crew on board didn't seem too worried. Not to mention Akainu, this monster of a vice admiral. The other officers and cadets on board were enough to wipe out the fierce elephant pirate crew. Lingfeng looked over, and the fierce elephant pirate ship was enormous, with an elephant head at the bow and a pirate flag featuring a giant elephant skull. The pirate ship was sailing quickly, but the Navy ship was faster, and it was only a matter of time before they caught up. At this moment, Lingfeng suddenly stepped forward. Vice Admiral Sakazuki. What is it, Lingfeng? This is my first battle since becoming a Navy. I request to fight myself, so everyone can witness the power of ninjutsu. Akainu frowned slightly. The opponent was a pirate with a bounty over 100 million. They weren't easy to deal with. Although he was curious about the ninja's fighting style, generally, a Colonel Wunti be able to handle a pirate worth over 100 million. Lingfeng was too important, and he didn't want to take that risk. Lingfeng smiled confidently. Don't worry, I'm confident. Akainu. All right, just be careful. Once the two ships are alongside each other, you will be the main attacker. No need to go through so much trouble. Lingfeng turned to the Navy recruits. Everyone has already grasped the basics of chakra refinement and operation. Now I will demonstrate a higher level application. With that, he turned and jumped into the sea. The crowd gasped and quickly looked over. Lingfeng was running on the water towards the fierce elephant pirate crew, as if he were on solid ground. The Navy members were dumbfounded, especially Akainu, whose eyes were shining with excitement. Lingfeng didn't hide his movements, and the fierce elephant pirate crew quickly spotted him. Damn it, this guy can walk on water? Is he a devil fruit user? Fire the cannons. Shoot him into the water. A devil fruit user will be finished if they fall into the sea. The fierce elephant pirate crew opened fire frantically. Lingfeng remained calm. Forming hand seals, water style, water barrier. Giant walls of water appeared, blocking all the cannonballs. Soon, Lingfeng reached the side of the fierce elephant-esque ship and ran up the vertical ship wall. The distant Navy was astonished, discussing amongst themselves. Vertical. How is he doing that? I heard the colonel say, this is a chakra application that allows walking on trees or walls. So impressive. Meanwhile, the pirate ship was in chaos. Captain Samuel transformed into his hybrid form, wielding a giant axe, and stepped forward. A mere sailor dares to chase me down? I am a pirate with a bounty over 100 million. With that, he raised the giant axe and swung it down. But Lingfeng was unfazed. Leaping high into the air. Water style, great waterfall technique. Using water style on the sea was exhilarating. A massive torrent surged up, crashing onto the deck and sweeping all the pirates overboard. Only Samuel, thanks to his large size, remained on the ship, but due to the soaking water, his hybrid form was also undone. Samuel's eyes turned red, and he let out an angry roar. Damn it, what kind of ability user are you? Lingfeng coldly smiled. It's all over. Samuel suddenly felt a searing pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw several pieces of paper sticking to his chest, emitting white smoke and sizzling. What? What is this? Before he could react, the explosive tags detonated with a bang. A large hole was blown in Samuel's chest, and he fell to his knees, vomiting blood, as several Navy officers used moonwalk to hover in the air. Was that a bomb? I don't know. It was just a piece of paper. I never expected it to have such power. Lingfeng approached Samuel step by step. It's all over. Fire style, great fireball technique. Accompanied by a series of screams, the fierce elephant pirate crew was annihilated. Chapter 120. The strategy of explosive tags. The battle concluded, and Sakazuki gathered all the officers for a secret meeting to discuss the explosive tags. Except for Lingfeng, everyone had several explosive tags in front of them. Lingfeng had already explained how to use the explosive tags. Some officers were examining them closely, others were folding and bending them, and some even drew on a few or just tore them apart. They still found it unbelievable. How could a mere piece of paper produce an explosive effect? Although the power wasn't great, it could easily kill dozens or even hundreds of thousands of pirates. If used properly, even a supernova with a bounty over 100 million could easily meet their end. The seas were becoming increasingly violent, and facing the increasingly rampant pirates, the Navy was under immense pressure. The emergence of any new weapon would attract attention. Lingfeng clapped his hands. Everyone, this is a method of using chakra. Although it's complicated, it's quite common in the land of waves. You don't need to be too surprised. Sakazuki nodded. Although the power wasn't particularly strong, if used well, it could have unexpected effects. Lingfeng slyly smiled. Right now, these explosive tags are rare on the sea. We can catch the pirates off guard and give them a surprise. Oh, what do you plan to do? Please wait a moment. Lingfeng left with a stack of explosive tags. The officers? Lingfeng didn't keep them waiting long. A few minutes later, he returned with an envelope and handed it to Sakazuki. Sakazuki? Opening the envelope, it contained a letter. When he tried to open it, he found it somewhat sticky. After tearing it open with some force, a cloud of smoke suddenly burst out of the letter, followed by an instant explosion. The venue was immediately filled with thick smoke, and the door was kicked open with a bang as the officers rushed out, coughing. Cough, cough, cough. Sakazuki exclaimed, "Are you all right?" Sakazuki emerged, missing a chunk of his head and his hand blown off. But none of this mattered. The magma writhed and quickly restored itself. Is this your plan? Exactly. The others were still somewhat confused, so Lingfeng explained in detail. Pirates also communicate with each other. While the existence of explosive tags is still unknown, they could create letter bombs to send to the pirates. Generally, letters on pirate ships, aside from family letters, are personally reviewed by the captain. Even if someone checks, they will at most look for things like poisonous snakes and 1T open the letters. Lingfeng could easily set up a mechanism that detonates after a few minutes. In that case, these letters would be the best bombs, capable of directly decapitating those pirate captains. For major pirates like Whitebeard, this would be very effective. But for those small pirates like fish crossing the river, these letters are like death warrants. Sakazuki touched his chin, lost in thought. Then, he wrote a detailed report introducing Lingfeng and the explosive symbols. Due to the confidentiality of the matter, he didn't dare to report it via phone. Instead, he wrote a lengthy report detailing Lingfeng's background and abilities, the production, usage, and power of the explosive symbols, and some tactical ideas for the future. He marked it with a confidential label, sealed it, and then dispatched a team to rush it back to the Navy headquarters. This chapter is only 1,000 words, meant to cancel the hiatus. I will make some adjustments to the previous content and resume updates. Chapter 121. Intelligence. Another book applied for completion on the first day of the new year, but it still hasn't been approved? It made me hesitant to release new chapters because the traffic is fixed and dual openings will split the traffic. The technology in the pirate world is much more advanced than in the Naruto world. Naturally, the information is also more developed. Lingfeng easily found out through the newspaper that it is now the year 1514 of the Sea Circle calendar. At this moment, a row of Navy soldiers is doing push-ups. 1989. 1990. Lingfeng sat cross-legged on the back of a Navy soldier doing push-ups, engrossed in reading the newspaper. The soldier below gritted his teeth and continued training, his teeth nearly cracking. Suddenly, a news report startled Lingfeng, causing him to stand up abruptly, catching the soldier below off guard, who let out a muffled grunt and almost collapsed onto the deck. Lingfeng, finally, someone familiar is on the news. Don Quixote Doflamingo has been appointed as a Shichibukai by the world government. It seems the celestial dragons are very satisfied with that batch of slaves. Doflamingo is a smart man. He knows that to become a Shichibukai, one must use both soft and hard tactics. The hard way is to rob the gold in the sky, forcing the world government to make concessions. The soft way is to offer slaves to the celestial dragons, commonly known as fawning. I must say, his plan is very comprehensive, and the result is quite successful, except for Lingfeng being an unexpected variable. He has already prepared a big surprise for Doflamingo. Lingfeng just stared at the news, stepped down from a Navy soldier's back, and walked into the cabin, stepping on a line of Navy soldiers' hands. The Navy soldiers. Doflamingo becomes a Shichibukai. The next stop is Dressrosa. Lingfeng took the newspaper and rushed into Akainu's office. Sakazuki was carefully trimming a potted plant. Last time he accidentally damaged a part while trimming, and he couldn't sleep well for several days. Thinking hard and finally designing a new shape that could perfectly cover the previous flaw. After 2 days of trimming, he was just one cut away from completion. Suddenly, the door crashed open. Lingfeng rushed in and shouted, "Mr. Sakazuki, I have something to report." Akainu was focused on the potted plant and was startled. His hand trembled, and a chunk of magma fell onto the plant, instantly turning his painstaking work into charcoal. Akainu! Lingfeng. Akainu seemed to be pressed the pause button, holding the scissors stiffly. After a while, he let out a long sigh, slowly turned around, and stared intently at Lingfeng. Lingfeng, I can't even remember the last time I used my haki to beat someone. While speaking, he slowly walked towards Lingfeng, his fist gradually turning black. Lingfeng looked at the fist that was 3 times larger than his head and immediately felt his scalp go numb. Wait. Vice Admiral Sakazuki, calm down. I have important intelligence. He hurriedly explained Doflamingo's plot for Dressrosa. Upon hearing this, Akainu's eyes widened in shock, forgetting all about the potted plant. How do you know this information? Lingfeng sighed, a look of compassion appearing on his face. A few years ago, I met a man who brought a child for treatment, named Razanani. We hit it off at first sight and became sworn brothers. Though we don't seek to be born on the same day, we hope. Cough, cough. Akainu frowned. I remember Razanani is a cadre of Doflamingo's pirate crew, right? You are sworn brothers with a pirate. Magma began bubbling on Akainu's black fist. Wait. I know you are anxious, but hold on. How could I be sworn brothers with a pirate? Razanani told me he is actually a Navy undercover agent, sent by Admiral Sengoku to infiltrate the Don Quixote family. Akainu. He discovered a plan of the Don Quixote family at that time. First, they would become Shichibukai to gain a legal identity, then use despicable means to seize Dressrosa, creating a pirate kingdom and an illegal trade hub, then advance into the underground world, monopolizing the arms trade, inciting wars among countries, and massively acquiring wealth, while also befriending great pirates and underground emperors, turning the world into a chaotic mess. Finally, they aimed for the throne of the Pirate King. Rosinante said that once he treated the child's illness, he would quickly deliver the intelligence to the Navy. After we parted ways, I haven't heard from him since. I originally thought his operation succeeded, but now. Lingfeng tossed the newspaper aside. Doflamingo actually became a Shichibukai. This means the Navy never received that intelligence. In other words, my brother's operation failed. Himmaichi even sobi sobi sobi. Akainu listened to Lingfeng's words, his expression also one of shock. As one of the Navy's strongest forces, he had seen countless ruthless pirates, but this was the first one with such cunning. And the key was that this plan was closely linked with a high degree of operability. Wait, you said Rosinante was sent by Mr. Sengoku? Lingfeng nodded. Just wait. Akainu hurriedly left to report the intelligence to Sengoku. Corazon, I will help you fulfill your last wish. He glanced at the potted plant, a well-shaped plant that was now left as half a chunk of charcoal. Lingfeng pointed his finger, and the charcoal revived, quickly sprouting and growing, returning to a lush state in just a few breaths. Akainu reported the situation to Sengoku. Upon hearing that his godson had a sworn brother, Sengoku was also stunned. After hearing the intelligence provided by Lingfeng and putting the pieces together, he felt it was highly credible. So he immediately ordered Akainu to change course and head to Dressrosa. However, since Doflamingo is now a Shichibukai, the Navy cannot show hostility explicitly, so the destination was not disclosed. The Navy soldiers were puzzled by the sudden change of course, but apart from Akainu and Lingfeng, no one knew where they were headed. The journey was long, and they couldn't delay eating and drinking. When it was mealtime, Lingfeng and his comrades feasted heartily. I must say, in the pirate world, eating meat and drinking heartily is much more enjoyable than sipping on salted fish in a Naruto world. Suddenly, Lingfeng noticed a guy sitting across the table eating steak. The military rank was lieutenant colonel. Watermelon head, small sunglasses, with lightning-shaped sideburns on both sides of his face. A piece of steak stuck on top. Lingfeng suddenly looked up. Virgo, I didn't notice before, but this guy's actually on Akainu's ship now. Virgo noticed Lingfeng staring at him and looked at him in confusion. Lingfeng smiled. Mr. Virgo. Hearing this address, Virgo's cheeks flushed slightly, and his expression became shy. You flatter me, Colonel Lingfeng. Lingfeng stood up, smiling and extending his hand. Mr. Virgo, it's a pleasure to meet you. Isn't it particularly interesting to let Virgo witness the downfall of the Don Quixote family, or simply let him execute Doflamingo himself? Virgo quickly grasped his hand. Colonel Lingfeng, nice to meet you. The legendary Colonel Lingfeng with a mysterious background. No airs about him. Quite nice. When will the last book be finished? It's been a week without updates. Traffic dropped from 40,000 to 3,000. Chapter 122. Dressrosa. There is too much in the second volume. It should be in the third volume, but unfortunately, it can't be moved. N.S. Looking forward to the completion of the last book on the 7th day. The manuscript fee has plummeted. Akainu issued a death order to hurry, and the warship advanced at full speed, risking running aground, working day and night, finally arriving at the kingdom of Proteans within half a month. By this time, even the dogs on the ship knew things were not simple. The kingdom of Proteans is not far from Dressrosa, and the current king is Eli Zabel II, known for his ancestral sword, the king's fist, and is also a friend of the king of Liku. Upon hearing that it concerned the king of Liku, he immediately cooperated with the Navy's actions, using the excuse of the Revolutionary Army infiltrating to impose nationwide martial law, forbidding any information to leak out. Virgo was worried. He knew the family's plans and wanted to notify Doflamingo to temporarily stop the plans until Akainu left. But Akainu had already ordered that the warships were not allowed to approach the land and could only drift at sea. The ship's Dindin Mushi were all on high alert, and all Dindin Mushi were forced into silence, only able to communicate externally through the telegraph team. However, the telegraph team had someone on duty all day, and there were at least 3 people present, leaving no chance at all. Virgo could only wait anxiously. Fortunately, during these days, Akainu was only focused on the kingdom of Proteans and didn't ask a word about Dressrosa, which made him feel somewhat relieved. It should just be coincidence, right? After all, the young master is the chosen one. On the streets of Dressrosa, Lingfeng was walking while admiring the scenery. Behind him followed a 3-meter-tall giant who was disguised as Akainu. Lingfeng, it's been 2 days. Are you sure the intel is correct? Absolutely. Lingfeng recalled that as soon as Doflamingo became a Shichibukai, he couldn't wait to come to Dressrosa. It takes time to publish newspapers, and the journey delayed for half a month, so it should be about time. Akainu's expression suddenly changed, his hawk-like gaze fixed on the east. What happened? Suddenly, several powerful auras appeared. Among them, yes, it was Doflamingo. Oh, we made it just in time. Lingfeng was overjoyed. This was exactly why he brought Akainu to the island. Although he knew Doflamingo was coming, they couldn't patrol every day, right? So he had Akainu act as a live radar. With his strength, as long as Doflamingo came, he wouldn't be able to escape Akainu's observation haki. Lingfeng even went so far as to expose the existence of a shadow clone, leaving a clone that transformed into Akainu to mislead others. That night, King Liku was awakened by the sound of a window opening. A tall, thin figure sat on the windowsill, grinning at him. I am Don Quixote Doflamingo. You should know what this name means. I'm not afraid of celestial dragons. They can't do anything to me. Since you understand my position and strength, then we can talk. Give his country back to me. If you refuse, I'll make Dressrosa run red with blood. So if you can come up with 10 billion berries, I'll sell the country to you. Before dawn tomorrow, you cannot seek help from other countries or inform the citizens of my existence. It's either one or the other. It's up to you whether you want to gather funds to avoid war or let this country flow with blood. After saying that, Doflamingo laughed and left. King Liku's expression changed. After being stunned for a moment, he gritted his teeth and quickly got up to raise the money. He slammed the door open, only to be startled by the tall figure at the door. Who are you? After seeing the person, his expression changed dramatically. The Navy? Akainu slightly nodded, coldly glancing toward the window. Your Majesty King Liku, I just heard that conversation. You can treat us as if we don't exist, raise the money as you should, and fight when you have to. I want to see what this noble Shichibukai intends to do. King Liku was stunned. Suddenly, a white smoke appeared in the room, and a table transformed into a Navy officer. It was Lingfeng. He shook the recording Din Mushi in his hand. I've recorded everything. It's high definition, very perfect. King Liku was both shocked and delighted. Dressrosa was saved. At this moment, 2 short-haired girls came out of the adjacent room, awakened by the earlier noise. One had brown hair and wore a purple dress, and the other had green hair and wore beer bottle-bottom glasses. The purple dress girl was Princess Violet of Dressrosa. Father, what happened? King Liku pondered for a moment. Violet, there's an emergency. Go back to your room and don't go anywhere. Violet wanted to say something, but seeing her father's serious expression, she stopped talking and nodded heavily, saying to the green-haired girl, Let us go back. We shouldn't disturb father. The green-haired girl pushed her glasses, skillfully concealing the shock in her eyes, and nodded, yes. Just as the two were about to enter the room, Lingfeng suddenly appeared in front of the green-haired girl, stabbing a shuriken into her chest, then kicking her away. The green-haired girl crashed against the corridor wall, but the wound didn't bleed at all. It seems the snow fruit of the Logia type has already been eaten by you, Monet, a subordinate of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Although the snow fruit was somewhat weak, it was still a Logia-type fruit. If it had not been eaten, Lingfeng would have definitely gone to great lengths to obtain it. Who would have thought? It hurts. Hearing Lingfeng say that Monet was a pirate, everyone was shocked. Akainu was fine. Having seen all kinds of scenes, he quickly returned to normal. But King Liku and Violet were nearly left speechless. Monet had entered the palace years ago, her abilities outstanding, with a gentle personality, well-mannered, and deeply trusted by everyone, even becoming close friends with Violet, sharing everything and sleeping in the same bed. Who would have thought she was a pirate? Monet stood up, a resentful expression on her face, pulling out the shuriken stuck in her chest. Damn it, I didn't expect the Navy to be here. But it doesn't matter. This country will eventually belong to the young master. Deception won't work, then I'll use violence. Blame your weakness. After saying that, she turned to leave. She didn't take the others seriously at all. The young master had given her the invincible Logia-type fruit. The previous Navy was strong, faster and stronger than her. But so what? They still couldn't touch her. As she turned, her vision suddenly darkened. It turned out that the tall Navy officer who looked somewhat familiar, but she couldn't remember who he was blocking her way, looking down at her from above. Monet immediately felt displeased. You are not the young master. Why are you looking down on me from this angle? Stupid Navy. If you don't want to become an ice statue, get out of my way. Akainu was taken aback, and Lingfeng silently gave a thumbs up. No wonder they were from the Don Quixote family. They had a big mouth, even if they didn't have other skills. Chapter 122. The Uprising in the Holy Land regarding the Navy's arrival. Doflamingo was completely unaware. King Liku was somewhat lacking in strength. But having been king for so many years, his acting skills were still very much on point. He rushed into the square, kneeling and asking all the citizens to lend him 10 billion berries. The citizens were initially shocked and confused, but based on the trust the royal family had built over 800 years, they didn't even ask for a reason and generously contributed, gathering 10 billion berries in just one night. On top of the tower, Don Quixote Doflamingo finally revealed his fangs and began his extraordinary finger manipulation. Parasite string. Suddenly, the king and the soldiers shivered. My body is moving on its own. Oh no, get out of the way. What is happening? Help. They raised their swords and uncontrollably swung them at the people beside them. The crowd was instantly dumbfounded, unable to react in time, and several people were knocked down while the remaining ones fled in panic. The king's army chased after them again, and even King Riku himself raised his sword. Just as the slaughtering knife was about to fall again, many cloaked figures suddenly rushed out from the crowd, pinning the assailants to the ground. The cloaks were thrown off, revealing Navy soldiers. They had blended in with the crowd, not being targets of the parasite string, and easily subdued the king's army. Thanks to their timely response, there were no new casualties except for the initial few, and those injured received quick treatment from military doctors due to the Navy's discreet intervention. Witnessing all this, Doflamingo suddenly stood up. Damn it, what is going on? Why is the Navy here? The high-ranking officers behind him were also bewildered. Suddenly, they heard two Navy soldiers chatting below. Their voices were not loud, but clear enough for them to hear. Thanks to the intelligence provided by Colonel Virgo, I didn't expect the pirates to infiltrate Dressrosa. Yes, Mr. Virgo has done a great job. And he reminded us to take down Monet, which prevented the news from leaking. The four above were dumbfounded. Doflamingo was in shock. Virgo. The high-ranking officers widened their six eyes. Even when they learned about Corazone's betrayal, they were not this shocked. And he also took down Monet. Doflamingo's forehead was sweating. Why? Why did Virgo do this? The voices below became even more piercing. Hey, Colonel Virgo is abandoning darkness for light. That's right. There's a bright future in the Navy. Who would want to be a pirate? Exactly. I heard they play family every day. It's really sickening. Hearing the voices below, Doflamingo's veins popped out. Seeking death, he rushed down but found no one left. Lingfeng and the Shadow Clone had already used Flying Thunder God to vanish without a trace. Doflamingo was doomed tonight. Not even Jesus could save him. But there was no need for Lingfeng to act. Doflamingo gritted his teeth and said bitterly, "We retreat." Diamante, unwilling to accept, said, "Doflamingo, this is a plan our family has been preparing for years." Doflamingo interrupted roughly. "I said retreat." After saying that, he turned to leave. The others were instantly choked and silently followed him away. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. "Since we've met, why not catch up? This is your first meeting since you became a warlord of the sea." Doflamingo turned to look at the speaker, letting out a suppressed sneer. Is this your doing, Vice Admiral Tsuru? You're still the same, merciless as ever. It's rare to meet as colleagues, but I'm a bit busy right now." "Excuse me." Akainu followed Tsuru, staring coldly at Doflamingo. Besides his ship, Sengoku had also sent Tsuru over, who had just arrived today. Tsuru was a professional at dealing with Doflamingo, and he only needed to stand with Lingfeng. Therefore, the Navy soldiers handled the parasite string with ease. At this time, the large screen in the middle of the square suddenly turned on, displaying footage of Doflamingo threatening King Riku and using the parasite string. The citizens of Dressrosa suddenly woke up from their dreams. "King, so you were doing this for us? That damn pirate actually controlled the king. Unacceptable. Why is such a guy a warlord of the sea?" The square erupted with curses. Doflamingo's veins bulged, but he didn't dare to act recklessly in front of Tsuru and Akainu. Just a little joke. Even if the Navy didn't intervene, would I really massacre the nation? The world government wouldn't strip me of my warlord title just because of a video and the accidental injury of a few people. Tsuru slowly withdrew her gaze from the screen. This video was not meant to deal with you, but to find an opportunity to abolish the ridiculous system of warlords of the sea, legally plundering pirates. It's simply an insult to the Navy. Scum like you should belong at the bottom of the sea or in prison. Doflamingo sneered. Oh really? Then you better work hard. But while I hold the title of Warlord of the Sea, you can't act against me. Tsuru smiled slightly. It seems you don't know anything. Pirate Doflamingo, do you still think you are a Warlord of the Sea? Doflamingo's pupils shook violently. What are you talking about? At this time, the sky had not yet brightened, but a large number of seagulls delivering newspapers had already appeared in the sky. Doflamingo's expression changed slightly. In the past, when such a situation occurred, it was always due to a world-shocking event, and the World Economic Journal would publish an extra issue the next day. Just then, a newspaper happened to fall in front of Doflamingo. He picked it up and looked, and his pupils shook violently. Seeing that Tsuru and Akainu had no intention of attacking, he quickly glanced at the content, and as he read, cold sweat poured out, his whole body trembled, and finally he lost his grip, and the newspaper fell to the ground. What? What is going on? No, it's impossible. A few hours ago, a shocking event occurred in Mary Geos. Hundreds of slaves suddenly revolted, disregarding the threat of their collars, setting fires and causing destruction throughout the Holy Land, even attacking the celestial dragons. When C arrived hurriedly, many palaces were already engulfed in flames, and dozens of celestial dragons were injured or killed. The five elders were furious and demanded an immediate investigation. When C angrily went to capture the slaves, he found that they had already disappeared, leaving behind intact collars. C was baffled and could only investigate the list of missing slaves. Upon investigation, he discovered that all these slaves were sent by Doflamingo. The five elders were so angry that smoke was coming out of their 7 orifices. That damn brat actually played us. They immediately ordered the Navy to revoke Doflamingo's warlord status and to capture him at all costs, without interrogation. Just execute him. Tsuru and Akainu naturally accepted the orders with pleasure. At this moment, Doflamingo was similar to a hamster blocked by 2 tabby cats, while Lingfeng hid nearby, watching quietly, keeping his achievements hidden. Chapter 123. Defeated in the dungeons of Dressrosa, Doflamingo and his subordinates were tied up and locked inside. Akainu and Tsuru acted together, and there was no suspense as they were all arrested. They hadn't sustained much injury, not because of their strength, but because they were knocked unconscious before they could get hurt. They quietly huddled in the dungeon, waiting to be transported away the next day. As for those small fry, they had long since scattered and didn't know where they had run off to. But the Navy would not let these guys go. Searching extensively in Dressrosa and the surrounding countries, the people in the dungeon fell silent. Suddenly, Doflamingo seemed to sense something. What smell? Others. Smelling carefully, there seemed to be a faint fragrance shaking through the dungeon. Jorah looked at the ceiling in surprise and said, "What is that?" At some point, a large flower appeared on the ceiling, emitting light yellow pollen. The guards outside had fallen asleep on the ground without anyone noticing. Good opportunity. Just as they wanted to escape, they suddenly felt their eyelids getting heavier and quickly lost consciousness. Oh no! Doflamingo was much stronger, but he could only hold out for a minute before falling into a coma. Now the entire dungeon, whether human or snail, had fallen into a dream. Lingfeng appeared beside Monet, having left a flying thunder god mark in the castle earlier. Looking at the pirates scattered on the ground, he showed a strange smile. The sea breeze howled. Monet felt a splitting headache, suddenly thought of something, quickly got up, and was surprised to find that the sea stone shackles were gone. Looking around, she found herself on a lonely small island, next to the ruins of a wooden house. Where is this? This is Tea Table Island. I came here with Doflamingo not long ago. A sharp voice came from behind. Monet was delighted. Lord Pika, how do we escape? Where's the young master? To her surprise, Pika's expression was particularly ugly. Doflamingo is not here. We are trapped here. Tea Table Island is a deserted island. With nothing. Monet was shocked. What is going on? At this moment, a figure emerged from the shadows, not far away. You two are my important guests, so I brought you out. As for the others, they're not worthy. Pika and Monet jumped up. Who are you? What do you want? The figure slowly walked out, and it was Lingfeng. It's you, Navy. You, human trafficker. Pika and Monet exclaimed in unison, then looked at each other in surprise. What did you say he is? Pika's body slowly merged into the earth. Speak. Why did you bring us here? Otherwise, I will crush you immediately. Monet also elementalized, and the surrounding air temperature suddenly dropped. Lingfeng smiled slightly. Then I will speak directly. Your abilities are quite good. I have my eyes on them. The next second, his body expanded, bubbling with red bubbles, and finally transformed into a red monkey with 4 tails. Pika was shocked by this scene. Mythical Zoan? You are actually a mythical Zoan user? Mythical Zoan fruits are the rarest devil fruits. The Don Quixote family also deals in devil fruits, but over the years, they Haven Tea encountered a single mythical Zoan fruit. Monet was much more confident. Without Haki, what is the use of a mythical Zoan? Then she began to exert her abilities, and a blizzard suddenly swept across the island. In just a few seconds, the island turned silver white, and then the blizzard swirled, condensing into a snow woman with a size comparable to that of the Four Tails. Lingfeng chuckled. Indeed, I haven't learned Haki yet, which would be tricky against other Logia users. But who let the opponent be you? After saying that, the Four Tails opened its big mouth and spat out several lava fireballs, creating several large holes in the snow woman. Ah, damn, you actually have the ability of flames. The snow woman let out a piercing howl, and Monet leaped out, hiding in the heavy snow, causing the snow woman to collapse as well. Lingfeng smiled disdainfully. In Punk Hazard, even Nami's Weather Stick's heat could make Monet feel pain, not to mention the Four Tails magma. Unfortunately, without Kinbunchika Haki, Monet lost her trace after diving into the snow. But it's okay, the island is so big. How long can she hide? Lingfeng shouted, preparing to unleash magma. Suddenly, a giant rock hand burst out of the ground and grabbed the Four Tails, lifting it up. Lingfeng. The next second, a rock giant much larger than the Four Tails appeared, grabbing the Four Tails and throwing it into the sea. Note, the Four Tails is 53 meters tall, while Pika's stone giant form in Dressrosa is 470 meters tall. No matter what kind of ability user, they can't survive in the sea. But what shocked Pika was the scene that unfolded. The Four Tails fell into the sea and did not sink directly, but instead walked on the water's surface as if it were solid ground, swaying with the waves. A bit clever, but for a ninja, walking on water is the most basic training. However, the rock giant quickly calmed down, emerging from the ground, its massive body blocking out the sun. So what if I'm not afraid of water? I'm a high-ranking member of the Don Quixote family. How could I lose to a nobody like you? Lingfeng sneered. Your ability is indeed quite suitable for escape, but unfortunately, after saying that, he raised his hand, and a giant tree with a diameter of 100 meters shot up, directly lifting the rock giant into the air, with branches and vines tightly locking it in place. Seeing the rock giant struggling in the air, Lingfeng smiled coldly. Now your true body can't escape, right? Many wooden dragons emerge from the giant tree, drilling into and out of the rock giant's body, causing large chunks of rock to fall off. Any larger rocks would be crushed by the wooden dragons, leaving no chance for Pika to escape. The rock giant roared in retaliation, breaking off large branches, but it was utterly ineffective as other vines continued to surge forward. Lord Pika, Monet frantically exerted her abilities, covering the giant tree with wind and snow, but it was of no use. She turned to attack Lingfeng, trying to cover Pika's escape. But the power of the snow fruit was too weak. Lingfeng only covered his body with a layer of magma, and she was helpless. All the wind and snow that touched the magma disappeared without a trace, and she didn't dare to touch Lingfeng at all. When she flew close again, Lingfeng seized the opportunity to leap high and slapped her away onto the island. Although she was not injured, she was covered in magma and couldn't recover for a while. Don't worry, soon it will be your turn. Without Monet's interference, Lingfeng began to focus on dealing with Pika. The wooden dragons quickly crushed the rock giant, forcing Pika's true form out. Pika was covered in armament Haki. Bastard, don't think that just because you forced me out, it's over. Under my Haki, your broken wood is useless. Perhaps. Have you heard of the 1,000-year kill? Huh? What? The wooden spike pierced deeply, and Pika let out a tragic scream, his body rapidly shriveling. No matter how strong the armament Haki is, it can't turn hollow into solid. Seeing that the outcome was decided, Lingfeng's gaze shifted to the astonished Monet. Monet jolted, hugging her arms in front of her. I surrender. I surrender. Chapter 124, Deprivation of the Devil Fruit. Seeing Monet being so cooperative, Lingfeng regretfully clicked his tongue, then took out sea stone handcuffs and cuffed her to the giant tree. Seeing Lingfeng casually holding the sea stone, Monet's eyes nearly popped out. But she was smart and just shrank her head, pretending not to see. Lingfeng then walked toward Pika. At this point, Pika had transformed from a muscular man into a gaunt figure, looking at Lingfeng with eyes full of fear, gripping his clothes tightly. Beast, beast, what do you want to do? With such an appearance and his voice, Lingfeng couldn't help but darken his expression. You. Immediately, he kicked him unconscious and dragged him away. Monet stared blankly at everything, then looked down at herself, her expression showing a bit more insecurity. Far away on the island, Lingfeng created a shadow clone, which handed him a bag. "You've worked hard." The shadow clone nodded. "I hope it can succeed." Lingfeng transformed back into a giant ape, swallowing Pika in the shadow clone hole. The shadow clone opened the bag, revealing a bunch of fruits, then pulled out a kunai and killed Pika, quietly watching the fruits. In pirate manga, there have been 3 instances of fruit abilities transferring. One was Punk Hazard. After the slime self-destructed, an apple nearby turned into a salamander fruit. It seemed that when a user dies, the devil fruit would transfer to the nearest fruit. But in reality, it was quite unreliable. If it were that simple, the devil fruits in Impel Down would have been stored in warehouses. The second was Blackbeard. To this day, it hasn't been revealed how he achieved it, and Lingfeng was too lazy to guess. The last instance was Big Mom obtaining the Soul fruit. At that time, she ate a nun and a fruit, gaining the ability of the Soul fruit. Either the nun herself was equivalent to a devil fruit, or the nearby fruit transformed into a devil fruit. Lingfeng felt the latter was more plausible and speculated that living organisms could prevent the ability from transferring, forcing the devil fruit to only be reborn into the nearby fruit. This was a relatively reasonable guess. After all, no matter how brutal the pirate world is, the situation of eating a user alive and then having another fruit to relieve the monotony would definitely be rare. So it was normal for no one to discover this method. The clone waited nervously, and sure enough, one of the fruits began to grow patterns, transforming into a devil fruit. It worked. The clone was overjoyed and flew out with the fruit. Lingfeng spat Pika's corpse aside, transformed back into human form, and happily held the devil fruit. He had obtained the method to deprive others of their devil fruits. Next, he would take down Blackbeard and completely monopolize the method of plundering fruits. Lingfeng weighed the stone fruit in his hand. Although this fruit wasn't of the natural type, its quality was quite good, and if used well, its power was not inferior to that of a natural type. Lingfeng dragged Pika's corpse back with a beaming face. After all, as a bounty criminal, he couldn't waste it. The two-world trade required capital, and this guy was the first piece of startup funding. Monet, witnessing this scene, immediately showed a look of horror. So brutal. Just like that? Moreover, it was too fast, right? Seeing Lingfeng approaching her, she suddenly shivered and hurriedly begged for mercy. I confess, please don't kill me. Lingfeng. He looked Monet up and down. To be honest, he initially took Monet because he was eyeing the snow fruit, hoping to get a natural fruit for Qing Yen. But after the battle, he found that this fruit was too lacking. Apart from elementalization, it was almost useless. Especially being afraid of fire was ridiculous. Although pirates often have fire users, compared to Naruto, they are practically nothing, especially since Qing Yen was from the Uchiha clan. He couldn't have been a genius girl without the fruit, and after eating it, everyone could come over and slap her, right? Lingfeng grabbed Monet by the neck. Enough, stop pretending in front of me. Do you think I can't see that you're faking it? Someone like you wouldn't betray Don Quixote just to save your life. Monet was taken aback at first, her fearful expression turning cold. Didn't he expect to be seen through? Really surprising. The Navy clearly falls for this kind of thing. Lingfeng casually tossed her aside. Vice Admiral Crane has your family's information, but unfortunately, it's missing 3 pieces. One is Virgo, who is now undercover in the Navy. One is you, who is undercover in Dressrosa. The last one is your sister Sugar. We didn't manage to capture her this time, probably because she disguised herself as a child to evade capture. Monet finally lost her composure. How do you know this? I know a lot more than that. You and your sister were saved by Doflamingo 3 years ago and joined the Don Quixote family, becoming pirates. Over these years, you've committed numerous crimes. Speaking of this, Monet's eyes darkened. You even know our origins? The Navy's intelligence department is quite capable. That's right, my hometown, Basiria, was attacked by pirates and all my friends and family died in that fire. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she touched her fragile face. I should have died with everyone. That would have been the end. But just because of this face. Monet's expression turned ferocious. I was captured by filthy pirates. I thought about suicide, thought about disfiguring myself with stones, but those beasts even captured Sugar, using my sister's life to threaten me. At that time, were you Navy? Where was your intelligence? Later, it was the young master who saved me. He brought me and my sister out of hell, gave me the chance for revenge, gave us a new family and relatives. Since then, my life belongs to the young master. After experiencing that hell, do you think I would fear mere death? However, Lingfeng had a strange expression. What you said was a Basiria tragedy. I was just flipping through Navy files the other day. I just read the information? Wait a moment. Lingfeng walked to a place where Monet couldn't see. Used Flying Thunder God to enter the military ship's archive room, found the information, and flew back. He flipped through the files in front of Monet. Monet? Found it. So that is how it is? Monet said impatiently. What are you talking about? Lingfeng shoved the file in front of her eyes. Come, take a look. What was the truth of the Basiria tragedy back then? Monet hurriedly took the file and started flipping through it, her expression growing more and more shocked. It turned out that those pirates did not attack Basiria by chance. They were actually supposed to trade with Doflamingo and chose the nearby location. Because Doflamingo raised the price, they attacked Basiria to raise funds, creating a shocking tragedy. The resulting uproar attracted the Navy's pursuit, causing not only their business to fail, but also causing Doflamingo to suffer significant losses. Furious, Doflamingo killed those pirates and saved Monet and Sugar in the process. This incident was truly horrific, so the details were not reported, only recorded in the archives. Monet trembled all over, tears streaming down her face, murmuring repeatedly. Not by chance. It was the young master. Not by chance. It was the young master. Chapter 125. Mission Lingfeng brought Monet back to the military ship. After learning the truth, Monet knelt and begged to be a whistleblower. Lingfeng hesitated. Doflamingo was specifically targeted by the 5 elders for death, and he didn't care about a few hundred whistleblowers. But Monet was exceptionally determined, banging her head on the ground without a second thought until her forehead was bloodied, saying she didn't seek mercy for herself, only for her sister's life. She also said that the 2 sisters had always been treated as secret weapons. Although she had aided evil, she had never directly killed anyone. Seeing her bloodied appearance, Lingfeng's heart softened. After all, they weren't from the same world, and whether to kill or not had nothing to do with him. Since that's the case, he'd give her a chance and take her to see Akainu. Whether to kill or spare her, let Akainu decide. If even Akainu was willing to let her go, then it truly meant she was destined to survive. After the arrest of Don Quixote Doflamingo, Akainu's warship has arrived at Punk Hazard, successfully meeting with Admiral Tsuru. Lingfeng brought Monet back to the warship and knocked on Akainu's door. Tap, tap, tap. Come in. Lingfeng opened the door and was surprised to find that Akainu was not alone. Admiral Tsuru was also there, drinking tea. Admiral Tsuru, Vice Admiral Sakazuki. Lingfeng, do you have something to say? Lingfeng nodded and stepped aside, revealing Monet behind him. Vice Admiral Sakazuki, Don Quixote Pirates Monet wants to talk to you. I couldn't refuse, so I brought her here. Nonsense. What do I have to discuss with a pirate? Do you know that if she escapes, you'll be court-martialed? Akainu said coldly, stepping forward, his right hand faintly glowing red. Pirate girl, since you can't wait to go to hell, let me send you there early. TSK. As expected of Akainu. Forget it, considering her unfortunate background. I'll help her speak a few more words. She said she wants to confess some of the crimes of the Don Quixote family, as well as information about the underworld. Akainu ignored her, magma bubbling in his hand. Lingfeng sighed inwardly. I've tried my best. Good luck to you. Wait. Suddenly, Tsuru spoke up, stopping Akainu's actions. You mentioned the underworld? Monet, who had been an undercover for so many years, naturally had her wits about her, and seeing a glimmer of hope, hurried a few steps forward. That's right. I know everything about the Don Quixote family's business. Arms, gangs, gambling, devil fruits. I'm fully aware. And I also understand the distribution of underworld forces and their contacts. Tsuru nodded. Sakazuki, calm down. Let her in to talk. It won't hurt to spare a moment. Akainu glanced at Monet and stepped aside. After all, he had once been Tsuru's subordinate, and since she had taken care of him, he couldn't ignore her request. Compared to Akainu, Tsuru was much gentler. Little girl, don't be afraid. We have plenty of time to talk tonight. Monet felt somewhat reassured. Yes. Seeing that both sides had started talking, Lingfeng didn't go in and simply took his leave. He was only responsible for the introduction. Whether Monet could persuade the 2 of them, or if the Navy could uncover anything valuable, was none of his business. Lingfeng arrived on the deck and leaned against the ship's railing, deep in thought. He had been in the pirate world for quite some time, and it was time to go back and take a look. Involving 2 worlds, it was inevitable to shuttle materials back and forth. The most famous specialty in the pirate world was, of course, the devil fruits. Especially now that there was a method to acquire devil fruits. It was like finding a pillow when you were sleepy. But Lingfeng understood that while devil fruits could be introduced into the Naruto world, it must be done with extreme caution. There could be no large-scale introduction. The villages in the Naruto world were too numerous, and the factions too complex, If the number of fruits increased, he wouldn't be able to keep an eye on them, and it would inevitably spiral out of control, endangering those around him. Lingfeng had no will of fire, nor did he have any feelings for Konoha. The only people he wanted to take care of were just a few by his side. Therefore, introducing fruits must be selective, especially since Otsutsuki might appear in the future, and he had to find fruits with high upper limits. The first choices were the Logia and mythical Zoan types. Eating them would lead to an immediate and significant power increase. Because of this, although almost every cadre of the Don Quixote family had a fruit, Lingfeng only picked the Snow fruit and the Stone fruit. He didn't even consider the String fruit. It had a low upper limit and required development. Firearms and Den Mushi can be safely introduced, sharing a cut with other forces at critical times isn't out of the question. But devil fruits must be kept firmly in his own hands, and Sea Prism Stone and Haki must not appear in the Naruto world. Lingfeng was lost in thought when he suddenly heard a Kainu calling for him. Arriving at the door of the room, he found the atmosphere unexpectedly harmonious. Akainu was about to see off Tsuru, and Monet was obediently standing behind Tsuru. Sakazuki, I'm leaving now. Okay, rest early. We need you to preside over Doflamingo's execution tomorrow. Then he said to Monet, since you have a chance to return to the right path, then seize it well. Understand? Monet slightly bowed, yes. Lingfeng was somewhat confused. What was going on? Tsuru was not to be mentioned. Her temper was generally good, and apart from Garp and Sengoku, very few could get her riled up. Akainu actually let Monet go, and didn't he even give her a cold shoulder? Had his head been frozen by the snow fruit? Colonel Lingfeng. Come in and talk. Entering the room, Lingfeng caught sight of the potted plant that should have been incinerated, perfectly positioned on Akainu's desk. Lingfeng, from today onwards, that Monet is also a member of the Navy. Huh. Lingfeng was taken aback. Given Monet's actions, even without the dog of hell blowing her head off, she should at least be facing severe punishment. How did she end up in the ranks? Seeing Lingfeng's strange expression, Akainu looked somewhat helpless. It wasn't my idea. It was Admiral Tsuru's suggestion, and even Mr. Sengoku agreed. Lingfeng was completely bewildered. Even Mr. Sengoku was involved? Why? Just because she's a Logia user? If the Snow fruit received such treatment, wouldn't he'll get a promotion to Admiral? This isn't related. Akainu took out a cigar and tossed it to Lingfeng, lighting one for himself. The Navy has always wanted to enter the underworld, but unfortunately, they lack intelligence and have not been able to open a breach. Admiral Tsuru has been in charge of this matter and has been quite troubled. We just discussed it. This Monet is indeed very familiar with the underworld, so Admiral Tsuru decided to let her join the staff as an assistant. This is both a way to atone for her sins and a transaction. She will use her knowledge to help the Navy penetrate the underworld, and in return, the Navy will forgive her and her sister's crimes. Lingfeng nodded. You all do as you wish. Just don't be afraid of her backfiring. That said, under Tsuru's command, she wouldn't be able to pull off any tricks. Oh, I see. That's a win-win situation. My task can be considered complete. No. Akainu extinguished the cigar in his hand. Your task has just begun. What? Chapter 126. The Dressrosa incident concluded. Lingfeng felt somewhat uneasy. What do you mean by the task you just mentioned? According to the usual customs, good tasks don't fall to time travelers. Don't be nervous. I just help you make some plans. Lingfeng. Akainu handed him a stack of materials. Lingfeng took it and saw that it was information about the soldiers on the ship, particularly noting their training conditions and changes in strength. Then Akainu patiently explained. Originally, he had planned to let Lingfeng follow him back to the Navy headquarters after completing the new recruit training task. But after Tsuru saw the new recruit training records, she couldn't sit still. You're just leaving such a treasure out there. What if she accidentally gets shot and killed, or falls into the sea and drowns? She must be sent back to the headquarters immediately. Just in time, I also need to return to the headquarters, so I'll take her back with me. Especially after hearing that Lingfeng didn't know the 6 powers in Haki, she felt even less secure. She has to be handed over to Zifa for proper training. After all, Lingfeng counts as a new recruit. Zifa has been complaining that this batch of new recruits is too soft. Lingfeng's strength is good. He can help relieve some of his stress. Lingfeng had no objections to this. The system was also unhelpful, unable to allow him to learn skills instantly. Figuring out how to cultivate Haki by himself was certainly less efficient than the training provided by the Navy system, especially with Zephyr, the Navy's top mentor, around. Let's not even mention Kaido's 3 sticks teaching Haki. That was Luffy's accumulation of experience. Without Rayleigh's 2 years of training, he wouldn't have been able to learn Haki even if he was beaten to a pulp. The next day, Donquixote Doflamingo was executed. He knelt on a high execution platform, looking at the audience below with a complex expression. The execution was about to begin, and the executioners were actually Lingfeng and Virgo. The night before, Lingfeng had negotiated with Akainu for this position, saying that his beloved friend Corazon was likely killed by Doflamingo, and he had to take revenge, otherwise his resolve would be unstable. Akainu found this reasonable and agreed readily. Lingfeng, with a wicked sense of humor, also helped Virgo to negotiate for the position. Akainu thought that killing was killing, so he went along with it. Early in the morning, Virgo, who was thinking about how to save the young master, received the order to carry out the execution. Virgo was stunned. Damn it, but then he thought it might be an opportunity. The executioner was responsible for bringing the criminal from the prison to the execution platform, and with such a long journey, there might be a chance to save the young master, so he agreed. But when he arrived at the execution site and saw the process, he was stunned again. Because it was the 5 elders who had ordered the execution to show their importance, the executioner waited on the execution platform, while Akainu and Tsuru personally escorted the prisoner. Virgo wanted to cry without tears. The young master was tied right in front of him, and he could just run away with him. But Akainu and Tsuru were watching closely. If he didn't save him, the young master would be gone. If he saved him, both he and the young master would be gone. As for escaping, they were just a bunch of amateurs drinking to this extent. Compared to the tearful Virgo, Lingfeng was quite lively. The executioner needed to maintain a cool demeanor, but that didn't stop him from talking nonstop. Doflamingo, don't you often go fu-fu-fu? Why aren't you laughing now? Don't you like to smile? Don't be too sad. Although you can't live like Pirate King Roger, at least you can die like him. See this knife? The tetanus blade infused with gold juice. Do you have anything to say? Like whether you have any undercover agents in the Navy or something? If you don't speak up now, you 1T get another chance. In the end, it was still Akainu who was getting a headache from listening and harshly ordered him to shut up. Doflamingo stared at Virgo with fire in his eyes. If it weren't for this bastard revealing the plan to the Navy, how could the family suffer such a disastrous defeat? Virgo thought Doflamingo was resentful of him for not daring to save him and lowered his head in guilt. I'm sorry, young master. Doflamingo was even angrier. You've already sold out, and you're still putting on this act. Who are you trying to disgust? Virgo, don't think that this will earn you the Navy's trust. I will be waiting for you down there. Before he could finish speaking, the execution order was issued, and Lingfeng stabbed Doflamingo with the tetanus blade. Blood splattered out, drenching Virgo's face. With Doflamingo dead, the audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Wave after wave. Virgo stood there with a dazed expression, his mind blank. Suddenly, a large hand landed on his shoulder. Virgo, how come I didn't know that Don Quixote Doflamingo knew you? What did his last words mean? Virgo jolted, turned around, and saw Monet on the execution platform, staring at him with a face full of resentment. Because of Virgo's appearance, Tsuru, who was originally anxious to return to headquarters, was no longer in a hurry to leave. There was actually a pirate undercover agent in the Navy, and he had even made it to the rank of lieutenant colonel. It was simply a great humiliation. Hearing the two cursing in the office without any decorum, Lingfeng thought darkly, if I told them this guy would eventually become a vice admiral and the highest commander of the Navy branch, would they collapse on the spot? In the following days, Tsuru and Akainu teamed up to carefully screen the Navy personnel on the 2 ships. As a result, they found no pirate undercover agents, but instead uncovered 2 undercover agents from the world government. The 2 sides looked at each other, and the atmosphere was deathly awkward. Taking advantage of the few days of free time, Lingfeng didn't idle around either. Dressrosa had plenty of wool to be sheared. Since he had come all this way, he had to pack up what he could take with him. He first won a green bit. The island was full of tall plants, resembling a primitive jungle. Because of the mozo fruit, he felt refreshed as soon as he entered, and the 4 tails inside were excitedly howling, saying that the ceiling space should be arranged in this style in the future. Lingfeng touched the big tree, sensing the entire island, and soon found the Tontata kingdom. In the world of pirates, the Tontata people are often underestimated. They appear harmless, like pets, but actually possess far superior strength and speed, and their smaller size allows for stealthy movements, making them natural special forces. Moreover, the Tontata people have several powerful devil fruits, such as Princess Mancheri's healing fruit, which can control the wasp, and if used well, it could change the tide of battle. Lingfeng paid a visit, using 70 persuasion and 30 deception to convince the Tontata army to join the heroic navy. Then he visited Koreha. Brother Koreha, your wife gave up her princess title for you, cooking with her bare hands, living a frugal life. Can't you just accept that calmly? Don't you want her to become a general's wife and live a life of luxury again? She said she doesn't want it. So you really want to give it? This is an attitude problem. And your daughter, Rebecca, is so cute. Aren't you considering her future? The Navy has the best schools and the strongest faculty. When it comes time to find a job, she can also join the military first and directly get a position. If you're worried about her fighting, she can also take a civilian position, high salary, leisurely and decent. When she needs to get married, the Navy also doesn't lack high-quality, single young men. Lingfeng babbled on, making Konoha's eyes turn red, and he immediately decided to join the Navy. After running around for a few days, Lingfeng helped the Navy recruit a bunch of strongmen, surprising both Akainu and Tsuru. A little testing later, they were even more pleasantly surprised. They were all good prospects. A few days later, the Navy left Dressrosa. Lingfeng said goodbye to Akainu and boarded Tsuru's ship to head to the Navy headquarters. Chapter 127. Returned to the Konoha camp after finishing his work. Lingfeng returned to the world of Naruto. With the system's prompt sound, the scene in front of him blurred, as if he had used the flying thunder god technique 100 times in a row, and his legs went weak, nearly causing him to fall. Once he regained his balance, he found himself on the way to the Konoha camp. Rope Tree looked at him with concern. Hey, Lingfeng, what is wrong? Are you okay? Is it a side effect from sealing the two-tailed beasts? Speak up. Hearing Rope Tree's rambling, Lingfeng shook his head. What just happened? They were having a good conversation, and he suddenly spaced out, then almost fell. What's wrong with you? Is there something you can't say? Just tell me so I can be happy. Share the burden. Lingfeng pushed Rope Tree's big face away. It seemed that what the system said was true. When he traveled between two worlds, time in the other world was frozen. The benefit was that he didn't have to worry about being killed or delaying matters while he was in one world. The downside was that he couldn't use the back-and-forth travel to avoid strong enemies. Of course, there aren't any strong enemies for me now. When Senju came over, Lingfeng quickly explained, I'm fine, just a bit distracted, thinking about how to report the mission. Senju clicked his tongue. What you said is, at that time, it was best to capture a tailed beast or a Jinchuriki to return to the village. At least take down one Jinchuriki to weaken a Wagakire's strength. Now, all the Jinchuriki are dead, and the explosive unit has been nearly wiped out, so we've definitely exceeded the mission. However, the tailed beast is now sealed inside Lingfeng. From Konoha's perspective, as long as it's someone from the village whose stomach isn't a stomach, just seal it inside and don't cause any trouble. But Danzo hasn't even gotten a single hair, so he will definitely make a fuss. Originally, this wasn't a problem. Lingfeng could easily push back with his strength or cling to the third Hokage's leg and watch the two tigers fight while he sits back and enjoys the show. But he still wanted to give Danzo a hard blow. Previously, when he ambushed me, several ninjas proficient in barriers died. So this time, let's have a few proficient in medical ninjutsu die instead. Senju thought for a moment and said to Lingfeng, Lingfeng, you can't hide the Jinchuriki matter. It's better to be honest. But don't say it's the two tails Jinchuriki. That would be too shocking. Just say you're the four tails Jinchuriki. And the five tails Jinchuriki hasn't been revived yet. Lingfeng nodded. He couldn't just have gained the power and not use it. As for the village's restrictions, it didn't matter. With his own strength, they would soon realize they couldn't restrain him. Lingfeng and Shinchu's conversation was not subtle. But Uzumaki Inchen and Uzumaki Tunshin quietly continued on their way, as if they hadn't heard anything. The group returned directly to the Konoha camp. This operation was supposed to be a secret mission, but with Lingfeng's earlier big mushroom explosion, it was no longer secret. Since the mission was already over, Danzo let them go directly to the command center. Sure enough, after hearing the report, Danzo squinted his eyes and looked Lingfeng up and down. What you're saying is, Lingfeng has become the four tails Jinchuriki, and you all killed the five tails Jinchuriki. I initially just wanted to make Inoki lose his armor, but I didn't expect to strip him completely. But what about us? We didn't gain a single cent of benefit. According to my original plan, if we really captured a tailed beast or Jinchuriki, we must have a good battle with Hisashi and tear off a piece of flesh. Unexpectedly, the tailed beast came. But wasn't tea brought back, it served up in Lingfeng's belly. I want to question whether Lingfeng can withstand the tailed beast's erosion, which will sooner or later harm the village. But seeing Lingfeng's clear eyes, I opened my mouth but couldn't say it. After all, being in high position, even lying has to have a degree. You can question that the food is as bad as feces, but you can't say that feces is as good as food. Lingfeng smiled brightly and took out a scroll. Lord Danzo, This time we not only defeated the Jinchuriki, but also killed the IWA Ninja explosive unit. Here is the body of the explosion ninjas. Please accept it. Danzo's eyes lit up. Not bad. This young man knows how to play. The bodies of ninjas contain a lot of information and can even deduce the ninjutsu they used in life. Most of the explosion release techniques are secret arts, not bloodline limits, which can be plundered. Perhaps we can obtain a new powerful secret technique. If that's the case, this mission wouldn't be a total loss for me. After all, even if the village gets the tailed beast, it's impossible to really hand it over to the root. Well, you did well, worthy of being a member of the Senju clan who inherits the will of fire. I see the contributions you made to the village. For a moment, his murderous intent towards Lingfeng dissipated significantly. Lingfeng smiled innocently, secretly patting the scroll in his pocket. He had already collected their blood, and once he learned the impure world reincarnation, he could summon them back. After the Rain Country ceasefire, Lingfeng hadn't scavenged so well in a long time, probably to guard against Konoha's large forces. The explosion ninjas were loaded with explosive tags and military rations, each one rich as a king. Especially Mungung. That huge axe was actually made of chakra metal. Chakra metal can perfectly conduct chakra, making it the best choice for crafting ninja tools, but due to its scarcity, it is extremely precious. In the original plot, only Asuma in Konoha had 2 chakra metal hand blades and Mungung's axe. Who knows how many Asuma it could be traded for. Even Kaku would kneel at the sight of it. Danzo turned his gaze back to Senshu. Senshu, you've made great contributions this time. It seems your wood release can be used in actual combat now. A hint of greed flashed in Danzo's eyes. If it were someone else, they would have long been on the operating table in the basement. Senshu didn't like Danzo much, but he couldn't tear his face. You're overpraising me. Through this mission, I found many deficiencies in my wood release, so I want to go back and continue my training. He definitely wanted to show off on the battlefield. But what battlefield isn't a battlefield? Why must it be under your careful watch? Danzo nodded. Senshu's background was something he couldn't touch, at least not on the surface. All right, then you can go back. Stay safe. He then looked at the 2 Uzumaki clan members. What about you 2? Are you returning to the village, or? Uzumaki Ingchung bowed respectfully. Lord Danzo, a month from now is the Uzumaki clan's offering to the gods festival. This time we brothers came to Konoha primarily to escort Lord Mito back. Since Lord Mito is unwell and young Master Shunshu has completed his mission, we won't impose any further. Danzo nodded upon hearing this. Then thank you for your hard work this time. And please convey my regards to your clan leader on behalf of me and Hizashi. During the war, due to manpower shortages, Konoha truly cannot send anyone to attend the ceremony. So please forgive us, clan leader. Uzumaki Ingchung quickly replied, We wouldn't dare. Seeing Danzo and the 2 Uzumaki clan members being courteous, Lingfeng's heart stirred. Offering to the gods festival. Chapter 128. The battle begins after Danzo and the 2 Uzumaki clan members exchange pleasantries. He turned his gaze to Lingfeng, a look of constipation on his face. He originally wanted to directly deal with Lingfeng and tie him up in the lab, turning raw rice into cooked rice. And Hizashi would have no choice but to accept it. Unexpectedly, this kid became a Jinchuriki and controlled it so perfectly. Are the Senju clan really so gifted? It seems I need to continue to increase the budget for Orochimaru. Then he subtly glanced at the corner of the tent, feeling a sense of regret. Wishing he hadn't called Hizashi over so early. Lingfeng, what are your plans? Danzo-sama, I just became a Jinchuriki and want to train for a while to fully control this power. As if echoing his words, red bubbles began to bubble up from his body, but were quickly suppressed. Danzo, he dared not let someone who had never trained in actual combat as a Jinchuriki go directly to the battlefield. Nor could he leave a potential ticking time bomb in the main camp. After thinking for a moment, he decided to let him return to the village first. All right, that's fine. I will arrange for the sealing team to escort you back to the village. No need. I can use the Flying Thunder God technique to return directly. Don't waste the valuable sealing team on escorting someone like me. After becoming a Jinchuriki, his chakra had become even more immense and his perception sharper, with the jumping distance of the Flying Thunder God technique having a qualitative leap. On the way here, Lingfeng left Flying Thunder God marks all the way, and now he could easily teleport back to the Rain Country camp and then head towards Konoha village. Tuanzong nodded. All right, you can leave at any time. Suddenly, Tuanzong seemed to stiffen, then asked Lingfeng, how do you plan to control this power? Lingfeng, my wood release can counter ninjutsu, but my only shortcoming is my mental strength. I've heard that the spirit transformation technique can enhance mental strength. And I want to exchange for this ninjutsu from the ceiling book. Tuanzong nodded. The mental impact of tailed beasts and illusions, as well as soul attacks, are essentially similar. This method is indeed feasible. This ninjutsu is very difficult, more challenging than you can imagine. Lingfeng was taken aback. When did Tuanzong become so kind? But since it was related to the deal with the Yamashiro clan, his attitude was resolute. I understand, but I want to give it a try. Tuanzong fell silent, and after a while, he nodded and went back to the table to write a scroll. Recently, the third Hokage was away, and matters in the village were under Kazekage's responsibility. You give this scroll to him, and he will naturally hand over the spirit transformation technique to you. Lingfeng. Okay, thank you, Elder Tuanzong. He glanced at Tuanzang's right eye, which was wrapped in bandages, and then discreetly looked at a corner of the tent before bidding farewell and leaving with Rope Tree and the others. Once Tuanzong was alone, the light in the corner of the tent distorted, and a figure stepped out. Nijan. The third Hokage was staring in the direction Lingfeng had left. Unexpectedly, a child from the Senju branch could control the tailed beast so well. It was truly surprising. Tuanzong also nodded. I am surprised as well. Why don't you let him exchange for another ninjutsu? Members of the Senju clan cannot learn the spirit transformation technique. Don't you love promoting the younger generation? Aren't you afraid that this Jinchuriki might go out of control? Sarutobi Hiruzen took out his pipe and took a deep puff. I will naturally promote him, but not now. If I give it to him now, he will only think he deserves it. Only when he feels frustrated will he remember his own worth. After all, he is also my obedient disciple. Shinju Tuanzong seemed to understand the third's thoughts and cursed in his heart about the old silver coin. Suddenly, the third murmured, Tuanzong, what do you think about Lingfeng becoming a Jinchuriki? Tuanzong was somewhat confused but still spoke truthfully. Just now, when the tailed beast chakra leaked, he was able to retract it instantly without affecting his mind at all. This performance is excellent. The third nodded. Since the Senju clan has such strong control over tailed beasts, why let a girl from the Uzumaki clan become the new nine-tailed Jinchuriki? Rope Tree could do it too, right? Goodness. Tuanzong was stunned. The head of the medical department is your disciple. The head of the research department would also be your disciple if I weren't around. After finally getting a four-tailed Jinchuriki, he's your grandson. Now you want another grandson to become the nine-tailed Jinchuriki? This is too much for me to handle. With your way of playing, I might as well retire. Seeing your selfishness, if in the end it is still a girl from the Uzumaki clan who becomes the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. Are you planning to find a grandson or a disciple to pair up with her? Tuanzong quickly sought reasons to oppose, and Hiruzen responded. The Senju clan will become too powerful. Hiruzen is being sealed in the Uzumaki clan's belly enough to lose it. Tuanzong. Rope Tree is not suitable. Hiruzen. Then who is suitable? Uchiha. Tuanzong. Rope Tree becoming a Jinchuriki is too dangerous. Hiruzen. Aren't you Tuanzong afraid of others falling into danger? Tuanzong, no. I firmly oppose. Hiruzen. Tuan, I am Hokage. Tuanzong, damn you. The two argued for a long time without reaching a conclusion. In the end, a messenger ninja interrupted their tug of war. Lord Tuanzong, this is information from Lord Mito and Lord Koharu. The third Hokage quickly concealed himself and was not discovered. Once the messenger ninja left, the two disregarded the topic of the nine-tailed Jinchuriki and hurriedly began to read the information. Mito Minyin and Koharu Udatane had gone to the hidden cloud village, where they were constantly bullied by the Raikage, even being scolded to their faces. The Raikage demanded a contract transfer worth 5 billion ryo. Mito and Koharu naturally disagreed, dragging it out to the extreme until the Raikage, losing patience, directly hosted a banquet. We Hidden Cloud Village show our true colors at the banquet. If you disagree with the amount, then it's 1 million ryo per pound of alcohol, drink a few pounds, and reduce a few billion. Without a word, Mito gulped down 10 pounds, directly offsetting 1 billion ryo, and then shrank under the table. Next, Koharu, not to be outdone, raised a large jar and drank 20 pounds, effectively bringing the contract amount down to 2 billion. Although the Raikage was reckless, he had always valued credit and immediately nodded in agreement without a word. Upon seeing this amount, the third initially thought that his two old comrades had defected from the village to make a profit, but upon realizing it was just an intention, he immediately returned to his old bureaucratic demeanor. Especially upon seeing the grievances the two had suffered, his eyes became moist, and he wrote a note saying read to send back. Do you agree or not? Read. Does it mean you agree? Read. Disagree? Read. Do you agree or not? Read. Just take your time. Tuanzong paced a few steps. Hiruzen, The four-tailed and five-tailed have already been resolved, and even the explosion squad suffered heavy losses. Yuki will definitely come to fill the gaps. In the face of dust release, numbers mean nothing. It will all depend on you then. The third's expression became serious. Don't worry, I will hold him back and won't let him return. Send a message to Orochimaru. We can act now. Chapter 129. Returning to the village, Lingfeng and the others came out of the tent. The mission was complete, and everyone felt relaxed. Lingfeng said to Rope Tree, Rope Tree, are you going back to Konoha? Why don't we go together? Rope Tree happily responded, no problem. I was just about to ask you. We can exchange insights on wood release. Lingfeng, don't bother me for exchanges. I don't know anything about wood release. Just figure it out with your grandfather's scroll. Lingfeng then turned to Uzumaki Ingcheng and Uzumaki Tunshin. Lord Ingcheng, Lord Tunshin, are you going back directly? What is this offering face god festival you mentioned? Uzumaki Ingcheng chuckled. The offering face god festival is the day when the Uzumaki clan worships the god of death every 5 years. Worship the god of death? That's right. The ancestors of the Uzumaki clan once tried to use sealing techniques to solve the problem of life and death, so they worship the god of death. The god of death. No wonder you can use the Reaper Death Seal. Uzumaki Tunshin was somewhat surprised. Oh, I didn't expect you to know about the Reaper Death Seal. That's right. The Reaper Death Seal is the strongest sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, dragging the enemy's soul into the belly of the god of death at the cost of the user's life, entangling and fighting for generations. Lingfeng praised, yes, truly a terrifying ninjutsu. In his heart, he secretly complained, too bad it was bugged by that slippery snake. Uzumaki Tunshin also showed an expectant expression. Every 5 years, the Uzumaki clan holds a grand ceremony at the Nami Shrine to worship the god of death. For the Uzumaki people, this day is the most grand festival. All Uzumaki people, no matter how far or difficult, will return to the Nami Shrine. Then he seemed to remember something, and his expression became somewhat dim. Unfortunately, Lord Mito cannot attend, which is truly regrettable. She has always been the most respected person among the clan. He did not say it directly, but it seems that Uzumaki Mito cannot even participate in the Face God Festival, indicating her health condition is likely worse than imagined. However, Lingfeng keenly sensed the key information. Are you saying that on that day, the Uzumaki clansmen from all over will rush back? Uzumaki Tanshan nodded. Of course. Lingfeng's expression remained unchanged, but his heart was like a stormy sea. The Uzumaki clan was able to establish the Land of Tides, so their numbers must be considerable. And since Mito is in the Land of Fire, while Nagato's parents are in the Land of Rain, it shows that the Uzumaki clan is not reclusive. It's easy to destroy a nation, but hard to annihilate a clan. Mist Hidden can't just wander around looking for Uzumaki clansmen to kill, right? Yet, the Land of Tides was still destroyed overnight, and the Uzumaki clansmen were almost completely killed or injured. The most reasonable explanation is that Mist Hidden chose to act during this memorial, taking advantage of the gathering of people to catch them all at once. Lingfeng's eyes turned slightly cold. Knowing the timing makes it easier. Previously, he couldn't alert Konoha and Uzumaki Mito because he lacked concrete evidence in an accurate time. The cat shopkeeper's words were reasonable, but ultimately just speculation. His own people would not remain on high alert indefinitely for uncertain news. But now, he could definitely remind the Uzumaki clan to strengthen their defenses during the festival. As long as they notice unusual movements from Mist Hidden, they would naturally become vigilant. However, for Lingfeng personally, the most important thing is to master the spirit transformation technique. Although Mist Hidden is one of the 5 great villages, their actions against the Uzumaki clan are significant, making it hard to believe that Uchiha Madara is not behind it. Without improving his resistance to illusion techniques, facing Madara really leaves him feeling uncertain. Lord Ingcheng, do you know if outsiders can participate in the Face God Festival? Uzumaki Ingcheng shook his head. Sorry. Only clansmen or people like young Master Shunshu who carry the bloodline of our clan can participate. Well, it seems I have to think of another way. When you return, will you pass by the southeastern camp? Can you help me bring something? No problem. What do you need to bring? We can take a detour to deliver it. Lingfeng quickly took out a scroll, sealing a letter and the Flying Thunder God technique inside. Please deliver this scroll to Uchiha Aonian of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha. Uzumaki Ingcheng's expression stiffened slightly. Then he helplessly said, all right, it's getting late. Young Master Shunshu, Lingfeng, I take my leave. Then, the 2 Uzumaki clansmen hurriedly left. Once they were gone, Shunshu pulled Lingfeng over. Lingfeng, let's go. First, to the short scroll street. I've been thinking about it for a long time. Lingfeng's face darkened. Aren't you supposed to be training? Training what? I've learned everything I can. The ninjutsu I can't learn is due to insufficient strength. Forcing training carries too much risk. Although Shanshu has stepped into the shadow level threshold thanks to the Senju bloodline, his foundation is still too thin and needs to be polished before he can explode with further power. It seems this kid is quite clear-headed and hasn't been dazed by a sudden surge in strength. Take it slow and don't just rely on wood release. You shouldn't neglect other techniques, and you should also prepare for sage techniques. No rush. Sage techniques and ninjutsu are the same. The stronger the base strength and thicker the foundation, the greater the improvement. Building a solid foundation is the most important. You know that, so let us go. Lingfeng used the Flying Thunder God to bring Shanshu back to Konoha. Shanshu angrily asked where the short scroll street is. Lingfeng shot back, if you keep nagging, I'll tell Tsunade. This made Shanshu completely lose his temper and storm home. Lingfeng sighed and shook his head, returning home to pack things up, preparing to find a kimchi to exchange for the spirit transformation technique. Suddenly, Shanshu came back again. Hey, Grandma wants to see you. Lingfeng. Lady Mito wants to see me. That's just right to discuss the situation in Mist Hidden. The scroll Ancient gave to Aeonian is to have her remind the Uzumaki clan to be cautious during the festival. Whether they believe it or not, they will at least be on guard. In this way, the Uzumaki clan can avoid the disaster of extermination, and the Uchiha clan will gain a great favor. Aeonian will then become a benefactor of the Uchiha clan and a hero of the Uzumaki clan. By that time, even Danzo wouldn't dare to act against her casually. He would at least have to weigh the consequences. By the way, I wonder how the experiment with Dango is going. Chapter 130. Meeting Mito. Lingfeng hurriedly followed Shanshu to pay respects to Uzumaki Mito. Though they belong to the same clan, Uzumaki Mito holds a very high status, and, coupled with her reclusive nature, Lingfeng has not seen her many times. Under Shanshu's guidance, Lingfeng arrived at his home, entering the rarely tread backyard. The backyard was spacious, with a small pond and a few pine trees, creating a very serene environment. In the center of the yard was a row of wooden houses, ancient and weathered, but exceptionally clean. On the corridor, Uzumaki Mito sat in a chair, quietly gazing at the sky. When she saw Lingfeng and the others approaching, she smiled faintly and waved for them to come over. Grandma, Lady Mito. Unlike Shanshu, Lingfeng appeared somewhat reserved. The little old lady before him is the only remaining super shadow level powerhouse in Konoha. Uzumaki Mito briefly asked them if their tasks were going smoothly and if they were tired, then turned to Shanshu. Shanshu, I need to have a private chat with Lingfeng. Shanshu glanced at Lingfeng and nodded. Yes, Grandma. Once there was only one person left, Uzumaki Mito quietly looked at Lingfeng, and after a long while, she slowly nodded. The two tails Jinchuriki, impressive. Lingfeng was taken aback. Did Shanshu tell you? Seemingly sensing Lingfeng's thoughts, Uzumaki Mito gently shook her head. He didn't say it. It's what I felt. Or rather, what the nine tails inside me, Kurama, sensed. Lingfeng was greatly surprised. It can communicate with you. In his impression, before becoming Naruto's Jinchuriki, the nine tails was merely a collection of pure hatred. Its only interaction with Mito was her saying it was too dangerous and then sealing it for decades. Lingfeng believed that Uzumaki Mito could definitely keep the nine tails in check, but he had never heard of this part. Uzumaki Mito leaned back against the chair. When I was young, I thought, like you, that tailed beasts were just cunning and cruel beasts. Lingfeng, don't talk nonsense. I never thought that. Grandson Mu Wang, don't listen to her nonsense. My late husband once told me to treat everyone with love. This vessel of mine was filled with love from him. I treated everyone around me kindly. Yet, I forgot to treat the tailed beast that accompanied me day and night with love. I only regarded Kurama as a weapon, imprisoning it, controlling it, and using it. In fact, back then, I resented it a lot. It destroyed Konoha, it indirectly led to my husband's death, and it made me hardly have freedom for decades. Now that I am old. Looking back, all of this was not its fault. In fact, it was the biggest victim. Lingfeng's spirit shook. Have you reached a reconciliation with it now? The perfect Jinchuriki version of Uzumaki Mito. That's incredible, right? But Uzumaki Mito shook her head. It's too late. Over the years, my relationship with Kurama has improved a lot. It is not as resistant to me now, and sometimes is willing to communicate with me. If I had a few more decades, perhaps we could really become partners. But unfortunately, I don't have time left. Lingfeng, since you have such insights, why not tell Uzumaki Kushina? But he quickly understood the reason. That is freedom, because the sealing technique is not proficient. whether it is Mito or Kushina, they actually live a semi-imprisoned life, inevitably generating negative emotions and harboring resentment towards the Nine Tails. And the Nine Tails is most sensitive to negative emotions. Who would open their heart to someone who resents them daily? Naruto's sealing technique is an improved 8-trigram seal by Minato, which does not require any formation assistance. So no matter how miserable his childhood was, Naruto was free from the beginning to the end. This is also the first key for Naruto to communicate openly with the Nine Tails. As for Uzumaki Kushina, without freedom and the years of sedimentation like Mito, she is destined to be unable to reconcile with the Nine Tails. Lingfeng thought this and fell into silence. Uzumaki Mito smiled slightly. I'm getting old. It's best to let everything go with the flow. But you're different. You're still young and have plenty of time to interact with them. The tailed beasts don't ask for much, just respect and understanding. In Lingfeng's spiritual space, Sun Wukong was crying uncontrollably. Great, so well said. What virtue does Kurama have to deserve such a kind Jinchuriki? King Mu also nodded. Such a good Jinchuriki. It's simply foolish not to get along well. Nine Tails, Uzumaki Mito. Actually, I called you here today to see you and to ask if you have any requests for the clan. Lingfeng lowered his head in contemplation. Lord Mito, I want to learn about sealing techniques. I don't need to be too proficient. Just reaching an average level is enough. Additionally, I have a sealing technique formula here that I want to understand. After saying that, he handed over a scroll. Mito opened the scroll, and her pupils suddenly constricted. This technique. She slowly stood up, walked into the yard, stared blankly at the shadow rock, and took out a token to hand to Lingfeng. This is my token. Wear it, and you can participate in the... When the time comes, just tell the clan leader that I asked you to find him to learn sealing techniques. As long as it's not an S-rank sealing technique, he won't refuse. Lingfeng respectfully accepted the token, and then suddenly thought of something. Lord Mito, what exactly is the so-called Death God? The Death God and the Evil God represent the powers of death and immortality. One devours souls, and the other binds souls. The ancestors of the Uzumaki clan created the soul-devouring ninjutsu, corpse demon seal, based on the Death God's abilities. Meanwhile, Tobirama once created the soul-binding ninjutsu, Edo Tensei, based on the Evil God's abilities. Does Edo Tensei also have a connection to the Evil God? Lingfeng's eyes brightened. Can I learn the Edo Tensei technique? Uzumaki Mito was taken aback, turned her head to look at Lingfeng with a half-smile, and Lingfeng awkwardly smiled. Just kidding, please don't take it seriously. Uzumaki Mito wasn't truly angry. She just gently waved her hand. All right, I called you here this time to teach you how to control the tailed beasts. But you seem to have already mastered the strongest sealing technique. Lingfeng, didn't you say my sealing technique is particularly low level? The bonds of emotion are stronger than any sealing. But don't think of it as a burden. Lingfeng sealed you. But hasn't he also been sealed by you? This wasn't just said to Lingfeng. It was also directed at the tailed beasts. For a moment, several tailed beasts in the sealing space quieted down. All right, I'm tired. You can go now. Sorry, Lord Mito. But there is still one thing I must report to you. Uzumaki Mito. After a while, Lingfeng left. Uzumaki Mito stood in the middle of the yard. After a long while, she slowly sat back down in her chair, although she still looked up at the clouds. A hint of sharpness flashed in her eyes. Chapter 131. Obtaining the spirit transformation technique in the Hokage office. Akimichi Toriphone was nestled in the Hokage office, looking gloomy. When Hisashi left, he had reminded him that during his absence, the village would be entrusted to Akimichi Toriphone, but Akimichi Toriphone knew he was just a temporary steward, determined to keep a close eye on matters related to the war, while letting everything else go with the flow. After all, during wartime, everything should give way to war, and that would never be wrong. But when he sat at the Hokage desk and saw many internal documents he had never seen before, he turned red with anger. What the hell did Hisashi establish? It should be completely overturned and started over. But he was only filling in temporarily, so it didn't count for him to say anything, and he could only sulk there every day. Before long, he became increasingly emaciated, and his face changed from a pumpkin shape to a squash shape. Just then, Lingfeng found him and handed over the scroll that Danzo had given him. Akimichi Toriphone looked at the key imprint made of runes on the scroll and used a secret technique to check its authenticity. You want to learn the spirit transformation technique? Lingfeng nodded. Did Danzo tell you that this ninjutsu is very difficult to learn? Lingfeng shook his head. Akimichi Toriphone frowned slightly. Lingfeng-kun, this ninjutsu is not suitable for you. If you want to change to another ninjutsu, I can agree on your behalf. I will take on any issues. Lingfeng quickly declined. Just kidding, if you change it for me, aren't you afraid that Kageyama Sito will come to settle the score with you? Akimichi Toraifeng sighed. Alright, follow me. He took Lingfeng to the data room, pasted the scroll Lingfeng submitted onto the sealing book, and soon obtained the designated ninjutsu. It turns out this is Konoha's mechanism. Under normal circumstances, the sealing book cannot be opened. To learn something, one must directly copy it using a special scroll. Moreover, the marks inside the scroll must be correct. Otherwise, the sealing book will close immediately. The reason Naruto could look at the sealing book was purely because the third Hokage had opened a backdoor. Lingfeng followed the proper procedure, so naturally, there was no problem, and soon the spirit transformation technique was copied. He happily received the scroll. Spirit transformation technique, finally in hand. Thank you, Elder Toraifeng. After saying that, he directly used Flying Thunder God to leave. Looking at the familiar Flying Thunder God, Akimichi Toraifeng's expression was particularly complicated. Hizashi, Danzo, what the hell are you guys doing? Back at home, Lingfeng began to study the scroll. He first flipped to the soul attack section. After practicing soul attack, it allows the soul to leave the body freely while using pure In attribute chakra to nourish the soul, allowing it to exist outside the body for a long time. The principle is very simple, and the operation is not difficult, but the qualification threshold is too high. For the Senju clan, learning soul attack is akin to teaching a man to get pregnant. So Lingfeng didn't look too much and turned the page. Next, he began to carefully study spirit control, which was more suitable for him. Spirit control is even simpler. It involves constructing a mental barrier in the soul to resist various soul and mental attacks. But the problem is that the barrier's defensive ability depends on mental strength, and it's extremely difficult to improve. With Lingfeng's qualifications, to resist the Sharingan, it would be impossible without at least 10 or 8 years. TSK indeed. Relying on myself is hopeless. I still have to depend on the Kageyama clan's external assistance. Lingfeng silently closed his eyes, extended his perception, and could clearly feel the Flying Thunder God mark at the Rain Country camp. After becoming a Jinchuriki, not counting the fruit abilities, Lingfeng's chakra steadily reached the level of Kage. Using Kage-level chakra to perform ninjutsu results in qualitative changes. This is also why Kage-level ninjas are all strategic-level existences. Because unless there is another Kage-level expert intervening or someone like the third Raikage fighting to the end, ordinary ninjas would simply not be able to surround and kill them. Flying Thunder God technique. Lingfeng instantly arrived at the Rain Country camp. He found it empty, with only over 1,000 people left behind. They were all startled by Lingfeng. But fortunately, he promptly identified himself, which prevented any chaos. At that moment, Lingfeng happened to see an injured member of the Oil Woman clan. Hey, I remember you. You're Yum Shuwen, right? Where has everyone gone? I just left for a few days. How did things change so drastically? Yun Shuwen also recognized Lingfeng and respectfully bowed. Lord Lingfeng, a few days ago, Lord Orochimaru ordered a full-scale invasion of the Rain Country to drive the enemies into the Wind Country. Now the main force has already entered the Rain Country for combat. Lingfeng was taken aback by this. The Wind Country? You mean the Wind Country? Not the Earth Country? He quickly understood Orochimaru's plan. I see. Orochimaru is really something else, haha. Then I shall take my leave. After saying that, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to enter the Rain Country. He didn't go directly to find the main force, but instead utilized the Flying Thunder God marks he had previously left to jump around. Within the current Rain Country, the forests, towns, and workshops were all scarred from battles, and countless refugees wandered about in a daze. The bodies of those who starved to death lay by the roadside, marked by the traces of wild dogs gnawing at them. While some corpses had their flesh neatly cut away, Lingfeng sighed internally at the cruelty of war, especially since the Second Shinobi World War was still only at its midpoint. To make matters worse, less than 10 years after the Second Shinobi World War would be the Third Shinobi World War. Looking at it this way, the happiness index of civilians in the Naruto world isn't any higher than that of people in the pirate world. Suddenly, Lingfeng sensed a Flying Thunder God mark. This mark is Shinichi. He quickly transmitted over with a Flying Thunder God technique. Shinichi was looking at a scroll and was first startled by Lingfeng's sudden appearance, then overjoyed. Lingfeng, you're here? Is it over there? Lingfeng nodded with a smile and patted his shoulder hard. Everything is going smoothly on my end. We are short on time. Please help me contact clan leader Sidu. Okay, wait a moment. Shinichi formed hand seals with both hands and began to contact Sidu in the mountains. Chapter 132. Changes in the situation in the newly established Konoha camp. a military meeting was being held, with all high-ranking members of the coalition present. In just a few days, the situation in the Rain Country had undergone a shocking reversal. Previously, the Sand Ninja and Rock Ninja had reached an agreement to maintain a balance of power. The Rock Ninja occupied a larger number, allowing them to send a large-scale ninja force into the Rain Country. Their main goal was plunder, and since the Rain Country was very weak, they were not allowed to send powerful ninjas into the Rain Country, especially the Jinchuriki and explosive units, who were absolutely forbidden from stepping into the Rain Country. The Sand Ninja, on the other hand, sent a 100-man team composed of elite jonin, bloodline users, and puppet masters into the Rain Country. They aimed to disrupt Konoha's judgment and keep an eye on the Rock Ninja to prevent them from taking the opportunity to invade the Wind Country. Originally, both sides coordinated well, and Konoha had not noticed anything amiss, being deceived for quite some time. However, the Rock Ninja employed their traditional tactic of double-crossing. They not only infiltrated several elite teams composed of explosive units, insect users, and elite jonin, but also took the opportunity to wipe out several Sand Ninja teams, even putting the Scorch Release users in great danger. The Sand Ninja were furious and immediately turned against the Rock Ninja, abruptly slashing at them, and the entire Rain Country was thrown into chaos. At this moment, Konoha's high command suddenly issued an order to ally with the Rain Country and drive all remaining Rock Ninja into the Wind Country. Orochimaru received the command and launched an all-out attack from both Konoha and the Country of Rivers to hunt down the enemy. Hanzo appeared at the northern border to prevent the Rock Ninja from coming to rescue, while also blocking the enemy from entering the Country of Rivers and the Country of Grass. Thus, thousands of Rock Ninja were driven like sheep to the only gap in the encirclement, the Wind Country. The Rock Ninja were aware of Konoha and the Rain Ninja's intentions, but they were helpless. Although they had many techniques, they lacked a shadow-level ninja to command and did not have the antidote developed in the Wind Country. Whether facing the snake of Orochimaru or the poison of Hanzo, they had no chance of winning. The only way out was to enter the Wind Country and take a detour back to the Country of Birds. If both sides had not turned against each other, this would have been no problem. In fact, this retreat route was originally one of the conditions for cooperation between the Rock Ninja and Sand Ninja. But now that the relationship had soured, the nature of the situation had changed. At this time, Orochimaru reported the battle situation to the coalition high command. Over these days, after statistics, we have wiped out 37 Sand Ninja and no less than 1,000 Rock Ninja. Most importantly, we have driven no less than 4,000 Rock Ninja into the Wind Country. Now, let these two allies coexist peacefully. The 4th Shinobi World War Coalition has 80,000 troops, assuming 75,000 after removing Samurai, and with Konoha being the strongest, Rock and Lightning second, and Mist and Sand the weakest, but not by much. The estimated number of ninjas is 20,000, 15,000, 15,000, 13,000, and 12,000 respectively. During the Second War, the environment was harsh, and the population was certainly much lower than in the Fourth War period, calculated at 60. So more than half of the Rock Ninja's forces were in the Rain Country. The people below all chuckled and laughed strangely. They were seasoned veterans and naturally knew how ninja alliances worked. Not to mention turning against each other. Just normally going to a third party's home to make a profit is one thing, but one side running to the other side is another matter entirely. The Rock Ninja had been chased to a point of losing their armor and fleeing, leaving almost all their supplies behind. It's not hard to imagine what the starving Rock Ninja would do in the Wind Country. Such a chaotic army was more terrifying than wandering ninjas or mountain bandits. As long as they could obtain property, food, and water, they wouldn't take care whether they were in the Rain Country or the Wind Country, much less whether their targets were ninjas or civilians. Just then, Yunbyahua spoke up. Orochimaru, what if Inoki comes? Hanzo is seriously injured and can't stop Inoki's dust release. If they find a way to retreat back to the Earth Country, all our efforts will be wasted. Orochimaru chuckled. Don't worry, Tsunade is still by Hanzo's side. Moreover, Inoki has more important targets to consider now. Yunbyahua looked incredulous. This is 4,000 ninjas. What target could be more important than this? Orochimaru licked his lips. As long as we can move the king, sacrificing more pieces doesn't matter. At this time, at the border between the Country of Grass and the Country of Earth, the most brutal battle since the standoff began was erupting. Sarutobi Hizashi was engaged in a fierce battle with Inoki. A few days ago, after finishing his duties, Inoki was rubbing his waist while fantasizing about the rewards from Sunagakure and the prosperous life after plundering the rain country. Suddenly, an Umbu ninja came over and informed him that Konoha ninjas were planning to target the tailed beasts. Inoki scoffed at this, thinking that many had tried to target the tailed beasts, in which Jinchuriki didn't get attacked 100 or 80 times a year. They were not made of paper, so what was there to fear? But the next words from the Umbu ninja nearly made him fall to the ground. Konoha had actually dispatched Would Release ninjas. Would Release was like a tightening spell, especially effective against those old geezers. Inoki immediately felt his back pain vanish. He ordered the troops along the country of grass to head towards the Chikagane mountain outpost while flying to the border of the country of grass. Before he could arrive, he received another message that 2 Jinchuriki had gone missing. Inoki felt his scalp about to explode. Missing? TMD, find them. What else is there to ask? No, we must conceal the information. Otherwise, those bastards from Yuin village will definitely take advantage of the situation. After he finally managed to prepare himself mentally, he received the third piece of news. The demolition squad suffered heavy losses. Kagalu is missing, Mungung has died, and Shirshin has been captured. Inoki expressed his confusion. It's only been a few days. How did Konoha manage to do this? No, we must immediately recall the troops from the Land of Rain. Before he could catch his breath, bad news came pouring in. Konoha and Yuin village teamed up to drive the IWA shinobi into the Land of Sand. Now not only is it all for nothing, but they have also made a deadly enemy of the Sand shinobi. What's worse is that nearly half of his forces are in imminent danger, and it looks like they are about to be completely wiped out. Inoki felt his temples throbbing and thought he might die from stress. At this moment, the fourth piece of news, like a lifeline, finally arrived. Chapter 133. Fire and Earth meet. Just yesterday, the Akanshin outpost was attacked, and the remaining IWA shinobi were wiped out. But a sensory ninja managed to relay a message before dying. The leader from Konoha is none other than the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Inoki was instantly stunned. ISNT Sarutobi, supposed to be recuperating? How did he appear here? Damn it, he actually threw me a smoke bomb. No wonder the Akanshin outpost suffered heavy losses. It turns out there was a Hokage-level powerhouse among them. Inoki was angry, but also saw an opportunity to break the deadlock. The 5 great nations are like a close-knit family. When one side is in trouble, the others come to stomp on them. With the heavy losses of the IWA shinobi, they would definitely be targeted. But if he could take down Sarutobi Hiruzen, he wouldn't be the one suffering the most. With some means of his own, perhaps he could form a new alliance to divide the fertile lands of the Fire Country. What betrayal! What deep-seated hatred. All of it is insignificant in the face of interests. Making money? No shivering. And if he could capture him alive, even better. Not only would the IWA forces turn crisis into safety, but he could also take the biggest piece of the cake. He ordered to keep a close watch on Sarutobi Hiruzen, to stop him at all costs, while he himself shook off his subordinates and accelerated towards him. In the heart of the land of grass, a small IWA shinobi team discovered Sarutobi Hiruzen's tracks and hurriedly pursued. Unfortunately, they were outmatched, and 3 Chunin were taken down in a single encounter. The captain was an explosive release ninja with elite Jonin strength, but he was also beaten to the point of being disoriented. Ha ha ha! The explosive release ninja was bloodied and gasping for breath. One arm hanging uselessly, no longer able to be used. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked coldly at him. You should be grateful that I don't have time to waste with you. If you can save your life, then thank fate properly. The explosive release ninja covered his arm and lowered his head, saying nothing. Taking advantage of Sarutobi Hiruzen's moment of turning, he gritted his teeth and lunged forward. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around and threw a few shurikens. The explosive release ninja didn't dodge or evade, taking them all on his chest, revealing a mad grin on his face. Let us die together. Sarutobi Hiruzen. He detonated all his chakra. A mushroom cloud rose, dust billowed, and the surrounding trees were blown down. When the dust settled, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood unharmed a short distance away, leaving only a splintered wooden stump where the explosion had occurred. At that moment, a cold voice echoed through the air. A substitution technique. I didn't expect you to use such a simple ninjutsu to exchange for the life of my precious subordinate. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up at the sky. Inoki, long time no see. On the border of the land of grass and Konoha, Shimura Danzo sat in the tent, eyes closed, leaning back on a chair, listening to his subordinate's report. The one reporting was Crow. During the last mission, the teams of Tsuru, Crow, and and Sparrow were almost completely wiped out. With Lingfeng's cooperation, Crow successfully shifted the blame onto Tsuru and even collected the head of the explosive release ninja. Danzo used Jinjutsu to probe, but his memory had been tampered with by the Uzumaki clan, and even the most natural chakra couldn't uncover anything. Thus, he returned to Lord Danzo's warm embrace and was promoted due to the misfortune. Lord Danzo, the third Hokage, has already engaged with Onoki. What should we do? Do we need support? Danzo slowly opened his eyes. No need. Facing Doton, a sea of people tactic, is meaningless. Protecting subordinates and reducing losses is precisely the responsibility of a Hokage. Isn't it? Crow. Then if something unexpected happens, it has nothing to do with you. Yes. Shimura. Danzo silently calculated in his heart. If Hiruzen died in battle against Onoki, he could take over perfectly. If captured, even if redeemed, his reputation would plummet, and he could find the right opportunity to strike back, still having a chance. As for Hiruzen escaping, or even winning, that doesn't matter. After all, he is the initiator of this operation, and he would still achieve great merit. Let others bear the blame while he reaps the benefits. It feels great to earn regardless. Isn't the so-called root, just you enduring the wind and rain above while I eat and drink below, and when you die, it still nourishes me. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Crow's face and remembered the body of the explosive release ninja. Still very valuable. But the lab has been short on funds lately. Danzo's eyes rolled, and he had a plan in mind. Crow, did anyone take the task of entering the Takigakure safely that was posted in the black market last time? Takigakure is not weak, and the resources are rich, but it is surrounded by huge waterfalls like a massive moat. Both the IWA and Kumo Shinobi had attempted to attack them before, but they could not find a way in. Previously, Onoki managed to fly in, but was also pushed back by the Seven Tails Jinchuriki, who also possess flight capabilities. No one has ever exposed the way in and out of the village, whether through coercion, bribery, or Jinjutsu. Crow nodded. Someone has taken the task. An S-rank rogue ninja from Takigakure has claimed it, but he said that he has loved ones and brothers in the village, so he needs more money. 30 million Ryo is not enough. He needs 50 million Ryo. Danzo smiled coldly. Greedy guy, have you found out who he is? Crow looked guilty. Sorry, we sent 3 teams to capture him, but none were successful. Although that guy's abilities are unclear, his strength is terrifying, surely at the level of a Kage. Danzo nodded slightly. I see. He did not blame his subordinates. A Kage-level powerhouse indeed exceeded their capability. In that case, let us issue another task specifically for that guy. Have him assassinate the Mizukage with a time limit of 1 year, regardless of success or failure. The reward will be 100 million Ryo. If successful, buy the Mizukage's head at a price 30 higher than the exchange rate. Crow was puzzled. The lab lacks money. Why such a big gamble? This kind of money, the village won't reimburse. But he had no intention of voicing any objections. He simply said yes and went down to arrange the task. Danzo leaned back in his seat, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. In the distance, Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Onoki were locked in a fierce battle. Sarutobi Hiruzen created 2 shadow clones. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Technique. Wind release, Gale Palm. The 2 shadow clones simultaneously performed ninjutsu, and with the assistance of the wind release, the fist-sized Phoenix Fire turned into a fireball the size of a wheel. Roaring towards Onoki. Onoki snorted coldly. Combination ninjutsu? Boring. Saying this, he slowly raised both hands, preparing to unleash Doton. Chapter 134. You try to leave Sarutobi Hiruzen through shurikens at Onoki, forming hand seals with both hands. Shadow, Shuriken Technique. Shuriken appeared around him, creating many phantoms, increasing in number until there were thousands of shuriken, each flying in different directions, some straight, some curved, some encircling, forming a siege alongside the shadow clone's attacks. Yuki paid no heed and continued to perform dust release. A flash of white light passed, eliminating all the wind and fire ninjutsu along with the shadow clones ahead. He then charged forward, dodging the barrage of shuriken. Sarutobi Hiruzen had summoned the Monkey King, turning it into the Rui Jingu Bang, Golden Staff. Although the 2 were over 10 meters apart, the staff suddenly elongated and struck fiercely towards Yuki. Yuki clasped his hands together. Earth release, Great Stone Technique. The ground trembled, and a rock giant, over 10 meters tall, roared as it erupted from the ground, blocking the staff. The Rui Jingu Bang struck the rock giant, shattering a large area of rock, but compared to the giant's size, it was nothing. The giant let out a low growl, and the rocks on its body shifted, pressing down on the staff. Yuki lightly floated down beside the staff trapped by the rocks and performed Earth Release, ultra-heavy rock technique. The rocks pressing down on the staff suddenly became hundreds of times heavier, firmly trapping it. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. A layer of lightning chakra suddenly covered the Rui Jingu Bang. With a powerful swing, the staff sliced through the rock giant's head, splitting it in half. Yuki was taken aback. Iwagakure and Kumogakure often battled, so he had seen similar techniques. But this move was rarely used even in Kumogakure, let alone in other villages. He never expected the Hokage of Konoha to wield lightning release better than those brutes from Kumogakure. The rock giant's head slowly healed and charged towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained calm, jumping back to create distance. Earth Release, Hell Swamp. Yuki was stunned, instantly filled with rage. What? Using Earth Release in front of me? That's such a kitsch. What do you look down on? He then formed seals to interfere with Sarutobi Hiruzen's jutsu. Under his interference, the Hell Swamp's power was greatly reduced, only trapping the rock giant's legs. Yuki scoffed. Suddenly, he felt a chill behind him. Sarutobi Hiruzen had appeared behind him with a staff, swinging it down fiercely. Yuki ducked to avoid it and countered with a punch towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. At the same time, he used punching rock technique, gathering massive rocks on his arm, smashing down like a heavy hammer. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised the Rui Jingu Bang to block. The punching rock technique was extremely heavy. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his arms go numb, almost dropping the staff, and quickly adjusted his chakra to increase his strength. Yuki's eyes flashed coldly. Earth Release, Heavy Rock Technique. The punching rock suddenly became hundreds of times heavier, and Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't hold it anymore, getting smashed down. But with a puff, white smoke appeared, leaving only a piece of wood in its place. A substitution. Yuki snorted coldly as the ground suddenly cracked, and 5 Sarutobi Hiruzen emerged, forming seals and releasing ninjutsu. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Water Release, Water Surge. Earth Release, Earth Bullet Barrage. Wind Release, Vacuum Wave. Lightning Release, Lightning Ball. 5 types of ninjutsu, each with different numbers of seals, were released simultaneously under Sarutobi Hiruzen's precise control. Moreover, fire produces earth and wind produces fire. The 5 elements generated a wave of energy that pressed forward. Yuki's pupils jolted. He had seen many combined ninjutsu, but usually they were only 2 or 3 types. Any more would lead to interference and cancellation due to lack of control. But Sarutobi Hiruzen could release 5 types of elements at once while maintaining the state of mutual generation, far beyond his imagination. What a terrifying guy. Yuki flew back. The energy wave crashed into the rock giant, instantly engulfing and shattering it. He clasped his hands. Dust Release, Original World Separation Technique. A cylindrical energy burst forth, turning the 5-colored wave into nothingness, even causing the 5 Sarutobi Hiruzen to disappear. All shadow clones. The water in the nearby puddle rose, transforming into Sarutobi Hiruzen. It must not feel good to have so many shadow clones taken down. Those shadow clones are useful once eliminated. The pain returns to the original body. Sarutobi Hiruzen sneered. I don't recall you ever taking down my shadow clones. Yuki was taken aback, quickly realizing that Sarutobi Hiruzen had voluntarily dispelled the shadow clones before being hit, so there was no effect on the original body. It seemed Konoha had some clever guys after all, but he felt a deep-seated fear. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had no bloodline limit, no secret techniques. Yet he was known as Konoha's strongest ninja due to his mastery of the 5 elemental ninjutsu. He had originally thought it was nonsense, but now it seemed there was truth to the rumors. Although he only used ordinary ninjutsu, his mastery was solid. Several B-rank and even C-rank ninjutsu, when combined, produced effects not inferior to forbidden techniques. Moreover, his chakra was abundant. Judging by his previous actions, his taijutsu was also exceptional. Such a person had no particular strengths, but also no weaknesses, a truly troublesome type. But it doesn't matter. No matter how many tricks he has, they can only turn to nothing under my Dust Release. The battle lasted an entire day. Earth Release, Demon Rock. Yuki created a 4-legged rock demon over several meters tall that roared as it charged at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. Lightning Release, False Darkness. The wind and lightning transformed into a blue tornado, wrapping the rock demon within it, as wind blades and lightning tore the giant to pieces. The tornado then quickly converged, shooting towards Yuki like a long spear. Earth Release, Mountain Earth Technique. A wall of earth resembling a mountain appeared between the two, but was quickly pierced by the blue tornado. With no choice, he hurriedly performed dust release, turning the combined ninjutsu to nothingness. The mountain earth collapsed, revealing Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure. He had numerous injuries, yet his eyes burned brightly with an unusual intensity. Thanks to his dust release and flight, Yuki had sustained little injury, but his complexion was pale. Gasping for breath, beads of sweat dripping down. Damn it, I didn't realize how much chakra I had consumed. Sarutobi Hiruzen had been continuously using combined ninjutsu with the 5 elemental releases, and their power was indeed formidable, easily overwhelming ordinary ninjutsu. The simultaneous use of fire and earth releases even made him feel as if he were facing lava release. Not only that, but Sarutobi Hiruzen's mastery of ninjutsu was extremely precise. He consumed little chakra, and most techniques could be launched instantly without seals, forcing Yuki to repeatedly use dust release to negate them. In the face of dust release, these combined ninjutsu had no resistance. But the problem was it consumed too much chakra. Reviewing this battle, Yuki had no idea how many times he had used dust release, while Sarutobi Hiruzen had almost solely fought with B-rank and C-rank ninjutsu, using hardly any A-rank techniques. That bastard. So this was his plan? I really fell for it. He felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not possess any bloodline abilities. Otherwise, he would surely become a super shadow-level powerhouse. He suddenly ascended into the air, looking down at Sarutobi Hiruzen from above. He had to admit, flying was indeed a great ability, allowing him to remain almost undefeated against opponents of the same level. Sarutobi Hiruzen, today's battle ends here. Next time, it will be a decisive battle of life and death. With that, he turned to fly away. He had realized that trying to capture Sarutobi Hiruzen was a mistake, wasting a whole day. Now he needed to hurry to the land of rain. Otherwise, his subordinates would be in real trouble. Sarutobi Hiruzen swung his staff and let out a cold laugh. Do you think you can come and go as you please? Try leaving, I dare you. If you do, I'll immediately lead people to invade the land of Earth. Noki stumbled and nearly fell from the sky. What? Chapter 135. Akasha Keisuke, Akasha Mitsuko, while Sarutobi and Noki were at each other's throats. The land of River was also quite restless. In the Sand Ninja camp, Ebizong was looking at a letter, his face dark with anger, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Damn Sarutobi, damn Hans, actually driving the rock ninjas into the land of wind. He paced back and forth. Damn it, damn it. Most of the Sand Ninja forces have been brought out, and the remaining troops are all on defense duty, completely unable to chase down so many rock ninjas. If this problem is not resolved quickly, the rear will be thrown into chaos. Lingfeng's performance in the Land of Rain was indeed impressive. Although Sarutobi deliberately downplayed his contributions, he was still noticed by various villages. Hans, no need to thank me now. Every village is studying this case, hoping to learn this millennium killing technique between villages. However, they do not have Lingfeng's ability to hide and resist and are not afraid of death with his wooden clones. If the people Sen are weak, they are useless. And it's simply like sending meat buns to a dog. If the people Sen are strong, they are surrounded and it hurts to lose them. As for sending out those who aren't afraid of being surrounded, only a fool would do that. We're lacking strong fighters on the front lines as well. Therefore, no country has yet developed a mature tactic that can be used in actual combat. But now 4,000 hungry rock ninjas have run into the Land of Wind. With so many people, who needs tactics? Numbers are the best tactic. It's no wonder Ebizong is so angry. Although the 5 great nations frequently clash, even if a full-scale war breaks out. The flames of war mostly burn in the territories of smaller countries, so such a situation of thousands running into another's territory is still very rare. Fortunately, the Land of Wind is all desert, vast, and sparsely populated. Had it been another country, this would have already caused chaos. The deputy commander of the Sand Ninja Army, Akasha Keisuke, frowned after reading the intelligence. Damn it, I didn't expect such a lapse from the Land of Rain. Logically, we should be rushing to assist, but now we haven't even taken down Ryuk Mountain, and if we withdraw our troops, it could all be for nothing. Ryuk Mountain is the first dangerous mountain in the central part of the Land of River, with a highly unique terrain that is easy to defend and hard to attack from any direction. As long as we occupy Ryuk Mountain, we can block several times the number of enemies outside. Because of this, the Land of River and a small number of Konoha ninjas have barely managed to hold off the Sand Ninja's attack. If the Sand Ninja can take Ryuk Mountain, Given the current situation, Konoha has almost no chance of regaining it. Similarly, if they cannot take Ryuk Mountain, once Konoha increases their numbers, they can easily counterattack. Ebizong slammed his fist on the table. Damn Konoha's white fang. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament. Akasha Suk immediately fell silent. Originally, the Sand Ninja army was advancing smoothly, and wherever they went, the defenders of the land of River fell apart. However, a few days ago, the commander of the left army held a combat meeting that lasted several hours without conclusion. Others gathered their courage to go in, only to find that all the commanders had gone to meet the old lady. The Sand Ninja reconnaissance quickly identified the real culprit, the infamous Konoha White Fang, Kakashi Sakumo. They hurriedly relayed the message to Ebizong, who replied that he had already known because two of his commanders' heads had already flown. With no choice, Ebizong could only order the troops to shrink back and strengthen their vigilance, while Kakashi Sakumo was elusive, causing chaos in the Sand Ninja camp and significantly slowing their march. Ultimately, this led to them still not having taken Ryuk Mountain. Another deputy commander, Akasha Mitsuko, also sighed. Kakashi Sakumo is the #1 assassin in the ninja world. Once he has you in his sights, even shadow-level experts can't sleep well. He hadn't made a move for 2 days, but instead of relaxing, everyone was anxious, speculating that he would target the higher-ups. Ebizong leaned on the table, his eyes flickering, and after a while, he gritted his teeth. We will make one last attack. This time, we won't launch a large-scale assault. Let the puppet troops and poison troops launch a surprise attack. Suk, Mitsuko, I'm counting on you. Akasha Suk and Akasha Mitsuko's expressions turned serious, and they both bowed in unison. Yes. They are not only deputy commanders of the Sand Ninja army, but Akasha Suk is the captain of the puppet troops, and Akasha Mitsuko is the captain of the poison troops. These two units together number no more than 100, but their strength is exceptionally powerful. Originally, Ebizong brought them along to share the credit and add some insurance, not intending to truly let them participate in the battle. But given the current severe situation, if they want a quick victory, they can only deploy these two ace units. With their strength, along with Suk and Mitsuko leading the charge, they should be able to capture Ryuk Mountain quickly. After receiving the orders, Suk and Mitsuko left the tent together. Akasha Mitsuko sighed. I opposed cooperating with the rock ninjas from the start. Sure enough, it caused trouble. Akasha Suk patted her shoulder. This is a problem for the higher-ups. What we can do is to be the knife of the village. Besides, although we haven't achieved the expected strategic goals, we have still seized a lot of gold, silver, and food along the way. Those roaming rock ninjas are just a ragtag bunch. They're not difficult to deal with. After exterminating them, this operation will still be considered a success. Furthermore, we have already figured out the bottom line of the land of River. We can come back anytime. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. We absolutely cannot let go of this fat sheep in the land of River. Akasha Mitsuko looked at Akasha Suk's profile, her eyes full of stars. Suk also looked at her fondly. They had grown up together as childhood friends. And although they both had children now, their feelings had not faded at all. Instead, they had deepened over time. After this operation, I plan to take a long vacation to spend time with you and Scorpion. I've owed you both for these years. I'm looking forward to it. But Scorpion and I have never complained about you. Especially Scorpion. Although he always quarrels with you, he actually admires you the most. Huh, really? Why didn't you say so earlier? I wanted to wait for you to figure it out yourself. Do you think he studies puppet techniques for what? It's to gain your recognition. Huh, I've always recognized him. Did you ever say that? Do you expect a little child to guess your thoughts? I'm really not a qualified father. What gift should I bring back for Scorpion? No. In his heart, you're the best dad. If he knew that dad has always recognized him, he would definitely jump up with joy sigh. Now that you mention it, I really want to see him soon. Me too. The two walked side by side, immersed in their longing for their son, completely unaware of a shadow following them. Chapter 136. Monster on the Other Side. Lingfeng met with Yamashiro Sito. Lord Sito, I have brought the spirit transformation technique. According to the rules, the forbidden techniques in the Book of Seals are absolutely not to be leaked. But neither Lingfeng nor Sito took it seriously. Rules are just the chains of the upper class. Taking them seriously means losing. Lingfeng did not hide it, taking out the scroll and handing it over. With his current strength, he was no longer worried about the Yamashiro clan reneging. With two-tailed beasts as partners inside him, his mental resistance had greatly increased. Although he still felt uneasy facing Madara, the Yamashiro clan no longer posed a threat. Shan Zhong Lingfeng stood up excitedly, hurriedly stepping forward and eagerly opening the scroll. Of course, he only glanced at it briefly, confirming its authenticity before closing it again. That's right, it's the spirit transformation technique. Thank you, Lingfeng. The Shanzhong clan will fulfill its promise and help you cultivate spirit manipulation as soon as possible. Right now, on the battlefield, there are 20 upper ninjas and elite middle ninjas from the Shanzhong clan. I will contact them to return as soon as possible. So you can stay at the camp for a few days. Lingfeng showed a delighted expression. After so long, he finally had results. Then I'll leave it to you. No problem, but let me keep this scroll for now. I need to study it a bit. No problem. I'll wait for your good news. The two exchanged pleasantries, and Lingfeng left the scroll before departing. At the camp, he closed his eyes and quickly sensed the flying thunder god mark on Shan Zhongshan's body. On a certain battlefield, Yuan Lishan controlled the insect of destruction, surrounding an IWA ninja upper ninja in the middle. Damn it, it's the insect of destruction from the Yuan clan. The IW when ninja clasped his hands. Earth release, earth spear. His whole body turned pitch black as he charged towards the insect of destruction, trying to break out of the encirclement with his body's hardness. Suddenly, a tall and sturdy Konoha ninja descended from the sky. Landing in front of him, it was Shan Zhongshan. The IWA ninja roared, "Get out of the way!" Seeing that Shun had no intention of dodging, he decided to charge straight ahead. "Fool, wait to be smashed to pieces!" Shan Zhongshan shouted, lightning and blue light bursting forth from his body, facing him head-on. "Nanny!" Lightning release chakra mode, the IWA ninja's eyes nearly popped out. How could a Konoha ninja use the secret technique of the Cloud Hidden Village? No, I can't just look at the surface. This height, this build, this aura, he must be a direct descendant of the Reikage. Could it be that the Cloud Hidden is also getting involved? The two collided, producing a thunderous sound, both flying back several meters. Shan Zhongshan rolled on the ground a few times before standing up. Although he was covered in blood, his eyes were fixed on the IWA ninja, looking exceptionally fierce. The IWA ninja also spat out a mouthful of blood, but, by a twist of fate, managed to break through the encirclement of the insect of destruction. I can't linger in battle. I must send the information back to the Cloud Hidden. He took out a few soldier food pills and swallowed them, feeling his chakra recovering, and without saying a word, turned to escape. Shan Zhongshan and Yuan Lishan tried their best to stop him, but they couldn't hold back an upper ninja who was determined to flee, and in the end, they could only helplessly watch him leave. When the two rested, Yuan Lishan couldn't help but ask, "That technique you just used, it's the lightning release chakra mode, right? That's a secret technique of the Cloud Hidden Village. How did you learn it?" Shan Zhongshan. I don't know, I just discovered that lightning release chakra can stimulate the body, making strength and speed stronger, so I just used it. Yuan Lishan. Actually, Shan Zhongshan's technique is similar in principle to the lightning release chakra mode, and looks similar, but its power is far behind. The reason he was able to knock back the IWA ninja was partly due to his own monstrous strength, and partly because he took advantage of the elemental weakness. Regardless, this technique has great potential. You should be satisfied, right? Shan Zhongshan sighed. I just feel that this technique doesn't team match my aura. Yuan Lishan's face twitched. No, it matches you very well. Shan Zhongshan looked sorrowful. If possible, I'd still like to learn some more elegant ninjutsu. Even though I was expelled, I'm still a member of the Shanzhong clan. Yuan Lishan. At this time, Lingfeng suddenly appeared behind Shan Zhongshan. Yo, long time no see. Lishan is also here. Shan Zhongshan and Yuan Lishan happily called out, "Lingfeng." Lingfeng was about to give them a big hug, but seeing their upper ninja vests, his smile froze. "Wait, it's only been a few days. How did you both become upper ninjas?" Yuan Lishan pushed up his glasses. "During the last mission in the water flow, my family gave me a share of the credit, so I leveled up." Lingfeng. All right, that's standard procedure for families during missions. He turned to Shun. "What about you?" Shan Zhongshan smiled foolishly. "I'm not really clear on the clan leader's intentions." "Well, don't be jealous. You just became a middle ninja less than a year ago, and your probation period isn't over yet, so it's pointless to think about it." Lingfeng. Forget it. Ranks are just a number. Let us not talk about that. Shen, it's been over half a month since we parted. How is your ninjutsu training going?" Speaking of this, Yuan Lishan couldn't hold back anymore. "What else? This guy can learn several ninjutsu in a day. Even Lord Orochimaru praised him as a genius." Lingfeng was taken aback. Orochimaru praised? That's not a good sign. But SH Ju is fine. That pervert Orochimaru shouldn't he be that much of a pervert anymore. Then Yu and Li Shan recounted the battle with the IWA ninja. Upon hearing that Shan Zhongshun had developed a knockoff version of the lightning release chakra mode, Lingfeng was left dumbfounded. After a while, he managed to squeeze out a sentence. Why not try concentrating the chakra in your hand next time? Shan Zhongshun's eyes brightened. Right? Concentrating chakra can also improve speed and enhance penetration and destructive power. Then he shook his head again. No, well, that would increase speed. My eyesight wouldn't keep up. It would be hard to respond effectively to counterattacks. Then he showed a look of delight. No, I could incorporate shape change, conduct long-range attacks, or weave it into an electric net for defense. Shan Zhongshun fell into a frenzy of imagination, while Lingfeng was left dumbfounded. What the hell? What kind of monster is this? I just mentioned it casually, and you already thought of Chidori Sharp Spear and Thousand Years Flow? Chapter 137, Swarm Drones. This chapter contains some original settings for the explosive clay technique. Please don't flame if you dislike it. What were you just talking about? Lingfeng saw Li Shan looking like he wanted to beat up Shun and was very curious. What could make a member of the Yu-En clan so angry? Yu and Li Shan began to lose it. This bastard clearly learned so many ninjutsu recently, yet he dislikes this one and that one. He keeps saying he can't find his path of growth. Did he grow up eating fish? So picky. Lingfeng. Why don't you like it? Is it because the attributes don't match, or is it not powerful enough? I feel that knockoff lightning release chakra mode suits him quite well, and it looks a lot like Super Saiyan 2. How cool is that? Shan Zhongshun shook his head seriously. That move was too crude. It doesn't match my aura. Our Shan Zhong clan prefers to fight elegantly. Lingfeng. Li Shan, do you want to take a look at what you're saying? Do you have anything to do with elegance? How come you didn't say anything about elegance when you were swinging that big sword around? Lingfeng shot him a disdainful glance. You really have a lot of issues. With such a big build, why are you acting like a princess? Let's not talk about your aura. I have an urgent task for you. Saying this, he took out the living scroll and released Kagure and Yashin. They are members of the IWA Ninja Demolition Team, mastering powerful ninjutsu called Sniper Explosive and Explosive Clay Technique. Help me dig out their ninjutsu. Logically, such powerful ninjutsu should be handed over to the village, but Lingfeng indicated that they could forget it. Handing it over to the village would only let Root target them, right? He carefully recounted the intelligence on the two secret techniques. And Shun Yi and Li Shan listened with sparkling eyes. This guy Lingfeng actually defeated such a tricky opponent. Shun Yi rolled up his sleeves and dragged the two to the side to begin searching their memories. In fact, there was also a Mangang lying in the spirit scroll, but his ninjutsu was a bloodline limit, so there wasn't much to ask. They could just wait to sell him to Orochimaru for a good price. Time passed by minute. Shun Yi's expression kept changing, filled with confusion, excitement, and surprise. Lingfeng and Li Shan quietly waited nearby. After several hours, Shun Yi finally opened his eyes, looking somewhat fatigued. This was the longest he had ever taken to read memories. In the past, extracting information was merely for reference, with about 80 to 90% accuracy being sufficient. But now, they were seizing ninjutsu, and even the slightest detail couldn't be off. Shun Yi not only extracted the contents of the ninjutsu, but also went through their learning process and insights, squeezing out all other ninjutsu they knew. Only after thoroughly exhausting them did he let them go. As for Kagure and Yashin, they were already twitching all over, foaming at the mouth, uncertain if they would recover. If they could recover, they would be handed over as achievements. If not, they could only be given to Orochimaru. Shun Yi seized the opportunity and took out several scrolls, imprinting all the recently obtained ninjutsu into them. All right, this scroll contains the sniper explosion and the explosive clay technique, while the other scrolls contain the other ninjutsu they mastered. One must admit, these two techniques are truly terrifying, feeling even capable of contending with shadow-level experts. Lingfeng nodded and took the scroll, shaking it a bit. The power and range of the sniper explosion were related. Looking at it this way, it was naturally suitable for the Hyuga clan, compared to the close combat ability of Gentle Fist, which seals the magic. The long-range attack capability of the Hyuga is indeed lacking. It seems their only long-range technique is the 8 trigrams air palm, which only has a repelling effect. If they learned the sniper explosion, it would definitely enhance their strength significantly. The Hyuga clan is an old and wealthy clan. How could they not fork out a few million ryo for such a technique that could greatly enhance their clan's power? Suddenly, he noticed Shun Yi staring eagerly at the scroll in his hand. Are you interested in these two techniques? The sniper explosion looks very suitable for me. Just now, Shun-Yi had read Kagaru's memories, and that effortless, casual demeanor of taking down enemies truly impressed him. Lingfeng naturally wouldn't be stingy. Then you should learn it. That was his original plan. After all, if he obtained powerful ninjutsu, why would he let those around him use it? Shun-Yi's face flashed with gratitude, but it quickly turned into embarrassment. Actually, I've already learned it. Lingfeng, Lishan. I almost learned it while reading the memories just now. If you don't let me use it, I definitely want to use it. If you agree, then I want to hold back. I feel this technique particularly matches my temperament. Lingfeng, Lishan. You learn it just like that. Lishan said unhappily, don't just talk. Show us a demonstration. Jealousy had already distorted his expression. Shun-Yi nodded, slowly closed his eyes, and began to channel chakra. After trying for a while, he suddenly pointed at a nearby rock. With a puff, a hole the size of a finger appeared in the rock. Aside from the movement being slightly awkward, it was exactly the same as Kagaru. Lingfeng, Lishan. Clearly a natural berserker, yet he wants to be an ADC. Shun-Yi, unfazed, continued to point, leaving transparent holes on the surrounding trees and rocks. Suddenly, he stopped, seemingly sensing something. Then he raised his hand and pointed to the sky. A nearly invisible black suddenly paused in midair before dropping in front of the group. It turned out to be a small bird, already pierced through the chest. Shun excitedly looked at his hands. It's not that hard. Lingfeng, Lishan, damn. The three did not rush back. Seizing the opportunity, Shun prepared to find an enemy to test his skills, leaving excitedly. Lingfeng and Lishan wanted to accompany him, but were declined. So they had to stay behind. However, being alone with Oil Girl was truly torturous, and the two could only pass the time by looking at the scrolls. Lishan was also envious of the sniper explosion and came over to take a look, but unfortunately gained nothing and could only turn to the explosive clay technique. After watching for a while, he couldn't help but gasp. This technique is quite interesting. Lingfeng noticed he was looking at the explosive clay technique. This technique is powerful, but it requires body modification. He had already looked through the scroll. To create the explosive clay, one needs to mix clay and chakra within their body. The simplest way is to eat it. Eating it with the mouth is naturally possible, but it's not only unsightly, but also significantly reduces the speed and concealment of the technique. Thus, the rock ninja invented body modification surgery, creating 2 mouths on the hands. And Deidara even made an opening on his chest. Although having a few extra mouths can unlock many poses, the risks are extremely high. In Yashin's memories, out of hundreds of people in the same batch who underwent the surgery, only he succeeded. The others at least had disabilities in both hands. Why are those who learn the explosive clay technique usually young? Because the success rate is too low, they're reluctant to experiment on ninjas and instead look for children. If successful, everyone is happy. If not, it's just the death of a child, and the village suffers no loss. As for the child's mental health, it seems to have never been considered. Lishan coughed lightly. No need for body modification. Lingfeng, ISNT it just to mix chakra and clay? Why not let the bugs do it? Lingfeng, hey, don't say that, don't say that. The reflection on Lishan's glasses glinted with a cold light. Someone in the clan proposed hiding explosive symbols in the parasitic bugs, but it was difficult to operate. If the parasitic bugs ate the clay and flew over to detonate, wouldn't that be more efficient? Lingfeng, damn, ISNT that like swarm drones. Chapter 138 Cooperation. Trade soon. Shun-Yi returned from the mountains, looking very pleased. Lingfeng couldn't help but sigh. Konoha truly is a land of outstanding people, with so much talent. Otherwise, how could they withstand the plundering of the Third Hokage in Danzo for decades without collapsing? But then again, how many talents have died unjustly over these decades? Among the famous ones are Shikakanara, Shursui Uchiha, and a host of shadow-level big shots. As for the unknowns who perished early before rising, they are probably countless. Then, the three returned to the camp. That night, Oil Girl Lishan came to Lingfeng's tent again. Lishan, what's the urgent matter that you came to find me in the middle of the night? Oil Girl Lishan looked apologetic and deeply bowed to Lingfeng. Lingfeng-kun, I must first apologize to you. I revealed the matter of the explosive clay technique to the clan leader. After a brief silence, Lingfeng helped Lishan up, but he didn't speak, just quietly stared at him, waiting for his explanation. Oil Girl Lishan gritted his teeth. I'm sorry. This technique has tremendous benefits for our clan, and I really couldn't help it, so. He knew he had acted dishonorably. Lingfeng didn't seize the ninjutsu behind his back, and even allowed him to watch, which was a tremendous trust. But he turned around and told others. If it were someone with a bad temper, he might have fought right there. Lingfeng did not explode as he had imagined, but frowned tightly, sighing after a long while. I believe Lord Night Tiger will keep it confidential for me. But listen, you should know. Before the words finished, the voice of the oil girl Yi, who came from outside the tent. Lingfeng, don't blame him. It was I who noticed something was off with his expression and managed to get it out of this foolish child. This matter is primarily the fault of the oil girl clan, and we are willing to compensate, but please do not hold a grudge against Lishan. Lingfeng. Yi who, the clan leader? Lishan, the clan leader? Lingfeng sighed. You overstated. Naturally, he felt displeased, but he couldn't say he was very angry. From Lishan's perspective, it was impossible to know there was a ninjutsu that could enhance the entire clan's strength and still act deaf and mute. Yihu, please come in. He welcomed Yihu into the tent, offered tea, and Lishan respectfully knelt behind Yihu. Lingfeng, I won't keep you guessing. That jutsu of yours is particularly important to the oil girl clan. It can at least double our clan's strength. Therefore, we must have it. So feel free to name your price. We will not be ambiguous about what we have, and for what we don't have. Even if we have to use half the clan's strength, we will get it. Previously, Lingfeng had done a favor for the oil girl clan, but that was just putting in effort, so it could be seen as a personal favor. Now, it was a transaction, and compensation must be given. Lingfeng smiled and lowered his head in silence. So far, the oil girl had left a very good impression on him. As a clan leader, Yihu faced such temptation without hiding anything or trying to take advantage, showing that his character was indeed solid. He was much better than that certain someone. Oil girl Lishan glanced at Lingfeng, feeling a bit worried. Unlike the powerful Sarutobi clan, the wealthy Senju Uchiha, or the industrialized boar deer butterfly, the oil girl clan was not affluent, and one could even say they were struggling. He didn't know what price they would offer. By the way, are there any eligible younger aunts, sisters, or nieces in the family? Packing them together might offset a bit, right? At this moment, Lingfeng raised his head. Yihu, the oil girl clan is very close to the forest of death, right? Yihu nodded. That's right, the bugs can hunt for themselves, which can save a lot of chakra. And if we live in the village, the neighbors might be a bit troublesome. Haha. Lingfeng's eyes lit up. It's easy. I previously requested a piece of land on the edge of the forest of death to plant a medicinal field, but I can't manage it alone. So it's been left fallow. The oil girl clan has quite a few non-combat personnel. Why not let them help me manage it? Of course, I won't let them work for free. You provide the labor, and I'll provide the seedlings. And when the time comes, we can split the medicinal materials 50-50. How's that sound? Yihu's eye sparkled. The hardest part about planting medicine is the seedlings. Are you sure you can get that many seedlings? Lingfeng extended his hand, and a tender seedling sprouted from his palm. I am a wood-style ninja. I can get as many seedlings as needed. Yihu waved his hand. All right, no need to split it. We will provide the people, and you keep the profits. But the oil girl clan still has a lot of vacant land. Could you provide us with seedlings? The profits will be half for you. Lingfeng smiled. You are being too polite, clan leader. 30% is enough. Trading seedlings for 30% of the medicinal materials is already a huge profit. After all, the most profitable part comes later. Lord Yihu, I will present you with the explosive clay technique shortly. But please remember to keep it a secret for me. Yihu sneered. No problem. I will just say this is a new variety cultivated by our oil girl clan. If there are any rumors, feel free to push them onto me. I want to see who dares to challenge me. The two of them laughed together. Lingfeng had previously noticed that seedlings, fruit trees, and grains that were ripened using abilities had very poor quality. Only those that grew slowly had good quality. But he didn't have time to tend to them. He couldn't just early retire with Qing Yin and live a life of farming. He was also overjoyed. All this time, aside from the ninjas executing missions, the others could only farm. They had run a few shops before, but it either ended up with bugs in the food, or they didn't know how to market, ultimately losing everything. They had considered growing medicinal plants, but seedlings were too rare. Relying entirely on growing medicine to support the clan was unrealistic without decades of accumulation. Now, that Lingfeng could provide seedlings, it was a good deal. Land. Half of the clan's land was currently left fallow. Pest control? No problem. Let the pests dig through it. Not even an ant's seed would be left. Watering and fertilizing? The land near the Forest of Death is known for being excellent. In short, as long as the seedling problem is solved for the oil girl clan, growing medicinal plants would be easy money. Lingfeng. Originally, we were supposed to pay a price for the ninjutsu, but unexpectedly, we ended up gaining benefits. You flatter me. It's just mutually beneficial. After all, I am not interested in that jutsu. Giving it to the village would probably not yield any results. Though he said that, he couldn't be shameless and take advantages for free. Lishan, old girl Lishan. Here, send a message to the clan. Immediately dispatch someone to escort a mother nest over. Old girl Lishan was first shocked, but didn't say much. He just acknowledged it and left. Chapter 139. The mechanism of spirit control. Lingfeng stayed in the Konoha camp for 5 days. Shunny and Lishan were so focused on training the new ninjutsu that they didn't even bother to eat or take care of themselves. Lingfeng, waiting for news from Yamashiro Sido, also dared not leave the camp easily. One day, he suddenly sensed a distinct flying Raijin mark appearing from a far-off place in the east. Huh, Qin Yen received my scroll. After completing the task of capturing the tailed beast with S.H. Ju and the others, he had asked Uzumaki Ing to bring back a scroll. Inside, aside from some reminders and sentimental words, he had sealed a kunai enhanced with tailed beast chakra. This way, when he was done, he could teleport directly there. Seeing that there was nothing to do around, he joined his hands, circulated his chakra, and prepared to teleport to find Qin Yen and quench his thirst. No, relieve his longing. Just as he was about to set off, he was suddenly interrupted by Shun E.'s mental communication. Lingfeng, hurry over. The clan leader is looking for you. Lingfeng was almost shaken into teleporting only halfway, instantly feeling furious. However, since there were important matters, he could only head to Yamashiro Sido's tent first. Lingfeng was anxious, and Yamashiro Sido was even more anxious. During these days, he bore the pressure and managed to recall the upper ninjas and special upper ninjas of the Yamashiro clan in just 5 days. Now, whether it was the communication team or the barrier team or even the patrol team, there were complaints everywhere. But he remained indifferent, issuing a transfer order to call them all back. If they weren't still holed up in the Konoha camp, Orochimaru would have thought the Yamashiro clan had defected from the village. Yamashiro Sido handed Lingfeng scroll. Lingfeng-kun, I have called a total of 6 upper ninjas and 13 special upper ninjas to assist you in practicing spirit control. They are all studying the spirit transformation technique, and they will help you construct spirit control at the time of Cho around 1 to 3 a.m., the day after tomorrow. Remember to gather here then. After saying that, he didn't waste any more words and directly sent Lingfeng away while he continued to delve into the spirit transformation technique. Lingfeng returned to the tent and obediently refrained from going out, quietly meditating to calm his mind even further. Suddenly, he felt a sense of dizziness and found himself in the consciousness space. The tall Four Tails and Five Tails were seated in front of him. The Four Tails, looking displeased, leaned closer. Hey, Lingfeng, you clearly possess our power now. Why do you still want to learn spirit control? The Five Tails also had an offended expression. Exactly. You are now no different from a perfect Jinchuriki. You don't need to worry about illusions at all. The tailed beasts all have the attitude of heaven is first. I'm second. Clearly, they have my power, yet they still want to cheat and change their minds. Bah, despicable humans. Seeing the disdainful expressions of the two beasts, Lingfeng secretly sighed, knowing that without presenting some solid evidence, it would be impossible to convince them. In the face of their angry counterparts, what words could calm them down? There's only one answer. Lies. Sun Muwang, I know that if I fall into an illusion, you will definitely help me at the first moment. But do you know? The so-called perfect Jinchuriki is not afraid of illusions, which is actually inaccurate. The third Mizukage, the Four Tails and Five Tails were taken aback and exclaimed in unison. Impossible. Someone clearly said that perfect Jinchuriki are not afraid of illusions. Wait, who is it? The enemy I face is of unknown identity, but he calls himself Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. The Four Tails and Five Tails immediately gritted their teeth. Back then, the tailed beasts lived freely in the ninja world, and then this guy came with a fool, captured them without saying a word, and sent them off in a package. He even justified it by saying, our power is too strong and must be controlled. You one stared us down, and the other sucked us dry, and you still have the audacity to say we are strong. Bah, disgusting. But despite their anger, the two-tailed beasts fell silent instantly. When it comes to Uchiha Madara, even if there's only a 1 in 1,000 chance, we must not let our guard down. All right, it seems learning that so-called spirit manipulation is necessary. You keep it up, we won't disturb you. Lingfeng suddenly came back to reality, smiled slightly, and continued to sit in meditation. Before long, it was the agreed time. Lingfeng concealed his figure and arrived at a mountain 30 miles away from the Konoha camp. Following the instructions of the scroll, he came to an inconspicuous stone cave. Looking at the hole resembling a dog hole, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The mountain clan wouldn't be playing tricks on me, would they? But in the end, he steeled his heart and crawled inside. The cave was dark and narrow, feeling exceptionally oppressive, but the further he walked, the more spacious it became. After an unknown amount of time, a light appeared ahead. After walking another 100 meters, it suddenly opened up to reveal a gigantic cavern. The cavern was lit with torches, and in the center was a huge circular magic array, surrounded by a circle of people, all dressed as powerful members of the Mountain Clan, with the Mountain Clan leader Sito also among them. Lingfeng secretly admired, truly deserving of their reputation for scouting. They could find such a ghostly place. Sito chuckled. "You're quite punctual, Lingfeng." Lingfeng hurriedly stepped forward to greet. "Greetings, Clan leader Sito. Greetings to all the elders. Thank you for your patience." "No worries, we just arrived not long ago." Sito waved to indicate Lingfeng to sit in front of him. "Time is tight, so let us skip the small talk and get straight to the point. Let me explain to you what spirit manipulation is." He then began to explain in detail. The principle of spirit manipulation is very simple, and the most important thing is the three mechanisms. First, spirit manipulation is about using mental power to create a barrier that replaces the soul to withstand shocks. As long as the spirit manipulation is intact, the soul can remain safe and sound. Second, the barrier's defense is exactly the same as the user's mental power. In other words, it doubles the caster's mental defense. Third, spirit manipulation can only be enhanced as the mental power increases and cannot be strengthened independently. However, if for some reason the mental power decreases, the defense of the spirit manipulation will not decrease. Even if it suffers damage from an attack, it will absorb mental power to recover on its own later. Initially, Lingfeng dismissed it. If he were a user of the Manjiki Sharingan, doubling his mental defense would have some merit. At least he wouldn't fear an ordinary Manjiki. But the problem is, his mental power is only at the level of the first part of a Summa, not even on par with elite Jonin. Even if he learned spirit manipulation, he would still have to kneel before the Manjiki Sharingan. But the Mountain Clan is the original master of spirit transformation techniques. No one understands how to exploit bugs better than them. They can use the heart transfer technique to transfer the mental power of everyone present to Lingfeng. The Mountain Clan is proficient in mental attacks. In terms of mental power, the Mountain Clan's Shunin can match elite Jonin, and their Jonin can rival ordinary Kage. With more than 20 people working together, Lingfeng could obtain an overwhelmingly strong mental power, constructing a spirit manipulation barrier of the same level. Even if Lingfeng's mental power decreases later, the strength of the spirit manipulation will not decrease. Mountain Clan Shinichi even asserted, as long as the plan succeeds, even Uchiha Madara won't be able to trap Lingfeng in an illusion. Lingfeng was overjoyed. After all this hard work, isn't this what I'm after? Chapter 140. Confloat Sito instructed Lingfeng to take off his upper clothes and bare his arms, using blood to draw dense runes on Lingfeng's head. From the looks of it, they were clearly related to the formation on the ground. All right, Lingfeng, sit in the middle. No matter what happens or how you feel, do not move your body, otherwise everything will be in vain. Everyone else, take your places. Sito arranged for Lingfeng to sit cross-legged in the correct position, while he and 19 clan members sat around the perimeter of the formation. Everyone begin. With a command, the 20 members of the Mountain Clan slowly formed hand seals and then extended their hands simultaneously. Combined ninjutsu. Heart transfer array. The magic array on the ground began to glow with a dim white light, as if something was flowing within it. Then, streams of air began to appear within the array. These air streams were so thin they seemed non-existent, not even stirring the dust on the ground. But upon touching Lingfeng, it felt like facing a howling typhoon. He hurriedly controlled his body to sit firmly on the ground. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his brow, as if something was drilling into his head. Slightly opening his eyes, he saw translucent air flowing from the people around him, quickly merging into the formation, swirling continuously within it, and finally condensing into tangible threads that drilled into his brow. Is this what Lord Sito meant by the materialization of mental power? Lingfeng took a deep breath, closed his eyes again, enduring the intense pain without moving, allowing the mental power to enter his brain. Time passed second by second. In the cave, it was hard to tell the passage of time. Several elite Jonin could no longer hold on and retreated to rest. Mental power is not so easily restored, but after a break, at least it felt much easier. The remaining Jonin were sweating profusely, continuing to supply mental power. After some more time, the Jonin also could not withstand it and gradually withdrew, leaving only Sito still supporting. As a quasi-Kage level clan leader, His strength and mental power were clearly far superior to that of his clan members. Suddenly, Lingfeng fell to daze and found himself in a spiritual world. He discovered that it was filled with mist, appearing somewhat illusory. The four tails and five tails emerged from a mist. You humans are truly remarkable to utilize such a method to infuse so much mental power. Since you need it, we will lend you a helping hand. The tailed beasts do not only possess chakra. Saying this, two beams of light, one red and one white, shot up into the sky and quickly merged into the mist. The surrounding mist, stirred by the light beams, formed a massive vortex, becoming even thicker. In the real world, Lingfeng suddenly felt a surge of power. Everyone, a dark red chakra erupted from Lingfeng's body, slowly enveloping him entirely. Sito's eyes widened in shock, and everyone around was equally astonished. What? This is tailed beast chakra. Oh no, the tailed beast has gone berserk. Be careful of the mental impact. Damn it, not to mention controlling the spirit manipulation. Even controlling the mental power is impossible. Patriarch, retreat quickly, or we will suffer backlash. Yamashiro Haruto also had a pale face, sweating profusely, but he did not withdraw from the formation. Instead, he gritted his teeth and made a firm decision in his heart. If Lingfeng could not control such violent mental power, letting go now would surely lead to a loss of control. Everyone, form the formation. Help me stabilize it. I want to see if I can subdue this legendary tailed beast. The crowd shouted in unison, yes. They rushed to Yamashiro Haruto's side, forming seals together to help him control the mental power. But soon everyone noticed something was amiss. The tailed beast chakra on Lingfeng was becoming thicker and more turbulent, but there were no signs of it going berserk. His mental state was as calm as water, unlike other Jinchuriki who were frenzied and mad. Everyone was puzzled, but they knew it was definitely a good thing, and they all sighed with relief. Yamashiro Haruto, however, was overjoyed in his heart. Perfect Jinchuriki. That little brat Lingfeng is actually a perfect Jinchuriki. This level of control is even beyond Lord Mito. Since he was a perfect Jinchuriki, there was naturally no risk of mental chaos. His tense body relaxed, and he continued to output mental power. After a long time, Yamashiro Haruto tiredly put down his hands, his forehead drenched in sweat. Although his mental power far exceeded that of an ordinary Kage level, it was nearly depleted. Everyone, withdraw the formation. Yes, the Yamashiro clan had rested for a while and felt much better. Following Yamashiro Haruto's command to form seals at the edge of the formation. This time, the seals were very complex, with each person using different hand signs, but they coordinated exceptionally well and harmoniously. Ninjutsu, spirit transformation technique. Spirit manipulation, activate. Everyone slapped the ground with their hands, and the ground formation began to writhe, slowly floating up, suddenly falling onto Lingfeng like a piece of gauze, embedding with the formation drawn on his body, and finally shrinking into a mysterious pattern on his forehead. A few seconds later, the pattern also merged into Lingfeng's body and disappeared. Finally completed. Hearing Yamashiro Haruto's tired voice, Lingfeng stood up and slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his gaze was brighter than crystal, and everyone felt a jolt in their hearts, but it quickly dimmed, and they soon returned to normal. As if nothing had happened, Lingfeng let out a long sigh and deeply bowed. Thank you, Patriarch Haruto, and thank you all seniors. Yamashiro Haruto stroked his beard and looked him up and down, his eyes flashing with brilliance. Zofeng, you try it. Be careful. Yes. AJ Neen stepped forward, formed hand seals, and cast a mind transfer technique towards Lingfeng. Lingfeng was just slightly startled, and in less than a second, he returned to normal, while Yamashiro Zofeng staggered back, supported by the crowd, barely avoiding a fall. However, his expression was particularly grim, his face pale with a tinge of green, and his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. Mental attacks are the most dangerous. A small mistake could lead to backlash. Originally intending to harm the enemy, one could end up harming oneself. Just now, Yamashiro Zofeng had suffered backlash, but fortunately, he had reserved enough strength, so he did not suffer severe injuries. Yamashiro Haruto nodded slightly. Indeed. Lingfeng, what's wrong, Patriarch Haruto? It's truly unbelievable. The tailed beast not only did not interfere with your training, but actively transmitted mental power to you. This means that your control strength is even beyond our previous expectations. Lingfeng was overjoyed. Really? That's great. At the same time, in his consciousness space, he continuously thanked the two-tailed beasts, shamelessly showering them with compliments like a machine gun. leaving the two-tailed beast speechless. Lingfeng felt as if a heavy stone had dropped from his heart. After years of effort, he finally filled all his shortcomings. When facing sealing techniques and space ninjutsu, he could use Flying Thunder God to cope. When facing poison, he had learned from Tsunade for many years, and with the forest fruit, his poison resistance was already quite high, and he could detoxify most poisons himself. When facing powerful ninjutsu like dust release and lava release, he could cope through large-scale elementalization. Now, he had also mastered spirit manipulation to deal with mental and soul attacks. One could say that from now on, no one in the ninja world could restrain him. Chapter 141. Coveting natural techniques. Lingfeng used the Palm Immortal technique to help the Yamashiro clan members recover their physical condition. But the mental exhaustion could only be slowly recovered by themselves. Back when Tsunade treated Kakashi and Sasuke, it was merely to awaken them and let them recover as much as possible on their own. Fortunately, the Yamashiro clan only experienced great exhaustion and no injuries, and they could return to normal after a few days of rest. Yamashiro suggested they stay in the cave to recuperate for a day or two while also studying the spirit transformation technique, while Lingfeng could return by himself. Lingfeng thought for a moment. This cave was indeed concealed, safe, and easy to defend but hard to attack, so he did not insist and nodded in agreement. With a wave of his hand, a large tree just happened to block the cave entrance, and, after secretly leaving a dozen or so wooden clones on guard, he used Flying Thunder God to teleport back to the camp. After asking someone for the time, he realized he had spent 2 full days and nights practicing spirit manipulation. Calculating the time, there are less than 5 days until the ritual in the land of whirlpools. I need to hurry over. Fortunately, Qing Yin had already activated the Flying Thunder God mark, so he wouldn't waste a lot of time on the road. However, he did not set off immediately. Instead, he opened the system panel first. Hokage Pirate Traversing System. Intermediate. Host information. First identity, Senju Lingfeng, Konoha Ch Nin. 16 years old. Second identity, Shuriwa Lingfeng, Navy Headquarters Colonel, former leader of the Shuriwa Pirate Group. 16 years old. Skills mastered slight physical body S mentality SSR, defense SSR, chakra SSSNS. Due to excessively high values, the system revised the level to D, Genin. C, Ch Nin, B J Nin, A Elite J Nin, S, Kage level, SS Strong Kage, SSS Super Kage, SSR Chakra Attributes Water, Earth Fire Special Abilities Force Fruit. Simulated Explosive Release, Flying Thunder God, Lava Release, Boiling Release, Spirit Manipulation, with Mental Perception Shielding, Tradable Items Explosive Tags 500, Kanai 150, Scrolls 5, Living Being Scroll 1, Flintlock 10, including Bullets 2000, Cannon 1, including Shells 30, Navy Standard Uniform 1, Stone Fruit. Remaining Funds 6. 702 million Rio, 67. 02 million berries. Lingfeng carefully checked the panel and was surprised to find the page had a minor revision. The biggest change was the level system, which changed from numerical values to tiers. It's definitely not because the author was lazy. Lingfeng first looked at the physical strength S rank equivalent to Kage level. It seemed high, but Lingfeng felt no waves in his heart. After wandering around the pirate world and seeing the monsters of the new world, he no longer looked up to the physique of ninjas. In terms of physicality, in the current ninja world, every one of them is trash, including the third Raikage, who was exhausted after 3 days of fighting low-level fish. Come on, pathetic. But there was nothing he could do. The physicality of the pirate world was truly monstrous. Guy's airwalking was just one of the 6 styles that even Navy officers could master. Lee's devil training was merely the daily training of new recruits at the Navy headquarters. Therefore, this S in physicality was just that. Not much better than a genin could withstand one more blow. When Lingfeng saw the mental state, he was first puzzled to find an arrow pointing up, but he quickly understood. He had just absorbed the mental power of 20 elites from the Yamashiro clan, along with 2 tail beasts, which had pushed his mental state to SSR. But these mental powers are not cultivated. Using a bit will reduce it, and if not used, it will gradually dissipate until it returns to the original elite Jonin A level. Lingfeng doesn't mind. After all, he doesn't know any mental skills, as long as his defense remains intact. However, unexpectedly, Lingyu also comes with the ability to shield mental perception, so he doesn't have to worry about being detected by ninjutsu like fairy arts, Kagura's mind eye, or Yuhua's free technique. As for chakra, Lingfeng has nothing much to say. It's a standard super shadow level. The tailed beast chakra is several times that of an ordinary shadow. And among the strong shadows, only Raikage can compare. Such a monster has two-tailed beasts inside. Plus, Lingfeng himself has the Senju bloodline. And no matter how thin it is, after cultivating for so long, he has broken through to the shadow level with both cultivation and absorption. Adding the three together, 3S Super Shadow, is reasonable. Lingfeng flipped his hand, and a devil fruit appeared in his palm, which is the stone fruit of Pika. This fruit is quite good. It can be strong or defensive, can attack or control, and the rock giant form is a full 800 meters tall, on par with the 10 tails. Truly a level of the 1,000 hands. If not for its slow movements, it could crush the 9 tails and stomp on Susanoo. Not only that, the user can freely travel through earth and stone, and if there's no observation haki, they could literally run the enemy to death. Should I give a stone fruit to Qingyan? Lingfeng couldn't help but hesitate. After much thought, he decided against it. The stone fruit is strong, and the rock giant is cool, but it can't be maintained forever. Ultimately, Lingfeng wants to give Qingyan a fruit, not to enhance her strength. Qingyan is different from his past self. Back then, life and death were at stake, so he chose the easiest to hide forest fruit. But Qingyan herself is a genius. As long as she doesn't die prematurely, she is very likely to become a shadow-level powerhouse. Lingfeng's only worry is that she is too proud, and if she is careless, someone might ambush her and take her eyes, even sending subordinates to besiege and hunt her down. So, all he wants is elemental abilities, whether it's the charming thunder fruit or the dog ignoring fire fruit. It doesn't matter at all. Without further ado, Lingfeng opened the system and returned to the pirate world. At this time, he was on Crane's ship heading to the Navy headquarters. Because time in the other world was frozen during his crossing, he didn't need to worry about delaying matters or being detected. Lingfeng sat on the railing of the ship, deep in thought. Natural type. Where to find natural type? His brain was racing, quickly organizing the known information. In one piece, there are a total of 14 natural type fruits that have appeared or are suspected to have appeared. 1 to 3. Magma, ice, and light fruits, the fruits of the 3 admirals. Just think about it. 4. Snow fruit. Monet is a colleague. I absolutely cannot do this. Even for Qingyan, I should try not to do this. 5. Flame fruit. Ace discovered it on a deserted island 3 years later. Its whereabouts are currently unknown. Can't wait, Nas. 6. Dark fruit. Similarly, it only appeared 6 years later. Even if it exists, I wouldn't give Qingyan a fruit that doubles her suffering, Nas. 7. Swamp fruit. It's estimated that Caribou hasn't eaten it yet. Otherwise, with his personality, he would have drowned by now. Also unknown whereabouts. Can't wait, Nas. 8. Sand fruit. Perhaps no one plays with water in the pirate world. But in the Naruto world, there are more water-style ninjas than dogs. Nas. 9 to 10. Wind, coal, sea. Can't find dragons or crows. Where can I find them? Whether I can beat them is another issue. I can't just tell Carp, I want to kill your son. Could you give me an address? Nas. 11. Thunderfruit. This one is tempting, and the location is clear. The problem is that Lingfeng has only been here for less than 10 days, doesn't know the 6 forms, let alone haki, so he's a bit hesitant against Enel. 12. Forest fruit. Green Bull is still a police officer in the Taya Kingdom. Not exactly a frontline character, but he could become an admiral in the future, definitely has strong haki training, and his strength is above Enel. 13. Smoke fruit. I don't know if Smoker has eaten it. If he has, then there's nothing to be done, but if he hasn't, I can give it a try. 14. Gas fruit. Caesar is a downright villain, and he conducts illegal experiments in Punk Hazard. I can justifiably go and arrest him. Not bad. He fits. Very fitting. Lingfeng took stock. First choice Caesar, Enel, Green Bull, Smoker is tentative. As for the others, forget it. Chapter 142, Gaining Without Effort Regarding Natural Type Fruits. Lingfeng decided to prepare early. When night fell, Lingfeng created dozens of shadow clones and used the flying thunder god mark left in Dressrosa to teleport away. He planned to let the clones search for clues about the fruits first, and once he had news, he would take action with his main body. The moment the clones appeared, Crane, who was fast asleep, was suddenly awakened by a surge of unfamiliar auras. What is this? Before she could react, the aura suddenly vanished. Crane didn't dare to be careless. She quietly got out of bed, not disturbing anyone, and like a ghost patrolled the ship a few times, but found nothing unusual. What's going on? A delusion? But at that moment, I really felt many auras. Crane was puzzled and returned to her bedroom, tossing and turning all night, while the instigator Lingfeng slept soundly. Because the auras of the clones and the main body were different, Crane didn't suspect him. In the following days, Lingfeng trained with the Navy every day. Whether it was the local environment nurturing local talent or the marine beast's meat truly nourishing him, Lingfeng's physique was visibly improving every day. Meanwhile, the tailed beast within him fell into a deep sleep as soon as they entered the pirate world, showing no signs of waking up. However, calling upon chakra was unaffected. After more than 10 days, the warship finally arrived at the Navy headquarters. Looking at the grand and towering buildings, the continuous flow of massive ships, the fierce and terrifying fortresses, and the neatly organized army, Lingfeng couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly the strongest force on the sea." When the warship docked, Crane let Lingfeng disembark to report with Akainu's letter. After finishing some urgent matters, she would take him to meet Zephyr. Lingfeng naturally had no objections and went to the designated place to complete the enlistment procedures, establishing a military record. Holding his record, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Previously, his colonel was sealed by Akainu, and strictly speaking, he was an undocumented black household. Now that he had a record, he could truly be considered a member of the Navy. After that, he went to the living area and found a standalone apartment assigned to him by the Navy. It was 3 stories with a yard, not luxurious, but fully furnished and ready to move in. What surprised him even more was that the apartment was located on the edge of the living area. So it was not only quiet, but the yard was also particularly large. Since no one maintained it, it looked a bit overgrown. This didn't tease Lingfeng. He raised his hand, and flowers, grass, and trees surged forth. In no time, the yard was filled with vibrant life. Some trees even grew into the shapes of pavilions. Tables, chairs, and loungers, directly solving the furniture problem. After settling everything, Lingfeng lay back in a chair to rest. In the pirate world, the islands are far apart, and transportation is time-consuming and labor-intensive. The clones cannot use the warship. They can only take merchant ships or pirate ships, which are even slower. Lingfeng planned to stay a little longer and wait for accurate news before returning. Under the shade of the trees, with sunlight dappling through and a gentle sea breeze, Lingfeng couldn't help but feel drowsy. Suddenly, a muffled quarrel between a man and a woman came from the neighboring apartment. The Navy headquarters still has couples arguing. How rare. Lingfeng didn't want to listen, but the spiritual energy he had previously infused hadn't dissipated. And his hearing was exceptionally good. Those words wormed their way into his ears. "You idiot. Can't you change your temper? Why go over there to scold them? With your achievements and your strength, you could clearly stay at headquarters, and now look, because you confronted the superior. You're being sent to that hellhole in the East Sea. What's wrong with the East Sea? As long as I can catch pirates, it doesn't matter where. Don't you consider your own future? Future? You want me to bow and scrape to those idiots for the sake of a mere future? Mere future? Do you know how much effort Teacher Zephyr has put into your so-called future? Do you think they gave you the devil fruit because of your insults? It's Teacher Zephyr. He couldn't stand it and intervened, allowing you to regain the devil fruit. And you aren't even grateful? I am grateful. Very grateful. Hurry up and stop." But the devil fruit was taken from the pirates by me, so according to the rules, it should be allocated to me. If they hadn't broken the rules first, why would Teacher Zephyr need to step in? Rules are rules. Execution is execution. Do you believe they have 100 ways to legally withhold this devil fruit? When are you going to mature a little? You idiot. Mature. This is called bowing and scraping. My justice does not allow me to compromise with those worthless fools. Lingfeng glanced through the window. In the neighboring apartment, a tall, pink-haired beauty was grabbing a white-haired muscular man's collar, shouting furiously. The white-haired muscular man, with 2 cigars in his mouth, was equally unyielding, shouting back. Next to him was a white devil fruit. "Hey, isn't that Smoker and Tina? And this is Hiss the Smoke Fruit." Alternative settings. 1. Smoker is 28 years old, about to go to Lowtown. 2. The Smoke Fruit is Smoker's trophy. 3. According to Navy rules, seized items must be submitted uniformly and then allocated based on merit. But the principle is that whoever captures the devil fruit gets to keep it. This is quite effortless. Just a few words, Lingfeng pieced together the sequence of events. Smoker seized the smoke fruit, and according to the rules, it should have been allocated to him. However, the higher-ups found an excuse to refuse, seemingly withholding the fruit. In anger, Smoker went over to confront them. And in the end, not only did he not get the fruit, but he was also sent to the East Sea for confronting his superiors. It was only because Zephyr couldn't bear to see it that he intervened, allowing Smoker to obtain the smoke fruit. But going to the East Sea was already a done deal. For this, Tina felt both heartbroken and anxious, and since both of them were stubborn, they ended up arguing. Lingfeng took the high-end cigars from a kainu in a box, pretending not to know anything, and rang the doorbell of the neighboring apartment. The neighboring apartment instantly fell silent, and it took a full minute before the door opened. Smoker stood tall and imposing, while Tina smiled sweetly, linking her arm with his, looking very affectionate. Lingfeng. Did I just fall under spell? Hello, I'm Lingfeng. The new neighbor just moved in today, so I came to visit. Oh, there's someone next door? Nice to meet you. I'm Smoker. This is Tina. Please come in. Smoker's bad temper was only directed at superiors. He was still very friendly to Lingfeng, and Tina was even more so. The three chatted for a while, and surprisingly hit it off. Seeing that the timing was right, Lingfeng pointed to the smoke fruit beside them. Smoker, this is... Chapter 143. Exchange to welcome Lingfeng. Smoker and Tina had just been in a flurry of tidying up their apartment. As a result, they accidentally pressed the smoke fruit under some clothes, leaving only half of it exposed. Don't be fooled by Smoker's unwillingness to back down when it comes to the fruit. He was purely indignant, not really placing much importance on this fruit. After all, he didn't know it was a precious Logia-type fruit. Oh, it's the devil fruit, known as the treasure of the sea. Saying this, he casually handed it to Lingfeng and briefly explained its origin. Lingfeng picked up the fruit and examined it, clicking his tongue in admiration as drool almost dripped down. Smoker couldn't help but frown. If it gets your saliva on it, how can I eat it? Lingfeng, calm down. The devil fruit is great, but your own strength is fundamental. Don't get too obsessed with the fruit's abilities. Lingfeng, you have a nerve to say that to me. In the future, won't it be me who kneels 3 times? But I can see that these two don't even know this is the smoke fruit. For Lingfeng, the best way is to take advantage of the information gap and buy or trade the smoke fruit. Even if they find out later, they can only blame themselves for not seeing clearly. Lingfeng hesitated for a moment, but ultimately gave up on that idea. He could be ruthless towards enemies, but he couldn't bring himself to do that with 2 characters on the side of justice. Besides, there are other Logia fruits, and even the remaining ones are stronger than this one. If it doesn't work this time, there will be other opportunities, so he decided to come clean and see if he could straightforwardly trade for the smoke fruit. This fruit is not simple. Smoker, Tina. I once saw a part of a devil fruit encyclopedia during my travels, which recorded information about devil fruits. And this fruit is the Logia-type smoke fruit. What? Smoker and Tina were taken aback. This fruit is a Logia-type? Tina's gaze towards Smoker suddenly softened. That was close. Almost missed out on a Logia-type fruit. Good thing this idiot didn't swallow his pride. As for the argument, so what? If they truly lost the Logia-type fruit because of their quarrel, it would be too light a punishment to just kill them. Smoker, on the other hand, looked excited as if he had hit the jackpot. Since it was a Logia-type fruit, what was there to wait for? Let's eat. Just as he opened his mouth, Lingfeng hurriedly called for a stop. Wait. Smoker, the smoke fruit isn't suitable for a steel-like man like you. Smoker, although he was unhappy about being interrupted, he was flattered by being called a steel-like man. What do you mean? Think about it. Once you eat this fruit and face pirates, what will they call you? Yinrun. Can you tolerate that? Smoker was taken aback. Damn, that's so unpleasant. Not only that, when you become a Navy commander and have subordinates, what will the pirates call you? Yindang. Smoker gasped. That's way too unpleasant. But, Smoker sighed. What should I do? I can't just give up a Logia-type fruit for a name, right? Lingfeng patted the box he brought. Isn't this a coincidence? Opening the box, there was indeed the stone fruit inside. Smoker, Tina. Another devil fruit. This is the Paramecia-type stone fruit. Its specific ability is... After hearing Smoker's introduction, both Smoker and Tina were amazed. From his description, the stone fruit was not inferior to the smoke fruit, and its power might even be greater. The only drawback was that it couldn't transform into an element. But against strong enemies, turning into stone and elemental transformation were similar anyway, as neither could be touched. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lingfeng proposed an exchange. Smoker looked at the 2 fruits, feeling a bit hesitant. Suddenly, Tina slammed the table. Let's not talk about whether your information is true or false. Why do you want the smoke fruit? Are you not afraid of being called a unit party? Lingfeng raised his hand, steam bursting from his palm. I'm already a devil fruit user. The stone fruit is not prepared for myself. Tina was taken aback and instinctively asked, Who? My girlfriend. Huh? You have a girlfriend? Why didn't she come along? Tina should go say hello, otherwise it would be too rude. It's fine, she's not here. Tina. She's back home. We haven't seen each other for a long time. She is a strong and beautiful girl, but I always worry about her, so I'm looking for this stone fruit for her. not seeking power, just hoping to give her an extra layer of security. From this perspective, the smoke fruit is actually more suitable for her. As for being part of the eunuch party, she, as a girl, doesn't care about that. Smoker nodded slowly, but Tina's heart shook. Young, beautiful, powerful long distance. It's just like herself. Tina felt something in her eyes slightly heated. All right, let's swap. Smoker was taken aback. Huh, just like that. Tina glared at him, getting more annoyed the more she looked. It's settled. What Tina says goes. Do you have any objections? Smoker was taken aback. Although he didn't understand why Tina was angry, he could only lower his head and agree. Earlier, Lingfeng's little brother said that the stone fruit could summon a giant robot, right? He must go to sea as soon as possible to try it out and let those bastards see. Since that's the case, then let's swap. Then, the two exchanged fruits. Lingfeng put away the smoke fruit, while Smoker eagerly ate the stone fruit. Soon, he slowly sank into the ground. The ground was uneven, and a rock giant nearly reached the ceiling emerged, walking back and forth a few steps before sinking into the ground, and then Smoker slowly came out. He had an excited expression. As expected, it's the stone fruit. It's simply amazing. Tina's eyes also sparkled. At this point, they both believed that Lingfeng really knew about devil fruits. Previously, they were half convinced, agreeing to the swap purely as an exchange of the unknown for the unknown, not caring about whether they would gain or lose. Now they confirmed that the fruit in Lingfeng's hand was indeed the natural smoke fruit. But they decided to keep this matter to themselves. Otherwise, it's nearly impossible for Lingfeng alone to protect this fruit. After completing the transaction, Lingfeng was in a good mood and asked, Miss Tina, are you a devil fruit user? Tina shook her head. Unfortunately, I am not. Lingfeng nodded. It seems she hadn't obtained the barrier fruit yet. If you ever get a devil fruit, remember not to eat it right away. Wait for me to help you identify it. Huh. Smoker and Tina were both surprised and delighted. Although the devil fruits are known as treasures of the sea, their quality varies. Previously, eating a devil fruit was like opening a blind box, but if Lingfeng helped, it would greatly reduce the risk of eating a trash fruit. Tina absolutely couldn't miss this opportunity. So, Tina nodded. All right, it's a deal. Chapter 144. Don't blame me for destroying Flower. Smoker still had to clean up and say goodbye to Tina properly. So Lingfeng chatted for a while before getting up to leave. After Smoker and Tina saw him off, they both breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at each other. The previous awkwardness between them was because Tina felt that tearing things apart for an unknown devil fruit and that group of ruthless bastards was not worth it. Now, knowing it was a natural fruit, her attitude changed immediately. As expected of the man I have my eyes on, his vision is indeed sharp. Although in the end, it was swapped for the stone fruit, which doesn't sound as good as a natural fruit, but who cares? We are all soldiers. Whoever can earn military merit is good. Unexpectedly, Colonel Lingfeng, at such a young age, knows so much. It seems that going out for a walk is indeed good. Tina was being paranoid. It's not like you don't care about me. However, what he said about fruit ability awakening is quite interesting. It turns out Lingfeng thought that although the stone fruit is powerful in land battles, it would be helpless in naval battles. He was worried that Smoker might meet an unfortunate end, so he shared the information about fruit awakening. After awakening, a paramecia user will assimilate the surrounding environment. When they encounter naval battles in the future, perhaps they could assimilate the deck into stone and still use their abilities. As for whether the ship would sink, that's not something he needed to consider. But, what is this for me? Smoker looked puzzled at the small box on the table. Inside were a dozen palm-sized metal plates, engraved with the word justice. He picked up a piece of paper on the table. Windmill Village, Kokoyashi Village, Low Town. When I go to the East Blue later, I will find a hidden place to put a metal plate in these locations while patrolling. Tina also picked up a metal plate to take a look. The material was ordinary, with no hidden features. Nothing seemed unusual. Tina was also puzzled, but since there was no problem, she might as well help him out. As it didn't take much effort, Smoker nodded silently while holding a cigarette. On the other side, Lingfeng returned to the apartment and kissed the smoke fruit a few times. After searching everywhere, it was effortless to obtain the natural fruit. The mission is complete. I can go back now. Once I stuff my smoke fruit into Qing Yin's mouth, I can rest easy. You think you can poke my eyes? Go poke your grandpa. System, I want to. Just as Lingfeng was about to teleport back, a memory suddenly interrupted his actions. It turned out that one of his shadow clones had sneaked onto a cargo ship heading to Dressrosa to transport supplies. After more than 10 days of sailing, they finally reached their destination. The shadow clone also successfully infiltrated Dressrosa, but as soon as it set down the flying thunder god mark in a lab, it was ambushed and eliminated without even seeing the enemy's shadow. Lingfeng cursed inwardly. Useless. Then he realized this was essentially scolding himself, so he got even angrier. Is Dressrosa that powerful? Instantly wiped out the shadow clone without leaving a trace. This experience also changed his mind. Originally, he thought the clone would take months to reach the target, but now it seemed it wouldn't take that long. Since he had waited this long, he might as well stay a little longer and wait for news from Sabeti Archipelago and the Kingdom of Teia. By then, he could take a trip to see if he could obtain other natural fruits. Thunder, forest gas. Any of these fruits is stronger than smoke. Since he achieved the transformation from nothing to something, he should solve the issue of improving from something to something better. For the next 3 days, Lingfeng lingered in various bars, drinking to the point of oblivion every day. Along the way, he negotiated supply cooperation with several taverns. In the world of Naruto, there were only bland sake, and due to the war, it was often out of stock, but in the pirate world, red wine, white wine, rum, everything was available. No transportation between the two worlds. I didn't cross over for nothing. Before taking control of the territory, arms trade was not a good choice, as the supply was too unstable. But liquor was different. It was definitely in large quantities and could fill up. The happy days are always short-lived. On this day, Lingfeng, who was about to showcase his skills at the bar, was called away by a stern-looking female Navy officer and brought to a training ground. In a vast area, there were only 2 people. One was the stern-faced Crane, and the other was the even more unfriendly Zephyr. Oh no, I've been having too much fun these days and forgot to find Crane. Lingfeng hurriedly approached Crane and respectfully saluted. Vice Admiral Crane, I report to you. Crane stared at him for a moment and snorted coldly. Zephyr, I've brought him to you. Now it's up to you. After all, Lingfeng is Sakazuki's favorite, so don't hold back. Lingfeng, this. Zephyr's expression was as cold as a granite statue. He stepped forward to Lingfeng, looking down at him, and Lingfeng felt like a rabbit being eyed by a bear. You're Lingfeng, the one with the strange ninjutsu. Aye, enough. No need to say more. I don't like to be verbose. Let's go straight to the practical demonstration. Zephyr took off his cape and threw it to Crane, who deftly caught it and silently retreated to a distance. I won't use my full strength against a rookie like you. But if you die because you're too weak, don't blame me. Just pray that your ninjutsu is as powerful as Sakazuki says. After saying that, he suddenly disappeared, and the next moment appeared right in front of Lingfeng with a fist the size of a sandbag. No, it should be the size of a basketball, right in front of him. So fast. Although Lingfeng knew that Zephyr was trying to intimidate him, he was still startled. He didn't know if this punch was infused with haki. If it was even a third raikage would probably be punched through. Fortunately, Zephyr wasn't playing for real. Lingfeng narrowly dodged and quickly leaped back to create distance, rapidly forming hand seals. Water release, water surge wave. A water vortex appeared in front of Lingfeng and surged towards Zephyr. Oh, is this it? Creating water out of thin air, interesting. Zephyr didn't dodge and allowed the water to engulf him. A few seconds later, the water flow dissipated, and Zephyr was pushed back quite far, but still stood upright. His posture unchanged. Spitting water? Child's play. Is that all you've got? Of course not. Earth release, earth split palm. Lingfeng placed his hands on the ground, chakra spreading across the surface. Suddenly, a huge crack appeared in the ground, swallowing Zephyr, and then giant rocks surged, burying him underground. But the next second, a muffled sound came from below, and all the giant rocks were suddenly lifted into the air and fell far away from the training ground. Zephyr emerged, brushing off the dirt, his clothes tattered. But he was completely unharmed. Not enough, not enough. Come on. Lingfeng used several ninjutsu, but Zephyr seemed like a lump of iron. He either withstood the attacks with no effect or easily dispelled them. Apart from the great fireball technique that turned his hairstyle from slicked back to porcupine, the rest of the ninjutsu merely scattered dust on his clothes. Zephyr walked back to Lingfeng. Is this all you've got? That Sakazuki kid really made a big deal out of it. Lingfeng sighed inwardly, as expected of an admiral, without the power of the devil fruit or tailed beasts. He couldn't even break through Zephyr's defenses. Mr. Zephyr, may I ask you a question? Did you use haki? Of course not. For a brat like you, there's no need for haki. If you can force me to use haki for defense, then you pass. Any means are allowed. Of course. Lingfeng took a deep breath and pulled out a scroll. Well then, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chapter 145, Ruthlessly Destroying Flowers. Lingfeng touched the scroll, and white smoke billowed, revealing a pile of shuriken and kunai in his hand. Crane's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, Sakazuki said he had a kind of paper that could explode. I didn't expect there would be one that could hold things. I wonder about the capacity. If it's large enough and the cost is low, it will be much more convenient in the future. Lingfeng jumped high and threw out several shuriken, which curved in midair, attacking Zephyr from all directions. Zephyr looked down on this crude attack, thinking, is this a joke? Lingfeng didn't stop and quickly formed hand seals. Ninjutsu, Shadow, Shuriken Technique. The shuriken suddenly split. One became two became four, and in an instant, it turned into thousands of shuriken, raining down. Zephyr and Crane, what the hell? This technique that drastically increases resources made both of them excited. However, the power was still insufficient to pose a challenge to Zephyr. Even without using Haki, he had plenty of ways to deal with it. Iron block. Zephyr tensed his entire body. The shuriken hit him, making a metallic sound and sparking a few sparks, but aside from making his clothes more tattered, it had no effect. The defense of iron block varies with the strength of the user. When Zephyr used iron block, his body's hardness was several times stronger than real steel. But Lingfeng was waiting for this opportunity. Even Zephyr, with iron block, will slow down his movements. He moved quickly, constantly changing positions, and finally appeared behind Zephyr, stabbing him with a kunai. Konoha, fluid technique secret art. 1,000 years of killing. Zephyr looked down on it. What is this toy? Just then, there was a thud, and Zephyr's expression changed drastically as the kunai hit its mark. If it weren't for the iron block state, he would probably have bled out. Even so, he felt an indescribable sharp pain. Zephyr's face instantly turned red. You little brat. Just as he was about to pull out the kunai, his body suddenly stiffened. Although he didn't see the explosive tag attached to the kunai, which was now sizzling, his years of battle instinct made his back feel cold. Not good. Zephyr didn't even have time to pull out the kunai and quickly covered his body with armament Haki. There was a loud explosion and smoke billowed. Zephyr stumbled. The kind of explosion he usually disregarded, now making his rear end tingle. If he hadn't used Haki for defense, he would have been in serious trouble. Fortunately, he remembered to harden his pants with Haki at the last moment. Otherwise, his reputation would have been ruined. Zephyr was furious. You scheming little brat. He no longer held back and charged at Lingfeng. A flurry of punches and kicks ensued, leaving Lingfeng howling in pain. As he walked, he secretly thanked his lucky stars that his students weren't there. If they saw him in such a sorry state, how could he lead the team in the future? As for Crane, that wouldn't matter. She wasn't the type to gossip. But before he could finish his relief, he heard loud laughter from the rooftop. Upon hearing that sound, Zephyr's face instantly froze, and he mechanically turned his head to look. Unbeknownst to him, Sengoku and Garp had come and were sitting on the roof watching the show. Seeing the earlier scene, the two of them were pinching their thighs to hold back their laughter, and now seeing Zephyr breaking down, they could no longer contain themselves. Especially Garp, who was laughing so hard he nearly fell off the roof. Ah-ha! Zephyr, how does it feel? You seem to be enjoying yourself, huh? Pua-ha-ha! Sengoku barely maintained his admiral's dignity, his face flushed from holding back laughter. Zephyr, you worked hard. Buheli numero. Do you need to go to hospital? Buheli numero. I can give you a leave. Zephyr's eyes instantly turned red. Two old thieves, too much to bear. I'll send you both to the hospital first. With that, he charged in and threw two punches. Oh, it hurts, the purple hair bastard. You're serious. Look at my iron fist. Damn, Zephyr. You bastard, you attacked the commander. Shockwave, I'm not afraid of you. An old man relying on a devil fruit and a fool of an old man. Come on. Wow. While the three old men immediately got into a brawl, and just the aftermath turned the training ground into a mess. Feeling more powerful than his own ninjutsu. In the end, it was Crane who couldn't stand it anymore, and with one punch to each, they calmed down. Finally, Crane dragged Sengoku and Garp away by their ears, leaving only Zephyr and Lingfeng. Zephyr adjusted his pants and looked at Lingfeng with an unhappy expression. Ahem, you passed this time. From now on, you're a member of the new recruit training camp. Although your strength is quite good among the newcomers, I won't give you any special treatment. And Zephyr's big face leaned in, gritting his teeth. This kind of move must not be used against comrades in the future. Yes, teacher Zephyr. Lingfeng quickly agreed obediently. Not being able to use it against comrades means he can use it against pirates. Teacher Zephyr, you're not exactly an honest man either. The next day, Lingfeng arrived at the training ground, where hundreds of Navy soldiers looked at him curiously. Zephyr introduced Lingfeng to everyone and then had them train, leaving only Lingfeng. You are special. I have to give you some special training. In terms of strength, Lingfeng was naturally outstanding. Sakazuki even said that Lingfeng had never used his full strength. Judging by his current performance, he was even below the rank of colonel. But his physique was simply too poor. In Zephyr's eyes, it was somewhat pitiful. Another fool relying on abilities and techniques. This was Zephyr's evaluation of Lingfeng. As a responsible teacher, he would never allow his students to take shortcuts. Since you lacked exercise in the past, I will make sure to give you a solid lesson. He handed Lingfeng a piece of paper. This is your training list. Follow this to train. Remember, this is your daily training task. Lingfeng looked at the training content on the paper, stunned. Cross-country obstacle run 100 kilometers, 100 kilogram weighted push-ups 1,000 times, 100 kilogram weighted pull-ups 1,000 times, and so on. This training volume is too ridiculous, right? Teacher Zephyr, are you serious? Zephyr nodded and patted his shoulder. There's no way around it. Your foundation is too poor. You can only put in several times the effort compared to others. Once you finish these, you'll be done with the warm-up, and then I'll personally train you. Nanny, are you sure I won't become disabled? You mean exercise injuries? Don't worry. The Navy has the best doctors and scientists. Even if you break all your limbs, they can help you make mechanical prosthetics. Lingfeng. Chapter 146. Chakra Seed in the following days. Lingfeng's life could only be described as unbearable. During the first week of physical training, he spent his days on the playground and nights in the hospital. Zephyr kept an eye on Lingfeng when he wasn't running behind him with a machine gun. He was hanging hundreds of pounds of iron weights on his feet while doing pull-ups on the edge of cliff. Knowing that Lingfeng was a Zoan-type user, he thoughtfully hung a sea prism stone necklace on him, fearing he might catch his breath. To disguise his fear of sea prism stones, Lingfeng had to use no fruit powers at all, relying purely on his body and chakra to endure. Every day, he got up early and went to bed late, covered in injuries, open wounds, fractures, internal injuries, and so on were all commonplace. But it must be said, the Navy hospital is like a bug in the system. In Konoha Hospital, a fracture would require weeks of recovery, but in the Navy headquarters hospital, just wrapping a bandage and downing a bucket of milk would suffice, and surprisingly, the results were quite good with no side effects. Starting from the second week, Zephyr, not content, increased the advanced training and began teaching the 6 powers. Originally, Lingfeng was quite happy, finally able to learn some high-level skills suitable for a colonel status. Unexpectedly, the first lesson was about iron blocks, and the teaching method was very simple. Just take a beating. Zephyr personally took action, using his observation Haki fully activated, attacking with force just beyond Lingfeng's defensive limit, beating him until he was gasping for breath, then dragging him out for rescue. Several times, Lingfeng thought it would be better to just be beaten to death, but he was tricked. Oh no, the Dong Tata clan also appeared in the recruit camp. Every time Lingfeng was about to collapse, Princess Mengxueli would somehow pull out a healing power and stuff it into him, and soon he would be lively again, ready to face Zephyr's trials. Originally, Lingfeng thought only practicing the iron block would be like this, but the rest was no better. Zephyr had his own methods for practicing the 6 powers. He brought in a massive iron block, 2 yards square, welded it to the ground as Lingfeng's training equipment. The finger pistol required him to poke the iron block with all his might, and if he could poke through the surface, he passed. The gale kick required him to kick the edge of the iron block with all his might, and if he could dent it, he passed. The moonwalk required him to stomp on the iron block with all his might, and if he could leave a complete shoe print, he passed. Once the gale kick and moonwalk were about the same, the shave would naturally follow. As for the paper drawing, it didn't require that iron block, but rather had him stand still while a group of Navy soldiers shot at him. If he could dodge all the bullets without moving his feet, he passed. The main focus was on training until he couldn't take it anymore. In the world of Naruto, with this training method, let alone Lingfeng, even Hashirama Senju would be exhausted. But it seemed that the mechanisms of the pirate world and Naruto world were quite different. No matter how much Lingfeng trained, even if he was heavily injured, as long as he wrapped it up with a bandage and filled his stomach, the next day he could still be lively. And so, a month passed unknowingly. Lingfeng wanted to ascend to heaven, but his physical strength soared, feeling like he was opening the 8 gates every day. One day, after another round of torment, he lay on the ground like a dead dog. Suddenly, his vision darkened, and 2 pairs of shoes appeared before him. Looking up, he saw the long-lost Akainu and Crane. Lingfeng immediately pounced on them. Sakazuki, you finally came. Are you here to pick me up? I want to go to sea. I want real combat. I can even pull the boat. Akainu looked down at him and heavily patted his shoulder. As expected of you, Lingfeng-kun, I know you are eager to eliminate evil, but sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. You must first improve your strength. We came this time just to ask a few questions, and once we're done, we'll leave immediately, not delaying your training. By the way, Teacher Zephyr underestimated you too much, only assigning you health and physical training. I've already suggested switching to combat physical training. No need to thank me. Lingfeng staggered back a few steps, feeling as if the sky was about to collapse, and fainted with his eyes rolled back. When he woke up again, he was already in a hospital bed. Akainu and Crane sat beside him, chatting casually, not at all concerned about Lingfeng fainting. Several soldiers had fainted in the recruit camp before. Seeing Lingfeng awake, the two walked over. Without saying a word, Akainu started pulling out alcohol in his eyes as long as one wasn't dead or disabled. There was nothing that couldn't be cured with a bottle of alcohol. Hawkeye was reliable, knowing to help him up first, offering a cup of water and a towel. The two didn't waste much time on small talk and slowly recounted the reason for their visit. It turned out that there was a problem during the Navy's training in ninjutsu. Initially, Lingfeng was teaching ninjutsu on Akainu's ship, and in a short time, many people felt the chakra, indicating that the teaching progress was rapid. Later, Lingfeng arrived at the new recruit camp and learned that Zifa had successfully refined chakra. However, when they mastered chakra and tried to teach others, they simply couldn't succeed. The higher-ups in the Navy were baffled. Akainu had been present during Lingfeng's teaching, and the steps were exactly the same, yet there was no effect at all. The Navy's high command felt like a thirsty person staring at a table full of delicious food, yet unable to eat. In desperation, they could only come to ask Lingfeng. Lingfeng was also somewhat confused, thinking, if you ask me, who should I ask? He racked his brain, piecing together information, and eventually came up with a hypothesis. In the world of Naruto, the source of chakra is the God Tree. After consuming the God Tree's fruit, Kaguya Otsutsuki obtained chakra and later passed it on to her two sons. Subsequently, the Sage of Six Paths further disseminated chakra, allowing more people to grasp it. So the question arose, how did the feathered robe pass it on to others? Was it through oral tradition? That would be no different from those who already had chakra. Was it through physical contact? Even if you pulled out all the hair from the Sage of Six Paths, it wouldn't be feasible to handle so many people. Therefore, Lingfeng boldly speculated that the Ten Tails had the power to awaken chakra, equivalent to chakra seeds. As the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, both Kaguya, Otsutsuki, and the Sage of Six Paths possessed the same ability. No physical touch was needed. Just being close could activate the chakra within, somewhat like a contagious disease. Of course, activation was one thing, and awakening was another. The tailed beasts were derived from the Ten Tails, thus possessing the same ability. This also explained why almost no one mastered ninjutsu during the Sage of Six Paths time, but later there were so many ninjas, because, after hundreds or thousands of years of dissemination, chakra had long spread throughout the ninja world. Lingfeng even suspected that the Sage of Six Paths split the Ten Tails into 9, not only out of concern for control, but also to fragment it and accelerate the spread of chakra. As a Jinchuriki, he inherited this ability. Therefore, those who had been in close proximity to him, whether on Akainu's ship or in the new recruit training camp, successfully awakened their chakra, while those who had never encountered him would find it futile to use the same methods. Lingfeng's mind was suddenly jolted. Wow, have I become the Sage of Six Paths? Chapter 147. The internship ship. 3 days later, Lingfeng was tearfully leaning over the ship's railing. Finally out. That day, Lingfeng shared his hypothesis with Hawk. Of course, he didn't say he had 2 monsters in his belly, but rather claimed that his fruit could make those close to him more easily activate chakra, while also transforming into the complete form of the 5 tails, giving everyone a good show. Although the tailed beasts were asleep, they could still transform, but their consciousness was entirely controlled by Lingfeng. Overall, people in the pirate world were much easier to deceive than those in the Naruto world. Coupled with the fact that devil fruits varied widely and the world government couldn't claim to have fully researched them, since Lingfeng said so, no one could prove it was false, and thus it was all brushed aside. The current Navy High Command completely regarded Lingfeng as a secret cheat code, treating him with utmost care, but insisting that he stay at headquarters, minimizing his interactions with others in outings. However, Zifa scoffed at this. Lingfeng was a good soldier. Hiding such a good soldier was a huge loss for the Navy and for Lingfeng himself. If they truly cared for him, they shouldn't keep him hidden, but should let him stand on his own as soon as possible. If he could reach the strength of a general, who would still worry about him dying halfway? Therefore, Zifa ignored Sengoku's opinions and took Lingfeng out to sea as soon as his training subjects were completed. As soon as they set sail, Lingfeng was so excited he almost cried. 1 month. Do you know how I got through this month? Was life on the ship tough? Yes. Many new recruits disliked life on the ship. But for Lingfeng, the ship was paradise. After all, the deck was too small and fragile to withstand Zifa's antics, so he could finally catch his breath. Just as Lingfeng was enjoying the sunshine, a somewhat awkward voice suddenly came from behind him. Hello, are you Colonel Lingfeng? Lingfeng. Turning around, he saw a tall, thin Navy man with a sausage-shaped mouth, awkwardly standing in front of him with a green long knife on his back. Lingfeng recognized him as one of the new recruits, but he had never interacted with him before and didn't know his identity. Yes, that's me. Is there something you need? The sausage-mouthed Navy slightly bowed. Colonel Lingfeng, I am this year's new recruit, Binzi. Although we rarely meet, I have been paying attention to you for a long time. Oh, why? I heard that you are a ninja, and the chakra we are learning now is brought by you, right? Lingfeng. This wasn't a secret, so he nodded. The sausage-mouthed Navy formed hand seals, and suddenly a circle of chakra appeared around him, making his clothes flutter. Lingfeng was somewhat surprised. Wow, you've reached this level in just a few days. It's only been 2 weeks, and you've reached this level. Could this guy be a genius? Binzi took a deep breath, and the chakra slowly dissipated. I believe I have already mastered the refinement and application of chakra, so I want to learn deeper things, especially the legendary ninjutsu. As soon as these words were spoken, the ears of the surrounding Navy instantly perked up. Where? Ninjutsu. What ninjutsu? Who wants to use ninjutsu? Can it spit fire? Can it spray water? Can it create clones? Can it turn invisible? In an instant, the ship was in an uproar. Lingfeng's head suddenly felt heavy. Hey, do you guys take me for a circus clown? Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Lingfeng spat out a bunch of fireballs, dispersing the increasingly gathered Navy around him. Although the Navy shouted and several people's hair got singed, they were still exhilarated, with many eyes shining brightly. Oh, he spat fire. It's really fire release. So amazing, just like a power user. I was wrong. I need to practice chakras seriously. They were different from the people on Akainu's ship. Most of the people on Akainu's ship had seen Lingfeng use ninjutsu and were aware of its power, even easily defeating over 100 million pirates. Therefore, they longed for ninjutsu, and no matter how difficult, tedious, or boring the training was, they had enough motivation to persevere. The new recruit camp was different. Lingfeng had never demonstrated ninjutsu, and everything they knew about it was hearsay. They had no intuitive concept, and even worried that they and their superiors had been deceived. Even if someone later refined chakra, they didn't know what it was useful for, and still felt uneasy. This time, when Lingfeng used ninjutsu, it was like a strong shot of adrenaline for them. It made them realize that mastering ninjutsu was not just empty talk like the devil fruit. Lingfeng worked hard to dissuade everyone. Suddenly, Binzi turned back, kneeling with a thud. Teacher Lingfeng, please teach me. I can become your disciple now. Lingfeng. No way. That would be ridiculous. We are classmates. What kind of teacher is not honest? Binzi showed no signs of giving up. Teacher, I like ninjutsu. From today on, we are classmates in class and master and disciple outside. I will call you master, and you will call me classmate. Lingfeng. Suddenly, a clear voice came from beside them. Binzi, it was so noisy here just now. What happened? Binzi. Lingfeng. Turning around, he saw a female Navy with smooth, blue, wavy long hair, who was both beautiful and well-proportioned. Oh, what a beautiful girl. Upon seeing the girl, several nearby Navy members showed lewd expressions, while Binzi remained composed, making Lingfeng look at him with a new level of respect. Binzi quickly explained, oh, we were just... but was interrupted by the female Navy waving her hand. Forget it. I'm not interested in that. What about you? Didn't you say? Binzi first froze, then suddenly slapped his forehead, revealing a look of regret. It's my fault for almost forgetting the main matter. I'm sorry. After saying that, he turned and bowed to Lingfeng. Sorry, Teacher Lingfeng. I have something urgent to attend to. I need to excuse myself first. Hearing Binzi call Lingfeng teacher, the female Navy showed surprise but said nothing, pulling Binzi to leave. Suddenly, Lingfeng called out to them, frowning at the female Navy. Wait, what is your name? You look a bit familiar to me. The female Navy smiled slightly, clearly used to this kind of pickup line. My name is Ein. Maybe you've seen me at the training ground. After saying that, she turned and walked away. Lingfeng pondered for a moment, nodded, and watched the two leave. Suddenly, he thought of something, his expression changing drastically as he grabbed a passing Navy member. Hey, besides Teacher Zephyr, are there any other officers on this ship? Huh? No, we are just a training ship. Lingfeng muttered to himself, so that means the defensive power of this ship is actually quite weak. The Navy member rolled his eyes. Weak defense? Teacher Zephyr is right here, isn't he? He was a former admiral. It's precisely because he is here that this training ship has never been attacked in all these years. Lingfeng, Crisis. Chapter 148. Uchiha Dien on the southeastern border of Konoha, there stood a camp. This was a forward outpost defending the hidden mist village, where the Konoha ninja troops led by the Uchiha clan were stationed. Compared to camps in other directions, this camp was somewhat shabby, with only about 100 Uchiha clan members and a few hundred civilian ninjas. However, due to the fame of the Uchiha clan, even the hidden mist village had to think twice. A few days before Lingfeng headed to the pirate world, the camp welcomed two unexpected guests, Vortex Ichin and Vortex Tunshin, who looked weary from their travels. They arrived at the camp entrance, guarded by two Uchiha clan members, Uchiha Changju and his subordinate Uchiha Shinping, who had been beaten up several times before. Upon seeing the strangers approach, the two immediately activated their Sharingan. Who goes there? Stop! Upon recognizing the red-haired newcomers, they were taken aback. The Uchiha clan had always been proud, and among the ninja clans in the ninja world, very few could earn their respect. Only a handful like Senju, Hyuga, and Kirigakure, and the Vortex clan was one of them. Back then, the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan had a love-hate relationship, and the Vortex clan had often assisted the Senju clan. Although their direct combat power was not as strong as the Senju, their sealing, sensing, and recovery techniques had given the Uchiha clan a lot of trouble. Therefore, even now, the relationship between the two clans was somewhat delicate. Vortex Ichin stepped forward. I am Vortex Ichin, carrying a letter for Uchiha Qingyin. I kindly ask the two of you to notify her. The two Uchiha exchanged glances, and their attitude immediately turned cold. This is a secured area. No lingering is allowed. We are not obligated to notify her for you. Leave the letter and you can go. Vortex Ichin frowned slightly. This is a private letter. Unless the person herself is here, I will never hand it over to anyone unrelated. Seeing that the two remained unmoved, he took out a token. This is Lord Mito's token, which allows passage to any location in Konoha. Since you two won't notify her, we will go in and find her ourselves. With that, he walked straight toward the entrance. Bold! Uchiha Changju exploded in anger, drawing his ninja sword and pointing it at Vortex Ichin. One more step and you die. Vortex Ichin showed no reaction and continued to walk forward. Uchiha Changju snorted coldly and initiated the attack, swinging his ninja sword towards Vortex Ichin. Careful! Uchiha Shinping shouted, but not at Vortex Ichin, but at Uchiha Changju. Suddenly, a dull sound echoed, and Uchiha Changju was instantly sent flying, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a stop. A figure landed gracefully. It was Qingyin, who brushed off the dust from her clothes. She coldly glanced at Uchiha Changju. Uchiha Changju, you really can't learn your lesson. Qingyin happened to arrive at the camp entrance, originally disinterested in meddling, but unexpectedly got involved. Seeing that he not only intercepted her letter, but also attacked the messenger, her anger flared, and she decisively intervened. However, Qingyin clearly did not go all out. Although Uchiha Changju was in a sorry state, he was not injured. He roared and stood up. Uchiha Qingyin, how dare you lay hands on your own clansman for an outsider? In that case, don't blame me for being merciless. Saying this, he charged at her, swinging his sword down at Qingyin. Qingyin did not dodge, waiting until the ninja sword fell before sidestepping to avoid the blade, and at the same time, she grabbed the sword handle and twisted it. Uchiha Changju felt a sharp pain in his wrist as the ninja sword slipped from his hand. He was taken aback and was about to retreat to use ninjutsu, but Qingyin had already seized the ninja sword and pressed it against his neck. Changju! Uchiha Shinping rushed up to help, but Qingyin merely glared at him with her Sharingan, and he immediately fainted. Uchiha Changju broke out in a cold sweat. You! Although Uchiha Shinping only had 2 Tomo, he had activated his Sharingan. He never expected to be so weak in front of Qingyin, like one of those civilian ninjas. Qingyin coldly stared at Uchiha Changju. At this moment, the sky was darkening, and her blood-red Sharingan looked even more eerie. Again and again. I'm tired of your boring and foolish antics. It seems that without giving you a lesson, it won't work. Uchiha Changju finally became afraid. Stop it, you mad woman. Do you really want to harm your own clansmen? Qingyin slowly applied pressure, and Uchiha Changju felt the blade slowly cutting into his skin, cold and painful. Hey, you bastard, stop it. Suddenly, a sigh came from the camp. Stop it, Qingyin. An emaciated old man stepped out from the camp. Upon seeing the old man, Qing Yin frowned slightly. Although she was reluctant, she still lowered her weapon. Elder. The old man was the second elder of the Uchiha clan and the highest commander of the camp, Uchiha Dian. Uchiha Changju touched his neck, feeling the warm blood in his palm, and upon seeing his grandfather, his anger flared. Grandpa, that bastard Qingyan. Before he could finish, Uchiha Dian ignored him and merely shot him a cold glance, immediately cutting off the rest of his words. He then slowly walked up to Vortex Ichin and Vortex Tunshin. Two people slightly leaned forward and saluted. We have met the second elder. Uchiha Tenjin nodded. It's been a long time, both of you. They are from prominent clans. Even the proud Uchiha and the haughty Hyuga, as long as they do not tear their faces, will show enough courtesy. This is not cowardice, but basic decency. The younger generation in the clan is ignorant, making you two laugh. Since you have Lord Mito's token, you are guests of Konoha and can enter at any time. Vortex Iching shook his head to decline. Thank you for your kindness, second elder. We are just delivering a message, and since we have seen the main person, we should take our leave. After saying this, he handed the scroll to Qing Yin, whispered a few words, and then bowed to take his leave. In that case, I will not keep you two. Please send my regards to your clan leader. Thank you, second elder. We will definitely convey it. After the two left, Uchiha Tenjin came before Uchiha Shju, saying nothing, just coldly staring at him. Uchiha Shju swallowed hard. Grandpa, tell me, as a guard, what is your duty? It is, let me tell you, a guard has two duties. One is to ensure safety, and the other is to convey messages. But how did you do it? As a guard, how dare you block a message? Fortunately, Vortex Iching has already explained it was a private message. Otherwise, you would already be a corpse. Uchiha Shju's lips moved, but ultimately lowered his head. I'm sorry, Grandpa. This is the camp. I am your superior, and you are just my subordinate. There are no apologies here, only rewards and punishments. Once the shift is over, you two will go and accept your punishment. Also, you are the principal offender, and Shinpei is the accomplice. Uchiha Shju and Uchiha Shinpei did not dare to refute, and could only hang their heads and say yes. Uchiha Tenjin then looked towards Qing Yin. Although there's a reason, being harsh on clan members, I will punish you with 3 days of confinement. Do you accept it? Qing Yin slightly bowed. I accept. I will go to receive my punishment now. Excuse me. After saying this, she left without looking back. Uchiha Tenjin, seeing that the matter was settled, he also prepared to return to the camp. Suddenly, he paused, turned his head to look at a large tree not far away. His expression slightly puzzled, but then he shook his head, withdrew his gaze, and re-entered the camp. Once his figure completely disappeared, a parasitic insect flew away stealthily. Chapter 149. Heading to the land of waves in the confinement room, Qing Yin sat cross-legged with her eyes closed. This was a meditation taught by Lingfeng. After each session, her mind became exceptionally clear, and she came to enjoy this exercise. Therefore, the confinement that other Uchiha avoided was nothing to her. Just confinement, not a small dark room. A few meditations would pass by. Moreover, meditating here was peaceful, unlike when Lingfeng was around, always meddling under the guise of training focus. Focus my foot. It was just touching and even pinching. Time passed minute by minute. As dusk approached, most of the guards left, leaving only 2 at the door. After all, it was just a confinement room, not a prison. Feeling that no one was around, Qing Yin slowly opened her eyes. She first lit a candle, then took out the scroll Lingfeng gave her, placed it on the ground, formed hand seals. And a puff of white smoke passed by. The scroll now had a kunai, several small scrolls, and a letter. Qing Yin first picked up the kunai and examined it. It had the Flying Thunder god mark, and she instantly understood Lingfeng's intention. So she put the kunai into her ninja tool pouch. At the same time, Lingfeng far away also sensed the Flying Thunder god mark, but was called away by Sito in the mountains. Then Qing Yin picked up the letter. The front was filled with cheesy flirting and lewd talk, making her face flush. When she saw the serious matters at the back, her expression became serious. After reading the letter, she pondered for a moment and summoned a ninja cat. The ninja cat rubbed against Qing Yin's hand and meowed. She took out specially prepared dried fish and handed it to the ninja cat, whispering a few words. The ninja cat happily grabbed the fish and slipped out through the window, disappearing after a few jumps. Qing Yin placed the letter in the candle flame until it turned to ashes, then checked the small scrolls. The scrolls contained ninjutsu previously obtained by Lingfeng, all fire, lightning, and wind attributes, suitable for Qing Yin's training. A hint of sweetness appeared on her face, but she quickly returned to normal, put away the scrolls, and continued to sit cross-legged with her eyes closed in silence. After a while, a figure appeared behind Qing Yan. She slowly opened her eyes. Brother Yuan. The visitor was indeed Uchiha Yuan, who sighed after hearing her greeting. Qing Yan, I've heard about the situation. Although Ju was at fault, you were too impulsive. If the second elder hadn't appeared suddenly, and you had really acted harshly, it would have been troublesome. Qing Yan replied indifferently. So what? Lingfeng gave me something. He doesn't have the right to stop me. Uchiha Yuan's eyelids twitched slightly. You. Forget it. I've already pleaded for you with the second elder. Your confinement is over. Come with me in a bit. Brother Yuan, I didn't come to you for such a trivial matter as confinement. What? I want to ask you to take me to see the second elder. In the command tent, the second elder sat in the main seat, with several high-ranking Uchiha members beside him, all of whom were from the Hawkish faction. Below, Uchiha Qing Yan stood there, her expression calm, while Uchiha Yuan was beside her, looking uncertain. The second elder frowned slightly. You want to go to the land of waves? Uchiha Yuan gritted his teeth and affirmed, and Qing Yan also slightly nodded in agreement. The second elder leaned back in his chair. Explain your thoughts. Uchiha Yuan stepped forward. Yes, I believe the land of waves and the land of whirlpools are the two closest large islands to Konoha, and the Uzumaki clan is stationed in the land of whirlpools, so there's no need to worry. However, the land of waves has a blank defense. If it's occupied by the mist, we'll be very passive. Therefore, we suggest increasing the guard strength in the land of waves and moving the defense forward. A high-ranking Uchiha member snorted coldly. Yuan, you should know the current situation of the camp. We can't allocate extra resources to build a new camp. Given the attitude of Konoha's F4 towards the Uchiha, there was no hope for abundant resources. If they cut back, it would be considered a gain for the Uchiha. This was also one reason why the Hawkish faction was increasingly dissatisfied with the village. Unfortunately, the Uchiha had always relied on force against the third Hokage and Danzo. They couldn't win a fight or a debate, and every time they sought resources, it was all in vain. It was better with the third Hokage, as there were no resources, at least a few kind words. If they met that one-eyed dragon, they would only end up angered. If it were another camp, it would be better. Those smaller countries, though not as wealthy as the 5 great countries, at least had some oil and water. After a display of strength, the noble merchants would spend money to buy peace, which could be considered a small subsidy. Unfortunately, the land of waves was so poor it was pitiful. Extracting money from there was harder than squeezing oil from stones, so building another camp was impossible. Qing Yan stepped forward. We don't need a camp. Several high-ranking members. What? We are just monitoring. It's enough for me and Brother Yuan to go. Once we find a mist, if there are few of them, we will deal with them. If there are many, we will avoid the confrontation. No matter what, we will relay the information back, giving the camp more time to respond. Hearing Qing Yan say this, the high-ranking members were also somewhat moved. Indeed, with 2 people from the past, the cost is much lower. Although the camp supplies are scarce, they can still scrape together a few resources. Moreover, this time a large portion of the Uchiha clan has mobilized, and there are more than 20 jonin in the camp, so they are not lacking those too. The second elder's fingers lightly tapped on the table. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately expressed his agreement. What you said makes sense. 2 people are too few. Find a few more to form a small team, and you can decide the specific candidates yourselves with the original captain. Time is pressing. Choose the people quickly and set off immediately. Uchiha Hara and Qing Yan slightly bowed. Yes. The 2 left the tent to quickly gather personnel and soon found 3 people to form a 5-member team. In terms of strength, Uchiha Hara is an elite jonin, and Qing Yan is no less than a jonin, so they chose 3 chunin. Although the selection is up to them, it can't be too outrageous. Among the 3, one is a handsome young man named Nakano Fuji, who excels in communication and perception. Another is a serious middle-aged man named Kimura Kojiro, who specializes in earth release and lightning release, attributes that are relatively effective against the mist ninja. The last one is a female ninja named Natsum Hai, who is a medical ninja. In the past, Qing Yan would definitely not bring a medical ninja, but after spending time with Lingfeng, he found that having a healer around is indeed convenient. After the team was formed with a command from Uchiha Hara, the 5 rushed out of the camp and disappeared into the depths of the forest. At this time, in the command tent, several high-ranking officials were also busy discussing military affairs. It wasn't until late at night that everyone dispersed. Once no one was around, the second elder let out a long sigh, slowly stood up, and stretched his somewhat stiff waist. Suddenly, his body stiffened, and a flash of pain crossed his expression, and his Sharingan appeared. But in just an instant, his Sharingan closed again, and his expression shifted from pain to confusion, ultimately returning to normal. Chapter 150. Entangled in major events in the pirate world, Lingfeng was completely stunned. He had just been chatting with that Navy officer when a sudden urgent alarm blared over the ship's intercom. Enemy attack, pirate ship sighted ahead. All personnel, take your designated positions. Lingfeng was dumbfounded, looking at the Navy officer who had confidently claimed they wouldn't be attacked. That Navy officer also looked dark, as if he had been slapped. Damn pirates, I'll make you understand my power. He drew his sword, filled with murderous intent, and returned to the ranks, ready to teach those ungrateful pirates a lesson. Lingfeng, although the ship was filled with rookies, everyone moved quickly, and within minutes they were lined up, all eager to show off their skills and teach the pirates a lesson. Lingfeng looked around, his expression somewhat strange. Just as that Navy officer had said, there were no other officers on the ship except for Zephyr. They were all rookies. Lingfeng, a colonel, was actually the highest-ranking officer under Zephyr. Forced into the front position, he looked around but did not see Zephyr. What's going on? How could Captain Zephyr not be here at a time like this? After a while, the cabin door opened, and Zephyr strode out to the front of the crowd. Humph, a mere pirate dares to covet a warship, truly unaware of their own mortality. Zephyr stood there like an iron tower, giving a great sense of security. But Lingfeng, being a medical ninja, immediately sensed something was off. Although Zephyr's movements were normal and nothing seemed unusual, his breathing was particularly hoarse and heavy, sounding like a bellows. Lingfeng stepped forward and lowered his voice. Captain Zephyr, are you all right? Zephyr seemed unconcerned. Sorry, just a little cough. I came out late and made you little brats worry. Don't worry, I'm feeling better than ever. Lingfeng. After a while, the pirate ship drew closer. Lingfeng looked in the distance and immediately saw a tall pirate standing at the bow, holding a naginata, resembling a younger, overweight, mentally challenged version of Whitebeard. Oh my god, it really is Edward Weevil. How did I get involved in such a major event on my first outing with Zephyr? According to the normal course of history, Zephyr would be defeated in this battle, losing an arm, and all the rookies on the ship except for Ein and Binz would be killed. Now that I'm here, I wonder what changes will occur. The warship and the pirate ship faced off closely. At this moment, an old woman with blonde hair, leaning on a cane, appeared beside Weevil, dressed in a coat and adorned with extravagant jewelry. Upon seeing her, Zephyr finally showed a shocked expression. Stussy, you bastard, why are you here? As a veteran admiral who experienced the Rocks era, Zephyr naturally recognized the former cadre of the Rocks pirates. In terms of strength, Stussy is not top tier, but surviving in the Rocks pirates and becoming a cadre, and still being alive now, is enough to demonstrate her danger. Stussy let out a few eerie laughs. Admiral Zephyr, it's been a long time. I'm a pirate, so it's not strange for me to appear anywhere. Zephyr snorted coldly. I never expected you to still be alive, and that you, who have always been obsessed with plundering wealth, would actively appear in front of the Navy. Stussy's expression was particularly arrogant. Who said there was no wealth here? For pirates, as long as they have fame, wealth will come rolling in. As she spoke, a glint of cold light flashed in her eyes. In the sea, what could be more famous than defeating an admiral? Zephyr coldly laughed. With you? It's not that he underestimated her. Although Stussy's strength is not weak, and she possesses the ability of a Zoan devil fruit, she is still far behind compared to an admiral. As for the big guy beside her from the aura, he is not his opponent either. I wouldn't dare challenge the legendary black-armed Zephyr. She poked the big guy beside her with her cane. Let me introduce you. This is my son, and he will be your next opponent, Edward Weevil. You better be careful, Zephyr. My son has inherited the bloodline of the world's strongest man. All the Navy soldiers were taken aback. Whitebeard, the world's strongest man, would look at such an ugly woman. But Zephyr remained silent. He knew what Stussy looked like when she was young. How to put it? Very capable. Young Stussy vs. old Stussy at this moment. Stussy pointed at the warship. My son, take out all those annoying Navy men. Leave not one behind. Oh. Yes, Mom. Weevil roared skyward. His aura surged, and his momentum suddenly increased several times as he jumped into the air, raising his naginata and striking down fiercely at Zephyr. Zephyr did not dare to be careless, and quickly used armament haki to cover his arm, meeting the blow with a powerful punch. The naginata and fist collided, erupting with black lightning, and the immense force blew the seawater away. instantly creating a massive depression on the sea surface. Zephyr roared, unleashing his immense power, sending Weevil flying. Weevil soared high, landing on the mast, looking down at Zephyr. Zephyr clenched his fist, staring intently at Weevil. This guy has great strength. At this moment, the surrounding Navy soldiers reacted and raised their guns to shoot. A number of bullets hit Weevil, but they didn't break his defense. Instead, they only made him angry. You little minions are really annoying. He charged into the crowd, sweeping his naginata, causing a group of Navy soldiers to scream as they were either heavily slammed against the ship's railing or fell directly into the sea. You're no match for me. Scatter. Zephyr quickly rushed forward and threw a punch at Weibel's head. Weibel dodged just in time and countered with a slash. But Zephyr blocked it. Thus, Zephyr and Weibel engaged in a fierce battle. Although the Navy soldiers wanted to assist, they were powerless to do so. The aftermath of the two men's fight was enough to keep them at bay. Lingfeng also seized the opportunity to exchange blows with Weibel. One could only say that he truly lived up to being someone with the strength of Whitebeard in his youth, as his body was incredibly strong. After taking just one punch from him, Lingfeng was sent flying, crashing through the wooden boards and falling into the ship's cabin. Struggling to get up, he couldn't help but bitterly smile. After training for so long and becoming so much stronger, he still felt so weak and fragile in front of top-tier powerhouses. Without the powers of the tailed beast and the forest fruit, he wouldn't even be able to defend himself. Lingfeng rushed out of the cabin. Just as he wanted to continue fighting, he suddenly saw the injured soldiers on the ground, some of whom were gravely wounded and close to death. He glanced over at Zephyr's side, hesitating for a moment, but ultimately decided to prioritize rescuing the severely injured. Chapter 151. Hostage. The battle between Zephyr and Weibel was exceptionally intense, with dozens of Navy soldiers getting caught in the crossfire and accidentally injured. Among them, several unfortunate souls with particularly severe injuries. If left unattended, they might not survive until the end of the fight. Fortunately, with Lingfeng, an expert from Konoha Hospital around, although he was still a novice at treating illnesses, he was absolutely professional when it came to healing injuries. He might not be able to save someone with their heart torn out, but he could certainly stabilize those who were critically injured. Lingfeng unleashed his medical ninjutsu to the fullest, and with the enhancement of tailed beast chakra, the injuries of the soldiers healed at a visibly rapid pace. Coupled with the assistance of medical personnel, they quickly treated everyone to a significant extent. At this time, the battle grew even more intense. The clash between Zephyr and Weibel was like thunder striking the ground, with just the shockwaves breaking and destroying the deck and mast. Lingfeng quickly instructed the soldiers to scatter and avoid the fight. For a powerhouse like Zephyr, the assistance of Navy soldiers was negligible, but if they were targeted by Weibel, it would be like giving Zephyr hundreds of vulnerabilities. Fortunately, Zephyr had the upper hand, firmly suppressing Weibel. After fighting for a long time, Zephyr had figured out his opponent's capabilities. In terms of strength, this guy was indeed terrifying, even surpassing his own, giving him a sense of facing a younger version of Whitebeard. In terms of armament hockey, the two were evenly matched, but in terms of combat experience and observation hockey, Zephyr was several streets ahead of Weibel. Weibel's heavy and powerful attacks repeatedly missed, and instead, Zephyr seized the opportunity to counterattack, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Damn it! I'm the son of Whitebeard. Weibel's hockey enveloped his naginata, and he fiercely slashed at Zephyr. Zephyr sidestepped. The blade grazed his body, and the strong blade wind severed the mast, sending it flying off to who knows where. Seizing the opportunity, Zephyr landed a punch on Weibel's side, sending him flying and crashing into a room on the ship, burying him in the rubble. This guy is really hard to deal with. That punch should have broken his ribs, right? But just a few seconds later, Weibel roared as he charged out from the wreckage. Zephyr's expression turned grave. This guy has an incredible ability to take hits. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. The massive bruise left by his punch on Weibel's side was visibly fading at a rapid pace. He couldn't help but be taken aback. What is this abnormal recovery speed? Is it technological power or a fruit ability? The surrounding Navy personnel did not notice this detail, but Lingfeng saw everything. In terms of strength, ninjas below the Six Paths level were indeed weak in the pirate world, but in terms of intelligence gathering, ninjas were far superior to pirates. The manga says Zephyr was defeated by a devil fruit user who cut off his arm. It seems this abnormal recovery ability is Weibel's power. He recalled the bad habits of people in the pirate world and shouted loudly, "Hey, Weibel, what is your ability?" Weibel honestly replied, "I am a full-power human who has eaten the full-power fruit. I can maintain my peak strength until the damage and fatigue exceed my limits." In other words, with the invincible bloodline of Whitebeard, I cannot be defeated. Lingfeng exaggeratedly shouted, "Wow, what a powerful ability! This is truly terrifying." Weibel immediately looked smug. "Oh ho ho ho, that's natural. Although once the damage exceeds my limits, I will immediately be unable to move due to severe injuries. But no one has ever been able to push me to my limits. Not even a Marine Admiral." Lingfeng clapped his hands and cheered. 666. Stussy stood on his pirate ship, unable to hear the conversation between the two due to the distance, unaware that Weibel had revealed his ability in just a few words. Lingfeng signaled to Zephyr with his eyes, information in hand. "Old Zeph, the rest is up to you." Zephyr understood and charged forward again. In the previous battle, seeing his opponent seemingly unaffected by so many of his attacks had made Zephyr feel a bit uneasy. Now that he understood Weibel's capabilities, he felt much more confident. No matter how strong this guy was, if this dragged on, he would definitely not have a chance of winning. Moreover, he had already contacted reinforcements, and Akiji was on his way. His ability was perfect for dealing with such tough opponents. The two fought even more fiercely, especially Zephyr, who, despite rapidly losing stamina, kept landing punches on Weibel. "Take this." A heavy punch smashed into Weibel's face, breaking through his hockey defense and slamming him harshly against the wall. But the next second, his expression suddenly stiffened, and he covered his mouth, coughing violently. "Damn it, what's going on?" He gasped for air, but it felt as though someone was choking him, making it extremely difficult to breathe. The intense feeling of suffocation caused him to feel dizzy, and his vision began to blur. At that moment, Weibel had already burrowed out. "Damn you!" he roared as he charged forward and slashed down fiercely with his blade. Not good. Zephyr barely dodged the slash thanks to his observation hockey, but he was immediately struck in the abdomen by a punch, causing him to spit blood and fly backward. "Stupid Navy, you realize how strong I am now, right?" The surrounding Navy soldiers gasped in shock. "Teacher Zephyr." Lingfeng's expression also turned grave. "I thought it was strange how the warlords defeated Marine admirals." Sure enough, Zephyr lost to Weibel because of asthma. He turned to look at Stussy, who remained alone on the pirate ship. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Zephyr emerged from the rubble, gasping for breath. His bloodshot eyes fixed firmly on Weibel. Seeing Zephyr completely in a downward spiral, Stussy finally leaped high and landed on the railing of the warship. "Ha ha ha, Marine Admiral, you look terrible. Are you testing how much stamina Weibel has left?" "It's useless. He still has plenty of stamina left. My baby, go. Take down Zephyr, and then kill all the Navy soldiers." Zephyr's expression changed dramatically. "Cough, cough. If you have anything, come at me. Cough, cough. It has nothing to do with the soldiers." Stussy's face revealed a strange expression. "I love taking away other people's wealth. Black Arm Zephyr, a guy like you wouldn't value your own life. What I want to take from you is something even more precious than your life." The nearby Navy soldiers were equally shocked and furious. "Damn it. We will never yield to pirates. Eliminate the pirates." They raised their guns and were about to shoot. "Stay away from my mom." Weibel roared, swinging his naginata, and the Navy soldiers were instantly blown away by the shockwave. Zephyr rushed to stop Weibel, but in his current state, he was no match for him at all and was quickly pinned to the ground after just a few exchanges. "Damn it, I can't believe I'm being defeated by this guy." Stussy laughed loudly. "Black Arm Zephyr, we 1T kill the Admiral, but today, we will take your black arm and your student. Just help us make a name for ourselves. Weibel, make your move." "Yes, Mom." Weibel raised his naginata high, ready to sever Zephyr's right arm. Just as he was about to act, he suddenly heard his mother's sharp scream. Turning his head, he was instantly horrified. Lingfeng had appeared behind Stussy at some point, holding a kunai to her throat, blood flowing down her neck. "Let go of Teacher Zephyr, or I'll turn your mom into a corpse in the next second." Mom. Chapter 152. One-on-one with Weibel. Weibel, despite his immense strength, was not very bright. Seeing his mom being held hostage, he panicked and hurriedly released Zephyr, wanting to charge forward but hesitating in fear. He could only glare at Lingfeng like a raging bull. Lingfeng sent the kunai forward. "Pirates, let's make a deal. I'll fight you, and the stakes are your mom. If I win, I'll return your mom to you. If I lose, you both will become fish food." Weibel immediately agreed, shouting at Stussy, "Mom, wait for me. I'll rescue you soon." Lingfeng snorted coldly. "Our warship can't take any more tossing around. Let us go to your ship." Hearing this, Zephyr's heart tightened, struggling to get up. Lingfeng, cough, cough, don't do anything reckless. You're not his opponent. Cough, cough. After saying this, he tried to rush forward. Lingfeng shouted, "I'm Bin's." The two rushed out and held Zephyr down tightly. Due to his serious injuries and asthma, Zephyr could not shake off the two. Lingfeng stared into Zephyr's eyes. "Don't worry, Teacher Zephyr, I won't die that easily." Saying this, he dragged Stussy and jumped into the sea, hopping on the water until they reached the pirate ship. Glancing around, he couldn't help but frown. Why are there only two of them? How are two people steering this ship? Let go of my mom. Weibel exerted force with his legs, leaping onto the pirate ship, and the tremendous force caused the warship to slide a distance. Lingfeng felt a stir in his heart and suddenly summoned several dark red chakra claws, pushing hard, causing the warship to quickly drift away with the current. In the previous battle, the ship's helm and sails were all damaged, leaving it to drift aimlessly. But Lingfeng wasn't too worried about their safety. The ship had a transponder snail, and there was enough food, water, and medicine. Zephyr had also left a life card at the headquarters. Even if they did nothing, the Navy reinforcements would find them in a few days. Right now, the most important thing was to deal with the immediate trouble. On the pirate ship, Weibel shouted loudly, "Let go of my mom, or I will turn you into meat paste." Stussy also struggled continuously. "Hey, Navy brat, let go of me, you promised." But she was still anxious. Who would let go of a hostage in front of a strong enemy? What she didn't expect was that Lingfeng really threw her aside. Stussy was first overjoyed, then ran behind Weibel in a panic. "You fool, you actually let me go. Son, chop her up." Weibel erupted with a fierce aura, even stronger than when he fought Zephyr. Naturally, anyone who dares to harm my mom cannot be forgiven. After saying this, he charged at Lingfeng. Lingfeng jumped high backward, quickly forming hand seals. Water release, great waterfall technique. At this moment, surrounded by the boundless sea, under Lingfeng's super shadow chakra enhancement. This A-rank ninjutsu was even more terrifying than an S-rank forbidden technique. A massive whirlpool suddenly appeared on the sea, and a torrent of water surged like a dragon toward Weibel. Weibel was taken aback. The surging seawater instinctively annoyed him. He swung his blade fiercely, releasing a powerful slash that instantly shattered the tsunami-like water technique. The seawater fell, resembling a torrential rain. However, as long as the user was not submerged in seawater, they would be fine. Although Weibel was soaked, he was completely unharmed. Lingfeng couldn't help but sigh inwardly in front of the seven warlords. Water release indeed had little effect. At this level, everyone had the ability to directly alter the map. A mere water release was truly insignificant. As for earth release, there was no need to try. Using earth release on the sea would be too foolish. Lingfeng's dark red chakra surged, and he transitioned to state 2, charging fiercely at Weibel. Huh, what is this thing? Weibel failed to react in time and was knocked in the stomach by Lingfeng, flipping over. Damn brat! Weibel flipped and jumped up, swinging his arm vigorously, directly sending Lingfeng flying. Lingfeng, mid-air, transformed his chakra claws to grab Weibel. Seeing this, Weibel covered himself with haki, and the claws scraped across him, leaving only a few thin scratches. Lingfeng was taken aback. So hard. The chakra claws can crush steel, but they still can't break through his haki defense. While pondering, Weibel grabbed the chakra hand, exerting force to throw Lingfeng away. Lingfeng didn't react in time and was sent flying into the sea. Stussy laughed loudly from the side. Good job, son, well done. No matter what ability, falling into the water means you'll just be fish food. Oh ho ho! Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed from the distant sea. Weibel, Stussy. They saw countless huge trees spreading across the sea, layer upon layer, quickly forming a massive floating island. Suddenly, several vines appeared, wrapping around the pirate ship like tentacles and dragging it over. When they got closer, they discovered a gigantic white beast on the island, the size of a white horse, with horns on its head and 5 huge tails behind it. The complete form of the 5 tails. Weibel's eyes widened instantly. What is that thing? Stussy also frowned. A mythical Zoan? This Navy brat really has some luck. Since the consciousness of the 5 tails was in a deep sleep, it was entirely under Lingfeng's control now. He opened his massive mouth, gathering a tailed beast ball, and shot it at Weibel. Wherever the tailed beast ball passed, trees exploded, seawater surged, and the pirate ship was instantly destroyed. But Weibel was unafraid, charging forward without dodging, his haki swirling around him, and his naginata turned a deep black, slashing fiercely at the tailed beast ball. The black blade and black sphere clashed, releasing waves of black-red lightning. Ultimately, Weibel let out a roar, forcibly altering the trajectory of the tailed beast ball and sending it flying away. Boom! The tailed beast ball exploded in the distant sea, creating massive waves that crashed onto the floating island. The trees on the floating island continued to grow as if alive, bracing against the waves' onslaught. Countless vines and tree roots spread downwards, anchoring the floating island like an anchor chain. Weibel leaped high and fiercely slashed at the head of the Five Tails. "Die, you bastard!" The Five Tails, transformed by Lingfeng, roared and charged at his sword with its horn. The horn broke. The two sides collided, directly competing in strength. To his surprise, Weibel was still superior. He roared and swung his sword, directly sending the Five Tails flying, causing it to tumble on the ground for several rolls. The Mu King, standing at 65 meters tall, was a colossal being in the Naruto world. But in the One Piece world, this size was indeed somewhat lacking. The Five Tails fell to the ground, its form shrinking back into human shape. Chapter 153. One-on-one with Weibel 2. Lingfeng had already realized after a few tests that the tailed beast form was completely useless against Weibel, and in fact, its massive size made it an easy target. So he simply transformed into human form, donning a layer of chakra armor. "Are you surrendering?" Weibel roared, jumping high, ready to slice Lingfeng in half mid-air. Suddenly, two gigantic vines swung in, striking him like giant whips and sending him flying. Weibel crashed to the ground and rolled a few times before getting back up. This level of damage was nothing to him. Nearby, Stussy shrieked, "Son, be careful. That guy can control the plants here." Lingfeng cast a cold glance at Stussy. At this point, the pirate ship had been shredded, and she was standing on the floating island. Whether he wanted to capture or kill her, it would be a piece of cake. This way, Weibel would also be thrown into disarray. However, Lingfeng did not intend to do so. It was rare to encounter a strong enemy at the level of a warlord, and he wanted to fight a fair battle. "I may not have haki, but you aren't a Logia user either, and you might still not be able to fight me." The most important thing was that his forest fruit ability shared powers from a Naruto world. Since he had never eaten a fruit, he wasn't afraid of the sea or sea prism stone. Worst case, he could just use water release. Listening to his mother's words, Weibel was surprised, but he remained fearless. Controlling plants? So what? I won't lose to a bunch of withered branches and leaves. Saying this, he swung his Naginata, sending several slashes towards Lingfeng. The vines wildly surged, trying to block the slashes, but were instantly shredded. The slashes continued undeterred towards Lingfeng, and just as they seemed about to slice him apart, Lingfeng suddenly vanished and reappeared next to Weibel. He had left a flying thunder god mark when he had punched him on the battleship earlier. What? Weibel was taken aback, even with his observation haki fully activated. He had sensed nothing. Lingfeng's arm transformed into a spike and fiercely stabbed into Weibel's side. However, it couldn't penetrate Weibel's tough skin, and instead, the spike shattered under the strain. As expected, trees without haki are still too weak. In a Naruto world, everyone was flesh and blood, and wooden spikes were as deadly as daggers. But in the One Piece world, some physically strong fighters had bodies tougher than steel. Wooden spikes couldn't inflict any damage at all. Weibel struck back with a palm, sending Lingfeng flying. Even with the protection of the tailed beast coat, Lingfeng still bled from his mouth and nose. When he landed, he had turned into a pile of branches, merging into the floating island. The next second, Lingfeng's voice echoed. "Flower tree realm descend." Vines on the floating island surged, producing hundreds of house-sized giant flowers that spewed pale, yellow pollen. Weibel. Stussy frowned and looked around, suddenly feeling dizzy, instantly realizing something. "Oh no. Son, this is a sleeping drug." After saying this, she felt her mind blur, her legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground, falling into a deep sleep. Weibel was alarmed and rushed over to support Stussy. "Hey, Mom, are you okay?" Seeing Stussy was unharmed, he carefully placed her in a tree pit and cautiously surveyed the surroundings. Useless. These pollen won't cause harm, so they are of no use to me." Hearing this, Lingfeng emerged from a large tree, his expression clearly surprised. But he quickly understood. Since those pollens couldn't cause real damage, Weibel could still maintain his full strength. Unexpectedly, this fruit ability could actually be immune to the narcotic pollen. Lingfeng raised his hand. Around the trees, bulges appeared, transforming into wooden clones. Weibel's eyes widened again, and he sniffled hard. What the hell is this guy's ability? At first, he thought Lingfeng transforming into a giant white horse meant he was a Zoan user, but then he displayed Logia-like elemental abilities. And before he could figure out, he was controlling plants and teleporting. Now he even had a strange clone technique. Just as Weibel was overwhelmed, the wooden clones surged forward, charging at him fiercely. Weibel casually swung his sword, smashing them to pieces, but this triggered a violent explosion, engulfing Weibel in flames and smoke in an instant. However, to Lingfeng's surprise, Weibel withstood the blow, seemingly unscathed. It was unclear whether it was due to his fruit's ability or if the explosion hadn't broken through his defenses at all. Weibel kept swinging his sword. With each slash, several wooden clones were torn to shreds, but he also endured wave after wave of explosions. The explosions that could easily turn ninjas into roasted meat seemed to be nothing more than firecrackers in front of Weibel. Thus, Lingfeng and Weibel reached a stalemate. Weibel was entangled by the wooden clones and vines, unable to attack Lingfeng, while any occasional attacks were dodged by Lingfeng's flying thunder god. Likewise, Lingfeng had no effective way to deal with Weibel. Whether it was the wooden clones self-destructing or explosive tags, the power was too weak, at most leaving some scratches. And the powerful skull exploding grass couldn't break through his hockey defense. The only thing he had to worry about was the tailed beast bomb. But Weibel's observation hockey was also quite good. He would always sense it, either dodging it or using clever force to deflect it. Lingfeng even suspected that, even with the tailed beast bomb, it might not be able to do anything to Weibel. The battle continued for a long time. Weibel sliced through several clones with one strike and yelled at a large tree. Useless navy, without hockey, no matter how flashy your attacks are, they won't hurt me at all. With this level of attack, don't even think about defeating me in 3 days and nights. The tree twisted and transformed into Lingfeng's form. Weibel, daring to challenge Zifa, naturally had strong observation hockey. Even if Lingfeng blended into the tree, he couldn't escape his perception. Do you want a powerful attack? I can fulfill that. Saying this, Lingfeng formed hand seals with both hands and summoned dozens of shadow clones. You all stand guard around, and if you find a battleship, disperse the clones. Yes, Weibel was still on high alert, but unexpectedly, the clones completely ignored him and began to splash water as they left towards the surroundings. Weibel, what the hell are you doing, you bastard? Lingfeng smiled coldly. Actually, defeating you is very easy. I could just sink this island to the bottom of the sea, or simply poison you. But that would be too boring, since you want a strong attack. As he spoke, several vines shot out, tightly wrapping around Weibel. Weibel didn't take it seriously. Lingfeng had used this trick before, and with a little effort, the vines had been torn apart, so they were completely ineffective. Weibel prepared to use the same trick to break the vines when he suddenly felt a sharp burning pain throughout his body. Looking down, he saw that the vines were covered in a layer of lava. Weibel was taken aback and quickly struggled to break free from the vines. But just a few seconds of delay resulted in several bloody scorch marks on his body. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Damn it, Avi, I'm angry. Before he could finish his words, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. It turned out that several magma vines had pierced his back. Accompanied by a chilling, sizzling sound, the vines successfully stabbed into Weibel's body. Chapter 154. Promoting to Rear Admiral. The battle did not last long. As long as the defense issue was resolved, the assassin had a significant advantage over the tank. When Lingfeng used his four-tailed magma release, Weibel's domineering defense became virtually useless. Soon, shocking wounds of various sizes appeared on his body, and even his naginata turned into a puddle of molten iron. Finally, Lingfeng found an opportunity, and several magma vines deeply penetrated his body, crazily sucking away his life force. Weibel screamed and struggled, but it was of no use. Soon he suffered damage beyond his limits and lay on the ground, unable to move. As for Stussy, she was still sound asleep nearby. Lingfeng walked in front of Weibel, looking down at him from height. In the original story, this guy was defeated by Green Bull, and now he was defeated by himself. It must be said that he really had a connection with the forest fruit. I am not the kind of extreme character who kills pirates on sight. If not for their heinous crimes, I could give them a chance. But for scum like you and your mother, there's no need. Suddenly, his body stiffened. It turned out that a shadow clone discovered that a warship was rushing over and quickly dispelled the clone to relay the message. Lingfeng transformed into a five-tailed beast, swallowed Weibel and Stussy, then killed them both and obtained their fruit abilities. He then released Magma Release and burned the floating island of trees to ashes, which quickly sank to the bottom of the sea without a trace. After finishing all this, Lingfeng let out a sigh of relief. Although he had joined the Navy, it didn't mean he wouldn't strike against the world government. As long as the Navy was still part of the world government, he wouldn't expose all his abilities. After all, the Navy was just under the command of the world government. Lingfeng stood on the sea, swaying with the waves. After more than 10 minutes, a warship slowly approached. Zephyr stood at the bow with an anxious expression, looking like he had already used medicine and his breathing had returned to normal. As for his injuries, for a strong man like him, how many would take injuries seriously? Looking to his side, there was a navy with a mushroom head wearing a black cloak. Oh, Akiji. He must be a rear admiral now? Initially, he thought it was a coincidence to meet Akiji so soon, but then he realized that since Zephyr had to seek help, the Navy would definitely send an admiral-level force for support, making it highly likely for Akiji to be dispatched. At this time, everyone on the ship also saw Lingfeng and showed excited expressions, especially Zephyr, who let out a big sigh of relief. Letting his students die, for him, was even more painful than killing him. Akiji extended his hand, and the sea surface quickly froze, spreading all the way to Lingfeng's feet. Zephyr couldn't wait to jump off the ship and rush to Lingfeng's side. Lingfeng puffed out his chest, ready to receive praise, but instead, he received a punch to the head. You brat, who let you take matters into your own hands? I'm not dead yet, so why do you get to show off? Lingfeng crouched on the ground, holding his head, tears streaming down his face. Akiji came over. Oh dear, Teacher Zephyr, you are too strict. Lingfeng-kun is fine. Speaking of which, where's Weibel? Lingfeng stood up, holding his head. He has been taken care of. Zephyr and Akiji's eyes widened in shock. What? How did you manage to defeat such a powerful foe? They would rather believe that Weibel left on his own. Actually, it's quite simple. No matter how strong he was still a fruit user. Once the pirate ship was destroyed, he naturally couldn't survive. Zephyr and Akiji exchanged glances, suddenly speechless. It truly was a simple and effective method. Neither of them had thought of this approach. Akiji, being a fruit user, would subconsciously avoid such methods, while Zephyr, leading hundreds of new Navy recruits, would fear that if he used this tactic, the outcome would be the same as the original plot, with none surviving except himself. Therefore, he would consider this method. Both of them were typical cases of missing the obvious. Zephyr sighed deeply and patted Lingfeng's shoulder. No matter what, thank you this time. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to end this. Lingfeng understood that Zephyr was not thanking him for saving his life, but for saving hundreds of students. Teacher Zephyr, you're too polite. This is what I should do as a Navy officer. In no time, the teacher and student were filled with joy. Akiji stood to the side. Although he did not speak, his gaze toward Lingfeng was filled with curiosity. Lingfeng followed the warship back to Navy headquarters. Sengoku, hearing about the events, gasped in shock, first scolding Zephyr harshly, prohibiting him from taking new recruits out to sea alone again. Even if he went out, he should at least be accompanied by several rear admirals or commodores, not asking for them to fight the enemy together. At least they could help protect the new recruits. Moreover, Zephyr's asthma also worried him. Strong men like them were not afraid of injuries, but they feared illness. Then, he summoned Lingfeng, first publicly praising him lavishly, then expressing his gratitude in a private capacity. In his eyes, Lingfeng had saved a comrade who had been with him for decades. Lingfeng was also quite satisfied with this outcome. There were indeed some casualties among the new recruits, but only a few, which was much better than the near-total loss of the entire army in the original story. Zephyr's arm was not broken, and his strength wouldn't drop significantly. As for the NE-0 Navy, it would no longer appear. However, Zephyr still proposed to establish a special operations team specifically to combat fruit user pirates, which Lingfeng was very interested in. He didn't have the guts to kill the Navy and seize their fruits, but he had the guts to kill pirates and seize their fruits, and not only that, but he had a lot of it. A few days later, a commendation ceremony was held at Navy headquarters, where dozens of meritorious naval officers were recognized and promoted, and Lingfeng was among them, promoted to Rear Admiral, setting a record for the highest rank in the new recruit camp. Becoming an officer, even in Navy headquarters, meant being a senior official, not only having his own ship and subordinates, but also enjoying a significant degree of freedom. When there were no missions, as long as he reported to Navy headquarters, he could freely enter and exit various sea areas. However, Lingfeng did not rush to enjoy these conveniences. Instead, he continued to stay at the headquarters to cultivate his domineering spirit. Through the battle with Weibel, he truly felt that no matter how powerful one's abilities were, domineering spirit was irreplaceable. In addition, he planned to widely teach ninjutsu. After a period of testing, he had confirmed that one had to coexist within a certain range for more than 3 days to awaken chakra. Previously, he was worried that ninjutsu would spread and fall into the hands of pirates and sea, but now he was no longer concerned. Even if he made all the cultivation methods public, sea and the pirates could only stare blankly and work in vain. Thus, Lingfeng continued to train his domineering spirit with Zephyr, while the people around him changed batch after batch. He was unaware that while the pirates were rampaging in the New World, the pirates of the Four Seas and the Paradise had their world come crashing down. Chapter 155. The Natural Fruit. Here, I come on the EC. A certain town was suffering from a pirate attack. Faced with the ruthless pirates, the townsfolk were wailing and fleeing in all directions. Run! It's the Black Cat Pirates! Call for the Navy, quick! At this moment, Captain Kuro, dressed in the 10 Blades Cat claws, descended from the pirate ship with Zango and the Catman brothers. There was no need for the executives to get involved in such rough work as pillaging. Listening to the shouts and screams around him, he took a deep breath, revealing a look of ecstasy. Listen, Zango, Catman brothers, what wonderful music it is. This is the freedom we seek at sea. Zango and the Catman brothers laughed heartily. That's right, Captain. This is the freedom of pirates. Suddenly, a rumbling sound of cannon fire came from afar, followed by cannonballs landing nearby. Although they did not hit the pirate ship, some unfortunate pirates were blown away. Kuro looked grimly at the warship. Humph, the Navy. Their actions are quick. The Catman brothers showed cruel smiles, licking their claws. I didn't expect the Navy to dare come here. Captain, let's teach them a lesson. In the EC, the Black Cat Pirates are already one of the most powerful pirate crews, and ordinary naval bases cannot compete at all. They have fought with the Navy many times, each time achieving a great victory. Kuro pushed his glasses with his palm. You lot, prepare to face the enemy. Take out the Navy. The pirates raised their weapons and shouted, Oh, take out the Navy. The warship came swiftly and soon arrived at the dock. The Navy jumped down, bravely engaging the pirates in fierce combat. In an instant, blades shone and blood flew, with cries of despair echoing. Kuro and several executives did not make a move, merely watching coldly. The pirate minions were not the Navy's match, and soon more than half had been slaughtered, with the remaining ones crying for their parents. Kuro smiled slightly. That's about enough. Some more fools have died. We can take a smaller share now. Zango adjusted his hat. Captain, it's time to take action. We still need to leave some people to work. Kuro nodded, charging forward with several executives, instantly turning the tide and knocking down dozens of Navy soldiers. The pirates' morale surged. Oh, Captain, wipe out the Navy. But an unexpected scene unfolded before Kuro's eyes. The Navy retreated in unison, dragging away their fallen comrades. He sensed something was wrong and was about to order a retreat when suddenly several Navy soldiers charged out. Fire style, dragon fire technique. They spewed flames from their mouths, instantly forming a fire circle, trapping several executives and many pirates inside. Because the people in the pirate world have very strong physiques. Once awakened, each has abundant chakra, thus their ninjutsu is exceptionally powerful. At this moment in the EC, the devil fruit was just a legend known by a few, and when Rock witnessed this, he was dumbfounded. Although he excelled in speed, his defense was quite average, making him nothing more than a glass cannon. The flames were extremely fierce, and he found it impossible to break free. The surrounding pirates were also shocked. Damn, where's this fire coming from? There's no firewood around. Could it be oil? It's not oil. There's no smell. Kuro gritted his teeth and shouted to the surrounding pirates. Charge east together. Let these fools go first. They'll be the stepping stones for my escape from the fire circle. But before they could act, the few Navy soldiers continued to perform ninjutsu, fire style, great fireball technique. Kuro, before he could react, everything before him turned crimson, and he instantly lost consciousness. The great strategist Kuro was completely reduced to a pile of charred remains. Similar scenes are not uncommon across the Four Seas. For ordinary civilians, those ragtag pirates are much more harmful than the legendary Rocks, Roger, and Whitebeard. Yet they're like hyenas, impossible to drive away or eradicate. When more Navy soldiers come, they flee. When fewer come, it does not help at all and may even lead to a counterattack. The ninjutsu of Lingfeng had just spread not long ago, with only branches and larger bases having people learn ninjutsu. However, once learned, it could immediately boost the strength of the base, especially fire style and water style, which are highly popular. During land battles, the Navy particularly favored fire style. Although many people complain that every pirate plays with fire, it precisely shows the power of fire. It's like two gangs of thugs fighting. Originally, they were hacking away with knives, and suddenly someone pulls out a gas can and lights it. Who wouldn't be taken aback? In naval battles, water style became the most popular. Every time a warship approached a pirate ship, the Navy would immediately use water style, turning the guns in the pirates' hands into firewood sticks. If luck was on their side, the pirates would even be thrown into the sea. The world government also keenly noticed that the Navy had mastered new powers and ordered them to hand over the training methods. In the face of such unreasonable demands, Sengoku acted uncharacteristically. Not only did he obediently hand over the training methods, but he also kindly invited C to train together. As for meeting Lingfeng, that was out of the question. In fact, only Sengoku, Garp, Zifa, and Tsuru knew that Lingfeng was the seed. Even Akainu was unaware. So there was no fear of information leaks. Dozens of C stayed at headquarters for a long time, learning and training with the Navy. Watching the Navy's ninjutsu progress day by day, while knowing nothing about chakra, made them start to doubt life. Especially Rob Lucci, known as the strongest in 9,800 years of Judicial Island, nearly fell into depression. A month later, this group of C could only return to the world government in disgrace. As for what awaited them, Sengoku didn't care. Lingfeng was completely unaware of this and didn't even know that C had come to learn. Finally, after months of training 200 times harder than ordinary people, Lingfeng not only mastered the 6 styles, but also awakened observation haki and armament haki. Although he wasn't proficient, he finally solved the problem of going from nothing to something. This way, when facing a Logia-type user, he wouldn't just be left staring blankly. Moreover, he soon received good news. After much effort, a shadow clone finally arrived at the Taya Kingdom and found the legendary Green Bull. At this time, Aramaki was still a police officer, claiming to be the kingdom's strongest combat force. The shadow clone had tracked him for a long time and figured out his routine. Another shadow clone had actually arrived at Gaia Island early. He spent several months making friends with Mont Blanc Noland, often diving together. Although the 2 shadow clones were thousands of miles apart, they almost simultaneously dispelled, and Lingfeng instantly received their memories. Also feeling the flying thunder god marks that were far apart. Lingfeng was originally lying down to rest, but suddenly sat up. Natural type fruit, I'm coming. Chapter 156 Lingfeng versus Aramaki. Lingfeng had been worried about the Naruto world. After receiving information about the natural type fruit, he wasted no time and immediately set out. He took a week off work, creating a durable wooden clone to convalesce while his main body used Flying Thunder God to leave the Navy headquarters. The first stop was the Taya Kingdom in the South Sea. The shadow clone had already gathered intelligence. Aramaki was the head of the police in this country and went fishing on a nearby deserted island every Wednesday, forbidding anyone from approaching that island. Due to his immense strength and police identity, few were willing to offend him over such matters. Over time, no one dared to approach the island. This also created an opportunity for Lingfeng to act. Lingfeng arrived early to ambush on the island. Early in the morning, Aramaki appeared with a flower on his back, landing on the island like a helicopter. As soon as he landed, he looked displeased and glanced to the side. Didn't I say that besides the royal family, no one is allowed to approach this island on Wednesdays? You have 10 seconds to get lost, or you will bear the consequences. Lingfeng walked out from behind a rock. Nice to meet you, Mr. Greenbull, or should I still call you Mr. Huangmu for now? Huangmu had a puzzled expression. Huh, Greenbull, what nonsense are you talking? He said that, but for some reason, he still quite liked the name Greenbull in his heart. Lingfeng smiled as he observed Huangmu, secretly on guard. In the original storyline, Huangmu was already 41 years old when he appeared, which means he is now 33. He initially thought that at this time, Huangmu's strength had not reached its peak, but now it seemed he had underestimated him. Even though he had just awakened his observation haki, he could feel Huangmu's overwhelming and suffocating haki, which was not inferior to Zephyr and the others. Huangmu approached Lingfeng with his hands in his pockets. By the way, why are you here on this godforsaken deserted island? It doesn't seem like a coincidence. Are you waiting for me? Lingfeng smiled without saying anything, merely gazing at him indifferently. Against such an enemy, sneak attacks would be useless. He could only rely on strength to defeat him. Seeing that Lingfeng remained silent, Huangmu began to grow impatient, narrowing his eyes and revealing a dangerous glint. Forget it. No matter who you are, you could be classified as a suspicious individual. As a police officer, I can't just sit back and do nothing. With that, he suddenly kicked towards Lingfeng. Lingfeng knew that with a haki master like Huangmu, even a casual strike would be infused with haki, so he had been on guard. As soon as Huangmu moved, he immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to a nearby location. Before Huangmu landed on the island, Lingfeng had already left Flying Thunder God marks everywhere. As soon as Lingfeng landed, he immediately shot out a skull explosion seed. Such a simple attack could not escape Huangmu's observation haki. He tilted his head to dodge the attack. However, this skull explosion grass was not triggered but timed. So even though he dodged, it still exploded near his head. A purple mushroom cloud suddenly rose. However, this kind of attack had no effect on Huang Mu, who was a Logia user. As the purple smoke dissipated, although half of his body was blown away, he still seemed unfazed, only staring intently at Lingfeng, seemingly enraged. Little brat, I'm going to turn you into a dried-up husk. What style? Forest of Death. Huang Mu roared, creating a large amount of plants and transforming into a gigantic treant, with nearby trees morphing into fists and spikes, coiling like venomous snakes, ready to strike. Lingfeng frowned slightly. The fists and spikes were all a strange pitch-black color, clearly infused with haki, so he had to be careful. Huang Mu suddenly exerted force, and trees came crashing down from all directions. Lingfeng knew that his physical strength and haki were far inferior to Huang Mu's, so he had no intention of taking it head-on and instead kept using the flying thunder god to jump around. With each jump, he would leave a mark, creating new footholds. Lingfeng continuously flickered, while the vines pursued relentlessly. Finally, he made a mistake and was tightly entangled by several thick vines. Little brat, I'm going to suck you dry. Just as Huang Mu was about to pierce Lingfeng with wooden spikes, several vines suddenly reached out and tightly wrapped around the wooden spikes. Then Lingfeng's body twisted and transformed into a giant treant, pushing the vines apart. Huang Mu was taken aback, his eyes nearly popping out. Elementalization. You're also a Logia user. In the pirate world, there are quite a few similar abilities like the magma fruit and the heat fruit, both of which can create high temperatures capable of melting metal. But one is Logia and the other is Paramecia, with an essential difference between the two. In fact, there are also fruits in the sea with abilities similar to the forest fruit. A Navy rookie acquired a fruit that allows him to manipulate plants. Even if there appeared an animal-type fruit that could manipulate plants, Huang Mu wouldn't find it strange. The problem is that this guy in front of him can actually elementalize. Huang Mu finally became serious. It seemed he couldn't treat you as a prisoner anymore, but as an enemy. He manipulated several massive vines to dive into the sea, and suddenly the island trembled, followed by the sea rising up. Huang Mu forcibly pried up a huge reef from the ocean, smashing it down towards Lingfeng. Lingfeng couldn't help but sweat. As a fellow Logia user, the power Huang Mu displayed was much stronger than his. However, this kind of move wouldn't work against Lingfeng. He used the flying thunder god technique to fly away, then performed the multi-shadow clone jutsu. With the enhancement of super shadow level chakra, 1,000 Lingfengs instantly appeared on the island. Green Bull was instantly taken aback. What is this? In his observation haki perception, these guys all had the same aura. Could it be another ability? What kind of ability does this kid have? 1,000 Lingfengs simultaneously formed hand seals. Fire style. Great fireball jutsu. They all unleashed massive fireballs, instantly igniting all the plants on the island. The treant that Green Bull transformed in a howled in agony, looking as if it would turn to charcoal. But the next second, he suddenly grinned. Just kidding. Fireproof forest. Rows of trees sprouted from the ashes, and this time the trees were extremely difficult to burn, quickly extinguishing the great fire and simultaneously destroying most of Lingfeng's shadow clones. You fool, using fire? You think I would leave such an obvious weakness? Lingfeng coldly smiled. Not afraid of fire? Then how about this? The remaining 300 shadow clones simultaneously formed hand seals. Lava release. Scorching river of rock technique. Streams of scorching lava surged forth, converging into a river of lava sweeping across the island. Even the fireproof forest was instantly burned away. Now Green Bull was truly stunned. Lava? What kind of ability is this? But it's not just lava. Lingfeng snorted coldly and created a large number of vines, weaving and entangling through the trees created by Green Bull. Green Bull? What the hell are you doing? Suddenly, he noticed that the vines were covered in small fruits. Before he could react, tens of thousands of skull explosion grasses exploded simultaneously, instantly shattering the forest that covered the deserted island, leaving not a single blade of grass. Chapter 157. Haki versus Lava. After the explosion concluded, the entire island was flattened. All plants turned into chicken coop bedding. Suddenly, the ground collapsed into a deep hole, and Lingfeng jumped out from inside. During the explosion, he had used Earth Release to create a hole and jumped in to avoid the explosion. After emerging, he looked around while using observation haki to sense Huang Mu's aura. To deal with a Logia user, one must either deal with the main body or wipe out all elements in one go. If the battlefield were on land, Lingfeng wouldn't be confident using this method. But now the battlefield was on a deserted island, separated from the mainland by the sea. No matter how much Huang Mu tried to grow plants, he was limited to this island. Having blown up the island with skull explosion grass should have resolved the issue, right? Just as he pondered, a low rumbling sound appeared around him, and suddenly the island shook violently, nearly causing him to lose his balance. Lingfeng. From a distance, an enormous tree, too massive to describe, shot up from the ground, densely packed vines penetrating the island, directly lifting the entire island along with the reef. Lingfeng looked around and saw white clouds all around him, not knowing how high he had been lifted. The forest giant transformed by Huang Mu reappeared on the island. Little brat, well done. If it weren't for the roots being deep enough, you would have truly tricked me. But now you have no chance. With that, the forest giant roared and charged towards Lingfeng. Lingfeng furrowed his brow slightly, raising his hand as dozens of thick vines shot up from the ground, fiercely stabbing towards the forest giant. Upon collision, Lingfeng's vines were all shattered. Huang Mu laughed heartily. Fake goods are ultimately fake goods. Even if you possess the same abilities, your aura is too weak. While saying this, I released a wooden arrow wrapped in armed color hockey. Earth release, cliff history. Lingfeng clasped his hands together, and a stone wall rose from the ground. But with a few loud bangs, the stone wall was directly pierced by the wooden arrow, almost hitting Lingfeng. Then, Huang Mu's giant hand came crashing down, instantly shattering the stone wall. Lingfeng. The gap between hockey is too great. He quickly used Flying Thunder God to jump and appeared on a floating lantern flower in the air. Just after being pushed into the air, he immediately released dozens of flying lantern flowers as new footholds. He regretted not learning the exploding clay technique. Otherwise, he could have taken a leisurely stroll right now. Huang Mu saw Lingfeng in the air, frowned slightly, waved his hand, and scattered a rain-like shower of fine wooden spikes, which were also wrapped in hockey. Lingfeng hurriedly shifted back to the island, while the lantern flowers in the sky were instantly turned into a sieve, floating away who knows where. Huang Mu taunted, kid, can you only jump around like a mouse? Without hockey, your attacks and defenses are all weak. Lingfeng took a deep breath and slowly mobilized the chakra within him. The two-tailed beast inside not only gave him an enormous amount of chakra, but also an astonishing recovery speed. Weak? If my defense is insufficient, then I won't defend. I'll use Flying Thunder God to evade attacks. As for attacking, Lingfeng charged towards Huang Mu. The forest giant was somewhat confused and reached out to grab Lingfeng. Lingfeng suddenly transformed into the Four Tails and directly knocked the unsuspecting Huang Mu over. Lava release, flower fruit mountain. The ground beneath the forest giant instantly became scorching hot, spewing out large amounts of lava that engulfed it. The tree giant let out a mournful scream, and then its arms grew rapidly, escaping from the area covered in magma. Afterward, its arms fell off and regenerated into a new forest giant. Damn it, Huang Mu cursed angrily, covering the tree giant with armed color hockey and charging at Lingfeng. The Four Tails transformed by Lingfeng showed no signs of weakness either. Even if your hockey is powerful, how much can you afford to squander? The Four Tails roared, its body covered in thick magma, and fought fiercely with the tree giant. For a moment, broken wood and magma flew everywhere. It must be said that the Four Tails was much more agile than the tree giant, forcing it to retreat repeatedly. The tree giant unleashed vines to attack the Four Tails, but even with hockey covering it, it couldn't withstand the high temperature of the magma. Moreover, the Four Tails continuously released lava release ninjutsu, and soon the island was filled with rivers of lava flowing down the edges of the island, forming a series of lava waterfalls connecting heaven and earth. Damn bastard! The tree giant plunged its arms in the ground, and countless massive vines, covered in pitch-black armed color hockey, shot towards the Four Tails. The lava giant ape did not show weakness either, with a raise of its hand. Countless vines covered in thick lava rushed towards the opposite side. The attacks from both sides collided, resembling dark clouds crashing into sunset, producing thunderous roars. Lingfeng's vines were torn apart by hockey, and Huang Mu's vines were burned to ashes by the magma. A raging fire ignited on the island, and powerful hockey stirred the clouds, releasing purplish-red lightning. In the distance, the people of the Taya kingdom, supporting the giant trees of the island, were too shocked to speak. The Taya royal family had long sought help from the navy, and the warships had already arrived. However, with the strength of just a branch, they couldn't get close to the falling lava waterfalls. They sought help from a navy headquarters again, but it would take at least 10 days to arrive. 2 days and 2 nights passed. Both Lingfeng and Huang Mu were panting heavily. Lingfeng took out a scroll and produced a jar filled with military food pills. Without caring that the military food pills were hard to swallow, he dumped them into his mouth and instantly felt some recovery in his stamina. There was nothing on this deserted island, and neither of them could restore their stamina by absorbing trees or animals. However, Lingfeng had prepared in advance. In fact, ever since the Rain Country, where he had gone 3 days without food, Lingfeng had developed the habit of carrying a scroll of military food pills and clean water with him. During the battle with Huang Mu, he often took some to eat, which solved a major problem. Huang Mu, on the other hand, was genuinely panicking. After fighting for so long without eating, drinking, or sleeping, and staying in this hell of magma, it felt like his throat was about to smoke. He thought about escaping, but he was tightly entangled by Lingfeng. Due to his immense power, he had never developed high-speed flight skills. The only flying sunflowers he had were not only low in maneuverability, but also slow to activate. And he was repeatedly interrupted by Lingfeng, forcing him back. If he were facing a different enemy, Huang Mu could last for several more days. But Lingfeng's ability was magma. Not only was the damage high, but it also caused continuous damage when attached to the body. Huang Mu was not Aokiji. He couldn't use his ability to counteract the magma and could only continuously release haki to deal with it, which consumed his haki several times faster. The forest giant glared at Lingfeng and roared loudly, "Who the hell are you? What grievances do I have with you?" Lingfeng transformed back into the lava giant ape. No grudges, no grievances. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for having this ability. Although Lingfeng was forcibly taking it, based on Huang Mu's performance in the manga, he felt no psychological burden in defeating him. "Damn it, don't underestimate me." The forest giant roared as it charged forward. Another day and night passed. Lingfeng, who had been eating military food pills as meals, was also on the verge of giving up, and even the tailed beast chakra was about to run out. Fortunately, he had finally worn down Huang Mu's haki to the point of exhaustion and successfully inserted a vine into his chest. "You are undoubtedly stronger than me, but unfortunately, the winner of this battle is me." Chapter 158. Punk Hazard Lingfeng obtained the authentic forest fruit and quickly used Flying Thunder God to retreat, jumping to an island not far from the Taya Kingdom. This was a transfer station that Lingfeng had prepared in advance. Although it was not large, the island was vibrant, with a lush green forest growing. After arriving, Lingfeng immediately laid down on the grass. After several days of continuous battles, both his body and mind were utterly exhausted. Because his haki was completely crushed by Huang Mu, Lingfeng had to maintain a state of high tension at all times. If his mental power hadn't dissipated yet, he would have long since collapsed. Lingfeng lay on the ground, and hundreds of thousands of vines sprang up beneath him, rapidly spreading to cover the entire island, fiercely piercing into the big trees to start absorbing. The trees began to wither and shrink rapidly, and the leaves fell one after another. In just a few minutes, the lush green island was reduced to a scene of withered yellow. After that, Lingfeng slept for 3 days, finally recovering to his original state, and then jumped to the next target. Punk Hazard. Last time, when Lingfeng's shadow clone disembarked, everything was fine, leaving Flying Thunder God marks as it moved forward. Everything was fine on the outskirts, but when it reached the research facility, it was inexplicably taken down, not knowing whether it encountered a strong enemy or simply fell into a trap. Although shadow clones are fragile and cannot elementalize, Lingfeng did not dare to be careless. He noticed that there were quite a few Navy personnel here, so he used transformation technique to disguise himself as a rope tree, boldly blending in. This place is the most technologically advanced in the world, and there are definitely cameras everywhere. He couldn't leave any footage of his original appearance. Lingfeng cautiously walked inside. He arrived at the entrance of the base without encountering any accidents. Strange. Why was the last shadow clone taken down? He easily entered the base and looked up at a huge guide map. From the guide map, the entire base was built by hollowing out a mountain, with 3 levels and hundreds of rooms on each level. When will he find what he needs? Lingfeng helplessly found a secluded spot to create several shadow clones. You investigate Caesar's location, and once it's confirmed, leave the Flying Thunder God mark. Yes. The shadow clones responded in unison, collectively using transformation techniques to become various people that Lingfeng had seen on his way here, then blended into the crowd and disappeared. As for Lingfeng, the task of finding people had been handed over to the shadow clones, so he decided to take a good look around. He believed there would be plenty of organ transplant techniques here. He wandered around and arrived at the medical facility, and the smoothness of his journey was almost unbelievable. It felt less like the world's most advanced research institution and more like a huge vegetable market. The scientists not only lacked a sense of confidentiality, but were also full of ideas on how to use technology to show off spectacularly. Thus, their technological achievements and data were laid out on tables for anyone to browse through. This is simply a utopia for scientists. Lingfeng entered the medical facility where several scientists were busy with their own work, completely ignoring him. Various experimental data and notes were openly displayed on the shelves. If you want to look, go ahead. If you want to copy, do it. Lingfeng was not polite, snapping photos with his phone. When someone wanted to ask something, they hesitated upon seeing Lingfeng in a lab coat, then lowered their heads to continue their work. After taking photos, Lingfeng began to browse through the materials, and he had to admit that the technological level here was far superior to that of the Naruto world. The various cell culture and organ transplant techniques were truly eye-opening. Before he knew it, half a day had passed, and Lingfeng reluctantly put down the materials. Unfortunately, there are still questions I haven't figured out. If only I could ask someone. Suddenly, he caught sight of an old man with a small mustache drinking coffee. He had just seen his photo on the wall at the entrance. Wasn't he the chief expert of this research institute? Lingfeng walked over directly with the materials. Hello, Dr. Frosch. I just read your great work and was deeply moved. I have some questions about the transplantation of mutated eyeballs that I would like to discuss with you. Dr. Frosch, who had been lazy, suddenly lit up at Lingfeng's words. Mutated eyeballs? What kind of mutation? Well, it's like this. Thus, the two engaged in a heated discussion. During this time, Agent C came over to inspect, puzzled about the new face but seeing Dr. Frosch happily chatting with him and filled with technical jargon he couldn't understand. He left directly. Seeing the two engrossed in conversation, other experts slowly gathered around, starting a lively discussion. Lingfeng, getting into the spirit, took out some hashirama cells to show everyone. The scientists were not shy either, each taking a piece to start their research. Until there was no one around, Lingfeng remembered he still had important matters to attend to, quickly continuing his investigation. He found several more research institutes and witnessed many scientific achievements that surpassed the pirate era. Strange dragon-like creatures, powerful laser guns, and machines capable of switching between physical and phantom states. Just as he was enjoying himself, he suddenly heard a loud curse. I finally managed to apply for C Prism Stone, and you guys wasted it like this? What use are these useless things? What do you say they're useful for? C Prism Stone? Is it rare for the world government? Lingfeng curiously approached and saw an old man with white hair angrily berating several young people. The young people looked dejected, and behind them was a complete set of furniture. Tables, chairs, beds, cabinets, all looking completely out of place with the surrounding environment. After listening for a while, Lingfeng finally understood the situation. It turned out that the old man had painstakingly applied for a piece of raw C prism stone the size of a room, intending to use it for material testing. Unexpectedly, the young people thought it was a type of material called heavy wood that they had reserved, and they directly turned it into furniture. Lingfeng, C prism stone furniture, what a good thing. Taking advantage of the old man's rants, Lingfeng stealthily took a few pieces of furniture. He continued to wander aimlessly and suddenly stiffened, showing a look of surprise mixed with joy. Found it! I can't believe it's really here. What a blessing from heaven! Lingfeng disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was deep inside a metallic room surrounded by precision instruments. In the center was a glass cabinet containing a strangely shaped devil fruit. Lingfeng approached, his eyes instantly lighting up frighteningly. Fish fruit, mythical beast type, azure dragon form. This strongest artificial fruit was also one of Lingfeng's goals. Since there were still 6 years until the main storyline, Lingfeng himself didn't know if this fruit had already been manufactured. It seemed his luck was good. Should he leave it for Qingmian? The dragon girl, how captivating. I really didn't expect it. Last time I didn't manage to take you down. Chapter 158. A bountiful harvest. Just as Lingfeng was overjoyed, a lewd voice came from behind, startling him almost into paralysis. Lingfeng exclaimed, "Who is so rude as to scare people like this?" Turning around, he was immediately stunned. On the viewing platform behind him, a lewd-looking man was staring at him. "Kizaru, why are you here?" He quickly realized that at this point in time, Kizaru was indeed serving in the Navy's technology department. In 2 years, he would still be dancing the Nika dance with Bartholomew Kuma. But why was he exposed while wearing a Navy uniform? Kizaru looked around inexplicably, confirming that he was the only one there. "What are you babbling about? Last time I saw you sneaking around at the entrance. You disappeared the moment I attacked, but I didn't expect you to dare show up again. and you even stole a military uniform. You really don't take me seriously. Lingfeng. I realized the previous shadow clone was taken out by you. Oh no, I forgot that the previous shadow clone was also disguised as a rope tree to avoid exposure. Kizaru's eyes brightened, and he instantly appeared in front of Lingfeng, looking at him with a gaze that seemed lewd but was actually sharp. Lingfeng felt bitter. He had indeed dealt with Green Bull, but that didn't mean he could really stand up to an admiral. He knew better than anyone how humiliated Green Bull felt in defeat. He was intimately familiar with the abilities of the forest fruit, even more than his own father's, and his development was no worse than Green Bull's. What Green Bull could do, he could do. What Green Bull couldn't do, he could still do, effectively nullifying a large part of Green Bull's abilities. Not only that, he could release magma, which was a natural counter to plant-type abilities. The high mobility of the Flying Thunder God allowed him to easily dodge Green Bull's attacks, greatly compensating for the gap in physical strength and hockey between them. Plus, with the advantage of being prepared, he had been taking drugs to boost his red and blue, and the battlefield was on a deserted island with nowhere to hide. With so many buffs, he finally managed to take down Green Bull. If any one of those conditions had been missing, Green Bull wouldn't have lost. But facing Kizaru was a different story. Magma had no effect against light, and in this small space, light speed was no different from teleportation. Kizaru had the upper hand in physical strength, abilities, and hockey, and what was worse, to hide his identity, he preferred not to use ninjutsu. In that case, not to mention winning, even escaping unscathed would be difficult. Just as Lingfeng's mind raced, Kizaru spoke. Young man, have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Lingfeng. By the time he reacted, Kizaru's shoe was almost on his face. Oh no. Before he could respond, there was a loud bang, and Lingfeng's head was gone. Fortunately, the yellow ape did not use hockey with this kick, so it did not cause any harm. The yellow ape was taken aback. Natural type? Just as he was about to finish him off, he heard Lingfeng's complaint. Don't damage this precious scientific facility. Dozens of vines emerged from Lingfeng's body, tightly entangling the yellow ape. The yellow ape initially wanted to elementalize and escape, but found it unsuccessful. Oh, although it's weak, it indeed has hockey. Lingfeng used Flying Thunder God to take the yellow ape away. The yellow ape blinked and suddenly found himself suspended in midair outside Punk Hazard. Huh, teleportation. What kind of ability is this? Is this how you dodged my attack last time? Lingfeng remained silent, suddenly looking toward the base, a hint of joy flashing across his face. It turned out that his shadow clone had found Caesar. At that moment, Caesar was secretly conducting experiments in an abandoned underground room. Judging by his excited expression, he was likely researching weapons of mass destruction. He turned to the yellow ape. It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Bonasarino, but I'm sorry, I have something to attend to and must take my leave. The yellow ape's expression stiffened. Hey, I never said you could leave. As he spoke, an attack had already reached Lingfeng. At a critical moment, Lingfeng suddenly disappeared, causing the yellow ape to kick into thin air. Huh, he actually dodged it. Lingfeng first returned to the previous laboratory and took the replica of the fish fruit. By the time the yellow ape transformed into a laser and burst through the mountain, the scene was left with shattered glass all around. Almost simultaneously, Caesar let out a loud laugh. Awesome, the weapon is finally complete. It's simply a work of art. I am the world's #1 genius. Vegapunk, what are you? Huh. Before Caesar could finish speaking, he suddenly noticed someone appearing behind him, holding a stool high. Navy, why are you here? The next second, Lingfeng swung the stool and struck Caesar on the back of the head, knocking him out, then used Flying Thunder God to leave the island. The transplantation technology of the mutated eyeball is finally in hand, but unfortunately, the research on the Hashirama cells has not yielded results. Forget it. Since I've already marked the Flying Thunder God seal, I'll come back later. As Lingfeng's main body left, the shadow clones began to disappear. The yellow ape was originally using observation hockey to cover the entire island, trying to locate Lingfeng, but suddenly so many auras disappeared in succession, interfering with his judgment, preventing him from discovering that Lingfeng had taken Caesar. Similarly, Lingfeng did not notice that just now, Caesar was heating the core of a gas bomb, wanting to study its tolerance limit. As a result, due to Caesar's disappearance, the temperature continued to rise and gradually exceeded the threshold. With a huge explosion, deadly gas rapidly spread, and in an instant, the laboratory was filled with piercing alarm sounds. Scientists scattered in panic, the Navy and sea were on high alert, and firefighters rushed into the basement. The yellow ape, hearing the commotion, also rushed over. At this moment, he had a serious expression and could no longer pay attention to tracking Lingfeng. Lingfeng appeared on a deserted island. He took out the sea stone stool and couldn't help but love it. If I had this stool when fighting Green Bull, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. He replicated the gas fruit. All right, it's time to go to Sky Island. I wonder if Enel has arrived at Angel Island. According to the plot, Enel defeated Gonfall this year and ruled Angel Island. I hope Enel has already arrived. Otherwise, I don't have time to wait for him and can only take these fruits back to the Naruto world first. Lingfeng closed his eyes, silently feeling the Flying Thunder God mark. Found it. Flying Thunder God technique. Lingfeng's figure disappeared and reappeared in a simple wooden house. According to the memories of his shadow clone, this was the home he had stayed in for a month. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. Sheng Shuquan, are you back, huh? Navy. Chapter 159. Arrival at Sky Island. Lingfeng turned his head to look. What? Do you not recognize me just because I'm wearing a Navy uniform? Kulikate-san. Kulikate is a descendant of the great liar Rolando, who came to Gaia Island a few years ago to uncover the truth about the Golden Island. A month ago, Lingfeng's shadow clone happened to encounter him being attacked by pirates trying to steal gold, so he went to help drive the pirates away. To show his gratitude, Kulikate invited him for a few drinks, and while drinking, he talked about his dream of finding the Golden Kingdom. Unexpectedly, Lingfeng not only did not ridicule him, but also fully supported him, even suggesting that Shandora might have been washed up into the sky by the knock-up stream. Kulikate saw that this guy was even more fantastical than himself, and they immediately hit off. Lingfeng also felt the same. He had checked Kulikate's information, and this guy was just adventuring under the pirate flag, not doing anything violent or thieving, which was why he was ultimately abandoned by his companions. His bounty was more due to being a descendant of Rolando, making the world government feel that it had a negative impact. Thus, the two spent some time together, getting along exceptionally well, until a few days ago, when Lingfeng's shadow clone could no longer hold on, it left the Flying Thunder God mark and automatically dispelled. Kulikate angrily said, "You bastard, do you know how long I've been looking for you?" Lingfeng laughed heartily. "Kulikate, I'm ready." "Kulikate, ready for what?" Lingfeng pointed to the sky, to the heavens. At this moment, Kulikate had not yet shifted his gaze to the sky and was immediately taken aback. "Hey, are you crazy? This is suicide. Don't think I'm a fool. I care a lot about my life. By the way, help me out. With your experience, tell me when the biggest knock-up stream is lately. Don't just talk to yourself. Who would waste time doing such a stupid thing?" Thus, Lingfeng settled down again. Kulikate, while complaining that he didn't want to, went out to sea every day to observe the sea currents, while Lingfeng, of course, planned to investigate the sky. The previous shadow clone couldn't use the fruit abilities and could only lament at the sky. Now that the main body had arrived, he definitely wanted to take a look. If he could enter Sky Island directly without using the knock-up stream, that would be the best. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Lingfeng flew up to investigate, and at an altitude of 10,000 meters was the White Sea. Below it was the White Sea with a depth of 3,000 meters. And below that was the cloud sea bottom. Although Lingfeng was not afraid of seawater, he was not a marine creature and could not break through the cloud sea bottom and the 3,000 meters of White Sea. The only way was to use the knock-up stream to forcibly break through the cloud sea bottom and the White Sea, creating a massive tunnel to pass through. Lingfeng was lucky. Soon, he found a sufficiently large knock-up stream. He used his ability to create a gigantic duck ship with open wings, preparing to ride the sea current into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the prediction. Lingfeng quietly stood on the duck's head, waiting for the arrival of the sea current, with a transponder snail beside him. "I'm really crazy to agree to your request." Kulikate continued to complain in the transponder snail. "Ah, Kulikate-san, it's okay. If you can prove that the Golden Country is in the sky, you won't have to waste time in the sea anymore. You'll have plenty of time to explore this world in the future. But don't go using the pirate name anymore. You should inherit your ancestors' adventurer title." TCH. That guy's title is such a heavy burden. But it's not just a burden. There's also debt. "Oh, what do you mean? Do you know there's a small race called the Dongtada tribe in the world?" "Yes, I know. A few hundred years ago, Lingfeng recounted to Kulikate the grievances between Rolando and the small people. Kulikate couldn't help but widen his eyes. You're serious? There are people who regard my ancestors as heroes." "Ah, the warriors of the Dongtada tribe are now all Navy soldiers. If you want to see them, you can't do it as a pirate." Just as the two were chatting happily, the sea suddenly trembled slightly. Oh, it's coming. Goodbye, Kulikate. You must survive." Before he finished speaking, a huge current shot up into the sky, piercing the heavens as if a giant pillar had broken through the sky, forming a massive void. In the distance, a duck could be seen flying, but it quickly fell because Kuliket had no experience at that time, and Lingfeng was also a rookie. That duck boat had wings but no sails, and it didn't have a navigator like Nami. However, it was enough. Lingfeng used the duck boat as a springboard, continuously generating skeleton explosion grass seeds beneath his feet, like installing a shockwave engine, and charged straight into the sky. As the passage to the Sky Island was opened, Lingfeng quickly rushed in. He ignored the Amazon collecting tolls and dashed past, winding up at Angel Island. Casually using transformation magic to appear as an angel, he grabbed a passerby. Hey, passerby, hey, I want to ask you something. What is the full name of the god? It's God Coral, what's wrong? Lingfeng. Damn, I was afraid of this. I came too early. Although he knew that Enel had killed his way from Burka to Appiato, and reverse tracking would definitely catch up to him, there wasn't enough time. He had already been pretending to be sick for almost half a month. The naval doctor was clueless, unable to find any reason, and could only give him injections and medicine every day. Even if it was just a wooden clone, doing this every day made him feel like he couldn't hold on much longer. Should I just give up on the Thunderfruit this time? Wait until next time? Anyway, the hardest first time has already been crossed. The rest is just leaving a flying ride gene for later. Just as Lingfeng was lost in thought, the broadcast nail on Angel Island suddenly rang out. Residents of Angel Island, a group of dangerous elements have arrived at Appiato, and God Coral is leading the divine team to eliminate the enemies. This time the enemies are different from criminals. They're very dangerous. Please take precautions. Hearing the broadcast, the people of Angel Island immediately became chaotic, rushing home in a hurry. Lingfeng's eyes brightened. At this time, could it be that Enel is attacking Appiato? He clarified the direction and quickly became a human-powered shockwave engine, heading towards Appiato. Meanwhile, God Coral's face was pale, cold sweat dripping down. The Divine Guard team he had trained for many years had gone out to intercept the enemies. But facing just 5 people, they collapsed in an instant. No, it wasn't 5 people. Those 4 guys were taking turns to attack, while the one in the middle, the one with the strongest momentum, hadn't even lifted his eyelids the whole time. Appiato is in danger. Chapter 160. Enel's humiliating death. Lingfeng rushed towards Appiato like a gust of wind. In less than half an hour, he arrived at a primitive jungle filled with gigantic plants. He released vines to connect with the plants, and the vegetation sensed the entire Appiato. Coupled with his observation haki, he quickly discovered the target. In his perception, there were 2 teams engaged in battle, one side consisting of hundreds of people, seemingly the Divine Guard team, and the other side consisting of 5 people, apparently Enel and the 4 priests. Lingfeng cut off the plant perception and hurriedly flew towards the battlefield. At this time, God Coral's face was pale. He had sent out the Divine Guard team he had trained for years to intercept the enemy, thinking that hundreds versus 5 would give him the advantage. But as soon as they made contact, the Divine Guard team was utterly defeated, with the enemy advancing as if there were no obstacles. Coral, oh no, it's bad. A few minutes later, Lingfeng flew above the temple. At a glance, he almost fell from the sky. God Coral and the Divine Guard team had been beaten to the ground, while Enel and his 4 subordinates were only slightly dirty. How long has it been? Not even 10 minutes, and it's over. Enel also discovered Lingfeng through his mind network. A fish that slipped through the net. He raised his hand, and dark clouds rolled in the sky, instantly unleashing a bolt of lightning. Lingfeng, in terms of attack speed, Enel was definitely at T0 level. Fortunately, Lingfeng was already prepared. Seeing Enel raise his hand, he threw a flying Raijin Kanai to the side, just in time to teleport away from where the lightning would strike. Enel? The 4 priests. During this delay, Lingfeng had already landed in front of the group. Who are you to attack me for no reason? Om stepped forward with his sword. Who are you so rude? State your name. Lingfeng rolled his eyes. I am a wandering merchant from Sky Island, here to present gifts to the god. Who are you? Why did you suddenly attack me? Where is Lord God Coral? Why doesn't he come out to manage this? God Coral. Oh, Om Nirvana snorted coldly. The old god you speak of is no longer here. The one ruling the temple now is the new god before you, Lord Enel. Lingfeng pretended to know nothing. Huh? New god. That's right. From today onwards, whether it's Gasparedo or Angel Island, all Sky Islands will be under the rule of Lord Enel. Lingfeng immediately put on a surprised and fawning expression. Oh, I see. I'm truly honored to witness the birth of the new god. Enel stared expressionlessly at Lingfeng. What? You don't want to take revenge for the old god? Lingfeng smiled and waved his hand. You're joking. I don't even know the old god. I came here just hoping to become the exclusive merchant under the god. I am a Jew. I don't care who the god is. Whoever can make me money is my god. Hearing this, Enel was not angry, but found it particularly interesting. Ah, what a clever guy. Then fine, I'll temporarily accept you. Typically, those in power wouldn't keep subordinates without loyalty. But Enel was the kind of person overflowing with confidence, not caring about that at all. As long as he had overwhelming strength, his subordinates had only one path: loyalty. Lingfeng wore a flattering smile. Then I truly thank you for your great kindness. You just became a god, and I wanted to present you with a gift. Don't worry, it will definitely be something rare. As he spoke, he pulled out a scroll, made hand seals, and conjured a large, dark, gray sofa. Enel, what is this? This thing is very simple in craftsmanship. What's so special about it? This is a treasure I found with great difficulty from the Infinite Land. Don't be fooled by its inconspicuous appearance. It is actually indestructible, just like your unbreakable divine authority. After saying that, he turned to the four priests. You guys can try and see if you can destroy this sofa. If you leave even a scratch, I'll consider me bragging. The four priests immediately became interested, each using their methods to smash it, clanging and banging for a long time. And indeed the sofa remained unscathed. Even Enel personally unleashed lightning. Although it created a huge hole in the ground, it still couldn't harm the sofa at all. Lingfeng secretly sneered. This is sea prism stone, which even Navy scientists can only process using special techniques. Just relying on you. Seeing that the sofa was indeed unharmed, Enel couldn't help but laugh heartily. Aha, not bad, not bad. I'm very satisfied with this gift. Since that's the case, from today on, you are my exclusive merchant. Remember to find me some interesting things. No problem. It's my honor. Lingfeng readily agreed and made a gesture of invitation. Lord Enel, why don't you sit down and try it? Enel, without suspicion, sat down and suddenly changed his expression drastically. Just as he was about to get up, vines suddenly emerged from Lingfeng's body, binding him and the sofa tightly together. The four priests were also shocked. Bold! Stop! They roared as they charged towards Lingfeng, unleashing their strongest attacks. For sharp attacks struck Lingfeng, blasting apart most of his body. But Lingfeng didn't care, countering with four vines that pierced their bodies, instantly draining them into mummies. At this moment, Enel felt weak all over, trembling as he said, Nature type. Lingfeng smiled slightly. That's right. Just like you, a nature type. I'll take your rumble fruit without hesitation. Despair and fear appeared in Enel's eyes. Damn, I'm an invincible god. If it weren't for this sofa. Lingfeng looked down at him. Don't be naive. Someone like you, who only knows how to rely on fruits, dares to call yourself invincible. In the blue sea, there are plenty of people who can defeat you. As he spoke, he split off a wooden clone from his body, then transformed his main body into a giant four-tailed form, stuffing Enel and the clone into his mouth. After a while, the giant ape disappeared, and Lingfeng held the rumble fruit, smiling like Uchiha. Although he dissed Enel for being a useless person who only knew how to use fruits, the truth is his fruit was indeed powerful. With such a strong fruit, as long as he didn't plan to fight for the throne, there was really no need for training. For Lingfeng, defeating Enel wasn't easy, but capturing him alive was even harder. The current could transmit at the speed of light, and it could also conduct into the ground in clouds. Once he was determined to escape, unless one had special abilities like the dark fruit, even Roger and Whitebeard would just be left staring. So Lingfeng gave up on a hard confrontation and directly set a trap with sea prism stone, easily capturing him. One could only say, Enel died in a very aggrieved manner. Chapter 161. Sky Island Treasure. Lingfeng looked at the rumble fruit as if he were holding his newborn child. The rumble fruit, one of the most powerful fruits in the pirate world, even after many later versions emerged, such as the Dark, Shock, Azure Dragon, Nika, and a bunch of other perverse fruits. It remained the white moonlight for countless people. Lingfeng initially wanted to leave this fruit for Qingyan, but after thinking about it, he felt it wasn't suitable. The rumble fruit was too powerful and somewhat incompatible with Qingyan's abilities. Back then, his talent was poor, so he didn't need to consider compatibility issues, but Qingyan was different. With her exceptional talent, and having been sealed for so long by her mother, she finally broke through, and it was a rapid advancement, enjoying the revolutionary fruit's benefits. If she ate the rumble fruit, it would probably waste her talent, as she might never get the chance to develop her Sharingan. It would be better to give her the Force fruit or the Gas fruit, as long as she could elementalize, and regarding the Sharingan, he couldn't waste it. He was still waiting to use Susanoo and the Great Buddha. Since he wasn't giving it to Qingyan, Lingfeng didn't hesitate to eat the rumble fruit. His current strength in the pirate world was indeed lacking, and having the Rumble fruit would give him more confidence in facing top-level strong opponents. Lingfeng opened the system panel. Naruto Pirate Travel System. Intermediate. Host information. First identity, Senju Lingfeng. Konoha Chunin, 16 years old. Second identity, Ziyu Lingfeng, Navy Headquarters Colonel. Former captain of the Ziyu Pirates, 16 years old. Mastered skills slight physical body SSS mentality SSA, defense SSR, chakra SSS chakra attributes water, earth fire. Lightning special abilities force fruit, simulated explosive release, flying thunder god, melting release, boiling release, spirit manipulation, rumble fruit, magnetic release immunity, two-color hockey, Navy 6 styles. High-end organ transplant technology, tradable goods, explosive talismans 500, kunai 150, scrolls 5, living beings scroll 1, flintlock pistols 10, including bullets 2000, cannons 1, including shells 30. Navy standard uniform 1, smoke fruit, force fruit, gas fruit, fish fruit, mythical beast type Barbie pink dragon form. Rum 200 boxes, fine red wine 10 boxes. Red wine 100 boxes, undersea gold bars 3, experimental data 1, experimental equipment 2 sets, medicine 1 box. Remaining funds 400. 000 tails, 4 million berries. Lingfeng's eyes lit up. The increase in skills and goods was quite normal. After all, he wasn't just practicing in the Navy headquarters, but also buying things in the living area, and even went to Punk Hazard for a zero-cost shopping spree. But what does it mean that the physical body is SSS? Is the Navy training this effective? Lingfeng couldn't help but shed tears of joy, looking up at the sky. Zifa-sensei, you truly deserve to be the monument of Navy education. Hey, young man. Suddenly, an old and weak voice interrupted Lingfeng's thoughts. Lingfeng looked down to see that he had accidentally stepped on Gangko's hand. I'm so sorry. In a good mood, Lingfeng casually helped them with some healing. Gangko, with a grateful expression, grabbed Lingfeng's hand. Powerful young man, thank you for saving Angel Island. To express my gratitude, I would like to invite you to succeed the position of God. Lingfeng, I refuse. All right, I will prepare for the handover soon. Gangko and the others stared wide-eyed, incredulous. What did you say? I said I refuse. You guys in the Sky Island are still in the Iranara conflict. I have no interest in taking over this mess. The only 2 things that interest me are the rumble fruit and gold. Lingfeng's eyes spun. You want to repay me, right? Gangko nodded vigorously. All right. Lingfeng raised his hand, and instantly a row of trees grew from the ground, extending out like signposts. I'll go ahead. You follow these trees to find me. After saying that, he transformed into lightning and disappeared. The flying thunder god is a spatial jump, theoretically faster than lightning. But if there is no pre-mark, the rumble fruit is still more convenient. Earlier, when Lingfeng used plants to sense enemies, he found Skypea, and now it was harvest time. He unleashed lightning, clearing all the obstructive clouds of the island, revealing the magnificent golden city. Upon seeing the full view of the city, he took a few steps back while clutching his heart. Wow, so much gold. With this gold, why the hell would I farm? Ninja World War. I could buy the entire ninja world. Lingfeng regretted not eating the gold fruit, as he couldn't just wave his hand to collect the gold. Vines of chakra emerged from his body, and he began prying gold from the walls. After merely walking halfway down the street, he had already piled up a mountain of gold. Suddenly, he thought of something, took out several scrolls, threw away the broken copper and iron inside, and filled them all with gold. Just like that, the mountain of gold was only missing a corner. These 5 scrolls belong to the eldest sister. As long as she doesn't get carried away, this gold is enough for her to gamble on Boruto. These few could be considered living expenses. How about we buy the daimyo's mansion first? Gangko and the God Esgard team rushed over, panting, and were shocked to see Xiangwala. They had been here before, but only saw the ruins above the island clouds. They didn't expect there to be a huge city below. Mr. Gangko, I will be leaving soon. Please help me collect gold, and I will come and collect it periodically. This will be your repayment to me. Gangko's eyes widened. Is that it? Even if Lingfeng didn't say anything, they wanted to get rid of these yellow metals. What level is this? Daring to be compared with base. Lingfeng, this is enough. Of course, if you find scattered gold elsewhere, please help me collect it. Gangko readily agreed. Just as Lingfeng was about to return to the Hokage world, he suddenly thought of something. By the way, Mr. Gangko, have you been troubled about how to coexist peacefully with the Shandia warriors? Gangko was taken aback, unable to hide his troubled expression, and nodded gently. After hundreds of years of grudges, too much blood has been shed. He hoped to resolve the conflict between the two clans in his generation. Unfortunately, the Shandia warriors were not appreciative, and the peace talks were not going smoothly. Let me tell you a story. Lingfeng recounted the story of Rolando and Calgala to Gang Cole, who listened for the first time and couldn't help but shed tears. So that's how it is. No wonder the Shandia would rather die than give up on Kapaya. There's such a story behind it. We are the invaders. Lingfeng patted his shoulder. In fact, the Shandia chieftain also has the intention of peace talks. It's just that a few stubborn ones are hard to deal with. I have another piece of news that might help the peace talks. Gang Cole, Rolando's descendants, are in the Qinghai right below the Sky Island, searching for traces of their ancestors and the Golden Land. Gang Cole's eyes widened. You mean, after 400 years? Lingfeng nodded. Use this news to exchange for a chance at peace between both sides. As for how to negotiate, it depends on your wisdom as a god. Farewell. After saying that, Lingfeng activated Flying Thunder God and instantly disappeared. Gang Cole wiped his tears, took a deep breath, and returned to his former wise and resilient self. You guys, accompany me to the Shandia camp. Huh, but you're seriously injured now. It's too dangerous. It's fine, I'm going to seek peace. Not to start a war. My injuries won't matter. The rest of you recover well, and collect this gold as the adult requested. Yes. Chapter 162. Passing information, Lingfeng returned to the Hokage world. There are only 3 days left until the Vortex clan's grand ceremony, and time is very tight. It's time to set off. Just as Lingfeng was about to use Flying Thunder God to teleport, he suddenly thought of something, flipped his hand, and took out the forest fruit. System, I've already eaten the forest fruit. What will happen if I eat another one? Will I explode and die, or will there be some other change? The system suddenly crashed. Damn, is this a question for a person to ask? I really can't replace humans. But as a diligent workhorse, the system obediently calculated and provided a reference answer. If the host eats the forest fruit again, it will greatly enhance the natural power, directly reaching the awakening state. Moreover, since the host already possesses the forest fruit, it will not conflict with the thunder fruit. Hearing this, Lingfeng relaxed, picked up the forest fruit, and took a bite, almost spitting it out. System, hey, don't disturb me. I'm afraid if I stop, I won't be able to eat it anymore. Lingfeng took a deep breath, gulped down a few bites, and finished the forest fruit. Ugh, what were you about to say? I haven't finished my sentence, because the forest fruit is of the natural type. The fusion is expected to take 5 days. Lingfeng suddenly had a bad premonition. What will happen during this time? The host will fall into a dormant state, and the fusion will soon begin. Now, counting down, 10. Wait, 10 what? 9. System, I curse you. Lingfeng made hand seals and directly teleported back to Konoha village, appearing next to Shengtai. Shengtai had been through a lot in the lab, and just as he was getting ready to sleep, he was startled when Lingfeng suddenly appeared on his bed, covering his chest and letting out a sharp scream. Shut up, Lingfeng, you bastard, how could you be here? Get out of here, you beast. I will hide here for 5 days. Don't let anyone know I'm back, and don't treat me, please. 2, 1, 0, loading activated. Lingfeng fell asleep immediately. Shengtai was left dumbfounded. Huh. That's right, the author is just dragging Lingfeng for a few days. The original team had already arrived at the eastern side of the Land of Waves. It was a cliff by the sea with an extremely open view. The few people found a hidden cave on the cliff and established a small outpost. After finishing their work, Uchiha Yuan and others rested in place. While Qing Yin stood at the cave entrance gazing at the sea, Natsu Miho approached with some food. Qing Yin, you should eat something too. Thank you. Qing Yin ate quickly, finishing the food in no time. Brother Yuan, I need to leave for a while. Uchiha Yuan was taken aback. Where are you going? I need to go to the land of Vortex. Lingfeng asked me to do something. Uchiha Yuan seemed to realize something. Wait, your request to come to the land of Wave for vigilance is to facilitate going to the land of Vortex. Qing Yin walked to the cave entrance. That's not entirely it. At least the existence of this outpost is very necessary. Uchiha Yuan hurriedly stepped forward to discourage him. Qing Yin, don't do anything foolish. Our task is vigilance. You know the consequences of leaving your post. It doesn't matter, Qing Yin said, and then jumped down. Uchiha Yuan rushed over, watching the figure gradually disappear as it skimmed over the waves, finally letting out a heavy sigh. He turned to his 3 subordinates, revealing his blood-red Sharingan. This matter, after we withdraw our defenses, I will personally report to Elder 2. But before that, you're not allowed to reveal a word, understood? The other 3 felt a chill in their hearts and quickly nodded in agreement. Uchiha Yuan, looked outside the cave. With this layer of illusion, no one should obstruct Qing Yin. Lingfeng, you little bastard. Late at night, the territory of the Vortex clan was still a sea of joy, with a noodle offering festival approaching. This day is not only a sacred ceremony, but also a day for the clansmen to gather together. Many Vortex clansmen who had settled in distant places over the years would return to the clan, placing long-lost relatives. In the noodle hall of the Vortex clan, the clan leader of the Vortex clan, Vortex Bisang, sat cross-legged with closed eyes, quietly waiting for something. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Vortex Bisang said lightly, "Come in." Vortex Ingcheng and Vortex Tunshin entered the noodle hall and respectfully saluted. Clan leader Qing Yin then slowly walked in, slightly bowing. Junior Uchiha Qing Yin, greetings to clan leader Bisang. Vortex Bisang slowly opened his eyes. Uchiha girl, why did you go through so much trouble to having Chung and Tunshan introduce me to you? What is your intention? As Qing Yin, of course. She couldn't see Vortex Bisang, and even the guards of the Vortex clan, being Uchiha, didn't want to let her in. In desperation, she had to seek out Vortex Ingcheng and Vortex Tunshan, who had sent her a message to ask them to introduce her. Originally, the two were reluctant. After all, this was against the rules. A little Uchiha girl wanting to meet her clan leader? That would be a disgrace. But Qing Yin said it was Lingfeng's request. Considering Lingfeng's character and her relationship with him, the two reluctantly agreed. Fortunately, Vortex Bisang didn't make it difficult for her Janine, agreeing to meet Qing Yin. Qing Yin went straight to the point. The junior was here to give a warning. Mist Village plans to attack the Land of Waves during the offering to the Face God Festival, and she asked clan leader Bisang to prepare in advance. After hearing Qing Yin's words, Vortex Bisang remained unmoved. However, Vortex Ingcheng and Vortex Tunshan immediately panicked, cold sweat soaking their clothes. No, we brought you here for Lingfeng's sake, and you just say this? Mist Village is going to war against the Land of Waves. Has the Uchiha clan gone as crazy? Vortex Bisang's expression showed no change. Little girl, this is alarmist talk. What is your source of information? The Uchiha clan. Qing Yin shook her head and proceeded to recount Lingfeng's speculation. Vortex Ingcheng and Vortex Tunshan felt their heads were about to explode. After talking for so long, there was still no substantial evidence. They never expected that Lingfeng was directly reversing the plot. Vortex Ingcheng sighed and said softly, Qing Yin, you don't know. Before each offering to the Face God Festival, we collect intelligence from Mist Village, and this time is no exception. Your Konoha's root has already sent back intelligence that everything is normal in Mist Village, and no anomalies have been found. Upon hearing Root, Qing Yin's eyes sparkled. I don't believe in Root, I only believe in Lingfeng. Vortex Ingcheng was speechless, All right, someone. Vortex Bisang suddenly interrupted and called for a maid. Little girl, you've worked hard all the way here, go rest for now. The offering to the Face God Festival is approaching. Since you're here, you can stay a few more days if you wish. Qing Yin had said what she needed to say and no longer insisted. After thanking him, she left with the maid. Once Qing Yin left, Vortex Ingcheng and Vortex Tunshan quickly bowed and apologized. Vortex Ingcheng stammered, Sorry, clan leader, we didn't expect this little girl to speak so recklessly. Recklessly? Vortex Bisang looked out at the moon. How do you know it's reckless? Huh? But the intelligence from Root says there's no abnormality. So, when it comes to the life and death of the Vortex clan, Root can be wrong 100 times, but we cannot afford to be wrong even once. As for the abnormality, isn't it abnormal for the Uchiha to send a message to the Vortex? Chapter 163. Bloodstained troops, one Vortex, Ingcheng and Vortex Tunshan left the offering hall and hurried to the desolate mountains behind the clan's territory. As they walked along the dim path, suddenly their bodies stiffened. They found a layer of cursed seals on the ground, firmly binding their feet. Vortex Ingcheng took out the clan leader's token and shook it. Not far away, a Vortex clansman raised his hand, and the cursed seals on the ground disappeared. Thus, the two passed through several security lines and arrived at a stone house. Inside the stone house was a huge sand table, resembling a miniature version of the Vortex clan's territory, covered by a massive barrier, densely packed with seals. 3 Vortex clansmen were sitting cross-legged, pouring chakra into the barrier. One of the older Vortex clansmen stood up and said lightly, Why have you two come here? The two bowed. Greetings, Elder Mo. Vortex Ingcheng took out the clan leader's token. The clan leader has ordered, please go meet him, and during the offering to the Face God Festival. The barrier will enter combat mode. Vortex MO was taken aback. Is there any intelligence? He casually shook his head. Forget it. I'll go fine by saying to ask for clarification. As a clan renowned for sealing techniques in the ninja world, the Vortex clan's territory is covered by barriers. But unlike Konoha village, it not only senses but also enters a combat-ready state, possessing extremely strong defensive capabilities. Of course, the cost is also enormous. Even the Vortex clan feels the pinch. Vortex MO hurried to find Vortex by saying, and the two talked for a long time. Many of the barrier team members who were originally on leave were recalled, especially the Jainin. Not a single one could be absent. Although many felt it was an overreaction, they still obediently complied. During these days, Qingyan was not idle either. She found the Vortex clan's training ground and began to issue name challenges like she did in the ninja school. At the training ground, Vortex Ingcheng was watching the battle. On one side was Qingyan, and on the other was Vortex Songyan, who was known as the top of the younger generation of the Vortex clan. At this moment, several chains emerged from Vortex Songyan's body, sweeping toward Qingyan. Is this the adamantine sealing chains? Qingyan activated her 3-tomo Sharingan, and the trajectory of all the chains became clear. She moved swiftly, darting between the chains like a blackbird, avoiding attacks, and occasionally using her long sword to deflect the chains. When she got close, she suddenly formed hand seals, fire-style, fireball jutsu. A massive fireball shot toward Vortex Songyan. Vortex Songyan raised a hand, and the chains coiled into a circular shield, blocking the fireball. Suddenly, the ground behind her cracked open, and Qingyan emerged from it, slashing at her shoulder. Vortex Songyan remained calm, and more chains emerged from her body, instantly binding Qingyan tightly. You think those chains are my limit? Too naive. Vortex Ingcheng sighed. The winner is Uchiha Qingyan. Vortex Songyun was immediately stunned. Hey, Uncle Ingcheng, are you mistaken? Clearly I won. Vortex Ingcheng sighed and approached to pat his shoulder. Vortex Songyun felt dazed, and upon closer inspection, he saw several chains binding him tightly, while Qingyan stood not far away, her blood-red eyes staring at him. A Jinjutsu from the Sharingan. When did that happen? Qingyan sheathed her sword and said lightly, "Thank you for the guidance." This infuriated the surrounding Vortex youths. Vortex Ingcheng was helpless about this. After all, you all are support types. Against a pure martial arts type like Uchiha, you naturally have no advantage. However, this Uchiha Qingyan is truly a genius, especially her Jinjutsu, which even he, an elite Jainin, couldn't handle. Tonight is the offering to the Face God Festival. I wonder if it can pass peacefully. Chapter 164. Bloodstained Troops 2. These people looked particularly strange. They were obviously big and burly men, yet they had long hair and 2 red dots on their foreheads. They resembled the children performing in kindergarten shows from the 1980s in Lingfeng's previous life. The leading middle-aged man gazed at the flames from a distance, revealing a sickly smile akin to a clever person. At this moment, a long-haired man walked up behind him. Lord Heishui, it seems our Takeburi clan is the first to arrive. What should we do now? Takeburi Heishui, the leader of this Takeburi clan, licked his lips, and since those fools haven't tea arrived yet, we should naturally taste it first. At this moment, a seemingly less intelligent smart guy beside him whispered, but Shueying said to act together. Zhu Chu Heishui impatiently roared. Who cares what Shueying says? The smart guy shrank his neck. Well, the clan leader means the same. Upon hearing the mention of the clan leader, Zhu Chu Heishui gritted his teeth and spat softly. T-Sage, what a hassle. Let's go. After saying that, he headed towards the agreed meeting place. An hour later, waves of people arrived, gathering at the designated location. Judging by their attire and clan emblems, they were clearly ninjas from different families, although they all came from the same village and were carrying out the same mission. Apart from a few, everyone stayed with their clansmen and showed no intention of communicating with others. After a while, an old man leaning on a snake-shaped cane appeared before everyone, escorted by 4 umbu from the Mist Village. Is everyone here? Upon seeing the old man, everyone was taken aback. Elder Yuan, Lord Yuan, even the most unruly Zhu Chu clan members suppressed their tempers. Their gazes towards the old man filled with gravity. Elder Yuan scanned the crowd. Zhu Chu, Heixiao, Huanjing Guanyin Mizuki. Good, everyone is here. There are a total of 27 J-Nin and 232 CH-Nin here. Your task is to break through the Uzumaki clan's great formation and hold them off as long as possible. As for my actions, you don't need to worry about that. Understood. Elder Yuan's tone was calm, but everyone felt a chill in their hearts and bowed in unison, acknowledging. All right, it's time to depart. The crowd accepted their orders and headed towards the Uzumaki clan's territory. After everyone left, a tall man with long black hair and closed eyes emerged from the darkness. Elder Yuan glanced at him and sighed. Sandai, who didn't need to come, nor did he need to send precious bloodline ninjas to undertake such missions. The newcomer was Sandai Mizukage, Kitsukure Yumi, original AI-generated name. Elder Yuan looked in the direction where the bloodline ninjas had vanished, a hint of heartache flashing in his eyes. No matter which village it was, bloodline ninjas were like sharp blades that needed to be accompanied by ordinary ninjas as assistants or even cannon fodder. Charging a pure bloodline force directly into a strong clan's territory was, in Elder Yuan's eyes, utterly foolish. But he couldn't say anything, as even though he was an elder just below the Mizukage in the Mist Village, he had no power to defy the Mizukage's orders. Kitsukure Yumi stood with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance, his expression showing no signs of fluctuation. A group of powerful but hard-to-control individuals attacking a formidable enemy. ISNT, that just fitting. But they are our villagers. Their bloodline is also a precious treasure of the village. No, quite the opposite, Elder Yuan exclaimed. Bloodline ninjas are indeed powerful, but without the wisdom to control their strength, letting them grow unchecked will eventually lead to chaos in the Mist Village. What we need in the future are obedient tools, not blades that don't know where to strike. Elder Yuan opened his mouth, but ultimately let out a long sigh. He had managed to become one of the few remaining elders from the second generation by knowing when to keep quiet. Actually, you don't need to be so pessimistic. We have already used that route to spread false information, and unexpectedly, they will be more than enough to deal with the Uzumaki clan. Come on, Elder Yuan, we have our own tasks to attend to. After saying that, Kitsukure Yumi turned and left. Shadows of figures dressed as Umbu appeared faintly in the depths of the forest. In the Uzumaki clan's territory, people were singing and dancing. Suddenly, a rumbling thunder sounded in the night sky. Dark clouds gathered, instantly blocking the moonlight. People sensed something was wrong and looked up at the sky in confusion. What is that? Suddenly, someone pointed into the distance and shouted. As several giant serpent-like monsters broke through the heavens, menacingly approaching the crowd. Not good. It's a tornado. Why is there a tornado in this season? This is bad. The tornado is coming. Run. At this moment, a large number of civilians were gathered in the clan's territory, hastily trying to escape. But they were no match for the speed of the natural disaster. In the distance, a dozen ninjas formed a formation, jointly casting ninjutsu. The onlookers were amazed. Oh, this must be the Tai Dun of the Guanyin clan. That's impressive. Although those who could awaken Tai Dun were rare, given the current situation, it was just right for them to step up. The ninjas of the Guanyin clan, hearing the chatter, secretly felt proud. Ha, Uzumaki clan, you are no match. Taste our power. Tai Dun, great wind, destructive break. Dozens of tornadoes collided in an instant, forming a massive black tornado that roared down toward the Uzumaki clan's territory. In the original plot, AJ Nin could briefly hold off a Susanoo. Suddenly, a transparent barrier appeared in the air, forcefully blocking the massive typhoon. The Guanyin clan was taken aback. What the hell is this thing? Break it! The tornado suddenly changed direction, piercing towards the barrier like a giant spear. A massive dent appeared on the barrier, but the tornado seemed to sink into a swamp, its speed slowing down until it finally came to a halt. The Uzumaki clan below, witnessing this, felt as if they had been reborn after a disaster, many collapsing to the ground in relief. We have survived. The protective barrier is at full power. We are saved. The Guanyin clan, furious, controlled the typhoon to crash against the barrier. The barrier twisted and deformed continuously, but remained exceptionally resilient, showing no signs of damage. As the defending side, and also being the Uzumaki clan, the Uzumaki people felt at ease, while the ninjas of the Guanyin clan appeared somewhat frantic. Damn it, they're hiding in their turtle shell, and 1T come out. Ha, fools. Such petty tricks are ultimately useless. The ninjas of the Guanyin clan were furious. Turning around, they were stunned to see the madman from the Juchu clan and immediately fell silent. The entire Mist Village had no desire to deal with the Juchu clan, let alone conflict with them. Juchu Heishui grew several bone spikes on his body, while the Juchu clansmen displayed twisted, sickly expressions. Bone Blade Break. Chapter 165. Bloodline Troops 3. The Juchu ninjas screamed as they charged towards the protective barrier. Others saw this and cursed, damn. They carefully avoided the Uzumaki clan's perception just to get this close, and now they exposed themselves. At this point, the Uzumaki clan also discovered the enemy. Enemy attack, in this direction. That damned appearance. Be careful, it's the Jutsu clan. Jutsu. The Mist Village would never let them out alone. There must be others behind them. Jutsu Heishui laughed maniacally, thick bone armor growing on his head, and he charged into the barrier. With a loud bang, he was directly bounced back several meters. How could a barrier capable of stopping a massive tornado be broken by a headbutt? Jutsu Heishui flipped over and stood up, his head and face covered in blood, looking even more crazed and ferocious. Damn it, you think this thing can stop me? He extended his arm, his bones swelling and twisting into a gigantic bone drill, spinning at high speed as it crashed into the barrier. In terms of power, the bone drill naturally couldn't compare to the natural disaster like Taidon, but in terms of penetrating power, it was much stronger. Under the high-speed friction of the bone drill, the barrier deeply concaved, and the runes above flickered continuously. In the center of the barrier, Vortex MO sensed everything, observing the fluctuations of the barrier and began issuing commands. Open the gaps and let them in. The barrier team was startled. Elder. A cold light flashed in Vortex Mo's eyes. The enemy was not deploying a large force, but a small elite group. Letting them in would allow for a complete cleanup. Yes. The barrier team changed their hand signs and opened several gaps in the barrier. Takakuri Kurokaze was originally engaged in a struggle with the barrier when a large hole suddenly opened in front of him. Caught off guard, he stumbled and fell. Blood gushing from his nose. Damn it, kill them, leave none alive. Oh. The Takakuri clan members, excited and with red eyes, charged in with howls. Bone Pulse Link, early fern dance. Takakuri Kurokaze let out a strange cry, and all the Takakuri clan members knelt on one knee, their hands pressed to the ground. Instantly, sharp bone spikes erupted from the ground, attacking the Vortex clan members like a mountain of needles. Suddenly, several ninjas from the Vortex clan appeared. Earth style, Earth return. Water style, scale, wave technique. Sealing technique, flowing water, spell pattern. The ground trembled violently, suddenly lifting the Takakuri clan members along with the underground bone spikes into the air. A torrent of water surged forth, enveloping the ground and the people inside with a layer of water membrane. Then, dense runes appeared on the surface of the water membrane, forming a seal that trapped the enemies inside. Hey, what is this thing? Do they think they can trap us with this? The Takakuri clan shouted. Massive bone spikes erupting from their bodies, making the water sphere's seal uneven. Seizing this opportunity, other Vortex ninjas rushed in to escort the civilians to safety. Such a simple sealing technique could not last long. A few minutes later, the water membrane suddenly burst open, and the Takakuri clan members rushed out, engaging in battle with the Vortex clan. During this delay, other bloodline ninjas also breached the protective clan barrier. Vortex Bisang did not show himself, but through the barrier, it was easy to detect the identity of the attackers. The Takakuri clan of Bone Pulse, the Mizuki clan of Ice Shield, the Night Owl clan of Nether Style, the Illusion Crystal clan of Crystal Style, the Guanyin clan of Platform Style. A mere few hundred dare to plot against my Vortex clan, truly underestimating us. Since the Hidden Mist Village has sent a great gift, this old man will graciously accept it. At the same time, he secretly lamented. Thanks to Qing Yin's message, the barrier was activated in advance, reaching full power. Otherwise, the losses would have been severe. After the Bloodline ninjas rushed into the barrier, they immediately went on a killing spree. The Vortex clan showed no weakness. Although the enemy was strong, this was their home turf. With the support of the clan's protective formation, their ninjutsu was more powerful and consumed less chakra, undoubtedly occupying an absolute home field advantage. In one corner of the clan territory, Vortex Tsingyun also faced the enemy. Due to Qing Yin's physique, they had become alert, responding quickly. At this moment, dozens of massive, square ice pillars floated around him, each with ice mirrors on all four sides, each containing a shadow, which was the Mizuki clan's ice shield, magic mirror ice crystal. Compared to his own explorations, this guy's ninjutsu was clearly much more powerful. Suddenly, a figure shot out from the ice pillar, releasing dozens of shuriken. Vortex Tsangyun quickly dodged, while golden chains emerged from behind, attempting to capture the enemy. But the enemy's speed was too fast, instantly diving into the ice crystal. The golden chains tangled around the ice crystal and directly crushed it, leaving only a pile of debris with nothing inside. A troublesome guy. Suddenly, a figure rushed up. Fire style, great fire extinguish. The newcomer was Qing Yin, who leaped high and unleashed a massive fireball toward the ice mirror, continuously bombarding the ice crystal. But the ice crystal only made a sizzling sound, showing no signs of melting. A mere fire technique. How could it harm ice ninjutsu? Qing Yin charged directly into the formation, reaching Vortex Songyun's side, raising her ninja knife in readiness, her blood-red Sharingan particularly striking. Uchiha! To actually rush in by herself. What a foolish girl. As she spoke, the surrounding ice crystals flashed, and countless shuriken rained down like raindrops. With such a number, even Vortex Songyun was left dumbfounded, unable to dodge. Suddenly, his arm tightened, and he was flung aside by Qing Yin. Then, Qing Yin spun her ninja knife into a barrier, knocking down all the shuriken. Your movements are quite elegant. Before she could finish her sentence, Qing Yin suddenly dashed out from between the shuriken, fiercely slicing toward an inconspicuous ice pillar. With a clang, this ice pillar was exceptionally solid, actually blocking her ninja knife. I see. You used a Sharingan to see through my true location. But unfortunately, my ice is harder than steel, a mere ninja knife. Before she could finish her sentence, Qing Yin tightened her grip, and a layer of lightning chakra instantly covered the blade. She twisted and sliced, and the previously indestructible ice crystal was instantly split in half. A Mizuki clan ninja screamed as he fell to the ground, his legs completely severed. Qing Yin flicked the blood off her knife. You talk too much. Vortex Songyun hurriedly approached, his heart still racing. Thank you, Qing Yin. Suddenly, both of their expressions changed, and they jumped aside simultaneously. A massive pink ice crystal dragon crashed into the spot where they had just been, instantly covering the ground with a layer of crystal. The ice ninjas with broken legs were caught in the aftermath, instantly sealed in the crystal, like insects trapped in amber. A middle ninja from the hidden mist rushed over, wielding a crystal blade on his arm, and struck fiercely at Qing Yin. Watch out, it's a crystal-style ninja. Qing Yin raised her ninja knife to block the attack, but the crystal blade quickly spread after colliding with the ninja knife, instantly sticking it fast. The crystal-style ninja yanked away Qing Yin's ninja knife, raising his other hand into a fist, transforming into a crystal hammer ready to smash down. Chapter 166 Bloodline Troops. For the Illusion Crystal Clan's hammer fell, too slow. Qing Yin released the ninja knife, dodging to the side, her eyes spinning with the tomo, causing the Illusion Crystal Clan member to freeze for a moment, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed to the ground. Qing Yin picked up the ninja knife, the lightning chakra swirling, shattering the crystal that had bound the blade, and she swiftly plunged the blade into the back of the enemy's neck. But at this moment, there were too many enemies on the battlefield, one after another, overwhelming. Not far away, a Vortex girl shouted at the two. Songyun, Qing Yin, be careful. Almost simultaneously, several blobs of acidic liquid sprayed toward them. Qing Yin and Songyun felt a chill in their hearts and quickly dodged the attacks, while the Vortex girl, distracted, was pierced through the heart by a bone spike from a Takakuri clan member, instantly losing her breath. Akiro. Songyun's eyes widened in rage, disregarding everything as he charged forward for revenge, but a continuous stream of acidic blobs came rushing in. Qing Yin, quick-witted, grabbed Songyun's arm and pulled him aside. Stay calm. Don't let her die in vain. Songyun's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, staring fiercely at the three dissolution ninjas nearby, his expression contorting in anger. Damn you, Terumi clan. Damn you, Takakuri clan. I will turn you to ash. The three dissolution ninjas were indeed from the Terumi clan, a major clan of the Hidden Mist Village. They looked at Qing Yin and Songyun with malicious intent, and the Takakuri ninja who killed Akiro approached with interest. Hee. They are mine. The Takakuri ninja exchanged glances, one of them grinning sinisterly. No one is competing with you, but these two little mice are quite agile. We'll help you block them. Enjoy yourself. The Takakuri ninja licked his lips. Good. With that, he grinned and charged toward Qing Yin and Songyun. Three Konoha ninjas jumped away simultaneously, forming a triangle around Qing Yin and Songyun. Melt release, melt net technique. The three used melt release to create a giant circle of acid, trapping Qing Yin and Songyun in the center. The Takebori ninja was covered in sharp spikes and held a bone knife, staring at the two like a demon. Qing Yin whispered a few words into Songyun's ear, who showed a look of surprise but nodded in agreement. The Takebori ninja charged at the two, with Qing Yin rushing forward first, blocking the Takebori ninja's bone knife with her ninja sword. Sharingan, Genjutsu. The Takebori ninja suddenly felt his mind go blank, his movements froze. And then he was slashed down to the ground by Qingyan. The three Konoha ninjas were furious. How useless were these Takebori guys? Was that it? They formed hand seals, and acid began to surge around them. Qingyan threw out dozens of shurikens, which corroded instantly upon contact with the acid. But the explosive tags tied to them detonated immediately. With a loud boom, a powerful shockwave sent the acid splattering everywhere, making it difficult for the Konoha ninjas to control the situation. Caught off guard, they could only scramble to avoid being splashed by the acid. They could use melt release, but they were also afraid of the acid. Song Yun clasped his hands together. Earth release, earth prison. Walls of earth rose around him and Qingyan. The acid hit the walls, leaving fine deep pits, but the thick walls blocked it all outside. In contrast, the Takebori clan member was splashed with acid and let out a terrible scream. Even bones tougher than steel could not prevent the acid's erosion, turning into a gooey mass of rotten flesh in just a few seconds. Although the Konoha ninjas avoided the acid, they were still splashed to some extent. While their resistance to acid was much stronger than that of ordinary people, they were still left bloodied, with several holes in their bodies. Damn Uchiha, damn Whirlpool! The three were furious and prepared to continue their attack. But suddenly, several chakra chains burst from the earth walls, binding them tightly and cutting off their chakra flow. Qingyan leaped high. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Shuriken imbued with flames rained down, killing all three of them. After dealing with her immediate enemies, Qingyan looked around. She was wreaking havoc with her Sharingan, but the situation in other areas was not so optimistic. After all, the Whirlpool clan was strong in support, but not good at direct confrontation. There weren't many enemies this time, but they were all bloodline ninjas fighting 10-1, making it very difficult for the Whirlpool clan to cope. In just a short time, smoke billowed everywhere, and many people had already fallen in pools of blood. However, most of the fallen were civilians, with very few from the Whirlpool clan, as they were known for their resilience. In the shadows, Whirlpool Mo slowly opened his eyes. A female ninja beside him was using the Kagura heart sight technique. Even among the Whirlpool clan, this was an extremely rare ability. How's it going, Tao Xiao? The bloodline ninjas had all entered the barrier, but another wave of enemies was watching, showing no intention of entering the barrier. Whirlpool Mo nodded slightly. The Kuan Yin clan's tornado had also stopped. Since they were not moving, there was no need to wait. Close the Great Formation, all Jonin mobilize, and eliminate all enemies within the barrier. Inside the barrier, Qingyan was fighting when she suddenly heard a rumbling sound from the void. She looked up and saw that the runes of the protective clan barrier were beginning to change in her Sharingan's vision. At the same time, the passage in and out of the barrier suddenly closed. Then, a strange wave appeared within the barrier. Qingyan felt her body sink, and her chakra flow slowed significantly. Her expression changed as she looked at the surrounding enemies, who wore similar expressions, clearly feeling the same suppression. In contrast, the nearby Whirlpool clan members suddenly surged in momentum, their strength instantly increasing by half. Kill! The Whirlpool clan members, filled with vigor, howled as they charged toward the enemies. The battle situation changed instantly. Originally, 3 or 4 Whirlpool clan members could barely handle a bloodline ninja, but now one could easily take on one, and for a time, the bloodline ninjas were pushed back. At this moment, Song Yun came to Qingyan's side, swiftly helping her deal with the enemy. Qingyan, come with us, we'll take you to the rear. Now that the barrier was operating at full capacity, anyone without the Whirlpool bloodline would be suppressed. We need to take you to safety first. Qingyan pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. The Whirlpool clan held an absolute advantage now, and she was not essential. There was no need to stay here and fight to the death. All right, thank you. She followed Song Yun toward the rear. In the distance, the third Mizukage and Elder Yuan watched everything quietly, showing no intention of intervening. Behind them stood 7 men with large swords, exuding a menacing aura. Chapter 167. After the battle lasted all night. Initially, the bloodline ninjas wreaked havoc like they were on steroids, but as the Whirlpool clan began a counterattack, they slowly fell into a stalemate. Then, with the protective clan barrier operating at full capacity, the situation turned instantly, and the bloodline ninjas were pushed back steadily. As casualties grew heavier, they finally panicked and began to flee in all directions. But it was already too late. The barrier was closed off in both directions, hard to enter and hard to exit. They had completely become caged birds, waiting for their slow extermination. By the next morning, the Whirlpool clan finally regained calm. but no one felt the slightest relaxation. While they did not understand why the Mizukage had sent so many precious bloodline ninjas to their deaths, the Whirlpool clan also suffered heavy losses. The ninjas who died, the affected civilians, the burned houses, the resources consumed to maintain the barrier. It was enough to make the upper echelons of the Whirlpool clan feel pain so great it was hard to breathe. Moreover, they knew that the Kirigakure was one of the 5 great ninja villages. Since they had taken action, it would not just be a small-scale skirmish with a few hundred people. Last night's battle was merely the prelude. The real battle was yet to come. In the meeting hall, the upper echelons of the Whirlpool clan were discussing the war. Whirlpool by saying, looked at a middle-aged man. Guling. Report on the battle losses. Yes. Whirlpool Guling stood up. The enemy that attacked this time consisted of over 270 people, all bloodline ninjas, and they have been annihilated. Our losses are 4 Jonin killed, 9 seriously injured, 77 Chunin killed, 113 seriously injured, 153 Jinin killed, 281 seriously injured, and over 3,000 civilian casualties. Each number made everyone furrow their brows. This figure. Almost everyone was injured. Fortunately, the Whirlpool clan had a special physique, and the injured could recover quickly. Whirlpool by saying sighed deeply. Thanks to the Uchiha's intelligence, we were able to prepare in advance. The Whirlpool clan's protective barrier was known as the strongest in the ninja world. However, the stronger the barrier, the harder it was to adjust. Transitioning from a simple sensing mode to a defensive mode took at least an hour. More importantly, because they had prepared in advance, the Whirlpool clan's counterattack was very swift. Otherwise, without the barrier suppressing them and no effective resistance, the losses would have increased several times, and it wouldn't have been impossible for the Whirlpool clan to face extermination. This time, we owe a great favor to the Uchiha. Let's gather the intelligence first, then discuss our next steps. The one in charge of intelligence, Whirlpool Yangyin, stood up with a look of guilt. I'm sorry, this time our intelligence team was seriously negligent. If it weren't for the Uchiha's information, we would have had to commit seppuku to apologize. We contacted the spies from Konoha, but even now, they claim that the Mist Village has not made any movements. Uzumaki Imo snorted coldly. What's so strange about it? That guy is either controlled or has rebelled. However, your intelligence team has indeed been too slack these past few years, relying solely on Konoha. Your bodies have grown rusty. After venting his frustrations on Uzumaki Aoin, he turned to look at the others. Last night, Tao Xiao sensed enemies outside the barrier. This should be the mist reinforcements. Among them, there are a few with very strong chakra responses, but strangely, all the bloodline ninjas are dead, and they haven't entered the barrier. Because of this, the clan leader ordered you to stay here and not go out to confront the enemy. Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder the clan leader had forcibly kept the strongest among them here yesterday. Uzumaki by saying cleared his throat a few times. The attack from the Mist Village must have a purpose. They're either coveting our bloodline or trying to seize the inheritance of our ancestors. Right now, we have already sent a message to Konoha, but distant water can't quench a near thirst. We must save ourselves. I have decided that the young and the wounded will leave the clan grounds and head to Konoha for refuge, while the civilians will scatter into the mountains to hide. We will stay here to hold off the mist. If Konoha's support arrives in time, that would be best. If not, at least our inheritance will not be cut off. Everyone agreed, but there was inevitably a bitter taste in their hearts. In the past, the Uzumaki relied on Konoha and never worried about the Mist Village's attacks. But now Konoha is mired in war, and it's uncertain whether they can spare forces to support them. The Mist Village must have seen this point, which is why they dared to take action against them. The previous complacency has ultimately brewed today's bitter wine. In the Uzumaki clan grounds, everyone was exceptionally busy. Ninjas were cleaning their tools, treating wounds, and setting traps, while civilians were coming and going, transporting supplies, and clearing the battlefield. There were too many deceased to mourn slowly. They could only hold back their sadness and focus on burying them outside the clan grounds. As for the enemies, they simply dug a pit with earth style and tossed them in, not even bothering to bury them. After all, it was cool now, and they wouldn't stink for a while. Once no one was around, Qing Yin came to the mass grave. She looked at the pit full of corpses and felt a wave of discomfort. She really didn't know how Lingfeng could eat barbecue in front of a pile of corpses. She took a deep breath, suppressing her discomfort, jumped into the pit, and took out a large capacity scroll to start filling it. 200 corpses of bloodline ninjas. Lingfeng would definitely like this. After working for a long time, Qing Yin tossed the scroll into her ninja tool pouch and hurried back before anyone noticed. Just as she returned, She bumped into Uzumaki Tsangyen. Qingyan, where have you been? I was just looking for you. Qingyan, the clan leader requests your presence. Qingyan saw Uzumaki by saying, Uzumi by sang solemni bao et. Miss Qingyan, thank you for the assistance of the Uchiha clan. Qingyan quickly returned the gesture. You flatter me. I am merely executing the orders of the elder. Uzumaki by saying nodded, revealing a nostalgic expression. Yen mo. I once briefly teamed up with him back in the day, but unfortunately. He then returned to his usual demeanor. I have come this time with another matter to request. You are too polite. Please speak. Uzumaki by saying raised his hand, and a maid walked in behind him, carrying a tray with a scroll on it. Qingyan frowned slightly, feeling a bit nauseous at the sight of the scroll. Chapter 168, Jiangjiao, Ingdo at night. A fleet of over 100 boats appeared on the sea. Qingyan stood at the bow of the leading ship, vigilantly watching the surroundings. The Uzumaki clan used secret passages to send the young and injured out, escaping to Konoha under the cover of night, to attract the enemy's attention. All the upper echelons remained in the clan grounds, even intentionally weakening the barrier. Qingyan also left, although she was strong. Even the Uzumaki clan couldn't let a girl from an outside clan stay. However, it was fine for her to escort her clansmen away. Despite the large number of people on the fleet, most were injured or immature young people, and only 4 capable jonin were present. Qingyan touched the scroll in her arms. Uzumaki by saying, worried about accidents, asked her to take the Uzumaki clan's inheritance scroll. In case something happened to the clan grounds, at least the inheritance wouldn't be severed, and he didn't choose to hand it over to the clansmen, estimating that the mist wouldn't expect the Uzumaki clan's inheritance to be in the hands of an outsider. Moreover, with Qingyan's strength, as long as she didn't encounter a shadow-level powerhouse, she should be able to escape. The moonlight was bright, and the sea breeze was gentle. The fleet had been sailing for most of the night without encountering any enemy traces, and everyone felt slightly relieved. Suddenly, Qingyan stood up abruptly. In the vision of her 3-tomo Sharingan, the surrounding sea was a deep blue, with chakra responses appearing in red and yellow. In the distance, red dots suddenly emerged, increasing in number and moving rapidly toward them. Be careful, enemies are appearing from the north. Qingyan shouted a warning, and the previously drowsy Uzumaki clansmen immediately became tense. However, their response was quick. Under the command of the jonin, they formed a circle with all the boats, while the combat-capable ninjas jumped into the water, standing on the waves on alert, leaving the injured and children on the ships. The 4 Uzumaki jonin kept a close eye on their surroundings. Soon, many silhouettes began to appear around them, forming a surrounding circle. In terms of numbers, both sides were about equal, with the mist having slightly more but still limited. However, the combat power between the two sides was vastly different. The mist side was full of combat personnel, while the Uzumaki clan had numerous injured and children. Qingyan scanned the area with her Sharingan. Thankfully, although there were many of them, their chakra responses were not strong, at least much weaker than the bloodline ninjas who attacked last night. However, there was still a powerful chakra in the distance, not approaching, just quietly standing there. The enemy's commander? A cunning guy, without any idle chatter. The battle immediately broke out. For a moment, waves surged and chains intertwined, with barriers occasionally appearing. Qingyan fulfilled her duty as a bodyguard, continuously taking down 7 or 8 mist chunin, finally facing off against 2 mist jonin. Since the battlefield was on the sea, the power of their water style increased dramatically, completely countering Qingyan's fire style. Water style, 1,000 water needles. Water style, water pulse. The two used water style one after the other. A mass of seawater rose into the air, transforming into a rain of needles that darkened the sky, while high-speed waves rushed toward them. Qingyan moved quickly across the sea surface, using the dynamic vision of her Sharingan to evade the attacks time and time again. However, she was also feeling a headache. The enemy had the advantage of terrain, and their water countered her fire, making it quite challenging. Fortunately, the two were just ordinary jonin, much weaker than Konoha's jonin, so even fighting 2 at once was manageable. Moreover, their physical skills were lacking. One of them, after being slashed by Qingyan, was too scared to engage in close combat, and instead chose to transform into a glass cannon, bombarding from a distance with ninjutsu. The two remained positioned, one in front and one behind, clearly guarding against jinjutsu. Their method was a bit clumsy, but the effect was still decent. After a round of fighting, Qingyan figured out their weaknesses. She formed hand seals with her hands and threw a few kunai. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. A few fireballs flew straight toward the two, but this time, she used kunai instead of shuriken. The mist ninjas showed disdain. Is that all? Water style, water wall, technique. A wall of water suddenly appeared, blocking the two people in front of it. Not only did it easily extinguish Qing Yan's fire technique, but it also deflected the shuriken. A trivial trick. Before the words finished, there were several loud explosions, and the two were blown away. It turned out that the shuriken thrown by Qing Yan was rigged with explosive tags, and a small illusion technique was used to disguise it. Under normal circumstances, this small illusion would be easy to dispel, but the battle was lightning fast, with less than a second from attack to defense. The mist ninja was too focused on using water techniques for defense and didn't notice the illusion. Just like that, Qing Yan used a C-rank ninjutsu and the most basic illusion to give the two jonin a strong lesson. Just as Qing Yan was about to deliver a finishing blow, a tall, slender, middle-aged man in blue attire with two swords slung over his shoulder appeared behind her. Water release, water prison technique. The seawater surged beneath Qing Yan's feet and suddenly turned into a water sphere, trapping her inside. Uchiha, truly unexpected prey. The two mist jonin heard the voice and hurriedly struggled to get up. Lord Jiangjiao, I'm sorry, as expected of you, capturing someone so easily. Before the words finished, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly withdrew. The two jonin were left in a daze, not reacting in time before being stabbed in the back by the shuriken, falling silent as they dropped dead. Almost simultaneously, the water sphere containing Qing Yan exploded, shattering the sphere into pieces. Had it not been for the middle-aged man's quick reflexes, he too would have been caught in the blast. Self-destructing shadow clone. Qing Yan slowly stood up, looking at the double swords in his hand. This type of weapon, is it the Thunderblade? Fawn from the Mist Village? The middle-aged man laughed heartily. You have a good eye, little girl. That's right. I am Jiangjiao Edo, the wielder of the Thunderblade, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist Village. In the information, the Black Ho Thunderfang is the first generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen. This is an original creation here. Qing Yan's gaze was cold. Weren't you always on the periphery? What's this? Can't help but make a move? As she spoke, she tightened her grip, a layer of lightning chakra covering her ninja sword. Chapter 169. Seizing the blade, 2 shadows, one black and one blue, raced across the surface of the sea, occasionally bursting with electric sparks and fire. Suddenly, their figures intertwined, and with a clang, a section of the blade spun out and fell far into the sea. Jiangjiao Edo turned around to look at Qing Yan, grinning wickedly as he licked the corner of his mouth. Qing Yan frowned slightly. She had a new wound on her arm, and her ninja sword had mysteriously broken. She had used this ninja sword for several years. Although it felt comfortable, it was ultimately just an ordinary weapon. Normally, covering it with lightning chakra would be enough to cut through hair, but facing the Thunderblade today, the gap immediately became apparent. Not only was her sword severed, but she also received a cut on her arm. Qing Yan calmly moved her arm. The wound wasn't large enough to affect her movement, but she definitely couldn't confront him head-on anymore. Jiangjiao Edo twirled his sword. Little girl, your skills are not bad. No wonder you could take down the Blackwater brothers, but unfortunately, you're still too inexperienced. After saying that, he wickedly licked the blade. However, there was still lightning on the blade, and he was shocked, his mouth twisted and drooling uncontrollably. His tongue hurt, and he could faintly sense a meaty aroma. Qing Yan. The surrounding mist ninjas. Jiangjiao Edo's face flushed red, glaring fiercely at Qing Yan. Damn it, the inherently evil Uchiha clan. It must be you using illusions to play tricks. I will skewer you alive. Lightning release, lightning whip. Jiangjiao Edo clapped his hands together, and the lightning chakra on the blade transformed into 2 lightning whips that lashed towards Qing Yan. Qing Yan blocked with her short sword, but the remaining blade was directly severed, leaving only the hilt. Qing Yan dared not be careless and quickly dodged. When a lightning whip struck the seawater, Qing Yan instantly felt a shock throughout her body. Oh no, the seawater conducts electricity. She hurriedly gathered lightning chakra in her feet, cutting off the electric current coming from the seawater. With the dynamic vision of her Sharingan, Jiangjiao Edo couldn't take her down for the moment, but the people around them were in big trouble. As long as the lightning whip hit the seawater, whether friend or foe, everyone was affected. Those with good luck only felt a tingle, while the unfortunate ones became paralyzed, unable to control their chakra, and fell into the water with a splash. Especially for the mist ninjas, many were just using water techniques, and when their ninjutsu was hit by the lightning whip, the current shocked them. nearly drowning them with their own water jutsu. Zhangjiao Eito, frustrated after failing to subdue her, quickly returned his twin blades to his waist and began forming hand signs. Lightning release, lightning ball. The Tomo and Qing Yin's Sharingan rotated, already copying the ninjutsu. Lightning release, lightning ball. Dozens of yellow lightning balls the size of soccer balls formed in front of the two and flew straight toward each other. The lightning balls collided, resulting in a violent explosion, with electric light raging and the wind whipping up waves, making it hard to stand. Qing Yin leaped high, throwing a shuriken. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The shuriken transformed from 1 to 2, then 2 to 4, instantly becoming hundreds, shooting straight at Zhangjiao Eito. Zhangjiao Eito, however, remained completely unperturbed. Water release, water barrier. Suddenly, a water wall rose around him, scattering all the shuriken. The shuriken fell weakly, with 3 transforming into copies of Qing Yin, simultaneously using the Great Fireball technique against him. Normally, the Great Fireball required 6 hand signs, but Qing Yin had already mastered it and simplified it to just 1 sign. The 3 fireballs came rushing in, and Zhangjiao Eito couldn't dodge in time, getting hit squarely by the fireballs. Zhangjiao Eito was engulfed in flames, screaming in agony. Fortunately, the water was right below him, and he quickly dove underwater, resurfacing after a while. Ha! Damn that stinky girl. Zhangjiao Eito was charred all over, with large blisters on his face, and half of his clothes and hair burned away, looking utterly miserable. Qing Yin, however, remained unfazed, merely letting out a long sigh. She wasn't from the Uzumaki clan, nor was she a Jinchuriki. After fighting for so long, her chakra was greatly depleted, and she was already feeling very fatigued. On the other hand, although Zhangjiao Eito looked disheveled, he had not sustained any serious injuries, and he still had plenty of chakra left, at least much more than those 2 jonin who had fallen earlier. Zhangjiao Eito roared loudly. Stinky girl, I will tear you to pieces. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The seawater transformed into a massive water dragon that soared into the sky, fixating on Qing Yin. Zhangjiao Eito plunged his thunderblade into the water dragon's body, wrapping it in a dense net of electricity, and the yellow glowing water dragon roared and charged at Qing Yin. Qing Yin leaped back to create distance, and several shuriken rigged with explosive tags appeared in her hands. She threw them, instantly triggering a violent explosion. Compared to the massive body of the water dragon, this explosion was nothing, but the water dragon let out a groan and instantly disintegrated, turning into helpless seawater that fell down. It turned out that the water dragon was controlled by Zhangjiao Eito's chakra, and the distribution of this chakra was uneven. Some areas were dense, while others were weak. Qing Yin could see clearly with her Sharingan, directly attacking the weak points on the water dragon's body, successfully countering Zhangjiao Eito's big move. Shadow Clone Technique. Qing Yin created 7 or 8 shadow clones and surrounded Zhangjiao Eito. Don't think this trivial trick can defeat me. Zhangjiao Eito crossed his thunderblade, and several lightning bolts fell from the sky, striking all the shadow clones. The shadow clones couldn't withstand the attack, turning into clouds of white smoke and disappearing, but several explosive tags were left behind, already ignited by the lightning. Zhangjiao Eito's pupils shook violently. Not good. Seeing explosive tags all around him, he had no time to evade and hurriedly used the water barrier to block. The detonating talismans were close and numerous, and a shockwave instantly tore through the water wall, causing Zhangjiao Eito to bleed from his mouth and nose, his head buzzing. In a daze, he saw a dark shadow rushing towards him, and, relying on his years of combat instinct, he gritted his teeth and swung his knife. Unfortunately, his condition was extremely poor, and his resistance was too weak. Qing Yin easily dodged the strike, and 2 kunai fiercely pierced into his shoulders. With a flick of her hand, she snatched away the thunderblade and kicked Zhangjiao Eito away. Chapter 170. Reinforcements. Qing Yin held the thunderblade, and infused it with chakra, causing lightning to immediately surge from the blade. What a good item. This knife not only automatically converted chakra into lightning attribute chakra, but also amplified it several times, following Lingfeng's lead. No, after picking up so many bargains over the years, today was the jackpot. With this ninja sword, those skilled in lightning techniques could double their strength. Even if Qing Yin didn't use lightning techniques much, her power would at least increase by 30%. Zhangjiao Eito shook his head and stood up, and upon seeing the weapon in Qing Yin's hands, his eyes nearly bulged with rage. The weapons of the 7 ninja swordsmen were made from chakra-conducting metal mixed with a large amount of precious materials. Not only expensive, but also representing the face of the Mist Village. Losing the sword was akin to giving the Mist Village a slap in the face. "Stupid woman, give it back to me." Jiang Jiao and Do knew the consequences of losing his sword, despite knowing he was outmatched. He still drew 2 kunai and charged forward. However, his arms were severely injured, and having lost the ninja sword greatly diminished his strength, making him no match for Qing Yin, who quickly pushed him back. Seeing this, the surrounding Mist ninjas hurried over to rescue him, but they were all cut down by Qing Yin. Jiang Jiao and Do held on for over 10 minutes before finally being decapitated by Qing Yin, his head stored in a scroll. The surrounding Mist ninjas were left in shock. Over the years, in order to reduce the influence of the Bloodline clan, the Mist Village had been promoting the 7 ninja swordsmen, turning them into a symbol of strength and invincibility, attempting to replace the Bloodline clan's presence. Unexpectedly, one was publicly taken down by Konoha, and judging by the appearance, it was even a CH Nin. What the hell? The Uzumaki clan, which had originally been at a disadvantage, saw their morale soar. Follow Miss Qing Yin. Kill all the Mist ninjas. Kill. They launched a fierce counteroffensive, forcing the Mist ninjas to retreat step by step. Qing Yin also took up her new weapon and charged towards the Mist ninjas. Although she had expended a lot of energy earlier with the Thunderblade's boost, her combat power had not diminished much. The battle lasted a long time, until dawn broke in the east. The Uzumaki clan paid a heavy price, but finally drove back the Mist ninjas. Everyone was covered in wounds, and by the end, even the children and the injured who could still move joined the battlefield. Qing Yin was also battered and bruised. When her chakra was sufficient, with the dynamic vision of her Sharingan, she could easily dodge attacks. But as her chakra and physical strength were drained, not only did her perception wane, but her movements also became sluggish, leaving her unable to avoid attacks, especially during several instances when she saw Mist ninjas raising their blades against children. She could only exchange injuries to save them. When the last enemy was defeated, everyone was initially confused, glancing around before erupting into cheers. "We won, we won. Great, we drove back the mist." Everyone cheered loudly, many embracing and crying. Qing Yin sat back down on the boat, feeling as if she couldn't lift her arms anymore. Huff, huff. She sat quietly, letting blood and sweat drip down. Suddenly, a pale but bite-marked arm stretched out towards her. Qing Yin was taken aback, turned her head, and saw a shy Uzumaki girl. "Qing Yin-sama, please bite my arm." Qing Yin smiled slightly and shook her head. "Thank you. The battle is over. I can recover slowly." She knew that the Uzumaki clan could help people recover. During the previous battle, many non-combat personnel used this method to help everyone recover their chakra and injuries. Qing Yin had bitten once. The effect was indeed good, but she understood that this kind of recovery came at a price, borne solely by the healer. The situation had been tense earlier, and she had to use this method, but now that the battle was over, there was no need to drain someone else's chakra. Without even needing to activate her Sharingan, just by looking at the girl's pale complexion, she knew her chakra was nearly depleted. After resting for a moment, Qing Yin got up to find Uzumaki Daoming. He was one of the 4 Uzumaki Jonin. In this battle, 2 Uzumaki Jonin were sacrificed. One was severely injured, and only he had the strength to fight, so he naturally became the leader of the fleet. "Daoming Senpai, this place is not suitable for long stays. We should move quickly." After this battle, Uzumaki Daoming clearly saw that this Uchiha girl's strength was even above his own. Coupled with the clan leader's instructions, he was completely convinced by Qing Yin. "All right, I'll get to it right away." Uzumaki Daoming hurriedly reorganized the fleet, preparing to continue onward. Just as they were about to set off, figures suddenly appeared in the distance, wearing blue-gray tactical vests, numbering about 500 to 600. "Oh no, it's the Mist forces. Damn it. Enemy attack, enemy attack." The Uzumaki clan members forced themselves to rally, but only about 30 to 40 had combat capability, unable even to surround the injured. Qing Yin couldn't afford to be delicate. She immediately appeared next to the Uzumaki girl and bit down. Similar scenes were not rare. Those with combat capability hurried to bite their comrades, recovering whatever they could. The Uzumaki girl's complexion grew even paler, while Qing Yin's wounds healed at a visible rate. Once her chakra had recovered somewhat, she quickly released the girl. If she took any more, it would truly cost a life. Qing Yin touched the scroll in her arms, and in her current state, Even if her opponent was a Jonin, she could probably break through. But looking at the determined expressions of the Uzumaki clan members around her, she couldn't help but feel particularly conflicted. Suddenly, a Uzumaki girl pointed into the distance. There was a chakra response approaching rapidly. Qing Yin was startled and quickly looked over, her eyes widening. A Konoha unit was rushing towards them. It seemed they sensed the crisis on their side. A small group of dozens abandoned their formation and quickly darted towards them. Qing Yin could see clearly that among them were some with blood-red eyes. They were her own clansmen, and leading them was the second elder, Uchiha Dien. Another part of the group had snow-white pupils. They were from the Hyuga clan. Feeling the familiar and powerful chakra, Qing Yin felt immense relief. The tides of battle had turned. Chapter 171. Annihilation. The Konoha reinforcements charged directly towards the mist ninjas. Seeing a group of red-eyed and white-eyed oddities rushing towards them, the mist ninjas panicked. Uchiha and Hyuga. How did these living demons end up here? Their reaction was quick. They immediately accelerated towards the Uzumaki ninjas. If we can't beat you, can we not beat the remnants of the Uzumaki clan? The Konoha members were naive, enjoying the notion of being one big happy family. As long as they captured a few people as hostages, they might have a chance of survival. Qing Yin and the others naturally understood the mist little scheme. Seeing the reinforcements so close, they no longer conserved chakra. They used whatever had the most power. Especially Qing Yin, who desperately poured chakra into the Thunderblade. Yeah, causing thick bolts of lightning to erupt, intertwining into a massive electric net that enveloped all the Uzumaki clan members, firmly blocking the mist's advance. In this brief delay, Konoha's vanguard troops arrived. The Uchiha and Hyuga ninjas charged down the mountain like fierce tigers, plunging straight into the mist-hidden forces. Fire style, great fireball technique. Sharingan, Jinjutsu, 8 trigrams air palm. 8 trigrams palm, return heaven. They were few in number, but their strength was formidable. Once they entered the mist-hidden forces, it was like throwing a firecracker into a latrine, directly exploding the entire battle situation. The previously vicious mist-hidden forces were instantly thrown into disarray, questioning their lives. Seeing that the Uzumaki clan was completely safe, Qing Yin finally slumped onto the boat, and if it weren't for someone supporting her, she probably wouldn't even be able to sit up. The protective lightning net that shielded the Uzumaki clan had also completely vanished. One mist-hidden ninja, witnessing this scene, was filled with hatred for Qing Yin. If it weren't for that damn woman, we would never have fallen into such a predicament. He abandoned his enemy and rushed towards Qing Yin, swinging his ninja blade down fiercely. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared in front of Qing Yin, raising a hand to block the attack and countering with a blade that decapitated the assailant. Qing Yin, are you okay? Seeing the newcomer, Qing Yin's eyes widened. Brother Yuan, how did you get here? The newcomer was indeed Uchiha Yuan, and not far away were his companions who were supposed to be guarding the Land of Waves. At that moment, she realized something was off. Why did the Konoha reinforcements arrive so quickly? And why was the Hyuga clan here? Although the Hyuga clan wasn't as impulsive and irritable as the Uchiha, they were also notoriously difficult to deal with, often citing clan rules, bloodlines, and traditions, making excuses not to participate in matters, even during wars involving Konoha and the rain, sand, and rock villages. They would avoid sending anyone out under the pretext of worrying about bloodline dilution. The 4 Konoha high-ranking officials, facing such a group of old stubborns, could never persuade them, nor could they use them, and each time they returned in frustration. But now, there were at least 20 Hyuga members present, which was undoubtedly the most luxurious lineup in Hyuga history. To put it this way, the total number of Hyuga ninjas from all other fronts combined might not be as many as those in front of them. In response to Qing Yin's inquiry, Uchiha Yuan couldn't help but smile wryly. You really have good luck. That outpost you urged to set up actually played a significant role. Qing Yin. It turned out that this time, the mist-hidden attack had mobilized a lot of people. The earlier Bloodstains team was merely cannon fodder, deliberately sent to their deaths, while the ninja forces behind them were the main force. The Mist-Hidden had guessed that the Uzumaki clan would transfer their people to Konoha, so they split their forces into 2. One group attacked the Uzumaki clan's territory to seize what they wanted, while the other circled around from the sea to ambush the relocating Uzumaki people, aiming to catch them all in one net. To mislead others, they took a long detour from the sea, encircling and ambushing the Uzumaki clan from behind. Little did they expect that the detour was too big, and while passing through the Land of Waves, Uchiha Yuan spotted them, was taken aback, and quickly signaled to the camp. The young Uchiha craved merit. After receiving the signal, they rushed towards the enemy without stopping. Just as they set out, they received a distress signal from the Uzumaki, seamlessly transitioning to charge over. As for the Hyuga clan, they also happened to encounter them on the way. Although they didn't know why they appeared, since they saw each other, it was just right to act together. Thanks to the Hyuga clan's Bikugan, they were able to search for the Uzumaki fleet in time. The battle did not last long. The vanguard of the Konoha reinforcements held off the mist-hidden forces while the main force encircled from behind, annihilating the mist-hidden completely. The leader of this mist-hidden unit was also one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the dual-wielding owner of the twin swords, Flounder Kisame Hoshigaki. In terms of strength, he was above Kageyama Edo, yet he encountered 2 major ocular clans and was directly beaten up by a group of Uchiha. An Uchiha flatteringly presented the twin swords, Flounder, to Uchiha 10. Uchiha 10 accepted it, waved it a couple of times, nodded in satisfaction, and unceremoniously claimed it as clan property. He glanced at the lightning blade, Fong in Qing Yin's hand, hesitated slightly, and chose to ignore it. The reason for accepting the twin swords, Flounder, was that Kisame had died in a group beating and the spoils naturally counted as clan property. But the lightning blade, Fong, was different. No matter how Qing Yin acquired it, it was her own ability, thus it was her own spoils. Anyway, it was all in the Uchiha's hands. What did it matter if the meat rotted in the pot? Uchiha 10 walked in front of Qing Yin. Qing Yin quickly got up and saluted. You violated orders and went to the Uzumaki clan's territory on your own. You really have guts. Qing Yin lowered her head, remaining silent. Uchiha 10 looked at her pale face and then at the tragic state of the surrounding Uzumaki people, ultimately deciding not to pursue the matter further. This is not the time to settle accounts with you. First, tell me what information you have. Yes. Qing Yin did not dare to be negligent and quickly reported the situation about the mist-hidden attack truthfully. Of course, she omitted details regarding privacy. Uchiha 10 immediately issued orders, dispatching 100 people to escort the Uzumaki people back to the Konoha camp, while the others continued towards the Land of Waves. Initially, he wanted Qing Yin to return with them, but she insisted on going to Uzumaki village. After thinking it over, Uchiha 10 realized that Qing Yin was just exhausted and could recover her combat power after resting, so he agreed. Thus, the Konoha reinforcements split into 2 groups. One group escorted the Uzumaki people back to Konoha, while the other group continued towards the Uzumaki clan's territory. After everyone left, the sea surface returned to tranquility, and both the corpses and bloodstains vanished under the waves. A head emerged from the water. It was Hei Baiju. Uchiha 10 also arrived, thinking he would refuse the Uzumaki's plea for help. It was all Uchiha Yuan's fault for the intel. For some reason, that guy was becoming increasingly difficult to control. After all, decades had passed. But so what? With his ability, he couldn't escape, even if he obtained the Mangeki. Chapter 172. 4 Symbols Sealing Spirit Scroll. The Konoha reinforcements hurriedly arrived at the Uzumaki clan's territory. The mist hidden had just departed, and they could still see figures in the distance. It wouldn't be impossible to pursue. However, they chose to give up, because at that moment, the Uzumaki clan's territory was in an utterly tragic state. The ancient and majestic buildings had turned into ruins, and among the broken walls lay fragments of limbs, some belonging to the mist hidden and others to the Uzumaki. Uchiha 10 gritted his teeth and ultimately decided to send a few Hyuga clan members skilled in tracking to follow from a distance, while the others quickly searched for the injured. The more they searched, the colder their hearts became, as not a single survivor was found. Suddenly, shouts came from afar. Someone's coming. There are survivors over here. Medical team, hurry and save them. It turned out that someone had discovered a dark room covered by a barrier. Inside the barrier were 6 people, 2 of whom were already unconscious, while the remaining 4 were desperately maintaining the barrier. Surrounding them were traces of destruction caused by ninjutsu bombardment. It seemed that the mist hidden had been attacking, but upon seeing the Konoha reinforcements, they had spared this barrier. However, the barrier was now on the verge of collapse, and if the Konoha reinforcements had arrived, even a moment later, they would have faced a disastrous fate. When the Uzumaki clan members inside saw the Konoha headbands, they relaxed their spirits, and instantly one of them fainted, causing the barrier to dissipate into light points in the air. The crowd was taken aback. Several medical ninjas quickly grabbed their medical kits and rushed forward, while a few Uzumaki girls who followed suit rolled up their sleeves and came over. After a long period of treatment, the 6 Uzumaki clan members finally escaped danger. To Uchiha 10's surprise, Uzumaki Baisang was actually in the secret room. He was covered in wounds, his chakra depleted, and when the Konoha reinforcements arrived, he was already on the verge of death, unconscious. Thanks to the strong vitality of the Uzumaki clan, with the injuries he has, any other ninja would have died several times over. When Uzumaki Baisang woke up, he quickly inquired about the situation. Upon learning that only 6 people survived in the clan's territory, he fell into a long silence. At that time, he had over a dozen nephews and nieces in the clan's territory, and none of them survived. But now is not the time to be sad or collapse. There is more important information. Once he regained enough strength to speak, he called for Uchiha Ten and the leader of the Hyuga clan to come over. This time the Hyuga clan sent their head elder, Hyuga Lutong. Elder Ten, Elder Lutong, thank you for your rescue, which saved the last bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. Although both the Uchiha and Hyuga clans are not known for their emotional intelligence, at times like this, they were much more pleasant to talk to. Hyuga Lutong sighed, Baisang, as a member of the ninja clans, I understand how you feel right now. Revenge, we will definitely take. But the priority now is to take care of your health and settle your clan members. After all, the continuation of the bloodline is more important than revenge. Uzumaki Baisang nodded. I naturally understand this principle. Don't worry, my old bones can still hold on. I won't close my eyes until I see Kirigakure pay the price. However, Elder Lutong, why did you Hyugas suddenly come over? It's understandable for the Uchiha to come over. They're near the southeastern base of Konoha, so they can arrive quickly. But the Hyuga clan is far away in Konoha. Uchiha Ten also looked over curiously. Although they encountered the Hyuga on the way, they were either fighting or rescuing people, and he hadn't had the chance to bring this up. In fact, he was also curious why the Hyuga appeared. Hyuga Lutong had no intention of hiding anything. It was Lord Mido. A few days ago, she found the clan leader and asked us to come support the clan's territory. Now, the village's higher-ups and main fighting forces are at the border defense line, and Lord Mido didn't want to affect Konoha's defensive deployment. So she sought us out and asked us to come support the Uzumaki. I heard she also contacted other clans, probably still on the way. We just arrived faster. Uzumaki Baisang was very surprised. It's quite normal for Uzumaki Mido to mobilize the Hyuga clan, although she doesn't show herself much in Konoha. Her influence is much greater than the Konoha F4, and all ninja clans have to give her face. But how did she know about the attack on Kirigakure? Ingcheng and Tunshin had just returned from Konoha, and she said nothing at that time, so she must have just received the news. Previously, Qing Yin said the intelligence came from the Uchiha, but Uchiha Ten also looked astonished. It seems there is more to it. However, now is not the time to dwell on this. Uzumaki Baisang thanked the two and then inquired about Uchiha Ten. Elder Ten, I wonder how you plan to proceed? To guard against another attack from Kirigakure, I have decided to move the southeastern camp to Uzumaki village. Once the reinforcements arrive, we will seek justice from Kirigakure. Uzumaki Baisang shook his head bitterly. Sorry, Elder Ten. We must arrange for people to go to Kirigakure immediately. Uchiha Ten. What? Are you sending people to their deaths? That damned Kirigakure stole the 4-symbol sealing scroll that the Uzumaki clan spent years creating. Uchiha Ten. Hyuga Lutong. What is it? It turns out that several years ago, Uzumaki Mido felt her body was no longer as strong as before. So she began planning for the next generation of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. The candidate was the little princess of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Kushina. Although Kushina had great talent, Mido was still worried, having been the Jinchuriki for decades. No one knew better than her how troublesome the Nine Tails could be. Although she understood that love was the best way to control the tailed beast, this method could only be understood and not spoken of. If she said it outright, even if Kushina truly wanted to befriend the Nine Tails, the beast would only think it was a play. So she made 2 preparations. On one hand, she hinted at Kushina in various ways, such as filling a container with love. On the other hand, she had the Uzumaki clan research ninja tools that could enhance control over tailed beasts. The Uzumaki clan sifted through records, poured vast resources into it, and, after 3 years, finally created the 4-symbol sealing scroll, which could eliminate all negative effects of the tailed beast on the Jinchuriki. Originally, this scroll was hidden within a barrier. Uzumaki Baisang was very confident, and thus did not hand it over to Qing Yin, but unexpectedly, it was stolen by Kirigakure. Uchiha Ten immediately realized the situation was dire. Does the scroll have any limitations? Uzumaki Baisang shook his head in pain. In order for Kushina to successfully inherit the Nine Tails, the Uzumaki clan worked diligently, modifying and modifying again, resolving all possible issues. Except for requiring 2 days, there are no defects. The faces of the other two became very grim. Kirigakure has two tailed beasts. Although they lacked intelligence, Kirigakure had never used tailed beasts in battle, indicating they had not effectively controlled their power. If they used the four symbols sealing scroll to cultivate a perfect Jinchuriki who could control the tailed beast, this base. No, Konoha would be in trouble. What the few people did not know was that in the original storyline, it was precisely because of the loss of the four symbols sealing scroll that Kushina's control over the Nine Tails was always weak, and even as an adult, she frequently went berserk. Before Minato improved the seal, she had to stay in the barrier every day. Meanwhile, on the Kirigakure side, the first perfect Jinchuriki, Kagura, was created. Chapter 173. Caged Bird. Not long after the high-level meetings of the three clans, a 10-man ninja team quietly departed from Uzumaki village towards Kirigakure, tasked with retrieving the four symbols sealing scroll. It must be said that this was a dangerous mission, akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den. It wouldn't be surprising if they were all wiped out in a moment. However, Uchiha Ten decisively issued this task. There was no other way. If Kirigakure could not control the tailed beasts, relying on Uchiha's deterrent power, even with only one base, Kirigakure would pay a heavy price. But now that they had the four symbols sealing scroll, once they successfully controlled the tailed beasts, the situation would completely change. As a high-ranking Uchiha, Uchiha Ten knew better than anyone the vast gap between the Manjikyu and the three Tomo Sharingan. Without the suppression of the Manjikyu Sharingan, relying solely on the three Tomo clan members could never suppress the power of the tailed beast. This was a disparity in rank, not something that could be compensated by numbers. At this moment, the Kirigakure ninja, after a long journey, finally arrived in the land of water. Seeing that the ninjas were exhausted, Kakagiri Yuha ordered everyone to rest for a bit. The Hyuga ninjas who were tracking them quietly lurked in the distance. In their eyes, the traps and sentries set along the way by Kirigakure were all visible, causing no hindrance whatsoever. Kakagiri Yuha greeted Genji, said nothing about what they were doing, and then left alone. Although the others were curious, they did not dare to ask much. Kakagiri Yuha arrived at a deserted place, standing quietly there with a somewhat dazed expression. After a while, a figure emerged from the shadows, long-haired with red eyes and an aged face. It was Uchiha Madara. Kakagiri Yuha took out the four symbols sealing scroll and respectfully handed it to Uchiha Madara, then stood aside like a thoughtless puppet. Uchiha Madara took the scroll, opened it, and for once showed a serious expression. It's been years since I've seen something worth praising. No wonder for Mito's family. At this moment, Zetsu emerged from underground. Lord Madara, I have investigated, and this scroll allows the Jinchuriki to perfectly manipulate the power of the tailed beasts. Uchiha Madara stared at it for a while, before slowly closing the scroll. This scroll is not simple. It can create 2 layers of seals at once. 2 layers? That's right. One layer of the seal can absorb the tailed beast chakra like wood release, thereby suppressing chakra rampage. The other layer can suppress the spirit of the tailed beast like the Sharingan, thus preventing mental corruption. In the entire ninja world, aside from the Uzumaki clan, I am afraid only I can decipher this scroll. Ketsu nodded. So, Lord Madara, what do you plan to do? Uchiha Madara glanced at him. Since I have found something good, I naturally need to make full use of it. Even if it is a puppet, it occasionally has value for cultivation. Goetsu Yuhai. Ketsu continued to ask. Then who do you intend to use it on? Tsukuyami or Yamabira? Uchiha Madara said proudly. Who said it can only be used on one person? Kurizetsu. This scroll contains 2 sets of seals and can control the tailed beast for both chakra and mental aspects. Tsukuyami and Yamabira already have good control over the tailed beasts, and even if the 2 of them use it together, it would be enough for them to completely master the tailed beasts within them. Kurizetsu suddenly understood. So, you can use one scroll to get 2 perfect Jinchuriki? Goetsu Yuhai. Uchiha Madara stroked the scroll with interest and suddenly looked into the distance. That's right. However, before that, let's clean up those tails. Yes, Lord Madara. In the distant forest, for Hyuga ninjas are hiding. They're the main family Jonin Hyuga Hikyo and 3-branch family Chunin. At this moment, all 4 are sweating profusely. They have been using the Byakugan to monitor Mist Hidden, and the 3rd Mizukage Goetsu Yuhai is naturally the top priority. Just now he left alone, and the Hyuga clan immediately followed. Suddenly, a suffocatingly powerful chakra appeared beside him. If the Jonin chakra is a small stream, then the Mizukage is a big river, and this newly emerged chakra reaction is as vast as the sea. Damn it, why is there such chakra? What kind of monster is hidden in the Mist Hidden village? This chakra even far surpasses Lord Hokage. Only Lord Mito can compare. Suddenly, a scream from his companion came from behind, and he tensed up. Looking back, several vines were tightly wrapped around him. Then, several wooden spikes shot towards him. The three branch family Chunin were caught off guard and were directly pierced by the wooden spikes. Hyuga Hikyo used a Bagua empty palm to deflect the wooden spikes, then used gentle fist to break the vines on his body. "Who's there? Come out." He was horrified, since just now, he had his Byakugan fully activated, but even now, he could not find the enemy's shadow. Suddenly, a plant resembling aloe vera emerged, muttering to itself. "What luck for Hyuga clan members. Huh, can we get the Byakugan?" Kuro and Kurizetsu were talking to each other while extending their vines, trying to pry out the eyeballs from the Hyuga's corpses. Not a chance. Hyuga Hikyo formed hand seals with one hand, and suddenly green seals appeared on the heads of the branch family Chunin. And then the optic nerves in their eyes were completely destroyed. Huh, the branch family? How disappointing. No matter, only the main family can activate the cage bird seal. Huh, great. If we come back empty-handed, we will be scolded. Ketsu slowly walked towards Hyuga Hikyo. "Hyuga clan ninja, we will not be polite in taking your precious Byakugan." Hyuga Hikyo's veins bulged, and he assumed a gentle fist stance. Ugly monster. Don't underestimate the Hyuga clan. We are not underestimating you. Speaking of which, we are still of the same clan. But goodbye. On the sea, the Konoha team was racing towards the mist-hidden village. Among the 10, there are 4 from the Uchiha clan: Uchiha Ten, Uchiha Hara, Uchiha Chinyan, and Uchiha Chanju. This mission is very dangerous, but not only did Uchiha Ten personally participate, but he also brought his own grandson along. This move greatly changed Chinyan's impression of the Uchiha clan, even giving him a sense of admiration. The Hyuga clan also sent out 4 members. Aside from the main family elder Hyuga Lutu, the other 3 are from the branch family. Although the Uzumaki clan suffered heavy losses, they also sent 2, Uzumaki Tao Nyao with the Kagura Mines, Eye, and Uzumaki Coral with strong healing abilities. The group hurried along without regard for their stamina. Suddenly, Hyuga Lutu stopped, his face turning exceptionally grim. The others also stopped upon seeing this. "Uchiha Ten, Elder Lutu, what's wrong?" Hyuga Lutu gritted his teeth in anger. Someone just used the cage bird technique. Chapter 174. Spoils of War. A little over half a day later, the Konoha team arrived at the place where the mist ninjas had rested. Following the secret signals left by Hyuga Hikyo, they easily found the last location of the few people. Upon arriving, their expressions changed drastically. All 4 Hyuga clan members had met with misfortune. Only 4 broken corpses were left at the scene. It looked as if they had been gnawed on by something, covered in wounds and bite marks. What was chilling was that these bite marks did not resemble those left by wild animals like dogs, but rather looked like human teeth marks. The most tragic among them was Hyuga Hikyo, who held a kunai stabbed into his left eye, while his right eye had turned into a bloody hole. It was evident that he had encountered a strong enemy and was not a match. In order to protect the secret of the Byakugan, he attempted to destroy his own eyes, but unfortunately, one eye was still taken by the enemy. Everyone's faces darkened, and Hyuga Lutu's expression was especially grim, with a hint of blood color faintly visible in his white pupils. Uchiha Ten sighed and patted his shoulder. "Luto." Before he could speak, Hyuga Lutu took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, trying his best to appear calm. "I'm fine. Let's continue the mission." "Uchiha Ten, thank you for your hard work." Immediately, the group was about to continue moving forward. Time was tight, and they could not afford to bury their comrades. After all, among the group, no one knew how many people would also remain in this land of water. But the young man at the back did not move. He just stared blankly at the corpses of Hyuga Hikyo and others. To be precise, he was staring at the wooden spikes on them. "Uchiha Ten, Chinyan, what's wrong?" Chinyan came back to her senses, took out a common medical scroll, waved her hand, and began to package the corpses. No matter what, they sacrificed themselves for the village, so they should be brought back. Although everyone was curious about why she had such a rare scroll, her actions generated a strong sense of goodwill, especially Hyuga Lutu, who rarely expressed gratitude to a junior. In the mist-hidden village, in the Blackwater Hall, Goetsu Yuhai, Elder Yuan, and the mist-hidden high-ranking officials were holding a meeting to discuss the pros and cons of this attack. In fact, most of the mist-hidden high-ranking officials did not support this operation. They were just powerless to stop Goetsu Yuhai. This operation, after all, was merely the Mizuki's unilateral decision. But since it had already happened, they could only keep an eye on Konoha and take it step by step according to the other side's reactions. Goetsu Yuhai called in 2 Umbu teams. He divided the 4 symbols sealing scroll into 2 parts and handed them to them. Go to Flame Mirror Lake and Dry Mountain Cave, and give these 2 scrolls to Tsukuyami and Yamabira. They will know what to do. Remember, these 2 scrolls are more important than your lives. If anything goes wrong, you might as well commit suicide. The 2 team leaders respectfully took the scrolls, said nothing more, bowed, and hurriedly left with their subordinates. Gue Tsang Yuhai returned to his seat. Is there still no news from Jiang Jiaoingdo and Gue Yui Xiao? A person below shook his head. Sorry, there's still no news from the 2 teams. Gue Tsang Yuhai snorted coldly. It's been so long. Those 2 useless fools are probably dead. Then, the plan to ambush the remaining members of the Uzumaki clan has also failed. Yuan Shi sighed softly. With just the remnants of the Uzumaki clan, they couldn't possibly defeat the 2 of them. The only explanation is that Konoha has intervened. A glint of cold light flashed in Gue Tsang Yuhai's eyes. Konoha is quick to act. I underestimated their reaction speed. Those 2 useless fools are dead, so we can't lose our weapons. Immediately gather forces to retrieve them. Everyone's expressions changed. Did they really want to snatch the weapons, knowing that Konoha's reinforcements had been mobilized? Were they about to go into full-scale war with Konoha? A Jainin with burn scars on his face hurriedly stood up. Lord Mizukage, although we have severely weakened the Uzumaki clan, we encountered unexpectedly strong resistance, and our losses were much greater than anticipated. Therefore, our supply of ninja tools is not enough to go to war with Konoha. Especially the bloodline ninjas from various clans have suffered heavy casualties, and in a short time. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Gue Tsang Yuhai raising his hand. Enough. We'll discuss the ninja tools later, but the bloodline ninjas. Didn't each clan leave quite a few people behind? Continue to summon them. The Jain's face twitched. Yuan Shi saw this and sighed quietly before slowly standing up. Lord Mizukage, there's no need to rush. It will only take 2 days for Wu Yue and Shan Yao. Let's wait for them to succeed before proceeding. Gue Tsang Yuhai frowned at him, but in the end, he still gave Yuan Shi some face. Fine, since Elder Yuan has spoken, we'll let it go for now. But you all shouldn't be idle. Hurry up and prepare supplies, summon the bloodline ninjas. Once Wu Yue and Shan Yao are done, we will immediately head to Konoha. Everyone had no choice but to rise and respond in unison, yes. Seeing everyone's spirits a bit low, Gue Tsang Yuhai revealed a sly smile. By the way, let me add something. The southeastern base of Konoha has always been guarded by the Uchiha, so they possess quite a few precious Sharingan. The eyes obtained in this operation will be kept half by the village, and the rest will be your spoils. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Gue Tsang Yuhai seized the opportunity and took out a bottle from his sleeve, holding it high for everyone to see clearly. Inside the bottle was a milky white eyeball. The mist ninjas were taken aback. Byakugan, it's actually Byakugan. What? Byakugan can't be taken, right? What can't be taken is the branch family's eyes. This clearly indicates that the bottle contains the main family's eyes. Seeing everyone's spirits rise, Gue Tsang Yuhai casually tossed the bottle to a black-clothed, masked figure with a ninja sword on his back, who was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the owner of the long sword, Saiken Sato Linzi. At this moment, Sato Linzi caught the bottle with a somewhat dazed expression. You performed well in this operation. As a reward, this eye is for you. Whether you sell it or use it yourself is up to you. Everyone was in an uproar, their eyes fixed on the bottle in Sato Linzi's hand, not concealing their greed and killing intent at all. Faced with such gazes, Sato Linzi remained unfazed, his cold gaze sweeping over everyone, causing many to shiver and calm down instantly. The Byakugan is good, but you have to be alive to take it. Sato Linzi walked up to Gue Tsang Yuhai and respectfully bowed deeply. Thank you, Lord Mizukage. I will not disappoint your trust, and will make this eye a power to protect the mist. That's best. Gue Tsang Yuhai nodded in satisfaction and tossed him a scroll. Since you've made a decision, come to this place tomorrow, and someone will help you replace the eye. From today on, you are the captain of the 7 ninja swordsmen and will only follow my orders. The responsibility of retrieving the 2 swords also falls on your shoulders. Sato Linzi grinned savagely. Yes, Lord Mizukage. Chapter 175. Danzo, who is worried sick for the Uchiha, the high-ranking officials of the mist dispersed from the meeting. Everyone hurriedly left. The Uzumaki clan was just an appetizer. The real battle was yet to come. The Jainin with burn scars who tried to stop Gue Tsang Yuhai at the meeting also left in a hurry, going back to work diligently. After a long day of work, he dragged his exhausted body home. At home, his wife had already prepared dinner, and their lovely children surrounded him, allowing him to feel warmth after a hard day's work. After the family finished dinner, they went to bed early. In the middle of the night, The Jainin with burned scars got up, confirmed that his wife and children were fast asleep, and stealthily walked into the kitchen. He moved aside a cabinet to reveal a hidden door behind it. Opening it and walking inside, he entered a dark secret chamber. The Jainin held a candle as he entered the chamber, took off his shirt, and pulled out a kunai to cut open the flesh of his abdomen. Retrieving a small scroll etched with complex runes from a wound, he breathed heavily, suppressing the pain, and used his blood to write down the contents of the mist meeting on the scroll. After finishing, he formed hand seals, and the scroll spontaneously ignited, turning to ashes. The Jainin with burned scars finally breathed a sigh of relief, quickly using medical ninjutsu to treat himself. With no time to completely heal, he only did a quick treatment before hastily leaving the secret chamber. At the distant border of the land of grass, in the Konoha base, the first Hokage, Shimura Danzo, was resting with his eyes closed. The recent operation against the rock ninjas had undoubtedly achieved tremendous success. Although the monkey did not perish with Noki, which felt somewhat regrettable, he had also racked up significant credit. Another day, closer to the position of Hokage. Suddenly, a root ninja rushed and holding scroll. Report, Lord Danzo. We have just received an SS-level confidential message scroll. The mark indicates it is a letter from Lord Snowwolf. This scroll style and color were identical to that of the scroll burned by the Jainin with burned scars. Snowwolf? Shimura Danzo's eyes widened suddenly as he hurriedly took the scroll to examine it. Snowwolf, like Chiba Shin, was among the first members of the Root organization during its founding and was the only one of that batch who had not been subjected to the curse of the tongue. At that time, this group of subordinates was scattered throughout the ninja world, executing the most dangerous and long-term tasks. After decades, very few survived. Recently, Chiba Shin went missing, and now only Snowwolf remained from the first batch of Root members. Even for a cold-blooded demon like Danzo, a hint of emotion arose in his heart. This scroll was called a confidential message scroll, a legacy of the second Hokage. They came in pairs. Writing on one scroll with blood would cause it to ignite quickly, leaving no trace, while the other scroll would simultaneously display the previously written content. It could be said to maximize both concealment and convenience. However, like the living scrolls, the method of making confidential message scrolls had also been lost. Each one was precious. Previously, Danzo had secretly hidden the last batch and distributed them to the first batch of Root members. It was unclear what information was significant enough for Snowwolf to use a confidential message scroll. Danzo opened the scroll and began to read carefully. Initially calm, the more he read, the wider his eyes became, and eventually, he was left utterly stunned. The Uzumaki clan, nearly exterminated? The four symbols sealing scroll. Split in two. What on earth is going on? In the world of Naruto, there's an iron law. All unsolved cases are the fault of Shimura Danzo, and this time is no exception. It turns out that as the actual second-in-command of Konoha village, he is well aware that Uzumaki Mito's condition is deteriorating day by day, and he knows that the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails is her granddaughter, Uzumaki Kushina. He also knows that the Uzumaki clan specially created the four symbols sealing scroll for her. As a seasoned, ambitious person in Konoha, a collector of external powers, and a master of manipulation, Danzo covets the power of the Nine Tails. However, if Kushina can fully control the power of the Nine Tails, what will happen to him? So he came up with a cunning plan and secretly informed Kirikawa Yuha about the four symbols sealing scroll. In the current ninja world, apart from Konoha, no one has effective means to control tailed beasts. Hearing that the Uzumaki clan has produced such a great item, both Kirikawa Yuha and Uchiha Madara behind him are very interested. Thus, they invaded the Uzumaki clan according to Danzo's plan. According to his plan, the Mist Village would attack the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan would be unable to resist, the scroll would be seized, and the clan would suffer heavy losses. This way, Uzumaki Kushina would be unable to completely control the Nine Tails, and with her family's power weakened, she would be at his mercy. Unless she could find a young man with extraordinary strength who is also connected to the third Hokage to marry her. Otherwise, she would eventually fall into Root's hands. As for the Mist, although they gained a perfect Jinchuriki, it doesn't matter. Whether it's the Three Tails or the Six Tails, their strength is far inferior to the Nine Tails, and they still pose no threat. Who would have thought that plans would change? Kirikawa Yuha not only aimed to seize the four symbols sealing scroll, but also wanted to use the Uzumaki clan to exhaust the rebellious bloodline ninjas. A series of combos nearly wiped out the Uzumaki clan. In fact, The reason the bloodline clans of the Mist Village are in such a state is also largely due to the Snow Wolf. And the bloodline clans of the Mist Village suffered heavy losses and could only obediently submit to Kirikawa Yuha. It seems like a significant loss of strength, but in reality, they have become united as one. From the Mist perspective, this is actually a good thing. Danzo felt like his scalp was about to explode. He only wanted to deal with the Uzumaki clan, not to annihilate them. What's worse is why the 4 symbols sealing scroll turned into 2. Are there going to be 2 perfect Jinchuriki from a Mist? 2 perfect Jinchuriki with excellent water abilities fighting guerrilla warfare by the seaside. Even Uzumaki Mido would be in a tough spot. Danzo quickly checked the battle map and felt utterly hopeless. The nearest base to the Mist Village is the southeastern base controlled by the Uchiha clan. He doesn't care about the Uchiha survival, but once the southeastern base falls, the Mist can directly invade the heart of the Land of Fire. By then, Konoha, surrounded on all sides, would truly have no strength to drive them away. Even if they eventually managed to drive them away, the once fertile heart of the Land of Fire would likely be left with nothing but barren land. As for Sunagakure, Awagakure, Kimogakure, Amagakure, and various other hidden villages, don't think they won't act. When the time comes, they won't hesitate for even a second to form an alliance to divide Konoha, even though he wishes to eliminate the Uchiha. If the cost is the entire village, that is absolutely unacceptable. Therefore, the southeastern base must not be lost. Someone, Danzo loudly called for several subordinates. Relay my orders. Notify all bases to leave enough personnel for defense, and the rest must support the southeastern camp. Send a message to the Uchiha clan, telling them to immediately support the southeastern base. Root Ninja? What are you looking at? Move immediately. The Root Ninja suddenly awakened from their daze, quickly responded and dispersed. Danzo looked at the night outside the tent with a face full of melancholy. I never imagined that one day I would have to worry about a group of Uchiha. I am no longer clean. Chapter 176. Flame Mirror Lake in the jungle of the Mist Village. There are spies everywhere. A Mist Jonin hides in the shadows, keeping a close watch on the village, not missing any minor movements. Suddenly, his vision blurs, and in an instant, the entire view turns black with a pair of giant Sharingan waiting for him. He wants to escape, wants to scream, but he can't do anything and instantly loses consciousness. In the real world, Aoi is gripping his neck, interrogating him for information. The Mist Jonin looks dazed, his eyes unfocused, and without any power to resist, he reveals the information. After obtaining the information, Uchiha Toshi orders a retreat. Aoi uses Genjutsu to erase the Mist Jonin's consciousness and drops him before retreating. After about 10 seconds, the Mist Jonin jolts awake. Huh, did I just fall asleep? Although he feels something is off, the Genjutsu causes him to subconsciously ignore the anomaly. He rubs his face, cautiously alert but utterly useless. Along the way, the Konoha team has gathered a lot of information using Genjutsu. They have confirmed the situation of the 2 Jinchuriki in the mist. The 3-tails Jinchuriki, Matsuke's, is training at Flame Mirror Lake, and the 6-tails Jinchuriki, Yamai, is training in the Dry Mountain Cave. There is only one 4 symbols sealing scroll, but the Mist has sent out 2 teams to escort it. The Konoha team is still unaware that the scroll has been split in 2 and instinctively thinks that one is real and one is fake, deliberately confusing their vision. Taking advantage of a break, they discuss their battle plans. 2 teams of Umbu with completely identical configurations. Such a meticulous setup probably means that apart from the higher-ups, even the escorting Umbu themselves don't know who is real and who is fake. Should they take action against the Mist's higher-ups? Impossible. Those with the authority to know such information are at least elders, and once they act, it will immediately alert the Mist. That's right, at that point, don't even think about retrieving the scroll. We might end up wiped out. The Uchiha clan has become a legend against a village. To have 10 of them against a village is utterly ridiculous. After all, they are not the Akatsuki. After discussing for a while, they ultimately decide to split into 2 teams. Although it's risky, it's the most reliable way to at least obtain clear information. They then split into 2 teams. One team consists of 4 Uchiha and Uzumaki Tuka, heading to Flame Mirror Lake to deal with the 3-tails Jinchuriki. The other team consists of 4 Hyuga and Uzumaki Coral, heading to the Dry Mountain Cave to deal with the 6-tails Jinchuriki. The few bid farewell to each other and set off towards their respective targets. Meanwhile, Sadarinji follows Kirikawa Yuha into a secret room. They're going to perform a Byakugan transplant surgery here. After a while, Sadarinji removes the bandages from his eyes, and Kirikawa Yuha stands in the shadows of the room, his expression unclear. Next to the operating table is an old man with long hair, facing away from him and tidying up. This figure is unfamiliar, probably a medical ninja, so Satorinji doesn't pay much attention. Kirikawa, Yuha, how does it feel to have Konoha's treasure be a Kugen? Satorinji, I'll know once I try be a Kugen. He forms hand seals with one hand, channeling chakra into his right eye, and suddenly veins bulge at the corners of his eyes. Byakugan. As the Byakugan activates, his vision rapidly changes. The walls become semi-transparent, and the distant scenery quickly zooms in, extending to the forest 10 kilometers away. It's so amazing. With this eye, no enemy can escape my detection. This eye is simply a strategic weapon. Satorinji eagerly looks at Kirikawa Yuha. Lord Mizukichi. Suddenly, his expression freezes. In his vision, Kirikawa Yuha's chakra is unusually chaotic, clearly under a Jinjutsu. What's going on? Why did the 3 generations of Mizukichi fall for the illusion? And when did they fall for it? At this moment, the long-haired old man beside him slowly turned around, revealing his blood-red Sharingan. It was Uchiha Madara. Did you notice? Truly worthy of the Byakugan. Sato Rinshi was taken aback. Sharingan, who are you? Hurry, before he could call for help. He suddenly felt his whole body stiffen, unable to move even a finger. Goeitsang Yuhai remained indifferent throughout, as if he saw nothing. Uchiha Madara slowly walked in front of Sato Rinshi, carefully observing the Byakugan. As expected of one of the 3 great ocular techniques, the Byakugan can see through my illusion. If I hadn't brought you here, there might have been a real mess. However, it's all over now. Sato Rinshi's teeth chattered. You won't. Uchiha Madara showed no reaction, simply glaring at him. Sato Rinshi's body stiffened, his pupils shook violently, and his expression twisted. Although the Byakugan has extremely strong insight, it ultimately cannot withstand Uchiha Madara's illusion. A few seconds later, Sato Rinshi's expression returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. The Uchiha team headed to Flame Mirror Lake. Over the years, the Uchiha and Mist Village had not interacted, and they had gathered quite a bit of intelligence. But most of it was about strong individuals and ninjutsu, knowing very little about the internal affairs of Mist Village. The group could only inquire while making their way to Flame Mirror Lake. Fortunately, Uzumaki TKY possessed the Kagura Mind Eye technique, allowing them to avoid the Mist-S surveillance in advance. Even so, the speed of their progress was predictable. A day and a night passed in the blink of an eye. The group finally arrived at the mountains near Flame Mirror Lake, looking down at the entire area from a high vantage point. From a distance, Flame Mirror Lake appeared to be a very standard circular shape, as if man-made. Surrounding it were many black stones, shining brilliantly under the sunlight. According to the intelligence, although the lake's surface diameter is only a few dozen kilometers, its depth exceeds 1,000 meters. Even though Mist Village has many water-style masters, very few can reach the lake's bottom. Uchiha Ten's behavior was somewhat strange. Standing on the mountain, he kept looking around, as if confirming something. After a while, he asked Uzumaki TKY, "Are there no other options?" Uzumaki TKY shook his head. There were more than a dozen hidden sentries around Flame Mirror Lake, with over 30 ninjas, and the surveillance areas overlapped, making it impossible to avoid them all. Uchiha Ten nodded, looking down at Flame Mirror Lake. Forget it. The place where the Jinch-Riki trains must be heavily guarded. TKY, can you determine the location of the Three-Tails Jinch-Riki? TKY pointed to the lake's surface. In the center of the lake, there was a huge chakra response. The tailed beast must be inside. Uchiha Ten snorted coldly. It seems the Three-Tails Jinch-Riki has already begun using the 4-symbol seal. Afraid of being attacked, they are hiding at the difficult-to-reach bottom of the lake. Boring. The mission has changed. It is now to prevent Mist from controlling the Jinch-Riki. The others responded in unison, yes. The 4 Uchiha concealed their forms, sneaking up behind the Mist ninjas like phantoms. Before the Mist ninjas could react, they were silently taken down one by one. However, the Mist response was also quick. They soon discovered the enemy. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Chapter 177. Annihilation. Several teams of Mist ninjas shouted warnings while rushing to surround the Konoha team. The one who had just exposed himself was Uchiha SHK, who was the weakest among them. He failed to take down a Mist ninja in one hit, which led to their discovery. However, the others did not blame him. Given the defense strength of Flame Mirror Lake, exposure was only a matter of time. In fact, there was another team member with even weaker combat ability, Uzumaki TKY. But she was very clear about her role and had already used Earth Release to dig a hole and hide. This wasn't cowardice, it was the basic quality of support. Not exposing herself, not causing trouble, and not getting caught was already the biggest contribution. Soon, the Mist forces surrounded the Konoha team. This Mist unit had more than 20 members, including 7 Jonin, with the rest being elite CH Nin. Although they had an absolute numerical advantage, they still acted very cautiously upon seeing the 4 bright Sharingan. Be careful, it's Uchiha. Why are the Uchiha here? Pay attention to their fire release. Especially don't look into their eyes. Uchiha 10 looked at the Mist with disdain, his eyes scanning the wild dogs that surrounded him like a lion. Not a single one would be spared. With less than a day left, there was no time for stealth, reconnaissance, or flanking. It was time to charge in. Although it was very dangerous, it was the only way out. If they delayed and allowed the Jinchuriki to completely master the tailed beast's power, not to mention a few young ones, even he, an old man, could end up in trouble. Hearing Uchiha 10's command, everyone charged forward. The Mist was almost laughing with anger. The enemy not only refused to surrender, but dared to counterattack. Especially when the Mist commander saw that the opposing team only had 2 Jonin and 2 CH Nin, his heart was instantly at ease. No problem. The advantage is mine. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Water release, water barrier technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. In an instant, flames soared into the sky, water waves surged, explosions rang out, and white mist spread. Fortunately, the Jinchuriki usually trained in remote places. Otherwise, they would have long attracted the majority of the Mist forces. The Mist commander chose a very traditional tactic, matching troops against troops and generals against generals. 7 Jonin surrounded Uchiha 10 and Uchiha Haru, while the remaining 10 or so CH Nin charged at Aeonian and Uchiha SHK. But soon he realized something was wrong. It is normal for there to be strong and weak among Jonin, let alone the notorious Uchiha, whose strength could be understood if it was a bit stronger. But the problem was, were these guys a bit too strong? He was also an elite Jonin, but facing that old man, he could barely cope. If it weren't for his teammates' cooperation, he might not last 3 minutes in a one-on-one fight. As for the others, it was even worse. This wasn't combat. It was just constant harassment. Damn, how embarrassing. However, the Mist commander didn't panic. It's fine. 7 of us can hold them off for a while. Once the CH Nin clean up those 2 kids, they can come and support us. CH Nin may be weak, but they can serve as cannon fodder to create distractions. And as long as he finds an opening, victory is not impossible. 7 against 2, the advantage is mine. 10 or so against 2, the advantage is even more mine. The Mist commander accidentally became a bit distracted and was kicked away by Uchiha Haru, almost throwing up his dinner. Damn, what did he eat? Why is he still so strong? After rolling on the ground a few times, he stood up and took the opportunity to see how the CH Nin were doing. This glance was alarming. His jaw almost dropped. A third of the CH Nin he had high hopes for were already down. That Uchiha boy was doing alright, being attacked by 3 CH Nin, fighting back and forth. But he was being suppressed. But that Uchiha girl was something else. Wherever she went, there wasn't a single Miss CH Nin who could withstand her. If it weren't for the numbers supporting each other, they probably wouldn't even be able to last a single attack. What the hell? This is also a CH Nin. When did your Konoha CH Nin's threshold become so high? Today, your CH Nin can take on 10, and tomorrow, will your Genin be able to break through the ninja world? In a moment of wild imagination, Uchiha 10 leaped high. Ninjutsu. Fierce Sun Serpent Technique. A giant golden flame snake appeared, composed of flames but looking solid, radiating intense heat that distorted the surrounding air. The fiery serpent roared and charged toward the hidden Mist Jonin. The Jonin showed no signs of weakness. Right beside them was Yen Mirror Lake, and there was plenty of water. 2 hidden Mist Jonin rushed forward, quickly forming 44 hand seals. Water style, great waterfall technique. A whirlpool surged from the lake, violently crashing toward the flame snake. The 2 ninjutsu collided, producing thick steam like milk. The 2 hidden Mist Jonin felt a sense of relief. Suddenly, the white mist turned golden and, propelled by the wind, rolled back toward them. Hidden mist. Fortunately, they were both Jonin and reacted quickly. Noticing something was off with the mist, they hurriedly jumped aside. But the 2 who had been too bold were out of luck, positioned too far forward, and were directly engulfed by the golden mist. Ah! The 2 felt as if they were in a furnace, letting out horrific screams as sparks began to erupt from their clothes, igniting with a whoosh, writhing a few times before going still. Moments later, they turned into 2 charred corpses. The golden mist continued to spread, drifting towards the Chunin, and although it was much thinner, several people were still burned, crying out in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Uchiha Chanju broke free from the encirclement, while Qingyan took the chance to take down 2 more Chunits. With this, the scales of victory completely tipped in favor of the Uchiha clan. After a while, the 4 Uchiha annihilated all the hidden mist ninjas, leaving not a single survivor. Phew! Finally, we can focus on the main task. Uchiha 10 led a few people to the lake's edge. Qingyan frowned slightly. The Jinchuriki is at the bottom of the water. How do we lure him out? Water-style ninjutsu. Useless. Very few Uchihas are skilled in water style, and even if they occasionally manage to copy it with the Sharingan, it's only in mediocre level. Lightning style and earth style. How powerful of a ninjutsu would be needed to affect such a large lake? Even using lightning blade, Fong wouldn't work. As for diving down to grab him, that's even more ridiculous. Uchihas are just emotional, not insane. Let me try. Uchiha 10 stepped forward, forming hand seals. Ninjutsu, ghost fire technique. A massive, ghostly head of flame appeared around him, the flames incredibly intense, even showing a faint blue hue. Water vapor surrounded it, sizzling as it touched the ghostly head, causing the flames on its surface to flicker. Chapter 178. The Ghost Lantern Clan, the flaming ghost head plunged into the lake. The raging flames did not extinguish, but rather burned even more fiercely. Uchiha Hara and Qingyan widened their eyes. What kind of fire style is this that doesn't fear water? In the era before Amaterasu emerged, it was a truth that water extinguishes fire. Uchiha Chanju displayed a self-satisfied expression. Grandpa's flames are not just ordinary fire style. They are mixed with oil, making them water-resistant. When used against enemies, once it touches them, unless the affected flesh is cut off, it will continue to burn, right down to the bone. If Uchiha Chanju were bragging to others, Uchiha 10 would certainly scold him without hesitation. But at this moment, facing 2 excellent Uchiha juniors, he felt a sense of mentorship, so he did not speak to stop him. He took a few steps forward, gazing deeply at Yanmira Lake. So it's here. I remember now. The battle from decades ago was here. Everyone, back then, there was no lake and we took land routes, so I didn't recognize it right away. Uchiha Hara curiously asked, the battle you mentioned was. Back then, our Uchiha clan used the strength of our entire clan to repel the entire Hidden Mist village. Huh, such a thing happened. Why have I never seen any related records? Uchiha 10's eyes were particularly complex, filled with anger, nostalgia, and sadness. Among the 5 great ninja villages, the Hidden Mist village was the most brutal. Without deeply painful memories, do you think merely the name Uchiha could scare them off? The other 3 remained silent. The radical faction of the Hidden Mist village has always coveted Konoha. Even Uchiha's dogs know this. Several times, they even began to prepare for war, but in the end, it all came to nothing. Qingyan couldn't help but ask, what was that battle like? What was the outcome? Uchiha 10 smiled bitterly. Of course, we won. But when the news returned to the village, it turned into Konoha's great victory over the Hidden Mist. The glory of war is enjoyed by the village, but the cost of the war must be borne by the Uchiha. Even now, very few people in the village know that the Uchiha once achieved such glorious results. Uchiha Hara looked incredulous. Such a contribution would go unknown. A hint of coldness flashed in Uchiha 10's eyes. The process is very complicated. In the end, all the details regarding this war were classified as confidential, only accessible to the higher-ups. Ordinary people only know that Konoha won. Perhaps in a few decades, even this war will vanish from the annals of history. Qingyan quietly asked, is this powerful fire style of yours something you learned back then? Uchiha 10 shook his head. Sort of. Back then, I faced the not-yet-second Mizukage, Ghost Lantern Mangetsu. That guy could use the oil in his body to perform a dangerous ninjutsu called Steam Danger Explosion. He instinctively touched his right eye. Back then, my right eye was blown out. The eye I have now was replaced with that of a fallen clansman. The others showed expressions of surprise. Even Uchiha Chanju did not know that his grandfather had once lost an eye. After that battle, I spent years studying Ghost Lantern Mangetsu's ninjutsu, thinking of avenging myself one day. Finally, after many years, I invented an oil control ninjutsu surpassing his. Unfortunately, before I had the chance to take revenge, I received the news that he and the second Hokage had perished together. Uchiha Hara's eyes brightened. Oil may seem insignificant, but used alone is nothing. However, combined with fire style, it is simply a perfect match. But why have I never seen anyone in the clan or village use this ninjutsu? As he voiced his doubts, Uchiha 10's face darkened instantly. Do you think I'm the type to hide things? I once taught this ninjutsu to the village, but the third Hokage passed it on to that Jiraiya, and that brat taught it to a bunch of frogs. All my years of hard work became fodder for frogs' tricks. From then on, it was no longer sought after. However, I have let it go. From a sage of six paths, creating the ninja religion to now, countless lost ninjutsu have disappeared. One more or one less does not matter. As they spoke, the flaming ghost head had already entered deeper. Even through the lake, they could still vaguely see the light. Suddenly, a gigantic whirlpool appeared on the lake's surface. Uchiha Ten was startled and immediately shouted a warning. Be careful, there are enemies. Almost simultaneously, countless water arrows shot out, and the four hurriedly dodged. Suddenly, the water in the lake seemed to come alive, gathering at the center. In no time, a huge bulge formed in the center of the lake, and the flaming ghost head was wrapped and lifted out. The three young Uchihas looked shocked. This is... Uchiha Ten let out a cold snort. Only that family, which loves to play tricks, could do something like this. As he spoke, a dozen bulging water masses emerged from the lakeside, gradually transforming into human shapes, all with white hair and shark-like teeth. Qing Yin was astonished, her eyes widening. What is this? A water clone? No, it's the real body. Uchiha Dian snorted coldly. Be careful. This is the water transformation technique of the Kirigakure clan, which can turn the body into liquid and is immune to most damage. However, if their own strength is lacking, no matter how flashy it is, it's useless. The Kirigakure clan members stared at Uchiha Dian ominously. Lord Mizukage ordered us to guard here. We thought it was a waste of effort, but we didn't expect to actually wait for the enemy. Uchiha, truly a delicious prey. Qing Yin frowned. Why didn't you attack just now? Even if those guys are a bit weaker, they would still make decent cannon fodder. One of the Kirigakure members snorted. Them? Those with lowly bloodlines are not worthy to fight alongside us. Before he finished speaking, Qing Yin shot out a kunai, hitting him squarely in the forehead. But the opponent's head suddenly transformed into water, and the kunai passed straight through, causing no damage whatsoever. Ahahaha, useless. Just as that Kirigakure member was about to mock, his body suddenly trembled. In his field of vision, a giant Sharingan appeared in the sky, the immense pressure preventing him from moving a finger. The next second, the strange phenomenon before him suddenly vanished, and when he turned back, another clan member had placed a hand on his shoulder, disrupting his chakra. Don't be careless. Be wary of Uchiha's genjutsu. Yes, thank you. At this, the Kirigakure member became obedient. While everyone's attention was on Qing Yin, Uchiha Dian suddenly formed hand seals. Boom! The fiery ghost head exploded, scattering burning oil everywhere, igniting a raging fire on the surface of the lake. Even though the Kirigakure members could liquefy in a hurry, they were still caught off guard and quickly transformed into water to merge into the lake, shaking off the burning oil on them. At the same time, they manipulated the lake water to surge, gathering the burning oil and splashing it onto the shore. A fierce fire blazed on the shore, but the lake's surface was much cleaner. The Kirigakure members were furious. Kill them. They launched an attack on the four. Soon, the Uchiha members were split into three groups: Uchiha Dian, Qing Yin, Uchiha Yuan, and Uchiha Chanju. Chapter 179. The Kirigakure clan, two Qing Yin, faced off against two young Kirigakure members. One was named Kirigakure Jialo, and the other Kirigakure Shingbon. Both notorious brothers within the clan. The two had remarkable talents and had fought together since childhood, their teamwork being incredibly close. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Qing Yin threw a fire-infused shuriken. The brothers scoffed, too lazy to dodge, and charged straight at it. The shuriken all struck true, embedding themselves in their bodies, but caused no damage whatsoever. The flames were extinguished by the water on their bodies, and only the shuriken fell limply to the ground. Useless. In the face of our water transformation technique, any attack is meaningless. The two grinned wickedly as they closed in on Qing Yin, attacking her relentlessly. Qing Yin did not take out the Raikiri, Fong, but instead used a regular ninja sword she had picked up, parrying all their attacks as they came. Kirigakure Jialo charged in front of Qing Yin. Water release. Giant water arm technique. The water on his body gathered to his arm, making it as thick as his waist, and he swung down with immense power. But his speed was clearly lacking. Qing Yin crouched down effortlessly to avoid it, turned her body, and thrust the ninja sword into his abdomen, making a deep cut. Unfortunately, this attack was still ineffective. Kirigakure Jialo liquefied his abdomen, absorbing Qing Yin's ninja sword. At that moment, Kirigakure Shingbon appeared behind Qing Yin, pointing at her. Qing Yin tried to retrieve her ninja sword but couldn't. So she stopped entangling and quickly dodged. Water release. Water cannon technique. Kirigakure Shingbon shot a high-speed water projectile from his finger, hitting Qing Yin in the neck. The water projectile pierced through her neck, leaving a small black hole, and Qing Yin fell powerless to the ground. Ha ha! Is this all the Uchiha can do? In the face of our ninjutsu, even the Uchiha can only obediently die. Just as the words left his mouth, there was a bang, and Qing Yin's corpse transformed into a wooden stump. Kirigakure Giallo and Kirigakure Shingbon. Before the two could react, Qing Yin burst out from the nearby bushes, holding kunai in both hands. Two glimmers of cold light flashed, and both brothers had their throats cut by the kunai. Qing Yin slowly turned around, looking disdainfully at the water-transformed brothers. Ninjutsu is just a weapon. The key lies in the user. If you can't even see through the substitution technique, even with water transformation, you are just a live target. The two quickly recovered, but Qing Yin's words nearly broke their defenses. Kirigakure Giallo roared. Water release. Water, giant, soldier technique. The nearby lake began to bubble and surge, gathering around him like a living creature. With a roar, he transformed into a giant over 5 meters tall, raising his arm to smash down at Qing Yin. At this moment, his fist was nearly the size of a person, and Qing Yin dared not meet it head-on, quickly dodging. The fist crashed down, creating a large pit in the ground. But wasn't he over yet? As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of sharp water spikes suddenly sprouted from his arm, piercing out like short spears. This move was nearly impossible to defend against. But luckily Qing Yin possessed the Sharingan and reacted quickly, narrowly dodging the surprise attack of the water spikes. Seizing the opportunity, Kirigakure Shingbon also appeared behind Qing Yin. Water release. Water blade technique. He liquefied his hands, transforming them into 2 sharp water blades, slashing fiercely toward Qing Yin's neck. Qing Yin hurriedly dodged, while picking up the fallen ninja sword on the ground to block the incoming water blades. Kirigakure Shingbon smiled sinisterly as the water blades pressed down. Because the water blades had no physical form, the blade passed through the block and continued to slash at Qing Yin. Although she dodged, a cut was left on her face, blood trickling down her cheek. She wiped her thumb across it, looking at the blood stain on her thumb, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes. Kirigakure Shingbon then lifted the water blade, shaking it provocatively at Qing Yin, letting her see the blood slowly merging into the water blade. Qing Yin took out a scroll and formed hand seals. With a puff of white smoke, the scroll disappeared, and 2 Raikiri Fang appeared in her hands. Kirigakure Giallo launched a surprise attack from behind again, and Kirigakure Shingbon rushed over, preparing to flank her. Qing Yin suddenly turned around, activating her Sharingan Jinjutsu, causing Kirigakure Giallo's movements to freeze, briefly losing control of his body. She then raised her sword to meet Kirigakure Shingbon's water blade. Kirigakure Shingbon wanted to use the same trick again, but Qing Yin channeled her chakra, causing brilliant electric sparks and sharp thunderous sounds to erupt from the Raikiri Fang. Kirigakure Shingbon, caught off guard, let out a piercing scream, smoke billowing from his body. Qing Yin swiftly slashed his throat with the sword. This time, Kirigakure Shingbon did not liquefy, but instead clutched his throat tightly with both hands, blood flowing from between his fingers, making gasping sounds. His body shook a few times before he fell powerless to the ground. Shingbon, stinky woman, I will kill you. At this moment, Kirigakure Giallo broke free from the Jinjutsu and roared as he charged up, swinging his arms like a madman. However, his movements were too clumsy, full of openings in Qing Yin's eyes. Moreover, it was easier to deal with just one person. Sharingan, Jinjutsu. Qing Yin's eyes widened, and Kirigakure Giallo's actions suddenly froze. His awareness was clear, but he couldn't move a single finger. But, how infuriating. Qing Yin slowly walked over and stabbed the Raikiri Fang into Kirigakure Giallo's body. After taking care of the enemies at hand, Qing Yin hurried to support the others. At this moment, Uchiha Haru and Uchiha Shoju were dealing with 5 enemies. Although they were outnumbered, the enemies were significantly weaker than the 2 brothers. If it weren't for the troublesome water transformation technique, they would have likely been defeated by Uchiha Haru already. Seeing that the 2 were unharmed, she turned her gaze to Uchiha Tatsu, revealing a shocked expression. At this moment, Uchiha Tatsu resembled a fire god, wielding a flame blade created from ninjutsu. With every swing, he unleashed large waves of fire. Simultaneously, several fireballs resembling scorch release swirled around him, helping to deflect incoming attacks. Although he was facing a dozen members of the Kirigakure's Ghost Lantern clan alone, he not only held his ground, but also forced the enemies into a corner. He pushed back several Ghost Lantern clan members with fireballs, and when they retreated, he charged at one of them, stabbing the flame blade directly into their abdomen. Logically, the Ghost Lantern members were not afraid of blades, let alone fire release, but once the fire blade pierced through, a murky substance appeared within their water-based body and ignited. It turned out that his flame blade contained oil, instantly transforming the Ghost Lantern member from a water person into a fire person. They let out a heart-wrenching scream as the water on their body began to boil, but no matter how much they struggled or rolled, they couldn't extinguish the flames. The other Ghost Lantern members were also stunned and didn't know how to react. Uchiha Tatsu, showing no mercy, threw an explosive tag, blowing that Ghost Lantern member into a pile of flesh. Damn it, take him down. The other Ghost Lantern members had bloodshot eyes, roaring as they charged at Uchiha Tatsu. Qingjin naturally wouldn't just watch. Second Elder, I'll help you. She descended from the sky, swinging her thunderblade, and blinding lightning erupted, conducting along the damp ground and electrocuting the Ghost Lantern members, making them scream. The Ghost Lantern members quickly scattered, only then noticing the blade in Qingjin's hands, their eyes widening in shock. Be careful, it's the thunderblade. Damn it, how did this blade end up in the hands of a Konoha ninja? They must not be spared. Chapter 180. The Ghost Lantern clan, the Ghost Lantern members charged madly at Uchiha Tatsu and Qingjin. Their frenzied inti have much effect. Qingjin, armed with the Thunderblade, unleashed violent lightning, effectively neutralizing most of the Ghost Lantern clan's water transformation techniques. While Uchiha Tatsu used a combination of fire release techniques to suppress the Ghost Lantern clan's water release ninjutsu. Fire release, burning wind. Uchiha Tatsu simultaneously performed a combination of fire and wind release, creating a massive fire tornado that tore through the water wall conjured by the Ghost Lantern clan. Lightning release, lightning ball. Qingjin seized the opportunity, raising the Thunderblade and releasing a gigantic yellow lightning ball towards the Ghost Lantern clan. Although the Ghost Lantern clan was numerous, they were forced to retreat step by step. In terms of strength, the Ghost Lantern clan was among the top of the many bloodline clans in the Hidden Mist Village. However, their issue was quite prominent. They were too specialized. Apart from physical techniques, they primarily practiced the water transformation technique and its derivative water release, relying on the water transformation technique. Most ninjutsu and physical techniques were ineffective against them, but once they encountered a counter, it was difficult for them to turn the tide. Seeing they were at a disadvantage, the Ghost Lantern members retreated to the edge of Flame Mirror Lake, using the lake's advantage to continuously unleash large-scale water release techniques, finally blocking Uchiha Tatsu and Qingjin's assault. Qingjin, cover me. Uchiha Tatsu formed hand seals with both hands, creating two shadow clones. The Ghost Lantern clan sensed danger and hurriedly took the initiative. Quick, stop him. Water release, bullet barrage. Dense water bullets flew toward Uchiha Tatsu with a piercing sound. Qingjin flashed to Uchiha Tatsu's side, pouring chakra into the Thunderblade. Lightning release, lightning net defense. A layer of tightly woven electric nets suddenly appeared in front of the two, blocking the incoming water bullets. Fire release, Grand Fire Dragon technique. Wind release, Great Breakthrough technique. Secret technique, White Oil Flowing Bullet technique. Uchiha Tatsu and the Shadow clones simultaneously unleashed ninjutsu, mixing fire, wind, and burning oil together, crashing towards the Ghost Lantern clan like a tsunami. Before reaching the lake, the intense heat caused the nearby lake water to boil. The Ghost Lantern clan was taken aback. Altogether, used combined ninjutsu to stop him. Water release, Super Flowing Waterfall technique. The lake water transformed into a raging flood, colliding violently with a burning oil flow, producing sizzling sounds and thick white smoke. Although the water flow was fierce, it had no effect on the flames, which continued to burn fiercely, instead flowing into Flame Mirror Lake. In an instant, the entire surface of the lake was engulfed in flames. Even if the Ghost Lantern members could transform into water, they were caught off guard and burned, letting out screams of agony. In another battlefield, Uchiha Haru and Uchiha Shoju finally took down their enemies. They didn't have countermeasures against the Ghost Lantern clan, and Jinjutsu was not very effective against multiple enemies, making the battle quite difficult. Although they achieved victory, they paid a considerable price. Uchiha Haru had numerous external injuries, especially on his left arm, which was pierced by a water cannon technique, making it nearly impossible to move. Uchiha Shoju was in no better shape. He had already exhausted a lot of chakra in the previous battle, and now fighting against stronger Ghost Lantern ninjas had drained his chakra to the bottom. He had no significant external injuries, but he was heavily impacted by the water-release ninjutsu, suffering serious internal injuries. It could be said that their combat effectiveness had greatly diminished. So, when they saw Uchiha Tatsu and Shinjin gaining the upper hand, they wisely chose not to get closer, but instead concealed their presence and moved deeper into the dense forest. At such times, not causing trouble was the biggest help. Uchiha Haru and Shinjin noticed the two's small movements and understood their intentions, so they pretended not to see and focused on dealing with the enemies before them. Uchiha Haru and Uchiha Shoju planned to make a detour and regroup with the concealed Uzumaki Momoshiki. The two left markers as they ran, covering over 10 kilometers before stopping to catch their breath. All right, at this distance, we should be safe. Uchiha Haru covered his arm, the wound reopening and blood flowing down. Uchiha Shoju also held his chest, feeling a metallic taste in his mouth due to the intense exertion. I really can't stand this. I really am too weak. After such a long journey in battle, he finally matured. He understood how weak he was and realized how naive he had been in the past. Why get back? I must have Grandpa give me special training. The two took out their medical kits for simple treatment, and after recovering a bit, they prepared to continue. Just as they were about to set off, a sneering voice suddenly came from a nearby tree. Two little Uchiha brothers, please wait a moment. Who is there? Uchiha Haru and Uchiha Shoju were taken aback, their Sharingan fixated on the direction of the voice. But they saw nothing, as if there were no living beings at all. Just as the two were alarmed, a black and white Zetsu wrapped in a huge aloe vera slowly emerged from the tree. You two seem to be seriously injured. Since you're in so much pain, why not hand your bodies over to us? As long as you obediently listen, you can escape all pain and confusion. Uchiha Shoju angrily retorted. Who would listen to you? You monsters, what exactly are you? Monsters? How rude. It seems we need to teach you a lesson. With that, dozens of white Zetsu suddenly emerged from the ground, charging at the two. Uchiha Yuan and Uchiha Changju quickly fought back. The ordinary white Zetsu were very weak and were no match for Uchiha Yuan and Uchiha Changju, but the two of them were already extremely exhausted. By the time they defeated all the enemies, they were panting heavily. At this moment, a voice came from the shadows. Has the Uchiha bloodline declined to this point? How sad. Uchiha Yuan's expression turned cold. Who's there, sneaking around? Show yourself. Two figures slowly walked out. When they saw the appearance of the newcomers, both Uchiha Yuan and Uchiha Changju's pupils trembled violently. The one in front was the third Mizukage, Kisame Hashigaki, with a blank expression, as if he had no reaction to anything, just a soulless puppet. Behind him was a figure with a pair of mesmerizing Sharingan, Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara asked the Zetsu beside him, is this little brat the grandson of Kage? Black Zetsu slightly bowed. Yes, Lord Madara. Madara. Uchiha Yuan and Uchiha Changju's eyes widened. As members of the Uchiha clan, how could they not know this name? But didn't Madara already die long ago? How could he appear here? Uchiha Madara glanced at the two, not using Jinjutsu or deliberately releasing his aura. But just a single glance made the two feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave, a massive stone pressing down on their chests, making it hard to breathe. Uchiha Madara did not attack. He looked at them for a moment before turning his gaze toward Lake Yangjing. Speaking of which, it's just half a scroll. It shouldn't take 2 days, right? Yes, Lord Madara. In that case, leave the grandson of Kage and deal with the other one. Yes. By Lake Yangjing, Uchiha Kage and Qing Yin finally dealt with the Kirigakure clan. Luckily, they made it in time. Now no one can stop us. Qing Yin, assist me with lightning. I'll force out the Three Tails Jinchuriki. Yes, Elder. Just as the two were about to make their move, ripples suddenly appeared on the lake surface. Chapter 181. The perfect Jinchuriki boom. 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 A series of heartbeat-like tremors came from the bottom of the lake, causing the water to shake rhythmically and create huge ripples. Qing Yin widened his Sharingan, staring intently at the ball of chakra at the bottom of the lake that was as fiery as the sun. What? What is that thing? Uchiha Kage also showed a shocked expression. Why? It's clearly not even 2 days yet. Why has the Jinchuriki completely mastered the power of the tailed beast? The young man's forehead was sweating. Is this the amount of tailed beast chakra? Suddenly, a burst of intense chakra erupted from underwater, sending all the lake water flying, spreading out like a flood, sweeping away everything in its path, whether soil, stone, or trees. Uchiha Kage and Qing Yin hurriedly jumped aside to avoid it, barely escaping the impact. In just a few seconds, the entire forest turned into a massive swamp. The young man returned to the side of Lake Yangjing. At this time, the lake was more than half empty, and the mud at the bottom had been washed away, leaving behind a hard shell reflecting strange light, almost like glass. On the remaining surface of the water, a young man with white hair and purple eyes, sharp teeth, stood there. He was the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, Kisame Hashigaki. At this moment, he closed his eyes, wearing an expression of enjoyment and ecstasy. Ah, so quiet. There's no longer that maddening voice in my head. He slowly opened his eyes, looking at Uchiha Kage and Qing Yin standing by the lake. Suddenly waved his hand and called out loudly, "Hey, you two, have you seen my clansmen? They have white hair like mine, and we're just here." Uchiha Kage and Qing's expressions were particularly grim. Qing Yin murmured, "With chakra like this, is he still part of the Kirigakure clan? The power of the tailed beast, the water transformation technique, how can we fight?" Uchiha Kage's expression was also serious. For the Kirigakure clan, the more chakra they have, the harder it is to use the water transformation technique. Back then, Kisame Hashigaki couldn't use the water transformation technique. This guy's chakra is much stronger than Kisame Hashigaki's, probably even more so. Qing Yin nodded, slightly relieved, but his hands gripping the lightning blade tightened. Kisame Hashigaki waited a moment, and seeing that the two didn't respond, he helplessly lowered his head and scratched it. Ah, those guys may be foolish, but they wouldn't just leave for no reason. It seems they've been taken out. The culprit is you, right? When he raised his head, his gaze had turned cold. Suddenly, both Qing Yin and Uchiha Kage saw a wave of chakra spreading beneath their feet. Be careful. The two jumped aside together. In the next instant, a dozen sharp water spikes suddenly erupted from the ground. If they hadn't reacted quickly, they would have been pierced through. Although they didn't have a deep relationship with me, they were still my clansmen. For both public and private reasons, I must take revenge, so I'll have to trouble you to die. With that, he charged towards the two. Uchiha Kage formed different hand seals with both hands. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Wind release, gale palm. He opened his mouth and spewed out a fire dragon, while at the same time pushing forward with both hands, releasing a gust of wind. A raging wind fire dragon whirlwind rushed straight towards Kisame Hashigaki, growing larger and instantly engulfing his figure. Suddenly, a red, violent chakra exploded, directly tearing apart the fire dragon whirlwind. Kisame Hashigaki stood unscathed by the lake, covered in a transparent coat of tailed beast chakra. Uchiha Ninja, you've really opened my eyes. Using one hand to form seals is one thing, but to actually form fire and wind seals with both hands and then use a combined ninjutsu as a sharpening stone for me to test the power of the tailed beast, it couldn't be more perfect. With that, Kisame Hashigaki suddenly reached forward. The tailed beast chakra suddenly condensed into a giant claw, fiercely clawing at Uchiha Kage. Uchiha Kage dodged, covering the seized ninja blade with wind chakra, and with a swift motion, directly severed the chakra giant claw. So sharp, this attack took Kisame Hashigaki by surprise, causing him to pause. Uchiha Kage seized the opportunity, using body flicker technique to rush in front of him, the blade cutting deeply across his abdomen, slicing through the chakra coat of the ninja blade. After landing the hit, he immediately retreated to Qing Yin's side, giving no chance for the opponent to retaliate. The feeling from just now, I indeed hit him. As expected, this guy cannot use the water transformation technique. Kisame Hashigaki bent down, holding his abdomen, but his face showed no concern. Ah, so sharp. You're right. I cannot use the water transformation technique. But that doesn't mean my defense is weak. With that, he straightened up, slowly lowering the hand that was blocking his abdomen. Both Uchiha Kage and Qing Yin were taken aback. Kisame Hashigaki's abdomen was covered with a layer of bluish-gray armor, looking extremely thick and solid. Uchiha Kage's attack, which could cut through gold and iron, only left a white mark. Kisame Hashigaki flicked his hand, and pieces of scale armor fell off, shooting towards the two like bullets. Because the scale armor was extremely hard, its power was much greater than the water cannon technique. Moreover, there were many of them, densely packed, like a torrential rain. Uchiha Kage and Qing Yin hurriedly dodged. Even with the Sharingan, it was still extremely perilous. Take down one first. Kisame Hashigaki grinned as he charged towards Uchiha Kage. The giant claw covered in hard armor flashing with cold light, fiercely clawing at Uchiha Kage's chest. His movements were incredibly fast. Although Uchiha Kage could see clearly, his body couldn't react in time, and he couldn't dodge at all. Seeing that he was about to be harmed, Qing Yin quickly activated her Sharingan. Sharingan Jinjutsu. Goei Deng Dyu's action froze, clearly affected, and his attack brushed past Uchiha Dian, but it was only for a moment. By the time he landed, he had already recovered. Although he did not reach a consensus with the tailed beast chakra could help him resist Jinjutsu. Amazing, little girl. You actually managed to catch me. Gui Dang Do You change direction and charge towards Qing Yin, launching a relentless series of attacks capable of tearing her apart. Qing Yin pushed her ocular power to the limit, covering her Raijin Blade Fong with lightning chakra, and fought against Gui Dang Do You. Uchiha Dian saw this and shouted, "I'll assist you." Saying this, he activated Wind Release Chakra, enveloping his ninja blade, and joined Qing Yin in combating Gui Dang Do You. Both of them possessed Sharingan, and with their perfect cooperation, Gui Dang Do You surprisingly didn't have the upper hand for a moment. He was not angry. Instead, he felt thrilled. "Ahahaha, this is exhilarating. It's been a long time since I've felt this good." Roar. With a roar, his skin ripped apart inch by inch, and then a black-red beam of light shot into the sky. Powerful chakra, stirring up gusts of wind. When the storm subsided, Gui Dang Do You had entered his second state. "Ha ha ha, fantastic. I actually entered this state so easily." He extended his hands, plunging them into the ground before him. Qing Yin and Uchiha Dian felt the ground tremble beneath their feet and quickly jumped aside. Two giant chakra hands emerged from the ground. The youth was already prepared, and with a reverse slash of Raijin Blade Fong, he struck the chakra giant claw. Under the enhancement of lightning release chakra, the chakra giant claw was severed in two, but it was much tougher than the tailed beast chakra in the first state. Uchiha Dian appeared behind Gui Dang Do You. Wind release wind strangle wrap. Several wind ropes coiled around, tightly binding Gui Dang Do You. Qing Yin's eyes flashed with brilliance, seizing the chance. She dashed to Gui Dang Do Yu's side and thrust the Raijin blade fiercely into his abdomen. She originally thought she could pierce through, but unexpectedly, the Raijin blade was stopped by chakra and could not penetrate at all. Gui Dang Do You grinned menacingly. His tail swung, directly sending Qing Yin flying. If it weren't for Uchiha Dian continuously binding Gui Dang Do Yu's tail with wind ropes, this blow might have rendered Qing Yin unable to continue fighting. "Fool! The chakra covering my body is much stronger than what you extend out." With that, he roared, forcibly breaking the wind ropes and charging straight towards Qing Yin. Qing Yin rolled on the ground a few times before standing up, tearing off her sleeve to reveal an arm as white as lotus root. Her forearm was densely covered with seals, forming a circle at her wrist, prominently featuring an explosion character. Chapter 182. Escape seeing the seals on Qing Yin's hand. Gui Dang Do You raised an eyebrow. Seals? Interesting. But he did not stop his attack, extending his hand as a giant chakra claw lunged towards Qing Yin. Although it was extremely fast, it could not evade Qing Yin's eyes. She dodged with a flash and charged forward, brushing past Gui Dang Do You. Gui Dang Do You. Uchiha Dian. Just as Gui Dang Do You tried to retract his giant claw, he suddenly noticed a row of explosive tags stuck from his arm to his side. Qing Yin retreated to a distance while forming hand seals with one hand. Art is an explosion. With a loud bang, the explosive tags detonated, and the explosion echoed continuously, engulfing Gui Dang Do You in smoke and flames. Roar! From within the smoke came Gui Dang Do Yu's agonized scream, and then a dark red figure burst out. At this moment, Gui Dang Do Yu's chakra arm was blown off, and the chakra garment on his side was also in tatters. Even though he wasn't injured in his main body, he still suffered significantly. Uchiha Dian looked shocked. How could it be? Mere explosive tags. How could they possibly harm him? Qing Yin stared intently at Gui Dang Do You, not daring to relax. Explosive tags specifically target flashy techniques. As long as there are enough, any defense can be breached. Lingfeng once said, if there were 600 billion explosive tags, even Sage of Six Paths could be blown to pieces. Uchiha Dian. Gui Dang Do You let out a low growl, chakra swirling around him, and his chakra garment quickly restored. Previously, he had been in a playful mood, but after taking this hit, he was genuinely angry. Just playing little tricks. I want to see how many explosive tags you have to use. With that, he charged towards Qing Yin. In the blink of an eye, his claws were already in front of Qing Yin. Qing Yin raised the Raijin Blade Fong to block, but she was sent flying along with the blade. Just as Gui Dang Do You was about to continue his pursuit, Uchiha Dian released a wall of fire, blocking his path. He was not afraid of the flames now, but being obstructed in vision caused him to turn and charge towards Uchiha Dian, piercing through his body with a claw. Old man, seeking death while cutting in line. Before he could finish, Uchiha Dian's body suddenly twisted and transformed into a thick, viscous liquid, splattering all over Gui Dang Do You. Gi Dang Du Ikreku. This smell, oil. At that moment, Qing Yin charged over, and Uchiha Dian also emerged from the ground. Fire release great fireball technique. Wind release vortex rush. The combination of wind and fire ninjutsu struck Gui Dang Do You, instantly igniting the oil. The combination of wind, fire, and oil raised the temperature beyond that of ordinary flames, and even though Gue Deng Diu had a tailed beast garment, he was still burned and howled in agony. What was even more troublesome was that the oil covering him could not be shaken off. Qing Yin also pulled out her trump card, taking out 2 scrolls from behind. And with a flick of her hand, dozens of explosive tag kunai shot out like a torrential rain, instantly filling Gue Deng Diu and the surrounding area with thousands of explosive tag kunai. Gue Deng Diu. Uchiha Dian. In the next second, the explosive tags detonated, engulfing Gue Deng Diu in an explosion. But the attack did not stop. Uchiha Dian struggled to control the flames, condensing a massive fire dragon vortex that trapped Gue Deng Diu in the center. Qing Yin also summoned lightning with her Raijin blade, continuously striking into the fire dragon vortex. Gue Deng Diu suffered heavy damage, howling in agony. Water released great water wall. A roar came from within the fire dragon vortex, and a massive amount of water release spewed forth, instantly forming a giant water mass capable of filling a lake. The goby shark is known as a tailless tail beast, and the water release it unleashes can change the terrain. Gue Deng Diu at this moment was indeed a genuine tailed beast-level combat force, and the scale of his water release was even larger than that of the goby shark. Although the combination of their fire release ninjutsu was extremely powerful, it was not Amaterasu, and faced with a natural disaster-level water release, it quickly dispersed. Gue Deng Diu, panting heavily, appeared in the center of the water mass, with patches of charred black appearing on his dark red body. He glared at the two with a fierce expression, full of murderous intent. Uchiha Dian and Qing Yin were also trapped within the water ball. Gue Deng Diu glared at the two, his face twisted. You two fools. Welcome to my domain. I will drown you slowly. After a brief silence, he felt it was not very reliable. These two guys were too difficult to deal with, so it was better to kill them directly. Uchiha Dian and Qing Yin realized something was wrong as they couldn't breathe underwater. Ninjas can hold their breath far longer than ordinary people, but they are still human and cannot hold their breath forever. Just now, Gue Deng Diu swam around the two, and although the position did not change much, the water ball was indeed moving. It was clear that the water ball's position was not fixed but centered around Gue Deng Diu. This meant that unless the two could swim faster than Gue Deng Diu, they would never be able to escape. Swimming faster than a water-type Jinchuriki? This is absurd, and this water ball is so huge that their ninjutsu can't break it. Qing Yin. Suddenly, the voice of Uchiha Dian appeared in Qing Yin's mind, and she paused for a moment, realizing that Uchiha Dian was staring at her. She instantly understood that they couldn't speak underwater, and the other party was using Jinjutsu to communicate with her. She immediately imitated and responded with Jinjutsu. Second Elder, this water ball is centered around the Jinchuriki. I will entangle him for a moment, and you must immediately escape in another direction. I can buy you a few minutes, enough for you to break free from the water ball. But what about you? There's no time to worry about that. One of us must survive, at least to bring back the intel on the perfect Jinchuriki. Qing Yin. Suddenly, she looked at the ground. Second Elder, do you think this water release can affect underground? Uchiha Dian. The two exchanged a glance and rushed towards the ground in unison. Hidmitsuki. Uchiha Dian. Upon reaching the ground, Uchiha Dian formed hand seals and dove into the earth with Qing Yin. Hidmitsuki was immediately dumbfounded. Can you really do that? Uchiha Dian didn't dig a hole, but used the earth concealment technique to blend into the ground like diving, leaving no trace at all. Qing Yin couldn't use earth release and couldn't breathe underground, but holding her breath for several minutes was no problem. That much time was enough for Uchiha Dian to help her escape from the water release range. Hidmitsuki stared at the ground, also dumbfounded. He had no sensing ninjutsu and had no idea where to chase, so he could only attack the ground frantically, venting his anger, but it was utterly useless. The two had long since escaped far away. After several minutes, Uchiha Dian and Qing Yin broke through the surface. Who? Phew. Who? Uchiha Dian was fine, but Qing Yin's face was already purple, and she was almost at her limit. If she didn't come out soon, she would suffocate to death without the enemy's intervention. After taking a few deep breaths, Qing Yin's complexion finally returned to normal. She turned back to see the giant water ball far behind. Even as a Jinchuriki, maintaining such a large water ball was not easy. Just relying on us. We probably can't take that guy down. Uchiha Dian nodded solemnly. As an elder, he had seen Uzumaki Mito in action and naturally knew the power of the perfect Jinchuriki. That was being more difficult to deal with in a complete tailed beast. Let alone 2-3 Tomo. Even an ordinary Sharingan might not be able to handle it. This mission has been considered a failure. Well, let's go. I wonder how the other three little ones are doing. Let's go meet up with them first. The two turned to leave. Suddenly, something stirred in their hearts, and they quickly jumped aside. Almost simultaneously, a barrage of wooden spikes shot out from the jungle, piercing the ground where the two had just stood. Chapter 183. Grandpa, seeing the wooden spikes on the ground, Qing Yin was taken aback and exclaimed, "Would release." Uchiha Dian suddenly remembered the 4 dead Hyuga clan members they had encountered on the way, and his heart sank. Did Hyuga Hayashi and the others die at the hands of Wood Release? Some sadistic strongmen would deliberately use wooden spikes and stones to kill their enemies for fun. So, his first reaction upon seeing the Hyuga clan's corpses was that they had encountered a formidable enemy and were humiliated by their opponent. After all, currently, there was only one Wood Release ninja in the entire ninja world, Senju Lingfeng. But it was obvious that it couldn't be him. The two Uchiha looked towards the woods, both startled. There was no sign of an enemy. What was going on? The Sharingan could see through camouflage techniques. But why was there not a trace of chakra response in their current field of vision? Suddenly, a bulge appeared in front of them, transforming into a person completely covered in milky white. "Gentlemen, this path is different," Uchiha Dian asked in a deep voice. "Who are you? Why are you using Wood Release?" Qing Yin, however, had a shocked expression. "Isn't this the white monster that Lingfeng particularly likes to catch? Can't even sense chakra." But wait, the white monster could see facial features, yet this guy is wearing a white mask. If Lingfeng were here, he would immediately recognize the voice of Obito. White Zetsu did not answer Uchiha Dian's question, but directly launched an attack. With a wave of his hand, the vines on the surrounding trees seemed to come to life, shooting towards the two. Naturally, Qing Yin and Uchiha Dian would not just sit back and wait. The two swung their weapons, severing the endless vines and wooden spikes. "Qing Yin, ga for me," Uchiha Dian shouted loudly, leaping high towards Obito. Seeing this scene, Obito also controlled the vines to chase upward. Wind Release, Gale Net. Qing Yin formed hand seals, using the wind shield ninjutsu, and the dense wind blades shredded the vines. Moreover, Qing Yin was very familiar with Wood Release and deliberately cut from the roots, so even if the vines could regenerate, their speed would be significantly slower. This little time was enough for Uchiha Dian. Fire Release, Fire Dragon Tornado. A fiery whirlwind appeared out of nowhere, igniting the forest. The raging fire turned the nearby trees into charcoal, and the vines and wooden spikes controlled by Obito were instantly reduced to ashes. However, Obito was not worried at all. Quite capable, huh? But it seems your opponent isn't me." The two were stunned. Suddenly, a chilling roar echoed from a distance. Turning around, they saw Kid Mitsuki had transformed into a complete Three Tails, its single eye fixed on them. So it was Uchiha Dian's ninjutsu that exposed their position. A fierce glint flashed in the Three Tails' eyes, and it gathered a massive tailed beast ball in its mouth and shot over. Uchiha Dian, Qing Yin. Without a word, the two turned and ran. The tailed beast ball fell, causing a violent explosion, creating a mushroom cloud, flattening the mountain peak, and turning the forest into a wasteland. After a while, the ground suddenly collapsed, revealing a deep pit. Qing Yin and Uchiha Dian jumped out, but their faces were pale. It turned out that in a moment of crisis, the two had just discovered a deep ditch and quickly jumped in, narrowly avoiding the explosion. But the powerful shockwave also left them dizzy and feeling unwell. The two exchanged glances and turned to run. Given the current situation, they could care less about fighting. Everyone that could escape was one less. Uchiha Dian was secretly grateful that his clever grandson had evacuated with Uchiha Haru in advance. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. Suddenly, another figure blocked their way. It was none other than Kid Wai-Hai. Qing Yin and Uchiha Dian's expressions went blank. A monster that could use Wood Release, a tailed beast, a water shadow this. Obito arrived first, landing beside Kid Wai-Hai. The Three Tails soon arrived, its big eyes staring at Kid Wai-Hai and Obito, showing a puzzled expression. "Water shadow? How'd he end up here? And what's that white monster beside him?" It was evident that Kid Mitsuki's control over the tailed beast had become very perfect, otherwise in the past. He wouldn't have cared about whether it was a water shadow or not. As long as he felt like killing, anyone in sight would be the enemy. At this moment, Kid Wai-Hai had regained his usual proud demeanor. Sharingan Would Release. "I never expected to witness a duel between two major bloodline limits. You two Uchiha are quite impressive. You have successfully pleased me. As a reward, I give you a chance to live." He patted Obito on the shoulder. "Neither I nor Mitsuki will intervene. If you can defeat him, I'll let you go. How about it?" "All right." Uchiha Tenny readily agreed. Although this promise was as meaningless as flatulence, seizing the opportunity to eliminate a strong enemy was definitely a guaranteed profit. Our Uchiha clan has no habit of fighting more with less. I can handle it alone. Just as Qing Yin was about to speak, he shot her a fierce glare. It seemed like a warning, but in reality, they were communicating through Jinjutsu. Qing Yin, I'll hold them off, you hurry and escape. But, no buts. With the two of us, we can't deal with so many enemies. As long as we can bring back the information. That's our victory. Then I'll hold them off. Your strength isn't enough. Follow orders. Qing Yin gritted her teeth and ultimately retreated to the side. Go-8 Song Yuhai. You can do whatever you want. He cast a casual glance at Qing Yin, not worried in the slightest that she would escape. A face swayed over, and as he walked, wooden spikes emerged from his body. What's going on? I've been waiting impatiently. Uchiha Tenni took a deep breath. Please. Then, two figures collided. Wood release. Wood dragon technique. White Zetsu unleashed a wooden dragon that charged toward Uchiha Tenni. Of course, its scale and power were far inferior to Hashirama's. Ninja art. Fire, thunder technique. Uchiha Tenni formed hand seals, and lightning and flames intertwined, crashing into the vines, shredding them apart with lightning and reducing the wood chips to ashes with fire. However, the vine simultaneously absorbed the lightning and fire chakra, continuously sprouting new branches and leaves. Taking this opportunity, Uchiha Tenni rushed in front of Afei. Sharingan, Jinjutsu. Afei's movements suddenly froze. Seizing the moment, Uchiha Tenni pierced his heart with a wind-release kunai. I won. Although this monster was very strong, as long as Uchiha got close, he was bound to fall. Suddenly, his expression changed. It turned out that through the mask, the opponent's eyes were actually Sharingan. He suddenly had a bad premonition. Sure enough, the next second, Afei's body opened up like clothing, revealing the person inside. It was none other than his own grandson, Uchiha Shoju. Uchiha Shoju seemed to have just lost consciousness, and now, as if waking from a dream, his eyes were filled with confusion, but then he was awakened by a violent pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw that his heart had been pierced by the wind-release kunai. When he looked up again, the one holding the kunai was his own grandfather. A look of confusion appeared on his face. Grandfather why? Chapter 184 Memory. Uchiha Tenni stared blankly at Uchiha Shoju, whose heart had been pierced. Afei chuckled lightly, separating from Uchiha Shoju. Without white Zetsu SLs, Uchiha Shoju could no longer suppress his injuries, spitting out blood and collapsing weakly. Uchiha Tenni hurriedly held him, his eyes filled with bloodshot, trembling hands trying to cover his wound. But it was all in vain. Uchiha Shoju's lips trembled as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately it turned into a long gasp, and he completely closed his eyes. Uchiha Tenni slowly laid Uchiha Shoju's body flat, his blood-red eyes fixed on Guade Song Yuhai. Hi. His most beloved grandson was dead, and Uchiha Tenni felt as if his heart had been ripped apart. He could accept his grandson dying in battle, given the peril of this mission. It wouldn't be surprising if Uchiha Tenni himself fell, let alone his grandson. But he never expected that his grandson would die at his own hands. At this moment, Uchiha Tenni went completely mad. All thoughts of the mission and escape were thrown to the back of his mind, and all he could think about was turning the enemy to dust. He charged toward Guade Song Yuhai, kicking him in the abdomen. Guade Song Yuhai flew away like a cannonball, crashing through a series of large trees before hitting the ground, kicking up a large cloud of dust. Ha! Uchiha Tenni gasped for breath, glaring at the dust. Suddenly, his pupils contracted, revealing a look of surprise. Guade Song Yuhai walked out of the dust, brushing off the dirt on his body, looking completely unscathed. Additionally, ripples like water patterns appeared on him, continuously spreading from his abdomen to his entire body. He walked up to Uchiha Tenni, looking somewhat puzzled. Strange, is this not enough? Suddenly, his expression froze, turning into a dumbfounded look. The other few people also keenly sensed something was off. What is wrong with this guy? At this moment, two figures walked out from the depths of the shadow, none other than Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu. Afei saw the two and quickly walked over, merging back with Black Zetsu, transforming into a giant aloe. Uchiha Tenni stared blankly at Uchiha Madara, his eyes filled with disbelief. It's you, Lord Madara. Why? The Lord Madara he admired the most actually killed his own grandson. Uchiha Madara didn't answer but frowned and stared at him. Strange, is this not enough? Suddenly, he revealed a look of realization. So that there's an external eye. How foolish. How could Madara's eyes possibly evolve? Saying this, he moved his foot, and his figure instantly disappeared, sweeping past Uchiha Tenni like a gust of wind. Uchiha Tenni clutched his right eye, letting out a miserable scream, blood flowing between his fingers. The right eye entrusted to him by his deceased comrade had been brutally gouged out. Uchiha Madara's expression remained unchanged, only looking at him indifferently. This should be enough. Sure enough, the next second, Uchiha Tenni's three tomo rapidly spun, merging into one. As he awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, a chilling and violent ocular power surged forth. Suddenly, he sensed a previously undiscovered shackle in his brain, locking away something. Accompanied by the birth of the Mangeki Sharingan, the surging ocular power violently broke through the shackle, revealing a segment of sealed memory in his mind. Back then, the Uchiha clan, with the assistance of the Uzumaki clan, engaged in a battle with the Mist Village at what is now Flame Mirror Lake, in the great forest of the past. The scale of the battle was not large, with only dozens of people, but the lineup was extremely luxurious. Led by the Elder, the elite of the Uchiha clan was fully deployed, including Uchiha Tenni himself. The Mist Village also sent an all-star lineup. The first Hokage, Hashirama, and the later second Hokage, Tobirama, along with two incomplete Jinchuriki and several high-ranking members of bloodline clans. The two sides fought for a long time, and the Uchiha gradually fell into a disadvantage. Seeing that the higher-ups were about to be wiped out, the Elder exhausted the ocular power of the Mangeki, sacrificing his eyesight to unleash a super-strong fire release capable of incinerating tailed beast bombs, instantly killing Water Shadow by Lien and more than a dozen high-ranking bloodline clan members. One Jinchuriki died while the other escaped. Where he released the flames left a giant pit, with a layer of high-temperature glass formed on the surface, which, after decades of accumulating water, eventually became what is now Flame Mirror Lake. Uchiha Tenni also played a significant role. He sacrificed one to heavily injure the members of the Kirigakure led by Tobirama, while his best friend also died in that battle, leaving his eye to him before passing. In that battle, the Uchiha high-ranking members suffered heavy losses, but also made the Mist Village fear them, not daring to show their teeth for decades. This was his original memory, but now an additional segment appeared. After the battle, he first sent off the Blind Elder and several dying clansmen, secretly staying behind to search for any surviving clansmen. The result was encountering Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara did not attack him, but merely used Jinjutsu on him, not only covering his memory of seeing him, but also completely altering his personality, making him more extreme, more utilitarian, and more violent, only improving a bit in recent years. Uchiha Itachi trembled all over, reflecting on how many regrettable mistakes he had made over the years. He had clearly regarded the Elder as a brother, but they had drifted apart. He had clearly been entrusted by Kagami to help his children survive in the clan, yet he had turned a blind eye. He had clearly been able to communicate with the village to resolve issues, but he chose to confront them mindlessly. He had clearly had several friendly families, but due to his actions, they had gradually become estranged. He turned to look at Uchiha Madara, his eyes filled with hatred. "It's all your fault. Go to hell," he yelled as he charged at Uchiha Madara, wanting to fight him to the death. But Uchiha Madara looked down on him. "Do you think you can resist my Jinjutsu with just your recently awakened Sharingan?" He formed a hand sign with one hand and activated the Jinjutsu. Uchiha Itachi froze, becoming as stiff as a ghost. Uchiha Madara lowered his hand and couldn't help but sigh. Is it really this hard to deal with someone who just awakened their Sharingan? Kagaya approached and said, "Lord Madara, why not merge with Obito? It could help you regain your youthful strength." Uchiha Madara glanced disdainfully at Obito, his face full of contempt. "I would never merge with such a lowly creature. Besides, the Rinnegan has already been implanted in Nagato. Even if I merged, I could never return to my peak. Qingyan, Nagato, Rinnegan." Meanwhile, the Ghostlight Tsukuyami was also shocked to see Uchiha Itachi being controlled. No wonder Lord Mizukage was acting so strange. He must have fallen into a Jinjutsu. "Bastard, what have you done to Lord Mizukage?" The fully transformed Three Tails, which was Tsukuyami, roared and charged at Uchiha Madara. A perfect Jinchuriki should not fear Jinjutsu, but Uchiha Madara merely glanced at him, and the massive body of the Three Tails suddenly stiffened. "You think you can resist me with just a pet? Ridiculous." The Three Tails trembled all over. Then its body began to squirm and shrink, transforming back into Tsukuyami, but with a blank expression. If Lingfeng were here, he would definitely praise Tsukuyami for being brave, as even Obito could control the fourth Mizukage like a dog, let alone Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara turned to look at Qingyan. Qingyan was instantly paralyzed. Uchiha Madara, the second elder, the third Mizukage, the Three Tails Jinchuriki, black and white Zetsu. Do I have to fight all of them? Fortunately, Uchiha Madara did not attack her, but instead asked gently, "Little girl, have you heard of the infinite Tsukuyami?" Qingyan. Chapter 185. Oil woman Qing Yin had heard Lingfeng mention that Tsukuyami, which was a powerful jinjutsu that even a perfect Jinchuriki could not defend against. But the infinite Tsukuyami involved too much, and Lingfeng had not mentioned it, so she naturally did not know what it was. Thus, she obediently shook her head. Uchiha Madara was willing to say so much because he valued Qing Yin's potential. In his eyes, Qing Yin's chakra was exceptionally pure, showing no signs of body modification or drug use. And at such a young age, with 3 tomo, she already possessed the strength to contend with others, definitely a prodigy. With such talent, with a little training, once she awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, she would at least be at the level of a strong shadow. Perfect for being my puppet, avatar. Then let me tell you what the infinite Tsukuyami is. Uchiha Madara cast a Jinjutsu, wanting to drag Qing Yin into his consciousness space. Qing Yin sensed something was wrong and subconsciously used her ocular power to resist, surprisingly not falling directly into the illusion. Now it was Uchiha Madara's turn to be shocked. This girl has such strong resistance to Jinjutsu. With this kind of resistance, her skill in Jinjutsu is likely beyond expectations. Just with this one skill, even shadow-level powerhouses would suffer, and if she encountered Shadow with weaker resistance to Jinjutsu, she might even win. Uchiha Madara became interested and continued to increase his ocular power. Once the Sharingan is upgraded, even if one loses their eyes, their abilities will still be retained. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Uchiha Madara was still able to use the abilities of the animal path without eyes. Although his eyes had been implanted in Nagato, he was currently using substitutes, but his chakra and ocular power were genuine. With Rinnegan-level ocular power, combined with Hashirama cells, the power was not inferior to the Eternal Mangeki, completely overpowering against the 3 tomo Sharingan. As expected, after resisting for a while, Qing Yin was ultimately pulled into the illusion. Later, in the illusion space that deceived Obito, a younger Madara appeared. Little girl, now I will introduce you to the infinite Tsukuyami. The flow of time in the illusion space was very fast. In less than half a minute, Uchiha Madara released the Jinjutsu. So, little girl, do you want to join the Eye of the Moon plan? This world is false. Only by living in the world of the infinite Tsukuyami can people find happiness. Qing Yin's expression was particularly complex, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Black and White Zetsu quietly watched everything. White Zetsu looked confused, while Black Zetsu was almost laughing out loud. That's right, this is the reaction I wanted. Be confused. Question it. Then obediently fall into the trap I've woven. After a long silence, Qing Yin took a deep breath and looked at Uchiha Madara with burning eyes. Uchiha Madara, little girl, what is your decision? Qing Yin organized her words and timidly asked, are you serious about that Eye of the Moon plan? Not just nonsense. Living in a large-scale illusion. I can't believe you thought of something so ridiculous. Even that unreliable bastard Konoha couldn't come up with such an absurd idea. Wanting an illusion is simple enough. Sister Tsunade has a whole bunch of mushrooms. If you want any illusion, just eat the mushrooms directly. Uchiha Madara's face instantly darkened, and Black Zetsu's face became even darker, while White Zetsu had a silly expression and asked, huh, do you think so too? Seeing Madara and Black Zetsu's murderous gaze, he awkwardly smiled and shrank his neck, falling silent. After decades of strategizing, Madara finally broke down. In that case, then die. Qing Yin quickly leaped back to create distance. Even if the enemy was strong and she was weak, she had no intention of surrendering. Just as Uchiha Madara was about to take action, he suddenly heard a buzzing sound coming from a distance, rapidly approaching. Everyone turned curiously to look, only to see a mass of black mist quickly closing in. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes slightly in the vision of his Sharingan. These black mists were countless tiny chakra life forms. He was not unfamiliar with this kind of chakra. The Oil Woman clan's infestation bugs. No, it feels different. What violent chakra? The infestation bugs surged like a flood, instantly separating Qing Yin from Uchiha and the others. Oil Woman Ryoma and several members of the Oil Woman clan appear beside her. Go! Although she did not know who the other party was. Qing Yin naturally recognized the infestation bugs, and seeing the Konoha headband on their heads, she turned without a word and fled. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. A little pet from the Oil Woman clan? How laughable. Saying this, he was about to deal with the swarm and chase after them. Before he could make a move, the infestation bugs suddenly erupted with a dazzling light, followed by a series of violent explosions. A few days ago, the Oil Woman clan's departure from the mountain had sent explosive clay techniques to Oil Woman Ryoma and the others via ninja hawks. Unable to contain themselves, Oil Woman Ryoma and the others had started to practice, and after days of hard work, They had finally cultivated self-exploding flying bugs. In order to nurture the flying insects, I couldn't immediately support Qing Yen. If it weren't for my tracking skills, I might have lost them long ago. Thousands of flying insects exploded, creating a massive wall of fire, and even Kumiai didn't avoid the onslaught. Suddenly, a large hand tore through the firewall, and Uchiha Madara stood inside Susanoo, his cold gaze sweeping over the forest. Kurizetsu stepped forward, Lord Madara. A fierce light flashed in Uchiha Madara's eyes. There were many high-speed chakra reactions around, indicating the Oil Woman clan's sensory interference. Kurizetsu said respectfully, "Leave it to me." He then slowly sank into the ground, controlling countless white zetsus to scatter like ghosts. In the forest, Oil Woman Ryoma, Qing Yen, and others were fleeing. Oil Woman Ryoma revealed his identity and learned from Qing Yen that he was actually facing the legendary Uchiha Madara. A few members of the Oil Woman clan turned pale. "Where's Lingfeng? Isn't he here?" He remembers Lingfeng saying he would come to find Qing Yen. He can use Flying Thunder God to easily escape the pursuit with everyone. Qing Yen shook his head with a bitter smile. Oil Woman Ryoma was also overwhelmed. Suddenly, Qing Yen was startled and abruptly stopped. "Get out of the way." Everyone hurriedly jumped aside. Suddenly, dozens of vines burst from the ground in their path, swaying like tentacles. Afei led the white Zetsu army emerging from the soil. "Found you. Did you really think you could escape my tracking? But you can actually see me. Impressive." The Oil Woman clan members were shocked upon seeing the white Zetsus for the first time. "Huh, what is this thing? Is it human or a rare beast?" Qing Yen, holding a lightning blade, scanned the surroundings with a serious expression. "Where's the black half? Is it absent or hiding nearby?" The white Zetsus didn't care about that, roaring as they charged in. Qing Yen could only deal with the immediate enemy, swinging the lightning blade and beheading the white Zetsus one by one. The Oil Woman clan also released their parasitic insects, wrapping each white Zetsu in black cocoons, accompanied by screams and gnawing sounds, devouring them entirely. While fighting, Qing Yen observed and found Afei sneaking in the back. "He's the leader." Qing Yen charged forward, swinging his sword toward Afei's neck. Afei screamed in fear. Just as he was about to be decapitated, suddenly, a figure appeared and blocked in front of Afei. The wind blade in hand parried Qing Yen's attack. Chapter 186, Breaking Free, Second Elder. Upon seeing the newcomer's face, Qing Yen was taken aback. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi's right side was covered in black Zetsu, now completely black. When she looked with her Sharingan, she saw that Uchiha Itachi's spirit had been eroded, completely turned into a puppet of black Zetsu. But his strength was still genuine, and his chakra had evidently recovered a lot. Fire release, ash pile burning. Uchiha Itachi took a deep breath and exhaled scorching dust. Qing Yen's heart tightened, knowing he would ignite the dust next, and quickly formed hand seals. Wind release, gale palm. The strong wind blew away the dust, avoiding the fate of being engulfed in flames, but suddenly felt the ground slippery beneath her feet. Looking down, she saw a layer of oil had covered the ground without her noticing. Uchiha Itachi clicked his teeth and ignited the remaining dust. Although the flames were small, the drifting sparks landed on the oil. Not good. Qing Yen formed hand seals, creating a shadow clone, throwing her main body into the air, while the clone was consumed by the flames, turning into a puff of white smoke. Qing Yen created another shadow clone to act as a stepping stone, holding the lightning blade, and flew straight toward Uchiha Itachi, aiming to disable his arm. However, with the Mangeki Sharingan, Uchiha Itachi's movements became even more agile. He flipped his body and easily dodged the strike, kicking Qing Yen away. Blood trickled from the corner of Qing Yen's mouth, but she still gritted her teeth and launched an attack. Lightning Blood Technique. The lightning blade unleashed a massive bolt of lightning toward Uchiha Itachi. The Oil Woman clan members also weren't idle, releasing their insect clouds, swarming toward Uchiha Itachi from all directions. Faced with the encirclement of lightning and parasitic insects, Uchiha Itachi had nowhere to escape. He closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them, activating his ocular technique. The lightning bolt vanished in an instant, and the parasitic insects scattered with a loud bang. Qing Yen, Oil Woman. Black Zetsu cackled ominously. This is his Mangeki forbidden technique, Takamagara, which can disperse chakra effects within a certain range and absorb the chakra within. Feel free to attack. The more you attack, the stronger I will become. Qing Yen and the Oil Woman clan members were taken aback, not expecting Uchiha Itachi to awaken such a powerful ninjutsu, which not only worked against ninjutsu, but also against chakra-controlling insects. Qing Yen. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Technique. She threw several burning shurikens and charged forward with the lightning blade. 5 meters away from Uchiha Itachi, the flames and lightning on the ninja tools instantly vanished. Uchiha Itachi swung his wind blade, easily shattering all the shurikens and leaving deep scars on the lightning blade. Qing Yin and the Oil Woman clan members' faces turned grave. This made all ninjutsu meaningless. Fortunately, she had just tested it, and it wouldn't erase the chakra within her body, or it would be over. Black Zetsu cackled coldly. It's my turn. Saying this, he charged forward. Qing Yin formed hand seals with one hand. Sharingan, Jinjutsu. Black Zetsu stumbled, stopping his movements, and also formed hand seals. Release. Both sides began a Jinjutsu contest, but Qing Yin was still slightly inferior, letting out a muffled grunt as she staggered back a few steps. If it weren't for her powerful ocular strength, the backlash from the Jinjutsu alone would have been enough to take her down. Ha ha ha, just a mere 3 tomo, yet you dare to use Jinjutsu against the Meijiki. Should I say you're brave or foolish? At the same time, he was secretly vigilant, as Qing Yin had almost shaken his spirit just now. Unexpectedly, this little girl's Jinjutsu was so strong. It's hard to imagine how powerful her Jinjutsu would be if she awakened the Meijiki. Since she cannot be utilized by me, she must be eliminated before she grows. The battle between both sides intensified, with many white Zetsus appearing from the surroundings. Qing Yin and Oil Woman Ryoma teamed up against Black Zetsu, while the other Oil Woman clan members dealt with the white Zetsus. Although it was 2 against 1, Qing Yin and her companions were still at a disadvantage, only able to maneuver outside their opponent's range of capabilities. Black Zetsu cackled mockingly while provoking the two. What's wrong? A dignified ninja clan, only knowing how to hide. Truly unworthy of the name ninja. Qing Yin seized the opportunity to use an explosive tag to force Black Zetsu back, finally gaining a moment to breathe. I only ask one thing. How is Brother Yuan doing? Black Zetsu grinned, pulling out 2 bottles from his pocket, each containing Sharingan. These are the eyes of those 2 little brats. As for which one belongs to Yuan, you'll have to figure it out yourself. Before he finished speaking, Qing Yin suddenly cast a Jinjutsu. She forcefully poured almost all her ocular strength into the Sharingan, instantly filling her eyes with bloodshot veins, blood running down her cheeks. Although Black Zetsu was surprised, he still looked down on her. Useless, just a mere 3 tomo. Before he could finish his sentence, his expression suddenly stiffened. What is happening? Impossible. His body convulsed a few times, and the half of his face that wasn't covered by Black Zetsu changed dramatically as he spoke again. Finally, it's out. Thank you, Qing Yin. It turned out that although Uchiha Itachi was controlled by Jinjutsu, he still retained a trace of self-awareness due to possessing the Meijiki Sharingan. During the previous Jinjutsu collision, he successfully established communication with Qing Yin's spirit. Just now, Qing Yin fully unleashed his illusion technique, finally helping Uchiha Ten break free from Uchiha Madara's mental control. As soon as the illusion was broken, he immediately suppressed Kurizetsu with Takamagara. At that moment, a powerful chakra rapidly approached. Oh no, it's the 3 tails. GT Tsukuyami transformed into the complete form of the 3 tails from afar, releasing a massive tailed beast ball. Just as the people of Konoha were about to be obliterated, Uchiha Ten formed hand seals. Takamagara. As the tailed beast ball approached, it quickly turned to nothingness, with a large amount of chakra flowing back to Uchiha Ten, nearly restoring him to peak condition. He pushed Qing Yin. You all go quickly, I'll hold him off. Fire release, head hardening, wind release, wind avoidance. Secret technique, burning oil flame, egg technique. At this point, Uchiha Ten had already given up on escaping, disregarding his chakra, fully committing to a life-for-a-life stance. A tsunami-like flame surged toward the 3 tails, causing even the tailed beast to change its expression. This scale, not good, but in the next second, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the flames. Mere rubble. It was Uchiha Madara who had arrived. He extended his hand and used the ability of the hungry ghost path to devour the flames entirely. His originally gray-white hair turned half black and half white, as if he had regained decades of youth. He looked at his palm. Although it was just a false youth, being able to temporarily enjoy the strength of his younger days wasn't bad. It had been a long time since he had fought anyone. It was time to stretch his muscles. Meanwhile, Qing Yin and the others had not run far before being blocked by thousands of white Zetsus. Uchiha Ten stared intently at Uchiha Madara. Lord Madara, I once admired you greatly, admired your ideology, admired your strength, and regretted not leaving with you. But today, I finally understand that even if I had followed you back then, the Uchiha had no future. Is this the wail of a stray dog? Uchiha Madara scoffed, then his gaze turned cold, and an overwhelming aura pressed down. Uchiha Ten's expression grew serious. while Qing Yin and YN Rima felt a sense of suffocation, and the other YN clan members were gasping for breath, nearly unable to stand. Do you think awakening the Mangeki Sharingan allows you to speak to me on equal terms? The Sharingan is merely a tool for ninjas, and you are just a child who has acquired a kunai. Uchiha Madara approached step by step, suddenly disappearing from sight and reappearing, having circled around Uchiha Ten to stand in front of Qing Yin and the others. With a wave of his hand, Qing Yin and YN Rima barely dodged, while the other YN clan members were instantly decapitated. Before anyone could react, he appeared in front of Qing Yin. Chapter 187 arrived, but was skewered. So fast. This was Qing Yin's first reaction upon seeing Uchiha Madara's movement. Even with the Sharingan, he only saw a fleeting shadow, instinctively raising his Raikiri to defend. He barely blocked Uchiha Madara's attack, but was still kicked away along with his sword, rolling on the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Qing Yin, just as YN Rima was about to rush to assist, in the next instant, Uchiha Madara had already blocked his path. Where do you think you're going? Damn it! YN Rima released a cloud of insects toward Uchiha Madara, who easily dodged and appeared behind him. And dense swarms of insects erupted from his back, forming a thick insect armor. Uchiha Madara slapped the insect armor. So heavy. YN Rima was smashed to the ground, and a large hole appeared in the insect armor on his back. After defeating 2 people in a row, Uchiha Madara appeared in front of Uchiha Ten again. Now you understand, right? The gap between our ocular powers is vast. Of course, the gap between us is not just an ocular power. Uchiha Ten was startled, and with all his might, swung his chakra blade at Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara's expression remained indifferent until the blade was nearly about to strike him. Then he raised his arm to block Uchiha Ten's wrist. Grabbing the blade handle, he twisted it and effortlessly seized the ninja sword, leaving a long, thin wound on Uchiha Ten's chest. Uchiha Ten groaned in pain and quickly distanced himself, clutching his wound and gasping for breath. He secretly glanced at Qing Yin and YN Rima, then fixed his one-eyed gaze on Uchiha Madara, not daring to relax for a moment. Truly, Uchiha Madara, it seems today is a day filled with peril. Whether I live or die no longer matters. But at least I must create a glimmer of hope for the 2 young ones. In Konoha village, in the Senju clan's territory, in the secret room of the Tsunade household, SHJ was sitting in a chair, dozing off. On the bed beside him, Lingfeng was sleeping like a dead pig. Everything seemed normal, but no matter what method SHJ used, slapping, pouring medicine, he could not wake him up. If it weren't for Lingfeng's specific instructions, he would have considered taking him to the Konoha hospital. Worried that Lingfeng might die suddenly, SHJ hadn't slept for days, his dark circles resembling those of Gaara. With eyes red as if they had been opened, his head nodded as he nearly fell asleep, suddenly jolting awake, giving himself a few slaps to stay alert. Then looking at Lingfeng with a worried expression. You bastard, it's been 5 days. Why are you still not awake? Should I call your sister or Orochimaru-sensei back to take a look? Suddenly, he saw Lingfeng's fingers twitch slightly, and he was instantly overjoyed. Lingfeng, you're awake. Hurry up and wake up. Seeing that he still didn't move, his eyes rolled, and he dashed to the bed, slapping his face while shouting. Lingfeng, wake up. I'm really worried about you. His expression was particularly distorted, making it hard to tell whether he was worried or excited. Qing Yin and the 3 struggled hard, feeling as if a century had passed. The reason they could hold on for so long was largely due to Uchiha Ten desperately overdrawing his ocular power, because he was using a single eye. His ocular power consumption was much faster than when Sasuke had just obtained the Mangeki. Blood flowed from his eyes, mingling with sweat, dripping down his cheeks. And the originally clear vision seemed to be shrouded in frosted glass. Of course, it was also thanks to Uchiha Madara's playful nature, as he toyed with a few of them like a cat playing with a mouse, not truly going for the kill. Uchiha Ten glanced at YN Rima. He was covered in wounds. His left arm was completely torn off, and his chakra and insects were nearly exhausted. Looking at Qing Yin, it was about the same. Both of his Raikiri blades were in ruins, one shattered, and the other was only half remaining. He took a deep breath, blinking hard to alleviate the knife-like pain. Not much ocular power left. Since there's no escape, there's no need to hold back. Whether I live or die depends on this one shot. He took a deep breath, formed hand seals, and released all remaining ocular power. Ninja art, spirit suppression Takamagara. A strange wave spread out. Nearby, Kajakura Y-High, GT Tsukuyami, and the surrounding white Zetsus suddenly found their chakra circulation slowing down. The white Zetsus screamed in shock. Though Kajakura Y-High and GT Tsukuyami lost their self-awareness, they also displayed panic. This was not surprising. Any being with chakra would instinctively feel anxious when their chakra was disturbed. However, Uchiha Ten's main target was Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara also sensed the change in his body, raised his hand to look, and a glimmer of unusual color flashed in his eyes. So that's it, forcefully sealing off the chakra within other bodies? A good technique. If one's ocular power is inferior to yours, they would indeed suffer greatly, but unfortunately, Uchiha Madara formed hand seals with one hand. His powerful ocular power surged like a flood, directly overwhelming Uchiha Ten's technique. The chakra of the crowd instantly returned to normal. While Uchiha Madara was hit by a strong backlash, his eyes widened, his body trembled, and he suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood mist. Then, he collapsed to the ground, motionless like a dead person, his Sharingan gradually turning gray. Elder 2. Qing Yan's face was filled with sorrow, and a deep sense of despair surged in her heart. Elder 2 had lost consciousness, and beside him, young Ryoma was also unable to stand, leaving only herself. She trembled as she stood up, looked at the broken blade of her thunder knife in her hand, sighed, and tossed it aside. She reached into her ninja tool pouch at her waist and felt around. Nearly all her tools were exhausted, leaving only the last one. She took it out. A specially made kunai larger than a regular one, the flying thunder god kunai that Lingfeng had sent her. She gazed at the remaining kunai with a complicated expression. Speaking of which, we haven't seen each other in a long time. But she quickly adjusted her emotions, sighed, and fixed her gaze on the enemy in front of her. Perhaps tired of it, or perhaps Qing Yan's last-ditch efforts were insufficient to pique his interest. Uchiha Obito seemed somewhat disinterested. He did not continue to attack, but waved his hand. Forget it. After all, this is the enemy that killed your clansman. I'll leave it to you. After saying that, he turned around and walked to the back. With the order given, Kirigakure's Getsu's eyes flashed with fierce light, and he rushed towards Qing Yan. Qing Yan, relying on her ocular power, nimbly dodged, sending a shuriken straight toward Getsu's throat. Roar! Getsu instantly transformed into his tailed beast form, entering state 2, preparing to use his chakra cloak to defend against the kunai. Suddenly, a figure appeared. It was Lingfeng, who had come following the flying thunder god mark on the kunai. He looked excited. Qing Yan. Before he could finish, he saw a large red monster in front of him, and he was immediately stunned. Not only him, but Qing Yan and the surrounding crowd were also bewildered. It was Kirizaki Waimai who reacted quickly, extending his chakra claw and piercing Lingfeng through. Lingfeng. Uchiha Madara. Yun Ryoma. Winky face. Qing Yan. Lingfeng stared blankly at Kirizaki Waimai, momentarily at a loss. When did the Uzumaki clan also have a tailed beast? And why did he stab me? You. Just as he wanted to ask. He was grabbed by Kirizaki Waimai's giant chakra hand and forcefully thrown into the depths of the jungle. Witnessing all of this, Qing Yan was completely stunned. Her mind blank. She then looked at the flying thunder god kunai that had fallen beside the three tails. Realizing that she had personally delivered Lingfeng into the enemy's hands, she had actually caused Lingfeng's death. Qing Yan howled at the sky, her eyes three tomo slowly rotating, merging into a mysterious shape. I'm a freeloader chapter 188. Masaizai no Jutsu and Bieyin God Qing Yan looked coldly at Gui's. Gui's was taken aback. A kaleidoscope. Interesting. Just as he was about to attack, he suddenly fell into a daze and was pulled into the illusion space. After the evolution of his Sharingan, Qing Yan's illusion technique was worlds apart from before. Even with the power of the tailed beast, Gui's had no way to resist. In a consciousness space, Gui's was pinned to the ground like a butterfly specimen, with several steel needles the thickness of fingers stabbed into his limbs, and even the slightest movement caused excruciating pain. Such a powerful illusion, but it's still fake, utterly meaningless. He suddenly urged the tailed beast chakra, and successfully broke free from the illusion. Easier than I imagined. The kaleidoscope is nothing more than this. Just as he was about to attack, he suddenly felt severe pain in his limbs. Looking down, he saw several blood holes in his limbs, exactly like those in the illusion. Gui's screamed and fell to the ground, blood instantly staining his body. At this moment, he was wrapped in the tailed beast cloak. Normally, even Raikiri would have a hard time breaking through his defenses. But Qing Yan ignored the defense and directly turned the damage from the illusion into reality. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Madara's eyes lit up with interest. Such strong illusions. Somewhat similar to the Arima clan's five-sense manipulation, but much stronger. Qing Yan stared intently at Gui's. This time, it was the head. Just as he was about to launch the illusion, Uchiha Madara charged forward. He understood that against this level of illusion, whether it was Gui's or the White Zetsu army, rushing him would be a death sentence. Qing Yin remained vigilant and, upon seeing Uchiha Madara, suddenly activated his eye technique. At the same time, Uchiha Madara suddenly stopped. A hint of confusion in his expression, but he quickly regained his composure. He carefully examined his hand. What happened? For that brief moment, I really did let go of the thought of attacking them. Is it an illusion? No. It feels like my own thoughts. If her eye power wasn't below mine, I could have really succeeded. Qing Yin felt a sharp pain in his eyes, not daring to relax for a moment, and kept his gaze fixed on Uchiha Madara. Not only does the Saizai no Jutsu of my left eye not harm him, but even the Byakugan God of my right, it doesn't work. Qing Yin, bearing the Arima bloodline, awakened the kaleidoscope, and for his left eye, the Saizai no Jutsu was a type of illusion similar to five-sense manipulation. It could ignore the enemy's defenses and directly pull them into the illusion, with all damage from the illusion being reflected back to reality, unless the target had such strong resistance that they wouldn't be affected by the illusion at all. There would be no time for rescue. As for Byakugan God, it was similar to Uchiha Shurisue's, but due to the stronger Arima bloodline, the cooldown was shorter. Uchiha Madara frowned as he stared at Qing Yin, slowly nodding after a while. So that's how it is. All of your kaleidoscope abilities are illusions. Although I prefer hand-to-hand combat, this is still a nice collectible. After saying that, he slowly walked towards Qing Yin. In terms of rank, the Rinnegan, Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, and Kaleidoscope Sharingan all suppressed each other. Although Uchiha Madara lost the Rinnegan, it only affected the power of his eyes. His level still far surpassed Qing Yin. Facing the approaching Uchiha Madara, Qing Yin's eyes were filled with killing intent. With the enhancement of her eye power, not only did her chakra recover, but her control over chakra also greatly improved. She picked up a kunai from the ground, and her body was enveloped in lightning chakra, forming intricate electric nets. With the kunai in her hand, transforming into a lightning dagger. I won't let Lingfeng travel alone. One of us has to accompany him. After saying that, lightning surged around her, forming electric nets. Suddenly, a hand pierced through the electric net and reached in. The lightning fell onto the hand, like raindrops falling into a lake, creating ripples that disappeared. Silly girl, just a tailed beast, how could it possibly kill me? Hearing this voice, Qing Yin was instantly stunned, incredulously turning her head, only to see Lingfeng smiling at her, his clothes torn at the chest but completely unharmed. You. I'm fine, see, nothing's wrong. Looking at the battered Qing Yin, Lingfeng smiled, but the murderous intent in his eyes surged, and the anger, guilt, heartache, and fear in his heart twisted like a venomous snake, making it hard for him to breathe. Before the two could speak, a voice suddenly came from his side. You just used Flying Thunder God, right? Lingfeng coldly looked at Uchiha Madara. What's wrong? You're unfortunate. I hate ninjas who use Flying Thunder God the most. Oh, is it because Uchiha Izuna died from this technique? Hearing this, the previously calm Uchiha Madara's pupils trembled violently. Lingfeng continued to attack. If you can't match skill, just obediently wag your tail and plead. If the younger brother can't do it, let the older brother step in. That guy must not have weaned yet. You're seeking death. Uchiha Madara roared and charged at Lingfeng. Lingfeng was unfazed, holding Qing Yin's hand and directly teleporting to the side, causing Uchiha Madara to strike air. This reaction speed. I didn't expect your speed to have surpassed Tobirama. After consuming the Thunder Fruit, Lingfeng's nerve reflex speed greatly improved, and coupled with training in the pirate world, his reaction speed was much faster than before. In terms of Flying Thunder God alone, his current speed was not inferior to that of Eternal Tsunade. Lingfeng ignored him, forming hand seals with both hands and creating 3 shadow clones, each taking Qing Yin, Uchiha Itachi, and Oil Girl Ryoma far away from the battlefield, then quickly providing them with treatment. The shadow clone treated Qing Yin, whose complexion grew increasingly grim. She had too many injuries. Some had already started to heal. Some had scabs, and some were still bleeding layer upon layer, telling the story of the battles over these days. The shadow clone gritted its teeth in silence, only lowering its head to treat, not daring to look into Qing Yin's eyes. A well-laid plan, dragged out for 5 days. If it weren't for me, Qing Yin wouldn't have appeared here at all. Qing Yin touched his face. It's okay, you're here. That's enough. I'm not in pain. Shadow clone. After treatment, Oil Girl Ryoma finally stopped the bleeding from his severed arm, and after taking painkillers, he regained some spirit. The shadow clone looked at his severed arm, its eyes filled with guilt. I'm sorry. Oil Girl Ryoma smiled weakly. This is the order of the clan leader. It has nothing to do with you. Pausing, he added half-jokingly, if you really feel bad, that explosive clay technique is cheaper. The shadow clone forced a smile. What reward or not, I'll send you off. I found a good place with many powerful bugs. Once you recover, I'll take you to sea. That's great, Looking at it this way, our little girl clan really got a big deal. Cough cough. Don't talk yet. On the other side, Uchiha Itachi was completely exhausted. Thanks to the shadow clone being able to utilize tailed beast chakra, he barely managed to open his eyes. However, his kaleidoscope Sharingan had almost completely lost its light. Even with Lingfeng close by, he could only barely see a silhouette. You're that kid? Lingfeng knew what he was referring to and replied, "It's me." Uchiha Itachi's voice was weak, as if it would disappear at any moment. In the past, Matsuka didn't understand, so I apologized to you and Xing Yan on his behalf. You're too kind. It's just a playful fight between young people. We didn't take it to heart. That's good. Uchiha Itachi trembled as he took out 2 bottles from his pocket. Lingfeng's heart tightened. There were 4 Sharingan inside. Kaleidoscope will eventually lose its light. There will indeed be such a day when I take the eyes of myself and Chanju to find the elder. This could be considered a small compensation for the mirror. The original eyes will be given to my family. Uchiha Obito's voice grew fainter, and with a long sigh, he completely lost his breath. Chapter 189. The Perverse Bastard in the Distance. Lingfeng stood in front of Uchiha Madara and the others. Uchiha Madara used a Sharingan to assess Lingfeng and could naturally see the vast chakra within him. Jinchuriki. This chakra is weaker than the 9 tails. It seems Konoha is lucky to have a new Jinchuriki appear. In Lingfeng's consciousness world, the 4 tails and 5 tails were spewing fragrance. What do you mean weaker than Kurama? Even if I'm slightly weaker than Kurama in a one-on-one fight, it's 2 against 1 now. The advantage is mine. Uchiha Madara smiled self-deprecatingly. Forget it. Why should I argue with a kid who is about to become a puppet? Saying this, he raised his gaze and activated his Jinjutsu. Suddenly, a blood-red mist appeared in Lingfeng's consciousness space, overwhelming everything as if it could swallow everything. But as soon as the mist appeared, it collided with a transparent barrier, which forcibly stopped it outside. No matter how much it surged like a tsunami, it still couldn't shake the transparent barrier in the slightest. In the real world, Lingfeng's eyes went blank, and he quickly regained clarity. There's no need to waste effort on a Jinjutsu of this level. Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow, a trace of pain flashing across his face. The failure of the Jinjutsu caused him to suffer backlash, and he felt a wave of discomfort. But more importantly, it was Lingfeng's methods. Spirit control. Is there really someone who has mastered this technique? After all, Uchiha Madara was not a member of the Yamashiro clan, and did not know that the practice of spirit control could exploit bugs. In his eyes, this technique was easy to learn but hard to master, and had little value. He didn't expect that someone would actually reach such a level. For a moment, the two stared at each other, not wanting to speak first. Lingfeng, I can't let him use Jinjutsu anymore. Spirit control recovers slowly and can't be wasted. Uchiha Madara, I can't use Jinjutsu anymore. The mental defenses are too strong, and backlash would be troublesome. In the end, it was Uchiha Madara who spoke first with a forced smile. A very interesting junior. Although he is not even half as good as I am, he can still amuse me a little. I can see the beast within you eager to try. Since that's the case, let us have a long-awaited Jinchuriki duel. Lingfeng. As Uchiha Madara finished speaking, Ghost Lantern Tsukuyomi appeared in front of Lingfeng. He had just been heavily injured by Qing Yin, but was now healed by Kurizetsu. Guei Sanyuhai also stepped forward, and the two stood side by side, clearly preparing to take advantage of their numbers. Lingfeng frowned slightly. According to his initial thought, he would directly use a lightning welcoming to take down all these guys who harmed Qing Yin. But the 4 tails and 5 tails had been pleading with him to save the 3 tails first, which made him calm down. Fine, I'll deal with the 3 tails Jinchuriki first, then slowly clean up afterwards. I'll try to wake up Isabu, but I can't guarantee anything. It's okay, just do your best. That's right. If we really can't save him, just kill him. He can regain his freedom after being reborn. Lingfeng looked at Ghost Lantern Tsukuyomi and recognized his identity as a Jinchuriki. As for Guei Sanyuhai, he was purely an extra. Today, it wouldn't work no matter who came. Even if the Sage of 6 Paths came, he would still get slapped. Uchiha Madara formed seals with one hand. Release. The Jinjutsu relaxed, and the eyes of the two became sharp, instinctively staring fiercely at Lingfeng. Ghost Lantern Tsukuyomi roared to the sky, chakra overflowing into a tailed beast cloak, charging at Lingfeng like a beast. Lingfeng did not dodge and prepare to take it head-on. After being ravaged by Zifa for so long, he also wanted to know how effective it would be. With a loud bang, Ghost Lantern Tsukuyomi collided with Lingfeng, but did not knock him back. He only retreated a few dozen meters, leaving 2 deep grooves on the ground. As Ghost Lantern Tsukuyomi exhausted his strength, he found he couldn't budge Lingfeng at all. This guy. Didn't he use the tailed beast cloak for protection and took the impact with his body? This is too absurd, right? He couldn't help but be shocked. After all, in the main storyline, the 8 tails in this state could send Sasuke's internal organs flying with one hit. Lingfeng's eyes were disdainful. Is that it? Ghost Lantern Tsukuyami. His pupils constricted as he swiped his claws at Lingfeng, but he missed. Lingfeng used Flying Thunder God to jump to the kunai left by Qing Yin, picked it up, condensed a lightning blade, and flew back, slashing at Ghost Lantern Tsukuyami. The tailed beast cloak in state 1 couldn't withstand the lightning blade and was directly cut open. If Ghost Lantern Tsukuyami hadn't reacted extremely quickly and dodged in time, he would have been eviscerated. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Madara's expression turned cold. In terms of Flying Thunder God, Lingfeng used to be far inferior to Minato, but after consuming the Thunder Fruit, his reflexes greatly improved, and his speed with Flying Thunder God had increased to the point where he could compete with Minato. But this also brought back bad memories for Uchiha Madara. Water Release, Water Wall Technique. Ghost Lantern Tsukuyami created a water wall to block Lingfeng. Lingfeng used the Four Tails ability to wrap molten lava and charge into the water wall. With a puff of white smoke, he forced his way to Ghost Lantern Tsukuyami, and his fist, wrapped in lava, slammed hard into his face. Lava Release. Seeing there was no way to dodge, Ghost Lantern Tsukuyami instantly entered State 2, and a lava fist struck his face, sending him flying far away. After landing, his cheek was charred, and even though this state had much stronger defenses, he was still burned and in great pain. Lava Release, Scorching River Rock Technique. Lingfeng continued his assault, spitting out dozens of lava balls. Just as Ghost Lantern Tsukuyami was about to be engulfed by the lava, Gue Tsang Yuhai suddenly appeared. Water Release, Breaking Current Technique. A water tornado appeared. Although it wasn't enough to extinguish the lava balls, it successfully blocked them and saved Ghost Lantern Tsukuyami. Lingfeng charged forward, his chakra hitting Gue Tsang Yuhai's forehead. Gue Tsang Yuhai did not dodge or evade, taking the blow head-on. But the kunai couldn't pierce through. Ripples spread from his forehead throughout his body, extending to the water surface below his feet. Lingfeng was quite surprised. There seemed to be a layer of water on Gue Tsang Yuhai's body, which appeared to be some kind of defensive ninjutsu. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara's voice came. This is the Floating Spirit Technique, which can evenly distribute the attacks suffered across the water surface, particularly effective against slashes and thrusts. Lingfeng was taken aback and turned to look, seeing Uchiha Madara standing not far away, openly exposing his allies' secrets. You seem so relaxed. Aren't you afraid your comrades will die here? Subordinates? Just them? Two mindless puppets. If they die today, replacements can be found tomorrow. In fact, he had another sentence he hadn't said. Although Lingfeng hadn't achieved a devastating victory, he always felt something was off about this guy. If he could test the details with 2 puppets, it wouldn't be a wasted effort. He allowed the Moon Eye plan to progress slowly, but he absolutely wouldn't tolerate uncontrolled individuals. Go ahead, Konoha's Jinchuriki. Continue to amuse me with your performance. What a perverse bastard. Then as you wish. Chapter 190. Submission since it's a game. Let us make it more interesting. Uchiha Madara snapped his fingers. Afe and another strangely shaped Kurizetsu walked up to Ghost Lantern Tsukuyami and Gue Tsang Yuhai. Their bodies split open, wrapping around the two like living clothing. A hint of struggle flashed across the faces of the two, but in the end, they did not resist and obediently stood there, allowing White Zetsu to merge with them. A few seconds later, except for their heads, their bodies turned white. Then their auras surged and their chakra skyrocketed, not only replenishing their consumption, but even far surpassing their limits. Uchiha Madara slowly retreated. They were different from just a moment ago. They should enjoy this. Lingfeng coldly observed everything, not bothering to stop the fusion of White Zetsu and the two, let alone turning white. Even if they powered up to level 5 today, they would still die. Roar. The Three Tails, GY Ki, attacked first, transforming into its three-tailed form and spitting out a tailed beast bomb. Lingfeng looked on disdainfully. No matter how powerful it was, if it couldn't hit, what was the use? With both hands forming seals, he pushed forward with a Flying Thunder God kunai. Flying Thunder God, Thunder Induction. A gigantic seal suddenly appeared in front of him, and when the tailed beast bomb collided with it, it disappeared as if swallowed, vanishing without a trace, not knowing where Lingfeng had thrown it. In fact, the consumption of Flying Thunder God, Thunder Induction, was very low during the Nine Tails incident. Because the battlefield was in Konoha, Minato Namikaze had to expend more than 10 times the chakra to carefully transfer the tailed beast bomb to a designated location. By the Fourth Great Ninja War, without needing to worry about anything and having made prior markings, he could transfer a tailed beast bomb with 100 times the power without breaking a sweat. Lingfeng was the same now. Since the battlefield was in Kirigakure, he didn't need to consider losses. Even if he flattened everything, it didn't matter. Seeing that the tailed beast bomb was ineffective, the three tails curled its body and transformed into a giant wool covered with spikes, spinning rapidly as it charged forward. For a nature-type user, such an attack didn't even require dodging, but Lingfeng wanted to take the opportunity to test his own strength. So he decided not to use his abilities and purely defeat them with ninjutsu. Earth Release, Yellow Mud Swamp. The ground trembled, instantly transforming into a massive swamp. With the enhancement of the two-tail chakra, this A-rank ninjutsu was used at the scale of a forbidden technique. The three tails fell directly into it, spinning like a slipping tire. Lava Release, Mount Huagua. Bubbles gurgled in the swamp, and a large amount of lava erupted like a volcanic explosion, engulfing the three tails. Aside from the rumble fruit, Lava Release was Lingfeng's most powerful offensive technique. Even with the hard shell protection, the three tails was scalded and howled in pain, struggling continuously, with large scorch marks appearing on its body. Seeing the three tails in trouble, GYSYME rushed up. Water Release, Ocean Wave Technique. With the enhancement of White Zetsu, GYSYME could easily perform a previously laborious forbidden technique. A massive flood appeared out of nowhere, violently spreading in all directions, sweeping away the surrounding forest like wild grass. The lava pool cooled instantly under the flood's wash, turning into chunks of stone. The three tails let out a muffled roar. Its body moved, and the surrounding giant rocks shattered, freeing it from the swamp. Faced with the incoming flood, Lingfeng frowned. Although in a Naruto world, he was exempt from his weakness of being afraid of water, he still instinctively disliked water battles. Fortunately, the flood also carried many broken logs, and Lingfeng kept jumping, using the logs as landing points, avoiding falling into the water. At this moment, the battlefield was in a depression, surrounded by mountains, with the flood rushing in all directions, eventually converging into a marshland. Lingfeng stood on a large tree, frowning as he surveyed the surroundings. An unexpectedly large scale of ninjutsu, truly worthy of a village leader. I underestimated him earlier. Although Lava Release is higher in tier than Water Release, facing such an overwhelming numerical difference, there's nothing to be done. It seems that Old Z's original fate was to be worn down by Kisame. On the distant mountain, Qing Yan and others could clearly see the scale of the flood. Oil Woman Rima was astonished, not expecting the enemy to be able to perform ninjutsu of such scale. Qing Yan was silent, but her expression was somewhat anxious. However, the shadow clones looked relaxed, watching the main body bounce around on the logs, occasionally commenting. Lingfeng's gaze was fixed on the lake surface, seemingly looking through the water to the bottom. Although his observation haki was not skilled, it was enough to handle the current situation. In his perception, a large number of almost identical strange auras appeared underwater. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be White Zetsu. What do they want to do? At this time, two powerful auras surged over, and a few seconds later, the massive body of the three tails burst from the water, with GYSYME standing on its head. Lingfeng chuckled. Not bad. You really have taken advantage of the terrain. In this environment, Earth Release and Fire Release were basically out of the question. Seeing Lingfeng standing on the drifting tree, the three tails' eyes flashed with ferocity, and it opened its mouth to spit out a series of tailed beast bombs. Without a landing point, it couldn't use the Flying Thunder God to conduct the tailed beast bombs like before. But Lingfeng remained unperturbed, his figure suddenly disappearing and reappearing on a nearby, floating log. He had just jumped back and forth on the logs in the flood, not only searching for landing points, but also leaving several Flying Thunder God marks. GYSYME formed hand seals. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. A huge water dragon emerged from the surface, roaring as it charged toward Lingfeng. Lingfeng sneered. Do you think our Senju can't use Water Release? Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Another water dragon appeared, crashing violently into GYSYME's water dragon. The two dragons collided, and it was clear that Lingfeng's ninjutsu had the upper hand, directly shattering GYSYME's water dragon and continuing to roar toward the two. GYSYME was taken aback. His chakra was on par with a Jinchuriki, yet he never expected the opponent could use the same ninjutsu to suppress him. The three tails swung its tail, scattering Lingfeng's water dragon, and the splashing water was like a torrential rain. GYSYME, unwilling to back down, continued to perform ninjutsu. Water Release, shotgun ray needles. The splashes of water in the air transformed into various sizes of water needles, shimmering with colorful brilliance in the sunlight. With a roar, the water needles shot forth. Although they seemed inconspicuous, their power was extraordinary. When they hit the water's surface, they created huge splashes, and when they struck the tree, they pierced through it directly. The Three Tails and GYSYME were also within the range of the ninjutsu. However, the Three Tails' defense was formidable. Such an attack only made its eyes itch, and it simply squinted. GYSYME, on the other hand, was also continuously rippling, easily deflecting the water needle attacks. The two stared intently at Lingfeng. Lingfeng looked around. All landing points were within the range of the ninjutsu, so he no longer used Flying Thunder God to evade. He raised his hand, and a stream of lava surged from his palm, forming a protective umbrella above him. As the water needles fell, they struck the lava, turning into a cloud of white smoke and disappearing. This amount of lava couldn't counter the entire water release, but it was more than enough to deal with the attacks above his head. Once the water needles disappeared, Lingfeng said lightly, "It's my turn now." Lava release, low-powered great fire breath. Dozens of lava balls floated in the air, flying toward one person and one turtle under Lingfeng's control. The Three Tails swung its tail, raising a massive wave of water, trying to extinguish the lava balls. However, it was difficult for lava release to be countered by simple water release. Under the wash of the waves, the lava balls visibly shrank, but they still penetrated the waves and smashed toward them. The Three Tails couldn't dodge in time, getting hit by several lava balls. Although the lava balls were not small, they were nothing compared to the tailed beast's size. The Three Tails' shell and body were scorched in patches, but only caused a stinging sensation and did not suffer any real damage. GYSYME was much more cautious, quickly avoiding the incoming lava balls. With such crude attacks, don't even think about. Before he could finish speaking, Lingfeng suddenly appeared behind him. It turned out that one of the lava balls had a Flying Thunder God mark on it. Lingfeng held a kunai and fiercely stabbed at the back of Guei Tsang-Yohai's head, but it was blocked by his water armor. Guei Tsang-Yohai was startled, but quickly regained his composure. "You fool, piercing attacks won't work on me. Then try this." Lingfeng released lightning chakra, and bolts of lightning surged along the kunai towards Guei Tsang-Yohai. The blazing lightning was as bright as the sun, making it impossible to look directly at. But when the lightning faded, Guei Tsang-Yohai was still unharmed. "You fool, the water armor can transfer more than just physical attacks." Lingfeng narrowed his eyes. With the power of the recent lightning, it was enough to turn him into charcoal. But he saw clearly that Guei Tsang-Yohai's water armor had redirected the attack to the ground, spreading across the entire lake through the water flow. This meant that unless Lingfeng's ninjutsu could consume the entire lake, he wouldn't be able to harm him at all. Since that's the case, red chakra bubbled up from Lingfeng's body. Guei Tsang-Yohai's expression stiffened. This guy had been using Flying Thunder God and lava release, and he had completely overlooked that the other party was also a Jinchuriki. A giant chakra hand grabbed Guei Tsang-Yohai and violently threw him into the air. Since it wasn't a direct attack, the water armor did not react. "Guei Tsang-Yohai!" The Three Tails was startled and roared, extending its giant claws to strike at Lingfeng. However, Lingfeng had left a Flying Thunder God mark on Guei Tsang-Yohai, and in the next moment, he jumped to appear behind him. "Now you are not connected to the lake water." Lightning release. A bolt of lightning, even more powerful than before, exploded, and the sky was instantly filled with blue and silver, the sharp sound of the lightning nearly deafening. It took a full 10 seconds for the lightning to slowly dissipate. Two figures fell. One was Lingfeng, and the other was Guei Tsang-Yohai, who was almost turned to charcoal. The Three Tails stared at Lingfeng without daring to relax. Suddenly, Lingfeng's figure vanished. The Three Tails was startled and quickly looked around, but did not find the other party's figure. In the next second, the surrounding light suddenly darkened, and the Three Tails looked up to see a giant red ape descending from the sky, which was the complete form of the Four Tails. The Three Tails. The Four Tails roared as it landed, smashing its arms down hard on the Three Tails' head, directly stunning him. Before he could regain his senses, he was grabbed by the tail and violently thrown away, crashing heavily into the water, creating huge waves. The Four Tails stood on the water's surface, pounding its chest and letting out an angry roar. "Awesome. It's been a long time since I've come out. Hey, Ishi, wake up and regain your senses. Or don't blame me for being rude." The Three Tails' eyes turned red as it let out a roar and transformed back into a giant wheel rolling towards Lingfeng. "Umph, you idiot who can't listen to reason." The Four Tails extended its arms to grab the giant wheel, trying to overpower it with brute force. However, at this moment, the Three Tails charge was extremely strong, and its hard shell was wet and slippery, causing the Four Tails' hands to slip, making it hard to hold on. Just as the Three Tails was about to escape, steam suddenly erupted from the Four Tails, its arms bulging significantly, and its strength surged. Roar! The Four Tails exerted its strength, directly embracing the Three Tails and lifting it high. The Three Tails. Suddenly, the Four Tails and the Three Tails vanished, appearing on a mountain not far from Qing Yin and the others. Once its feet were on solid ground, the Four Tails roared and slammed the Three Tails hard into the ground. With a bang, the ground shook violently, creating huge ripples like a water surface and then cracking like a spider web. Even Qing Yin and the others on the nearby mountain struggled to stand. After taking this hit, even with its tough armor, the Three Tails was disoriented and instantly collapsed to the ground, eyes turning white. Seeing the Three Tails lose consciousness, the Four Tails slowly shrank down and transformed back into Lingfeng. Chapter 191. Cell transplanting. Lingfeng raised his hand, and several vines sprouted from the ground, their tips turning into red magma, stabbing fiercely into the Three Tails' claws. A chilling, sizzling sound echoed as the Three Tails' claws were penetrated, firmly pinned to the ground. Yet it remained in a deep slumber, leaving Lingfeng in admiration. He waved his hand, and many more vines emerged from the ground, tightly binding the Three Tails. Upon closer inspection, the vines bore clusters of purple fruits, thousands of skeleton explosive grass seeds. As long as the Three Tails dared to act up, it would definitely experience the artistic atmosphere. The Four Tails and Five Tails in the consciousness space trembled at the sight, remembering how gentle Lingfeng had been to them back then. This place was not far from Qing Yin and the others. Soon, they arrived, led by their clones. Having just witnessed Lingfeng's battle, they were all stunned. He won against a tailed beast, and a Kage without even using would release. Suddenly, Lingfeng sensed something. He saw a white figure appearing on the Three Tails, which tried to escape but was ensnared by the vines. It turned out to be a Fae, who was attached to Ghost Lantern Moonlight. Seeing the defeat was certain, he attempted to slip away unnoticed. After Lingfeng awakened, these vines were like extensions of his own body, no matter how a Fae tried to hide. Stepping on his own body, how could he not notice? Lingfeng used the vines to hang a Fae upside down in front of him. Did I let you go? A Fae didn't say a word, only howled in agony, struggling incessantly. Seeing him being unruly, Lingfeng sneered and directly manipulated the vines to pierce into his legs, starting to drain him frantically. When the vines pierced in, a Fae didn't feel pain, so he didn't think much of it. But seconds later, he realized something was wrong as his legs shriveled at a visible speed. But what is this? Stop it. Please, just stop. Lingfeng slowed the absorption. Answer my questions obediently, and I'll spare your life. Keep pretending to be crazy, and I'll turn you into a dry corpse. A Fae was genuinely frightened. You are that would release ninja from Konoha. Please spare me. I don't want to die. I'll do whatever you say. Lingfeng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he caught a Fae. The other white Zetsus were not only low in intelligence, fearless of death, but also muddled and had no idea about much intelligence. A Fae was different. He was more like a person, easier to control, and knew a lot of information. Suddenly, he caught sight of the armless oil girl Ryoma and couldn't help but have a thought. Whether to spare you depends on your usefulness. I'll give you a chance. First, heal his arm. If you can't, a Fae hurriedly said, I can. Then he obediently helped oil girl Ryoma with the treatment. The healing process was much simpler than expected. A Fae directly cut off his own arm and placed it on oil girl Ryoma's severed arm. With a sizzling sound and a puff of white smoke, the arm seamlessly reattached, and oil girl Ryoma moved it, finding it exactly like his original arm, filled with joy. Although his fighting style didn't require high physical skills, who wouldn't want to be whole? Qing Yin was also shocked. No wonder Lingfeng treated the white Zetsus like treasures before. It turns out they had this function. Lingfeng's eyes also brightened. Was the transplantation of white Zetsu cells this simple? Since that's the case, he secretly exchanged glances with Qing Yin. Qing Yin understood immediately and directly used the Tian Shin technique. A Fae's body trembled, completely brainwashed, feeling that he should obey Lingfeng's orders. Lingfeng inquired why it had been so difficult to transplant white Zetsu cells into SH way back then. Tsunade and Orochimaru had worked for a day and night, nearly exhausting both of them. His question shocked a Fae instead. Wait, Lord Lingfeng, are you saying that the Konoha ninjas successfully transplanted cells from the white Zetsu corpse into a human? Lingfeng, the newly dismembered, should also count as dead, right? A Fae had a look of disbelief. Lord Lingfeng, you don't know. White Zetsu can control the cells in its body briefly as long as it is not dead, even if its limbs are separated. Just now, I consciously control my arm to merge with that guy, which is why it went so smoothly. The dead white Zetsu has no consciousness. Its cells are filled with aggression, and they are prone to mutation, making live transplantation impossible. Lingfeng suddenly understood. No wonder Uchimadara was able to easily reattach White Zetsu's arm during the Fourth Great Ninja War, and during the Third Great Ninja War. He even helped Obito repair half of his body. I thought there was some special technique, but it turned out to be this reason. Speaking of which, there are quite a few disabled ninjas in Konoha. With Qing Yin around, aren't those White Zetsu just backup organ banks? Suddenly, Lingfeng remembered that Qing Yin had already awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, and it would be best to also transplant White Zetsu cells to counter the side effects. Should I take this opportunity to replace Qing Yin cells with White Zetsu cells? However, Qing Yin mainly suffers from excessive consumption, and her wounds are quite ordinary, without any severe injuries like missing limbs. I don't know if transplanting so few White Zetsu cells would be effective. While pondering, Lingfeng suddenly sensed someone running towards them from a distance, and it was an unfamiliar chakra. Soon, the person approached, a disheveled red-haired girl. Upon seeing Qing Yin, she shouted, "Miss Qing Yin." Qing Yin also showed a surprised expression. "Tao Xiao, how did you end up here?" It turned out to be her teammate who had been hiding, Vortex Tao Xiao. At first, she was hiding well, constantly monitoring everyone's chakra with her sensing abilities. But as everyone's chakra disappeared one after another, she could no longer sit still and rushed out to support everyone. Due to her lack of strength, she had to hide and flee, and naturally, her speed was not fast. Unfortunately, everyone was being chased and running around, so she could only follow behind and eat dust. Fortunately, with the Kagura Mind-Eye technique, and since the enemies were all attracted by Uchiha, she arrived nearby without any danger. Just as Qing Yin and the others were teleported over, she hurriedly came to find them. "Qing Yin, where are the others?" Qing Yin fell silent and pointed to Uchiha Tensei on Lingfeng's clone's back. "Brother Yu and Changju are gone." Vortex Tao Xiao didn't sense the chakra of the two and was mentally prepared, but upon hearing the news of her teammates' deaths, she couldn't help but show a look of sorrow. Suddenly, Qing Yin thought of something. Miss Tao Xiao, sense the surrounding chakra and see where the enemy is hiding. The strongest Uchiha Madara is lurking in the dark. Hearing that there was still a strong enemy, Vortex Tao Xiao was startled and prepared to use the Kagura Mind-Eye technique. Lingfeng sneered, "Leave it to me." He plunged his hands into the ground, and suddenly several thick trees grew in front of him, from which hundreds of wooden clones burst forth, each carrying grenade-like skeleton explosive seeds, scattering in all directions. "Leave Uchiha Madara and White Zetsu to the self-destructing clones. We will deal with this monster first." Chapter 192. Choice Lingfeng snapped his fingers, and the skeleton explosive seeds suddenly detonated. Under the powerful impact and intense flames, the Three Tails, or rather, JZ, was instantly jolted awake. Roar! Just as he wanted to move, he suddenly felt intense pain in his four limbs. Looking down, he found that his four limbs were firmly pinned to the ground by gigantic wooden spikes, and not only that, thick vines were layered around him. Furious and shocked, JZ struggled in pain, trying to break free from the restraints. "I advise you to be obedient." Lingfeng snapped his fingers again, and another explosion occurred, causing JZ to feel dizzy. The previous explosion was just an appetizer. "If you don't behave, I can turn you into pieces directly." Tailed beasts may be able to be reborn, but the Jinchuriki cannot. JZ seemed to ignore him, still staring fiercely at Lingfeng. It seemed he could choose to survive by being evasive and avoiding confrontation, but he would never submit. Lingfeng suddenly realized, is this Uchiha Madara's Jinjutsu? Truly impressive. "Qing Yin, can you dispel it?" Qing Yin stepped forward. "No problem." Although it was just an ordinary Mangeki Sharingan, Qing Yin's Jinjutsu skills were maxed out. In terms of Jinjutsu, she was not inferior to Uchiha Madara at all. Qing Yin closed her eyes, formed hand seals with one hand, and then suddenly opened her eyes. Her ocular power erupted, instantly dispelling the Jinjutsu on JZ. JZ's body suddenly stiffened, his eyes becoming confused, and a few seconds later, he regained clarity. JZ finally regained consciousness. Although he wanted to transform back into human form, his limbs were pinned down and he couldn't change at all. "Damn it, let me go." Hey, I'm also being manipulated. "Let me go, and I promise I won't be an enemy of Konoha again." Qing Yin's heart stirred as she walked to Lingfeng's ear and whispered, "After all, a Jinchuriki is a rare combat force. Lingfeng, how about I use Jinjutsu to control him?" Lingfeng stared at JZ, smiling. but a cold light flickered in his eyes. The injury's on you. He has a share, right? When he first encountered you, he didn't fall into Jinjutsu, did he? Qin Yin was taken aback and nodded. That's enough. The Three Tails is sealed and cannot act on its own. I can overlook it. But you cannot. Saying this, he looked towards Vortex Tao Xiao in the distance. This friend from the Vortex clan, can you break the seal on this guy? I was entrusted to release the Three Tails. Vortex Tao Xiao was startled, but quickly nodded. No problem. Leave it to me. The Mist Village attacked her village and killed her family. She harbored deep hatred for the Mist Village. Now that she had the opportunity to eliminate the perfect Jinchuriki of the Mist Village, she would be willing to not only break the seal, but even exchange herself for it. Normally, breaking the seal on a Jinchuriki is quite difficult. Even Obito had to wait for Kushina to give birth. However, Jay-Z had just used the four symbols sealing technique, and the technique and seal had not completely merged yet. As long as the technique was reversed, the seal could be easily broken. Lingfeng nodded. Good. Then I'll leave it to you. Then he raised his hand, and several thick vines emerged, tightly binding the Three Tails, preventing its body from moving at all. Suddenly, a rumbling explosion was heard from afar, startling everyone, and they looked over nervously. Lingfeng said solemnly, "The enemy is coming. The wooden clones won't last long. We need to hurry and deal with this big guy." Yes. Vortex Tao Xiao stopped talking and pressed both hands on the Three Tails. Suddenly, a layer of runes appeared on the Three Tails, firmly binding its body like chains. Vortex Tao Xiao carefully observed the runes and couldn't help but change her expression. What's going on? The Three Tails Jinchuriki only used half of the four symbols sealing technique. No wonder it ended so quickly. The other half is completely missing. Could it be that the four symbols sealing technique was dismantled? How is that possible? Lingfeng, unaware of the previous events, was somewhat confused by this statement. Qin Yin directly used Jinjutsu to share the memories of the past few days, making him understand what had happened. With Uchiha Madara around, anything is possible. None of this matters. Hurry up and break the seal on the Three Tails. Yes. Vortex Tao Xiao formed hand seals, reversing the technique left by the four symbols sealing technique. This technique could lock the Three Tail spirit, making it unable to resist the Jinchuriki, only able to submit to manipulation. However, it also accumulated immense anger and resentment. After reversing the technique, these negative emotions were released completely, instantly engulfing Jay-Z's spirit. The Three Tails' mouth squirmed, and it spat something out, heavily crashing to the ground. A few people looked and saw it was Jay-Z's corpse. This also indicated that the Three Tails had completely broken free from the seal. However, from its face, there was no joy in regaining freedom. Instead, it glared at them with blood-red eyes, staring fiercely. Manipulated for a long time, he harbored endless hatred towards ninjas. Roar! The Three Tails howled to the sky, ignoring the pain, forcibly tearing apart the wooden spikes still embedded in its limbs. It twisted its body and swung its spiked tail fiercely towards Uzumaki Tamikaze. Faced with this overwhelming strike, Uzumaki Tamikaze was momentarily stunned, forgetting to dodge. Lingfeng clicked his tongue. Lightning surged on his arm, instantly condensing into a giant sword over 40 meters long, which he swung fiercely at the Three Tails. Although the Three Tails was tough, it was not stupid. Sensing the might of the sword, its expression changed drastically. Before the sword reached it, the surging lightning already caused its body to feel numb and prickly. It couldn't care less about Uzumaki Tamikaze and quickly flipped to evade, but it was too late. Although it avoided a fatal blow, its extended tail was unable to retract in time and was directly severed at the root, crashing heavily to the ground. The lightning sword plunged into the earth, leaving a bottomless trench that extended far away, splitting a nearby mountain in two. The Three Tails, with its tail severed, let out a massive roar of pain, its anger intensifying as it gathered tailed beast balls in its mouth. Lingfeng's eyes turned cold. It was foolish. With a wave of his hand, his shadow clone took the others and jumped away to a distance, leaving him to deal with the Three Tails. The battle did not last long. A few minutes later, the clone returned with everyone. The Three Tails lay on the ground, charred all over, looking like it was on the brink of death. The Four Tails and Five Tails watched this scene in the consciousness space, both looking helpless. What could they say? They could only say it was deserved for attacking without understanding the situation. If it weren't for the last two beasts persuading it, the Three Tails would have already been counting down to its demise. Lingfeng walked up to the Three Tails, staring at it coldly. Uchiha Madara is coming. I need to focus on dealing with him, and I don't have time to waste with you. You now have two choices, be eliminated or be sealed. Choose for yourself. The Three Tails was torn between the two options in its heart. Sleeping for decades, or being sealed for decades was indeed a difficult choice. Suddenly, it caught sight of Qing Yin not far away and saw her Sharingan, instantly brightening its expression. Chapter 193. Lingfeng versus Madara. The Three Tails muttered, I choose to be sealed. However, can I be sealed in the body of the Sharingan girl? Lingfeng was taken aback for a moment, but quickly realized, cursing inwardly, that the Three Tails, which seemed honest and straightforward, was surprisingly cunning. The more the Jinchuriki relied on sealing to control the tailed beast, the stronger the restraints on the beast would be, and the less freedom it would have. The best example was the Nine Tails. While inside Kushina, its limbs and tail were pinned down, and it was bound tightly, making its existence worse than death. When it was in Naruto's body, due to the more reliable 8-trigram seal, it was merely locked in a cage, and the treatment was worlds apart. After exchanging fists with Naruto, the Nine Tails finally broke free from its restraints. Lingfeng was in a similar situation. Although the Four Tails and Five Tails still had a root chain on them, it hardly affected them. They could even enjoy the forest and grasslands. The Three Tails understood this too. If sealed in an ordinary ninja, to strengthen control, powerful seals would definitely be used. And it would also be bound layer upon layer. But this girl possessed the legendary Mangeki Sharingan. So there was no need to worry about the tailed beast going out of control, and thus, there was no reliance on a powerful seal. This way, it could live more comfortably. Lingfeng and Qing Yin exchanged glances, thought for a moment, and finally nodded. All right, you made a wise choice. Qing Yin's chakra was not small. Otherwise, she couldn't have sustained this continuous blood battle. But now, with the Mangeki Sharingan activated, her chakra was indeed a bit stretched. Originally, Lingfeng wanted to solve this problem with white Zetsu cells, but since the Three Tails was willing to act as a power supply, Lingfeng naturally had no objections. Just as Lingfeng was about to ask Uzumaki Tamakase to seal the Three Tails into Qing Yin's body, he suddenly sensed a warning. Turning his head, he saw Uchiha Madara approaching. Realizing his presence had been exposed, he no longer hid his movements. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Huge flames surged like a red avalanche, viciously pressing towards everyone. Qing Yin and the others changed their expressions drastically. Be careful. Lingfeng rushed to the front of everyone. Fire prevention forest. Rows of trees shot up from the ground, blocking the raging flames. As the flames swept through, the trees ignited fiercely, and the hot wind rushed through the gaps in the forest, scorching everyone's skin painfully. In just a few seconds, the fire prevention forest turned to ashes, but the flames were completely blocked. Uchiha Madara walked through the sea of fire, slowly approaching Lingfeng. So, you are the wood-release ninja from Konoha, a mere ant daring to covet the power of Hashirama. Lingfeng looked into the distance. He didn't know when, but the sounds of explosions in the distance had disappeared. Truly deserving of the title of the Shura of the ninja world. He solved those 500 self-detonating clones so quickly without even using Susanoo. He initially wanted to use art to hinder Uchiha Madara's steps, but he didn't expect it to be broken through so easily. He still underestimated Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara was not stingy with compliments for his enemies. Your wood clones are quite interesting. Indeed, a genius's idea. Unfortunately, they lack spiritual manipulation, and simple illusions can control them to self-destruct. Lingfeng. Damn it. My spiritual power is indeed weak. Wood clones are different from shadow clones. Once defeated, they wouldn't immediately share perception, and he didn't expect this loophole to be exploited. Qing Yin stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lingfeng. Lingfeng, let us work together. At this moment, her eyes were no longer tense. After all, with Lingfeng around, if they couldn't win, they could retreat. Lingfeng raised his hand to stop her. Sorry. I want to see for myself just how formidable the legendary Shura of the ninja world really is. I'll stay. You all retreat first and seal the Three Tails as quickly as possible. He turned to look at the Three Tails. I've already placed a flying thunder god mark on you, so don't try any tricks. The Three Tails stiffened at these words. Qing Yin pondered for a moment and nodded, saying, Then you be careful. Lingfeng nodded and made a gesture behind him. Several shadow clones understood and took everyone and the Three Tails away. Uchiha Madara watched quietly the whole time, not taking action to stop them, but his Sharingan shimmered with a deep light. After everyone left, he finally spoke. Come on, let the dance begin. Lingfeng didn't waste words and directly formed hand seals. Lava release. Hot river flow, rock technique. He opened his mouth and spat out dozens of lava balls, smashing towards Uchiha Madara. However, Uchiha Madara's speed was even faster, easily dodging the magma and flying rocks. Just as he avoided a piece of debris, Lingfeng suddenly disappeared, and then appeared in front of him, throwing a kunai fiercely towards his eyes. On that piece of debris, there was a flying thunder god mark. Although Lingfeng's attack was swift, Uchiha Madara had already sensed it and easily evaded the attack, delivering a powerful kick at Lingfeng. Lingfeng raised his arm to block, but was kicked far away, flipping several times in the air before landing steadily. As expected of Uchiha Madara, even his taijutsu is so solid. Boil release. Suddenly, high-temperature steam erupted from Lingfeng's body, increasing his speed several times as he charged towards Uchiha Madara, launching various attacks from all directions. Unfortunately, no matter how fast the attacks were, they couldn't escape Uchiha Madara's eyes, and he easily neutralized them one by one. Water-style, rushing, flow break. Lingfeng released a massive flow of water towards Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, impatient, raised his hand to absorb the ninjutsu with a hungry ghost path. Boring. Stop using these small tricks. These techniques aren't even enough for me to warm up. What about the techniques you used against the Three Tails? Use them all. Lingfeng took a deep breath. All right, as you wish. He raised his hand, and suddenly dark clouds gathered in the originally clear sky, causing the surrounding light to dim. The clouds churned, producing rumbling thunder, and electric currents flickered on Lingfeng's arms. Uchiha Madara's eyes brightened. Lightning release? Such scale without hand signs, interesting. Lingfeng waved his hand. Judgment of the gods. The dark clouds rolled, suddenly revealing a silver glowing void, followed by a massive bolt of lightning striking down. In that instant, the world was enveloped in blinding white light, and everything seemed to fall silent. After several seconds, the lightning finally dissipated, the storm clouds slowly dispersed, and sunlight began to pour down again. A large pit with a diameter of several dozen meters appeared where Uchiha Madara had just been, with only a slender pillar in the center supporting a deep blue Susanoo. Inside which was Uchiha Madara with a serious expression. Why can I devour it with the realm of hungry ghosts? Is it not pure chakra, but rather the lightning of nature? Is this the legendary Susanoo? If that's the case, Lingfeng joined his hands, would release, Birth of the Tree World. Hearing this name, Uchiha Madara instantly became excited, feeling his DNA stir. Chapter 194, Lingfeng vs. Madara. 2 Lingfeng stretched out his hand, and countless vines surged towards Uchiha Madara, blocking out the sun. Upon seeing this familiar scene, Uchiha Madara's eyes filled with tears. That's right, this is the taste, the same old pine oil scent as Hashirama. Authentic. Susanoo instantly entered its two-faced, four-armed state, with 4 arms extending and each wielding a chakra-long sword, fiercely chopping down at the surrounding vines. The power of Susanoo was immense. Every swing of the sword was accompanied by a gust of wind, instantly severing the vines and reducing them to fragments with the aftershock. Uchiha Madara laughed heartily, manipulating Susanoo to weave through the thicket, continuously swinging and striking, leaving nothing but devastation in its wake. Lingfeng was completely unconcerned. He feared nothing more than a battle of elemental consumption. Uchiha Madara was enjoying himself immensely. Indeed, very good. It had been a long time since he felt such exhilaration. After saying that, Susanoo raised its 4 arms, merging the chakra swords into a massive sword, sweeping horizontally. A wave of sword energy swept out, and with a light sound, the surrounding trees and vines were cut off at the waist, kicking up rolling dust. But the strong wind pressure blew it all away. This strike was also aimed at Lingfeng. Lingfeng easily dodged the attack, landing on a fallen tree, calmly watching Uchiha Madara. As expected of Susanoo, this is the 3rd power of the Sharingan. Seeing it up close, its power was indeed terrifying. Uchiha Madara revealed a self-satisfied expression, but with a hint of surprise. You are quite knowledgeable for your young age. Coupled with this would release and lightning release. It is indeed commendable. Your talent would stand out even in the Warring States period. It would be a pity to die here. Lingfeng chuckled. You're flattering me. I know my own talent. There's no need to try to win me over. You harmed Qing Yin, and I won't let you go. Besides, I don't want to waste my life living in the lies woven by others. Uchiha Madara's expression turned cold. What do you mean? Before Lingfeng could respond, Kagaya's Black Zetsu suddenly ambushed from behind. Black Zetsu could also eliminate chakra, thus avoiding Lingfeng's perception. It lunged at Lingfeng, its body twisting and transforming into a black liquid, rapidly spreading, trying to invade his body. Lingfeng, wanting to struggle. He found he couldn't move at all. No wonder 6 Paths Madara was easily taken by Black Zetsu. It turns out there's such a mechanism. Black Zetsu's actions were not authorized by Uchiha Madara, and the interruption of the battle made him feel very displeased. Black Zetsu, who told you to act on your own? Get back here. Typically obedient, Black Zetsu did not listen to him this time. when Lingfeng mentioned the lies woven by others. Although he didn't clarify, Black Zetsu felt a jolt in his heart, fearing Uchiha Madara might connect the dots and discover his scheme. As a descendant of the Tsutsuki, Black Zetsu's vitality was exceptionally strong. Even the last 6 paths Naruto could only seal him, not directly kill him. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of Uchiha Madara discovering the truth and eliminating him. But he feared wasting hundreds of years searching for new pieces again. Lord Madara, please forgive my offense. But this Senju brat will not comply with our plan. The Eye of the Moon project embodies all your efforts. It cannot afford any accidents. Uchiha Madara. Facing Black Zetsu's smooth talk, he still tacitly accepted its actions. Black Zetsu slowly wriggled, rapidly eroding Lingfeng's body. Lingfeng tried to resist, discovering that brute force couldn't stop this possession. Only a powerful mental force could counter it. Although he lacked a strong mental force, he had a better method. Lingfeng directly elementalized, transforming into a humanoid lightning bolt. The lightning exploded, catching Black Zetsu off guard, and he shrieked in pain. His body charred as he fell to the ground, turning into a puddle of black mud. Lingfeng extended his hand, and several vines pierced Black Zetsu, starting to absorb his life force. Black Zetsu may have been weak, but having lived for so long, his life force was exceptionally abundant, and within a few breaths, Lingfeng's previous consumption was completely restored. Just as he was about to go for it and drain Black Zetsu dry, Black Zetsu's body suddenly twisted and deformed, directly abandoning the part pierced by the vines and burrowing into the ground. Can you escape? Lingfeng manipulated the vines to pursue Black Zetsu, but just as he made a move, his mind suddenly blurred. It turned out that Uchiha Madara had intervened. Seeing Black Zetsu suffer a great loss, he naturally wouldn't sit idly by and let his subordinate be taken down. So he quickly used Genjutsu to disrupt Lingfeng's pursuit. Although it only caused Lingfeng to pause for a moment, it was enough for Black Zetsu to escape. Lingfeng was furious. It was a great opportunity to take down Black Zetsu, that old silver coin. With Black Zetsu's slippery nature, he would definitely flee far away. And even using natural power would make it hard to catch him. Damn it! Lingfeng glared at Uchiha Madara, extending his hand to release a massive lightning beast that roared towards Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara's expression changed. He could use such powerful lightning release without hand signs. Fire release, great fire annihilation. He spat out a massive fireball, colliding violently with the lightning beast. Lightning and flames consumed each other, but ultimately, the lightning beast was superior. Continuing to charge towards Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Madara extended his hand, attempting to use sealing techniques to absorb the lightning. However, he found he couldn't absorb it at all and could only endure it with Susanoo. Susanoo was indeed one of the strongest defenses. The dying Uchiha Itachi could withstand Kirin with just a skeletal illusion, let alone Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. As the lightning dissipated, Susanoo still stood tall, appearing completely unscathed. Uchiha Madara looked down at Lingfeng. A beautiful attack, but unfortunately, it can't break my Susanoo. It's all in vain. Lingfeng snorted coldly, releasing a large amount of steam from his body, using the power of the Five Tails to increase his speed and strength, charging fiercely towards Susanoo and delivering a punch. Although Susanoo remained unmoved, cracks appeared before Uchiha Madara. Yasaka Magatama. Susanoo released a series of Magatama, sending Lingfeng flying. Lingfeng landed far away, suspended in midair, and his shattered body had already recovered. Upon landing, his legs transformed into tree roots deeply embedded in the ground, and wooden supports appeared behind him, his arms merging into cannon barrels with skeletal explosive grass and iron armor fruit inside. Uchiha Madara. With a loud bang, Lingfeng aimed at Uchiha Madara and fired a shot. The powerful shockwave shattered his arms and broke several supports beneath and behind him. The iron armor fruit screamed as it struck the cracked area of the Susanoo, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, penetrating the Susanoo's body and shooting towards Uchiha Madara's face. If it were anyone else, they would probably have been blown to bits. However, Uchiha Madara's ocular power is the strongest in the ninja world. Although the bullet was fast, it couldn't escape his eyes and was instantly dodged. Yet, this attack left him feeling uneasy. He never expected that this little brat could break his Susanoo. Lingfeng slowly recovered his body, inwardly lamenting that such a surprise attack failed to take down Uchiha Madara. Now that he was on guard, it was unlikely there would be a second chance. Chapter 195. Lingfeng vs. Madara. 3. Lingfeng transformed into a giant wooden figure, with vines on his body and around him rushing towards Uchiha Madara, as if alive. The vines were covered in skull explosion seeds that would explode upon contact. Initially, Lingfeng used lava release to try to melt the Susanoo. However, the tailed beast abilities are composed of chakra, which is countered by the hungry ghost path. The lava was absorbed by Uchiha Madara as soon as it approached, effectively giving him a boost. Lingfeng abandoned the tailed beast power and only used his fruit abilities to fight. At this moment, Uchiha Madara also activated the third state of Susanoo, which was no smaller than the wooden figure and greatly enhanced his mobility. He easily dealt with the dense vines, occasionally counterattacking and slicing through the surrounding vines. The falling vines exploded violently. For other ninjas, even if they weren't consumed, they would still be affected. But with the Susanoo protecting him, Uchiha Madara had no need to worry about these explosions, crashing through them and engaging in battle with the wooden figure. He was unusually excited. It had been years since he experienced such a painful feeling against a wooden figure. Moreover, this Senju boy not only possessed wood release, but also had the lava release of the four tails, and he might even have master explosion release. Even that strangely powerful lightning release seemed to be a bloodline limit. It had been years since he had seen such a powerful ninja, and it was truly exhilarating. The only thing that puzzled him was that the wooden figure was filled with chakra, making it impossible to determine where Lingfeng's true body was hiding. But it didn't matter. He just needed to force it out. Susanoo charged through explosions and flames to reach the wooden figure, swinging his sword in a horizontal slash. The wooden figure was caught off guard and was directly sliced in half. Susanoo's attacks were relentless, with four swords flying up and down, chopping the entire wooden figure into pieces. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara focused intently on the scattered wooden shards, trying to find Lingfeng's trace. Damn it, where is he? And why is there chakra everywhere around me? Suddenly, branches and vines sprouted from the scattered wooden pieces, intertwining and connecting, transforming within seconds into a massive cage that trapped Susanoo inside. After awakening the forest fruit, Lingfeng's regeneration ability underwent a tremendous change. Each fragment seemed like a seed, capable of sprouting and growing anew. Uchiha Madara realized he had fallen into a trap and hurriedly swung his sword to try to cut open the cage. However, the rate of destruction was slower than the rate of regeneration, and within a few seconds, Susanoo was tightly entangled and unable to move. Lingfeng emerged from somewhere. You can't escape this. Art is an explosion. Supersized skull explosion grass. Dense skull explosion grass suddenly sprouted from the vines entangled around Susanoo, followed by a violent explosion. A purple mushroom cloud resembling a skull rose into the air, and a powerful shockwave, like a super divine heavenly strike, tore apart and blew away all the trees within a radius of several kilometers, leaving only a white ground. The shockwave spread out, even blowing away the clouds in the sky. When the explosion settled, the battlefield was left in scorched earth, with only Lingfeng and Uchiha Madara remaining. Lingfeng's body was battered and broken, with wounds all over and an arm missing, but for him, this was nothing. Within a few breaths, his wounds healed completely. Uchiha Madara, witnessing this, couldn't help but twitch slightly at the corner of his eye. This regenerative ability was even above Hashirama's. What's worse, it seemed to not require chakra. This is outrageous. At this moment, he was no longer calm and collected. The previous explosion had immense power, causing the third stage Susanoo to collapse and leaving only a faint blue phantom. If the last explosion had been a bit stronger, it might have threatened his life. Now, Uchiha Madara was not in the state of Edo Tensei. Although his upper limit of strength was higher, he did not have the ability to be immortal. If he died, he would be truly dead. Uchiha Madara fixed his gaze on Lingfeng. You little brat, you truly surprised me. Lingfeng smirked with mockery. Enjoying yourself? The Shura of the ninja world. Uchiha Madara's expression darkened, but he did not hesitate to give praise. Not bad. You have not disgraced the name of the Senju. You are indeed a member of Hashirama's clan. You are strong, but unfortunately, you are not him and do not possess the power to contend with me. Lingfeng's expression became strange. Compete with you? You really have the nerve to say that. You were evenly matched with me before you opened the Mangeki Sharingan. You were still evenly matched after opening it. Even after you opened the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, it was still a draw. You used Susanoo to bind the nine tails, thinking it was still a draw, but in the end, they crushed you with a Sage Mode attack. How can you still say you can compete with me? They were holding back, you know. Not only holding back, but doing so perfectly. Clearly putting on a show for you, big guy. They didn't take you seriously at all. Lingfeng got right in his face. But every word was true. In the Valley of the End battle, if Hashirama had kept his Sage Mode active, Uchiha Madara wouldn't have had a chance. It wasn't until the Fourth Great Ninja War, with the addition of Hashirama's cells and the Rinnegan, that Edo Madara could even match Edo Hashirama. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Madara completely broke down. His Sharingan glowed red as if bleeding. Lingfeng's words struck right at his core, and he couldn't refute them. "You're looking for death." Uchiha Madara roared, his chakra flaring up like blue flames, and his complete Susanoo appeared, looking down proudly at Lingfeng. "I usually don't get angry with children, but you little brat, you have successfully enraged me." Susanoo drew out a giant sword and swung it down at Lingfeng, as if an adult were striking a grasshopper. The strike directly tore Lingfeng apart. The surging energy carved a deep trench in the ground, nearly splitting the forest in two. Lingfeng's fragments flew everywhere, suddenly bursting forth with silver light, then converging into lightning to restore his form. What immense power! However, with a larger target, it also becomes easier to hit. Judgment of the Gods. A pillar of lightning struck down, hitting Susanoo hard. But Susanoo was too large and had strong defenses, easily withstanding the lightning that appeared gigantic in the eyes of ordinary people. Lingfeng. As expected, size is the strongest technique. Uchiha Madara and Susanoo formed hand seals simultaneously. "Try this Tendi Shindai." A massive meteor, blocking out the sun, came crashing down, aimed directly at Lingfeng. "Lingfeng, you're not in a reanimated body now. How can you use such a self-destructive technique? It seems you've really lost your cool." Facing the roaring meteor, Lingfeng remained completely calm. Red chakra flared around him as he instantly transformed into the Four Tails. With a mouthful, he fired several tailed beast balls, blowing the meteor into pieces. There's a bug in this anime. The meteor that starts with 1010 is at least several kilometers in size, but in reality, it only reaches Susanoo's waist. So the tailed beast ball could easily shatter it. The meteor covers a battlefield of tens of thousands of people, and even 2 layers of meteors only reach the height of the upper body. Chapter 196. Lingfeng vs. Madara 4. The four-tailed beast ball shatters the meteor into fragments. Uchiha Madara remains calm, manipulating Susanoo to move away from Lingfeng, while simultaneously forming hand seals and rubbing a black sphere in his palms. Earth Explosion Star. Uchiha Madara throws the black sphere into the air, which emits a powerful gravitational pull, causing the ground to crack and countless boulders to be sucked away. A stone sphere suddenly appears in the previously empty sky and begins attracting other objects, rapidly expanding in size. The Four Tails are also surprised, staring blankly, when suddenly the ground beneath them tilts, revealing cracks everywhere. Before they can react, the ground collapses and their massive body is sucked up along with soil and rocks. "Damn it, what is this?" The Four Tails roar, opening their mouths to shoot a tailed beast ball. But they are too late, and the power of the tailed beast ball is far from sufficient. It lands on a boulder outside the black sphere, shattering it into powder but failing to affect the black sphere at all. The Four Tails. "Damn it, in that case, I'll melt you into magma." The Four Tails roar, their body surging with magma, transforming into a giant lava monkey. At this moment, Lingfeng's voice comes from their consciousness. "Calm down, son. This is useless. Let me handle it." Although the Four Tails are reluctant, they obediently comply and exit the tailed beast mode. Lingfeng transforms back into human form and lands on the stone sphere, and then countless boulders crash down, burying him deep within. After a while, the surroundings finally quiet down, leaving only a massive pit where the two fought. In the distance, the commotion from the Earth Explosion Star also catches the attention of Qing Yin and others, although they are too far away to know what is happening. The stone sphere floating in the air is clearly visible. "Qing Yin, what is that thing?" Before Lingfeng's clone can speak, the already controlled Ah Fei immediately answers. Oh, that's Lord Madara's Earth Explosion Star, using super strong gravity to bind stones. If you're caught in this move, even a tailed beast can't escape." Qing Yin is shocked. "What? No, I have to go back and help him." Several shadow clones quickly block her. "It's okay, trust the main body. For such a move, he has 9 ways to deal with it. 9. Yeah, the main body is so capable. If he really couldn't handle it, wouldn't he have taken you away with Flying Thunder God already?" "Exactly. Look, none of our clones have disappeared. The main body must be fine. The most important thing now is to seal the 3 tails." After hearing the shadow clone's words, Qing Yin feels a bit reassured, looking at the 3 tails and nodding seriously. "Tao Xiao, I'm counting on you." "Yes, Miss Qing Yin." The 2 women come to the side of the 3 tails and begin to prepare for the sealing. The 3 tails obediently lay there, showing no intention of resistance, fully aware that in the face of the Sharingan, any struggle would be futile. Rather than futilely resist, it's better to obey and at least have a good attitude to get some treatment. Even though the 3 tails cooperate, Sealing the tailed beast still takes some time. Lingfeng's shadow clones and Oinari Ryoma stand guard around, while Fei wanders around board. Suddenly, he glances at the tail of the three tails that Lingfeng had cut off. Earlier, when the shadow clones retreated, they brought it along too. On the battlefield, Uchiha Madara stands at the bottom of the pit, silently gazing at the massive stone sphere in the air. The stone sphere remains still, as if Lingfeng has been completely suppressed. But Uchiha Madara shows no sign of relaxing, staring unblinkingly at the stone sphere. Suddenly, his eyes flicker. In the next second, the stone sphere trembles slightly, cracks appearing on its surface, and countless trees and vines burst forth from the ground, taking root and sprouting on the surface of the stone sphere. These trees, after growing for only a few seconds, are torn apart by the gravitational pull, crashing heavily against the surface of the stone sphere. But new plants grow again from the remnants of the plants. Growth, destruction, a cycle repeating several times. In a short time, the stone sphere is tightly wrapped in plants, its size increasing several times, completely transforming into a lush plant planet. From a vine, Lingfeng slowly emerges, locking eyes with Uchiha Madara from afar. Uchiha Madara, instead of being angry, shows a hint of excitement in his eyes. You can't even be contained by this. Susanoo draws its sword and slashes twice in succession. The massive cross slash directly cuts the plant planet into 4 pieces. This strike is immensely powerful, directly destroying the core, causing the source of gravity to vanish in an instant, and the plants and stones begin to disintegrate and collapse, falling heavily like rain and kicking up large clouds of dust. Susanoo swings its sword, a powerful wind pressure dispersing the dust, revealing Lingfeng's figure once again. Uchiha Madara, I didn't expect you to be able to break this move as well. However, considering that you possess would release, this doesn't seem so hard to accept. Lingfeng chuckles. When the Earth Explosion Star first appeared, it was stunning, but later on, with Six Paths Naruto, Six Paths Sasuke, and that group of Otsutsuki who hasn't casually broken it with brute force. Lingfeng is also unreserved. You, like everyone else, have never understood that it is the powerful Hashirama Senju, not any wood release. I admit your wood release is strong, but that is based on your own strength. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara's pupils tremble violently. How do you know? What else do you know? Lingfeng steps closer to Susanoo, and the surrounding plants rapidly grow, soon turning the ruins lush. What do I know? I should say, I know everything. The Senju and Uchiha, the combination of yin and yang, transform into all things. You bit off Hashirama's flesh and used Izanagi to deceive Tobirama after years of cultivation. You finally mastered 2 powers. Although the dream is false, this power is very real. A trace of ferocity flashes in Uchiha Madara's eyes. It seems that my information protection has been too lax over the years. You Konoha have actually investigated to this extent. However, I am Uchiha Madara. Do you think just a few words can shake me? Although it is a bit lonely, let you be the first audience for this move. Would release. Birth of the World Tree. Uchiha Madara forms hand seals, the ground beneath him cracking and breaking, suddenly sprouting countless thick vines, sweeping towards Lingfeng. This movement is no less than elemental attacks of the nature type. Just as the vines are about to engulf him, Lingfeng's figure suddenly disappears. Uchiha Madara is startled at first, then seems to sense something, suddenly looking up at the sky. Unbeknownst to Wind, many lantern-like flowers are floating in the air, which are the flying lantern flowers. Lingfeng stands on one of them, with a flying thunder god mark beneath his feet. Flying thunder god? When did these flowers appear? Uchiha Madara is slightly surprised in his heart, but his expression remains unchanged as he continues to shout at him. You can't escape. Suddenly, the vines on the ground twist and merge, transforming into 5 enormous wooden dragons, roaring towards Lingfeng. Lingfeng casually releases 5 massive magma spheres. However, upon contact with the wooden dragons, the surfaces of the magma spheres quickly cool, the magma disappearing, transforming into bare stone spheres. Sure enough, the wooden dragons can absorb lava release chakra. I can only use my abilities. Thunder welcome. Dark clouds roll in the sky, faintly flashing with silver light. Then a large hole appears, and a black sphere condensed from thunderclouds emerges, its size not inferior to the earlier Earth Explosion Star. Uchiha Madara's horns dripped with cold sweat that hadn't been seen in a long time. A simple lightning release can possess such power? The lightning descended, engulfing both Lingfeng and the 5 wooden dragons entirely. Chapter 197, Witness to Everything. The Naruto world doesn't emphasize science much, but it's certainly more scientific than the pirate world. At least here, there are no insulators that fear lightning. As long as the voltage is high enough, everything is a conductor. As the lightning fell, the 5 majestic wooden dragons turned to charcoal in an instant, like dry twigs. Excessive lightning surged in all directions like a giant python, even affecting Susanoo. Faced with this lightning hell resembling a heavenly tribulation, Uchiha Madara was taken aback, controlling Susanoo to raise its dual blades to block the incoming lightning. The electric light ravaged for a long time before slowly dissipating, leaving a bottomless pit on the ground. Susanoo stood at the edge of the pit, having withstood the lightning with its powerful defense, but its dual blades had already shattered, with gaps all over its body, emitting flame-like chakra. Uchiha Madara looked at the massive broken sword in Susanoo's hand, his expression exceptionally grim. Your ninjutsu is definitely not just a simple lightning release. The 5 wind dragons. Even-tailed beasts can be subdued, yet they were instantly defeated by a lightning release. How massive must the lightning release chakra be? Even Hashirama might not compare. Could it be that his lightning release, like the wood release, is some kind of bloodline limit? While pondering, a vine appeared in the pit and pierced into the ground. Then Lingfeng was brought out by the vine. Upon seeing Lingfeng's appearance, Uchiha Madara's pupils shook. At this moment, Lingfeng's body seemed to be in tatters, with several large holes penetrating his body, but the gaps were not flesh and blood, but silver-white lightning. In just a few seconds, all the wounds had healed. Uchiha Madara squinted his eyes. Your body seems to be extraordinary too. I didn't expect that besides the Hozuki clan, there are others who can transform their bodies into elements, and even stronger lightning. Could it be that this is also a type of body-altering ninjutsu, like the Hozuki clan's hydration technique? But transforming the body into lightning, isn't that too absurd? No, it's not just the body. The clothes have also restored, which cannot be explained by merely altering the body. Lingfeng sneered. Noticed, did you? So what are you going to do? Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes slightly. Every ninjutsu has its weaknesses, just like the Hozuki clan's hydration technique fears lightning release. Your technique must have weaknesses too. It doesn't matter if you don't say. I will find out bit by bit. After saying that, Susanoo began to form hand seals. Lingfeng. This thing can also use ninjutsu. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Susanoo placed its hands near its mouth and released a gigantic fireball. Normally, a great fireball released by an average person is a few meters wide. But the one released by Susanoo, over 100 meters, has a diameter of at least 1,000 meters. On the battlefield, it was as if a sun had suddenly appeared, blindingly bright. The massive fireball not only engulfed Lingfeng, but even the wooden release that had just been summoned turned to ash. Uchiha Madara stared fixedly at the fireball. Suddenly, a bright silver gleam appeared within the crimson fireball. Then, bolts of lightning erupted, completely tearing the fireball apart, turning it into a sea of flames. The flames scattered with the wind, igniting the distant mountains and forests, creating a raging inferno. The lightning ravaged and reformed into Lingfeng's figure. Uchiha Madara frowned slightly. Useless. Then, Susanoo clapped its hands together. Wind release. 1,000 blades vortex. A tornado that pierced through the heavens and earth suddenly appeared. In terms of might, this tornado was no less than those summoned by the Kinkaku clan, occasionally glinting with metallic reflective cold light. It turned out that the tornado was filled with dense wind blades. Lingfeng was instantly shredded into pieces. The tornado rampaged for a while before stopping. And to Uchiha Madara's surprise, many small arcs of electricity suddenly appeared in the air, merging the small into the large, the zero into the whole, and reconstituting Lingfeng's figure. Earth release, earth-land reversal, water release, sea path. Uchiha Madara was furious and continued to control Susanoo to use water release and earth release. Each jutsu's power akin to a natural disaster, yet still unable to do anything to Lingfeng. Even if Lingfeng was reduced to dust, he could quickly recover, and his chakra showed no sign of decreasing. Finally, Lingfeng grew impatient. When he was buried alive by 2 giant boulders, he finally counterattacked. 60 million volts, lightning dragon. A lightning dragon burst forth from the boulders, charging straight at Susanoo, piercing through it like an arrow and creating a large hole in its chest. Uchiha Madara was shocked. This is impossible. He knew that Susanoo could be destroyed. Susanoo had previously been broken by Hashirama Senju, but that was done gradually. It was nothing like today, as clean and swift penetration through the chest. Uchiha Madara felt a chill inside. If the target had been the head, could he really withstand it? Lingfeng walked out from the hole left by the lightning dragon. There is nothing impossible. Some people can shatter a complete Susanoo with a single kick. The 6 paths level of power you yearn for is merely someone else's starting point. Uchiha Madara fell silent. If Lingfeng had said this earlier, he would have thought it was just a lie to shake him. But Lingfeng proved with strength that he didn't need such petty tricks to threaten his plans, even his life. Could it be that what he said was the truth? Uchiha Madara remained silent. All along, he had held a condescending attitude towards others, both due to overwhelming power and knowledge of information unknown to ordinary people. But today, both of his trump cards have been rendered useless, causing a subtle shift in his mindset. After a long silence, Uchiha Madara finally spoke. What do your words mean? What exactly do you know? If it weren't for the other party having spiritual control, I would definitely use Jinjutsu to interrogate him. Lingfeng sneered. Why should I tell you? You almost harmed my girlfriend just now. Uchiha Madara. That girl has good potential, but her strength is still far from enough. I swear by the name of Uchiha Madara that as long as you tell me everything, I guarantee I will never lay a hand on her. Lingfeng's consciousness slowly swept over the natural-type devil fruit in the system space, revealing a cold smile. After today, it won't matter if you act. So he put his hands in his pockets, remained silent, and coldly stared at Uchiha Madara. A surge of anger rose in Uchiha Madara's heart. Having traversed the ninja world for decades, how had he ever been treated so dismissively? But concerning the Moon Eye plan, he suppressed his anger and took out a scroll from his bosom. This is the scroll I took when I left the clan. It contains some family secret techniques, as well as the training methods for the Mangeki Sharingan. As long as you provide the information, this scroll will be yours. Lingfeng looked at the scroll, his eyes brightening. This scroll would be very beneficial for Qing Yan. He couldn't miss it. He thought of directly snatching it, but he held back his greedy thoughts. Although Uchiha Madara couldn't harm him, he wasn't easy to deal with either. With the intention to leave, he didn't have complete confidence in stopping him. Since that's the case, Lingfeng's eyes turned. This scroll isn't enough to exchange for all the information. I can only give you a clue to help you find a witness to everything. Uchiha Madara pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, deal. Then, he threw the scroll to Lingfeng. Black Zetsu listened to their conversation underground, breaking out in a cold sweat. Lingfeng took the scroll, opened it, and, without mentioning the content, just by looking at the paper and the writing, it was indeed an old artifact with some years behind it. You need to find a guy named Cien, who was originally a monk but was parasitized by someone named Ishur. Uchiha Madara furrowed his brows and murmured, Cien? Yishi. Lingfeng smiled mysteriously. You should be interested in his surname. His full name is Tsutsuki Ishur. Chapter 198. Intelligence on the Tsutsuki. Tsutsuki, whether it was the openly present Uchiha Madara or the secretly lurking Kurizetsu, all were taken aback by this name. Where did this Tsutsuki come from? Why have I never heard of this before? No. How do you know about the Tsutsuki? Because it was so outrageous, they didn't even doubt its authenticity. Uchiha Madara's expression turned serious. Descendant of the Sage of Six Paths? How have I never heard of this? Lingfeng chuckled. Descendant? Hee. Then you'll have to dig that up yourself. You are Uchiha Madara after all, with so many elusive Kurizetsu under your command. If anyone in the ninja world can find Tsutsuki Ishur besides you, I can't think of anyone else. To motivate Uchiha Madara, Lingfeng subtly flattered him. Uchiha Madara naturally sensed Lingfeng's little scheme, but since his thoughts were entirely on the suddenly emerged Tsutsuki Ishur, he didn't bother to respond. All right, I'll find him as soon as possible. No matter who it is, no one can stop the Eye of the Moon plan. By the way, you still don't know what the Eye of the Moon plan is, right? Do you want to? Lingfeng waved his hands repeatedly. No, I'm not interested. Go find Cien instead. Uchiha Madara's face instantly darkened, but Lingfeng's next words quickly interrupted his anger. Tsutsuki Ishur is not easy to deal with. He possesses physical techniques far beyond those of the Cloud Village Ninja, is proficient in yin-yang release, and has an ability similar to the Underworld release, capable of absorbing ninjutsu with his hands, but only for techniques composed of chakra. Real existing materials and elements 1T work. He also masters ninja techniques named SH made by Konoha and Daikokutten. One can shrink himself and any non-living matter he sees, even down to smaller than dust. The other can summon heavy iron blocks larger than houses from another space, with no limit on quantity or location. SH made by Konoha, Daikokutten? Uchiha Madara fell silent. With his battle IQ, he quickly understood how troublesome these two techniques could be. Not to mention, his physical techniques were also so strong. After Lingfeng finished speaking, he also fell into silence. He initially wanted to redirect Uchiha Madara's attention, but the more he spoke, the more he hoped Madara could really take care of Tsutsuki Ishur. Since that was the case, he might as well share more intelligence. believing that Uchiha Madara could definitely bridge the gap between both sides. Let me give you a few reminders. First, in your current state, you are definitely not a match for Tsutsuki Ishur. Don't give me that look, it's indisputable. Put away your ridiculous pride and act like a real ninja. If you can poison, don't ambush. If you can ambush, don't fight. In Boruto, Sien easily defeated Naruto and Sasuke, but that was under certain conditions. He had prepared in advance and absorbed a large amount of Ten Tails chakra. Otherwise, relying solely on his own chakra, he would not be a match for Sasuke and Naruto. Not to mention, after the battle, he was left with almost no chakra and was nearly taken out by Keishin-Shur's scheme. Keishin-Shur is essentially Jiraiya, who has completely mastered Sage Mode, and if he could achieve this, Madara might also have a chance. Second, the Tsutsuki clan inherently masters space-time ninjutsu. Whether you want to kill him or capture him alive, you must find a way to limit his space-time ninjutsu. Otherwise, it will be a waste of effort. Similarly, you better master similar means, even if it's reverse summoning. Otherwise, if you truly can't win, I'm afraid you won't even have a chance to escape. Uchiha Madara's eyelids twitched. Space-time ninjutsu is indeed difficult to deal with. Looking at it this way, this guy named Tsutsuki Ishur is really too versatile. Such a range of abilities really fits the Tsutsuki profile. Third, and most importantly, Uchiha Madara. There's a third point. The Tsutsuki can mark people with a diamond-shaped mark called a wedge. Once hit, don't hesitate. Immediately commit suicide, otherwise, you will turn into Kurizetsu without warning. Don't harbor any luck. There is no way to escape except death. Lingfeng did not want Uchiha Madara to become Ishur's vessel, so after sharing so much real intelligence, he decisively provided false information. Other intelligence will be verified one by one during the battle, and by then, this piece won't be doubted for its authenticity. Sure enough, upon hearing that he would turn into Kurizetsu, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but shiver. After a long while, he let out a deep sigh. If what you said is true, then this Tsutsuki Ishur is indeed terrifying. I will verify your words one by one. I hope you haven't lied to me. Seeing Uchiha Madara taking the bait and proactively trying to tackle this tough nut, Lingfeng finally felt relieved. As for the authenticity of the information, aside from the unverifiable wedge, the others were indeed true. Lingfeng was so eager to deal with Tsutsuki Ishur because he had his own little calculations. With his current strength, he undoubtedly stood at the pinnacle of the Naruto world. With elementalization and flying thunder god, even Tsutsuki couldn't do anything to him. But in the pirate world, Lingfeng was still just a rookie relying on his abilities. Although he had top-tier abilities, his physical body was still far from the likes of the Emperor and the Pirate King. However, enhancing physical prowess and haki is not something that could be achieved overnight. If he wanted to quickly boost his strength, the best way was to search for those powerful ninjutsu in the Naruto world. Lingfeng had previously counted, and the techniques that could immediately enhance strength were basically related to the eyes, so killing to obtain eyes was an option. But there was also a problem. He only had 2 eye slots, so he had to choose abilities carefully. Tsukuyami, Amaterasu, Kamui, Daibutsu, Fascination, and Rebound are all good, but unfortunately, they haven't appeared in this world yet, and he couldn't wait decades. Susanoo, Tensei, Shinra Tensei, and others, while powerful, wouldn't be that impactful in the pirate world. As for KKCH Rin and P Wei Shin, they were even more useless in the pirate world. After much consideration, Lingfeng ultimately set his sights on SH made by Konoha and Daikokutten. These 2 abilities, even the pirate world, could definitely hold their own. Lingfeng had thought about taking action against Tsutsuki Ishur, but this guy had never appeared in Shippuden, leaving him completely clueless, and entrusting others made him uneasy. It's better to leave it to Uchiha Madara. When it comes to finding people, they are the professionals. More importantly, Uchiha Madara was very confident in his Rinnegan and wouldn't easily covet the Byakugan. Since that's the case, why not let Uchiha Madara be the cannon fodder and test the waters on Tsutsuki Ishur's true capabilities? If Uchiha Madara wins, he could just sit back and watch. If he loses, he would still learn about Tsutsuki Ishur's intelligence. Either way, he wouldn't lose. Lingfeng's gaze towards Uchiha Madara became eager, making Uchiha Madara feel uneasy. Chapter 199. The Ambitions of the Ten Tails. Uchiha Madara left with the Kurizetsu army. Seeing his heavy-hearted demeanor, Lingfeng couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. No matter if Madara is righteous or evil, his execution is indeed top-notch. When there's something to do, he really gets to it. Unfortunately, ninjas and Tsutsuki are completely 2 different concepts. Even if Uchiha Madara stands at the pinnacle of ninjas, facing the weakened Otsutsuki, his chances of winning remain slim. In the world of Naruto, reaching the six paths level is a significant barrier. Below the six paths, no matter how strong a ninja is, they're at most a glass cannon. Regardless of how troublesome their ninjutsu or how forbidden their abilities are, they appear somewhat fragile against the Otsutsuki. However, once they surpass the six paths level, a complete qualitative change occurs. A glass cannon instantly transforms into a tempered glass cannon, not only seeing a surge in stats, but also gaining inherent recovery abilities, becoming more durable. Gazing in the direction where Uchiha Madara disappeared, Lingfeng couldn't help but fall in a deep thought. Should he get him an ancient seed to improve his physique? That way, he could be more resilient against Otsutsuki's attacks. What was the name of that subordinate of Kaido, the guy nicknamed the King of Lizards? Where is he now? Should he intercept him? Or simply go to Onigashima to stock up? In the distance, Uzumaki Taoshio and Qing Yen were sitting cross-legged facing each other, both sweating. Uzumaki Taoshio slowly opened his eyes and let out a breath. It's over. Qing Yen also opened his eyes and touched his abdomen. ISNT sealing a tailed beast supposed to be extremely dangerous? Did it just get done? That was fast, but didn't T feel anything at all? Uzumaki Taoshio himself found it somewhat unbelievable. The elders in his clan said that sealing a tailed beast is extremely difficult, and even with the strongest four-symbol seal, it would take several hours. Moreover, during this time, the Jinchuriki's mind would suffer greatly, and a slight misstep could lead to a rampage. But he used a regular seal and finished it in just over 10 minutes. Aside from the excessive chakra consumption, there was nothing unusual. Could it be that I am the legendary sealing genius? 1 in 10,000? The three tails within Qing Yen was also examining its surroundings. Although it was displeased about being sealed, the seal was quite loose compared to being inside the body of Kaido's Tsukuyomi, so it was much more comfortable. Knowing it couldn't resist the Manjiki Sharingan, it chose to lie flat and soon began to snore loudly. Suddenly, Qing Yen sensed a familiar aura behind him, and before he could turn around, he was embraced tightly by Lingfeng. Lingfeng held Qing Yen closely, fearing she would disappear the next second. I'm sorry. I'm late. I made you and everyone suffer so much. Qing Yen remained silent for a long time, finally letting out a soft sigh. I know you didn't want this either, but this time, too many people sacrificed too much. Lingfeng felt guilty in his heart. If it weren't for being inactive for 5 days, most of the sacrifices could have been avoided, not to mention the Uzumaki clan, just this operation alone. If Lingfeng had been there, Uchiha and Yamanaka would have at least suffered far fewer losses. Lingfeng sighed, releasing Qing Yen, and apologized again to Yamanaka Ryoma. Yamanaka Ryoma maintained the same attitude. They were ninjas, and the moment they received the mission, they were prepared for sacrifice. As long as Lingfeng didn't forget the friendship of the Yamanaka clan, their sacrifices would be worthwhile. Lingfeng could only sigh inwardly upon hearing this. Suddenly, loud shouting came from not far away. Hey, everyone come look! Everyone! How could we forget about Ah Fei? They saw Ah Fei dancing around a giant white egg. Everyone looked at the giant egg with confusion. It emitted a strange aura, very similar to the three tails, but mixed with some of the white Zetsu's aura. Qing Yen frowned and said unhappily, Ah Fei, what are you doing? This guy is too erratic. If you don't keep an eye on him, he ends up causing this kind of trouble. The erratic Ah Fei was completely unaware of Qing Yen's anger. Lord Qing Yen, something interesting just happened. I saw the tail of the three tails still moving, so I tried to fuse my cells with it. Guess what? The two actually fused, and the three tails tail turned into an egg. It's so interesting. Qing Yen felt a bit speechless, finding it somewhat boring. But Lingfeng's expression was serious. He gently touched the giant egg, which was exceptionally tough, and he could feel the surging vitality within. In the consciousness space, the four tails and five tails were also examining it closely. Do you two know what this is? After studying it for a while, the four tails finally made a guess. The four tails said quietly, if I'm not mistaken, this is a clone of Isabu. Tailed beasts are essentially collections of chakra. Because the Sage of Six Paths created life using yin and yang release, they can exist in the world. However, the separated limbs from us will gradually lose vitality and ultimately turn into pure chakra and completely dissipate. Lingfeng nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, even the octopus tentacle of the eight tails cannot exist independently for too long. But the giant egg before him is different. It is filled with life force. Lingfeng was certain that even if nothing was done, it could survive like a living being. In response to Lingfeng's doubts, The Five Tails continued to explain. Originally, Isabu's tail could not remain for long, but this off-phase cells are very magical, injecting life force into it. Although weak, it achieved a qualitative change from nothing to something. It's like a pile of dry kindling that cannot produce heat on its own. But when a spark falls on it, it ignites. Given time, it might even become another Isabu. Lingfeng nodded. I see. Then he lowered his head in contemplation, his eyes flickering continuously. Does this thing's aura resemble the Three Tails? The Four Tails and Five Tails nodded in unison. Almost identical. Then tell me, can this thing replace the Three Tails? The Four Tails and Five Tails were stunned, somewhat unsure. Actually, I am very interested in the 10 Tails. But resurrecting the 10 Tails means killing you, so I Haven T-acted. But this thing has given me a new idea. Can you contribute a part of your power, fuse with off-phase cells, become an alternative tailed beast, and then combine into the 10 Tails? 4 Tails, 5 Tails. The birth of the 10 Tails requires gathering the chakra of 9-tailed beasts, but there are no strict requirements on quantity. In the early stages of the Fourth Shinobi War, the Outer Path Golem evolved into the 10 Tails just by consuming one tentacle of the 8 Tails and the horns of the Gold and Silver Brothers. Later in the war, Uchiha Obito helped Naruto awaken the Six Paths power with just a small amount of chakra from the 1 Tails and 8 Tails. Looking at it this way, it seems feasible. With Uzumaki Taoshio's help, Lingfeng sealed the giant egg into his body. Sure enough, there was a new tailed beast chakra inside. Although it wasn't much, it was definitely the chakra of the 3 Tails. In that case, the other tailed beasts cannot be neglected either. Lingfeng, everyone hold my hand. We're going back. But Qingyan shook her head and smiled wryly to refuse. I didn't have the chance to tell you earlier. There's still a team in the Mist Village. We VE delayed too long. Let us hurry and support them. Lingfeng, Yamanaka Ryoma. What? There's still another team. Chapter 200. Byakugan Lingfeng and the Yamanaka clan arrived late, and didn't he know that there was still a group of Hyuga clan members who had reached the lair of the 6 Tails Jinchuriki. The situation on the 3 Tail side was perilous, and the 6 Tail side was certainly not any better. The few of them made a quick decision to go support the Hyuga team at the Dry Mountain Cave. But this time, they were no longer worried. Lingfeng's powerful return not only easily dealt with the Mizukage and the 3 Tails, but even forced back the legendary Uchiha Madara. With Qingyan also awakening the Manjiki Sharingan, the seemingly life-and-death mission didn't seem so terrifying anymore. Not only that, they wouldn't even need to rush. Lingfeng sent out several shadow clones, each holding flying Thunder God Kanai, rushing toward the Kuyama Cave from different routes. Once they found a clue, they would leave the Kanai behind, dispel the clones, and the main body could teleport everyone over, saving the trouble of a long journey. Perhaps due to Uchiha Madara's orders, although a great battle had just occurred here, there was no disturbance from the Mist Village, and everyone was instead enjoying their leisure time. Taking advantage of the free time, Lingfeng quickly pulled Qingyan into the small woods. Qingyan. Why Ninja Rima, Uzumaki Tachio? What time is it? And you still want to think about this? But the two just exchanged a glance and pretended nothing happened, only to have Fei continuously ask what the two of them were up to, if they had any business to attend to. Qingyan blushed deeply as she followed Lingfeng into the small woods, but Lingfeng didn't make any moves. Instead, he took out a gas fruit. What is this? You eat it first, and then I'll explain after you're done. Though Qingyan was a bit confused, she still took a bite. A strong flavor surged up her nasal cavity, nearly overwhelming her senses. Don't spit it out. Keep eating. Finish it all. Just a little bit left. Lingfeng coaxed her persistently, encouraging her to finish the entire fruit. Although Qingyan complied, she wore a face full of resentment, and her ocular power noticeably increased. Finally finished. Now tell me what this weird thing is. Lingfeng quickly explained about the gas fruit. It releases and controls toxic gas, manipulates air freely, and even extracts oxygen from it to enhance fire techniques. Qingyan was both surprised and excited, her exhilaration overshadowing her disgust. And her little face turned even redder from the excitement. Although she had been enjoying using lightning techniques lately, her fire techniques were not to be underestimated either. After a long while, Lingfeng and Qingyan emerged from the woods. Lingfeng handed the gas fruit to Qingyan, feeling relieved that she no longer needed to worry about her safety. Qingyan's face was flushed, but she covered her mouth, looking both annoyed and pleased, as if she had eaten something disgusting yet enjoyable. Why Ninja, Rima, and Uzumaki Tachio exchanged a glance, revealing an expression that was only understood between them. In the following time, The group hurriedly prepared for battle. Lingfeng and Qingyan sat cross-legged with their eyes closed. One feeling the awakened abilities, while the other tried to quickly familiarize herself with the newfound power. Uzumaki Tachio had sealed 2 tailed beasts, consuming a vast amount of chakra, and was now trying to recover as quickly as possible. Y Ninjarima's bugs were nearly wiped out, but fortunately, a few mother bugs remained, working hard to restore the scale of the parasitic bugs. The bugs reproduced very quickly, and the swarm was visibly increasing. The only one who was idle was White Zetsu, who was running around without a moment's peace. After an unknown amount of time, Lingfeng suddenly stood up. The others stopped their actions and looked at him in unison. It seemed he had discovered the enemy's trace. An hour ago, one of Lingfeng's shadow clones was darting through the forest, gradually approaching the Kuyama cave. Suddenly, he heard a massive explosion nearby and quickly stopped in his tracks. Is it the Hyuga team? The shadow clone concealed its presence and moved forward to investigate. Soon, he discovered the enemy's traces. There were only 2 enemies. One was a short boy with a top knot, wielding a weapon made of a hammer and an axe connected by a rope. The other was a slender female ninja, wrapped in bandages, carrying a large knife covered in explosive tags. The shadow clone instantly recognized the identities of the 2. The owner of the dull knife, K-Guy, was still a young Tsukasa Yato. The user of the explosive knife, Hano, was a member of the H-Zuki clan's subsidiary family, Sgu KKO. There was a shattered boulder on the ground, which seemed to be the source of the earlier explosion. There were no enemies around. What were they doing? While in doubt, a sharp sound suddenly came from behind, and the shadow clone immediately recognized it as the sound of a weapon slicing through the air, moving at an incredible speed. With no time to dodge, he threw the flying thunder god kunai and teleported away from the attack. That just now nearly cost him his life. The shadow clone felt a surge of anger and turned to face the opponent, ready to confront them. But when he saw the enemy, he couldn't help but freeze. The opponent stood on a tree with a long knife, needle, looking down at him from above. It was none other than the leader of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kisame Hoshigaki. One of his eyes was unmistakably a Byakugan. Lingfeng's shadow clone brushed off the dust from his clothes and stood up. So that's how it is. They used the Byakugan's vision to track my movements, then used the explosion to lure me in, and finally launched a sneak attack. Truly ruthless, befitting the leader of the 7 ninja swordsmen. What surprised him even more was that they were actually guarding the host of the 6 tails. Lingfeng was now the host of the 2 tails. Although the shadow clone couldn't use the fruit's abilities, relying solely on the power of the tailed beast and the flying thunder god, his strength was comparable to that of a shadow-level ninja. Kisame didn't even recognize that he was merely a shadow clone and continued to mock him coldly. Another leaf ninja? Just like rats, one wave after another. No matter how many you kill, you can't clean them out completely. The shadow clone's expression darkened. Just as he was about to speak, a sound of slicing air came from behind, and he hurriedly dodged. Turning around, he saw Sgu KKO attacking him unexpectedly. The explosive knife, Hano, slammed heavily into the ground, creating a massive pit, and then the blade erupted violently, sending a powerful shockwave that blew the shadow clone far away. Captain, don't waste time with him. Just slice him up. This time I want to be a Kugan reward too. Hearing this, the shadow clone couldn't help but snort coldly, suddenly covering his hands in magma, emitting thick smoke. Let's see if you have the ability to do that. Seeing Lingfeng's hands, Kisame couldn't help but narrow his pupils. Melt release. Seems like he's not an ordinary opponent. Very good ability. But we are ninjas, and 1T fight you one-on-one. Kisame signaled to Tsukasa Yato and Sgu KKO, and the 3 charged towards the shadow clone. Chapter 201. Clue: the battle didn't last long. The 3 fighting against Lingfeng's shadow clone not only had no advantage, but were nearly overwhelmed. Kisame was fine. After obtaining the Byakugan, his reaction speed had greatly improved, and he had already touched the threshold of shadow-level strength. However, Tsukasa Yato and Sgu KKO were in dire straits. Even though they were elite J-Nin, they were still being beaten badly. If it weren't for Kisame, the competent captain, taking on most of the firepower, the 2 would have already died. Tsukasa Yato and Sgu KKO simultaneously formed hand seals. Water release. Roar of a demon river. Lingfeng was equally unyielding. Melt release. Technique of the Red River fusion. The water flow and lava collided, producing a thick white mist, and ultimately, the lava broke through the water flow, rolling towards the 3. They quickly fled. The shadow clone's eyes flashed with cold light as he controlled the magma to pursue. Attacking the 3 from an unusual angle. Kisame, using the Byakugan to see the attack, hurriedly dodged to the side, not forgetting to pull SGUK KO along to help her avoid the attack. However, Tsukasa was caught off guard, directly melted half of his body by the lava, and died on the spot without even a scream. Damn it, Kisame cursed inwardly, suddenly pulling the needle in his hand, and the thread behind him tightened, causing countless fine threads to emerge from the ground around Lingfeng, instantly binding him tightly. Lingfeng, kill him, Kisame shouted, and SGUK KO threw shurikens at Lingfeng. Lingfeng was completely unperturbed and directly used Flying Thunder God to jump to the side. A wasted effort. Before he finished speaking, a cluster of white spikes suddenly erupted from the ground, instantly piercing through him. What? Bones? The explosive blade, misty drop in Zongu Guangzi's hand fell. Accompanied by a violent explosion, the scorching flames and billowing smoke engulfed Lingfeng. Zongu Guangzi was also blown away by the shockwave, stumbling a few steps back before steadying himself. Bastard. Now you know the power of the 7 ninja swordsmen, right? Sato Ringshi finally sighed, the veins by his eyes receding as he stopped channeling chakra into his Byakugan. He had clearly seen that Lingfeng had indeed taken a hit. He nodded towards a nearby forest. Thanks for your help this time, members of the Take Torai clan. Several ninjas with awkward appearances, who were indeed members of the Take Torai clan, emerged from the forest. It turned out that the defensive force here was not just the 7 ninja swordsmen, but also several bloodline clans. The Take Torai clan, being the closest, rushed over after hearing the commotion. With his Byakugan, Sato Ringshi could see everything clearly. Meanwhile, Lingfeng's observation haki was not very proficient, and since he was merely a shadow clone, he did not detect the enemy's reinforcements. The Take Torai ninjas did not act recklessly but quietly observed, noting Lingfeng's Flying Thunder God markers. When Lingfeng landed nearby, they launched a surprise attack with the Dance of the Early Fern, using bone spikes to ambush him, successfully hitting Lingfeng. The leading member of the Take Torai clan was very familiar with Sato Ringshi. He first examined the corpse of Itsutsugoye, then looked at Zongu Guangzi, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Hey, Sato Ringshi, hanging out with these useless people every day, have you become useless too? A mere Konoha ninja has made you so miserable. Zongu Guangzi immediately erupted with rage upon hearing this. Just as he was about to speak, he was stopped by Sato Ringshi's hand. Take Torai Kohei, Guangzi, and you are both my comrades. Don't say things that are not conducive to unity. The existence of the 7 ninja swordsmen is meant to balance the ninja clans, so the relationship between the two sides can't be good. However, Sato Ringshi was different from Take Torai Kohei, although they belonged to different factions. They had been in the same team for many years and were considered comrades who had experienced life and death together. Sato Ringshi sighed. I've said many times, the ninja village system has taken shape, and the bloodline-based ninja clans must change, you all. Upon hearing this, Take Torai Kohei immediately waved his hand impatiently. All right. Every time we meet, you're so long-winded. This Konoha brat is going to be killed by us, and the bounty for his head belongs to us. After saying that, he strode towards Lingfeng, preparing to behead him. Lingfeng, having already been attacked by bone spikes and explosions, was at the end of his strength and struggled to lift his head as the enemy approached. Unexpectedly, he had capsized in the gutter. Take Torai Kohei sneered coldly. Having seen many of these stubborn individuals who didn't fall even when the donkey toppled, he couldn't be bothered to care. Lingfeng closed his eyes and suddenly transformed into a puff of white smoke and disappeared. Take Torai Kohei, Zongu Guangzi. Sato Ringshi was also taken aback, suddenly realizing something, and gasped in surprise. In the distance, Lingfeng received the memories from his shadow clone. I found the enemy. It's the 7 ninja swordsmen and the Take Torai clan, fewer than 10 people, perhaps with reinforcements. Qing Yin nodded. With their strength, they must know something. Let us hurry. Lingfeng, don't rush. In the forest, Take Torai Kohei led his clan members to destroy several nearby Flying Thunder God marks. Then everyone surrounded the remaining Flying Thunder God Kanai, swords drawn and ready, waiting to shred anyone who emerged into pieces. A few minutes later, a figure suddenly appeared, and the mist ninjas attacked directly. With a few squelching sounds, sewing needles and bone spikes stabbed deeply into the incoming person's body. But upon seeing the enemy clearly, they couldn't help but freeze. The newcomer was indeed Lingfeng. But not only was he there by himself, he was also atop a large slug, and all the attacks landed on the slug. The slug was not afraid of physical attacks, and suffered no injuries, merely blinking its small eyes curiously. Lord Slug, acid. Okay. The slug puffed up its mouth and sprayed acid all around. The mist ninjas hurriedly dodged, but a few members of the Take-Torai clan were a step too slow and were hit by the acid. They screamed in agony. The acid sizzled, instantly melting their flesh, and when they tried to block it with their bones, the bones quickly dissolved upon contact with the acid. Although the Take-Torai clan was naturally fierce, at this moment, they were in so much pain that they rolled on the ground, wishing for death. Vines sprouted from Lingfeng's body, piercing into several Take-Torai members, and within a few breaths, drained them to husks. The mist ninja's expressions changed drastically upon seeing this. What kind of jutsu is this? The previous shadow clone didn't he exhibit this ability? Hello everyone, we meet again. Huge vines erupted from the ground, lifting Lingfeng high and allowing him to look down on the mist ninjas. I'm looking for partners from the Hyuga clan, and I need your cooperation. If you behave, I can guarantee you won't suffer otherwise. As his words fell, 2 bolts of lightning struck from the sky, hitting the dry corpses of the Take-Torai clansmen, turning them to ashes. Your fate will definitely be worse than theirs. Chapter 202. Breaking the Jinjutsu. Seeing their comrades turn to ashes, the Take-Torai clan members were not filled with fear or anger, but rather trembled with excitement. Their expressions resembling that of masochists enjoying a beating, sending chills down Lingfeng's spine. At this moment, the sound of rustling came from deep within the woods. Reinforcements from the mist were arriving. Not only had the remaining 7 ninja swordsmen gathered, but also Mizuki, Yexiao, Huanjing, and several strong members from bloodline ninja clans. Although they were few, only a dozen or so, their strength could easily overturn a small country, and they were enough to give the 5 great nations a headache. At this time, Lingfeng's shadow clone also brought Qing Yin and the others over. Sorry, I haven't cleaned up completely. You guys rest to the side first. I'll handle these guys immediately. Just as he was about to step forward, he was pulled back by Qing Yin. Wait, let me do it. The newly acquired power needs to be tested in real combat. Lingfeng thought it made sense, so he nodded in agreement and stepped back to watch the battle. There was nothing to worry about. With his Mangeki, Jinchuriki, and natural energy, Lingfeng, with his imagination, couldn't he think of a way to lose? The mist ninjas were initially furious at Lingfeng's contemptuous attitude, but when they saw their opponent was a Uchiha girl, they immediately became excited. Uchiha! I didn't expect the opponent to be Uchiha. Ah, so lucky. Indeed, no Byakugan, but Sharingan is also very good. Let us take her out first, get the eyes, and then each rely on our own abilities. The mist ninjas howled and charged towards Qing Yin like wolves pouncing on lamb. Lingfeng stood on the tree behind, sneering contemptuously. This group of mist ninjas didn't even know what they were about to face. Old girl Ryoma originally wanted to help, but seeing Lingfeng was not worried. He also stopped caring and settled down to watch the show. Qing Yin formed hand seals, fire release, great fireball technique. Although the 3 tails attribute did not align well with fire release, a tailed beast was still a tailed beast. With a massive tailed beast chakra, the fireball Qing Yin released was dozens of times larger than before. The mist ninjas were shocked by the scale of the fire release, but they did not panic too much. Several of them rushed forward to form seals. Water release, water barrier technique. A massive wall of water appeared and collided with a fireball, transforming into billowing steam that obscured everyone's vision. Most of the mist shinobi took a defensive stance, waiting for the fog to dissipate, but the Take-Torai clan members didn't think like that. A bunch of cowards. If you won't come, then I'll go first. Take this Dance of the Willow. Encirclement. 3 Take-Torai clan members formed a triangle around Qing Yin, their bone knives aimed at vital points. Qing Yin remained unfazed, her flipping up and down, not only blocking the trio's fierce attacks, but also counterattacking and leaving them in disarray. Uchiha style, rain cutter. Soon, Qing Yin found an opportunity, slashing out with her blade, the tip piercing toward the 3 like a storm. The 3 Take-Torai clan members were caught off guard, instantly riddled with dozens of blood holes. One unfortunate member had his throat pierced and fell dead on the spot. The other 2 reacted more quickly, relying on their strong physique to escape the attack range despite sustaining serious injuries. Qing Yin did not pursue them further, casually wiping the blood off her blade, her face revealing disappointment. Is this the legendary corpse bone path? What a waste. Suddenly, a ninja from the Crystal Clan charged in. Uchiha, taste my crystal release. Crystal release, stabbing dragon. A massive pink crystal dragon roared and charged toward Qing Yin. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Qing Yin unleashed a fire dragon to clash with the crystal dragon, but the crystal dragon easily tore through the fire dragon and continued toward Qing Yin. Haha, mere fire release. How can it possibly contend with crystal release? Qing Yin quickly formed new hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. But instead of directly releasing the ninjutsu, she extracted oxygen from the air and infused it into the fireball. The originally red fireball instantly turned blue, and the flame's surface changed from bright yellow to light white. The fireball shot straight toward the crystal dragon. When the two attacks collided, the crystal dragon melted away like wax, turning into liquid. Nanny, the crystal ninja was taken aback. Is this fire release? He tried to dodge, but it was too late. Before he could let out a sound, he was reduced to ashes. The Mist Shinobi, seeing the fireball heading toward others. The Night Owl Ninja rushed forward. I'll block it. Dark release, absorption hole. He stretched out his hands, with strange runes in his palms, unleashing a bizarre sucking force. The other Mist Shinobi felt relieved. Dark release can absorb any ninjutsu. No matter how strange that fireball is still ninjutsu. In the next moment, the Night Owl Ninja didn't even have time to scream before he vanished. The Mist Shinobi. Nanny, what happened? Why is dark release ineffective? Damn, those pretentious, worthless fools. I expected better. As they cursed, they quickly dodged. The two who died were not without purpose. At least they bought time for the others to evade the fireball, and ultimately, the others successfully avoided the fireball attack. But a cold light flashed in Qing Yin's eyes. Fire release, blue flame, phoenix fire. Groups of pale blue fireballs rushed toward the Mist Shinobi. The Mist Shinobi. The battle did not last long. Soon, aside from the Jonin-level Soda, Ringshi, and Take-Torai Kohei, everyone else had turned into corpses. Even the other 7 ninja swordsmen had no chance to introduce themselves before being taken down. However, the two of them were not in a much better situation, lying on the ground, struggling to survive. Damn it, I never expected such monsters would come out of Konoha, and there are 2 of them. Take-Torai Kohei, simple-minded, felt he was outmatched, and, when it was his turn to die, didn't he think much else. But Soda Ringshi, being a high-ranking member of the village, held a higher perspective. A sense of powerlessness surged in him. Whether it was the flying Raijin boy from earlier or the Uchiha girl before him, both possessed the power to change the balance of the shinobi world. This must have been how the first Mizukage felt when facing Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Qing Yin looked down at Soda Ringshi and Take-Torai Kohei, a strange light flashing in her eyes. Interesting, one person has already fallen under an illusion, while the other possesses resistance far beyond normal. Lingfeng, who was originally scavenging spoils with Aburame Ryoma, became interested upon hearing this. Seeing Take-Torai Kohei, he quickly understood the situation. The Take-Torai clan, like the Senju clan, has the bloodline of Sage Body, thus their resistance to illusions is naturally far superior to ordinary people. However, this resistance is not unlimited. Your illusion should be sufficient, right? Qing Yin nodded. Of course. Strangely, this guy has already been sealed, and this chakra. It's the work of Uchiha Madara. Soda Ringshi and Take-Torai Kohei were shocked. Hey, what nonsense are you talking about? Uchiha Madara. Isn't that a figure long dead in history? Seeing that Soda Ringshi's expression didn't seem to be fake, Lingfeng found it very interesting. I see, being controlled without realizing it. It's somewhat similar to the Kodoame Tsukumi. Let's first it and see what's going on. Qing Yin formed hand seals with one hand, her pupils swirling with the tomo, rapidly merging. Illusion technique release. Chapter 203. The treatment of the Hyuga clan. Qing Yin used her ocular technique to dispel the illusion on Soda Ringshi, whose expression stiffened. First came confusion, then realization, and finally terror. His eyes widened as he muttered, Uchiha Madara. You were right, that guy is Uchiha Madara. Lingfeng, Qing Yin. Beside them, Take-Torai Kohei was also in a daze. You evil Konoha bastards, what have you done? Why has Ringshi become like this? Hey, Soda Ringshi, wake up. Take-Torai Kohei's loud shout seemed to rouse Soda Ringshi. He suddenly came to his senses, his gaze becoming clear once more. Yes, I need to stay calm. I can't die, I must live. He struggled to rise, and, with a thud, knelt before Lingfeng and Qing Yin. Lingfeng, Qing Yin. Konoha ninja, I beg you, spare my life. Ninjutsu, information money. I am willing to pay any price. Uchiha Madara is alive and has controlled the Mizukage. This explosive information must be relayed to Lord Yuan Shi at all costs, or the mist will be in danger. Take-Torai Kohei was stunned by Soda Ringshi's actions. Bastard, what are you doing? Soda Ringshi quickly explained the situation with a thought. Such explosive news left Taketorai Kohei equally bewildered. However, Lingfeng remained noncommittal. Remarkable awareness. But we are enemies. Why should we help you eliminate the threat? Besides, as a prisoner who plundered the Byakugan, what qualification do you have to bargain with me? Soda Ringshi was immediately left speechless. Indeed, from Konoha's perspective, a chaotic mist would better serve their interests. Moreover, that Byakugan was glaringly present in his eye socket, appearing particularly glaring. After a long while, he seemed to make a certain decision. I have a tattoo on my chest that hides the map to the secret treasure of the Mist Village. This treasure is enough to compensate for all the losses Konoha has suffered in the years of war. I am willing to offer it to you in exchange for a chance to live. Oh, Lingfeng was instantly interested, discovering a hidden plot. However, he did not act directly, but signaled Qing Yin to cut open his clothing. Qing Yin swung her knife down, but unexpectedly, Soda Ringshi suddenly lunged forward, the blade instantly piercing his chest. The two instantly realized they had fallen into a trap and hurriedly tried to dodge. But it was too late. Zhuotai Lin Si's face twisted in rage as he roared, "Release! Blood explosion needle corpse!" His body suddenly swelled, and his chest exploded, a spray of fresh blood shooting out and transforming into thousands of tiny blood needles, shooting towards Lingfeng and Qing Yin. These blood needles were extremely powerful. Wherever they passed, trees were pierced, and small holes appeared on the surfaces of rocks. Lingfeng and Qing Yin were also enveloped by the blood needles. At the same time, Takaguri Kohei suddenly erupted, a bone spike protruding from his hand, fiercely stabbing towards Aburame Ryoma. It turned out that Zhuotai Lin Si never intended to surrender. From the very beginning, he aimed to eliminate Lingfeng and Qing Yin, allowing Takaguri Kohei to relay information. He had a seal on his chest. Once he received a fatal injury, all his blood would turn into blood needles and be fired, taking the enemy down with him. Thus, he lured the two into action, trying to kill them. As an old friend, Takaguri Kohei naturally knew about the seal on Zhuotai Lin Si's chest and instantly understood the other's plan. Although he had been seriously injured earlier, as a descendant of the Six Paths, his recovery ability far exceeded that of ordinary people. After resting for a while, he had already regained a considerable amount of strength. Even if he couldn't take down Aburame Ryoma, escaping completely wouldn't be a problem. Just as he was about to stab Aburame Ryoma, he suddenly felt a tightness at his feet and nearly tripped. Looking down, he saw a vine wrapped around his ankle. Then, with a thunderous sound, he suddenly felt excruciating pain and paralysis throughout his body, as if countless needles were moving within him. Takaguri Kohei let out a scream. His body charred as he fell to the ground. In that instant, he clearly saw many small holes on Lingfeng and Qing Yin. Damn, I almost had them. Lingfeng and Qing Yin's expressions were also grim. Damn, they fell into a trap. Yes, without this ability, they would have been in real danger. As they spoke, the wounds on their bodies disappeared, leaving Aburame Ryoma in shock. Forget it. Let's find Hinata's people first. Qing Yin nodded, grabbing Takaguri Kohei by the hair and lifting him up. Sharingan, Jinjutsu. Damn it. Takaguri Kohei desperately circulated his chakra in an attempt to resist. But it was futile. In just a few seconds, he completely lost consciousness. 40 kilometers north of Kusanagi Cave, there was an inconspicuous cave entrance leading to a massive underground chamber. This was the base of the Takaguri clan, where the Hinata team was imprisoned. In the deep, dim corridor, an elder of the Takaguri clan was on his way, followed by two young clansmen, each carrying a tray. The three arrived at a secret room, where two guards stood at the door. With a wave of his hand from the elder, the guards understood and opened the door, welcoming the three inside. There were three people inside, Hinata Rudo and two other Hinata clansmen. Elder Rudo, it's time for a meal. The two young men set down the trays, which contained several servings of food that were not exquisite but clean. Hinata Rudo slightly nodded, "Thank you, Elder Aki." He then took the food and began to eat, while the others also ate heartily without reservation. After a while, once the meal was finished, the two young men cleaned up, and Elder Aki said his farewells before leaving. Hinata Rudo and the other two nodded in acknowledgement, and the atmosphere was surprisingly harmonious. If this scene were seen by other members of the Mist, their jaws would surely drop. The Takaguri clan was known for their violent temperament and would often torture and kill enemies. Yet the three Hinata members not only stayed in a clean room, but their wounds were also carefully bandaged. Apart from their chakra being sealed, they did not seem like enemies at all. As night fell, Takaguri Kohei arrived at the room, and the two guards had no suspicions, allowing him to enter. At this point, Takaguri Kohei was under the influence of the heavenly deity, completely becoming Qing Yin's puppet. He said nothing, merely tossing down a flying thunder god kunai before leaving. The two guards, rather than being guards, were more like gatekeepers. They did not pry into what the Hinata members were doing inside, so no one noticed the flying thunder god kunai. Soon, Lingfeng used the flying thunder god to bring everyone into the room. The three Hinata members were startled, nearly crying out. Seeing Lingfeng and Aburame Ryoma with their Konoha headbands, especially recognizing Qing Yin and Tao Xiao, they managed to hold back their voices. Elder Ruto, what is happening? Qing Yin was instantly bewildered. It was one thing for their 5-person team to be reduced to 3, but this treatment was too outrageous, right? A spacious room, clean clothes, no shackles, but instead covered in bandages, the smell of herbs wafting from afar. This was hardly captivity. Even a defection wouldn't guarantee such treatment. Qing Yin, Tao Xiao. Seeing the two girls, the 3 Hinata members were overjoyed, especially Hinata Ruto. Upon seeing the flying thunder god mark on the kunai in Lingfeng's hand, had a glimmer of light in his eyes. Chapter 204. Prison Seal. Lingfeng's mastery of the flying thunder god was not a secret among the high-ranking officials. Hinata Ruto immediately recognized Senju Lingfeng's identity. Qing Yin, Elder Ruto, how could you be captured? Hinata Ruto sighed deeply. The Jinchuriki of the Six Tails is being guarded by the 7 ninja swordsmen and the Bloodstained Ninja Clan. Originally, they planned to use their visual advantage to evade the enemy and directly ambush the Six Tails. Unexpectedly, Zhuotai Si also obtained the Byakugan, discovering their movements in advance and laying a trap. The Hinata clan members, caught off guard, fell into the encirclement. Although they fought desperately, they were outnumbered and ultimately lost 2 members, with the remaining 3 captured. Lingfeng examined their wounds. The treatment was average, but it was evident that they had been cared for with attention. This treatment was not like that of captives, let alone captives of the Takaguri clan. In response to Lingfeng's question, Hinata Ruto did not hide anything, explaining that the Takaguri clan and the Hinata clan were originally descendants of the Tsutsuki clan, inheriting the sage body and sage eyes respectively. Unlike the Senju and Uchiha clans who fought to the death, these 2 clans had maintained a good relationship privately, even if they hadn't been in the same village for many years. This time, when the Hinata clan was captured, the Takaguri clan did not hesitate to turn against their village to keep them within the clan. Although they could not release them, at least they could take care of them well, protecting the Byakugan from being coveted. For this, they even tacitly allowed Zhuotai Si to implant the Byakugan. Of course, this was also because Zhuotai Si had a good relationship with the Takaguri clan to begin with. After hearing Hinata Ruto's words, the group fell silent. So there was this backstory. Hinata Ruto sighed. Although we are very grateful for your rescue, we cannot simply leave. The Takaguri clan has taken on a huge responsibility to protect us. If it weren't for their concerns, I would have long since destroyed my own eyes and committed suicide to apologize. Lingfeng was silent. What the hell should they do? Qing Yin's mind was racing. Actually, it's simple. We just need to kidnap an important figure from a mist and exchange hostages, right? Aren't there ready-made hostages nearby? A light flashed in Lingfeng's eyes. Yes, the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails. After that, things became easier. Lingfeng infiltrated Kusanagi Cave and found the Six Tails Jinchuriki. He first used vines to densely seal off the cave, blocking outside reinforcements, and then unleashed a flurry of attacks on the bewildered Six Tails Jinchuriki. With thunderous booms echoing in the cave, the Six Tails Jinchuriki fell to the ground, charred all over, with several severed white tails lying nearby. A Fae emerged, replicating the same method, turning the Six Tails tails into giant eggs. Subsequently, Lingfeng used the Six Tails Jinchuriki as a hostage to negotiate with the Mist Village. Initially, Mist Village was extremely tough, with the shadow gone and 1 Jinchuriki missing. It looked like it had something to do with the guys on the other side. Yuan Shi wanted to directly capture Lingfeng by force, but Lingfeng simply raised his hand, and bolts of lightning fell, turning the entire mountain into scorched earth. Yuan Shi and the Mist villagers immediately calmed down. The following negotiations went exceptionally smoothly, not only successfully retrieving the Hyuga clan members, but also extorting a large amount of resources. They even confiscated 5 of the 7 swords from the 7 ninja swordsmen, only returning the long sword, Seam, and the dull sword, Doku, leaving the Mist village with just enough to maintain appearances. The negotiations were conducted in the name of Konoha, but the village was completely unaware, and these supplies would ultimately be stored in the Uzumaki village. Lingfeng had already discussed this with everyone. The Senju and Uchiha would take the lion's share. The Uzumaki clan could also get a good portion, while the Hyuga and Yamanaka would receive a share as well. As for the village, this way, the mission to infiltrate Mist Village was successfully completed. Lingfeng used the Flying Thunder God to bring everyone back to Uzumaki Village, where Uzumaki Haku was already waiting for them. That night, a grand banquet was held in the Land of Waves. It was both a memorial for the deceased clan members and Konoha ninja, as well as a thank you for Lingfeng and their help. Later that night, Lingfeng sought out Uzumaki Haku alone. Uzumaki Haku already knew that the intelligence regarding Uzumaki Mido and Aeonian came from Lingfeng. As the clan leader, he understood the strength of the Mist Village very well. Without Lingfeng's information, the Uzumaki clan would not have activated the formation early, nor would they have had the support of the Uchiha and Hyuga. In that case, the Uzumaki clan could have really faced extinction. Uzumaki Haku took out a scroll and handed it to Lingfeng. Lingfeng-kun, this is the sealing technique passed down by the Uzumaki clan. Although a dead object cannot repay your great kindness, it is still a token of our appreciation. Lingfeng smiled and pushed the scroll back. Clan leader Haku, you are too polite. The Senju and Uzumaki have a close relationship. This is what I should do. Besides, I know nothing about sealing techniques, so giving it to me would only tarnish its brilliance. Uzumaki Haku secretly smiled bitterly and did not insist any further, pondering what else the Uzumaki clan could offer to impress him. Actually, I do have one thing I'd like to ask for your help with. Uzumaki Haku's eyes brightened. What is it? Do you know the tongue calamity prevention technique? Uzumaki Haku's expression became serious, and after a moment of silence, he slowly nodded. I naturally know. This technique originally came from the Uzumaki clan's secret language techniques to prevent speaking forbidden words in front of the Grim Reaper. But later, it was transformed into its current form by Lord Tobarama. Lingfeng's spirit lifted upon hearing this. Then do you have a way to crack it? Uzumaki Haku shook his head. The tongue calamity prevention technique is like making medicine. Even if the formula is the same, different amounts will produce completely different effects. Apart from the caster, no one else can crack it. A slight misstep could trigger the seal to explode. Lingfeng's eyes darkened. I see. Then there's no way to do it. Not necessarily. To crack the tongue calamity prevention technique is indeed difficult. But if it's just to prevent it from exploding, there are ways. Lingfeng suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Please teach me. Uzumaki Haku smiled slightly. When Lord Tobarama researched this technique, I also felt displeased. However, although Lord Tobarama has a cold temperament, he has always acted justly, so there's no need to worry. Later, when this technique fell into the hands of Konoha Zumbu, I felt uneasy, so I kept an eye out and invented a hell seal technique. It can add an additional layer of sealing outside the tongue calamity prevention technique, completely isolating the activation of the tongue calamity prevention technique. Lingfeng, you know Shimura Danzo, right? Does he know this technique? Uzumaki Haku pondered for a moment and shook his head. I'm not sure about that. Lingfeng sighed. Forget it. It doesn't matter. Then please teach me the hell seal technique. Let me ask one more thing. Is the hell seal technique effective against cage birds? Uzumaki Haku's eyes widened. Don't say, you really brought that up. Chapter 205. The evolution of Byakugan. The hell seal technique seems profound, but in reality, it is not complicated at all. It's like a bomb. Blocking the explosion is not easy, but isolating the fuse and flame is quite simple. Uzumaki Haku carefully taught it, and Lingfeng spent an entire night learning this ninjutsu. As for the others, Lingfeng wasn't very interested. It wasn't that he looked down on the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, but mainly because it relied too much on talent. After studying for a whole night, Lingfeng felt that his talent for sealing techniques was not top-notch, so it would be a waste of time. The next morning, Lingfeng said his goodbyes and left. As soon as he walked away, Uzumaki Haku's face fell, revealing an expression of lingering fear. I've never seen someone with such poor talent for sealing techniques in my life. Fortunately, he didn't accept that scroll. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster later. Lingfeng walked back contentedly, buying some gifts along the way, preparing to find Hyugarudo. When he saw his savior visiting, Hyugarudo was naturally very enthusiastic. Lingfeng-kun, why did you come so early? Sit down, someone bring tea. After some polite exchanges, Lingfeng didn't beat around the bush. Elder Rudo, there's something I want to discuss with you, or rather, with the Hyuga clan. He took out a bottle from his pocket and placed it on the table. Hyugarudo's pupils constricted. The bottle contained a Byakugan. This is Hinata Hayashi's eye, which was previously implanted in Zoto Ringshi by Mist Village, and I brought it back conveniently. Hyugarudo was instantly filled with joy, as if a 1,000-pound boulder had been lifted from his heart. Wonderful. These days I've been unable to eat or sleep, just worrying about this eye. Now our Hyuga clan owes you another great favor. Just as he was about to reach for it, Lingfeng blocked him. Elder Ruto, I know the Hyuga clan is very strict about guarding the Byakugan, but I'm quite interested in the power of the Byakugan, so I want to ask, is it possible for outsiders to obtain the Byakugan? This. Hyuga Ruto's face became somewhat grim. If it were someone else, he would have already slapped them with a bagua slap. But facing his savior, he suppressed his anger and patiently explained. Since the establishment of Konoha, there has been no precedent for this. In fact, before the establishment of Konoha during the Warring States period, a few pairs of Byakugan had been given out. But the conditions were extremely harsh. Not only did one have to marry into the Hyuga clan, but they could only obtain the branch family's eyes. And they also had to bear the caged bird seal. Lingfeng, with your strength, you really don't need to take on such a mark that could cost you your life at any moment. Hearing this, Lingfeng also frowned. But if it weren't for me, whether it's this eye or you would still be in Mist Village's hands right now. Wouldn't that situation be worse? Hyuga Ruto shook his head with a bitter smile. If the Byakugan falls into Mist Village's hands, the Hyuga clan will naturally find a way to retrieve it. If we cannot retrieve it, the price will be the significant decrease in the value of the Byakugan, and the Hyuga clan would pay the corresponding price. As for our lives, they are insignificant compared to the inheritance of the Byakugan. Lingfeng felt a headache and helplessness. Although with his strength, he could disregard Hinata's face and forcefully keep this Byakugan. He didn't want to go that far since they were comrades from the same village. After all, Hinata only looked down on everyone equally, and not specifically targeting Lingfeng. How could he persuade this group of stubborn people? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Lingfeng's mind. Elder Hutong mentioned that both the Byakugan and Sharingan were said to be inherited from the Sage of Six Paths Eyes. But why can the Sharingan evolve into 1 Tomo, 2 Tomo, 3 Tomo, while the Byakugan cannot? Hinata Hutong smiled slightly. The Byakugan can also enhance its vision and ocular power through training, just not as obviously as the Tomo and the Sharingan. But what about the Mangeki Sharingan? The Sharingan can evolve into such powerful variants. Why can't the Byakugan? Hinata Hutong fell silent. In terms of clan strength, due to the ease of awakening the Byakugan, the mid to low-tier combat power of the Hinata clan is even above that of the Uchiha, and even possessing a 3-Tomo Sharingan may not truly surpass the Hinata. However, whether it is the Byakugan or the 3-Tomo Sharingan, their strength is only that of Elite J-Nin or near Kage level. It becomes difficult beyond that. The Uchiha clan, possessing the Mangeki Sharingan, can break through this limitation, while the Hinata clan has not had a Kage-level powerhouse since Hinata Tenjin. A clan without a Kage-level powerhouse, no matter how many people there are, cannot become a top clan. Hinata Hutong sighed deeply. The Mangeki Sharingan is merely a mutation, something that cannot be sought after. As a Hinata, as long as they train the Byakugan well and do not tarnish their ancestors' reputation, that is enough. Lingfeng smiled slightly, his eyes full of temptation. Really? What if I have a way to elevate the Byakugan to a higher level? Nanny. Hinata Hutong's eyes widened in surprise. Lingfeng, this is not a joke. Are you serious? Of course, as far as I know. There are 2 evolutionary paths for the Byakugan. One is the Rinnegan, said to be the ultimate evolution of the Byakugan, capable of using yin-yang release techniques, controlling gravity and repulsion, manipulating space, absorbing the enemy's chakra, and so on. To put it simply, whoever awakens the Rinnegan can immediately become the next Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. The other is the J-Gon, which is essentially an enhanced version of the Byakugan, possessing all abilities above the Byakugan, but with the ability to see through time and space, and even glimpse brief futures. After hearing Lingfeng's introduction, Hinata Hutong felt as if his breath had halted. He thought Lingfeng was being too outrageous, yet he couldn't help but believe it to be true. Moreover, given Lingfeng's strength, he wouldn't have any reason to lie to him. Lingfeng, please tell me how to make the Byakugan evolve. I will make the decision for the clan, as long as you say it. This Byakugan is yours. If your method is effective, we will reward you handsomely. Lingfeng chuckled sinisterly. Actually, the method is quite simple. It's marriage. Hinata Hutong's expression froze. For the Byakugan to evolve, it must combine with a sage body. The Rinnegan is produced from the combination of the Sage of Six Paths original Tsutsuki Chakra and the Byakugan. The J-Gon is the product of the combination between the Uzumaki clan and the Hinata clan. But there are other sage bodies, right? What about the Take Torai? What about the Senju? Wouldn't they also produce new evolutions? Hinata Hutong's face twitched. But the clan's bloodline cannot be shared externally. Lingfeng's face twitched as well. To maintain the purity of the bloodline clans prefer internal marriages, and they're not afraid of inbreeding a bunch of disabled offspring. He wore an expression of frustration. Why are you all so stubborn? It's not like you are immediately lifting marriage restrictions. I know your Hinata clan has strict rules, forbidding bloodline leakage, but those other clans don't have so many rules. Your clan is large and prosperous. Can't the men take a concubine? If worst comes to worst, you can keep a mistress. As for the women, you can't marry off your daughters. You can at least find a son-in-law, right? Hinata Hutong's eyes widened, his Byakugan shining like a bright light. Chapter 206, Dragging Cloud Hidden Underwater Afterwards. Everyone spent a busy yet joyful month in the Whirlpool Village. The vitality of the Uzumaki clan was not only reflected in their bodies, but also in the reconstruction of the village. Although they suffered heavy losses and many lost friends and family, they quickly rallied and devoted themselves to the village's construction. In just a month, the once ruined Whirlpool Village was completely transformed. Wooden houses sprang up, and although the style was quite different from before, the layout resembling a courtyard inexplicably matched their aesthetic. This was naturally the handiwork of Lingfeng. Shortly after their return, the Mist Village faithfully sent a large amount of compensation materials. After the division was complete, the Uzumaki clan wanted to find a construction team to rebuild the village. Upon hearing this, Lingfeng immediately volunteered to take on almost all the civil works at a much lower price. With a clap of his hands, he used wood release, continuous pillar technique, wood release, great connecting bridge technique, wood release, table and chair technique, wood release, pavilion and tower technique, and so on, directly forcing the construction teams from other villages out of business. Lingfeng's forest fruit had already awakened, and the trees and wood he generated could last permanently. There was no need to worry about waking up one day to find the walls missing. Meanwhile, others were also working hard in their own ways. The Hinata clan, after saving the Uzumaki clan, should have returned to report back. However, after much thought, Hinata Hutong ultimately decided to let only a few older and less attractive individuals return to convey the message. While he brought a group of single Byakugan users to roam around Whirlpool Village daily, searching like hyenas, and whenever they spotted a single Uzumaki, they would go over to help with the lifting. They wouldn't go overboard just one opposite sex each time. At first, the Hinata clan, who always regarded themselves as aristocrats, had never done such rough work and were all opposed. However, within the Hinata clan, status and seniority were of utmost importance. With just a glare from Hinata Hutong, those young people immediately quieted down and obediently got to work. The Hinata clan had a proud temperament, but to be fair, their strength was quite good, and their looks were presentable. After a month, there were indeed a few Hinata and Uzumaki youths who began to exchange glances. Qing Yin returned to the clan and reported the news of the deaths of the second elder's grandson and Uchiha Haru. The Uchiha clan was devastated and furious, clamoring to invade the mist, especially Uchiha Mikoto, who directly stabbed her kunai into her hand, raising her bloodied hand to swear vengeance. Uchiha Fugaku, slightly calmer, tried to hold her back but was slapped into silence. Nevertheless, the Uchiha's outrage was eventually quelled by Qing Yin. In the past, she definitely wouldn't have had this authority, but this time she had achieved great merit in the mist and even taken down the enemy's Kage, which significantly raised her status. Moreover, Qing Yin revealed her Mangeki Sharingan to the clan. Since she could elementalize it anyway, she no longer had to worry about losing her eyes. However, she still concealed the true ocular techniques, especially the Kodoa Mitsukami, only mentioning that she could use the blue flames that could melt steel and explosive fireballs. The Uchiha clan was extremely excited upon learning this, especially the older generation, who were moved to tears, fully aware of what the Mangeki Sharingan meant to the Uchiha clan. This instantly gave Qing Yin a voice equal to that of the elders. Under her persuasion, the Uchiha temporarily suppressed their anger and abandoned their revenge plan. Actually, this is also Lingfeng's plan. The current 5 major ninja villages have become a chaotic mess. Konoha is engaged in battles on all fronts. Although they have the upper hand, their strength has been significantly depleted. Sunagakure was first slashed by Kiki Shosuk, and then bombed by Lingfeng. And now they are being ravaged by Awakens on their home turf, making them quite desperate. Awakens has lost their tailed beasts and suffered heavy losses in their ninja forces, relying solely on Inoki's dust release to hold on. The worst off is Kirigakure, whose years of accumulated resources were directly taken away in one go, losing even their Mizukichi, which is a significant blow. At this point, it seems that only Kumogakure remains unscathed, but they're not known for being docile. The closest to Kirigakure are Konoha and Kumogakure. Konoha's focus is on their homeland's defenses, and they cannot spare forces to occupy Kirigakure. Even if the Uchiha were to kill everyone in Kirigakure, they would ultimately have to retreat to the borders of the Land of Fire, leaving the benefits to the recuperating Kumogakure. Kumogakure has always coveted the bloodlines and abilities of other villages, and Kirigakure, being home to the most bloodline limits, will surely hear about Kirigakure's heavy losses and will not remain indifferent. As for whether Kumogakure will destroy Kirigakure, Lingfeng is not worried. Not to mention Uchiha, just based on Kirigakure itself. Although they have lost the 3 tails, the 6 tails Jinchuriki has become a perfect Jinchuriki, and their strength has not declined. Although the 7 ninja swordsmen have been wiped out, the bloodline ninja clans that were previously suppressed by them will become stronger. Thus, even facing Kumogakure, Kirigakure is not necessarily powerless. According to Lingfeng's thoughts, at this moment, they should not only refrain from attacking Kirigakure, but even take the initiative to show goodwill, allowing them to focus on defending against Kumogakure. If a battle truly breaks out, Lingfeng would not mind personally cutting off Kumogakure's retreat, forcing them to send reinforcements and become completely trapped in the quagmire of war. It would be even better if Inoki could seize the opportunity to strike at Kumogakure. Lingfeng wrote the intelligence and plan in a long letter and sent it to Tsunade via a ninja hawk, hoping she would bring it up. If the plan succeeds, it would also earn him some merits. Lingfeng thinks that the Konoha F4 has been causing trouble for too long. Instead of letting the 3rd Hokage become more and more senile, it would be better to let him step down honorably now. As for the 4th Hokage candidate, compared to the old silver coin Danzo, the carefree Jiraiya, the slippery Orochimaru, and the somewhat impulsive Kiki Shosuke, his own master is clearly more suitable. In Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen has long returned to the village and is busy handling the backlog of official business every day. Previously, during the battle with Awakens, he had intervened to hold back Inoki, causing heavy losses to Awakens and Sunagakure, which shifted the entire war situation in favor of Konoha, thus increasing Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation recently. At this moment, he is sitting in his chair reviewing documents when suddenly the door is kicked open forcefully. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyelids twitch. The only ones bold enough to kick open his door are either the rebellious Tsunade or that guy. Danzo, weren't you at the base in Kusagakure? Why did you return to the village without permission? Danzo pays no attention to Sarutobi Hiruzen's reprimand and sits down opposite him. Iwagakure is already in dire straits and has no guts to attack. I have made arrangements and will not give them the chance. Sarutobi Hiruzen lights his pipe, takes a puff, and exhales a cloud of smoke. So what brings you back? Danzo's expression darkens as he throws a folder of documents onto Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. This is the information my subordinate, Snow Wolf, brought back. Hiruzen, 3rd Hokage, take a good look. Chapter 207. The War Situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen opens the scroll with a skeptical expression. After glancing at it, he nearly throws out his back. Inside is a list. 1. 5 billion Ryo in silver, 20A rank ninjutsu, permanent usage rights to 3 ports, trade tax incentives, and even construction materials and food. A long list, all of which are compensation from Kirigakure. Each item is enough to make Sarutobi Hiruzen drool, as he has been struggling financially lately. What is this? A compensation list from Kirigakure to Konoha? When did we sign such a thing with Kirigakure? If it were true, it would be great. The village is so poor it could bleed. If Kirigakure could cough up so many resources, what an achievement that would be. The problem is that the intelligence says these things are for Konoha. So why am I, as the legal person, unaware of this? Danzo, you bastard. What have you done behind my back? You dog, playing such a big game. Are you trying to get yourself a divine robe? Hiruzen, you fool. It's not me. It's the naturally hypocritical Senju clan, the inherently evil Uchiha clan, the naturally jumping Whirlpool clan, the naturally white-eyed Hyuga clan, and the naturally taciturn Yamanaka clan doing this. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Wait a minute. Senju? Uchiha? Whirlpool? Hyuga? Yamanaka? How did these guys get mixed up together? A month later, Danzo has nearly investigated the entire situation. He then informs Sarutobi Hiruzen in detail about what happened. Sarutobi Hiruzen is instantly dumbfounded. The attack on the Uzumaki clan, wasn't he that resolved? Why are there so many twists and turns in between? Also, Lord Mito didn't even inform us and went directly to find the Hyuga. Danzo, you bastard. Have you done something behind my back? Danzo's old face flushes, but he quickly returns to normal. Hiruzen, how can you slander someone without evidence? Everything I do is for Konoha. My loyalty is as bright as the sky. Sarutobi Hiruzen. I should have asked you more. He paces anxiously in his office. The silver lining in this misfortune is that although the Uzumaki clan suffered heavy losses, they were not annihilated. Otherwise, how would he explain it to Uzumaki Mido? This great Buddha's South best place is to stay obediently in the temple, receiving offerings from all sides, while the affairs outside will be handled by the abbot. Fortunately, this Buddha is still in the temple and shows no signs of tearing up the face. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression improves slightly, seemingly sensing his thoughts. Danzo shows a hint of sarcasm on his face. Hiruzen, what are you happy about? Don't forget, the one responsible for the eastern base is Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen. They not only saved a branch elder of the Hyuga clan, but also sacrificed a powerful elder. Such a favor, even for the profit-driven ninja clans, would not be overlooked. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression becomes serious. Indeed, no matter how strong the Uchiha were in the past, they were just isolated individuals, utterly alone in Konoha. Later, because of Senju Lingfeng, the Uchiha and Senju seemed to have a new entanglement, but fortunately, Lingfeng was just a branch, and Qing Yin's position was not high, which did not affect the overall situation. But now it's different. The Uchiha have actually formed good relations with the Hyuga and Uzumaki, and it's a life-saving favor, which is a whole different concept. This group of mindless slackers is actually going to turn things around. Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplates many things in his mind, but his expression remains unchanged. The Uchiha are also partners of Konoha. Their integration into the village is a good thing, and as Hokage, I am happy for them. Upon hearing this, Danzo nearly lost his composure. Taking a deep breath, he suppresses the urge to slap this bastard. Hiruzen, have you forgotten Lord Tobarama's teachings? The inherently evil Uchiha are not to be trusted. We cannot sit idly by while they corrupt and lure other clans. If you're not convenient to intervene, then I will. The sunset shines through the window, and the shadow of the lampshade is just above his head, resembling a large pot. Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head and pondered for a long time, a look of sorrow on his face. Well, you must remember that the Uchiha are our allies. Danzo. Suddenly, a knock was heard from outside, and an Umbu pushed the door open. Lord Third, Tsunade has sent a letter for your review. A letter from Tsunade? Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly opened the letter, read for a while, and slowly nodded. Danzo, what's wrong? Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen handed the letter over. This is Tsunade's report on the battlefield at the hidden Mist Rock, on the side of the Sand Village. The Wind Country has been besieged by remnants of the Rock Ninja, and they are now unable to pay attention to Konoha. Originally, Konoha and the Rain Ninja were stationed at the border, but Kakashi couldn't stand the silence and secretly infiltrated the Sand Village, causing chaos. It seems like fate, as he managed to sneak into the heart of the puppet army, and with a swift attack, nearly decimated the puppet forces. The third Kazekage was so furious he nearly vomited blood and personally led a team to intercept him. However, Kakashi was more evasive than the wind. He dodged when outnumbered and attacked when alone, making the Sand Ninja restless. The third Kazekage couldn't even catch a shadow. In desperation, he could only send out a division to pursue and surround him, which proved effective. One Jinchuriki and one user of Magnet Release chased Kakashi all over the place. The third Kazekage became increasingly obsessed, relentlessly pursuing him without realizing that Konoha was using a single assassin to effectively stall both the Kazekage and the Jinchuriki of the Sand Village. On the side of the Rain Village, under Tsunade's superb medical skills, Hanzo the Salamander has been in a state of near recovery, but has inexplicably developed complications. And the Rain Ninja have been worn down to the point of being completely crippled. As for the Rock Village, Anoki has been forced to personally defend the border and poses no threat to Konoha. After reading the letter, Danzo nodded. Indeed, this way, Konoha's western and northwestern fronts can be at ease. The three ninjas and Kakashi have made great contributions. The achievements of the few were too brilliant. Even Danzo, with his selfishness, couldn't lie about it. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. That's right. Now we only need to consider the northeastern hidden cloud and the eastern hidden mist. Especially the hidden cloud. Inazuma and Kashin have been dragging for over a month and are reaching their limits. Danzo snorted coldly. The hidden cloud hasn't made a move because they want to wait for us and the sand and rock to weaken each other, so they can profit from the chaos. But now that the situation is becoming clearer, they are likely to act. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe. Konoha has no resources to occupy the lands of the sand and rock, and their lands hold no value. Therefore, we must quickly conclude the war on the Western Front and redirect our forces to the Northeastern Front. We cannot let the current favorable situation be ruined by the hidden cloud. Chapter 208. Message in a remote corner of the land of whirlpools. Lingfeng and Qingyan were sparring in a practical training session, with blue flames, lightning, and trees intertwining, resembling a natural disaster. The people in the distance were unaware of the commotion and were still busy working hard to restore their homeland as soon as possible. However, not everyone was so oblivious. For those with strong perception abilities, it was easy to detect the activity nearby. In these days, Uzumaki Tachio had been using her Kagura hard eyes for vigilance and could naturally sense the battle between the two. Both of them possessed tailed beast-level chakra, and each clash made Uzumaki Tachio's body tremble. There was also Hyuga, who sat in a room, veins bulging at the corners of his eyes. Compared to Uzumaki Tachio, who relied on sensing chakra, he saw the scene more intuitively and clearly. Although his expression was calm as still water, his slightly trembling hands betrayed his inner shock. Is this still human? It feels like even if our Hyuga truly awakened to rebirth, we still couldn't compete. Blue flame, great fire dragon. Lightning beast. A blue fire dragon collided with a silver ferocious beast, canceling each other out and turning into a burst of energy that vanished. Suddenly, the ground beneath Qingyan shook and several vines shot up, wrapping around her calves. Qingyan didn't pay much attention and prepared to elementalize her escape, but upon trying, she found she couldn't elementalize. She looked shocked and glanced down to see a layer of strange black substance attached to the vines. What is this? After struggling several times without success, she saw Lingfeng coming over and directly activated her Manjiki Sharingan, using Jinjutsu on him. She knew that Lingfeng had a spiritual domain, so ordinary Jinjutsu would be ineffective, but only the Jinjutsu from the Manjiki Sharingan could interfere. Sure enough, Lingfeng was momentarily dazed, and although he quickly recovered, the vines loosened slightly, allowing Qingyan to take the opportunity to elementalize and escape. She floated to a distance, transforming back into Qingyan, covering her eyes and letting out a muffled groan. Lingfeng was startled and hurried over. What happened? Did the Jinjutsu backfire? No. This kind of Jinjutsu was just Qingyan's basic attack. Even if it was broken, it would only cause a few seconds of dizziness, not this severe. Qingyan shook her head. Just now, for some reason, my eyes suddenly hurt, and with the Jinjutsu backfiring, I felt a bit uncomfortable. It's nothing. I'll be fine after resting a bit. Lingfeng. He immediately realized this was a side effect of the Manjiki Sharingan. Initially, he thought that since Qingyan had just awakened her eyes and wasn't as reckless as Obito, she could hold out for a long time. Who would have thought that even the special ocular technique of the Manjiki wouldn't work, and she showed symptoms so quickly? It seems the endurance of the Manjiki is lower than I imagined. In that case, it's better to resolve this hidden danger as soon as possible. One method is to transplant white Zetsu cells like Ken's, but this method only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. Moreover, Ken's only has one eye, so he can hold out for a long time, while Qingyan has two eyes. Even if she uses white Zetsu cells to delay it, she will still go blind sooner or later. The other method, of course, is to change eyes. The first choice is her brother-in-law. But the problem is that her brother-in-law is just a commoner and hasn't even awakened to Sharingan. It's uncertain whether the eyes would even work. The second choice would be her father, Uchiha Kagami. Although his whereabouts are unknown and his cause of death is unclear, in Konoha, all unsolved cases have only one answer. Caw! Just as Lingfeng was pondering, a hawk's cry suddenly echoed in the sky. Lingfeng, Qingyan. The two waved, and the hawk flew down. It turned out to be Konoha's communication hawk. The communication hawk left two notes and flew away. The two opened them to find the same content, asking them to attend a high-level meeting in Konoha 10 days later. A similar scene occurred across the ninja world. Whether it was the three ninjas of Konoha or Kakashi or the high-ranking members of various ninja clans, they all received the notice. Qingyan looked at the notice in her hand with a puzzled expression. Why would we be invited to such a high-level meeting? After all, neither of us is even a jonin. Lingfeng crumpled the letter into a ball, and with a flash of lightning, the paper ball turned to ashes. Either we are part of the meeting discussions, or we are the subjects of discussion. But I'm a Jinchuriki, and you've awakened the Manjiki. It's reasonable for us to attend. Qingyan, I only mentioned the Manjiki to my clan. Lingfeng chuckled. It's been so long. And you haven't been deliberately hiding it. It's been a month. If they haven't noticed, I would find that strange. Whether it's the umbu or root, you can say they are bad, but you can't say they are incompetent. Lingfeng touched the bottle containing the Byakugan in his arms. Just right. I also have something to discuss with Lady Tsunade. In Konoha village, there are only a few people capable of performing eye transplant surgeries. And the only one who can reassure Lingfeng is Tsunade. Even without this matter, he still wants to find time to see Tsunade and get this eye replaced. In the Hidden Cloud Village, Mito Gate Inn and T-Rune Karu looked at the newly received intelligence, their brows deeply furrowed. What are Hizashi and Danzo planning to do at this time? Although the Hidden Cloud is aware that we are stalling for time, as long as we are here, we can always find a way to stabilize them and buy some time. What if we leave now, and those brutes go mad? They said to an officer kneeling across from them. Elders, Lord Hokage has his arrangements. Please do not worry. Mitogata and Omteru Nikoharu exchanged glances. Since Hizashi has a plan, we should just do as he says. Let's pack our things and prepare to bid farewell to the third Raikage. In the Hidden Sand Village, two massive waves, one black and one yellow, surged towards a white figure. It was the third Kazekage and Bunpuku controlling the sand waves to chase after Hitaki Sakumo, who was holding a messenger hawk with its eyes rolled back, running while cursing. You stupid bird, I was hiding just fine, yet you had a circle above my head. Let me tell you, there's no way I'm escaping today, and you will die with me. I've already killed hundreds, so I've made my profit, and you haven't even eaten a sand lizard, have you? The messenger hawk. In the Hidden Rain Village, Tsunade went to bid farewell to Hanzo. Hanzo sighed deeply. Princess Tsunade, thank you for your previous care, but my illness has not completely healed yet. What if it relapses after you leave? To be precise, although the injury has healed, every time I am about to recover, various strange complications erupt, and this has happened 13 times in total. Tsunade smiled slightly. Your condition is under control. As long as you don't engage in combat, you can fully recover in 6 months. Actually, there's a medicine that can help you recover quickly, but one of the ingredients is a specialty of Konoha, extremely rare and worth a fortune. What do you think? Should we use it? Hanzo. Chapter 209 The Movements of the Three Sannin 5 for has ended 5:12 is coming. Overtime. Orochimaru and Jiraiya both received the news and prepared to head to Konoha. As for the various bases, personnel from different ninja clans would come to take over. At this time, the situation was clear with the advantage on our side, as long as the successor didn't mess things up or rebel. With the strength comparison between Konoha and the sand, rock, and rain, it would be really hard to lose. This was also the third Hokage's intention. His own disciple had made the greatest contribution, which was equivalent to bringing him honor. But he also needed to leave some soup for others. In the camp tent, Orochimaru carefully packed his luggage. As the commander, he had a large tent that he usually rested in, and occasionally it could be used as a combat meeting room. But now the tent was filled with various books, scrolls, and jars. During the previous battle, he had been too busy as the commander to care about anything else. With the implementation of this tiger-driving wolf plan, Konoha only needed to defend its lines, and there was no need for unnecessary actions. As a result, he could relax and directly turn the tent into a laboratory. Besides the routine arrangement of combat tasks, he usually immersed himself here, conducting the experiments he had been longing for, perhaps due to the new environment, or perhaps due to the accumulation of knowledge, or maybe the simple conditions inspired his potential. Lately, the experiments had been unusually smooth, achieving breakthrough progress. At this moment, Orochimaru stood in front of a glass cabinet filled with medicinal liquids, staring mesmerized at a lump of white flesh inside. It was the active tissue created using white Zetsu cells. Although white Zetsu cells are not as powerful as Hashirama cells, they also have strong corrosive properties and cannot be directly transplanted into the human body. Transplanting too little is useless, as it will soon be rejected by the body as waste. Transplanting too much will erode normal cells and lose control of the body. Now, although this lump of white Zetsu cells still has side effects, it is already controllable. At least ordinary shadow-level ninjas can easily suppress this erosion. Orochimaru placed his hand on the glass cabinet, his eyes shining with a strange light. I wonder if I can withstand it. Suddenly, the tent's entrance was roughly pulled open, and a tall figure walked in. Orochimaru. Orochimaru did not turn around. Jiraiya, I told you before, this is my precious laboratory, requiring absolute silence and cleanliness. Even you are not welcome here. The visitor was indeed Jiraiya. Previously, to cooperate with Konoha's actions, he came to Orochimaru's camp. among the entire camp. Only he would dare to barge into his tent so recklessly yet without hostility. Jiraiya seemed to ignore Orochimaru's words and casually walked to the glass cabinet. Is this what Lingfeng gave you? How should I put it? It's quite unsettling. Now, Orochimaru's experimental materials are not living people or corpses, but rather the unknown species of white Zetsu. So it does not count as human experimentation. Although it is strictly confidential, it is no longer considered a taboo experiment. Moreover, since Jiraiya knows about the existence of white Zetsu, Orochimaru did not avoid him too much. Jiraiya knew that this thing was related to Hashirama cells, and was aware that the Konoha F4 was crazily seeking Hashirama cells. In the past, even if he didn't officially report it, he would at least inform the third Hokage so that he wouldn't worry so much. But after the events with Shin, doubts arose in his heart, so he directly pretended to be deaf and mute. Jiraiya looked at the white Zetsu cells and suddenly asked, Orochimaru, what are your plans after this war? Without waiting for Orochimaru to respond, he continued, after this meeting, for Konoha, the Second Shinobi War is basically declared over. I'm also preparing to go to Myoboka Mountain to train in sage arts. Orochimaru, so what? Those 3 disciples of mine. I'm counting on you, especially Nagato. Jiraiya was referring to Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan. According to the original plot, although Nagato possesses the Rinnegan, the 3 of them had been living in seclusion with Jiraiya, thus not exposed to the public. By the time Jiraiya left, he also had the means to protect himself. Additionally, the Hidden Rain Village's extreme closure also somewhat protected the Rinnegan from the covetousness of the 5 great villages. But now it's different. The intervention of the Hidden Stone Village broke the seclusion of Jiraiya and his disciples. Since the few of them had not yet graduated, Jiraiya could only bring them back to Konoha's camp, and naturally, the Rinnegan would be completely exposed. Orochimaru pondered for a moment and nodded. Because Shin did not die, he was not so obsessed with immortality and power. Although he had a cold and strange temperament, he was not perverted, and besides, the white Zetsu cells at hand consumed almost all of his energy, so he did not have any covetous thoughts about the Rinnegan. But just because he didn't, doesn't mean others won't. Jiraiya, you should understand in your heart. Given the current situation, other villages, even the intact Hidden Cloud, wouldn't dare to act recklessly. But the problem lies within the village. Jiraiya fell silent. Indeed, even Orochimaru could only maneuver in front of the third Hokage en route, unable to confront them directly. But he couldn't just circle around Nagato 24/7. Orochimaru continued, Are you really going to Myoboka Mountain at this time? If both of us are here, you won't have to worry about your disciples' safety. Jiraiya looked troubled, but this is the prophecy of the great Toad Sage. Orochimaru frowned and didn't say anything more. He looked down on Jiraiya's tendency to refer to prophecies, but he had said what needed to be said, and since it was useless, all that was left was to show respect. All right, I'll do my best, but I can't guarantee anything. That's very much appreciated. Jiraiya lowered his head in thought. Orochimaru had a point. Should I look for Tsunade again? It was strange how the village, once so warm and familiar, had become so foreign. The only ones he could fully trust and rely on were his 2 classmates. Right, Jiraiya. Orochimaru suddenly thought of something. If you want to learn sage techniques, I might be able to lend you a hand. Jiraiya? Orochimaru stuck out his long tongue to wash his face and patted the glass jar in front of him. Would you be willing to be my volunteer, Jiraiya? On a muddy path in the distance, Tsunade was traveling under the protection of a team of rain shinobi. Suddenly, her expression changed, and she stopped, with the surrounding rain shinobi halting as well. Lady Tsunade, what is it? Tsunade raised her hand to interrupt him, bit her finger, and formed a hand seal. Summoning technique. Accompanied by a puff of white smoke, a slug about the length of an arm appeared. Live slug, were you just summoning me? The slug blinked its small eyes. That's right, it was me. Lingfeng said he needed to find you and sent me to contact you. As it spoke, it wriggled its body, producing a kunai with a mark on it. Tsunade, Flying Thunder God, farewell. The slug spat out the kunai and left. The next moment, Lingfeng appeared, holding Qingyun's hand. Long time no see, Lady Tsunade. Chapter 210, Transplant and Surgery Senju Lingfeng. Seeing Lingfeng appear, the rain shinobi stirred, with some recognizing his identity, instantly filling with hatred. After all, Lingfeng had stayed in the rain village for half a year, taking and robbing, causing chaos and unrest. And he, the hero of Konoha, had essentially stepped over the corpses of countless rain shinobi to achieve his status. Therefore, the rain shinobi despised him to the core. Lingfeng glanced at the rain shinobi, If it weren't for Tsunade informing them that they were guards, there would already be a pile of corpses. Leave this to Lady Tsunade. You all can go. Delusional. Lord Hanzo personally ordered us to escort Lady Tsunade, no matter what. Yes, no problem. We'll leave immediately. The ranged shinobi wanted to retort, but obediently left when Qingyan shot them a glance. Tsunade was somewhat surprised. How long had it been since they last met? And those two little ones had improved so much. But that's fine. With Lingfeng here, they wouldn't have to rush anymore. Big sis, I have something I want to ask you. Lingfeng took out a bottle containing a Byakugan from his pocket. This is the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan. I want to transplant this eye. Tsunade's eyes widened, and her mouth slightly opened. This? Are you crazy? The Hyuga clan values their eyes more than their lives. They will never rest until they are dead if they know you covet the Byakugan. Even if the Senju clan isn't afraid of the Hyuga clan, doing this will make you the enemy of the entire village. Lingfeng smiled slightly. Don't worry, the elder of the Hyuga clan has already agreed. If you don't mind the caged bird seal, I could even get a Byakugan from the branch family. Tsunade. This. Thank you, but that's unnecessary. Back to the point. Big sis, I want to transplant this eye, but in the village, the only person I can trust with this is you. There are 7 days left until the high-level meeting, and I would like to ask you to perform the surgery first. Once I recover, we can return together using the Flying Thunder God. Normally, eye transplants are extremely complex. They aren't like Madara's, which could be used immediately, but rather like Sasuke's transplant of Itachi's eyes, which requires several days of rest. During the Battle of the Kemui Bridge, due to the urgency of the situation, Rin had to perform the transplant on Kakashi in a dirt hut. The success of that surgery was not only due to Rin's excellent skills, but also largely due to luck. It was precisely because that surgery was too rudimentary that Kakashi's Sharingan had significant side effects, leaving him in a state of chronic fatigue. Tsunade thought for a moment and agreed. They discussed it a bit. Although Konoha Hospital has good conditions, the risks are too high under the watchful eyes of the higher-ups. It would be better at the Konoha base. The most suitable place would naturally be Orochimaru's base. Given his personality, even if he doesn't set up a dedicated lab, he would definitely have all the necessary equipment and supplies, which would be sufficient for Tsunade. Lingfeng didn't procrastinate, taking Tsunade and Qingyan to Orochimaru's base. In Orochimaru's tent, Jiraiya was troubled. What are you doing looking so glum? A familiar voice rang out, drawing the attention of Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Jiraiya was overjoyed. Tsunade, weren't you on the other side of the Land of Rain? How did you arrive so quickly? Suddenly, he caught sight of Lingfeng from the corner of his eye and realized, Tsunade, you came at the right time. I have something to ask you. Tsunade raised her hand. Wait a moment for your matter. Orochimaru, I need to perform an organ transplant surgery. Prepare an operating room for me. Orochimaru. Jiraiya? Tsunade briefly explained, and Orochimaru understood, quickly clearing out a tent to serve as an operating room. When Lingfeng stepped inside, it was relatively clean, tidy, and bright, which was sufficient for Tsunade's standards. Before the surgery, Lingfeng hugged Qingyan, burying his head in her hair. You stay here and keep an eye on everyone, especially Orochimaru. If he has any inappropriate thoughts, don't hold back. Just take him out. Qingyan nodded and sat down in a corner of the tent. Tsunade chuckled. What is wrong? Are you nervous? Lingfeng lay on the operating table. He was used to standing while others lay down, and now that he was lying down, he naturally felt nervous. He secretly took a gray stone from his pocket and held it tightly in his palm, feeling a wave of weakness. This was sea stone specially sought from the pirate world. He didn't want to suddenly elementalize halfway through the surgery, unable to cut or stitch. After the anesthetic was injected, Lingfeng energetically counted down. Just as he reached 10, he rolled his eyes and lost consciousness. When he regained consciousness, the surgery was already over, and Lingfeng felt a sharp pain in his left eye, unable to help but groan. Qingyan, hearing the noise, hurried over to help him up. At that moment, Tsunade happened to walk in. Oh, you're awake already? Your physique is surprisingly good. The wound is healing very quickly. Lingfeng was taken aback. Perhaps he had unconsciously used life return. It seemed that the training at the Marine headquarters hadn't been in vain. Tsunade sat down at the edge of Lingfeng's bed. The surgery was very successful. With your recovery speed, the bandages can be removed in 2 days, and you'll be completely healed in 5 days. With Lingfeng around, the three Sannin weren't in a hurry to leave. After all, they could return to the village in an instant, who would want to suffer the hardship of traveling. How long have I been asleep? 6 hours. 6 hours? Lingfeng looked at Tsunade, who was covered in blood from the surgery outfit, puzzled. Why haven't you changed clothes for so long? Wait, I just had an eye transplant, not a head swap. Why is there so much blood? Tsunade took off her gloves. I just did another surgery next door, and it's all your fault? The white Zetsu cells you left for Orochimaru really allowed him to come up with some remarkable results. And that bastard even wanted Jiraiya to volunteer. Lingfeng immediately broke into a sweat. This is too ridiculous. If anything goes wrong with this kind of surgery, it could be life-threatening. Tsunade nodded in agreement. That's right, when it comes to surgery, that guy Orochimaru is still too reckless. So in the end, I had to do it myself. Lingfeng was completely bewildered. Did you cut off some part of Lord Jiraiya and replace it with white Zetsu cells? How could that be possible? That would leave him disabled. I just made an incision on his left arm and filled it with white Zetsu cells. So far, the results look good, with no rejection reaction, no erosion or assimilation, and his recovery ability has significantly improved. Lingfeng, I didn't expect that after S.H. Suk. The first person to be enhanced by white Zetsu cells would actually be Jiraiya. But we can't be careless right now. The white Zetsu cells are only suppressed by Jiraiya's own chakra. Once his chakra runs low, it will backfire. The simplest and most reliable method would be to implant a Sharingan into the white Zetsu tissue, using the continuous influx of Yin chakra to suppress the excess Yang chakra. Just like with the Hokage, when using would release effectively, as soon as the resurrection coin on his arm runs out, the Hashirama cells immediately backfire. This is not only because he is severely injured and his chakra is exhausted, but also because the Sharingan that suppresses the Hashirama cells has all been used up. Jiraiya is a nice guy. He's a top candidate for the brother-in-law position. Should I lend a hand? Chapter 211. Goodbye to the three little ones. After Lingfeng regained consciousness, he actively used Life Return, greatly accelerating the healing speed of his wounds. Tsunade initially estimated that he would need 5 days to fully recover, but in reality, it only took 3 days for Lingfeng's eyes to completely adapt. Looking at his black and white dual-colored pupils in the mirror, he felt incredibly handsome, even more so than with a pair of Sharingan or Rinnegan. Girls with heterochromia. They say I'm a monster, sob sob sob. Boys with heterochromia. I am destined by heaven. Lingfeng formed hand seals with both hands and began using the Byakugan for the first time. As chakra surged into his left eye, the veins in the corner of his eye bulged. The scenery in his eyes changed instantly. Everything around him, whether walls or furniture, turned transparent, and his vision extended out, passing through the camp and the forest, all the way to several kilometers away. He could even see the dark sentries in the forest clearly. This feeling, as if he had opened the heavens, was particularly novel for him. No wonder the Byakugan is said to have the strongest strategic value. It's like having the entire map open. Now that I'm adapting very well, there's not a hint of a problem. In the future, if I try infusing Hashirama cells, I might even continue to evolve. Lingfeng's Senju bloodline was so thin that it was nearly zero, which did not trigger any changes in the Byakugan. He had expected this, so he wasn't too disappointed. He continued to observe the scene before him. In his field of vision, all living beings' chakras were laid bare. Ninja dogs, even parasitic insects. Occasionally, he would see exceptionally powerful chakras, like the one beside him. Qing Yin, whose tailed beast chakra was as overwhelming as the sun. Suddenly, Lingfeng noticed something unusual. What is going on here? In the center of the camp, there was a strange little guy, shorter than the others, looking like a child, but his chakra was extraordinarily vast, rivaling that of Jonin. More importantly, his eyes were exceptionally deep, swallowing up his own line of sight like a black hole. If it had been before, Lingfeng definitely wouldn't have meddled. But as his strength increased, his curiosity grew significantly, so he called Qing Yin and prepared to investigate. Inside Jiraiya's tent, Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan were sitting bored behind the table, which was covered with a pile of disorganized ninjutsu scrolls. Nagato and Konan were obediently flipping through the scrolls, eagerly learning ninjutsu. Yahiko was also gritting his teeth while reading a scroll, but after a while, he couldn't hold on any longer and plopped down on the ground. So boring. What is Teacher Jiraiya doing? He doesn't take us to train. Just makes us stay here looking at scrolls every day. My body is going to rust. Although Orochimaru had made breakthroughs in his techniques, the risks of implanting white Zetsu cells were still high. Jiraiya didn't want them to worry, so he didn't disclose this matter, only stopping their ninjutsu training and letting them read the scrolls by themselves. Seeing this scene, Konan smiled slightly and skillfully comforted him. Yahiko, Teacher Jiraiya must be busy with something. Believe that he will be back soon. After all, this is a ninja camp. If the teacher is not here and we go out on our own, it would only cause him trouble. Compared to Yahiko and Konan, Nagato seemed much quieter. Or rather, ever since coming to the Konoha camp, his originally quiet demeanor had become even more silent. At this moment, his heart was very complicated. Teacher Jiraiya brought them here for their own good. It was much safer here, and they didn't have to worry about food and accommodation. But seeing the Konoha headband around, his heart would still ache like a needle, and occasionally terrifying thoughts of killing everyone would emerge, only to be quickly suppressed. Nagato glanced at his two companions. They were noisy, but it was this noise that made his heart feel a bit calmer. Lingfeng and Qing Yin arrived outside the tent. They immediately recognized Nagato and the others. "I see the Rinnegan," Lingfeng said without hesitation, and several vines beneath his feet burrowed into the ground, rapidly spreading out like a spider web. Sure enough, several white Zetsu were lurking underground. It seemed that even though they had distracted Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu, they still dared not let the Rinnegan out of their sight. White Zetsu are a good thing. Having more is never a bad thing. Lingfeng manipulated the vines to tie them up and drag them out. The three little ones in the tent heard the commotion and all ran out. Upon seeing the white Zetsu, they were immediately startled. Yahiko almost jumped up. "Hey, what is this thing? Why is it outside our tent?" Konan looked at the two and recognized them, scrutinizing them closely, and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. "Ah, it's you, the big brother and big sister who helped us before. When they first took in Nagato, they had gone out to steal something due to hunger and were chased by the owner, but it was Lingfeng who stopped the owner, paid for them, and helped them escape. At that time, Yahiko and Nagato were busy running away and didn't notice. Only the attentive Konan remembered it." Qing Yin smiled slightly. "It's been so long. It's nice to see that you remember us. I didn't expect we would meet again here." Hearing this gentle and familiar voice, Nagato suddenly froze. This voice. Hey, what are you little guys doing?" A bold voice came from not far away. Jiraiya walked over in a robe, revealing that his left shoulder was wrapped in bandages. Tsunade and Orochimaru followed behind. Upon seeing Nagato, Tsunade's pupils constricted. "Is this the Rinnegan?" Orochimaru was more focused on the white Zetsu on the ground, unable to help licking his lips. Seeing the bandages on Jiraiya, the three little ones were also shocked. "Hey, Teacher Jiraiya, what happened to you?" They hurried over to express their concern, especially Nagato. Despite not saying much, had a worried look on his face, genuinely caring for Jiraiya, showing no signs of the future betrayal of a disciple against his master. Jiraiya enjoyed the feeling of being surrounded by his juniors, grinning widely. "Ahahaha, it's nothing. I'm feeling great now." Lingfeng activated his Byakugan. He could see a rich chakra emanating from Jiraiya's left shoulder, giving off a vibrant energy. Although he had just undergone surgery and was recovering from serious illness, he showed no signs of weakness. In fact, his aura was even deeper and more formidable than before. It seemed the white Zetsu cells had a significant enhancement on him. Suddenly, Jiraiya smiled at Lingfeng and Qing Yin. "Lingfeng, Qing Yin, how did you get here?" Although he wore a smile, Lingfeng could sense the vigilance deep in his gaze. Lingfeng had no intention of hiding. "I was just testing the Byakugan and suddenly detected a strange chakra. When I came to check it out, I didn't expect to encounter the legendary Rinnegan." The three Sannin were taken aback. They hadn't expected Lingfeng, at such a young age, to know about the Rinnegan. Chapter 212. The prophesied child not far from Jiraiya's tent was a training ground where Qing Yin took Jiraiya's place, leading the three little ones in a practical ninjutsu session. Nagato rushed behind Qing Yin, forming hand seals. Wind release, gale palm. A gust of wind blew towards Qing Yin, who didn't resist head-on but jumped aside with the wind and landed gracefully. As a ninja, one must learn to use the appropriate means at the right time. The greatest use of gale palm is to interrupt the enemy's actions or disrupt their formation. In that situation, it would have been better to use shuriken instead of gale palm, like now. While speaking, Qing Yin tilted her body to dodge Konan's paper, shuriken, and threw a shuriken in return. Paper wall technique. Konan formed hand seals, and paper emerged in front of her, stacking into a paper wall to block the shuriken. Suddenly, the shuriken emitted smoke. It turned out to be rigged with an explosive tag. Accompanied by an explosion, the shock wave instantly tore through the paper wall, sending Konan flying and crashing to the ground with a painful groan. Qing Yin slowly walked towards Konan. When facing an attack, if you can dodge, do so. If you can't, then block. And even if you block, you can't let her guard down. Just now, if you had stepped back a few paces after raising the paper wall, you wouldn't have been in such a predicament. Qing Yin suddenly felt the ground shaking beneath her, and then her ankle tightened. Looking down, she saw a pair of hands emerging from the ground, grabbing her ankle. Not far away, Yahiko suddenly vanished in a puff of smoke. Qing Yen. Suddenly, the hands below yanked hard, pulling Qing Yen into the ground, leaving only half of her head exposed. Yahiko jumped out from the earth. Ah, how about that? This is the real me, Qing Yen's sister. You got too carried away. He then looked at Nagato and Conan. Hey, did you see that? I won against Qing Yen's sister. Nagato, Conan. Yahiko, what's wrong with you guys? Oh, really? Take a good look. Suddenly, Qing Yen's voice came from the air. Yahiko's face stiffened, and then the scenery around him began to ripple like water. He felt a moment of disorientation, and when he regained his senses, he discovered that it was he who was buried up to his neck in the dirt. Damn, it's an illusion from the Sharingan. So cunning. No. Qing Yen leaned closer to Yahiko, pointing at his black pupils. I didn't use the Sharingan. It's just an ordinary illusion. Inside Jiraiya's tent, Lingfeng and the three Sannin were talking. It was not far from the training ground, and with their strength, they could naturally hear the commotion. Jiraiya laughed heartily. I didn't expect that Qing Yen, looking so gentle, could be so strict. Lingfeng, thank you for helping me tire those little brats out. Otherwise, I would have a headache. Lingfeng smiled slightly. You're too polite. Those three kids are very talented, and Qing Yen actually enjoys being around children. Orochimaru stood at the entrance, focusing on Qing Yen as she played with the kids. He had been a bit bored and came to the tent to watch the battle. Initially, he didn't think much of it, as the three little ones were too weak, like ants before the three Sannin, but after watching for a while, he noticed something was off. Qing Yen was handling things too effortlessly. While defusing the attacks of the three, she also coaxed them into exposing their weaknesses during the attacks. Such precision. Even if he were to intervene himself, he might not be able to achieve it. Miss Qing Yen's strength has increased significantly, especially her chakra. It seems more abundant than that of the Uchiha. Hearing Orochimaru's probing, Lingfeng smiled nonchalantly. If it were before, he would have been very cautious, fearing that Orochimaru might take an interest in Qing Yen, but now it was different. Qing Yen's strength was no longer something Orochimaru could meddle with. Previously, in the Mist Village, Qing Yen had gained a lot. According to the Uchiha, upon returning to the village, she was to be appointed as an elder. The Uchiha elders from the southeast base had already written to the family, informing them of the events in the Mist Village and Qing Yen's Mangeki Sharingan, and suggested that Qing Yen become a new elder. The family had yet to reply, but it was likely a done deal. Tsunade knew about this matter and appeared relatively calm. However, both Jiraiya and Orochimaru were taken aback. The position of elder is a hallmark of the ninja clan, not easily attained. One must not only make great contributions to the family, but also possess the strength to command respect, especially for a powerful clan like the Uchiha that values martial prowess. An elder must at least be a Nin, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to suppress the younger members. But Qing Yen is only in her teens. At such a young age, to gain everyone's trust, she must at least have the strength of a near Kage. Lingfeng did not hide anything and recounted the attack on the Uzumaki clan and the alliance between the Uchiha and Hyuga to enter the Mist Village. He even mentioned the Mangeki Sharingan without reservation. Orochimaru and Jiraiya were shocked. They hadn't expected such a significant event to occur in the distant Mist Village. Orochimaru extended his long tongue. Interesting. He had originally thought that the Ninja World War was about to end, concluding with the Mist and Cloud villages remaining neutral. Now it seemed that there would still be some fun to be had. Since Orochimaru began to study White Zetsu cells, he had become increasingly immersed in it, not wanting to waste energy on other matters. Therefore, when he heard that Qing Yen had awakened the Mangeki, he was somewhat curious but not overly so. The war situation was more intriguing. Seeing Orochimaru's glee, Jiraiya was quite displeased. Shut up, Orochimaru. The battle continues. Countless lives are being sacrificed for nothing. What is there to be happy about? Such a naive guy. What did you say? Tsunade shouted angrily. You two shut up. Orochimaru and Jiraiya exchanged dissatisfied glances and fell silent. Tsunade sighed. Lingfeng has discussed with me about suggesting to provoke a war between the Mist and Cloud villages, allowing Konoha to completely break free from the shadow of the Second Ninja World War. I agree with this suggestion and hope you two will support me. Orochimaru remained silent, but Jiraiya was anxious. Tsunade, how can you also? Tsunade slammed the table. Are you done yet? Jiraiya was instantly stunned. Jiraiya, I know you wish for peace in the ninja world, but before you fulfill your grand wish, shouldn't you first protect Konoha? You can't even protect your friends and family. So how can you talk about protecting the ninja world? Are you an idiot? Lingfeng slowly got up. Lord Jiraiya, I have great respect for you, but there's something I want to tell you. To achieve peace in the ninja world, we must start now, from the ground up. Instead of hoping for a heavenly sage to inspire everyone, it is not the prophesied child who brings peace, but rather the one who brings peace is the prophesied child. Chapter 213. Ju's mission. Due to the Senju cells, Jiraiya's wounds healed quickly. In the end, everyone was able to return to Konoha 2 days early. Lingfeng, along with Qing Yin, the 3 ninjas, and the 3 little ones, directly used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport back to the village. In the past, due to insufficient chakra, Lingfeng had to make several transfers just to get from the border of the Land of Fire to Konoha. Now, relying on his vast chakra, bringing back 7 people was hardly any burden. He even felt that he could potentially teleport tens of thousands of ninja allied forces like the Eternal May during the 4th Great Ninja War. The group appeared in a grove. Tsunade looked around and immediately recognized that this was the grove next to the clan's land. It was quite remote, and there weren't many people around, which explained why Lingfeng set a coordinate here. Suddenly, they heard an anxious and familiar voice. Hinata, it's not that I don't care, but it was so sudden that I find it hard to accept. The 3 little ones looked confused, but the others immediately recognized the voice as belonging to Ju, and they held their breath, afraid to make a sound. Jiraiya and Lingfeng hastily covered the mouths of the 3 little ones. They peeked out and saw Ju awkwardly explaining something to a girl in white. The girl was beautiful, tall, with short black hair, and a short sword slung at her waist, exuding a mix of gentleness and a hint of heroism. Lingfeng and Qing Yin exchanged glances. This girl looked somewhat familiar, but they couldn't quite remember who she was. The girl sighed softly. Ho Yukun. Regarding the matters between us, Lord Mido and the clan leader have already agreed. You should know that as members of the ninja clan, we cannot decide our own marriages. Finding someone we like is already a stroke of luck. She glanced at Ju, her face slightly flushed. I am quite satisfied with the family's arrangement. I don't understand why Ju-kun opposes it. Is it because you're not satisfied with my appearance or strength? Marriage. Lingfeng and the other's eyes nearly popped out. Lingfeng activated his Byakugan. Qing Yin activated his Sharingan, while Tsunade and Orochimaru dared not even breathe. No. Ju, sweating profusely, waved his hands repeatedly. That's not what I meant. You are beautiful and strong, but I always thought you were a boy. It's really hard for me to accept that you suddenly say you're a girl. Boy. Lingfeng looked at the girl's face and suddenly remembered. Wasn't this Hinata from his class? She was the number 2 in his year, second only to Ju. Back then, Qing Yin had even challenged her, beating her into the hospital, and he himself had been locked up for 3 days. Qing Yin also recognized her. You guys are classmates? Didn't you realize she was a girl before? Lingfeng ground his teeth. This guy had always been reclusive and not sociable. Most people hadn't even talked to him a few times, so who would think of this? No wonder he always refused when we invited him to the restroom. It turns out he couldn't hold it. But why was she cross-dressing as a boy? Qing Yin, the 3 ninjas. Hearing Ju's words, Hinata couldn't help but lower her head, looking somewhat pitiful. Her father, the Hyuga clan leader, had always regarded her as a candidate for future clan leader. So he was very strict with her, raising her like a boy. Even when she went to ninja school, she had to dress as a boy. Although everyone didn't know why the Hyuga clan would have such a bizarre approach, seeing Hinata's appearance made Tsunade unable to hold back, and she rushed out with a punch. You foolish idiot. Why are you being so pretentious? Ju screamed repeatedly, and upon seeing who it was, he looked as if he had seen a ghost. Sister, and Lord Orochimaru and Lord Jiraiya. And you, bastard Lingfeng. Why have you turned into a one-eyed dragon? Ju wanted to run, but was tightly bound by Lingfeng's vines. On the other hand, Hinata, though blushing all over, still stood there gracefully. Tsunade affectionately took Hinata's hand, asking her all sorts of questions, and soon understood the whole story. A few days ago, Naruto returned to the village from Whirlpool Village, and after that, the Hyuga clan started acting strangely. They kept sending young people to intentionally or unintentionally interact with the young people of the Senju clan, even issuing high bounty missions specifically for young Senju clan members to take on. The Hyuga clan leader personally approached Whirlpool Mido, proposing a marriage alliance between the 2 clans, with Ju and Hinata as the candidates. Whirlpool Mido was somewhat puzzled, but considering that the Hyuga clan had just helped the Whirlpool clan and that both clans were somewhat well-matched, she agreed. Unexpectedly, Ju was adamantly opposed. No, I really can't accept it. In my heart, Hinata is a boy. Just thinking about kissing her in the future makes me feel as nauseous as kissing Lingfeng. Lingfeng, Qing Yin, Hinata, see. Qing Yin gritted her teeth, instantly activating her Sharingan, and the three tomos spun together. Ju was still shouting, "No matter what you say, I will never." Suddenly, he fell silent, staring blankly at Hinata. I suddenly realized that the more I look at you, the cuter you are. After all the commotion, Tsunade and Ju brought everyone back to their home, and Hinata followed along. Once home, the three little ones and Akatsuki, who had been there all along, engaged in practical training, releasing their excess energy, while the others chatted in the house. They exchanged information about recent events, and both Ju and Hinata were greatly shocked. Ju looked at Lingfeng with admiration and envy. "Lingfeng, no wonder you received the approval of the Hyuga clan and got the Byakugan from them. I didn't expect the process to be so complicated." Sitting next to him, Hinata nodded repeatedly. She didn't know that Lingfeng's Byakugan was given by the elders. Her first reaction was to dig it out. Thankfully, she didn't act rashly. Ju sighed deeply. "But I will soon be busy. Everyone, the village just issued a mission for me to lead a team to capture the seven tails from Takigakure. How about that? Isn't it on par with yours?" Everyone was suddenly shocked. Why provoke Takigakure? Although Takigakure possesses a tailed beast, it is a secluded village and has not been known to offend Konoha. Why initiate hostilities and reignite the flames of war? Orochimaru frowned slightly. Ju, when did you receive this mission? When are you leaving? The mission was just issued yesterday, and we set off tomorrow afternoon. Because the Whirlpool clan was attacked, I can't get their help like last time, so I have to prepare more. I'm also waiting for news from the Umbu. The three ninjas and Lingfeng exchanged glances. Ju would leave tomorrow, and the day after would be the Konoha high-level meeting. This meant that by the time the meeting started, Ju would already be far away from the village, and the masters without missions have almost all returned to the village. Is this a coincidence? Chapter 214. Ambush the Land of Fire is located in the center of the ninja world, naturally trapped in the encirclement of the four great nations. Therefore, since the outbreak of the Ninja World War, the entire Konoha village, whether ninjas or villagers, has always been under great pressure. Even if they gain an advantage on the battlefield, they still feel a cloud of gloom hanging over them. Now that Konoha has achieved remarkable results and victory is in sight, the third Hokage decides to take advantage of this meeting to celebrate and bring some joy to the village. Over the past few days, the village has been bustling with drums and firecrackers, with red banners waving and crowds everywhere. 2 days have passed in the blink of an eye, and it's time for the high-level Konoha meeting. The Konoha F4 sit in Sarutobi Hiruzen's office. The matters concerning the Hidden Mist Village and the Uzumaki Village have been discussed by the four for several days, but they still can't come up with a decision. Lingfeng, Uchiha, and Hyuga teamed up to invade the Hidden Mist Village, forcing them to pay reparations that would make Konoha F4 envious. It's certain that they made mistakes. After all, whether it was to start or stop the war, it was done without the village's permission. Logically speaking, they should bear the responsibility. But the problem is they won, and won spectacularly, which makes Konoha F4 a bit stuck. Especially regarding the reparations, it's even harder to bring it up. The Uchiha acted on their own. The Hyuga were commissioned by Uzumaki Mido, and Lingfeng went to rescue his fiancée, E. Ultimately, it wasn't the village's mission, so the reparations naturally belonged to extra income, having nothing to do with the village, not even needing to be taxed. Mizukage In and T. Nishiki Koharu sat calmly on the sofa, silent like machines, occasionally throwing out harsh words to support Hiruzen and Danzo. Danzo was becoming increasingly impatient, slamming the table. "Hiruzen, don't hesitate any longer." Not to mention the Senju and Hyuga, the Uchiha clan stationed at the southeast camp actually acted on their own. I absolutely cannot pretend I didn't TC it. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently smoked his cigarette. "You fool, this was a joint operation by several families. Why target only the Uchiha? And don't you consider the Uzumaki's attitude? No matter what, the Uchiha saved them. It's fine if Konoha couldn't provide timely assistance, but right after they saved us, you go after my savior. What does that mean? Uzumaki Mido is just staying at home playing the Bodhisattva, not a mud Bodhisattva. Regardless, the Uchiha are still the village's allies. We should try to communicate with them in a more gentle way." Shimura Danzo's anger surged. "Hiruzen, have you forgotten Lord Tobarama's teachings?" Hearing this, Mizukage In and T. Nishiki Koharu seemed to awaken, instantly jolted. Danzo was right. Hiruzen, suppressing the Uchiha was Lord Tobarama's policy. We must stick to it. The Uchiha should only be tools and must not get entangled with other clans. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the three in confusion. Lord Tobarama's policy wasn't meant like this. Isn't that just an excuse we found? Why are you taking it seriously? In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a sigh of despair. I personally reserve my stance. As for you, don't go too far. Shimura Danzo was somewhat satisfied with this outcome. Hiruzen, as Hokage, you are really too weak. Since you are so indecisive, then leave the evil Uchiha to me to deal with. He walked to the window, looking at the figures heading towards the Hokage building below. The precious Mangeki Sharingan. The successful sample of Hashirama's cell transplantation. Konoha, no, the entire ninja world will be crawling at my feet. Teacher Tobarama, I want to prove to you that I am the best candidate for Hokage. At this moment, in the forest north of Konoha, Senju was traveling with a team of Umbu ninjas, along with 2 J-nin and 2 CH-nin. That night, the 5 did not stop for a moment and had already traveled hundreds of kilometers from Konoha. Upon reaching a canyon, Senju suddenly stopped. The other 4 also stopped. Senju shielded his eyes with his hand and looked around. One J-nin asked, "What's wrong?" How to put it? Senju lowered his hand. Those 2 guys were just following us from a distance, but now they suddenly got closer. Are they going to make a move? The 2 CH-nin looked confused. Huh? Before they could react, a sharp pain hit their backs, and they fell to the ground with a thud, each with a kunai stuck in their backs. Senju didn't expect the enemy to suddenly attack his own people, and he was shocked. Then he quickly reacted, his gaze coldly locking onto the 2 J-nin who had attacked. I said, no matter whether the target is me or the tailed beast, how could CH-nin appear? It turns out they were just a smokescreen. The 2 J-nin pointed their kunai at Senju, and 2 more J-nin suddenly emerged from behind, surrounding him perfectly. For J-nin, quite a big move. Is this what they call root? The old man Danzo really set a bad precedent. Suddenly, one person brandished a knife at Senju. Senju, you attacked Umbu ninjas, and the evidence is conclusive. We will arrest you now, so don't resist. Senju almost couldn't hold back. Damn, with just us few, who are we performing for? Vines sprouted from Senju's arm. With you few stinky fish and rotten shrimp, do you think you can deal with me? During these days, Senju has been diligently training, and now his wood-release ability has matured. He has mastered all the ninjutsu he should know. Although his strength is far from that of Senju Hashirama, he is definitely a shadow-level powerhouse. The 4 in front of him are not elite J-nin like Guy or Kakashi, and even if they all attack together, they pose no threat. Suddenly, a voice came from behind a tree a few meters away. They may not be able to, but I can. Say you frognet. He and T noticed that someone was there just now. It seems the opponent is also quite strong. As he spoke, a tall ninja emerged from behind the tree, with black hair, a masked face, and red eyes with green pupils. It was none other than Kakuzu, one of the members from Root, threw over a scroll. This is the deposit. The final payment will be made after the mission is completed. Kakuzu closed his eyes and then slowly opened them. 40 million Ryo, that's right. He didn't even need to open the scroll to count the money. Unexpectedly, Danzo, known as the darkness of a ninja world, was so trustworthy. Then I'll take this mission. Earlier, Kakuzu had been tricked by Danzo to go to the Hidden Mist Village, originally intending to stay for a year and a half, but with Lingfeng and the others causing chaos in the Hidden Mist Village, resulting in a lack of internal defenses. Kakuzu easily obtained the information and completed the mission ahead of time. When he contacted Danzo, Danzo was worried about not having a shadow-level fighter to oversee things, and seeing an opportunity, immediately paid to hire him to ambush Senju. 1 shadow-level powerhouse plus 4 J-nin. The advantage is mine. Kakuzu looked at the wooden object in Senju's hand. Seeing you reminds me of the enemy I once fought against, Senju Hashirama. Senju's eyes widened in shock. Nanny? Chapter 2:15. Senju versus Kakuzu in the forest. Explosions echoed one after another. Kakuzu released all 4 of his clones, which flew around like 4 big flies. They constantly used ninjutsu to attack and disturb Senju. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Wind release, pressure damage. The fire and wind clones open their mouths wide, each releasing ninjutsu, combining fire and wind into a fire dragon vortex pressing towards Senju. Accompanied by the ghostly howls of the wind, the surrounding trees were uprooted, and then turned to charcoal by the raging flames. Shoshu was caught off guard, engulfed by the flames, and after a few screams, he disappeared. The surrounding roots panicked, and one rushed in front of him. Hey Jiaodu, what the hell are you doing? Our orders are to see the living and the dead, aren't they? Before he could finish speaking, the ground suddenly cracked open, and Shou Shu burst forth from underground, charging towards Jiaodu like a bolt of lightning. A few roots finally realized that only a clone had been burned. Jiaodu had long since sensed the situation and didn't bother to respond to the roots, merely remaining on guard. When Shou Shu emerged, he grabbed the root by the neck and threw him away with great force. Root? Shou Shu. Shou Shu stopped and dodged. The root crashed heavily to the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood, and nearly had his eyes pop out. Wood release. Insertion technique. Shou Shu threw out slender wooden spikes that pierced deeply into the root's limbs. Once the spikes hit the ground, they quickly took root and grew, firmly pinning the root in place, making it impossible for him to move despite his struggles. Jiaodu stood atop a tree, looking down at everything. Would release ninja. Indeed troublesome. I'm curious, if I could obtain your heart, what kind of changes would occur? Over the years, Jiaodu had taken many hearts, but he had never had the heart of a bloodstained ninja. Hearing this, Shou Shu was momentarily stunned, sizing Jiaodu up and instantly getting goosebumps. Ugh, what a disgusting bastard. Tall and strong, yet he likes this kind of talk. Who would give you their heart? Jiaodu was taken aback, then quickly reacted, his face reddening with anger. I'm in a heart, you bastard. He shouted angrily while charging towards Shou Shu like a hawk. TCH, who would give you their heart, you fool? Shou Shu used the wood release insertion technique, and several wooden spikes flew towards Jiaodu like javelins. Jiaodu clasped his hands together, hardening his body, and smashed the wooden spikes apart. Shou Shu. Jiaodu punched the ground, creating a massive pit. Shou Shu, caught off guard, quickly jumped out to avoid it, rolling a few times before standing up. Just as he got up, the ground beneath him suddenly caved in, and the ground on both sides squeezed toward the center. Shou Shu immediately realized that this was the work of several roots. He didn't panic, and several thick wooden branches emerged from his body to brace against the earthen walls, rushing out before they closed in. As soon as he emerged, dozens of kunai with explosive tags flew towards him. Upon seeing the explosive tags, Shou Shu's face darkened. Damn it, is this never-ending? Wood release. Forest birth. Huge vines shot up from underground, knocking the kunai away and charging straight at the three roots. Shou Shu's wood release was far from the level of Hashirama's Senju, but it was not something a mere chunin could withstand. The three struggled to evade, but were still struck by the giant trees, spitting blood and flying out, crashing heavily to the ground. Just as they were about to get up, vines suddenly emerged from the ground, binding their limbs tightly and even stuffing their mouths. The roots struggled desperately, but could only squirm, making muffled sounds. You are important witnesses, so don't you dare die. I still expect to use you to settle accounts with Danzo. Suddenly, countless black threads burst forth from the ground around Shou Shu, instantly binding him tightly. Shou Shu. Then several threads like steel needles stabbed towards his heart. Shou Shu felt a sharp pain in his chest as the black threads pierced his flesh. Alarmed, he quickly mobilized his chakra, and several wooden spikes emerged from his body, forcing the black threads apart. Taking the opportunity, Shou Shu tore the black threads embedded in his flesh and jumped out through the gap. Don't even think about escaping. Jiaodu shouted, from masked clones flying to him and merging, opening their mouths toward Shou Shu. Fire release, flame howl, lightning release, false darkness, water release, raging stream wave, earth release, rock pressure, wind release, net. The 5 colors of chakra composed of wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth surged toward Shou Shu, about to engulf him in an instant. Bastard, don't underestimate me. Countless vines burst forth from the ground, rushing toward the 5-colored energy like a tsunami. The colorful and green energies collided, with the vines continuously being shattered and the 5-colored energy rapidly depleting. Ultimately, the 5-colored energy gained the upper hand, slowly pressing towards Shou Shu. Shou Shu remained unfazed, coldly smiling, and formed hand seals. Would release, wood dragon technique. Several vines intertwined, forming a massive wooden dragon that plunged into the 5-colored energy. The 5-colored energy vanished at a visible speed, devoured entirely by the wooden dragon. The wooden dragon shot out, crashing into Jiaodu, and even though he had hardened his body, he was still knocked back, spitting blood as he flew out, crashing against a piece of broken wood, which pierced his heart directly. Seeing this, Shou Shu's expression relaxed slightly. What a terrifying guy. He then stopped channeling his wood release and turned to the roots, preparing to take them back to the village. Suddenly, his body trembled, and looking down, he saw a black thread piercing through his shoulder. Before he could react, he suddenly felt weightless as the black thread wrapped around him, dragging him to Jiao Du's side. Looking at the revived Jiao Du, Shoshu's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiao Du chuckled coldly. He, quite capable, huh? A trade is only fair. Saying this, he raised his hardened hand, about to seize Shoshu's heart. Get away! Shoshu shouted, and wooden spikes suddenly erupted from his chest, piercing through the black threads and shooting straight for Jiao Du's head. Although Jiao Du hardened his head and blocked the wooden spikes, the immense force still pushed him back a few steps. Seizing this opportunity, Shoshu broke free from the black threads and jumped to a distance. He held his shoulder, blood flowing down through his fingers, his arm hanging limply. Spotting a broken mask on the ground and recalling Jiao Du's resurrection, he suddenly realized something. Just now, your mask didn't break. Could it be that each of your masks is a life, including your original body? That means you have 5 lives? Jiao Du approached step by step. Good observation, and to possess such powerful chakra at such a young age is truly commendable. But no matter how great your talent is, it's useless. Your arm is already useless, and the outcome is predetermined. Is that so? Shoshu exhaled and lowered his hand from his shoulder. Jiao Du's pupils dilated. Shoshu's wound had actually stopped bleeding. Shoshu smiled confidently. I'm not that easy to kill. The battle continued for a long time. Jiao Du was panting heavily, drenched in sweat, and all 4 of his clones had been eliminated. Shoshu was in much better condition. Although his chakra consumption was not low, he still had plenty of strength left, and more importantly, his torn shirt bore no wounds. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. I've already taken out 4. If I kill you one more time, you're finished. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. You choose, surrender or die. Jiao Du's gaze was cold. He, as expected of the descendant of Hashirama's Senju. Suddenly, he charged towards the roots, and the earth grudge fear instantly bound them. Shoshu was alarmed and hurriedly controlled the wood to save them. But the distance was too far. He could only save 1 person, while the other 3 were dragged away. The 3 roots were furious. Hey, what are you doing? Let us go. We can fight together. Jiao Du fiercely tightened the threads around their limbs and necks. Fight together? You think you're worthy. Originally, you were just one of the rewards. Although 1 less doesn't matter. The black tentacles reached out and forcibly dug the hearts out of the 3 people's chests. As the hearts entered its body, Kakuzu let out a satisfying roar. His momentum surging once again. The 3 Jonin barely did anything before Senju restrained them, so their chakra was almost untouched. With the chakra from the 3, Kakuzu had almost returned to peak condition. Come on, little brat, it's round 2 now. And this is a war of endurance. Senju tossed aside the remaining roots, tore off his shirt, revealing large patches of mottled white skin. Are you sure you want to compete with me in endurance? Chapter 216. Position arrangement. While Senju and Kakuzu were passionately brawling, the high-level meeting of Konoha was held as scheduled, due to the large number of people. The location was the grand conference hall of the Hokage's office building. This was Lingfeng's first time here, and after taking his seat, he curiously looked around. At the top, the Konoha F4 sat facing everyone, exuding an air of high status. Although the people below were sitting together, they were subtly divided into 2 groups. One group consisted of representatives from various departments of Konoha. Sitting in the front were the legendary 3 ninjas, Kakashi Tsukumo, and high-ranking officials from key departments. Although they also had family backgrounds, they now belonged to the administrative system of Konoha. Lingfeng, as a cadre of the medical team, was also sitting among them. The other group was the clan representatives, with Senju and Uchiha seated right in the front row, followed by Sarutobi, Hyuga, Inuzuka, and other clans. Although in recent years the Senju and Uchiha clans had gradually declined, as the 2 founding clans of Konoha, their status remained transcendent. As long as they weren't exterminated, other clans could only line up behind them. Even if Shimura Danzo liked to secretly undermine the 2 clans, he didn't dare to make a public issue of it. Lingfeng scanned the clan representatives, most of whom were clan heads accompanied by elders, or at least long-established Jonin. Sometimes, meetings could also be battlegrounds, and instances of physical confrontations were not uncommon. Therefore, each time a key meeting took place, various clans would bring enough personnel, as the efficiency of fighting in the conference hall was much higher than in an actual battlefield. Suddenly, Lingfeng noticed the figures of Yamanaka Shint and Yamanaka Yorihi. The 2 also happened to see Lingfeng. Not wanting to draw too much attention, he used a pirate eye patch to cover his Byakugan. Yamanaka Shint showed a concerned expression. while Yamanaka Yorih didn't hide the killing intent in her eyes. Lingfeng slightly shook his head, indicating he was fine. Both were sharp individuals, immediately understanding, and they turned their heads away, seemingly continuing to chat with the person next to them. After a while, the Uchiha clan arrived, bringing two people. One was the clan leader Uchiha Takafumi, and the other was Aeonian. Upon seeing them, everyone was somewhat surprised, not understanding why Uchiha Takafumi would bring young Chnin. Some sensory ninjas began to secretly sense Aeonian, but were blocked by her spiritual power and could not detect anything at all. Lingfeng looked at Aeonian from a distance. It seemed she sensed Lingfeng's gaze, and when she turned to see him, the corners of her mouth slightly lifted. But she quickly turned back and walked to the front with the clan leader, as if no one else was around. Many people had never seen Aeonian and began to whisper among themselves, inquiring about her background. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke up on the stage. His voice wasn't too loud, but the originally noisy conference hall instantly fell silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very satisfied with the audience's reaction, cleared his throat, and began to speak. From the outbreak of the Second Shinobi World War, expressing his deep concerns, to Konoha's deployment, his sleepless nights researching tactics, analyzing intelligence, mobilizing resources, and then to the cooperation of all clans and departments in Konoha under his leadership, achieving victory after victory, culminating in a situation of great prosperity, where all external enemies invading Konoha had bowed their heads. In the excited eyes of the crowd, Sarutobi Hiruzen loudly announced that peace had once again descended upon Konoha village. At that moment, sunlight streamed through the window behind him, casting a sacred halo around him. It must be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen's speech was indeed impressive, striking a chord, resonating long after. Even though the audience was composed of battle-hardened individuals with strong will, they could not hide their excitement, and some emotional ones even sobbed, repeatedly wiping away tears from the corners of their eyes. Next came the awarding of merits and the rearrangement of positions. Due to the many sacrifices in the war and the many who had stood out, the entire Konoha administrative system underwent a major overhaul. Kakashi Tsukumo became the captain of the Umbu and received the Hokage's half-sleeve. He led the Konoha ninja army to defeat the Sand Ninjas, stirring up the Wind Country, and even held off the third Kazekage and his forces for over a month. However, the biggest credit surprisingly went to the Red Sand he had previously taken down. Later, it was discovered that that guy was the son of the first Kazekage and one of the current elders of the Sand Village, Chiyo, the heir of the fourth Kazekage and the captain of the puppet army. Tsunade became the head of the medical department and concurrently the director of the Konoha Hospital. The third Hokage assigned her a task to establish an emergency medical system for the battlefield. Initially, under Lingfeng's suggestion, she wanted to assign a medical ninja to each team. However, as their understanding of the war deepened, they realized that this system was not reasonable. Originally, the four-person team was already tight on manpower, and wasting a slot on a medical ninja lacking combat capability was not ideal. If they weren't careful, they might be wiped out before the medical ninja could even act. Furthermore, medical ninjas could be seen as a weakness of the ninja team. Not only was it extremely difficult to train them, but it also required a large amount of time and resources, and their survival ability was poor, making them easy targets. If they were taken out, it would be a loss. If they were captured, it would be like lifting a stone to smash their own foot. Lingfeng thought of the medical pack that Noera Rin gave to Kakashi. If it could be mass-produced, and each person equipped with one, along with some simple training, wouldn't that be equivalent to turning each team from one dedicated medical ninja into 4 operational medical ninjas? This would not only greatly improve survival rates, but also significantly reduce training time, costs, and risks. For this proposal, the Konoha F4 naturally supported it wholeheartedly, and even Danzo couldn't voice any objections. Thus, this task was logically assigned to Tsunade. Orochimaru became the head of Konoha's technology department. After Lingfeng presented the body of White Zetsu, the Konoha technology department began to operate. However, despite investing a large amount of resources and funds, there was still no significant progress. As the war ended, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo coincidentally proposed that Orochimaru be responsible for the research on the White Zetsu body. Initially, Orochimaru looked down on this. He had already achieved results on his side and successfully applied it to Jiraiya, claiming complete success. Why waste time and energy on a project that had already been conquered? But when he saw the budget amount followed by a string of zeros and the promise of freely available funds, his breathing became heavy. As for Jiraiya, He would no longer hold his position due to needing to go out to learn sage arts, and even his original duties were relinquished. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no objections to this, as it would be great for Konoha if Jiraiya could truly learn sage arts. After all, they had enough personnel now. So he waved his hand in approval. The four of them were the greatest contributors to this battle, and after arranging their positions, they began to arrange others. Such arrangements required prior communication. The meeting was merely a formality, so the atmosphere was quite harmonious, without any scene of fierce competition or arguments. As for Lingfeng himself, disregarding Tsunade's threats and opposition, he stepped down from the exhausting position of the medical team and went to the less demanding ninja academy. After the awards were given, the Konoha F4 exchanged glances and nodded subtly. Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat. Everyone, besides the matters mentioned above, there is one more thing to discuss today. While Konoha is at war with Awakens and Sunagakure, a major event has occurred in the east at Yuzushio village. Chapter 217. Conflict. Most of the people present were unaware of what was happening. Hearing about Yuzushio village, they instinctively thought of Kirigakure and became tense. They had just managed to deal with the enemies in the north, and now Kirigakure was causing trouble again. The Ninja World War is interconnected. If Kirigakure moves, Kimogakure, which has been watching from the sidelines, will not stay idle, and even Sunagakure and Awagakure, who have already signed a ceasefire agreement, might reignite their hostilities. After all, for them, going back on their word is nothing. Sarutobi Hiruzen lightly coughed to suppress the discussions among the crowd, then explained that Kirigakure had attacked Yuzushio village and that the Uchiha clan had rescued the Uzumaki clan, although he cleverly omitted the involvement of the Hyuga clan. He praised the Uchiha in his remarks. Other ninja clans, upon hearing that the Uchiha had repelled Kirigakure with the strength of their clan, showed expressions of astonishment. However, some seasoned veterans felt a heaviness in their hearts, quickly realizing that Sarutobi Hiruzen was likely playing a game of raising expectations only to suppress them. Sure enough, when Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking and proposed to reward the Uchiha, Shimura Danzo stood up. Just as he spoke, he was suddenly interrupted by Danzo. Wait, Hiruzen. The Uchiha did indeed achieve merit, which is an undeniable fact. But why did you not mention the subsequent invasion of Kirigakure? Given the situation at the time, if a full-scale war broke out with Kirigakure, how significant would the losses to Konoha be? This matter, I absolutely cannot allow to be ignored. Everyone, what does this mean? One clan overpowering a village is one thing, but they even counterattacked? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, revealing a helpless expression, and informed everyone of the subsequent events. Danzo coldly stared at Uchiha Takafumi. Takafumi, clan head, do you know that at that time we could have waited to deal with Kirigakure after resolving the Northern War? But you directly invaded, which was tantamount to declaring war on Kirigakure. Once war breaks out, Kimogakure will also join the fight, and that will completely reverse the favorable situation our village had previously gained. Uchiha Takafumi, after receiving a warning from Danzo about supporting the southeastern base, he thought he had changed his ways, but it seems he was mistaken. This guy still can't change his dogged ways. So he began to argue. However, facing Danzo, he was forced to retreat step by step. Danzo appeared aggressive, but internally he felt quite helpless, because the Uchiha had performed exceptionally well this time, saving Yuzushio village, counterattacking Kirigakure, and forcing them to surrender and pay reparations. It was indeed a rare and significant victory over the years. His attack on them, in light of this achievement, felt like nitpicking, but there was no choice. He had just received intelligence that the leader of the Uchiha Hawks, Uchiha Tenjin, had been killed in battle, and several elder Hawks were injured and recovering. Now was the opportunity to suppress them, and he had to make a fuss, denying their achievements, preferably turning white into black to force them to give up their gains. As for how others viewed it, he didn't care at all. After all, everything he did was for Konoha. The Konoha F4 began to group up. Danzo pressured with his status. The other three sided with him, and other ninja clans watched coldly from aside. Soon, Uchiha Takafumi found himself at a disadvantage. At this moment, Aoin, who had been watching coldly, suddenly erupted with a sharp aura. All right, to sum it up, I think I understand. We should obediently keep our tails tucked and let Kirigakure enter and exit our allied village as they please. As for how many people died in Yuzushio village or what was taken, it doesn't matter at all. It's not like it's our Konoha's. Upon hearing this, Danzo's eyes turned cold, staring at Aoin like a venomous snake. Takafumi, clan head, why is a little girl here? Do you Uchiha think of Konoha's high-level meetings as a joke? Lingfeng's eyes flickered slightly, while the three ninjas from Konoha pretended to be deaf and mute. Some were in a daze, and others fiddled with their fingers. Konoha Shikaka wanted to speak, but just as he was about to move, Tsunade pressed down on his arm, leaving him puzzled as he sat back down. Uchiha Takafumi coldly said, "This matter is urgent. I have not yet reported to the village. Our clan's second elder, Uchiha Ten, was killed in the war with Kirigakure, and, through a clan vote, the vacant elder seat will be taken by Uchiha Aoin." Danzo scoffed. The illustrious Uchiha clan actually allows a little girl to be an elder. How ridiculous. Ninja clan elders must not only have achievements, but also the strength to command respect. What does this little girl have to justify her position? Uchiha Takafumi's expression darkened. Elder Danzo, this is an internal matter of the Uchiha. Before he could finish, Aoin stood up, her crimson Sharingan fixed on Danzo. Naturally, it is based on strength. If Elder Danzo doesn't believe it, you can try it yourself. During her time at the Ninja Academy, Aoin had challenged her way through and graduated ahead of her peers. She usually liked to follow Lingfeng around as a little transparent, because she didn't want to think about troublesome matters. In reality, her combative nature had never changed. Danzo coldly snorted. "Just a little girl." Aoin coldly interrupted. "So much talk. Just say it. Do you dare or not?" Tsunade Komatsu couldn't sit still, slamming the table and standing up. "How bold. A junior dares to disrespect the assistant to the Hokage. Do you Uchiha have no?" Aoin unceremoniously aimed her spear at her. "If you think I'm bullying him, you can come at me together." "What'd you say?" Tsunade Komatsu, already in her menopause, immediately erupted in fury, ready to retort. Mito's flames hurriedly stood up to mediate. "Komatsu, there's no need to take a child seriously. Aoin, you two, after all. Danzo and Komatsu are elders. If you can't stand it, we can face off together." Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a headache coming on, trying hard to maintain a gentle expression. "Aoin, calm down. Everyone means no harm. This child is too sharp. Do you want me to join in if I persuade you once?" "Aoin, I won't miss you." Sarutobi Hiruzen was instantly choked, unable to persuade. And punishing her didn't fit his usual persona. For a moment, even he, who was eloquent, didn't know what to say. But her supporters could not sit still. "Arrogant," a renowned ninja from the Sarutobi clan shouted, drawing his ninja blade and charging at Aoin. His name was Sarutobi Nagakase, a jounin of the Sarutobi clan, who witnessed the Sarutobi clan rise from an insignificant clan to a top clan in Konoha. He himself became a jounin through the accumulation of resources. Thus he had always regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen as a deity. Now seeing Aoin offend Sarutobi Hiruzen, he was instantly furious and charged out. He was very confident in his swordsmanship. Even if it was the Uchiha, they wouldn't be able to dodge this almost ambush-like strike. Even if comrades can't harm each other, today he would teach Aoin a bloody lesson. "Nagakase, no." Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke out to stop him, but how sincere he was is hard to say. Just as Sarutobi Suk was about to succeed, he suddenly stiffened, falling heavily from the air. His hands were clutching his throat, twisting continuously, his mouth wide open as he gasped for breath, like a fish washed ashore, but it was of no use. Within just a few seconds, his face turned a purplish color. Everyone was taken aback and turned to look at Qing Yan, although they knew she was responsible. She remained motionless and did not use chakra, so no one could see through her methods. Even the Konoha F4 and the Sannin had serious expressions. Lingfeng understood the situation. Qing Yan had used the ability of the gas fruit to extract oxygen within a certain range, causing Sarutobi Suk to suffocate. Soon, Sarutobi Suk was on the verge of collapse, and only then did Qing Yan withdraw her ability, letting him off the hook. After all, he was just a minor character, not worth killing. Sarutobi Suk gasped for air like a drowning person who had just been rescued. But his legs were already too weak to stand. Qing Yan's gaze swept over the Konoha F4 and finally landed on Shimura Danzo. The two locked eyes, and even the well-informed Danzo felt a chill down his spine. "Now, you know why I became an elder of the Uchiha, right?" The Konoha F4 fell silent, and Danzo's face turned ashen. The gazes of everyone present towards Qing Yan were particularly complex. At this moment, Lingfeng appeared beside Qing Yan and patted her shoulder. Qing Yan nodded, and Mo returned to her seat. "Lord Third, several elders, I speak my mind, and I mean no harm. I believe you won't mind." Konoha F4. Lingfeng paid them no further mind and turned to Uchiha Takafumi. "Clan leader Takafumi, there is something I wanted to ask you for a long time, and since everyone is here today, I wonder if you can enlighten me? Uchiha Takafumi. All right, speak. Chapter 218. Exposure. Lingfeng smiled at Uchiha Takafumi. Clan leader, may I ask if the Uchiha Sharingan has ever been lost, whether through theft or gifting? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Takafumi's expression became serious. Absolutely not. For the Uchiha, the Sharingan is more precious than life itself. If it were taken, we would pursue the thief to the ends of the earth, even using the full strength of our clan. As for gifting, there is no such precedent within the clan. Lingfeng nodded. I see. He then turned to the Konoha F4. Lord Third, may I ask what the crime is for stealing a bloodline limit from someone within the same village? Among the Konoha F4, three people's expressions changed, while only Danzo kept his eyes down, lost in thought. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his cigarette, and a hint of severity flashed in his eyes. Coveting the bloodlines and secret techniques of fellow villagers, whether by theft or robbery, regardless of whether there are casualties involved, anyone involved will face extermination. This is not just a matter for the ninja clans. It concerns the safety of the entire Konoha. Even if the ninja clans wanted to let it go, the village would spare no effort in pursuing the culprits to the ends of the earth. TZ Kamachi, who was in charge of the records, continued along with Hiruzen's words. In fact, incidents of bloodline theft and secret techniques targeting Konoha have never ceased. There have been hundreds of cases in just the past decade. The village has never shown mercy, whether the enemy is a rogue ninja, a spy, or even a fugitive ninja under the banner of a daimyo. None have been spared. Kaze also nodded repeatedly. Once such incidents occur, no matter what means are used, we cannot allow the enemy to succeed. Lingfeng. Oh, so tough on this. Yet Hinata Hizashi died so tragically. But now is not the time to discuss that. The elders truly have Konoha's ninja clans at heart. It's a great fortune to be in Konoha. Unfortunately, the elders have worked hard, yet they failed to guard against the darkness beneath the lamp. Konoha F3. Shimura Danzo. The Konoha crowd. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed dramatically. Lingfeng, what do you mean? Lingfeng smiled coldly at Danzo. Lord Danzo, could you please reveal your right eye? Everyone's gaze turned to Danzo. After Lingfeng's words, how could they not catch the underlying implication, especially Uchiha Takafumi, whose eyes were particularly sharp? What Lingfeng implied was that Danzo had schemed to take the Sharingan and had succeeded. If this were true, regardless of Danzo's status as an elder, the Uchiha would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. Faced with the questioning and probing gazes of the crowd, Danzo merely sat there with his head lowered, his expression unchanged. A mere brat with no evidence. Yet you managed to play all of you like fools. Monkeys, look at this. Ignorance, weakness, and gullibility. This is the Konoha ninjas under your leadership. Lingfeng didn't give him the chance to continue. All right, enough of this nonsense. You are not the Hokage. Why should it concern you how everyone feels? If you have no guilt, then remove the bandage, and the truth will naturally come to light. Danzo coldly raised his gaze. Ridiculous. A brat from the Senju clan. What gives you the right to command me? A dignified shadow assistant obeying a child? If this gets out, what face will Konoha have? Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others couldn't help but ponder. Indeed, regardless of whether this matter was true or false, they preferred to handle it privately first. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his cigarette. Danzo is right. This matter is of great importance and is indeed not suitable for discussion in this setting. Rest assured, we will give everyone an explanation afterward. If there is indeed any wrongdoing, we will not show leniency. While speaking, his eyes signaled his clansmen, and TZ Kamachi and Kaze did the same. Sure enough, a wave of agreement arose from below. That's right, Konoha has its own rules. It cannot be so casual. We trust Lord Hokage and the elders. Let us do as Lord Hokage says. Lord Danzo is an elder of the Shimura clan. If Lord Hokage determines he is guilty, we will never cover for him. But without evidence, we will not allow anyone to humiliate Lord Danzo. The Konoha F4 have been operating for years and never lacked loyal supporters. The voices below grew louder, and many who were initially skeptical changed their minds. Enough. Uchiha Qingyin suddenly stood up, her aura exploding with immense power. In the venue, except for those at the level of shadows or quasi-shadows, everyone else was instantly overwhelmed, feeling a heaviness in their chests. The Konoha F4's pupils shook violently. They never expected that Qingyin possessed such terrifying chakra. They had originally thought Qingyin became an elder solely because of her strange ability, but now they realized they had underestimated her. With such chakra, even without the Sharingan or any secret techniques, She was more than capable of holding her position as an elder. After all this talk, it ultimately came down to not daring to remove the bandage. What shadow assistant? What face was just a cover for shame? Bastards. At this moment, Shimura Danzo was also genuinely enraged, slamming his palm down on the table, shattering it to pieces. I have fought and bled for decades, establishing great contributions for Konoha. How can you little brats even begin to fathom my worth? Great contributions? Qing Yin scoffed. What great contributions? Forcibly abducting people from various ninja clans to join your route, communicating secretly with other villages, betraying companions, harming companions, filling his own pockets, embezzling the assets of the village and fallen ninjas? Hearing these words, Danzo's eyes widened in anger. Impudence. My actions have their own deep meaning. What do you understand? Deep meaning? As the bodyguard of the Hokage, what deep meaning is there in leaving the second Hokage behind and running back by yourself? These words were like venomous needles, directly breaking Danzo as defenses, and even the other three and the Kimichi Choji below were left dumbfounded. Lingfeng. Did he just insult his own father? The inherently evil Uchiha brat? I will kill you now. With a loud shout, dozens of ninjas dressed in umbu attire appeared, surrounding Qing Yin, just as they were about to make a move. Suddenly the ground flickered with blue light and erupted with a burst of lightning. The umbu ninjas, or rather the root ninjas, were electrocuted, their bodies charred, limbs twitching, eyes rolling back, all losing consciousness and collapsing, while those nearby were completely unscathed. Then a blue light shot towards Danzo. The speed was so fast that he had no time to react, and the next moment he felt a looseness above his head, as the bandages on his head were cut and fell away. Immediately, the three-tomo Sharingan in his right eye was revealed to everyone. Chapter 219. The death of Danzo. Danzo's eyes were filled with bloodshot rage. Senju. Lingfeng. He swung a knife in retaliation. But Lingfeng had already returned to his seat using the Flying Thunder God technique. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his arm. It turned out that Lingfeng had taken the opportunity to cut him again on the arm, causing the bandages to slowly slide down. However, at this moment, his arm was normal flesh and blood, and he had not yet transplanted the cells of Hashirama. Danzo Elder, can you explain where your Sharingan came from now? Uchiha Takafumi was burning with anger, drawing his ninja sword, pointing it at Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo, explain to me what the hell is going on. The third Hokage and others also looked at him with displeasure, especially those from the bloodline clans. They did not hide the murderous intent in their eyes. Uchiha sometimes appeared weak because they still held on to fantasies about the village, wanting to integrate into it, which led them to make concessions repeatedly. But Danzo's actions had completely shattered the Uchiha's bottom line. Even the most pacifist Uchiha, seeing this scene, would turn into hawks. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned ashen. This bastard. He wasn't angry that Danzo coveted the Sharingan. After all, in his heart, Danzo held much more weight than the Uchiha. He was angry that this useless person had done it and was even discovered. Being discovered was one thing, but there were ways to negotiate, threaten, entice, or even silence. There were plenty of methods, but the problem was it had been exposed in public, right in front of the leaders of all major factions in the village. He couldn't even cover it up. One could imagine what kind of storm would rise in Konoha after this meeting. Lingfeng continued to strike the falling dog. Danzo Elder, with solid evidence, do you still intend to explain? Shimura Danzo put on a posture of not fearing the boiling water. Everything I've done is for Konoha. I will report to Hiruzen according to the procedure. No need for you to worry about it. Lingfeng smiled slightly. What if I let you say it here? Shimura Danzo snorted coldly. What right do you have? Before he could finish his words, he suddenly changed his tune. The owner of this eye is Uchiha Kagami. At some point, Qing Yin's eyes had transformed into a kaleidoscope. What? Hearing the name of the eye's owner, the most shocked were not Qing Yin or her daughter, but several elders of Konoha, especially Akimichi Choji, who had the closest relationship with Uchiha Kagami, slammed the table in anger. Danzo, what the hell is going on? Explain it to me clearly. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others also had grim expressions. If before they were merely dissatisfied with Danzo's methods, now they had genuinely developed hostility. Other Uchiha were one thing, but Uchiha Kagami was the ninja acknowledged by the second Hokage as surpassing the Uchiha clan, a ninja who cared for the entire village. More importantly, he was a comrade who had fought alongside them through thick and thin. Under the effect of the Kodoeme Tsukumi, Danzo almost answered every question. Many years ago, Danzo and Uchiha Kagami were on a mission. Uchiha Kagami was seriously injured and fell into a trap while trying to save Danzo, falling into a coma. Originally, Danzo could have saved Uchiha Kagami, but when he saw those eyes he had coveted for so long, he stopped moving. Uchiha Kagami ultimately died from his injuries due to not receiving timely treatment. To claim the Sharingan for himself, he hid Uchiha Kagami's corpse and falsely claimed that the other party was missing, which became a case in Konoha. Years later, he falsely claimed that his right eye was injured and blind, replacing it with Kagami's right eye. Lingfeng coldly asked, "What about the left eye?" Danzo took out a scroll from his bosom. "This is, I have always kept it with me. Lingfeng. Now this is good. Even the material evidence is complete." Lingfeng put away the scroll, feeling slightly relieved. He wasn't particularly concerned about the truth of Uchiha Kagami's death. His main purpose this time was to find a spare eye for Qing Yin. "Qing Yin, dispel the Jinjutsu. I want to see what he will do." Upon hearing this, Qing Yin dispelled the Kodoeme Tsukumi, and only then did Shimura Danzo awaken, as if from a dream, his face instantly turning pale. "That bastard Uchiha actually used a Jinjutsu on me, making me admit to crimes that didn't exist." Lingfeng chuckled in his heart, as expected. A dog can't change its habit of eating shit. "Danzo-sama, the facts are already quite clear. With both eyewitnesses and material evidence present, no matter how much you struggle, it will be in vain. Hand over the Sharingan obediently, and then accept the village's judgment." Shimura Danzo's face darkened, pulling out a kunai aimed at his own Sharingan. "Everything I have done is for the village. No one has the right to judge me. Rather than let the evil Uchiha get this eye, I might as well destroy it now." Just as he was about to act, suddenly his vision blurred, and Lingfeng appeared in front of him, cutting off his own hand with a single slash. Shimura Danzo screamed, clutching his wound. "Flying Thunder God, when?" Lingfeng calmly said, "It was when I cut your bandages." After saying that, he reached out and forcibly dug Uchiha Kagami's eye out from his eye socket. Danzo felt a tide of excruciating pain in his right eye and couldn't help but let out an even more desperate scream. Lingfeng put away the Sharingan and shook off the blood on his hands. "Danzo Elder, there is something I must say to you. You have always despised the third Hokage for establishing so many weak and outdated rules. But do you know, it is precisely these rules that have protected you to this day. Once the table is flipped, whether it's you or the so-called root, you will be utterly crushed." Shimura Danzo roared hoarsely. "Bastard, don't think you've won." He formed hand seals with one hand, and the root ninjas who were previously electrocuted and lying on the ground suddenly screamed in agony, their bodies rapidly swelling like balloons, before spewing out streams of toxic black smoke from their mouths. Everyone was shocked. In such a closed space, there was no way to avoid it. Even the Konoha F4 and the legendary 3 ninjas changed their expressions drastically. Tenzin Koharu even screamed in horror. "Danzo, you bastard!" A ruthless glint flashed in Danzo's eyes. "Let them all die. Once you are dead, the village will completely become my private property. As for the village suffering great losses, there's nothing that can be done about it. All of this is just a necessary price on my path to becoming Hokage. Ha ha ha. Everyone could go die. Only I am worthy of being Hokage." Suddenly, his laughter came to an abrupt halt. Qing Yin raised her hand, and all the toxic gas swiftly gathered into her palm, transforming into a black sphere the size of an apple. "Since you love poison so much, I'll return it to you." Qing Yin's eyes turned cold, and the black sphere elongated, forcefully entering Danzo's mouth like a black snake. Whoa. Danzo struggled desperately, but it was futile. Just a few seconds later, blood flowed from his 7 orifices, his face turned pitch black, and he was dead beyond recovery. Synopsis: Lingfeng, Senju Lingfeng, awakens the Hokage pirate traversing system. He starts in the Naruto world and obtains the nature-type forest fruit. Would release awakens. Shocking the hidden leaf. Third Hokage. Lingfeng's clone is actually more powerful than the first Hokage. Danzo, why do I feel like the number of root members is decreasing day by day? Rock Ninja, is there an oasis here? Soon after, the pirate world also gained a 6th Old Navy. Celestial Dragon, the slave I bought at a high price. How did he turn into white smoke and disappear?